Meanwhile, Black Barton also let out a powerful shout. He then charged toward the snow elf, his aura rising wildly. Chapter 201 Last Stand, Full Release of Skills. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from Black Barton's body. Grade A Last Gasp Before Death. After using the skill, Black Barton's health will be forcibly maintained at a relatively low level. But what was gained in return? It is a power and speed that is even more extreme than the peak. In that instant, Black Barton's speed reached an astonishing 3 times the speed of sound. A crimson light flashed in Black Barton's eyes. The next second, Black Barton had already appeared before the snow elves. Upon seeing Black Barton appear, the snow elf roared and charged forward, baring its fangs and claws. Their claws collided, producing a piercing sound. The two collided twice more, and the snow elf's armor was torn in many places, revealing the skin underneath. The snow elf let out another angry roar. Immediately afterwards, a pair of sharp claws also tore towards Black Barton's chest. However, something that shocked had happened. Black Barton's body was as if it were cast in iron. Its attacks couldn't harm him at all. Instead, he retaliated. This snow elf isn't stupid. He immediately rolled away to dodge. Black Barton did not pursue, but his shadow minions all rushed into battle. Half-Dragon, 100 Demons Conquer, Shadow Giant, Extreme Path Decline, Shadow Mech. All step forward. To encircle and kill. Charge towards this snow sprite that has just advanced to boss level. Bai sneered. You've advanced? That's great. Once you become one of Shadow's subordinates, you'll be even stronger. Upon seeing this, the snow elf's pupils contracted. This snow sprite. He roared angrily, looking like he was ready to fight to the death. However, just then, Black Barton also launched an attack. Snap! Black Barton's claws suddenly slashed down towards its head. This strike landed squarely on its head. At this moment, the snow elf's health dropped by more than 10,000 points instantly. Roar, roar, roar. The snow sprite struggled frantically, but it couldn't break free at all. It already has some minor injuries. Blood flowed out, staining the area red. The snow elf was also thrown heavily to the ground by Black Barton. Then, these shadow minions immediately went to its side. The encirclement and slaughter were imminent. This boss-level snow sprite has begun to unleash all its skills. S rank, 10,000 miles of frozen land. Grade A 1,000 miles of snowflakes. B level freeze ray. Rank B berserk mode. S level near-death evolution. In an instant, a series of skills were then unleashed. These skills. Each skill possesses the power to destroy the world. Even boss-level monsters must be treated with utmost care. And now, this snow sprite unleashed these terrifying moves. All I can see is that its body surface was also covered with a thin layer of ice. And, at this moment, many sharp spikes appeared, looking extremely ferocious. The next instant, a dazzling, cold light emanated from the snow elf's body. They were clumps of ice, which quickly solidified into shape. These icicles. They were all the size of a fist, and they looked absolutely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, these icicles then flew rapidly in all directions. The shadowy subordinates also retreated, trying to dodge. But it is obvious. These icicles are moving too fast. And it also contained a powerful pressure that made it difficult for these shadowy subordinates to dodge. The next moment, these icicles crashed directly into the surrounding rocks, shattering them with a deafening roar. Then, these icicles continued to fly in all directions. These shadowy subordinates immediately stepped in front of Bai to block his path. The ice shards shattered upon impact with them, but still caused them some loss of health. Shadow minions. They also endured the damage caused by these icicles. Then, they attacked the snow sprite of the domain once again. Half-Dragon also attacked directly, spitting out a breath. He unleashed a burst of flames, which shot towards the snow sprite of the domain. This snow elf was not to be outdone. It slapped out with its claw. Instantly, it dispersed the flames spewed by the half-dragon, but was scorched by the flames and began to smoke. At this time, the half-dragon roared and charged at the snow elves in the area once more. It is extremely fast, and its power is also astonishing. This moment, the half-dragon charged directly in front of the domain snow elf, its massive claws slamming down towards the snow elf's head. A muffled sound rang out, and the icy spiked armor on the head of this domain snow elf shattered slightly. However, the damage this inflicted on the snow sprite was ultimately limited. The next moment, the snow sprite lay prostrate on the ground, the snow in front of it dispersing and condensing into a ball of light. Immediately afterwards, The ball of light suddenly transformed into a laser beam, sweeping towards the half-dragon. The half-dragon immediately took to the air and began to dodge. Upon seeing this, the Hyakisei on the ground did not stop for a moment. Borrowing 100 demons, Kayakatsu. Immediately, a massive skeletal silhouette materialized in the sky. All the shadow minions around them conjured a set of white bone armor, further increasing their defensive capabilities. The next second, the laser struck the half-dragon. It only scratched it, but didn't penetrate it. This battle, it only lasted for a few seconds. At that moment, the defeated snow sprite immediately began to move to its side. Just then, a beam of icy blue light suddenly shone from the air. Then it transformed into a giant icy claw and hurtled toward Blackbarton's head. This snow sprite. At the crucial moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. Sensing danger, Blackbarton shouted and turned around abruptly. At that moment, its right arm became several times thicker. It was covered with a thick layer of frost, and it was spreading rapidly. Chapter 202 The Snow Elf's Domain undergoes 3 changes. 202 Snow Elf in the Realm of 3-Dimensional Change. Snap! A crisp breaking sound rang out. All that could be seen was an arm, which was almost broken off, and the shadow gradually dissipated. And just then, on the other side, those shadowy subordinates also made their moves. These shadow minions all unleashed a barrage of skills. Enveloped the snow sprite within. In an instant, the snow sprites of the domain are also locked in a fierce battle. 2 more loud bangs echoed through the heavens and the earth. As the shadow giant's 2 palms landed, the snow elf's momentum also decreased considerably. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, he was all alone and had no help. This time, however, this is an advantage for the shadow's henchmen. But don't forget, this snow sprite isn't just a domain snow sprite. It's also a boss born in this world. And the domain boss. There are only 1 or 2 of them in the entire instance. This being is the true boss. Even a powerful being like a half-dragon cannot gain the upper hand in their presence. At this time, this snow sprite unleashed its skill once more. S rank, 10,000 miles of frozen land. Grade A 1,000 miles of snowflakes. In an instant, the world grew several times colder, and any ordinary creature would likely be stiff with icy cold. At this time, these shadowy henchmen were all momentarily stunned, because they sensed that their actions were somewhat sluggish. And at this time, the snow sprite rolled over and instantly appeared in front of Bai, lunging to bite him. At this time, Bai did not hesitate at all. He also launched an attack on the snow elf in the area. But this snow sprite was exceptionally fast. His attack had not yet landed. At that moment, the snow elf of the domain bit his shoulder. Bai quickly retreated. Specialized skill, the power of the Dominator. After using this ability, Bai gained a huge push force out of thin air and was instantly pushed backward. They directly dodged the attack from the snow sprite. This scene was captured by the half-dragon. Half-dragon's eyes were fierce, and he darted away. It came right in front of Bai and bit the neck of the snow elf in the domain. Oh whoa! The next second, the snow elf of the domain let out a miserable scream. Then, a large amount of bright red liquid flowed from its neck. And these bright red liquids, it is the blood within the snow elf's body. Whoosh! The snow elf in the domain also quickly weakened at this moment. And its body was covered with numerous wounds. Obviously, that mouthful of blood just now also seriously injured the snow elf in the domain. Bai took a deep breath, but his heart was filled with doubt. I wonder what's wrong with this snow sprite. Its attack method is really a bit strange. At this time, the snow sprite struggled for a moment before collapsing to the ground. But just as it collapsed, most of its body began to slowly dissolve, turning into wisps of white mist that spread into the distance. I don't know how much time has passed. The snow elf's enormous size vanished completely, like a balloon that had been popped. The next moment, then another unusual figure appeared quietly. This figure, it's a completely different realm, the snow elves. This snow elf in the area still carried a faint smell of blood. The snow elf of the domain also stood up again, and it began to take on a human-like form. She is slender and tall. Its entire body still looked as if it were made of white snow, only now it had a slightly more human appearance. Its eyes gazed into the distance, a complex expression on its face. That gaze eventually vanished like a gust of wind into the distance. And its body, it vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the shadowy henchmen remained in place. They all looked towards the spot where the snow elf had disappeared, their faces showing a hint of confusion. But very soon, they then shifted their gaze to the distance. A loud roar was heard. In the distance. At that moment, a high mountain collapsed, an avalanche. Immediately. In the avalanche, a colossal object appeared, crashing onto the ground at an even faster speed, sending up clouds of dust. This domain snow sprite is none other than the domain snow sprite that has transformed once again. It is unusually large. Its entire body resembled a strange, snow-white giant bear, exuding the aura of a wild beast. At this moment, the snow elf of the domain also let out a roar. It then ran forward again, seemingly trying to escape from this place. Wanna leave? Half-Dragon would be the first to disagree. With a roar, flames erupted from his body and burst forth. Then, the flames transformed into an enormous fire python, which gave chase. Boom dash. Flames continued to spread in all directions. But soon, its form transformed into a sea of fire, engulfing it within. But not long after, the snow elf from the domain emerged again. And then, it changed again. It sprouted wings from its back, and countless red spikes emerged from its body as it frantically attacked the fiery python. The flame python was not to be outdone. Streams of fire shot out and collided with the spikes. Flames and spikes clashed against each other. They are eroding each other. But soon, these flames were devoured by the spikes and transformed into endless fire energy. The half-dragon also fell silent, flapping its wings and making the flames even more intense. It swept towards the snow elf of the domain. At this moment, the snow elf of the domain charged out once again. Then it used its sharp claws to grab at the half-dragon. Snap! But this snow elf suddenly fell to the ground. Its body, enveloped in flames, it was gradually melting. At this moment, the snow elf of the domain let out another angry roar. And at that very moment, suddenly, a golden light flashed within its body. The moment the light appeared, it completely extinguished the flames on its body. And this is the snow elf of the realm. It was at this moment that he stood up again and his body changed once more. This is a snow ape that looks somewhat like a tiger. The snow sprite, transformed into a tiger snow ape, let out a deep roar. Then it emitted bursts of fiery energy once again. This fiery energy also emanated from its body. Roar! These fiery energies continuously condensed, transforming into sharp arrows. It shot towards the half-dragon. Seeing this, Banlong smiled disdainfully. Chapter 203 by E confronts his true form, the trials of combat. 203 by E faces the true form and the trials of battle. It's just a trivial skill. His wings spread out again, scattering all the rockets. At this time, its body was getting closer and closer. The snow sprite that had transformed into a tiger snow ape also let out a thunderous roar at this moment. As this roar resounded, the entire air seemed to distort. The half-dragon's body was out of control, and it couldn't help but shudder. Then, it suddenly collapsed straight onto the ground. The snow sprite, now transformed into a tiger snow ape, roared once more. At this moment, the half-dragon's body fell down again. It pressed down hard on its body. The half-dragon's body split open at that moment. But soon, a new power surged forth within it. Boom! The half-dragon suddenly stood up and pounced on the tiger snow elf. Bang! Finally, the half-dragon exhausted his strength and relaxed. The tiger snow sprite took the opportunity to climb up. Then, he turned and left. But, on the way, it was surrounded by Black Bolton, Hyaki Sei, Yakuza Decline, and Shadow Giant. These shadowy subordinates have become representatives of high combat power, and can be said to be among the earliest to follow by E. Their strength has reached level 60, or even higher. And, in terms of the decline of the ultimate path, he was the first existence without a level, which could be interpreted as either a super-level existence or a special existence. Their strength is terrifying. Therefore, no matter how much the level 60 snow elf changes, it is still just a level 60 boss. Every single one of Shadow's subordinates here is a boss-level figure. And at this moment, the Shadow minions stopped joking and joined forces, making the Tiger Snow Elf's situation critical. Half-Dragon charged into the arena again, wanting to deal with the troublesome Tiger Snow Sprite. This battle continued for some time. Half-Dragon's figure, with shadows gradually swirling around him, then retreated behind his Shadow minions, preparing for a group fight. This time, Black Barton, Hyaki Saisei, Yakuza Decline, and Shadow Giants are all on the move. Swish swish. A barrage of attacks, like a meteor shower, rained down on the Snow Elf. This Snow Sprite also fought back fiercely, trying to withstand such an attack. But alas, these attacks were too frequent, and too powerful. The battle lasted for a while before the half-dragon swiftly flashed back behind the shadow minions, preparing for a group attack. Black Barton, Hyaki Sei, Yakuza Decline, and Shadow Giant all made their moves. A barrage of attacks rained down like a meteor shower, instantly trapping the Tiger Snow Sprite. The Snow Sprite fought back fiercely, desperately trying to defend itself against the attacks, but these attacks were so dense and powerful that it was impossible to withstand them. With a loud bang, the Tiger Snow Sprite's defenses were completely shattered. He was almost torn to shreds by Shadow's henchmen. The half-dragon roared excitedly, feeling that it was one step closer to leveling up. His figure appeared before everyone, radiating confidence and fighting spirit. The Tiger Snow Elf's defenses have been breached. He was then nearly torn to pieces by these shadowy henchmen. The half-dragon's body emerged, and it let out an excited howl. At this moment, he felt he was one step closer to promotion. Boom! Snowflakes fell rapidly after the Snow Elf's body shattered. Snowflakes fell one by one, symbolizing that the body of this Lord Snow Elf had been completely shattered. However, just then, a slender, anthropomorphic figure reappeared. That was the true form of the Snow Elf of the domain. It raised its deep, snow-white eyes, its gaze fixed on Bai Yi's direction, as if searching for the enemy's presence across thousands of miles. The appearance of this entity made Bai Yi's heart tighten. He understood that this was the real threat. The previous battles were merely a shell it created using its skills. Now, facing the real snow elves of the realm, they felt immense pressure. The half-dragon suddenly stopped, staring intently at the snow elf in the domain. Their showdown is about to begin. This is a crucial battle. Victory or defeat will determine the course of the entire war. The atmosphere between the two sides was extremely tense, as if the air itself had frozen. On this tranquil battlefield, both sides prepared silently. Countless gazes met, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to threaten to crush the entire world. The shadow minions exuded an aura of battle. The snow sprites of the domain exude a powerful domain force, making people feel as if they are in a world of ice and snow. The decisive battle is about to begin. Both sides are prepared to meet this challenge. The shadow minions showed no fear, vowing to fight to the bitter end against the formidable snow elf. The snow elves of the domain were equally determined, their murderous gazes fixed on their enemies, resolved to wipe out these disruptors in one fell swoop. On this silent battlefield, battle is about to break out. Both sides have gathered their strongest forces, and they will engage in a life-or-death duel that will determine the fate of the entire world. It's unknown what the outcome of this battle will be. The only certainty is that the battle will be thrilling, and who will have the last laugh remains to be seen. At that moment, Bai Yi felt that gaze and instantly understood. This is a true domain spirit. A smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, with a push off the ground, his figure moved suddenly. He transformed into a phantom and hurtled toward the domain spirit. Bai Yi brandished his great sword, Twilight. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the domain spirit. Sizzle. The sword flashed through the void, leaving a trail of afterimages, before finally striking the domain spirit. This domain spirit had just had its transformation shell broken, and its body was in a weakened state. At this moment, even dodging is at its limit. Hiss dash. Blood splattered, and the domain spirit let out a scream. Its body was trembling violently, but it did not fall down. Instead, a flash of madness and anger crossed its eyes. Bai Yi sheathed his greatsword Twilight and stared intently at the domain spirit. He could sense that the power of this domain spirit was being unleashed, and it did not intend to let Bai Yi go easily. Just then, the domain spirit's body suddenly erupted with a powerful burst of cold air, freezing the entire space. S rank, 10,000 miles of frozen land. Grade A, 1,000 miles of snowflakes. B level freeze ray. Rank B berserk mode. S level near-death evolution. Bai Yi felt a chill wash over him, and his movements became sluggish. Chapter 204 Dropped Item, Snow-Covered Crystal Ball. 204 Dropped Item, Snow-Covered Crystal Ball. The domain spirit raised its arm, and the cold air condensed into an ice blade, which flew towards Bai Yi. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of the ice blade cutting through the air. Bai Yi gritted her teeth. His fighting spirit ignited, and a powerful force surged from within him. He raised his sword and slashed it through the air. A flash of sword light shattered the ice blade. However, the domain spirits did not stop their attacks. It once again gathered cold air, forming an ice wall that blocked Bai Yi's path. Bai Yi took a deep breath and gathered the power within his body. Then he stepped onto the ice wall and leaped up. He moved with lightning speed. Transforming into a streak of lightning, it pierced through the ice wall and arrived once again before the domain spirit. His sword flashed, its energy crisscrossing, as he engaged in a thrilling battle with the domain spirit. Swords and chilling air intertwined, filling the air with a palpable killing intent. Bai Yi and the domain spirit moved swiftly, their swords flashing and emitting a piercing tearing sound. Bai Yi's eyes were resolute. He relentlessly unleashed his strongest attack techniques, each strike imbued with his determination and perseverance. His body became increasingly agile in the battle. Each dodge was perfectly timed, and each attack was incredibly precise. The domain spirits did not back down. The chill emanating from it grew increasingly intense, each attack carrying the power to destroy everything. Its eyes were filled with rage and cruelty as it constantly changed its attack methods, trying to find a weakness in Bai Yi's defenses. The battle reached its climax, with the two figures clashing in the air, their sword light and chilling aura colliding and bursting into dazzling light. The entire battlefield was shrouded in their battle, with howling winds and sandstorms creating a magnificent spectacle. In a short time, all of Shadow's men watched this life-or-death battle intently. Bai Yi's every attack was breathtaking, and the powerful strength of the domain spirit was awe-inspiring. However, in this fierce battle, Bai Yi gradually discovered the domain spirit's weakness. He seized the opportunity and, with lightning speed, slashed at the domain spirit's heart with his sword. Boom! A loud bang. The domain spirit's body instantly exploded, turning into a pile of wreckage. The chill dissipated immediately, and the entire battlefield returned to calm. His eyes were filled with the excitement of battle and the joy of victory. Everyone looked at Bai Yi with admiration. They knew that the victory in this battle was inseparable from Bai Yi's bravery and wisdom. Bai Yi sheathed his sword, looked around at the remains of the domain spirit they had defeated. A strong sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. He knew that this battle was of great significance to him. His strength has been further enhanced. Before, the snow sprite, which was already exceptionally difficult to deal with because of its ability to change, is now facing a different situation because it no longer has a body capable of changing. He was easily killed by Bai Yi. Although the battle took some time, it did not hinder Bai Yi's understanding of the combat. Now, because they successfully killed this snow sprite, they also gained the corresponding experience. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Domain Snow Elf, boss level. Experience gained. 3,102,900. This experience is invaluable. However, compared to ordinary monsters, there are only about 30 of them. An amount of experience that is terrifying to ordinary people. For Bai Yi, it was optional. He could basically obtain it by killing more monsters. And every time the boss is defeated. The most important thing isn't the experience gained, but the loot you get. The loot dropped by each boss is a very considerable reward. It wasn't made of any ordinary materials, but rather it was a genuine prop. But, however, it is still limited to the type of boss that can be killed. For example, if you kill the fire giant Surtur while he is wielding a sword, he will drop the item Twilight Greatsword. However, if you kill it when it is not wielding a sword, you will only get other drops. Even so, the items obtained are quite substantial, since they are ultimately dropped by the boss. It can't possibly be bad. At this moment, Bai Yi looked at the corpse of the snow elf in the domain. Like a fragmented work of art, it is constructed from pure white snow, and the outline of a human figure can be vaguely seen. And this is the corpse of the snow elf of the domain. After receiving the system notification, Bai Yi was also informed of the death of the snow sprite of the domain. We fought for so long before. It even managed to injure the half-dragon and Black Bolton, demonstrating the formidable strength of this snow sprite. After the fierce battle, the battlefield was still covered with thick smoke and the scent of frost and snow, highlighting the intensity of the fighting. Bai Yi's armor was covered in cracks, and he held a blood-stained sword in his hand. The sword gleamed with a faint, cold light, seemingly still carrying the lingering heat of battle. However, on this battlefield where the flames of war had been extinguished, a bead shone brightly by itself. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as he approached the round, transparent bead, sensing the powerful energy it contained. He carefully picked up the bead. The beads felt warm and heavy in his hands. This bead resembles an industrially produced crystal ball, yet it exudes a unique aura. It seemed to possess its own soul. Bai Yi observed the inside of the bead. Inside, It seemed as if endless snowflakes were dancing gracefully. He shook it gently, and snowflakes fluttered down, swirling around his palm like fairies descending to earth. Without thinking much about it, Bai Yi immediately used his detection ability, and the professional system directly provided information about the bead. Props: snow-covered crystal ball. Quality: purple plus. Durability: 800/800. Effect: when the crystal ball is filled with snow, shaking it will inflict a special status on the designated enemy: stun, slow, freeze. Each use consumes 1 point of durability. Summary: frugal people wait until they've accumulated 100% before shaking. Experienced people accumulate 50% before shaking. And you? My friend, you can shake and... A glint of excitement flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He never expected to obtain such a valuable item in this battle. He understood that this crystal ball would become a powerful weapon for controlling his enemies, allowing him to be more adept in battle. If we calculate it this way, he was fairly satisfied. After all, it's a control-type item, and he's currently lacking in such items. Chapter 205: Returning the item to its rightful owner. The original soup turning into the original food. 205. The food was returned to its rightful owner. The original broth was used to prepare the original dish. Having this snowy crystal ball is equivalent to having a means of controlling the enemy. This will add more strategy and possibilities to his battles. Bai Yi carefully placed the crystal ball into his backpack, then turned to the remaining 2 dropped items. He noticed a gleaming white badge and a pair of pure white pupils. Both items emanated powerful energy fluctuations, filling Bai Yi with curiosity. Bai Yi was fairly satisfied with the prop. All things considered, it's not too bad. They even managed to make a small profit. Immediately, Bai Yi turned his gaze to the next 2 props. One is a white badge, and the other is a pair of white pupils. Bai Yi looked over decisively. Item: snow-covered land badge. Quality: purple plus. Durability: infinity/infinity. Effect: when worn, it will automatically generate ice and snow around the wearer. The speed at which the ice and snow spread is related to whether it matches the wearer's attributes. Synopsis: the Snow Queen? That's no simple fairy tale. It reflects Norse mythology and the harsh natural environment of the Nordic countries. Item: boss-level Snow Elf's Eye. Quality: dark purple. Durability: infinity/infinity. Effect: when equipped, you will gain the ability to see clearly in special environments such as snowfields, and you will also have the special skill of gathering snowflakes to change your shape. SS rank: Winter General. Summary: this is similar to the red-eye disease in Black Zetsu's mother rescue story. You have to gouge out the eyes before putting it on to be effective. Of course, you can also plant it on your arm, but that would weaken the skill to S rank. Upon seeing the 2 props, Bai Yi immediately put them away. There's no rush to use it right now. Besides, these 2 props don't suit him. If there were professionals who were born to be with ice and snow, and whose moves all required ice and snow, then that would be very suitable. But it's really not suitable for Bai Yi. I won't go into anything else. If there is no snow, what use would he have for this boss-level Snow Elf's eyes? Moreover, even if you put it on, it won't look good. It'll just make you look like you have a white-eye disease. And that 10,000 miles of ice and snow seal badge. The air around you instantly turns cold when you wear it. It's simply impossible to enjoy normal temperatures now. Bai Yi sighed inwardly and put the 2 items into his backpack. He knew that now was not the time to use them. Standing in this snow-covered area, Bai Yi felt a bone-chilling cold. In this frigid environment, he could feel his breath freezing into frost and see the air around him condensing into snow. This is an extremely cold world, and Bai Yi is only staying here temporarily. Look around. Snowflakes fell gently, their delicate particles shimmering faintly in the sunlight. The whole world seemed to be covered in ice and snow, a pure white and silent scene. Bai Yi looked at all of this and felt a sense of peace and beauty. However, Bai Yi knew that endless dangers lurked behind this beauty. The appearance of the snow sprite in the domain is the best proof of this. Their immense strength and ferocious attack capabilities made Bai Yi more wary of this area. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. Bai Yi's figure gradually came to rest in the snow and ice, leaving behind only a vast and silent scene. In this world of ice and snow, Bai Yi sensed a unique power, a capability that allows one to blend seamlessly with ice and snow. Perhaps this is the kind of power he should be pursuing. He knew one must constantly grow and explore in order to gain more strength and wisdom. This icy world, though cold, also holds endless possibilities. As long as we persevere and forge ahead, You will surely find your way home and find your true home. Those 3 props were only a small part of his growth. Many more treasures await his discovery in the future. His adventure has only just begun. He will continue to move forward, pursuing his dreams and goals. In this icy world, Bai becomes one with nature, and he will use his strength and wisdom to create his own legend. The next moment, Bai decisively used her specialized skill, shadow extraction. He stared intently at the shadow beneath the shattered realm of the snow elf, focusing his energy on gathering his power. As he focused, the scattered shadows began to stir. As if summoned, the shadows kept piecing themselves together, as if they were forming a new shape. Bai's brows furrowed slightly. He could feel that surging power flowing within him. A moment later, the shadows finally pieced together to form a complete figure. A long, narrow, dark figure appeared before Bai, emanating a strong aura of darkness. Bai's expression turned serious. He knew that the figure in front of him was definitely not simple. Bai's mind raced, and the professional systems detection function immediately activated, displaying a series of information directly before his eyes. Monster, Shadow Snow Elf. Level, 60. HP, 230W 8790/230W 8790. Base attack power, 21,000 plus. Equipment, none. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Skills, S rank, 10,000 miles of cold darkness. A rank, 1,000 miles of shadow. B rank, freezing ray. B rank, berserk mode. S rank, near-death evolution. Bai was very satisfied with the sight of the slender figure. This is his new shadowy subordinate. Shadow Snow Elf. This isn't over yet. Bai took out the 3 items in his hand and placed them all in the hands of the Shadow Snow Elf. These 3 props. It wouldn't be of much use to him anyway, and it's uncertain when he'd need it. However, if placed on a Shadow Snow Elf, it would likely significantly enhance his strength. These 3 props. They all fell from the snow sprite of the domain, and now they've been given directly to the shadow minion extracted from its shadow. It can be said that the food has been returned to its rightful owner, and the original broth has been used to prepare the original dish. After obtaining these 3 items, the Shadow Snow Elf immediately began to put it on. Immediately, the first item I wore was the 10,000 miles of ice and snow frozen badge. Chapter 206, The Complete Shadow Snow Elf. 206, Complete Shadow Snow Elf. After wearing this badge, the Shadow Snow Elf underwent a completely different transformation. The pattern on the badge began to shimmer, emitting a soft blue light, blending seamlessly with the body of the Shadow Snow Elf. Then, a strong chill spread out, freezing the surrounding air. The light emanated from the badge and gradually enveloped the entire body of the Shadow Snow Elf. Its body began to undergo subtle changes, gradually becoming more solid and textured. The previously blurry outline became clear, as if it had emerged from the darkness. Just then, a strange sound rang out, like the rhythm of a dance of ice and snow. Snowflakes began to swirl around the Shadow Snow Elf for no apparent reason. These snowflakes fell and turned into fluffy snow, covering the entire ground. However, the snow accumulation did not stop. A steady stream of new snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, landing on the ground and creating a pristine white world of ice and snow. Snowflakes danced in the air, as if welcoming the arrival of the shadowy snow sprites. Bai was amazed. The compatibility between this badge and the Shadow Snow Elf was simply beyond imagination. This dazzling light and these swirling snowflakes have become symbols of the Shadow Snow Elf. Its body exudes a chilling aura, as if it were the embodiment of the god of ice and snow. It really is the most suitable tool for you. Bai murmured to himself, looking at his new shadow subordinate with satisfaction. He knew that this badge would grant the Shadow Snow Elf greater power and abilities. The Shadow Snow Elf could also sense this change in power. It lowered its body slightly, feeling the snow beneath its feet, as if it were becoming one with this icy world. Bai made the right choice. This world of ice and snow is the power it should pursue, and its true home. The power of the treasure is only a small part of Bai's growth. Many more treasures await his discovery in the future. His adventure has only just begun. He will continue forward, pursuing his dreams and goals. The next moment, Bai decisively used his specialized skill, shadow extraction. Immediately, the shadow beneath the shattered domain of the snow sprite began to stir. It was pieced together over and over. A long, narrow, black figure materialized in midair and appeared before Bai. This figure was none other than his new shadow subordinate, the Shadow Snow Elf. As for the other items, the remaining two were also put on the Shadow Snow Elf. Next item. It was the snow-covered crystal ball, which was held in the hand of the Shadow Snow Elf. It was placed directly into the body. You need to know, each of Shadow's minions is constructed from shadows, so theoretically their forms can be freely adjusted. And among these, filling one or two items into the shadow body is naturally not a big deal. So, the Shadow Snow Elf successfully placed the snowy crystal ball into its body. It was put to perfect use, no matter what others think. No one would have guessed that this Shadow Snow Elf had actually hidden an item inside its body. That concludes the discussion. This Shadow Snow Elf is equivalent to instantly putting the enemy into the effect of two skills. The effects of the two skills will also stack. The effect it achieves. It is much more effective than releasing the same skill twice in a row. That concludes the discussion. Only one item remained, and the Shadow Snow Elf used it without hesitation. That item was the eyes of the boss-level Snow Elf. The reason why the snow sprites in that area can collect snow and constantly condense and change their form is entirely due to these eyes. If this thing were no longer available, no matter how many skills the Snow Elf has, it cannot achieve that. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Snow Elf simply stuffed those two eyes into its own eye sockets. Because of the unique physical structure of the Shadow's minions. If you want to wear these glasses, you don't need to take off your original glasses. All you need is, when you put these glasses on, the original shadowy eyes will fade away, making room for the new eyes. Whoosh. After putting on these glasses, the Shadow Snow Elf underwent another transformation. The surrounding scenery changed. It got even colder. The current Shadow Snow Elf is the truly complete form, incomparable to the initial version. Its strength lies in its imposing presence. It's even much stronger than the snow sprite we fought before. After gaining this shadow subordinate whose strength had increased significantly, Bai nodded in satisfaction. Now, it's time to exit the instance. With a thought from Bai, his natal shadow summoned all his shadow subordinates to enter. Then, it turned back into Bai's seemingly ordinary shadow. Immediately, Bai moved swiftly, using the skill shadow swap. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and he was nowhere to be seen. On the other side, Gunsmith, Ryan Remits. The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval. Knights of the Round Table, Galahad. The three of them appeared at the exit of the instance, drenched in sweat, marking the start of their journey through the raging plains of the Astragalus Ghost Kingdom. It must have left a deep impression on the three of them. It has to be said, no matter how powerful you are, it will still be hot, and it will be even hotter with your senses being clearer. Huff, huff, huff. The three of them lay on the ground in front of the dungeon, panting heavily, as if they had just returned from wandering the roadside of hell. This moment, all three of them longed for the normal temperature on their side. That, Rage Plains, is simply not a place for humans to go. It's just too hot. Damn it, didn't they say they could find that kid? I didn't see a single hair. Johnny felt the cool breeze accompanying the grass, and his spirits lifted somewhat. The next moment, Johnny Tex immediately stood up, grabbed Ryan Reynolds by the collar, and began to berate him. With Galahad's persuasion, the two eventually calmed down. All right, it must have been a mistake. Will there be no problem this time? Ryan Remits? Galahad patted him on the shoulder reassuringly and said softly, No problem. Ryan Remits took a moment to recover. He had been trapped in the Rage Plains for so long, and it had been quite unpleasant for him. He could still vaguely sense Galahad's anger. This guy? Beneath the exterior of a kind and gentle person lies a raging and restless heart. If it erupts, he'll probably be even more ruthless than Johnny's special approval, not much less so. Chapter 207 There is no other way. 207 There is no other way. Skill, Gourmet Hound. Ryan Remits shouted again. A bright blue metallic sphere then appeared and rolled on the ground. Then a blue light appeared. The azure metal sphere transformed back into the mechanical dog. Don't make any mistakes this time. Find him. As instructed, the hunting dogs began to operate, leading the way. Soon, this led the three of them from the yellow Astragalus Ghost Kingdom to the Ice Island, where the two of them were taken. In this copy? Johnny asked, his face contorted with anger. If it still goes wrong this time. He swore. They'll definitely tear Ryan Reynolds' mechanical dog to pieces, and then kick Ryan Reynolds' ass a few times. Sensing the anger, Ryan Rainey's nodded to himself. Then he said, This should be it. This time there will absolutely be no mistakes. All right, let's go. Galahad hesitated for a moment, but still entered the instance first. The other two exchanged a glance. I didn't want to go in, but with mutual supervision in place, they still got in. Almost simultaneously, the three entered the instance. They disappeared from the scene with a spatial fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, the three of them started from entering the instance. And so, once again, I successfully locked myself in this ice cellar. Inside the instance, snowflakes were falling heavily. Only the biting cold made the three of them feel that they hadn't entered the wrong instance. Besides, there's not a single hair on it. The three of them entered the place and were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? I haven't seen anyone. In an instant, Johnny Tex and Galahad both turned their attention to the gunsmith, Ryan Rainey's. Don't look at me like that. This is my own unique scent hound. It's incredibly good at finding people. Listening to Ryan Reynolds' familiar explanation, Johnny Tzuk and Galahad did not react first, and once again concealed their anger. At this point, internal strife will only bring harm and no benefit whatsoever. But this instance is exactly the same as the last one. Desolate. It's like there's nothing there. Don't rush. Let's explore it first. As he spoke, Johnny gave special approval, and Galahad operated with skepticism. Several tens of minutes later, Galahad breathed out the cold air, his whole body trembling. Although they are very strong. But this dungeon is so cold. It's the same principle. The stronger you are, the colder you will feel. The further the three walked, the more they felt the biting cold. I feel like my whole body is turning into an ice pop. There was practically nothing around. The three of them became increasingly flustered, and anxiety and anger began to grow in their hearts. Still not a single monster. No, it's impossible. Ryan Remitz wiped away a bead of cold sweat that had turned to frost. He was filled with anxiety. Some fear arose, not from the frigid terrain. It was fear. The two teammates beside me were already furious. I can't take it anymore. Go to hell, you scavenging hound. What good are you? Johnny Special Approval gritted his teeth and kicked Ryan Rainey's to the ground. At this time, Ryan Remitz turned his pleading gaze to Galahad. Hopefully, he can continue to play the good guy and say a few words in his defense. But soon, he saw Galahad, silently sharpening his knife. What the hell? Why are you sharpening a knife? Give me another chance. Can't you look more carefully? I believe you. I believe you like a dog. Johnny Turbo was furious and kicked him repeatedly. With continuous kicks and punches, Johnny Tepe actually felt much warmer and became more and more energetic as he fought. Generally, in icy and snowy conditions, more exercise can also help ward off the cold. With more exercise, the calories will be released again. Galahad, you come and fight too. I feel much warmer all over. Johnny exclaimed. Galahad, who was sharpening knives, also came over. Without hesitation, I joined the beating team. Nowadays, although Ryan Remitz was very strong, he couldn't withstand the brutal beating from two opponents of the same level, Johnny Tep and Galahad. Enough. Stop hitting. I'll hit you if you keep hitting me. Ryan Remitz shouted, which finally made Johnny Tekken and Galahad stop their actions a little. But in this frigid temperature, Johnny Tepe and Galahad were so cold that they were itching all over. The action stopped. It's getting colder. Go to hell, you jungler. Johnny Special Approval didn't pause and kicked him again. At the same time, Ryan Remitz also used his skill. B-level skill, Hexagonal Energy Shield. This skill was used immediately. It turned into a protective shield over Ryan Reynolds, like a large, transparent shell. The next moment, Johnny Special Approval and Garla had also lost control and unleashed several skills in succession. It has a golden light of judgment. Ghost-pointed ships also collided with it. In conclusion, the two of them unleashed their pin-up anger on Ryan Remitz. But, even so, it wouldn't bring the three of them any more heat. After the fight, the group calmed down considerably and began to disperse to search the dungeon. Unfortunately, there were no results. It was as if everything had vanished without a trace. There are no monsters. There was no trace of human presence. For hours later, the three of them were frozen solid, almost like ice sculptures. Due to exhalation and other reasons, several thin icicles hung on his face, making him look like a bunch of bizarre decorations. It's getting colder. Damn it, I shouldn't have come. How much longer do I have to stay in this instance? Johnny, already numb from the cold, shouted at the top of his lungs with all his might. Several more hours passed. Ryan Remitz, Johnny Tex, and Galahad dug a snow cave and huddled together. The group of people who were at loggerheads just a second ago. At this moment, they have all become good teammates who support each other and stick together for warmth. They have given up the struggle once again. No way. The instance was simply too large, and the weather was too cold. They had virtually no other options. This is the only way. Only in this way can they be in the best mental condition to leave after the instance's pause time ends. As for taking other actions, most of them are useless. There's absolutely no way to fix them. If there are no monsters, what are they looking for? There was no one in sight, so what were they looking for? The only thing they could do was huddle together and stick together for warmth. Besides, there is no other way. Chapter 208, Instance, Island of Suffering. 208, Instance, Island of Suffering. Little did they know. Bai Yi himself only went through 2 instances, yet he made the pursuing enemies experience 2 extremes, unbearably hot and bone-chillingly cold. It's because they weren't prepared. Whose fault is this? Besides, generally, one can enter places like the Frozen Prison on Ice Island or the Raging Plains in the Astragalus Ghost Kingdom before entering. Basically, all professionals prepare a set of cold and heat-resistant equipment so that they won't be too extreme when entering a dungeon. But Ryan Reynolds, Johnny Tapp, and Garla had are good examples. Because of his inflated sense of power, this resulted in not having any appropriate equipment equipped before entering the instance. Cause 2. Upon entering the Frozen Prison of Ice Island, or the Raging Plains of Huangshi Ghost Kingdom, one is either freezing cold or unbearably hot. That was really embarrassing. In general, if it weren't for these people chasing Bai Yi, there would have been time to prepare. Ultimately, it was because the desire to complete the task was too strong, leaving no extra time for preparation. Bai Yi's side. In a simple shadow swap, they arrived on the Iberian Strait side. Looking at the sea that surrounds him on 3 sides, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This feeling, seeing the sea, made me even more emotional. But the important business that needs to be done still needs to be done. Upon seeing the instance, Bai Yi glanced at it and immediately noticed the relevant information. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Enter. Weather. Goodness. This instance is actually lower in level than the average level of the previous 2 instances. After Bai Yi had reached this level, if you are below level 10, the experience you gain will be at a very low threshold. This level, even if you kill a large number of monsters, you might still only be comparable to a single monster of the same level as a professional. But if you're supposed to go in, you should. Since it's a dungeon related to the second key, even if it's a dungeon with a level of 1 to 12, Bai Yi still has to go in. This is a copy. It is located in the middle of the strait, inside a naturally formed cave. It appears to be. It's like one side of a cave offers one view, while the other side offers a completely different view. These are copies. They are all basically different and look very colorful. The next moment, Bai Yi then directly entered this instance. The system prompts were then generated. Bai Yi's figure flickered, and he entered the Island of Misery in the Iberian Strait. As soon as I entered, it's somewhat similar to the very beginning, when Bai Yi teamed up to enter that dungeon titled Disaster. The entire instance is an island. Only, the dungeon, titled Disaster, is basically a small island, and it doesn't look very big. And in this instance, the entire large island is so vast that it practically has its own unique ecosystem. But, compared to the normal ecosystems on Earth, the ecosystems here are all constructed by monsters. From a feeling perspective, it gives you the feeling of having a hidden treasure. Have no idea. Could the second key appear in this instance? Bai Yi was deep in thought. Looking at this island, there is indeed a possibility that a second key might appear. Seaside. Islands. The 2 words together sound like they were tailor-made for the location of a pirate's buried treasure. Just one glance. It's like there's something good hidden here. As soon as I stepped into the instance, Bai Yi stepped onto the beach, but after a short while, he felt the ground tremble. At first glance, then they saw a rather large figure running towards them. It was a giant crab that looked as big as a small building. It was running towards Bai Yi with impunity. It appears to be. It was as if they were treating Bai Yi as prey. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi summoned his natal shadow. The shadow followed the call. It immediately transformed from a 2-dimensional shadow into a 3-dimensional natal shadow, instantly entering battle mode. However, the one who has to fight is never just the shadow of destiny. Next, countless shadow minions emerge from the shadow of their natal body. The most conspicuous are the Degenerate and the Shadow Giant, these 2 huge creatures. That is, to completely block out the light from the crab's side. After witnessing this scene, Before the crab could continue its journey in this direction, it saw the extreme decline and the shadow giant suddenly appear in the distance. It's not that it's brainless. Even for these arthropods, the brain capacity is not very large. But judging from the crab's mountain-like size, its brain must be quite large. After realizing the situation was not going well, without hesitation, the crab took off running, trying to get as far away from Bai Yi's position as possible. This slightly comical gesture successfully piqued Bai Yi's interest. In the distance, anything whose shape can be clearly seen can be investigated using the professional system. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi then immediately used a detection skill. The probe was casually unleashed, and the mech's data appeared directly before one's eyes. Monster, Blue Armored Crab. Level, 47. HP, 35W9180/35W9180. Base attack power, 15600 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B rank, side charge, B+, straight charge, B rank, giant claw strike. This crab is quite fast. Putting aside everything else, based on its speed and size, Bai Yi decided to turn it into a subordinate of the shadow. Go. Bai Yi casually gestured, and his shadowy subordinates flew out immediately. It was Ban Long, who had already recovered from his injuries. After the battle with the snow elf, the half-dragon was seriously injured, and the shadows all over its body were no longer solid. But, after a short period of nurturing in the Shadow Kingdom within his natal shadow, his health was restored to most of its original value. Normally speaking, there is absolutely no problem. All I saw was, with a flap of its wings, the half-dragon flew towards the blue-armored crab at an extremely fast speed. While flying, he used his skills. Flames surged from his mouth. It unleashed tremendous power directly, even against a blue-armored arthropod crab. It is likely to pose a significant threat. The next moment, a massive burst of flames erupted directly from the flames. It sprayed all over the blue-armored crab's huge shell. Chapter 2091 Whale Fall. All things come to life. 2091 Whale Fall, and all things come to life. Instantly, a burning sound came from behind. The blue-armored crab, in pain, let out a squeak and sped up again, trying to shake off the half-dragon's pursuit. But, on this island, the half-dragons hold absolute dominance. How could we possibly let this crab, which is only concerned with escaping, get away? Therefore, Half-Dragon immediately caught up again. More burn marks were left on the crab's shell. They have no intention of letting the other party off the hook yet. The crab, on the other hand, plunged headfirst into the sand, not daring to show its head. I saw the blue-armored crabs fleeing. The half-dragon continued its encirclement and attack. Follow along. After cornering the blue-armored crab until it had nowhere to retreat and nowhere to hide, it finally stopped. At this time, the crab was already on its last legs. If not treated in time, they're definitely going to die. But, just as Bai Yi was about to make a move, the blue-armored crab suddenly opened its mouth and bit the half-dragon's right foot. It looked like it was determined to drag the half-dragon down with it. Seeing this situation, or perhaps it's overthinking it, it can't deal damage once it reaches level 40. Although the half-dragon is only 20 levels higher than it, its corresponding defense is terrifying. Even though the blue-armored crab had a huge mouth, it did not cause the half-dragon any harm. But, at this moment, the half-dragon did indeed shake its tail, and then flicked it. It struck the enormous head of the blue-armored crab directly. With a bang sound, a deafening roar resounded. The already extremely weak blue-armored crab was instantly sent flying. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Blue-Armored Crab. You have gained 32,900 experience points. This suggestion surprised Bai Yi, but he was also quite satisfied. This time, he reaped a great harvest. First, I gained 32,900 experience points. Although the amount gained this time will be much less due to the level difference, getting 32,900 is still pretty good. After all, Bai Yi estimated that gaining 10,000 experience points this time would be quite good. This 32,900 is arguably the highest number of low-level monsters he has killed in a long time. As for the second part, that's what the blue-armored crab dropped. These things are pretty good. Dropped item, crab roe bun, normal 1. Dropped item, 12 pieces of dried crab meat. Dropped item, 1 crab shell. Dropped item, crab claw fong, common, 2. Special item, crab meat bun, blue, 2. Attribute, consumption effect. Consuming this item increases strength by 5 points. The stronger the effect, the greater the increase. The effect disappears after 12 hours. Even Bai Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. He was truly starving. If it weren't for this worry, why would I have waited until so late? Eat. Bai Yi chose to eat it without hesitation. With that sound, a faint warm current flowed down his throat, slowly into his abdomen, and then gathered throughout his limbs and bones. As the heat surged, he could clearly feel it. My body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. These changes may be subtly improving one's physical condition. It even made Bai Yi's muscles a bit more toned. At the same time, Bai Yi could sense it. I seemed to have a strange longing within me. This longing, it's like needing something yourself. This feeling, could it be? When this feeling arose in Bai Yi's mind, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He realized the purpose of the blue item. His current attributes. That perfectly fulfills its purpose. But, even when excited, Bai Yi remained very calm. How can I get my hands on this? Bai Yi's gaze swept over the pile of crab shells and claws around him. Roar, roar, roar. While Bai Yi was searching for a solution, the sea monsters around them reappeared. Bai Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the group of sea monsters that had suddenly appeared. But, he did not panic. On the contrary, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Because, just now, he vaguely heard the roars coming from the mouths of these sea beasts. Clearly, these guys were attracted by the commotion. That's why he chose this place as his practice location. Since sea monsters have appeared, this means that these things are very tempting to these sea creatures, and they can definitely get those two items. In this instance, it forms a self-contained ecosystem, reminiscent of a whale falling and all things coming to life. Once a large monster dies, many smaller monsters will come to hunt it. And this is also the case given the current situation. Only, things didn't turn out as simply as he had imagined. After those sea creatures approached, they completely disregarded the existence of the half-dragon. It went straight for the blue-armored crab lying on the ground and attacked it. Obviously, in the eyes of these sea creatures, the half-dragon's intimidation was still somewhat insufficient. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh rang out. In the blink of an eye, a sea beast chopped the already critically injured blue-armored crab into several pieces. Moreover, after a short rest, they actually charged straight at the half-dragon. They clearly wanted to share the spoils of victory. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. 12,200 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. 12,200 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. 12,200 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. 12,200 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. 12,200 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Breakthrough Sea Beast. Experience gained. And with the arrival of this information, Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were so many sea monsters, but thankfully we dealt with them all successfully. Otherwise, it might not even attract that many monsters. Only, just as he was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. A roar followed. Below the surface of the sea, beyond the beach, a huge creature suddenly emerged from its body. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying monster in the sea, Bai Yi was also startled. How can there be such a big sea fish? Bai Yi was utterly shocked at that moment. Because, this strange fish, it was 3 times larger than that blue-armored crab. In particular, those hideous fangs create an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. At this time, Chapter 210, an endless stream of sea monsters, one wave after another. 210, an endless stream of sea creatures, one wave after another. At the same time, the surrounding sea creatures also seemed to have been stimulated by something. They all roared warnings at Bai Yi. However, not a single sea creature dared to launch an attack. Because doing so would mean becoming an enemy of Bai Yi. They don't want to cause trouble. However, its fierce appearance. This made Bai Yi realize that these guys had no intention of giving up this opportunity. Instantly, a crazy idea popped into Bai Yi's mind. Haha, you guys won't fight, but I'm going to fight anyway. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ferocious, strange fish appeared before Bai Yi. The strange fish started wagging its tail. His enormous size and the resulting waves caused Bai Yi's clothes to flutter wildly. But Bai Yi showed no fear whatsoever. A slight smile even appeared on his lips. Haha, you monster, are you here to give me experience points? Excited words rang out from Bai Yi's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Just as the monster's enormous pincers were about to touch him, Bai made a move. He unleashed a powerful sword strike. There's nothing fancy about it. It was purely the power of the flesh and the sharpness of the sword that unleashed an incomparably powerful force. Bang! A muffled thud was heard. The strange fish was actually knocked back into the sea by this brute force, skipping across the water several times. A system notification sounded. Monster, a giant deep-sea fish. Level, 47. HP, 40W66, 60/45W, 9180. Base attack power, 10800 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B rank, water column impact. B level, fish body comes ashore. B rank, water prison bubble. This time, although Bai did not use any skills, he still managed to repel the strange fish with his current physical strength. This scene, witnessed by the onlookers, left them utterly horrified. An ordinary human being actually defeated a tyrant of the ocean. And he waved his hand. The surrounding shadow henchmen immediately ganged up on him and attacked. The three behemoths, Extreme Decline, Shadow Mech, and Shadow Snow Elf, went deep into the sea. After the Shadow Snow Elf entered the seawater froze instantly, leaving the large, strange deep-sea fish with nowhere to escape. A moment later, with the sound of plop spreading, everything fell silent, just as those sea monsters were trying to seize the opportunity to take the spoils. Black mist rose from the corpses of those sea beasts. These are all the lives that were just devoured by the strange fish. After devouring so many sea beasts, these monsters also increased in strength. It has not only returned to normal. Moreover, some have been added. Seeing this, the sea creatures watching from the sidelines were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Shouldn't they be the ones stealing the carcasses of those sea monsters? Aren't these humans afraid of retaliating against the sea monsters? Bang! Just as they were surprised, the remains of the strange fish that Bai had just killed resurfaced on the surface of the water. The enormous fish head slammed heavily onto the shore. The bright red liquid flowed, emitting a strong fishy smell. This scene caused the surrounding sea beasts watching the battle to retreat once again. Clearly, they knew the strange fish was incredibly powerful and naturally did not want to get entangled with it. After the last sea monster disappeared from Bai's sight, Bai's eye smiled dismissively. These sea monsters were at least somewhat intelligent, knowing that they were no match for them. After all, if it were any other time, these sea monsters had already swarmed forward and tore Bai to pieces. However, there is none now. Clearly, the monster's power is putting immense pressure on them. At the same time, Bai felt the surge in experience points within his body. The smile on his face grew even wider. Splash. And at this very moment, a sound of water was heard. Bai looked up, but what they saw was a giant snake, 100 meters long, slowly swimming towards them. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This caused the surrounding seas to freeze. But the giant python's target was not Bai. It was the remains of that strange fish. Upon seeing this scene, Bai's lips curled into a cold smile. Since you want to eat it, I'll grant your wish. Take this sword. A sound rang out. Bai suddenly swung the sharp blade in his hand. Along with the special skill, Dominator's power, an immense force was directly applied to its twilight greatsword. Laugh! A dazzling golden light pierced the void, instantly severing the giant python in half. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, surviving giant serpent. 42,200 experience points awarded. The system notification sounded again. Not only that, although the giant snake, which had been cut in half at the waist, was dead, its muscles were still alive. However, they couldn't stir up any trouble in front of Bai. Another roar rang out. The strange snake finally collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Bai darted forward, rushing towards the monster fish's corpse. If the carcasses of those sea monsters were ordinary food, so this giant serpent swimming in the water is like a family bucket meal. It was enough to attract most of the monsters in the vicinity. Bai noticed this as well and ordered the shadow giant to pick up the surrounding corpses. They were all thrown into the deep sea far away. This time, it's finally quiet now. There shouldn't be an endless stream of sea beasts and monsters coming to feed anymore. But as time goes by, the night passed quickly. Bai also reaped considerable rewards. My experience points reached an extremely high level, directly surpassing level 60 and reaching level 62. We're very close to level 65. As for the wealth left behind by those monsters, he stored it in his storage box. After all, these things were somewhat useful to Bai. Of course, besides that, the most precious item was the one obtained from killing the domain snow elf, which was no longer on my person after being given to the shadow snow elf. Bai decided not to linger on this beach any longer. Putting aside other things, these monsters are like villains from a fantasy novel, appearing one after another, as if they can never be killed. Keep walking. Bai directly referred to the blue-armored crab as a subordinate of the shadow. There is such a mount. The journey was much easier, and I wasn't walking alone anymore. But when you're on the road normally, we have entered a more central part of the island. At this time, a palm tree nearby suddenly sprouted vines, proving that it was also a living thing. Chapter 2:11 The palm tree that conceals its flaws. 2:11 The palm tree that conceals its beauty. Bai only needed to glance at him to use a professional's detection to glean his information. Monster, the miserable palm tree. Level, 43. HP, 216660/216660. Base attack power, 2800 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B rank, entanglement. D rank, rooting. B rank, runaway. A rank, concealment. Looking at the panel, Bai was unimpressed. I thought it was some kind of hidden hunter. The result was that a small Karami waved his hand, and the half-dragon stepped forward and spewed out a mouthful of flame. This flamed directly. The plant was burned. Moreover, the monster's attributes are too weak. Therefore, nothing good was revealed. Bai shook his head and prepared to return. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Plants that had been destroyed sprouted new branches in an instant. Immediately afterwards, countless roots emerged from the ground and swept towards Bai. Like a giant python, it covered the entire beach. The bizarre scene caused Bai's pupils to shrink. Because he sensed a deadly threat, they didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. Just then, the shadow giant roared in anger. His figure transformed into a towering giant. With a swing of its sharp claws, it chopped down at the stem. Kara, as the sharp blade fell, the hard tree roots split open instantly. However, this is not the end. Bai observed that, as time went on, more roots emerged from the soil. Moreover, it's faster. The deafening sound was almost suffocating. It no longer resembles a tree at all. It looks like a ferocious monster. This scene struck Bai as somewhat intriguing. He knew he had encountered something interesting this time. If we get entangled here, we might really see its true strength. However, before he could make a move, the shadow giants, however, had already launched their attack first. Sizzle. The giant hand struck out a dazzling light. In an instant, he grabbed the stem and pulled it off by the roots. However, it wasn't until the root collapsed. All around, endless tree trunks surged in like a tide, completely enveloped them. Each of these tree trunks is like a house. Moreover, the power it contains is terrifying. The shadow giant's defense is astonishing. However, they still couldn't withstand this intense attack. His body shot out directly. It crashed into the rocks not far away. After that, he could no longer move an inch. This scene caused Bai to frown. He didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. The shadow giant roared. His body swelled up again. A moment later, it transformed into a being over 30 feet tall. Arm-thick steel tentacles, like venomous snakes, lashed outwards. However, it was still blocked. Those roots are stronger than steel. Even the shadow giant would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. Sizzle. At that moment, another root burst through the air. They headed straight for the direction where Bai was standing. Rank B skill, core resonance. C rank skill, slam and wraparound. The shadow giant unleashed two skills in quick succession, directly seizing the tree monster's lifeline. Upon hearing the voice beside him, Bai's eyes lit up. The attributes and power that the shadow giant is now displaying. This attribute. In battle, it is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, he also possesses two different skills. Clearly, this shadow giant was his bodyguard. Thinking of this, Bai did not hesitate. The long sword in his hand instantly flashed with a cold light. Sizzle. A sword slashed down. The chilling sword energy shone with dazzling brilliance in the dark night. And those vines were chopped up. However, at this moment, it seemed to understand that it was no match for the person in front of it. They actually chose to flee. Upon seeing this, Bai's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he had anticipated this, so why would he give up so easily? With light footsteps, one catches up. Their movements are incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the tree demon. Die! Bai coldly shouted. The blade in his hand gleamed with a dazzling, sharp, and cold light. Uft! A sound like a sharp blade piercing flesh followed. In the end, He managed to cut down that tree spirit. A ray of green light rose up. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Tree of Despair. You have gained 62,200 experience points. The system's voice sounded in my mind. It's all complicated to explain. However, it only lasted a second after Bai launched his fierce attack. Turn out to be. This thing is called the Tree of Despair and Adversity. It seems that the information from before was hidden by its skills. That's interesting. Bai made a comment, and then used his special skill, Shadow Extraction. As the shadows converged, a new shadow minion appeared immediately. Monster, Shadowy Perplexity Tree. Level, 52. HP. 38W6600/38W6600. Base attack power, 10900 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B rank, Shadow Entanglement. B rank, Fast Movement. A++ rank, Concealment. After becoming a subordinate of the Shadow, these data are thus revealed, completely exposed. Looking at his new Shadow subordinate, Bai nodded, seemingly satisfied. After all, he has enough underlings in the Shadow faction now. And, most importantly, all of these subordinates have excellent performance indicators. After all, he now has Shadow subordinates who are more than enough to handle him. These subordinates all performed well in various aspects, which gave Bai an idea. He shouted, "Make way for me." He didn't achieve his goal, but at least he gained experience points, which excited Bai. As his voice fell, a vine suddenly wrapped around the Shadow Trap Tree. It unleashed an immense power. The blades of grass instantly turned into a shower of dust. The surroundings were completely empty. Although these vines were sturdy, they became fragile under the power of the Shadow Trap Tree, and a clean and tidy path was cleared out. Now, ahead. It was another similar but not very strong palm tree, its disguise already seen through by Bai. The roads have become much easier to travel on. Bai made the shadow blue armor crab beneath him follow the monster ahead, giving it no chance to catch its breath. The smaller palm tree moved nimbly and swiftly, darting through the forest like lightning. Chapter 212. The Shadow's minions rapidly expand, and they begin exploring the entire island. 212 shadow minions rapidly increased in number and began exploring the entire island. Bai sneered inwardly. He had already anticipated that the tree demon would not give up easily. Really, the weaker tree spirit suddenly chose to flee. However, Bai had no intention of letting it escape, so he resolutely chased after it. His steps were light and swift, and he appeared in front of the tree demon in the blink of an eye. "Die!" Bai shouted coldly, the sharp blade in his hand gleaming with dazzling light. The sword mercilessly pierced the tree demon's body, and a wisp of green light rose up, with wisps of blue smoke dissipating. All of this happened so quickly. Almost. It was over in an instant. Bai gained a better understanding of the nature of this thing. It was originally called the Tree of Despair and Adversity. The information was previously hidden by its abilities, but that's no longer a problem. Bai reviewed his combat performance, and then satisfiedly used his special skill, Shadow Extraction. A new shadowy henchman appeared beside him. It is a variant of the Shadow Trap Tree, of a higher level, and possesses greater abilities. This new shadow minion looks incredibly powerful. Bai nodded in satisfaction. He now possesses enough power to instantly slay the Tree of Despair that confronts him. And now, the objective is to explore the entire island. This dungeon in the Iberian Strait, called Island of Suffering, which must be thoroughly searched. Nowadays, almost all of Shadow's minions were mobilized. There are 500 of his Shadow subordinates alone among his own Shadow. Its terrifying number instantly encompassed the entire instance. Although the island is very large. However, the number of Shadow's men was not to be underestimated, and they began to advance in all directions. Although there are some obstacles. However, with the support of the formidable strength of the Shadow's subordinates, they were able to handle it. Huff! In the dense forest, a huge ancient pine tree is exhaling clouds and mist. And right above this ancient pine tree, countless shadowy minions were rampaging. These subordinates are all extremely powerful. They dare to even withstand level 50 monsters. Sizzle. A sharp claw extended. It ripped the level 46 monster into pieces. Bright red blood splattered down. At the same time, a fireball the size of a marble flew from a distance. The intense heat caused the air to distort. Upon witnessing this scene, all of Shadow's subordinates were utterly horrified. Because those tiny stones, no bigger than marbles, actually contained such enormous power. If they were to be hit, they would certainly suffer injuries. For a moment, all his men stopped what they were doing. They didn't know when these shadow minions would be able to withstand such an attack. Just then, a loud roar was heard. It was a small, red bird, about the size of an adult's palm. With each flap of its wings, it created a whooshing sound as it cut through the wind. However, its attacks are terrifyingly powerful. With a sweep of its wings, it could easily overturn even a large mountain. A small pebble, about the size of a marble, was hit and exploded in midair. However, the expressions on the faces of the Shadow's men remained grim. Such an attack was far too domineering. They simply couldn't withstand it. One of the Shadow's henchmen immediately stepped forward to meet the attack. A fist was thrown, like steel clashing together. However, the red bird seemed to be cast in bronze and iron. He let the fists fall on him, completely ignoring them. They continued their charge forward. Snap! Another soft sound rang out. The arm of the shadowy henchman shattered in an instant. At this moment, the red bird opened its beak, revealing its gleaming white fangs, and bit down fiercely. Sizzle! Blood splattered out. The shadowy subordinate's body instantly froze on the spot. Meanwhile, the other shadow subordinates, seeing this, all rushed forward and attacked. The data from both sides are not much different. However, because of the terrifying destructive power of those red birds, this resulted in heavy casualties among Shadow's men. In a very short period of time, nearly half of them were lost. However, those shadowy subordinates ultimately gave it their all. Finally, the bird was killed. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Blazing Firebird of Wrath. You have gained 42,200 experience points. After hearing the system's voice in my mind, a smile immediately appeared on Bai Yi's face. This time, the dungeon not only brought us 2 powerful subordinates, and they also gained a lot of experience points. They've made a killing. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered, continue the search, leave no stone unturned. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of his men vanished from the spot. Obviously, they were preparing to thoroughly search the island, following Bai Yi's orders. I think so. This island is all there is to this instance. And after they left this area, things gradually calmed down. But Bai Yi did not rush to leave at this moment. He got up and went to the pile of monster corpses that had formed a small mountain, and immediately used his special skill, shadow extraction. Accompanied by the activation of skills, one after another, illusory bodies of shadowy figures appeared. Of course, in addition to the original 50 shadow minions, more than 50 new shadow minions have now been added. There are over 600 shadow minions in total. A team of this size is quite spectacular. With Bai Yi's order given, these newly formed shadow subordinates, they were sent to various places. These illusory bodies, minions of the shadows, pierced through endless branches and leaves, deep within this eerie island. But it suddenly exploded, turning into a thick, black fog. Then, the thick fog began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of about a kilometer in radius. The view here became hazy. It makes it difficult to see clearly. The monsters that had been hiding in the shadows now emerged and charged towards the mist. They roared and frantically pounded against the surrounding trees and weeds. Only, such actions, however, were completely useless, because when they get close to the fog, they feel a strange suction force, make it impossible for them to escape. This leads to, these shadow minions could only remain within this mist. Sizzle. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky, as if a torrential downpour was about to begin. Crack, with a crisp sound, followed by a rustling sound. That's the sound of heavy rain falling. However, within this thick fog, the raindrops, however, could not spread at all. Chapter 213 The Mysterious Island of Suffering, Black Rain. 213 The Mysterious Island of Suffering, Black Rain. Sizzle. The rain became even more torrential. Boom. Suddenly, lightning ripped through the sky. Snap. A massive bolt of lightning slashed down into the mist. It was as if it wanted to shatter the fog. However, those shadowy subordinates roared to the sky at this moment. Their figures. Following Bai Yi's orders, they continued their relentless search throughout the island, attempting to find traces of the second key. Just then, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the entire island began to darken considerably. With the final muffled rumble of thunder, the rain that had accumulated in the sky began to fall. This is important for the entire island. Perhaps it is one of the few sources of fresh water that can meet the fresh water needs of the monsters on this island. It's raining. Bai Yi tightened the scarf prop, Shadow Guardian, on her body, and the rain falling from the sky was gradually dispersed. Raindrops fell one by one. However, it did not land on Bai Yi, but was dispersed by an invisible protective shield. Not a single drop wet Bai Yi. But the heavy rain gradually poured down, and it looked like it was going to get heavier and heavier. A sense of unease began to arise in Bai Yi. He knew it in his heart. With my level, I'm not invincible in this dungeon, but I can at least take on 1,000 enemies and be unstoppable. But this rain was really strange. It doesn't feel very ordinary. A slightly unusual emotion rose in Bai Yi's heart, and he decided not to let the rain soak him here. Immediately, based on the terrain explored by one of the Shadow's henchmen, the location of a cave was discovered. It was a natural cave. It's a good place to take shelter from the rain. Bai Yi patted the shadow blue-armored crab beneath him, and the massive creature, with its enormous size, traversed mountains and valleys, heading directly in that direction. Not long after, that means we have already traveled more than half the distance. Suddenly, the rain in the sky turned pitch black, and the sky became inappropriately quiet. All of this seemed extremely unusual. If it rains like this, it's basically unrelated to quiet anymore, since the sound of rain can't be masked. At this time, the rain in the sky suddenly turned as black as ink, as if a dark filter had been added. Snap! 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 As a large amount of rain fell on him, Bai Yi was suddenly shocked to find that his Shadow Guard shield value was decreasing. This prop, it had been with him for a long time and often blocked a lot of attacks. It is often used as a defensive item by Bai Yi. Generally speaking, this Shadow Guardian item, basically speaking, will not lose shield value. Even if you encounter a normal attack, such as an attack from an ordinary person, your shield value will generally not decrease. But now, the shield value dropped by quite a bit. What does that mean? There's something wrong with this rainwater. Just as I expected, Bai Yi looked up at the rain falling from the sky, which kept spreading out in front of her eyes, completely blocked by Bai Yi's Shadow Guardian. He glanced at the group of shadowy subordinates beside him. Under the investigation of the professional system, the shadowy subordinates following him were also losing health steadily, albeit slowly. Something's not right. Something's 9 out of 10 wrong. And the source of all this seems to be this rain from the sky. The rain at this time. It's raining heavily and frequently, and it seems to be getting heavier and heavier. Nowadays, we had already arrived at the natural cave, but what we didn't expect was, this place was already teeming with monsters, all sorts of strange and unusual creatures, some resembling bats and as large as horses. Some resemble wild boars, but have the appearance of bamboo. Generally speaking, these monsters will definitely attack the moment they see Bai Yi. But, surprisingly, none of the various monsters dwelling in the cave intended to attack Bai Yi. This feeling, it's like a group of grassland animals gathering to drink water at a water source. It's like there's a rule that's strictly followed. They will not attack each other. They will not unite to attack outsiders. And Bai Yi, their current identity is not that of an outsider, but rather that of one of their own. Right now, Bai Yi patted the huge shadow blue armored crab beneath him, and the giant crab tilted its shell to let Bai Yi off. Immediately, they walked step by step into the cave ahead. Instantly, a damp, cold smell hit him, making Bai Yi, who had just entered, feel somewhat uncomfortable. But, as he carefully observed the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but show a look of awe. Deep inside this cave, the stone walls were covered with luminous moss. These bioluminescent mosses are crystal clear and emit a faint glow. This prevents the cave from becoming too dark. However, to be able to live in such a pitch-black environment for so long is simply astonishing. Not only that, the end of the cave, at the top of that rock wall, there was actually a huge plant living there. That was none other than the bioluminescent moss tree. Only, unlike the legendary bioluminescent moss tree, the glow-in-the-dark moss tree in front of us is at least 3 meters tall. The tree trunk was incredibly thick. The branches are intertwined, each one as thick as an adult's arm. The leaves are broad, with luminescent moss hanging on them. Just like the stars, it shines brightly. Moreover, around this bioluminescent moss tree, there are also more than 10 similar moss trees. They are very close to each other. The canopies of 2 moss trees even collided. However, it still maintains relative independence. These moss-covered trees are spiritual. But, right now, at this very moment, Bai Yi had no time to study the characteristics of these mossy trees. Because, the mossy trees that wouldn't normally attack humans have all turned their heads away. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Bai Yi, filled with greed and desire. Bai Yi glanced at it. He quickly led his shadowy subordinates back to the cave entrance. Looking out of the cave entrance, the black rain continued to fall from the sky, soaking the ground. But, surprisingly, when the black rainwater fell on the ground, it did not corrode the ground as Bai Yi had expected. Logically speaking, rainwater that can harm living organisms must carry various forms of aggression. It could be corrosive or acidic. In conclusion, in Bai Yi's memory, this black rain should always be harmful. But, this kind of rain, when it falls on the ground, does not cause any harm whatsoever. Chapter 214 Strange Black Rain. Rain of Time. 214 Mysterious Black Rain. Time rain. Look at the ground soaked by the rain. Not only was it unaffected by rainwater corrosion, but it even sprouted a lot of life on the ground. Look closely. The vegetation on the ground began to grow steadily after being irrigated by the black rain. It's not that I absorbed any nutrients. Instead, it seems like, was its growth forcibly accelerated? It feels like trying to help seedlings grow faster than they should. Bai Yi looked at it, and some thoughts began to run through his mind. This black rain doesn't seem to bring anything corrosive or harmful. Upon closer inspection, looking into the distance, the vegetation appeared even more lush after being watered by the black rain. Look at the effects of this rain. Bai Yi's thinking was thus greatly expanded. A bold idea emerged. Could it be? Does this rain have the added effect of time? Bai Yi thought about it, but unfortunately there wasn't much evidence to confirm his guess. His only source of intelligence. All that's visible is the rain and the result of the watering. But what if this black rain is accompanied by the effect of time? However, there is another aspect that cannot be explained. That is it. Both Bai Yi's own Shadow Guardian and the shadow minions following him lost a certain amount of health. How do you explain this? It's impossible that the passage of time and the erosion of time could harm the shadow minions, right? Bai Yi thought about it carefully. However, they did not immediately rule out this idea. To be honest, Bai Yi hadn't left one of his shadow subordinates alone for very long, and then quietly watched as time passed. If time truly does pass, it will also cause harm to the shadow's minions. So, this also explains why this black rain has certain temporal characteristics. So, this special black rain from the island of Misery in the Iberian Strait can no longer be called black rain. Instead, it should be called time and rain. It sounds like it was somewhat novel, and ultimately, it was a bit unexpected. Bai Yi thought to himself, but he took a step out and stepped out of the cave. Looking around at the rain washing over everything, the surrounding vegetation is becoming increasingly lush. But those stones, time and rain washed over it, but it did not cause much damage. A little wear and tear, washed away by rain, did not cause much damage to the stones. The next moment, Bai Yi walked on the smooth stones, only feeling the rain sliding over them, but it didn't have much effect. Looking back, the monsters in those caves seemed to be watching Bai Yi subtly. In the eyes of those monsters, it seemed that Bai Yi was the monster, walking alone in the rain-soaked weather. This behavior, this is undoubtedly something the monsters in these caves wouldn't do. In the eyes of these monsters, this kind of behavior that one wouldn't normally do actually happened to Bai Yi himself. From the perspective of these monsters, it was as if Bai Yi had done something utterly unbelievable. In a daze, the group of monsters stared at Bai Yi, who was drenched in black rain, with an incredulous look in their eyes, their gazes seemingly unfocused. I watched it from the side. She seemed to be avoiding eye contact with Bai Yi. But that makes sense. Although most of the shadow subordinates were dispatched by Bai Yi, the purpose was to explore the entire island. The purpose was to see if there were any traces of a second key on the island. This leads to, Bai Yi's side doesn't have many high-level shadow subordinates. Basically, most of the shadow subordinates were sent out by Bai Yi to explore the island. But, even so, Bai Yi was accompanied by 7 or 8 of his shadow subordinates. These shadowy subordinates are all elites among elites. Some, even the small group of shadow subordinates who were among the first to follow Bai Yi, bearing the title of elites, saw their strength increase after entering the Shadow Kingdom. Otherwise, given Bai Yi's spatial utilization of the Shadow Kingdom, he can basically replace the weaker ones with a group of powerful shadow subordinates. Now, those who can stand beside Bai Yi are basically the elite-level shadow subordinates he has recruited in the past. These shadow minions. They were all once elite monsters, but Bai Yi used his special skills to turn them into what they are now. For Shadow's minions. Basically, once you become one of Shadow's subordinates, your strength is essentially fixed. It's unlikely that there will be any further changes or improvements. Certainly, certain skills and special enhancements can still allow Shadow minions with fixed strength to further improve their attack power and other attributes. But for now, The Shadow Kingdom has risen to a very high level. These elite shadow subordinates were also able to further enhance their strength, even without hunting monsters. Within the Shadow Kingdom, one can also slowly increase their strength. The weaker you are, the faster you can level up and increase your strength in the Shadow Kingdom. And this has resulted in Bai Yi's original group of shadow subordinates now having elite titles. There are levels, too. They have the capability, and they certainly do. In a one-on-one fight against monsters of the same level, Bai Yi's shadow subordinates could easily take on 10 monsters at once. If a real fight were to break out, it would be as simple and easy as playing around. These 7 or 8 shadow subordinates, plus Bai Yi's personal shadow, are an absolutely formidable existence. Without saying anything, they would terrify these monsters. At least simple deterrence still has a strong sense of pressure. With these shadowy minions around, I think so. Unless these monsters have gone mad, they won't attack Bai Yi directly. Not to mention, the monsters in these caves have entered into a strange state of negotiation. Complementary attacks. Neither side intended to attack the other, and even Bai Yi, the outsider, did not launch an attack immediately. This leads to, they simply stared in astonishment at Bai Yi's strange behavior. Besides, they didn't do anything too extreme, which saved their lives for the time being. If it were any other time, if these monsters showed even the slightest intention to attack, they would likely be torn to shreds by these shadow minions in an instant. What is meant to be converted into experience points will be converted into experience points. Those that are supposed to drop materials will drop materials. Nowadays, relying on his Shadow Guardian ability, Bai Yi ventured alone into the reign of time. Chapter 215, The Nameless Beast of Time. 215 Timeless Beast. Bai Yi pondered as he looked at the rain. The traces of time and rain. It's really quite strange. This island of misery in the Iberian Strait may indeed possess a second key. I thought about it. Bai Yi showed the back of his hand, where there was an invisible pattern. It was the first key that disappeared. The first key represents space. So this second key, does it represent time? After obtaining the first key, the entire Hanxiao alliance remained silent, and no one came to inquire about it. All that was given was a reward. This is something of utmost importance. Bai Yi had obtained it easily, but not a single word was uttered on it. What does this tell us? Is it because they're afraid someone will use methods to eavesdrop? Or is there some other reason? In conclusion, Bai Yi thought a lot, and looking at the black rain in the sky, he thought even more. It's raining now. It's likely that the second key is related. Even if this instance isn't the exact location of the second key, there must be some connection. Thinking about it, Bai Yi watched the rain quietly, her thoughts wandering. Suddenly, the monsters inside the cave seemed to be terrified, and they all huddled together. It's like being afraid of something. But it's obvious. Although they fear Bai Yi, it's not to that extent. In general, Bai Yi had not yet shown any offensive posture, which prevented the monsters from feeling any fear. And now, the fact that these monsters are so terrified suggests that something is causing them fear. Suddenly, Bai Yi seemed to sense something and suddenly looked to the side. And over there, a faint, elusive aura is steadily approaching, and within sight. However, there was no sign of the other party at all. That guy is invisible. But this didn't give Bai Yi a headache. It was just that he couldn't see it. So how strange could it be? In this world, there are all sorts of professionals and monsters. It's just invisibility, nothing special. At least it won't surprise Bai Yi. The next moment, Bai Yi then used his own methods. The professional systems detection is accurate every time. Even if you can't see the other person, as long as you can sense their hostility, this function can still be used. B. T. Level. HP. 121W6660 121W6660. Base attack power. Equipment. Skill. A string of question marks. It turned out to be a string of question marks. Bai Yi hadn't seen a panel like this in a long time. You need to know. Previously, only those who were many levels higher than him would have such strange panel data. Or, they are some strange and unusual entities, such as the former decline. The data panel was also full of question marks. But, without exception, they were all eventually slaughtered by him. But, the invisible monster now seems to be only hostile, but has no intention of attacking directly. It has not yet made any aggressive gestures. Don't want to attack? Or perhaps, they never even had this idea? In conclusion, upon seeing Bai Yi and his group of shadow subordinates, the invisible monster, though hostile, remained silent. However, it was the first to launch an attack, which was highly praised. That posture, It doesn't look like a lion hunting prey. It looks more like it's patrolling its territory. If it were any other time, upon seeing Bai for the first time, all the monsters would probably rush over to kill him. But the atmosphere in the center of this island, that's really strange. Or perhaps, this strange and unusual phenomenon only occurs when a black rain falls on this island. All monsters. It's quite unusual that they didn't attack Bai immediately. But, since the monster didn't intend to attack, Bai didn't have any intention of attacking first. The panel is not transparent. All of his shadowy subordinates were still searching the entire island. Around me, aside from these 7 or 8 scattered shadow minions. Although the natal shadow possesses the characteristic of being immortal and indestructible. But that's not enough to guarantee safety. Bai prioritizes a steady and reliable approach to things. If you can kill them instantly, do so. If you can gang up on them, do so. Only when you have an absolute chance of winning. Only then did he step forward alone and engage in a fight for a round or two. Given the current situation, given the relative strengths of both sides, it's best not to act rashly. That's all. Neither side stood still for a long time, nor did they launch the first attack. Meanwhile, Bai was still observing the other party, as Bai looked at them. Even though the other party is invisible. However, it wasn't entirely impossible to see the other side. It was on the other side of that nameless, invisible monster. Their footprints, however, were clearly visible. Each time the nameless monster took a step, for deep black footprints would appear on the ground, as obvious as could be. And the raindrops that swept across the nameless monster's body seemed to possess an even stronger time effect. This leads to, around the nameless monster, flowers and plants began to grow wildly. Everything and everything. It looked as if it had been accelerated hundreds or thousands of times, appearing to rise directly from the ground. It's quite obvious. That's all. Time flies. But the nameless monster did not intend to linger in this place for long, and soon left. But, even after the other party left, the black rain continued to fall. It's like it won't stop anytime soon. Bai glanced at his Shadow Guardian shield value. Item, Shadow Guardian. Quality, purple. Shield value, 99W9802/100W. Durability, infinity/infinity. At the very beginning, this item has a shield value of less than 30,000. Considering Bai's current level, a shield value of less than 30,000 seems rather low. But, because of certain special features, the shield value of this item can be refreshed infinitely. And, because this item is bound to your destined shadow, its shield value can continuously increase. For Bai, he wouldn't trade this 1 purple quality item for 1 or 2 gold quality items. Bai didn't seem to care about the missing shield value. As long as the Shadow Guardian shield value drops to 0, it will refresh again. Based on the current 20% health of the main character's shadow, a new batch of shield values is instantly refreshed. All I can say is, if you want to kill Bai, that means the damage from a single hit must exceed the Shadow Guardian shield value, plus Bai's total health. Otherwise, as long as Bai survives the first blow, he can continue fighting. Chapter 216 Island of Hardship, Conquering All Sides. 216 Island of Hardship, Conquering All Sides. But, even with such confidence, Bai would not launch an attack rashly. Because, he knew that the other party was also extraordinary. Ordinary monsters wouldn't have such an interface. Under the scrutiny of the professional system, it's all a series of question marks. But, now, however, the monster has moved far away from here. Putting aside the fact that Bai had no intention of fighting him, even if he did fight him, it probably wouldn't bring him any benefit. Only, what made Bai hesitate was whether this was related to the second key. If so, therefore, this battle is one we have no choice but to fight. But, right now, with Shadow's men exploring the entire island, there's no time to worry about anything else. Far away, the other half of the island, Hyaki Sei was exploring alone when he encountered a swarm of bats that looked like gargoyles. The swarm of bats was quite large, numbering around 70 or 80. In the mind of the demons, bats should all be ugly and disgusting. Even the most powerful bat. That shouldn't be the case either. But that's just how things are. These bats are completely beyond the realm of common sense. Apart from its face, there was absolutely no bat-like feature to be found on its entire body. Especially its sharp mouth and claws. It was as sharp as a blade. Not only that. More importantly, the skills these bats possess. Monster, Stone Skin Bat. Level, 40. HP, 17W2410/17W2410. Base attack power, 2800 plus. Equipment, none. Skill, B rank, life steal. Bloodsucking, restore your own health by sucking the blood of your enemies. But, fortunately, Hyakki Sei, being a subordinate of the shadow, does not have blood. After all, his entire body was made up of shadows. But, faced with so many stone-skinned bats this time, Hyakki Sei obviously had no way to continue hiding himself. Boom, boom. One of the enormous phantoms of the 100 demons rose from the ground. This was a bloody massacre. Those stone-skinned bats were no match for them. Whether it's defense, attack, or health, these monsters are simply not on the same level. There's no need for the 100 demons to take action. With just a randomly manifested phantom of 100 ghosts, they were completely wiped out. When the last bat disappeared from sight, the demons finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he dared not linger for even a moment. They swiftly traversed the dark cave, preparing to leave this dangerous place. And just as he took his first step, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. Then, countless stone-skinned bats gathered together once again. It flew towards the Hyakki Sei. It roared and howled, wanting to rush out. But he underestimated the strength of these monsters. The densely packed wings almost completely covered the passageway. This left all the ghosts with nowhere to escape. It was struck by a wing. The shadow on the body shattered. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. 9980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. 9980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. 9980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. 9980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. 9980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Stone-Skinned Bat. Experience gained. A system notification sounded in by Yi's ear. But, Bai Yi, however, paid no attention to any of this at the moment. Because he was also keeping an eye on the battles in other areas. Southwest of the island. The extreme path decline, with its enormous size, drifted through the sky. Every flying monster avoided it like the plague. Even those forced to stay beside it were stunned and exhausted, wishing they could get as far away from the decline of the extreme path as possible. It's nothing else. I'm still too scared. The aura and appearance of the fallen Yakuza are terrifying to professionals, and even monsters are afraid of them. This leads to, in this world, the most pathetic profession is that of a monster. Although, to some extent, this is a positive term. But, in this context, however, it has a completely different meaning. But, among these countless monsters, there are still those who are not afraid of death. A giant beast, 5 or 6 meters long and covered with bone spurs, emerged from the trees. Its wings trembled, stirring up gusts of wind. With a roar, the behemoth attacked the declining extreme path. Faced with such a colossal existence, the extreme path decline showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it charged headlong into the oncoming beast. Bang! Bang! The wings collided, producing a series of dull thuds. Then, the two figures separated. Two enormous figures stood still. The ultimate path decline remained as cold and sinister as ever, exuding an aura of death. However, compared to the previous chill, the decline of the extreme path has become much more frenzied at this moment. His eyes were wide open. It seems like there's always the possibility of him going insane. And that bone-spiky monster. Around it were large chunks of rock. These rocks are brown in color and appear as clear as crystal. Only, on that pale blue background, there was a touch of blood red. It looked particularly eerie. As for this bone-spiked monster, the previous ferocity and brutality are long gone. All that remained was pain, discomfort, and a touch of fear. But this state only lasted for a short while. It was replaced by a touch of determination. A woo. It raises its head and cries out, as if calling to its companions. The next moment, the surrounding rocks suddenly began to tremble. One after another, figures appeared around the bone-spike monster. They were none other than the monsters that had fled earlier. However, these monsters were completely different from those before. On their backs stood a figure. His scarlet eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Clearly, they were not completely wiped out in the previous battle. However, some escaped the net. These monsters are perhaps not as strong as the previous bone-spike monsters, but it's definitely not much weaker. Now, The bone-spiky monster stood alongside a newly emerged group of monsters, vowing to fight against the decline of the ultimate path. It's like guarding one's own territory. Whoosh. The first to attack was not the decline of the extreme path, but rather the bone-spike monsters on the ground. With a shudder, he rushed straight to the front of the extremely weakened man. Chapter 217 Bone-Spiked Monster and Herb-Growing Ape. 217 Bone-Spur Monster and Herb Monkey. With each swing of its sharp claws, it aimed straight for the opponent's throat. Only, despite the decline of the Yakuza, they remained fearless in the face of such an attack. They didn't even try to dodge. It simply extended a giant tentacle formed from a shadow and grabbed the bone-spike monster's terrifying claws. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The enormous tentacle of the declining extreme path snapped and shattered in response. But the bone-spike monster was also suffering, its massive body sliding across the ground. It only stabilized when it was 100 meters away from the point of collapse. Humph, humph. Seeing its damaged claws, the bone-spike monster became enraged. It let out bursts of angry roars. Immediately afterwards, one giant ice ball after another was formed from it. Whoosh! A cold front swept across the land. The ice spikes rained down on the extreme decline like raindrops. Looking at the sky, filled with ice arrows. Feeling the intense cold, a hint of excitement flashed across the extremely powerful figure, and its entire body was writhing with black tentacles. Immediately, a thick mist rose from his body. In an instant, countless ice arrows bombarded the thick fog. It produced a deafening explosion. But something horrifying happened to the Bone-Spur monster. From within the mist, a series of mournful cries could be heard. Then, the fog rapidly contracted. In the blink of an eye, everything was restored to normal. How so? Such a scene. This left the bone-spiky monster completely dumbfounded. You need to know, these attacks, even on itself, when facing a head-on confrontation, it takes considerable effort to block them all. The colossal being before them had accomplished this with surprising ease. And it was completed in the blink of an eye. This made the bone-spur monster question its existence. If it could speak, the decline of the extreme path would probably just sneer. But now, he directly waved a black tentacle. Laugh. As his tentacles fell, before the bone-spike monster could react, another enormous tentacle coiled around him like a venomous snake. Uft! Blood splattered. The black tentacles of the weakened extreme path pierced straight through the chest of the bone-spiky monster. A heart, held tightly in the grasp of the extremely decadent, was then squeezed tightly. My heart exploded. The bone-spike monster's body shot backward, crashing heavily into a cliff and creating a huge crater. The blood stained the entire mountain peak red. The bone-spur monster never got up again, lying there limp and lifeless. And then they saw that the bone-spike monster had been dealt with. The monsters that had just been driven away by the bone-spike monster were all stunned. Then, he turned and ran away. They are very clear. The enemy before them was simply beyond their ability to fight, especially its enormous body, which terrified them. Snort. Watching those monsters flee in panic. The decline of the ultimate path gave a disdainful low snort. Immediately, the ultimate path, in its decline, soared into the sky. Immediately, a black shadow was seen streaking across the sky. They pursued and killed him relentlessly. One monster after another was torn to pieces. Whether it's rocks, trees, or grass, they were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air. It's disgusting. The remaining monsters fled in panic. Every time the Yakuza were to launch an attack due to their decline, monsters would perish. Just half an hour later, the monsters that once inhabited the dense forest were all slaughtered. Except for one monster that managed to escape. No living creature escaped. However, regarding these, the decline of the Yakuza was not taken seriously, because it soon discovered something peculiar. A small, lush green blade of grass. This is a plant. It is entirely green, with several bright green leaves growing on it. However, its main stem is golden yellow. Moreover, there are some fine lines on it. It gives people a sense of inexplicable mystery. The plant swayed slowly, attracting the attention of the declining extreme path. Immediately, it roared and prepared to take it back. Dedicated to Bai-E, the Shadow King. After all, such a plant is exceptionally precious. Only, just as the decline of that ultimate path was approaching, the plant vanished without a trace in an instant. The decline of the extreme path left him utterly astonished. Clearly, no one expected such a turn of events to occur. However, since the decision has already been made to take the fruit of that plant, The decline of the Yakuza is naturally something they are unwilling to give up on. In an instant, the enormous, incomparably large tentacle reached out once more. The target remains locked on the same spot. And in the next moment, that plant reappeared in the sight of the declining extreme path once again. Before the plant could do anything, the weakened tentacles of the ultimate path were already lashing down on its body. Although, the decline of the Yakuza did not employ any techniques. A brutal clash based solely on one's own strength. However, dealing with a mere plant. That's enough. Snap. All that could be heard was the plant after such a brutal collision. In an instant, it was plucked off by the enormous black tentacles of the declining extreme path. But this action, it seems that this has also awakened a hidden monster. That is, a massively muscular ape. Its fur is a pale silver color, radiating a brilliant glow. On its palms were two sharp claws. It looks extremely ferocious. Roar dash. The monster opened its mouth and howled. His voice exuded an air of madness. And just as the words fell to the ground, a faint crimson light appeared on his arm as he suddenly swung it out. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the declining tentacles of the ultimate path. The sound of something cutting through the air resounded in all directions. However, the decline of the ultimate path was completely unconcerned about the monster's attack. The thick, dark tentacles reached out to meet it. Kara, a piercing sound rang out. The monster's form froze. Then, one of the tentacles was strangely bent. Roar dash. An angry roar came from the monster's mouth. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Then, his body swelled up by another 2/3. Sharp teeth appeared on his fingers. It lunged and bit towards the decline of the extreme path. However, given the current decline of the ultimate path, they had no intention of getting entangled with this monster. He roared. An endless black mist rose up. It swallowed the monster and entered it. Boom. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and the once arrogant ape monster had now become food for the declining extreme path. The island of Hardship in the northwest. This island is simply too huge. Even with over 600 shadow subordinates scattered to explore, they still had to disperse due to the vast terrain. Chapter 2:18 Cerberus Pack and Biochemical Toxins. 2:18 Cerberus Pack and Biochemical Toxins. And now, the Shadow Mech and its allies have run into trouble. In the distance, figures rapidly approached. It turned out to be a group of monsters. These monsters are several meters tall. He was incredibly strong and healthy. They are even more robust than ordinary humans. Most importantly, their bodies were covered in grayish-white scales. A stream of malevolent energy emanated from his body. It looked incredibly terrifying. This is the Hellhound clan. Monster, Hellhound. Level, 50. HP, 23W2410/23W2410. Base attack power, 8800 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B rank, Fierce Bite. B rank, Call for Companions. C rank, Accelerated Movement. The Shadow Mech's head-mounted detector retracted. Moreover, what they were facing was an elite force. Their combat power is extremely strong. If I weren't incredibly powerful, they would probably have already perished at the hands of these guys. But now, how did a pack of hellhounds end up here? Could these hellhounds be related to their actions? With this in mind, the Shadow Mech dared not be negligent. He directly commanded his subordinates, creating a thunderous roar. Whoosh! And in the very next moment, several of Shadow's henchmen had already charged out. Like lightning, it covers thousands of miles in an instant. They charged straight at the hellhound. Leave no one alive. This is the Shadow King's order. Regardless, these hellhounds must be wiped out. Otherwise, the Shadow King will surely punish them. Huff, huff. A series of rapid, labored breaths followed. The attacks of the Shadow minions had already been blocked by the hellhound. Sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. Sizzle. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through something rang out. The hellhound's tough fur was as soft as tofu under its sharp claws. It was easily cut open. Then, a ferocious wolf head leaps high into the air. Puff. The wolf opened its mouth, spewing out scorching flames. It smashed directly into the chest of that subordinate. The intense sparks resembled fireworks in full bloom. The subordinate remained silent. His entire chest was almost blown through. A dense shadow spread out. But such damage was nothing to these shadow minions. They are the Shadow's men, and all they know is to obey orders. Oh whoa. Just then, the hellhound howled again. Immediately afterwards, they actually continued their attack on the wounded Shadow subordinate. Those under Shadow's command who witnessed this scene were also enraged. They not only do not back down. Instead, they charge towards the Hellhound once again. Only, these shadow minions are really not good at hand-to-hand combat. So, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided affair. Sizzle sizzle. Streams of scarlet blood splattered in the air. Although those shadow guards were not good at close combat, they still managed to leave deep marks on the monsters. And they, however, were not afraid at all. Because all of this was within the sphere of influence of the Shadow King's will. As long as we can survive this dangerous period and explore this area completely, even kill more monsters, then you can leave this place and return to the Shadow King's side. This greatly excited them. And the current state of the battle. Anyway, they still stand on the side of Shadow's men. No matter how powerful these Hellhounds are, there is still a difference in their levels. It can inflict damage on the Shadow minions. Although however, there is always a limit. The highest level among these Hellhounds was only level 50, but the average level of Shadow's subordinates was 65. Even as a high combat power Shadow subordinate, the Shadow Mech has reached a terrifying level of 68. When it's called a crushing defeat, it truly is a crushing defeat. Without the slightest hesitation. Sizzle. Another sharp claw tore down. A horrifying wound appeared on the neck of the Hellhound. The foul-smelling blood splattered. This made the eyes of these Hellhounds grow even colder. They felt they had been provoked. And at this very moment, one of the shadowy henchmen hastened the slaughter. Those subordinates who were already exhausted all brightened up. Because the actions of that shadowy subordinate were not without reason. If we can kill all the Hellhounds in front of us, it will surely be worth a generous reward. In a short time, the fear in the Hellhounds' eyes almost completely masked everything else. Then, the shadow minions unleashed a barrage of terrifying offensive spells once again. This moment, chaos erupted in the arena. Bang bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out from time to time. It caused the surrounding soil to fly up. However, shadow subordinates are still shadow subordinates. Although their strength is only a few levels higher than that of these Hellhounds. But each and every one of them was a brave and skilled warrior. After a brief exchange, they surprisingly gained an absolute advantage. Especially the henchman wielding the sickle. His movements were incredibly swift. With a sudden swing of his hand, he severed the head of a Hellhound. This caught the attention of his other subordinates. Meanwhile, the Shadow Mech was equally unwilling to be outdone. He gripped the giant sword and kept slashing. A blazing light pierced the sky. One by one, the Hellhounds were swept away. Then, it fell to the ground. However, the strength of these Hellhounds is truly extraordinary. Although the casualties were heavy. However, several Hellhounds still managed to escape. It sped off into the distance. Clearly, these monsters knew that they were no match for them. Therefore, they were unwilling to engage in prolonged battles. Snort. The shadowy subordinates uttered a series of disdainful sounds. Their strength is unparalleled. At this moment, they pursued the enemy under the guidance of the Shadow Mech. However, just as they stepped into the depths of the dense forest. Snap, snap. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the soles of my feet. It's a very strange feeling. It felt like stepping into a swamp. This caused the expression on the faces of the shadow subordinates to change abruptly. Then, she gasped and paused for a moment. It's a poisonous snake. They don't understand toxins. However, a sense of vigilance arose in my heart. At this moment, he sensed the stench emanating from all around him, and the tingling sensation coming from the soles of his feet. Clearly, they've been infected. The venom of that snake is not just a biological toxin, but a result of some kind of chemical reaction. Monster, biochemical electrothermal invertebrate reptile. Level, 49. HP, 19W2350/19W2350. Base attack power, 9990+. Equipment, none. Skills, A-level, biochemical toxin, B-level concealment. This sets them up for how to fight. However, this is not the time to think about these things. Chapter 219 Cerberus, Elite Level. 219 Cerberus, Elite. Walk. The lead Shadow Mech issued the order directly. Even if you kill it, there's no benefit to it. Do not kill. Even the slightest contact with this toxin is troublesome. Therefore, choosing to retreat is a good option. But, even so, they could only guarantee that they wouldn't get poisoned. The other subordinates, however, had no way to escape. In an instant, a pack of Hellhounds appeared. It bit into the necks of those shadowy henchmen. Sizzle. The shadows dissipated. In the blink of an eye, some of Shadow's men died in the battle. But that's not all. Those Hellhounds, however, did not give up. They followed closely behind. Then, they crashed directly into the formation of Shadow's men. Instantly, the orderly military formation began to take effect. In an instant, the Hellhound was being killed repeatedly. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. You have gained 70,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. You have gained 70,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. You have gained 70,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. You have gained 70,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. You have gained 70,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hellhound. Experience gained. Next, the pack of Hellhounds began to break apart. They were originally full of fighting spirit. But now, as their companions were continuously killed, the pack of Hellhounds began to consider escaping. The original plan was for the Shadow Mechs to retreat. But now that things have turned out this way, the Hellhounds, however, began to retreat first. A whoa, hiss. Such a scene. This caused them to be swallowed by those Hellhounds. It let out an angry roar. However, it did nothing to change its fate. Finally, they were all killed. After seeing such a scene, the Shadow Mech breathed a sigh of relief. These guys were just as cunning as predicted. Unable to confront themselves head-on, they resort to scheming. Now that we've dealt with these Hellhounds, we can continue on to the next location. But he never expected this. Just as he took a step to continue deeper into the area. Laugh. On the ground, there was a thick, powerful leg. But it pierced straight through his chest. The speed was beyond imagination. Caught off guard, the Shadow Mech paused in midair before slowly descending to the ground. We were almost ambushed. That's why we made an emergency landing. This left the rest of Shadow's subordinates somewhat dumbfounded. They didn't even notice how this powerful enemy had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it still feels so abrupt. And at this very moment, a roar was heard. The Hellhounds that had supposedly disappeared have reappeared on the hill. The leader. It was a red figure with 3 heads, but its size was many times larger than that of an ordinary Hellhound. Monster, Cerberus, Elite Level. Level, 50. HP, 52W2410/52W2410. Base attack power, 18800+. Equipment, none. Skills. A. Rank, Bloodthirsty Bite. B. Rank, Call for Allies. C. Rank, Accelerated Movement. This time, the 3-headed Hellhound finally revealed something. As for the others, this completely disregarded the numerous shadow minions. At this time, Cerberus, however, ignored everyone. It roared again. Then, those Hellhounds charged in like a tidal wave. This moment, all of Shadow's minions were ready for battle. They never expected this. The Hellhound that we just defeated. They were merely minions of Cerberus. He wasn't even considered a subordinate. Kill. At this time, Cerberus had already pounced on them. Uft. The sharp claws slashed down. One of the Shadow's henchmen was grabbed by the neck. Then, the 3-headed Hellhound opened its blood-red maw and bit down. This moment, all of Shadow's subordinates re-entered battle mode. And Shadow's men understood as well. Today, that's when they're ready to fight to the death. The Shadow Mech stepped forward and threw a punch, knocking the 3-headed Hellhound open its mouth again. The two sides collided. Blood splattered everywhere. But at this moment, the damage to the Shadows has become more severe, and the 3-headed Hellhound also suffered enormous injuries. However, they still hold the advantage over them. This made it clear to Shadow. If we let that 3-headed Hellhound kill all of us, they are likely to meet with a grim fate. Therefore, the Shadow Mech once again charged towards Cerberus. Whoosh! A shadowy arm blade shot out, transforming into a deadly weapon. Sizzle! The sharp blade sliced through the skin and flesh. A splash of crimson blossoms. Cerberus was in pain. They launched a frenzied attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The two sides fought each other relentlessly. This was a battle where the odds were heavily against each other, yet it was exceptionally fierce. Every second, several Hellhounds were killed or seriously injured. Ah! A mournful wail echoed through the sky. The Hellhound pack finally gave out. Their attacks are getting weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, the attacks of the Shadow minions became increasingly swift. In the end, the Hellhounds could not withstand the onslaught. In a loud noise, the last Hellhound had its body broken. Then, it means it fell to the ground. At that moment, its face was filled with despair. But before it could even utter a few words of lamentation, one of the three heads of Cerberus lowered itself. Then, it slammed hard into the shadow mech's forehead. Snap! A faint sound of bones cracking rang out. Then, Cerberus, in pain, slowly closed the eyes of its middle head. The shadowy subordinates around them dared not be negligent. After dealing with the Hellhound pack, they immediately surrounded and attacked. Whoosh! They swept away in all directions. They are bound to get entangled in the actions of Cerberus. But, unfortunately, the opponent was too fast. They simply cannot keep up with it all the time. Finally, the shadow mech unleashed another arm blade, piercing Cerberus's back. In an instant, crimson blood gushed out. Its body lay directly on its back on the ground. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, several more missiles were fired. A powerful missile was launched. It shot directly out from the shadow mech. Chapter 220 Roar and Armblade. The three-headed dog's head emerges from the ground. 220 roars and arm blades. The three-headed dog's head emerges from the ground. The bomb instantly struck the belly of Cerberus, who was lying on its back. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. An explosion rang out, and the blast struck fiercely upwards, nearly turning the three-headed hellhound into charred remains. Fortunately, and in the final moments of the killing, the three-headed hellhound unleashed its terrifying sucking technique once again. In an instant, within the corpses of those hellhounds, a dense aura of blood coalesced into a cloud of blood mist. They converged towards it. At last, it turned out to be the three-headed hellhound, resurrected again. Upon seeing this, the shadow mech's detectors flashed repeatedly, but there was nothing they could do, because the three-headed hellhound was charging at them again. Let's give it our all. At this time, one of Shadow's henchmen began to run. Then, it actually charged towards the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound came sweeping down with a tail whip. Instantly, he then clashed with one of the shadowy subordinates. Both retreated simultaneously. Cerberus bared its teeth coldly, clearly not taking Shadow's subordinate seriously. Although it's only level 50, but an elite title alone is enough to make up for a 6-level difference. At this time, its three-headed hellhound then pounced again. Only, just as it got close, another missile was launched. A cracking sound rang out. The next moment, at a corner, another shadowy henchman appeared silently. The attack in his hand was aimed straight at the belly of Cerberus. This bizarre scene caught the three-headed hellhound completely off guard. His abdomen was nearly injured. Whimper. Cerberus let out a mournful howl. The entire body shape. It was at this moment that the balance was lost. Only, at this moment, the shadow's attack had only just begun. Several more beams of light shot out. This time, another missile from the shadow mech appeared. It pierced through one of Cerberus's heads in an instant. That head, it exploded instantly. After seeing this scene, the remaining shadow minions did not stop moving. This shadow mech, truly powerful. It was able to move around the battlefield endlessly, and it can change its attack target at any time. In this way, even the powerful Cerberus could not escape its fate of destruction. Boom! The hellhound's massive body crashed to the ground, its head and mangled flesh scattered everywhere. At this time, the shadow mech paused for a moment. It's obvious. They didn't lose a single member of the Shadow's forces, but the entire Cerberus pack was wiped out. This battle, that's something to be proud of. The three-headed hellhound roared, its fury intensifying as it grew stronger with only two heads remaining. But it charged straight ahead. Its body hair is dark red. It was as if they were wearing a thick layer of armor. It emitted a strong, fishy stench. And its size appears to have increased significantly. Only two heads remain. It smashed through the shadow mech's energy shield and slammed into the opponent's chest. A tremendous impact. This nearly caused the shadow mech to lose its footing. But while ramming Cerberus, it was forced to retreat repeatedly. He drew his arm blade again, swinging it without hesitation. The dazzling, cold light was extremely bright. This time, Cerberus had no chance to escape. Sizzle. The sharp claws slashed out, leaving trails of blood. It's terrifying. However, on the body of the shadow mech. However, it was completely undamaged. Roar dash. Cerberus roared. At this time, in its view, it might die, but it would fight to the very last moment. Sizzle. But at this very moment, the shadow mech unleashed another burst of cold light from its palm. Then, a huge dog's head flew to the ground. In those fierce eyes, it was filled with resentment. Right now, this three-headed hellhound only has one head left. Just by looking at it, it resembles a regular hellhound, but its size is considerably larger. At this time, the look in their eyes as they gazed at the shadow mech revealed a deep resentment, but it was still to no avail. In the end, he still died here. But Shadow's men will not leave any hidden dangers. At this moment, the shadow mech's arm blades unfolded, ready to sever the last head of this hellhound. And at that very moment, on the last head of the hellhound, his eyes suddenly opened. Then, surprisingly, a hoarse shout rang out. Roar dash. His voice was hoarse. It's truly awe-inspiring. After hearing the sound, it seems to have some additional skills. The shadow mech's movements paused involuntarily. After all, he also knew how powerful Cerberus was, although it is a level 50 elite monster. But the shadow mech used to be a boss-level weapon. Only, now, Cerberus is too late to escape. Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Although it did not escape, it had already begun to devour the hellhound's remains. He needs to recover his strength quickly. Even, we can draw upon the energy of this corpse, break through the level, and elevate your strength once again. Only, his plan backfired. Just as his mouth opened, a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent spread out. It was none other than the shadow mech. It flew towards this direction. At this moment, its face, now consisting only of a head, was extremely gloomy. The arm blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light. It reveals its inner anger. At this moment, he has gone completely mad. He intends to slay all the hellhounds. Even the last one is unacceptable, because the shadow mech absolutely will not allow itself to become crippled. Just then, Cerberus swept past him. Uffed. The sharp blade sliced into his shoulder in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. This caused the shadow mech to pause its movements for a moment. At this moment, Cerberus, however, had no time to worry about anything else. His figure continued to rush forward. Once you enter the forest, the shadow mech was completely helpless against itself. At this moment, Cerberus roared furiously. Only, at this moment, the shadow mech ignored everything else. They chased after each other again. Sizzle. A large gash was suddenly torn open in the back of Cerberus. Immediately afterwards, two cannons suddenly popped out from the two shoulders of the shadow mech. Boom dash. Boom dash. Two self-generated missiles were launched directly, aiming to blast the remaining head of the Cerberus apart. Meanwhile, Cerberus was at that moment. It swallowed the hellhound's corpse from its mouth. Immediately, its injuries showed signs of slow recovery. But it's obvious that even with the fastest recovery, it can't keep up with the shadow mech's projectiles. Chapter 221 Half-Dragon instantly kills White Whale and heads straight into the nest. The 221 Half-Dragon instantly killed the Beluga Whale and went straight to its nest. Two shells flew past him, almost grazing his nose. Oh whoa, a sharp pain struck. This forced Cerberus to stop its devouring. Then it turned around again and ran away into the distance. But how could the shadow mech possibly give up this opportunity to decapitate its opponent? The moment Cerberus paused, it boldly followed. The blade in his hand gleamed with a metallic sheen. He swung his sword down at the three-headed hellhound. Snap! The intense sparks scattered everywhere. The shadow mech's arm movements were actually hindered at this moment, and the hellhound seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air. They want to escape the battle. Stay? Only. The shadow mech's reaction at this moment was also remarkable. With a flick of the wrist, they actually grabbed the three-headed hellhound by its tail and pulled it back. The shadow mech's fist slammed out. The hellhound didn't even have time to dodge before it was hit by a punch. His entire body was overwhelmed and turned into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing from the spot. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Cerberus, Elite. You have gained 129,980 experience points. This time, whether it was the pack of hellhounds or this elite three-headed hellhound, they were finally all dealt with. The scene changes. The Island of Misery in the Iberian Strait in the south. As one of the most powerful members of the Shadow's ranks, Half-Dragon was also involved. This place, they were tasked with leading the Half-Dragon and a group of shadow minions to explore, kill monsters, and bring back their corpses. And here, it's much the same as the rest of the Island of Misery in the Iberian Strait. It also has a large number of monsters gathered there. Now, Half-Dragon arrived here with a group of Shadow's subordinates. This is the terrain excluding the central forest. It is close to the beach, yet it is situated within a forest, forming a unique topography of towering rock walls. Now, Half-Dragon led his shadow minions forward, only to be blocked by a group of flying monsters. Those were monsters with the heads of eagles and the bodies of lions, and each had a single, yellowish-brown horn on its head. Not only is its appearance terrifying, it also has a pair of huge, pure white wings, and flies in the air like a half-dragon. Half-dragon arrived here. As soon as they passed through the airspace, the monsters seemed to be threatened and kept howling. In an instant, the air was filled with the roars of these monsters. Eek, eek, eek. It was sharp and piercing, completely unlike the common cry of an eagle. If Bai were here, we'll probably see the data directly. Monster, beluga whale. Level, 50. HP, 25W2660/25W2660. Base attack power, 8990+. Equipment, none. Skills, B+, eagle soars through the sky. B rank, call for companions. C rank, group action. B+, unicorn laser. Judging from the panel alone, it is not outstanding. Therefore, however, this single flock of beluga dolphins could not stop the half-dragon's advance. After all, although the half-dragon's original body, from which its shadow was extracted, was not of a high level. However, he has improved his strength in the Shadow Kingdom and is now at the same level as Bai, reaching level 64, compared to this group of ordinary beluga whales. However, the difference was a terrifying 14 levels. And the half-dragon's original body, from which its shadow was extracted, was once a professional of SS rank or higher, comparable to an elite monster. Even, to draw an analogy with a boss-level boss, that's also impossible. Although this group of beluga whales is not of a very high grade, there are simply too many of them. Let's recount the past. There were probably hundreds of them, lined up in mid-air, creating an effect that covered the sky. It flew in that direction. It was like a large, somewhat dim cloud. Right now, Half-Dragon was basically alone, and his shadow minions on the ground had virtually no ranged attack capabilities. If one wanted to fly, it would be almost impossible. There is no other reason. These shadow minions don't have any flight skills at all. If Hyaki Sei were here, it would be fine. He could directly add several Hyaki abilities. Grant these shadow minions the ability to fly. But given the current situation, I am afraid Half-Dragon, one of the Shadow's henchmen, will now face these 100 or so white whales alone. Eek! The lead beluga whale let out a cry and launched the first attack. That beluga whale. It immediately swooped down from the sky. It was incredibly fast, like a shooting star. Its sharp, claw-like wings gleamed with a chilling light. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the location of the half-dragon. The beluga whale was about to attack. Half-Dragon raised his right fist. Roll. It was launched directly. In an instant, the fist energy surged and the wind roared. This caused the surrounding grass and trees to rustle. A dull thud echoed out. That ferocious beluga whale. They were forcefully repelled. But it was also at this moment. The other beluga whales, however, found their opportunity. They swooped down one by one. Eek! 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 The beluga whales emitted sharp cries from their beaks. With flapping wings, it stirred up gusts of violent whirlwind. This caused Banlong's expression to change drastically, and he cursed inwardly. This damn monster can even attack with sound waves? And several more beluga dolphins had already crossed his defensive zone and were directly behind him. This is an attempt to encircle them. Half-Dragon's face was extremely ugly. Immediately, his body dropped from midair. Avoid being hit by the sonic attacks of these beluga whales. But he was fast, but the flock of beluga whales was just as fast. One after another, beluga whales pursued relentlessly. Snort. With a cold snort, Half-Dragon's eyes were filled with determination. Die! Half-Dragon roared angrily. Immediately, its size shrank even further, and its speed increased even more. In the blink of an eye, the Half-Dragon's body was completely hidden under the cover of night. But the beluga dolphins had lost track of the Half-Dragon. Eek dash! Eek dash! Eek! Enraged, the flock of beluga whales began to scatter in search of the Half-Dragon. It has to be said, this method, it has indeed put Half-Dragon in trouble. However, this method cannot last long. Because, even if the Half-Dragon hides in the shadows, it will still be detected by these white whales. Damn it! How come these monsters have such sensitive senses? He cursed under his breath. Half-Dragon dared not linger and continued to lie in ambush within the dense forest. But he hasn't given up completely. He's gathering strength for a counterattack. Chapter 222 Elite Level Display. Half-Dragon exerts all his strength. 222 Elite Level Performance. Half-Dragon gives it his all. On the other side, Under the cover of darkness, the half-dragon's figure appeared exceptionally small. And somewhere in the dense forest, the half-dragon's figure was clearly visible. And it kept shifting and flashing. For a moment, the half-dragon managed to avoid all the beluga whales. But while the half-dragon was dodging the beluga dolphins were not idle either. It kept getting closer and closer to the half-dragon's position. Call out. Just as the half-dragon left the thicket, a beluga swooped down. This beluga whale was incredibly fierce in its attacks. And it's incredibly fast. This caught the half-dragon completely off guard. Puffed. White feathers fluttered in the air. The beluga whale's attack landed on the half-dragon. Immediately, blood spurted out. Even though the half-dragon has extremely high health, such a blow would be enough to severely injure a half-dragon. But half-dragon dared not hesitate in the slightest. Immediately, with the help of that enormous force, he shot forward and disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The tremors came from all directions. These beluga dolphins actually managed to spot the half-dragon. If so, the half-dragon no longer intended to hide, and swept through the bushes, soaring straight into the sky. Roar dash. A burst of blazing flame shot directly from its mouth, scorching the surrounding beluga whales. The scorching temperature caused the beluga whales to cry out in pain. But it also made them flap their wings frantically to extinguish the flames. All of this was ultimately in vain. After the half-dragon soars into the sky, how will the remaining beluga dolphins intercept it? But the beluga whale pods were not truly at their wits' end. Just as the half-dragon took to the air, this group of beluga whales suddenly turned around. It swooped down towards the half-dragon. Snort. He gave a cold laugh. Without dodging or avoiding, Banlong threw a punch at the swooping beluga whale. Bang. Another muffled thud. The beluga whale's body was smashed into countless pieces of flesh. Instance. Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, beluga whale. 69,800 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, beluga whale. 69,800 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, beluga whale. 69,800 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, beluga whale. Experience gained. On Bai Yi's side, a system notification sounded. But this did not surprise Half-Dragon in the slightest. Because this is just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh. The Half-Dragon was flying in the air. Every punch delivered is sure to take away a beluga whale. Eek! The mournful cries of the beluga whale continued to echo. But this time, the dragon did not stop its attack. Instead, he swung his fists even more fiercely. They killed the beluga whales one by one. In a very short moment, the flock of beluga whales that had been raging in the air had dwindled to just a handful of 2 or 3. They didn't even manage to gather the initial 20 heads. A sharp glint flashed in the half-dragon's eyes. These beluga whales, while not weak, pose no threat compared to the previous ones. Only, now, these guys seem to want to unite. If we don't take this opportunity to get rid of these beluga whales, it will probably be even more troublesome in the future. And if these guys manage to escape, it's possible that they might summon an even larger group, or even some elite monsters from behind them. Thinking of this, Half-Dragon's figure couldn't help but pause slightly. He wanted to leave. However, at this point, if we do not press our advantage, it's easy to give these beluga whales a chance to catch their breath. Let's give it our all. A moment later, a dense burst of light erupted from the half-dragon's eyes. These beluga whales are too much trouble. This must be resolved as soon as possible. Moreover, such a monster cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of the city lord's mansion. Thinking of this, the half-dragon's body froze. Then, it turned and charged towards the beluga whale. Having chosen to fight, the half-dragon was fully prepared. These monsters have absolutely no chance of escaping. Rumble. With his powerful physique and special abilities, Half-Dragon didn't take those few white whales seriously at all. He charged recklessly, knocking away any beluga whales he encountered. Whoa! The Half-Dragon roared to the sky. His body transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing straight toward the distant beluga whale's nest. Along the way, beluga whales tried to stop them. They were all slapped to death by the Half-Dragon. This was a one-sided massacre. Soon, the beluga whales were terrified of being killed. Watching the Half-Dragon rapidly approaching, these beluga dolphins dared not approach the Half-Dragon at all. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale. 50,980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale. 50,980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale. 50,980 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale. Experience gained. This brought a smile of excitement to Banlong's face, accompanied by a roar. The half-dragon charged into the beluga whale's nest once again. There was an even larger flock of beluga whales. But these white whales were all at the silver level, and they couldn't withstand the attacks of the half-dragon at all. It was torn apart in an instant. On the corpse of the beluga whale, the experience bar was slowly increasing. Huff! And at that very moment, a colossal beluga whale appeared in the half-dragon's field of vision. Elite-level beluga whales. Half-dragon let out a soft hum. He could confirm that the beluga whale in front of him was definitely of elite level. It could even be a boss-level entity. But half-dragon, however, remained completely unfazed. Monster, great white whale, elite level. Level 50. HP 52W2660 / 52W2660. Base attack power 18990 plus. Equipment none. Skills B+ level. Eagle soaring through the sky, B+ level. Crimson unicorn laser, B+ level. Sonic attack. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his aura suddenly became incredibly fierce. Chapter 223 Deceptive Illusions and Unique Characteristics. 223 Bewildering Illusions and Characteristics. Kill. A-level Dragon Transformation. S-grade Dragon Flame. A-grade Dragon Scale Armor. S-rank Dragon Breath Recovery. With one step, he swiftly charged forward. And with the movement of the half-dragon, an elite beluga whale was completely powerless to put up any resistance. It was torn apart by the half-dragon. In an instant, the blood mist on the half-dragon's body became increasingly intense. The absorbed blood of the beluga whales made the half-dragon incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, a series of roars resounded. Immediately afterwards, even more elite beluga whales swarmed in. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale, Elite. 160,980 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Beluga Whale, Elite. Experience gained. Only. Even just 3 or 5 individuals constitute the maximum number of elite-level individuals a beluga whale colony can produce. If there were more, it would probably be impossible to do without a large ethnic group. Generally speaking, to encounter so many elite monsters, you'd need a very large group. What we have now is definitely not enough. Now, Half-Dragon also fully realized the extent of his own power. Just recently, he even hid himself, nurturing his strength in preparation for a surprise attack on these laughable beluga whales. That's what I thought. Half-Dragon also found it funny. And now, the Half-Dragon will bring back a large number of beluga whale carcasses, including 5 elite ones. And the southern part of the Island of Misery, in the Iberian Strait, has also been completely explored by the Half-Dragon. No abnormalities were found. The Island of Misery, in the Iberian Strait, in the Eastern Sea. The beach is the dominant feature here. This was the starting point he arrived at when he first came to the Island of Suffering, in the Iberian Strait. This way, it has vast oceans, but very little other terrain. And now, after 2 shadow swaps using his natal shadow, he successfully teleported the Shadow Naga King, who was dozens of miles away, back here. If you say they are good at water, of the entire Shadow subordinate team, there are only Shadow Naga King and Shadow Water. And now, their combined appearance will lead to a thorough investigation of the surrounding sea area. This is Bai Yi's idea. In order to find the trace of the second key, no corner can be overlooked. Bai Yi had a premonition that the second key might not be here. But you should be able to find some clues here. You need to know, aside from the island itself, the most crucial element of the Island of Misery, in the Iberian Strait, is the surrounding sea area. Here, perhaps the second key is truly buried there. If we can find even 1 or 2. The Shadow Naga King and the Shadow Water made significant contributions to Bai Yi. At this time, the Shadow Naga King and the Shadow Water split up and began exploring the seas on both sides of the island. Meanwhile, the Shadow Naga King. Not long after they went into the sea, they saw a group of monsters gathered together. They were a group of beings that were half fish and half human. Only, it's very different from what most people imagine. It is not a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, but a monster with a human-shaped outline, but whose entire body is covered in blue fish scales. Its shape. It only has a simple human-shaped outline, and the rest is completely unrecognizable as human. Monster, Bewitching Siren. Level, 49. HP, 21W 2590/21W 2590. Base attack power, 6700+. Equipment, none. Skills, B+, illusion creation, D rank, condensed beads, C rank, reverse water flow, B++, cluster water prison. When the bewitching sea monsters saw the Shadow Naga Queen, they hesitated for a moment but did not immediately launch an attack. But the Shadow Naga King ignored all that and launched his attack. And he used all his skills from the very first move. Rank B, Roar of Wrath. B grade, combustion potential. Grade C, fast swimming in the sea. Moment. The Shadow Naga King charged straight in, a ferocious grin on his face. But soon, the Shadow Naga King's smile faded slightly. Because he saw it. The bewitching sea monsters in his sight gradually disappeared from his view. Turn out to be. Not only did the Shadow Naga King unleash his skill, but the group of bewitching sea monsters also used theirs. And it was a mass release. B grade, illusion creation. Grade D, condensed bead. A simple B-level skill, but when used by dozens of bewitching siren, the skill effect is in no way inferior to A rank. All of a sudden, the Shadow Naga King's vision was deceived. There was no figure of the bewitching siren in his sight at all. But soon, the Shadow Naga King then calmed down and became composed. So what if we can't see it? He's a monster who was born in the sea. When it comes to agility in the water, what monster can surpass him? Immediately, the Shadow Naga King closed his eyes, his dark vertical pupils completely covered by eyelids constructed of shadow. In an instant, the view disappeared. But, even without sight, the Shadow Naga King could still see clearly in the sea. You need to know, on the seabed, there is very little light, so visibility is often not very useful. Therefore, the Shadow Naga King naturally had other means of investigation, whether it's the sense of smell or the sensitive perception of seawater. The Shadow Naga King's lips curled into a wide grin once more, revealing his sinister smile. He saw it. The exact location of those bewitching sea monsters. All of a sudden, the Shadow Naga King then created a large current of water, rushing directly in one direction. But if the Shadow Naga King opens his eyes, that is what you will see. There were no monsters ahead, only a huge black reef. Unfortunately, the Shadow Naga King was not relying on his eyes at this moment, but on his sense of smell and keen perception of the seawater. Whoosh! The Shadow Naga King hurtled towards that direction like a torpedo. At the same time, its two arms suddenly opened wide, revealing its sharp claws. That claw strike could probably tear even a reef apart. Moment. The Shadow Naga King arrived at the reef and slammed it down with both claws, instantly tearing it apart. Because it uses B+ grade combustion potential. Therefore, the Shadow Naga King's attack was powerful and heavy, with an indomitable spirit. Only, generally speaking, you will be weak for several hours after using this skill. However, since the Shadow Naga King's body is currently constructed of shadow, he does not feel tired at all. You could say that. They perfectly exploited this small bug, successfully enjoying the benefits while avoiding the drawbacks. Or perhaps, from another perspective, this skill and the use of the body can be attributed to characteristics. In conclusion, after the Shadow Naga King slapped down with its two claws. Chapter 224 Exploring the Dungeon Boundaries. The Home Ground of Shadow Water. 224 Explore the boundaries of the dungeon. The home ground of Shadow Water. What I touched was not the feel of rocks, but the sensation of flesh and blood. What's right in front of us? It was never a black reef, but a genuine bewitching siren. These brainless monsters. They were using their skills to the fullest extent and had great confidence in them. This kind of blind self-confidence. This led them to neither dodge nor evade, naively believing that the Shadow Naga King would not harm them. They actually thought. Those illusions can successfully block the Shadow Naga King, preventing him from harming himself and from detecting them. But, unexpectedly, one mistake led to another. Now, seeing that their combined skill was ineffective, the group of bewitching sea monsters immediately began to scatter. This is a mess. This made it even easier for the Shadow Naga King to make his move. They already had an advantage. With the opponent in disarray, they were able to unleash their attack methods more effectively. In an instant, The Shadow Naga King roamed the ocean floor, relentlessly ambushing and killing the bewitching sea monsters. Instance: Island of Suffering. Level: 42 to 50. Danger level: extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. Experience gained. Soon, with the large number of bewitching sea monsters killed off, the illusion became overwhelmed. Without the support of those bewitching sea monsters, this illusion became as thin as paper, collapsing on its own. Immediately afterwards, the bewitching sea monsters began to scatter in all directions. Perhaps they were never good at attacking. In this island of misery instance in the Iberian Strait, their survival instinct. Perhaps it's simply using illusions to render the prey powerless to resist, ultimately leading to their easy demise in a weakened state. If you encounter some powerful monsters, they can also use illusions to escape, without having to participate in combat at all. So, over the course of their long survival, they gradually phased out combat as a means of survival. This also makes these bewitching sea monsters, despite their high level and strength, offered absolutely no resistance. If they raised their fangs and claws, they might be able to buy some time. But it's like this now. Running around aimlessly will only hasten the Shadow Naga King's slaughter and accelerate by Yi's experience gain. Final. The outcome was obvious. None of the bewitching sea monsters escaped. They were all brutally slaughtered here by the Shadow Naga King. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the Shadow Naga King summoned a Shadow Naga to carry away the corpses. Immediately, the Shadow Naga King hurried towards the distance, constantly exploring the surrounding sea. And at the very edge of this sea area, an invisible barrier stood here. Unlike some skills, it was more like a spatial confinement. Indestructible. Like a barrier in the world, there is no way to overcome it. It's obvious. This is the boundary of the Island of Suffering instance in the Iberian Strait. In this world, some instances contain smaller worlds, so large that it's impossible to explore them all in a single day. And some, it is very small, though. It wasn't long before I was able to walk to the edge and arrive at this spatial barrier. Now the Shadow Naga King has arrived here. He stretched out his large, webbed hand and gently stroked the edge of the rampart. That was an invisible barrier. It's like a perfectly smooth pane of glass placed there. You can touch it, but you can never cross it. Because that invisible barrier always exists, and there is no way to cross it. Now, the Shadow Naga King measured the distance, determined the maximum range from which one could leave the island, and relayed this information to Bai. Then, the Shadow Naga King then began to explore from this point. His exploration. Beneath this stretch of sea, aside from the very deep seabed and some negligible monsters and weak creatures, basically, there were only sand and rocks on the seabed, and nothing else unusual. In other words, there was no trace of the second key in the sea area explored by the Shadow Naga King. Here, the view can only be adjusted to the other half of the sea, the Shadow Water. The Island of Misery, in the Iberian Strait, the other half of the sea. The waters of shadow have been dormant in the Shadow Kingdom for far too long. There is no other reason. There wasn't much room for him to perform, since his appearance required the use of props, water cube. And the water cube can hold nearly 10,000 tons of water, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually not that much. It's just the volume of water in a standard swimming pool. And here we are. The sea. This is Shadow Water's true home ground. Only here can he fully unleash all his skills. Once in the water, Shadow Water did not move, but instead used its own skill. A-level, cluster thinking. S-rank, water transformation. Two extremely powerful skills were unleashed, and the surrounding seawater was instantly assimilated by the Shadow Water. Almost instantly, the surrounding seawater had its properties altered, and the Shadow Water now had complete control over it. Overall, the surrounding seawater is no longer the seawater of this instance, but rather a manifestation and clone of the Shadow Water. As long as Shadow Water wants, the surrounding seawater is not considered part of the seawater in this instance. At this time, The shadow water skill was used again, and the surrounding transformations continued to expand, spreading at an immeasurable speed. Soon, it occupies almost a large area of the sea. The sea monsters along the way were also wiped out. By Yi's side. Then, another wave of notifications came. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Poisonous Sea Clam. You have gained 52,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hurricane Water Dragon Serpent. Experience gained, 61,239. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Poisonous Sea Clam. You have gained 52,980 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Rock Turtle. You have gained 79,222 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Hurricane Water Dragon Serpent. Experience gained, 61,239. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. You have gained 69,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bewitching Siren. Experience gained. As the transformation expands, countless sea monsters met their demise, being slain by the shadow water on its home turf. Chapter 225. The entire island has been explored. Target locked. 225. The entire island has been explored. Target locked. Although the drop rate for monsters is very low, but the sheer number of them is overwhelming. And the shadow water is a simple and brutal way to deal with monsters. No matter what kind of monster it is, once it is swallowed by the shadow water after it takes human form, it will all turn into a puddle of mud. Even those seemingly ferocious shark-like monsters were killed without hesitation. Even some seemingly ferocious crocodiles or large marine mammals were not spared. A giant shark was swallowed into the shadow water and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. After swallowing the shark, shadow water's skill control was further enhanced. System notifications echoed repeatedly in Bai Yi's mind. Bai Yi also felt a wave of comfort. The joy of completing this game is intoxicating. All of this is thanks to the special effects of shadow water, which can amplify the power of skills, making it an incredibly powerful ability. This allows him to better control the shadow water. And as skills are continuously refined, the properties of shadow water are also rapidly increasing. Good. It's really great. At first, he only wanted to gather his shadow minions together to deal with certain monsters as quickly as possible. And now, in this instance, he had his shadow minions dispersed for the first time. But I never expected it. They immediately demonstrated outstanding results, not only exploring the map, but also hunting a large number of monsters. Although these monsters are of a lower level than themselves. But, as I said before, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. The sheer amount of experience he gained was enough for Bai Yi to advance to level 1 or 2. And now, in the waters of the Island of Suffering, in the Iberian Strait, the shadow waters continue their relentless hunt. While hunting, they are also constantly exploring new sea maps, trying to see what undiscovered things exist on the seabed. Time passes. The shadow waters are raging across the seas. Bai Yi, on the other hand, kept searching for any possible hidden bosses. After searching, Bai Yi concluded, none. Could I have guessed wrong? The question had barely surfaced in his mind when Bai Yi dismissed it. Logically, that should be the case. Because, according to my memories from my past life, the ruins of the goddess of the night's palace were at the edge of that ocean. Only, exploring the shadow waters. The end of the sea seemed to be a long way off. Could it be that this clue isn't in this instance? Bai Yi muttered to himself. Although Bai Yi knew about the shadow god, he didn't think this clue would be found so easily. But, since we can't find it, then let's try a different approach. Since there's no trace of a second key in this vast ocean, then let's look for other monsters. With that, Bai Yi strode towards another area. Only, just as Bai Yi was thinking, the monsters throughout the strait suddenly became active. They seemed to have a keen sense of smell. They sensed the terror of the shadow water. Therefore, they all avoided it. Even under the threat of the shadow water, these sea monsters have given up their attack. But the clones of shadow water did not spare them. The next moment, its entire body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the depths of the sea. There, it is the core area of the monster cluster. There, the shadow waters discovered a peculiar entity. It was a small life. A small, completely black life form. The other side remained entrenched on the surface of the sea, silently lurking, as if waiting for something. Upon seeing this tiny life, the shadow water froze. Although, after entering the instance and descending into the sea, Shadow Water received a significant buff upon entering its home area. But this does not mean that Shadow Water is invincible. The truth is quite the opposite. The smaller and larger the entity, the less damage the Shadow Water will cause, especially the small ones. This small creature, within the area covered by the Shadow Water clone, besides himself, there was only this guy. It was a clownfish. It has beautiful patterns. Even though the water transformation of the Shadow Water stirred up the ocean, the clownfish drifted with the current, like seaweed. It didn't cause it the slightest harm. Monster, Monet Elite Level. Level, 50. HP, 21W 2590/21W 2590. Base attack power, 1900 plus. Equipment, none. Skill, A-level upgrade, power reduction. A standard control panel. There is only one A-level skill that is truly useful, but this one skill is quite powerful. This allows the clownfish to perfectly evade the Shadow Water's area of effect attacks. But it's just a matter of avoiding it. Clownfish can't go very far on the seabed. After all, that meager movement speed can't keep up with the speed of Shadow Water. Moreover, the speed of the Shadow Water is much faster than that of the clownfish. This means clownfish cannot escape their fate of death. That's interesting. This further fueled Shadow Water's desire to kill it. Muttering to himself, Shadow Water manipulated his clones to quickly approach. This time, however, the clownfish was no longer as calm as before. He turned and left. Even though the Shadow Water doesn't have the ability to move quickly, but his water-based form and water-based identity, their speed is still comparable to their opponents. They caught up with the other party very quickly. Immediately, when the opponent was preparing to attack the Shadow Water clone. Boom. A faint blue light flashed. The Shadow Water clone ripped open the clownfish's head with a single claw, nearly uprooting half the seabed and killing it instantly. Ding dong. The system notification sounded again in Bai Yi's ears. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster Monet, elite level. You have gained 122,980 experience points. Looking at the 120,000 experience points gained, Bai Yi was overjoyed. But there was still no trace of the second key that Bai Yi was looking for. Since that's the case, Bai Yi didn't devote too much attention to the sea. It seems so. Therefore, the only option left is to focus on the islands. If it's not in any of the directions. Therefore, excluding all errors, there is only one last possibility, the center point of the island. And this position. It wasn't too far from Bai Yi. They could reach him in a short time. This leads to the following association. Bai Yi also thought of that strange black rain and the invisible monster. I think so. The things you can't find in the entire instance are related to those things. Chapter 226, Disregarding Martial Morality. The Great Ice Armor Dragon Lizard launches a sneak attack. 226. Lacking martial ethics. The Great Ice Armor Dragon Lizard launches a sneak attack. At this time, the island of Misery in the Iberian Strait, northeast of the island. The temperature here hasn't dropped much. It's still as pleasant as it is on an island. The Shadow Snow Elf has set foot in this place. They immediately encountered a group of monsters. Monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. Level, 50. HP, 40W 2590/40W 2590. Base attack power, 5900 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B+, Ice Defense, B+, Spinning Charge, C rank, Bite. It appears to be. They must be a group of guys who aren't particularly strong, but have outstanding defense. But the Shadow Snow Elves, however, are not afraid of these things. So what if they have high defense? His method was equivalent to a magical attack. In an instant, a chill emanated from the Snow Elf, spreading outwards from its own radius. Whoosh. In an instant, the sunlight seemed to have been frozen. A layer of frost seemed to cover the entire island. Hiss. Feeling the chill, the dragon lizards that had been leisurely sunbathing suddenly cried out in alarm. But they couldn't escape the deadly cold. Accompanied by the howling cold wind, streaks of azure, sword light bloomed. Almost every second, at least 3 or 4 lizards freeze to death. In a short time, the shore was filled with wailing cries, and the flesh and blood were stiff. But in response to this, the Shadow Snow Elves have no interest in managing them. After dealing with the surrounding monsters, the Shadow Snow Elf headed straight for the center of the island and looked down. Seeing that the Shadow Snow Elf's target was himself, the giant dragon lizard roared. Immediately afterwards, he shifted his body. It retracted its head and horns into its shell, intending to avoid battle. The shadow snow elf looked on with disdain. How long can they keep hiding? At the same time, it manipulated a piece of ice and snow to crash straight into it. Bang! A dull thud was heard. Despite the shadow snow elf's charge, the giant dragon lizard was unable to stop it. The only option is to tough it out. Unfortunately, this injury is not serious enough to pose a significant threat. Monster, giant ice armored dragon lizard, elite level. Level 50. HP 66W 2590/66W 2590. Base attack power 7900 plus. Equipment none. Skills B+, multiple ice defense, B+, spinning charge, C rank bite. This enormous ice armored dragon lizard has already reached the elite level. It has to be said, although the level cap on this island is not high, elite level monsters frequently appear. In general, this is also why Bai is certain that the traces of the second key will appear here. Unusual. It's really unusual that so many elite level characters could appear in a single instance. But the shadow snow elves currently fighting here ignored all of this and launched another attack. The ice armored dragon lizard, by nature lazy, did not take the initiative to attack. Then, a chilling attack shot towards the giant ice armored dragon lizard. Rumble. As the two sides clashed, the ice cubes shattered, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Large chunks of ice fell into the sea. A short while later, ice crystals covered the surrounding ocean. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. 51,230 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. 51,230 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. You have gained 53,230 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. 51,230 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. 51,230 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. Experience gained. As experience grows, the battle between the Shadow Snow Elves and the Great Ice Armored Dragon Lizard intensified. The battle between the two caused the entire rock wall to shake. It was like a mountain collapsing. As the battle escalated, the Ice Armored Dragon Lizard's stamina finally reached its limit. Click, accompanied by a series of fine cracking sounds. The tough scales on the giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard shattered, revealing the stark, white bones and flesh beneath. This caused the bloodthirsty red light in the Shadow Snow Elf's eyes to intensify. The next moment, the ice crystals instantly converged and enveloped the entire giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. Click. Beneath those blocks of ice, the giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard struggled for a few breaths before slowly losing its movement. The Shadow Snow Elf showed no expression as she stared at the dead Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard. 121,230 experience points awarded. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Snow Elf continued to explore the surrounding area. Since this is the territory of the Ice Armored Dragon Lizard, there must be more than just a few of them. There must be more. Very soon, another Ice Armored Dragon Lizard has appeared. But the Ice Armored Lizard did not choose to hide or run away. Instead, it roared and charged straight at the Shadow Snow Elf. The roar echoed along the shore of the frozen lake. This dragon lizard's strength has reached around level 50. Obviously, it had known all along that shadow elves were present here. Otherwise, why would they be so proactive? Seeing this scene, the Shadow Snow Elf narrowed its eyes sharply, not daring to be careless, and quickly unleashed its attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the skills are used, 5 icy daggers instantly appeared in front of the Shadow Snow Elf. Hiss! 5 icy daggers shot out rapidly. It easily pierced the chest of the giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard in just one glance. Thump! After a dull, unusual sound, the giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard's body crashed into the lake, turning into a corpse. Such a scene. This caused the Shadow Snow Elf's mind to stir slightly. Turn out to be, below this rock wall lies an entire clan of Ice Armored Dragon Lizards. The Shadow Snow Elf saw this and did not hesitate at all. Kill. This moment, the Shadow Snow Elf suddenly rose higher, exuding a chilling aura, and pounced down. His form changed. It absorbed the surrounding ice and snow, and instantly transformed into a giant snow bear. Uft. The sharp claws instantly tore one of the ice-armored dragon lizards to pieces. But, just as the Shadow Snow Elf was preparing to reap the second kill, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through me. Bang! Chapter 227 Post-Battle Summary. New Shadow Minions are about to appear. Post-Battle Summary 227. New Shadow Minions are about to appear. Immediately afterwards, a muffled thud. Boom dash. The Shadow Snow Elf was actually slammed into the bottom of the water by a giant ice ball. Powerful ice-type power. In an instant, it spread to the Shadow Snow Elf's entire body. Click, click, click. With a crisp, freezing sound, the ice sculpture gradually solidified. A sneak attack. Faced with the wrath of the Shadow Snow Elves, there is only one path left, death. The same goes for that giant ice-armored dragon lizard. Now, their only chance to survive is to rush ashore while the Shadow Snow Elves are trapped underwater. Then, get out of this awful place. Immediately, the two ice-armored dragon lizards tried to take advantage of their strength and rushed directly off the shore. After all, their speed is significantly faster than that of the Shadow Snow Elves. Roar. With a low growl, the Shadow Snow Elf clasped its claws together. In an instant, the surrounding area then began to surge. Call, call, call. The whistling of the wind and the sound of ice and snow mingled together like a death knell. The two ice-armored dragon lizards' expressions changed drastically. Damn it! Looking at the churning lake water around them, one of the ice-armored dragon lizards began to curse. But the words had barely left his mouth. The ice spell cast by the Shadow Snow Elf is now complete. Splash! A ripple appeared on the lake's surface. The feet of the two ice-armored dragon lizards were frozen. Hiss! The two ice-armored dragon lizards frantically flapped their tails, trying to break free from the layers of restraints. However, it was all in vain. At last, the two ice-armored dragon lizards struggled for a few seconds in the icy blue ice sculpture. It turned into a stiff corpse. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, giant ice-armored dragon lizard. 111,230 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, giant ice-armored dragon lizard. 122,380 experience points awarded. Final. The Shadow Snow Elf emerged victorious, concluding perfectly. Meanwhile, Bai was thinking about something. Thinking about this, Bai then focused all his attention on the center of the island. You can't find it anywhere else. That's basically in the center of the island, and it's related to that strange black rain and invisible monsters. This was Bai's plan. And among these, of course, it's also possible that there's no information about a second key in the entire instance. If that's really the case, Bai could be considered to have come for nothing, but in the end, it wasn't a truly wasted trip. After all, putting aside other things, Bai directly gained a significant amount of experience from these monsters. Directly from the previous level, it has soared all the way to level 66. At this time, Bai waited for his group of shadow subordinates to bring over the monster corpses from the edge of the Island of Suffering in the Iberian Strait. They weren't idle, though. He opened the panel directly and glanced at the current data. Professional system, open the panel. As soon as Bai finished speaking, the professional system seemed to sense it and displayed a panel. This panel looks good, both visually and visually. Or perhaps we can see it on a spiritual level. In conclusion, a panel was displayed directly in front of Bai, allowing him to easily see the data on his panel. Thus, the data shows Bai's current approximate stats. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King. Level, 66, 25W2495/1674W8980. HP, 78W8120/78W8120. Base attack power, 24,000 plus. Spirit, 660. Equipment, Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman, True Shadow Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4. Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3. Stealth, Tier 3. Killing Intent, Tier 3. Dominator's Authority, Tier 3. Monarch's Domain, MA. Shadow Devouring, MA. Shadow Swap, MA. Seeing these data, Bai felt inexplicably much more relieved. They're not far from being at the top of the professional ranks. Certainly, after passing through a certain level, the experience requirement will inevitably increase significantly. At that time, upgrading would likely be much more difficult than it is now. But Bai didn't care. He didn't care at all whether upgrading was difficult. For ordinary professionals, leveling up might be as difficult as climbing one step at a time on a ladder. But for Bai, it's easier than eating or drinking. This is not only due to the help of the SSS-level hidden class, but also because of the characteristics of this class. If placed in other professions of the same level, perhaps I will still have to fight alone. It wouldn't be fair to say that progress is extremely difficult, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. A person gradually becomes stronger. The upgrade process was, of course, slow and fraught with difficulties. Unlike Bai, with a group of shadowy subordinates under his command, he leveled up rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. Anyone who saw Bai's insane speed, everyone was astonished. If Bai were to return to the city where he first awakened, the principals, vice principals, and teachers would probably be terrified by his terrifying speed of advancement. I had only been out of school for a few days. He came back and immediately became a top-tier professional. If you see it, those individuals probably cannot understand or even believe what they are seeing. But regardless of whether others saw it or not, Bai had already reached level 66. I think so. Before long, he will enter the top tier of professionals and stand alongside the committee members. Level, top tier. Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but be filled with daydreams once again. Only, given the current situation, he doesn't have time to think too much. Because those shadowy henchmen who transported the corpses of the entire island have returned. There is no other reason. After Bai waved his hand, letting his natal shadow do as it pleased. That destined shadow. He simply swapped positions with a random shadow subordinate in the distance, and then used the space of the Shadow Kingdom to transport the shadow subordinate. Certainly, those corpses, however, could not be moved. However, some of the shadow's henchmen, who are skilled at moving corpses and teleporting, can instantly teleport there. With the help of those shadow minions, the entire transportation route has become several times faster. Now, although this island of misery in the Iberian Strait is vast, the shadow minions crossed it with ease. Chapter 228. Using war to sustain war. Using killing to exchange for troops. 228. We will fight to sustain our war effort. We will exchange soldiers for soldiers. And they brought back all the monster corpses they had hunted. Some of them were so deformed that they were brought back as part of the collection. Regarding these, the shadow extraction skill has already advanced too many levels, so it won't be of too much concern, as long as it is within the prescribed time limit for death. Even if they bring back a small part of the organization, whose strength is not too far behind Bai's, it wouldn't be difficult to extract a complete shadow subordinate. And now, all the shadowy subordinates from all directions and the two seas have returned. First, Bai then saw many enormous figures that filled his field of vision. The decline of the Yakuza. Shadow Giant. Several enormous water forms of the Shadow Water. Both the extreme decline and the Shadow Giant were incredibly large, and they carried countless corpses with them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Shadow Waters, he directly transformed a large amount of seawater in the ocean into his own water form. It is, after all, a mysterious hidden boss that has never appeared in the dungeon. Such power and might. Even when the ultimate path declines, it can only be secretly ranked higher and lower compared to it. Even in terms of sheer size, the several massive water forms of Shadow Water directly surpass the size of the declined ultimate form. Therefore, the two seem to be competing in secret, each vying to step forward. It was carrying the corpse of the monster from the island of misery in the Iberian Strait, and it walked step by step toward this place. Soon, both arrived one after another, leaving the flesh and blood behind. At first glance, the scene was entirely blood-red, and the smell of blood even had a certain additional effect. A hint of blood. Perhaps this could attract the surrounding monsters, causing them to feed on the corpses in order to maintain their own condition. And there was a strong smell of blood. However, this deterred the surrounding monsters from approaching, as it transformed from an enticement into a warning. A warning originating from genes. This is no longer just about food, but a vast graveyard. All it can offer is a warning. This is a warning. This deterred all the surrounding monsters from approaching, as the monsters in the Island of Suffering dungeon in the Iberian Straits were not of particularly high level. Basically, it hovers around level 40 to 50. If there are a large number of corpses, it means that their strength is not too far from yours. Since so many monsters of similar strength have already died or been injured, there's no point in going there again except to send myself to my death. At this point, even a monster with a brain can figure it out. Even without a brain, one would not neglect things that are almost ingrained in one's instincts. When it comes to their own lives, these monsters are no different from ordinary creatures. But if it's a monster from a regular dungeon, or perhaps monsters in low-level dungeons, they might actually go berserk and charge at the professionals, fighting relentlessly and disregarding their own lives. But it's different here. Life here doesn't seem so rigid. Instead, it seems to possess a great deal of wisdom. While it possesses some wisdom, it is not excessive. Now, let's get back to the present moment. Here, Bai looked at the small mountain of flesh and immediately used his special skill, shadow extraction. So many corpses. Even Bai himself wasn't entirely sure how many shadow subordinates he could create. But the result was revealed the next moment. Stand up. After Bai gave a low shout, shadows instantly began to spread around them. Suddenly, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble at this tremendous change. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and shadows spread out, even rapidly extending into the surrounding air. The once bright sunlight was swallowed up, and darkness enveloped the entire island. The temperature dropped sharply, and a cold wind howled. The biting cold sent chills down one's spine. The creatures on the island sensed this sudden change. Birds took flight in fright, and herds of animals scattered and fled. The once turbulent sea became completely silent. Various monsters huddled in the cave, fearing that the cold brought by the darkness would invade their bodies. The distant sea was also shrouded in darkness, with waves rolling and the water becoming murky, as if it were being eroded by dark energy. A faint purple flash of lightning flickered in the sky, giving off an ominous aura. Even the wind in the sky became strange, its howling sound becoming low and cold. It sounded like a roar from hell. The trees swayed, making a rustling sound. It seemed to be protesting against this sudden darkness. In this darkness, only Bai Yi's figure stood out. He was like the ruler of darkness, standing in the cold wind, gazing at the island shrouded in darkness. The shadows around him swayed, and his eyes revealed endless indifference and murderous intent. This shadow is his domain, his power. No one can escape his shadow extraction. He is the Shadow King. At this moment, he will shroud the entire mountain of corpses in endless darkness and summon countless shadow minions. In the darkness, his power was unmatched. His very existence instilled fear in people. His declaration in this darkness proclaimed that he alone was the true king. The next moment, countless figures gathered in midair. They were bodies constructed from shadows. Shadow's henchman, Shadow Flamebird, Shadow Stonebat, Shadow Hellhound, Shadow Cerberus, Shadow Beluga, Shadows Bewitch the Siren, Monet and Shadow, Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizard, Shadow Great Ice Armor Dragon Lizard. Almost half of the island, all the monsters previously killed by the Shadow's men, have been transformed into Bai Yi's Shadow's men. To sustain war through war. Kill for soldiers. This is the path Bai Yi is destined to take. The path of the Shadow King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures appeared beside Bai Yi, seemingly filling the entire surrounding space. Countless shadow minions were born out of thin air. It's like a miracle. But Bai Yi knew that these were all his skills and abilities. This is something he should be in control of. Bai Yi looked at the surrounding shadows and felt a surge of pride. These shadow minions were extracted from corpses using his shadow extraction skill. Each shadow represents his power and ability to command. He walked past one of the shadows. Feeling the intense dark power, he couldn't help but smile slightly. These men were his loyal warriors, obeying his commands and fighting for him. Bai Yi felt a great sense of accomplishment. He was no longer a lone warrior, but a true leader. His men will clear the way for him and protect his safety. These subordinates were not only his source of power, it's also his pride. Chapter 229 The Source of Time Rain. The Silent Pool. 229 Time Rain Source. Silent Pool. Their presence proved his strength and ability, giving him a sense of belonging on this strange and difficult island. Bai Yi felt the presence of his subordinates, and his heart was filled with determination and fighting spirit. He knew that with these loyal warriors, he would be able to face any challenge and defeat any enemy. He looked at his men, feeling the dark energy emanating from them. I expressed my gratitude and appreciation to them. He knew they were the key to his victory and the guarantee that led him to the path of triumph. A sense of pride welled up in Bai Yi's heart. He knew he had grown into a true leader. He will lead his men onward to conquer even more dungeons, pursue greater power and glory. The Shadow's minions will forever remain loyal to him and fight for him. The existence of his shadowy subordinates will become a symbol of his power, allowing him to leave his own legend in this world. Bai Yi took a deep breath and stared at the shadowy subordinate in front of him. Our resolve has become even stronger. He will continue to move forward, marching towards victory. He believed that his men would accompany him to glory and create his legend. The shadows are Bai Yi's pride and his strongest support on his future journey. In an instant, whether it's the shadow white whale, the shadow angry bird, or the shadow stone bat in the sky, shadow hellhounds and shadow ice armor dragon lizards on the ground, or perhaps the shadow monet and the shadow bewitching siren are swimming in the shadow water transformation. Everyone bowed down and kneel. He expressed his submission and respect to Bai Yi. Bai Yi casually waved his hand, allowing these newly formed shadow subordinates to relax. This group of shadowy henchmen, the number of his current and past shadow minions is comparable. Certainly, without the Pharisee War, there would be many more shadow omnics deployed around the world. But now all of Shadow's minions. Quantity. It's already broken the 4-digit mark. This is a terrifying milestone. Bai Yi looked down at his many shadow subordinates, his heart filled with satisfaction and pride. He already has over 1,000 shadow minions. This is a remarkable achievement. However, he was not satisfied with this. He set his sights further ahead, thinking about the goal of the second key. He already had the first key, but he knew that to unlock the true ultimate key, having only one key is far from enough. We need a second key. The key is hidden somewhere on this island of hardship. Perhaps some clues can be found there. Bai Yi began to think deeply. He needs to find clues to the second key. He recalled his previous battles and adventures with the Shadow's minions, searching for any possible clues. The group of shadow subordinates stared intently at Bai Yi. They all realized that Bai Yi's determination and goals had exceeded their expectations. Bai Yi finally made her decision. He will lead his men on an all-out search and expedition. This adventure, it will target that invisible monster, that terrifying panel of data filled with question marks. No matter what difficulties, we'll keep going until we find the second key. This mission requires not only Bai Yi's strength and wisdom, but also the assistance and support of his subordinates. They were not afraid of any difficulties in order to achieve their goal. Bai Yi gazed at his group of shadow subordinates, sensing the power emanating from them. This group of shadowy henchmen will be the key to his success. The Shadow's minions possess boundless loyalty and fighting spirit. And Bai Yi's order, this also strengthened the resolve of these shadowy subordinates. Very soon, Bai Yi led his men on a journey to find the second key. They will continue to move forward and overcome all difficulties. Even when faced with that terrifying monster, we must uncover the truth. Goal achieved. Bai Yi knew that this was a task she had to face. The second key will create a legend that belongs to Bai Yi. This will also allow the Shadow's minions to leave behind an even more glorious chapter in their history. Bai Yi believes that through their efforts and hard work, he will find the second key. Ultimate. That was a fact that none of the committee members wanted to mention, but Bai Yi would eventually have to face it. To open the true ultimate door. There, Bai Yi will face everything and uncover the truth. Bai Yi's gaze was firm and far-sighted. He is ready to face the challenge. For that vague and uncertain future, for his goal. He is Bai Yi, Shadow King. We will keep moving forward. Charge forward, until final victory. The Shadow's minions were ecstatic, filled with passion and a determination to fight. Shadow Flame Bird, Shadow Stone Bat, Shadow Hellhound, Shadow Cerberus, Shadow White Whale, Shadow Bewitching Siren, Shadow Monet, Shadow Ice Armored Dragon Lizard, Shadow Giant Ice Armored Dragon Lizard, Shadow Giant, Shadow Naga King, and the decline of the extreme path. These loyal shadow minions will fight alongside Bai Yi until they reach the center of the island and find the source of the Black Time Ring. Bai Yi understood. That data panel was like a terrifying, invisible monster. It must be related to the source of the Black Time Ring. Perhaps. This mission was fraught with challenges and dangers, but the Shadow's minions did not back down. Because they believed in Bai Yi and in this monarch. As long as they work together, they will definitely win. Bai Yi was also prepared. He knew this battle would not be easy, but his goal remained steadfast. He led his shadow minions forward, and no matter how dangerous the path ahead, they would forge ahead. They traversed treacherous environments and rugged terrain, searching for the source of the black time rain. The Shadow's henchmen support each other and cooperate closely. Their combat prowess and team spirit complement each other. Finally, they arrived at the center of the island. Here, perhaps this is the source of the black time rain. The shadow minions surrounded Bai Yi closely, their presence filling the sky, the earth, and the sea, preparing to confront the invisible monster. Bai Yi's gaze was firm. He is preparing to launch a full-scale attack. The Shadow's henchmen also possess incredibly powerful strength. Bai Yi was not afraid at all. If he wins, joy will fill his heart. But for now, Bai Yi's determination and goals have never wavered. He will continue to move forward and take on even greater challenges, until the ultimate is reached. Bai Yi believed that through this battle, they would definitely find clues to the second key, unveiling the truth. Only, that invisible monster doesn't seem to be here. The black source of the rain of time is a silent pool. It is said to be a pool. It is actually enormous, occupying a large portion of the central area of the entire island. If a monster were to fall into it, it would probably age instantly and be annihilated in an instant. Chapter 230 Thorough Investigation of the Black Pool. 230. Thoroughly investigate the Black Pool. But, when Bai Yi arrived at this place, he did not see the invisible monster immediately. Bai Yi had a premonition. That is it. There must be traces of the second key on that invisible monster. That is precisely why Bai Yi will continue searching within this instance until the entire island has been searched. And the result? This includes the entire island, and even extends into the sea. There wasn't much information about the second key. So, the only possibility is that it was the invisible monster that Bai Yi saw when the black time rain was falling. In general, to find the second key in this island instance, you'll have to fight the monster. I think so. This is the best way. Even after defeating the second monster, there was still no trace of the second key. That's simply a bit unreasonable. That's really unreasonable. That concludes the discussion. Bai Yi stepped forward, leading his endless shadowy subordinates, and arrived outside the pool. It was a dark pool of water. It was like a bottomless well. Judging from its appearance alone, this pitch-black pool was even darker than many of the Shadow's minions. It was as black as night. It was so dark that it could not be described as ordinary black. But, no matter how Bai Yi moved around the black pool, he still couldn't see the invisible monster. This matter. It was rather strange, which made Bai Yi have some more questions. What's going on? Could it be? As Bai Yi pondered, he unconsciously recalled the first time he saw the invisible monster. And the most crucial point. That was the eerie black rain of time. Yes, the key element that has been overlooked is that black rain. Time rain. Bai Yi didn't believe there was absolutely no connection between that strange black rain of time and that invisible monster. Anyway, since the two can appear at the same time, they must be related. They appeared together. No matter who you are, you would naturally think that the two are related, and Bai Yi is no exception. And this point. But it is of great importance. I think so. This black rain of time is closely related to that invisible monster. It's impossible for it to be completely unrelated. Bai Yi thought to himself. Now that we know the connection between the two, how exactly can we lure out the invisible monster? Should we search beneath this black pool? No. It's unlikely. It's still too risky no matter what. Let's not talk about Bai Yi himself. He couldn't possibly go down there himself if he were attacked in that bottomless black pool. Even if you have Shadow Guardian, which can greatly reduce the chance of avoiding most damage. But, if you are dragged into this black pool, you will have no way to escape or fight. No matter what. It was still quite troublesome. Bai Yi really didn't want to see such a strange scene. I think so. Bai Yi wouldn't send down any of his important, high-combat shadow subordinates to investigate thoroughly. If you want to know the details of that invisible monster, there are other ways, though. That is, waiting for the arrival of that black rain, and then encountering that invisible monster again shouldn't be too difficult. Since we've managed to meet once, then it's possible that one might experience another black time rain and encounter that invisible monster. It's possible. It also depends on the probability. After all, the island is so large that even if something could fly at high speed, it would still be quite difficult. The island is so large that the invisible monster is only about the size of a leopard. If you want to find it directly, what should you consider besides probability? But, as far as this question is concerned, it is really not a difficult thing for Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi's shadow subordinates have now reached 4 figures. Although they are only a little over 1,000, they can indeed be called a force of 4 figures. And each of these shadow subordinates can be considered an elite force. More than 1,000 of these shadowy men were mobilized. Exploring the entire island shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. In fact, it should be relatively easy. If Shadow's minions were to mobilize in full force. Exploring the entire island directly and finding a mere invisible monster is not difficult at all. Or perhaps, for these loyal Shadow minions, it was far too easy. Just as Bai Yi was pondering, the decision was made in secret. Regardless of whether there are invisible monsters living beneath this black pool, we still have to go down and take a look, right? If we just wait for the next dark rainy season, then we don't know when that will be. Moreover, Bai Yi's timeout period in the instance is probably coming to an end soon. They will probably be forcibly expelled from this instance at that time. But there's no need to worry about this little thing. We can just swap shadows back. It's a minor issue like the length of time spent in the hotel. Bai Yi no longer cared about it. In his opinion, it was not a very important matter. It can be solved easily and directly. So there's no need to worry about it. At this time, Bai Yi had made his decision, and with a wave of his hand, one of his shadow subordinates stepped forward. Those were the shadow minions who had just appeared. Although it is also very powerful. However, they are no match for the elite under Shadow's command. They are neither high-level combatants nor among the elite. So, there needs to be something to go down into this black pool. I won't go down. How can we know what's hidden underneath? All in all, this great and glorious mission was placed upon this shadowy, bewitching siren. The shadows bewitch the siren. He doesn't have much combatability. Although the panel and data were barely acceptable, Bai Yi wasn't too keen on using them. Moreover, this black pool can barely be considered a pool, since it is a pool. So, this shadow bewitching siren could be considered to have entered half of her home turf. While she couldn't move freely, she at least wouldn't encounter too much resistance. As for being threatened and attacked, that's not something Bai Yi needs to worry about. Immediately afterwards, as soon as Bai Yi gave the order, the shadow bewitching sea monster stepped forward without hesitation. He plunged headfirst into the black pool of water. Silence. It was so quiet. Not a single drop entered the pool, yet there was no sound whatsoever. It was like jumping off flat ground, without making a sound. But it was clearly visible to the naked eye that the shadowy bewitching siren had indeed jumped inside. Chapter 231 Nothing gained. Moving on to another location. 231 gained nothing. They moved on to another location. All that could be seen was the shadowy creature bewitching the sea monster, which then leaped directly into the black pool of water. Then, without a sound, the shadowy bewitching sea monster vanished. At this time, Bai Yi stared intently at the black pool, trying to see if there was anything unusual about it. However, it was clear that this matter disappointed Bai Yi. No change. There wasn't even the slightest change. After entering the black pool, it was exactly the same as before entering the black pool. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. See here. Bai Yi stopped observing these appearances. He no longer looks at these things that give appearances. What Bai Yi wanted to see was the scene beneath the black pool. But Bai Yi did not personally enter the black pool, but instead saw the scene through his unique connection with the shadow subordinates. You need to know, since Bai Yi leveled up and her skill grades have also improved significantly, his connection with these shadowy henchmen deepened even further. It can not only connect all the messages that the shadow minions want to convey, it can also directly share the vision and hearing of the shadow minions to a certain extent. To a large extent. Now, every one of Shadow's subordinates is Bai Yi's moving eyes. Each of the Shadow's henchmen will provide Bai Yi with visual and informational location information. But Bai Yi wouldn't keep this perception active all the time, since having thousands of visual information points shared would be quite a headache for him. This feeling, it's just as bad as those who get motion sickness or 3D motion sickness, and may even be worse. If more than 1,000 people share the same view at the same time, that put considerable pressure on Bai Yi's mental state. Making him dizzy was a minor issue. What was more terrifying was the price Bai Yi didn't want to know. Now, Bai Yi connected his vision with that of the shadowy, bewitching sea monster. Then I saw it. In that pitch-black pool, there was only darkness. Pitch black. Dark. It was as if there was nothing else besides that. This didn't seem to surprise Bai Yi. Among the multiple outcomes he anticipated, this disastrous turn of events is actually a relatively good outcome. At least, right now, all we can see is that we can't see anything clearly. There are no other consequences. If that invisible monster suddenly appeared, and came right up to Bai Yi's face, the pressure on him would be obvious. Nowadays, Bai Yi connected with the vision of the shadowy, bewitching sea monster, but didn't see anything too surprising. It was still that pitch-black scene. It's as if there's nothing else to see in this black pool except darkness. Apart from that, every moment spent in this black pool caused considerable damage to the shadow bewitching siren. After all, this thing was praised by Bai Yi as the reign of time. Anything that comes into contact with it, all of these, to some extent, accelerate the passage of time. If what enters is not a shadowy minion that has no concept of lifespan, but some other monster or animal, then they will probably age soon. Before long, only a skeleton will remain, followed by being reduced to ashes. The passage of time. This would be terrifying for any carbon-based life form. But, fortunately, for these special beings like the Shadow's minions, there is no concept of lifespan. After all of Shadow's minions were constructed from shadow. I've heard of wood rotting. I've also heard of flowers withering. But has anyone ever heard of a shadow disappearing on its own when its lifespan ends? The answer is obvious. There is no such thing. Therefore, the Shadow's minions also possess endless lifespans. The passage of time may cause them to lose a little health, but it won't endanger much. These shadow minions aren't made of cells. There are no cells. Since there is no limit to the number of times it can split, it will not age due to being immersed in this black pool. But this thing can still cause some damage to the shadow minions. Although there are some, there aren't many. It's not fatal, and it's not difficult to stay inside for a long time. If it were Bai Yi instead, if Shadow Guardian is suddenly pulled away midway, it will probably immediately fall into a predicament. Fortunately, it was never Bai Yi himself who went down, but rather the shadowy, bewitching siren, because of the unique structure of the Shadow's minions. As a result, despite swimming in this black pool, it was not seriously harmed. Certainly, all of this refers only to the black pool. What if we leave this black pool? That's hard to say. This black pool can even weaken the abilities of Shadow's subordinates. Phew. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Bai Yi opened her eyes. That feeling was wonderful. But it's also incredibly exciting. His perspective returned to the shadowy, bewitching siren. But this time, it was different from before. His field of vision tripled. The entire black pool was now laid out before his eyes. Just as I suspected. This black pool is indeed black. He sighed softly. Bai Yi also withdrew his gaze. The shadows bewitched the siren. It's just too much trouble. But, now that we have a solution, Bai Yi would naturally not give up. He'd like to see what secrets lie hidden within this black pool. Immediately, Bai Yi then ordered another of his shadow subordinates to follow the direction in which the shadow had bewitched the sea monster. At the same time, Bai Yi also used her skills. Investigate. As the skill was used, no information appeared. As expected, there should be nothing beneath this black pool. I doubt that the invisible monster is here. But this raises another question. If the invisible monster isn't here, then where should it be? But, thinking about these things is of no use. If Bai Yi could think of it, he would have been able to find the invisible monster immediately. Instead, it won't be like it is now. They searched the entire island and even used probes in the black pool, but found nothing. In conclusion, Bai Yi has now decided to abandon the search for the black pool. That invisible monster. I doubt they'll be here. This black pool was quite ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. Further exploration would be a waste of time and completely useless. So, Bai Yi regained his composure. Chapter 232, A Reversal of Pole. From Prey to Hunter. 232, A Complete Reversal. From Prey to Hunter. Just then, suddenly, Bai Yi inexplicably sensed 3 auras, indicating that outsiders had entered this instance. Fortunately, Bai Yi was also wearing 2 props. 1,000 faces, 1,000 words. Faceless and utterly devoid of color. Bai Yi's aura was completely concealed, so even if he stood right in front of the other party might not be able to detect him. He can sense the other person, and the other party, but he couldn't sense him. It's like the enemy is in the open while we're in the dark, a complete and overwhelming advantage. But, Bai Yi was also somewhat curious about these 3 visitors. You need to know, the instance where Bai Yi is currently located, Island of Suffering, is in the Iberian Strait. These birds rarely defecate in certain places. Aside from Bai Yi himself, I doubt many people will come. The monsters here are not at a suitable level for leveling up, not to mention the dangers involved. In other dungeons, the monsters will appear one by one. But on this island of misery, in the Iberian Strait, monsters come in droves. For the vast majority of professionals, The purpose of dungeons is only one thing: leveling up. Without the speed and advantage of leveling up and gaining experience, who would travel thousands of miles to this godforsaken place? Strangeness. That's really strange. You would never believe it if there wasn't something wrong with it. The three of them. They definitely have some special purpose, and I imagine they're similar to me. Searching for traces of the second key? Go and meet them. Bai casually issued a command to his natal shadow. The natal shadow immediately recruited 200 shadow minions. Hyaki Sei directly used his abilities to grant his natal shadow a temporary ability to fly. A pair of shadowy wings appeared on the back of the natal shadow. It appears to be. It was as if it appeared out of nowhere, as if it were a perfect creation. Immediately afterwards, following Bai Yi's orders, the natal shadow soared into the air and headed northwest toward the island of Suffering in the Iberian Strait. That direction. This was the initial location where the three people first appeared after entering the instance. Soon, following Bai Yi's orders, his natal shadow arrived at the location and immediately discovered the three people. But, instead of striking first, the natal shadow began to observe carefully. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. One's own shadow is also observing the degree of threat posed by the other party. Know the other party's purpose. It's also easier to make a move. Now, because they shared the perspective of their natal shadow, Bai was also able to perceive the vision of his natal shadow. That is precisely why the professional system's investigative capabilities are now ready to be used. Immediately, Bai then used it, attempting to see through all the information about these three people. Of the three, the leader was a blonde man dressed in a futuristic bodysuit. Although the momentum was good, but it seems that Shang-Xin was being chased away by the two people behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai used the vision of his natal shadow to immediately begin his investigation. The message appears. Player, Ryan remits. Rank, SS, upgraded. Occupation, gunsmith. Level, 82. HP, 118W93 20/120W 8120. Base attack power, 21,000 plus. Equipment, Beast God S-Class Aberration Symbiotic Mech, Y38 Annihilation Rifle, Q, 43 Tiger King Tank, Future Destroyer. Skills, SS rank, Designated Weapon, S rank, Exoskeleton Space, S rank, Mechanical Modification, B rank, Physical Enhancement, B rank, Energy Shield. After seeing this information, Bai, standing some distance away, was taken aback. That name. Bai was immediately stunned for a moment. Something's not right. Something is really not right. At least 9/10 of it is not right. This name. Why does it sound so familiar? Strangeness. That's so strange. Suddenly, this reminded Bai of something. That's right. He'd seen those three guys before. Aren't these the three envoys who visited China at the Hanxia banquet? At the time, Sister Lu casually gave a brief introduction. Although Bai hadn't taken it too seriously, he couldn't help but think about it after seeing it a second time. Secondly, after this investigation, Bai also understood the strangeness of the three people. Why did you suddenly come here instead of attending the banquet in Hanxia? At the same time, the shadowy figure listened to their conversation, and every word it spoke reached Bai's ears. Damn it. I hope I haven't picked the wrong one again. No. If we still can't find that kid this time, I swear. Ryan Rainey's. I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. I won't stop you. Why? Ryan Remit sighed. He could beat those two guys, but because he hadn't done things well, he felt a little guilty. If these two just exchanged a few words of insult, let them curse. What good will it do to scold them? Most people would get angry because of insults, but Ryan Rainey's would not. He believes others' insults are their opinions, and opinions do not become facts. In that case, so what if others criticize us? It's not like words become law. It not only won't harm Ryan Rainey's himself, but it won't even affect his emotions in the slightest. But if those two really make a move, Ryan Rainey's won't just be sitting ducks. The previous minor squabbles were to be overlooked. He wasn't seriously injured. If the other party really intends to chop him up and feed him to the fish, as they claim, then Ryan Rainey's will have to get serious. After all, classes of level 80 and above, or even SS plus level. Let's get started. They're just as good as those two guys. At this time, the natal shadow, which saw the other's actions and heard others' words, successfully transmitted its senses to Bai. Bai listened. He nodded to himself, and after learning all this, he was a little unsure of where to begin. These three guys. Are you here to see him? I think so. They must also be looking for the second key, but they have no target or clue. I can only follow myself for now. Its purpose and actions. It's basically like in some movies and TV shows, where someone with a little common sense discovers that certain destined people have extraordinary luck. They then follow their targets and profit from them, their methods being virtually identical. Only, Bai Yi, however, discovered the three of them and immediately pulled off a bipolar reversal. Immediately, the hunter became the prey, and the prey became the hunter. These three guys are definitely enemies. Only, Bai Yi did not let his natal shadow make the first move, and was in no hurry to act. After all, we haven't figured out the other party's background yet. It's never too late to take action once you fully understand everything. Chapter 233, Supermodel Combat Power. My favorite shadow takes on 7 at once. 233, Supermodel Fighting Power. My favorite shadow can take on 7 at once. Immediately, the natal shadow slowly turned its head, shifting its gaze to the other two. The second person was the one dressed in classic pirate attire. I don't know. I thought that guy was cosplaying a pirate captain. She had strange dreadlocks and smoky makeup, but her dark skin was particularly striking. Bai did not hesitate. Using the vision of his natal shadow, he immediately used the detection skill again. That person's information also appeared. Player, Johnny's special approval. Rank, SS, upgraded. Occupation, Straight Guardian. Level, 85. HP, 155W 1800/155W 2900. Base attack power, 28200+. Equipment, Straight Cloak, Thief's Eye Patch, Compass. Skills, SS rank, Power of the Sea. S rank, Anchored Sea. S rank, Sea God's Possession. B rank, Guardian of Hope. B rank. The data is good. Its stats are also excellent, and its combat power seems quite formidable. If we're talking purely about skills and combat power, this one is specially approved by Johnny. He shouldn't lose by too much to Ryan Reynolds. If the two were to fight, it would be at least a 50-50 match. But battles are always changing in an instant. There are basically no situations where a battle lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, it's not turn-based, so how could it possibly take too long to fight? Are you suggesting that we agree to hit each other once? Then I'll hit you again. And if you get injured, you'll drink a healing potion. And if I get injured, I'll also drink a healing potion? How is that possible? Real battles are often resolved at an extremely fast pace. If you've made up your mind to kill the other person, basically, all skills will be thrown at the opponent, greatly increasing the probability of the opponent being injured or even killed. Certainly, if the strength difference is not significant, strong defense or skills can withstand the attack. At worst, running away is also a way to save your life. In the midst of battle, things change in an instant. Nothing is fixed. A single blow could be fatal, or the battle could be prolonged and dragged out. But it's highly unlikely that the two sides could fight for 3 days and 3 nights in a serious battle. Besides, Bai Yi then cast his final gaze upon the last of the three, who seemed to be the most low-key. Immediately, once the probe was activated, the information immediately appeared. Player, Jalahade. Rank, SS. Occupation, Knight of the Round Table. Level, 84. HP, 1, 319, 900/1, 321, 360. Base attack power, 29900+. Equipment, the Sword in the Stone. Skills, SS rank, Trader Hero. S rank, Energy Accumulation. B rank, Knight's Code. B rank. Bai still remembered this guy somewhat. He betrayed his country, Francine. He switched allegiance to other countries, but judging from his current achievements, this decision wasn't entirely wrong. Although, betraying one's own country is simply not in line with the moral standards of a normal person. But, just look at how hot the Jerrican is now. Level 80+. Regardless of the country, alliance, or guild, they would be among the top-tier members. Although there is still a certain gap between them and the other committee members from Hanxia. But it is undeniable that Garlahad is now very successful. It's a level that most professionals and ordinary French people wouldn't reach. That is precisely why he betrayed his country and joined the Celtic Alliance, gaining access to abundant resources for growth and reaching his current level. You need to know, although France values Galahad, it won't allocate too many resources to him. After all, France is not very big, and its resources are not very abundant. If too much is tilted toward Galahad, the entire country will enter a slow death and become unable to continue functioning. If you grow up on your own, the probability of Nagarahad dying on the way is much higher, perhaps even as high as 70%. After all, not everyone is like Bai Yi, who can easily accumulate power once he kills an enemy, using war to fuel war, growing stronger at the speed of light. For other professions, leveling up is still a difficult and tedious process, and it also contains a great deal of danger. If Gaara hadn't betrayed his country and joined the Celtic Alliance, he probably would have died in some small dungeon much earlier. But now, with his current strength, he has the ability to look down on most people. But once Bai sets his sights on them, the fate of these three is destined to be anything but happy. Now, having determined the enemy's general situation, Bai let his natal shadow attack. Kill. After Bai examined it carefully, it is not difficult to discover. These three guys are all primarily combat-oriented. They don't have a single support skill. You need to know, although most professionals primarily focus on combat, they also acquire some support skills. For example, skills such as binding and slowing. It is used to control the enemy, paving the way for a smoother kill and battle. But these three guys, all the skills are for combat, and there's not a single way to restrain the enemy. Since that's the case, Bai simply released his true form shadow, letting it attack at will. Nowadays, there are probably only a few shadows of one's destiny. Either someone who can kill him instantly, or it is a special item or skill that instantly seals it, simultaneously imprisoning its abilities and preventing it from moving. Former. Even if your own shadow can escape, it's fine if you can simply switch shadows and leave. But the latter. But it is the only thing that the natal shadow fears, and also the only weakness of the natal shadow. Here, after confirming the skills and items of the three, Bai immediately ordered his main shadow to launch a full-scale attack. The other party doesn't have any restraints? Then there's nothing to be afraid of, both logically and emotionally. My signature shadow is invincible. With near immortality, superhuman combat power, and stats, his main shadow can take on 7 opponents at once. Now, my favorite character's shadow appeared. Meanwhile, the gunsmith Ryan Rainey's, the Straits guardian Johnny Tapp, and the Knight of the Round Table Galahad were still completely unaware. They were even chatting. Strange, I have a feeling of murderous intent about him. Idiot, that's my body odor. Don't make a sound. I have a feeling something's not right, I feel. Oh no. Before the others could finish speaking, the natal shadow flew out and unleashed 2 shadow weapons. That was his signature weapon. Bai acquired one of his special skills, which was to enable each of his natal shadows to condense into a natal weapon. Chapter 234 Surprise Attack on Ryan Remits. 234 Surprise Attack on Ryan Remits. It happened in the blink of an eye. Almost instantly, his natal shadow charged forward. The speed of the natal shadow itself is extremely fast, and with the blessing of Hyaki So, it becomes even more powerful, like a tiger with wings or a dragon entering the sea. It was less than the blink of an eye. The natal shadow arrived in front of one of them. 3 of them. Judging from the stats alone, it's not hard to see who is the weakest, although they are all over level 80. But once you pass the level 80 hurdle, every level will be a huge improvement. So, they were Gunsmith Ryan Remits, Channel Guardian Johnny Tapp, and Knight of the Round Table Galahad. One is level 82, one is level 85, and one is level 84. It's obvious. The weakest is clearly the level 82 gunslinger, Ryan Remits. Choose the weakest one to fight. Once the opponent is in poor condition, kill them immediately. This is the way to play the main character's shadow. Since it possesses near immortality, it is not afraid of any threat. So be it. Use direct methods to kill this gunsmith, Ryan Remits. Whoosh. The shadowy figure stepped forward alone, and instantly 2 black daggers were swung out. This natal weapon itself possesses immense power. And each of the shadow's henchmen possesses unique abilities. The natal weapon that automatically generates in the hand of the natal shadow is capable of even more ferocious attacks. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 attacks were unleashed instantly, striking the gunsmith Ryan Remits directly. Buzz. Gunsmith Ryan Remits was immediately enveloped in layers of energy shields, which blocked the extremely fierce attack. This is the defensive skill of Gunsmith Ryan Remits. These people, all of his skills are combat-oriented. Defensive skills are also included in the scope of combat-oriented professions. After all, even if you are the main fighter in a battle, you can't just attack without defending. That would be no different from courting death. That is precisely why Gunsmith Ryan Remits managed to take the hit. But this energy shield was clearly not an overpowered skill. It merely withstood the twin blades thrown by the natal shadow before shattering. But because of this, it just so happened to block the attack. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz stared wide-eyed as he watched his energy shield shatter before his very eyes. It's almost instinctive. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz pressed a button on the left arm of his high-tech bodysuit. His entire body burst forth with energy. Immediately afterwards, it is formed by absorbing energy from the high-tech bodysuit and generating another energy shield. It's just a pity. The energy shield hadn't even finished regenerating yet. The shadow of his true self had already suddenly appeared on the face of the gunsmith, Ryan Rainey's. The shadow of destiny unleashed a punch, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. The next moment, gunsmith Ryan Remitz was sent flying backwards. It was flying. The energy shield on his body was still generating, seemingly trying to block yet another deadly attack. Boom. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz leaped several meters before coming to a stop. Boom. It seemed as if a sound was heard inside my mouth, followed by a tingling sensation that surged through my heart. The moment of chewing in the mouth. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz opened his mouth and spat out several objects. It has traces of blood. The interior, however, is white with a yellowish tinge. It turned out to be 3 teeth of his gunsmith, Ryan Rainey's. Hiss dash. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz grimaced for a moment before using probe on himself without hesitation. A set of data emerged. Player, Ryan Remitz. Rank, SS, upgraded. Occupation, gunsmith. Level, 82. HP, 111W 2340/120W 8120. Base attack power, 21,000 plus. Equipment, Beast God S-Class Aberration Symbiotic Mech, Y-38 Annihilation Rifle, Q-43 Tiger King Tank, Future Destroyer. Skills, SS Rank, Designated Weapon, S Rank, Exoskeleton Space, S Rank, Mechanical Modification, B Rank, Physical Enhancement, B Rank, Energy Shield. 70,000. 70,000 HP. That seemingly ordinary punch caused him to lose 70,000 health points. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. Even if an opponent of the same level came, they wouldn't dare say that they could deal 70,000 damage under Ryan Rainey's full defense. This is not just 70,000 HP. It was still Ryan Reynolds, with almost half his health remaining. Although it sounds like only 0.5%, less than 0.1%, just a mere half of 1/10. But if this attack happens about 20 more times, then Ryan Remitz's health will be depleted. You need to know, Ryan Remitz, a level 82 professional, has 1.2 million HP. As long as this kind of attack, just 20 more times and your health will be depleted and you'll die? It's absolutely terrifying. With just this level of attack power, the being that suddenly attacked him was no match for him. It's impossible for your level to be lower than 80. This level of attack power is at least above his level. Without having time to examine the opponent's data, Ryan Rainey's immediately activated his energy shield again after regaining his footing. Layer. 2 layers. 3 floors. 5 floors. This is the maximum energy shield that Ryan Rainey's can release. Any more, and it will be impossible to use. This skill can only accept a maximum of 5 layers. In the past, the energy consumed to create layers of energy shields was enough for Ryan Rainey's. These are 5 layers of energy shields. It really consumed too much of his energy. Depending on the profession, every professional skills consume some energy, more or less. A mage's power is called mana. Warriors and berserkers are referred to as either blood energy or rage value. Gunsmith classes like Ryan Remitz consume their own energy to unleash skills. Certainly, people like Bai, who don't consume any energy at all, are still a very small minority. Some hidden classes also have the characteristic of ignoring resource consumption. But, as for Ryan Remitz, creating 5 layers of energy shields had already consumed a considerable amount of energy. Although this thing can recover quickly. However, on the front lines where every second counts, this time will likely seem incredibly long. Damn it, Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth. He looked closely, and then he could see clearly what had attacked him. It was a being that was completely black, like a shadow. How could there be such a monster here? Wrong. A professional? Ryan Remitz was elusive and unsure of the other party's identity. You need to know, since this instance has a level limit of 40 to 50, it will basically only feature monsters of these levels. Chapter 235, Every Move Kills. Breaking through 5 layers of protective barriers. 235. Each move is fatal. It broke through 5 layers of protective shields. You need to know, this restriction is essentially inviolable. It is equivalent to a specific set of rules. Certainly, some special cases are exceptions, But these exceptions are generally not seen by ordinary professionals. If such an accident occurs, basically, none of these professionals survived. And now, at this moment, it was then that gunsmith Ryan Remitz, Straight's guardian Johnny Tapp, and Knight of the Round Table Garahad were filled with doubt. The presence of this dark figure before my eyes. Is it an unknown monster, or a professional? It doesn't seem like it. Neither of them seem like it. This was an existence beyond their imagination. It was truly bizarre. But, at a time like this, there isn't much time for them to daydream. After all, the battle is real. Compared to that, nothing else that I wanted to explore seemed so important. Often in the midst of battle, some random thoughts can be the most serious cause of one's defeat. Fighting. Things often change in an instant, leaving no room for speculation. Oomph, I'll see who you are, daring to ambush me. Ryan Remitz snorted coldly. He then suddenly swung both pistol barrels, and a machine gun was pulled out of his storage backpack. When you're out there getting by, you're out there making a living. How can you manage without some equipment? It was a long, narrow, and huge black gun, about half the length of a human body. If it were an ordinary firearm, Ryan Remitz was embarrassed to take it out, since firearms were very difficult to use against professionals and monsters. But the Y-38 Annihilation rifle in his hand was different. This Y-38 Annihilation rifle has not only been modified by his skills, but also has been enhanced by his class effects. You could say that. Holding this Y-38 Annihilation rifle in your hand is like having unlimited ammo, and each bullet is almost as powerful as a basic attack skill. The next moment, Ryan Remitz held the Y-38 Annihilation rifle in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Ryan Remitz pulled the trigger, and flames immediately shot out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a dense barrage of bullets shot out. Ryan Remitz's Y-38 Annihilation rifle is incredibly powerful. Even within this instance, the power of this machine gun, Y-38 Annihilation rifle, is still considerable, even greater than before. Therefore, when facing the enemy, he always habitually activates his energy shield and fires. Only, the speed of the black shadow in front of him far exceeded Ryan Reynolds' expectations. Call out. Ryan Remitz had just raised his arms, ready to pull the trigger. The dark figure darted away like lightning. Bang! It slammed into his chest again. Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out, and 2 or 3 layers of energy shields shattered one after another. Accompanied by this tremendous force, Ryan Remitz was thrown 4 or 5 meters away. A series of agonizing screams rang out, and Ryan Rainey's felt as if his lungs were about to shatter. The intense pain was driving him to the brink of collapse. Damn it! What are you? Ryan Remitz roared repeatedly. However, the shadowy figure ignored Ryan Reynolds' roar. The dark figure leaped up and pounced on Ryan Rainey's once again. This moment, Ryan Remitz finally discovered it. This thing can actually fly. Wrong. It should be a skill related to flight. Could this be the legendary flight magic? Thinking of this, Ryan Remitz's eyes gleamed with intense joy. Haha, heaven is helping me. Ryan Remitz laughed maniacally. He knew this was an opportunity. Aiming is so much easier in the air compared to on the ground. You need to know, Ryan Remitz, however, has never practiced on a stationary target. What he faced? Always a moving target. This is an opportunity. Once he seizes such an opportunity, he can turn defeat into victory. However, the next moment, Ryan Remitz's heart sank to the bottom. The dark shadow of his destiny stepped forward again and threw another punch. Boom dash. His energy shield was completely ineffective when facing this thing's attack. It's broken. It broke again. These 5 layers of energy shields were actually shattered one after another. Often, that exceptionally sturdy energy shield is as fragile as paper in front of one's natal shadow. It's so easy to break through. And most importantly, Ryan Remitz doesn't have an energy shield, and if he were to rely solely on his physical body to withstand the attack, he would probably be seriously injured right now. They simply couldn't stop the opponent's terrifying attack. What should he do in this situation? What can he do? My life is over. Ryan Remitz was desperate. With his Y-38 Annihilation rifle in hand, he kept firing, a series of tongues of fire constantly spitting out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But no matter how much it hit him, his natal shadow didn't care at all. Health points. For him, it's practically non-existent. There's absolutely no need to care. He went forward alone. With a wave of his hands, his natal shadow summoned 2 black daggers and pressed forward towards Ryan Rainey's once again. But, fortunately, Ryan Rainey's is never alone. After a few breaths, the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval. Knights of the Round Table, Garahad. The two reacted at the same time and immediately prepared a counterattack strategy. B-rank skill, Guardian of Hope. Johnny made a special gesture, expending a small portion of his mana. Immediately afterwards, the B-level skill, Guardian of Hope, was released and applied to Ryan Remits. This is a B-rank skill, Guardian of Hope, although it doesn't have the direct defensive power of an energy shield. However, it can grant the recipient some skin resilience and slightly enhance their overall defense. Overall, being given this skill is equivalent to receiving a minor defensive buff. It's even more durable now. Buzz. A beam of light emanated from Ryan Remits, so dazzling that he had to squint. But now is the critical moment of this battle. Ryan Remits, however, dared not close his eyes and could only stagger toward his two companions. But, unfortunately, it turned out that his shadow, braving the barrage of fire from Ryan Remits' Y-38 Annihilation Rifle, lunged forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadowy daggers slashed out repeatedly, aimed directly at Ryan Remits' neck. Chapter 236, A Relentless Pursuit. A Frenzied Chase. 236, A Relentless Pursuit. Ryan Remits was horrified. Not good. Subconsciously, Ryan Remits jerked his head to the side to dodge, attempting to avoid the fatal blow. However, it was just his instinct. It wasn't his own choice at all. This greatly reduced Ryan Rainey's dodging speed. Sizzle. The sharp black shadow tore off a piece of flesh in an instant. Blood was flowing everywhere. The intense pain caused Ryan Rainey's to cry out in agony. Hiss. Ryan Remits gasped, looking at the deep cut on his wrist. Ryan Remits' eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? My energy shield can't stop this guy at all. This guy's strength is just too much. Damn it. Ryan Remits' face was extremely grim. He gritted his teeth and growled. What are you all standing there for? Get to my rescue. Hearing Ryan Rainey's angry shout, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table, suddenly realized the truth. Rank A skill, Alliance Summoning. The Knight of the Round Table, Garahad, immediately unleashed his skill once again. Two Metal Knights immediately appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the two Metal Knights immediately brandished their weapons and rushed forward, trying to help Ryan Remits fend off the shadowy figure's pursuit. These Metal Knights are made entirely of metal. It looks exceptionally sturdy. That's only true for ordinary people. It's just a B-grade summon. How strong can it be? In response to this, the protagonist's shadow simply doesn't care about this. Snort. Court death. The shadowy figure snorted coldly and charged at the two Metal Knights once again. Immediately, two more black shadow daggers materialized in his hands, and he charged forward. Bang bang bang. Two dark short swords traced eerie arcs as they slashed down one after another. A sharp and incomparably strong wind swept in. Ryan Remits and the two Metal Knights all sensed danger approaching. However, at least they are two Metal Knights. They quickly regained their footing and blocked the attack from the dark figure. Then, the two Metal Knights made their move. With a soft pft, two long swords pierced straight into the abdomen of the natal shadow. This natal shadow seems completely unafraid of life and death. Two long swords pierced its body, but instead of being injured, it became even more frenzied. In a short time, the two Metal Knights could only manage a draw. Damn it. Ryan Remits cursed as he watched his natal shadow relentlessly attack him. This thing is such a hassle. Since this won't work, I'll just cripple you first. Ryan Remits cursed viciously, then took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. B-level item, potential activation beta, oral solution. The next moment, his previously weak aura suddenly surged. A powerful aura erupted from Ryan Remits. And at this moment, Ryan Remits' face was covered in veins, making him look ferocious and insane. He's completely gone all out. A roar resounded. Ryan Remits' eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, as if filled with crimson veins, and his aura became incredibly powerful. The next second, Ryan Remits gripped the Y-38 Annihilation Rifle and fired once again at his shadow. Bang bang bang. A barrage of gunfire echoed throughout the area. The shadowy figure, however, remained completely unfazed and engaged Ryan Rainey's in battle once more. Ding 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 ding. Sparks flew everywhere. Puffs of smoke and dust exploded outwards. The fight between these two monsters was so intense that it was a draw. Ryan Remits' true strength was on full display at this moment. It could even be described as ferocious. John Connery, watching Ryan Reynolds' performance, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This Ryan Reynolds, he really doesn't know the meaning of death. Has he forgotten? Of the three present, who is the main player? Who is the strongest? Who has the decisive advantage? Johnny Tex thought this idiot was completely out of his mind. But Ryan Reynolds' mind was elsewhere at the moment. Ryan Reynolds just wanted to get rid of this damn guy as soon as possible. Asshole! Get out of my way. A furious roar. Ryan Reynolds is holding a Y-38 Annihilation Rifle. With a single sweep, the natal shadow was sent flying. Moreover, he also knocked over another knight of the round table in the process. Ryan Reynolds had just escaped his predicament. He then turned and ran away. He clearly felt the terrifying destructive power of that dark shadow. Even with his modified EW energy armor and a host of combat buffs, he was still no match for his opponent. So, we must escape. Only by escaping from here can you guarantee your safety. Trying to run away? It's too late. His shadow caught up again, leaping up and stabbing Ryan Reynolds in the back with a dagger. Faced with this situation, Ryan Reynolds could only blink away again. What a pity. If it were an ordinary dagger, it might not even be enough to stop Ryan Reynolds. Watching Ryan Reynolds flash by, Johnny, who was standing to the side, muttered to himself. Don't overthink it. Ryan, hurry up and catch up with those knights. Otherwise, if you die like this, you can't blame anyone else. A soft laugh, specially approved by Johnny, came from the side. Garlahad nodded. Immediately, he leaped up and followed his own shadow. The three figures vanished as quickly as ghosts. Rumble. The roar echoed. As darkness fell, Ryan Reynolds gave it his all. He still hasn't shaken off the shadow of his birth chart. That thing is a huge problem. But we still have to face it. Panting heavily, Ryan Reynolds looked around and saw his true form relentlessly pursuing him. He was immediately filled with distress. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Because Johnny, with special permission, and Garlahad also caught up at the same time. Damn it, you bunch of guys, why did it take you so long to come and help? Ryan Reynolds looked somewhat anxious. However, in response to Ryan Reynolds. But they were sharp blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, dark daggers pierced through the air. Ryan Reynolds possesses extraordinary physical abilities. However, that's just basic ability. In terms of speed, Ryan Reynolds is only slightly faster than other professionals of the same level. It simply cannot compare to the original character Shadow. These claws are incredibly fast. Ryan Reynolds only had time to raise his Y-38 Annihilation Rifle to parry before his entire right arm was torn open and bleeding profusely. Damn it. What exactly is this thing? Chapter 237 Ranged versus Ranged. All means exhausted. 237 Long Range versus Long Range. Using every means at their disposal. Ryan Reynolds screamed in agony. But just then, Ryan Reynolds suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Ryan Reynolds made a muffled sound from his throat, and his face turned deathly pale instantly. A chilling, bone-deep coldness seeped into his body through his skin. Ryan Reynolds was breathing with difficulty. He looked up, trying to find traces of the enemy. Pity. Ryan Reynolds could only vaguely sense a shadow floating 5 or 6 meters away from him in midair. A gleaming silver spike slowly extended forward. No. Ryan Reynolds' pupils contracted, and he suddenly unleashed his last bit of strength, trying to break free from the control of his natal shadow. However, Ryan Reynolds simply couldn't do it. Sizzle. A sharp pain suddenly struck. Ryan Reynolds lowered his head. He then saw that his injuries had worsened. Blood gushed out. Ryan Reynolds let out a piercing scream. However, before Ryan Reynolds could recover, he suffered another fatal blow. The sharp teeth of his natal shadow directly crushed Ryan Reynolds' chest. Strands of blood spurted out. Ryan Reynolds' eyes widened. However, the next moment, an energy shield has appeared. The sharp teeth of the natal shadow have once again pierced through the energy shield. Ryan Reynolds could no longer hold on, and was panting heavily. Seeing that his companion finally couldn't take it anymore. Garlahad and Johnny Tepe also took it seriously. Just now, the two weren't really planning to just watch the show. Rather, they were using Ryan Reynolds as bait to carefully assess the strength of their natal shadow. This guy isn't human. In an instant, Johnny, the strongest of the three, spoke up. However, they hadn't even really planned to fight yet. Then I heard a series of deafening roars in my ears. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, fighter jets and tanks appeared. What is this thing? How could it fall from the sky? Could this be the legendary Deus Ex Machina? Johnny Tekken and Garlahad were both dumbfounded. And at this time, Ryan Remitz, who was haunted by his own shadow, finally could no longer contain his anger. Q-43 Tiger II tank. Future fighter jet. I originally planned to use these two deadly weapons only in a life-or-death situation. But given the current situation, we really have to resort to this. What is the strongest skill of a gunsmith? Is it a gun? No. It's all about the machine in firearm. Once a machine is in Ryan Reynolds' hands, it can be used to its fullest potential. Not to mention, these are the two deadly weapons for land and air that he finally came up with after dedicated research and modification. Q-43 Tiger II tank for ground combat. Future fighter jets for aerial pursuit. One is the ground. One is the sky. With these two deadly weapons unleashed, Ryan Reynolds will become unimaginably powerful. Damn it. Serves you two bastards right for not coming to help. Don't blame me if you get caught in the crossfire. You should blame them. It's all your own fault for being so cold-blooded. You didn't even come to help me just now. Ryan Remitz shouted and jerked back. An energy shield was then generated. He shielded Ryan Reynolds from yet another attack. Immediately, Ryan Remitz entered the future destroyer directly. At the same time, a series of mechanical signals appeared, simultaneously connecting with the Q-43 Tiger II tank, the main battle tank on the ground. Buzz, buzz, as energy circulates. Inside the future fighter jet, all remaining ammunition was fully reloaded. Then, Ryan Reynolds pressed the start button. Swish, swish, whoosh. Several streaks of light shot into the sky, heading straight for the shadow of his destined self in the distance. This time, Ryan Remitz's target was none other than his own shadow. Ryan Remitz, however, did not notice. In those fleeting moments when streaks of light shot out, a faint black glimmer, gone in an instant. As Ryan Reynolds piloted his fighter jet, charging towards his destined shadow. Far away, a strange, eerie light flickered in the eyes of the natal shadow. Snort. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two dark daggers flew into the sky, their trajectories resembling sharp, long swords. One after another, black long swords with tracing patterns frantically traversed the void, heading straight for Ryan Remitz. Ryan Remitz's fighter jet, despite possessing extremely strong defenses. But, faced with so many energy swords, I wonder if we can withstand them. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the outer shell dented. Huh, it's all right. Ryan Remitz laughed. These scrap metal won't destroy my steel fighter. Roar. My natal shadow roared. Immediately afterwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His natal shadow, wielding two energy daggers, swiftly attacked Ryan Remitz. Haha, you idiot. You want to fight me hand to hand? Times have changed. Ryan Remitz grinned maliciously before taking off. Then press the button next to you. Two energy missiles were launched directly at the user's shadow. Clang. The energy dagger struck the missile, producing a metallic clang. This dagger. So hard. Ryan Remitz was surprised. You need to know. His energy missile was crafted at great expense by a world-class steelworker. It is much stronger than ordinary alloys. But it was actually destroyed by that brat's weapon. This is simply unbelievable. Boom. The shadow, wielding an energy dagger, continued its slashing attack. Ryan Remitz frantically evaded the attack in his futuristic fighter jet. Boom. The energy missile in midair was shot down and fell to the ground. The ground instantly cracked open. Ryan Remitz was nearly knocked over. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so hard? Ryan Remitz was terrified. He hadn't encountered an enemy like this in a long time. You should know that this is in this area. Ryan Remitz in his early years. He once fought a mercenary named Jason. He's a professional SS rank, revenge killer, although the opponent is 10 levels lower in level. But at that time, Ryan Remitz piloted the futuristic fighter jet in the time it takes to smoke half a cigarette. They cleanly and efficiently dealt with the mercenary named Jason. And now, this guy is called my own shadow. He seems even more difficult to deal with than the Jason he encountered before. Chapter 238 Companion Reinforcements. All trump cards revealed. 238 reinforcements arrive. All cards are played. Moreover, and more importantly, how could there be a shadow moving at such a high speed? How can it move around like a living thing, changing its position at will? Ryan Remitz was puzzled. But he quickly cleared his mind of all distractions. Because Ryan Remitz knew very well that this was not the time to be thinking about this issue. We have to kill this guy first. Ryan Remit's pupils contracted sharply. Immediately, Ryan Remitz piloted his fighter jet, charging once again toward his destined shadow. Boom, boom. Ryan Remitz is piloting a fighter jet. It continuously sweeps away the surrounding shadows of one's destiny. Not to be outdone, the natal shadow also launched a relentless counterattack from the ground, wielding 2 energy daggers. Boom, boom. The two are constantly colliding. A massive and astonishing bombardment erupted across the entire beach. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Amidst the endless smoke of battle, many buildings were completely destroyed. Even the distant rock walls were blasted down. But his destined shadow remained completely unharmed. Haha, this guy's body. Indeed incredibly resilient. How could they not be dead after such a bombing? Ryan Remitz was excited to see his own shadow. Ryan Remitz was thrilled. He was excited but also terrified, not understanding what kind of being the other was. Although they acknowledged the opponent's strength. But at the same time, Ryan Remitz felt uncertain and conflicted about his fate. But he hadn't finished speaking. Boom. Another shadow dagger has appeared in the hand of the shadow of destiny. Then, another fierce flying slash. Ryan Remitz's futuristic fighter jet's tail section was almost cut in half. Ah! A scream. Ryan Remitz seemed to be held in the palm of his own destiny. Then, it snapped its head off in one bite. Ah! Ryan Remitz's heart-wrenching screams. This was the second time he had felt threatened with death. First, it's in Jason's hands. But, at that time, Ryan Rainey's was much stronger than Jason. Even if the other party is cheating. But Ryan Rainey's was still confident he could easily crush his opponent. But now, the natal shadow in front of me is clearly much more terrifying in strength. Fear finally surfaced on Ryan Rainey's face. Once this feeling spreads, Ryan Remitz's morale plummeted instantly. At that very moment. Boom, 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 boom. Ryan Remitz ignored everything and fired wildly. Meanwhile, the natal shadow dodges left and right, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Thud, 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 accompanied by bursts of violent roaring sounds. The tail section of the future fighter jet has been torn apart. In a short time, many people were accidentally injured and disabled. Asshole! Kill them all! Ryan Remitz was furious. At this moment, he was willing to burn his spiritual power and soul energy. In an instant, Ryan Rainey's fighter jet increased its speed dramatically, heading straight for his destined shadow. Bang! Ryan Remitz's fighter jet had just gotten close. The 2 energy daggers in the hands of the natal shadow were thrust out fiercely once again. Boom! Ryan Remitz's fighter jet narrowly escaped exploding again. But Ryan Remitz is not dead. His mental energy was greatly depleted. It simply couldn't support him in driving this new vehicle. But he can launch ranged attacks through the tactical core. Damn bastard. I will never forgive you. I will definitely kill you. Ryan Remitz's eyes were filled with resentment. Call out. Call out. One after another, energy projectiles shot out, enveloping the natal shadow. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out one after another. Dust billowed into the sky. It covered the entire beach. Haha. Die. Ryan Remitz laughed loudly. But his smile suddenly froze. He saw it. The dust has settled. Your destined shadow still stands in the same spot. There wasn't even any blood on him, although some shadows were emanating from the surrounding area. But it didn't cause any harm at all. This scene, Ryan Remitz was stunned. The 2 energy daggers in the hands of the natal shadow were raised high once again. The sharp, cold glint made Ryan Rainey's soul tremble. Whoosh. 2 energy daggers were thrust out fiercely. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 shadowy daggers instantly attacked the sky once more. Ryan Remitz's body was pierced through. Ryan Remitz seemed to be in just as much pain, struggling desperately. But the more he struggled, the shadow of destiny becomes increasingly fierce and aggressive. Final. Ryan Remitz's future fighter jet has already lost most of its durability. Enough. Ryan Remitz managed to utter 2 words. Ryan Remitz was granted a pardon. Immediately, several more buttons were pressed. Immediately, countless attack missiles were unleashed like raindrops. Call out dash. Call out dash. Call out dash. At this moment, Ryan Rainey's was burning with fighting spirit. He just wanted to see the other person blown to pieces. A deep sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked this terrifying being. Pity. There's no such thing as a second chance in this world. Ryan Remitz is attacking relentlessly. Seeing this, the natal shadow did not dodge at all, but attacked directly. My destined shadow keeps chasing me. Bang. Ryan Remitz's futuristic fighter jet is quite fast. But the speed of your destined shadow is even faster. Ryan Remitz was unable to shake him off at all, even as they sped along. And at this time, suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. All right. How much longer do we have to wait? Make your move. A sinister voice fell. The next second. Buzz. 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 The surrounding sand dunes began to change abruptly. 2 more metal knights appeared. At the same time, on the surrounding beach, countless summoned creatures made of seawater appeared as mysterious seawater surged forth. Rank B, Guardian of Hope. Rank B, Knight's Code. Immediately afterwards, the natal shadow, wielding a black dagger, plunged it into the chest of a nearby sea creature without hesitation, then forcefully pulled it out. Large amounts of seawater sprayed and splashed all over the ground. The attacks from the natal shadow were so fierce that these summoned creatures died on the spot before they even had a chance to make a move. Certainly, the summoned creature's body also collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, with seawater gushing out. Soon, this summoned creature has completely dried up. Meanwhile, the other 13 summoned creatures flanked the main shadow. Kill. The shadow's eyes were icy cold as it brandished a black dagger and charged toward one of the summoned creatures. Bang. The dagger collided with the summoned creature. However, because the speed of the natal shadow is too fast. So, this summoned creature failed to block the natal shadow. Uft. The shadowy dagger instantly slashed through the summoned creature's neck. Black liquid flowed from the wound. Soon, the summoned creature also collapsed limply. Whoosh. 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 Chapter 239 The Ultimate Move Appears, a Desperate Counterattack. 239's ultimate move appears, a desperate counterattack. The remaining 13 summoned creatures rushed towards the main shadow. Then, they all collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the summoned creatures were wiped out. How is this possible? Johnny stared wide-eyed, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He never expected this. The summons that he and Garahad were so proud of. In front of this mysterious guy, they were like paper dolls. Vulnerable. Who are you? Johnny asked, staring at his natal shadow. The shadow of destiny remained indifferent and offered no reply. At that very moment, Ryan Remitz slowly descended the future destroyer from the sky, the item's durability dropping by more than half. It needs time to heal itself. Prior to this, Ryan Remitz had no choice but to land again and stand with Johnny Desperado, the Straits Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table. Immediately, the moment he saw Ryan Rainey's, his natal shadow broke free from their control. They attacked Ryan Rainey's once again. Ryan Remitz's pupils contracted. Again, I'll fight you to the death. Ryan Remitz roared and charged toward his natal shadow. Boom. Rumble. Ryan Remitz's body unleashed an astonishing power at this moment, as if a giant dragon had descended. Ryan Remitz's play was extremely aggressive. But his strength is only around level 80, which is still some distance from level 85. The attack power of one's own shadow is far more terrifying. Although, like Bai Yi, his natal shadow has just reached level 67. But, because of Bai Yi's King's Domain, plus his 2 specialized skills, Destined Shadow already possesses power that is beyond his level. A level 67 monster, compared to his current strength as the main shadow. The difference is simply insurmountable. Boom. Your Destined Shadow moves even faster. All that could be heard was a dull, muffled sound. Click. The dagger of his own shadow plunged deep into Ryan Rainey's left elbow joint. Ryan Remitz screamed in agony. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Ryan Rainey's realized what was happening, his shadow had already destroyed most of his technological bodysuit. Click, click, click. Ryan Remitz was deathly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew he had lost. A complete and utter defeat. He was no match for his own shadow. You. Who sent them? What exactly did we do wrong? Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and roared. The shadow figure seemed to be sneer, but that was only what Ryan Rainey's thought. In reality, he had no expression at all. Damn it. Ryan Remitz watched, growing increasingly furious, and suddenly roared in anger. Boom. My shadow raised a dagger. The newly formed energy shield has shattered. He stabbed Ryan Rainey's in the right knee of his mech, dismembering the high-tech bodysuit. Click. Ryan Remitz himself emerged from the slowly opening of his technologically advanced bodysuit. Ryan Remitz walked out from inside. The shadow of destiny fixed its gaze on Ryan Rainey's. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Ryan Rainey's here. After all, Ryan Remitz possesses a vast amount of technology and resources. If Ryan Rainey's had escaped, so wouldn't his plan today have failed completely? And at this moment, Ryan Remitz, however, revealed a sinister smile, as if mocking his own shadow. Splash. Ryan Remitz took out a black and red crystal from his storage space. This is the Beast God's super-grade aberration symbiotic mech. Ryan Remitz tossed it into his pocket and then slowly walked toward his destined shadow. We're all going to die. Since that's the case, then let's perish together. Ryan Remitz crushed the blackish-red crystal. Immediately, a large amount of black viscous liquid emerged from the crystal and quickly wrapped around its body. This is the Beast God's special aberration symbiotic mech. Once used, it would then be difficult to take it off. It will also constantly draw life force from the host. However, what comes in its place is the acquisition of extraordinary power for a period of time. And at this moment, Ryan Remitz disregarded all of that and immediately attempted to pilot the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech. Whoosh. Ryan Remitz had just taken out the Beast God's superior aberration symbiotic mech when he felt his body go out of control. The next moment, Ryan Remitz felt as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force. It's gone berserk. Hurrah! I finally did it. Ryan Remitz was thrilled. This feeling is truly wonderful. Ryan Remitz seemed to have already seen his own power, and it was increasing rapidly. He was even confident that he could smash his own shadow flat with a single punch. Whoosh. Ryan Remitz's aura was rising, and his consciousness was gradually fading away. Countless streams of black slime emerged. While devouring Ryan Reynolds' skin cells and flesh, it also multiplied wildly and attached itself to the entire Ryan Reynolds province. It appears to be. How bizarre. And now Ryan Rainey's. He's fallen into a hallucination. Ha ha ha, I won. I won. Ryan Remitz muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. If he perseveres just a little longer, his strength will break through to the level of a top-tier professional. At this time, suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in. Not good. Ryan Remitz had a sudden thought. He immediately adjusted his posture, attempting to dodge the dagger. But it's too late. The attack from your destined shadow is already imminent. Bite. The sharp dagger plunged deep into Ryan Rainey's abdomen. It seems to have already penetrated the Beast God's special aberration symbiotic mech that is not yet fully covered. Uft. The shadow of destiny drew a dagger. Blood spurted out. Ryan Remitz had a shocking wound on his abdomen. Intense pain. Ryan Remitz couldn't help but scream. He clutched his stomach. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The pain caused Ryan Rainey's to tremble all over and almost faint. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? I will never let you go. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and growled. The shadowy figure narrowed its eyes slightly and glanced indifferently at Ryan Rainey's. I will destroy you with my own hands. Ryan Remitz finished speaking. Buzzing. It was accompanied by a series of strange, resonant sounds. The mechs, which had been floating calmly in the air, suddenly burst into a dazzling crimson light. Ryan Remitz's eyes widened in surprise, then a deep, greedy glint appeared in them. This is Chapter 240 Debut. Beast God's Special Grade Aberration Symbiotic Mech. 240 Debuts. Beast God's Special Class Aberration Symbiotic Mech. This is the Beast God Symbiotic Mech that I have spent several years developing. I call this mech Beast God Aberration. It is the masterpiece of our greatest scientist, and it is a weapon system exclusively for me. Ryan Remitz was thrilled. However, the shadow of his true self sneered, raised his dagger, and slashed at Ryan Remitz. Clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Two rhomboid black, writhing shields suddenly appeared on Ryan Rainey's mech's chest. Like an alloy, it shimmers with a dazzling metallic luster. These two rhomboid alloy shields blocked the dagger of the Shadow of Destiny. At the same time, it forced its own shadow back several steps. Ryan Remitz narrowed his eyes. Your attack power is strong, but it can't kill me instantly. As long as I stay inside the mech, you won't be able to hurt me. But with the Beast God Aberration Symbiotic Mech, injuries can be continuously healed. So, admit defeat and surrender. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will tear you to pieces. Ryan Remitz looked arrogant and confident. His shadow sneered repeatedly before flashing forward and attacking Ryan Rainey's once again. Bang! Ryan Remitz raised the black miniature cannon on his wrist and aimed it directly at his destined shadow. One shot swept it away. A burst of scorching energy enveloped the natal shadow directly, instantly devouring it. Ha! Ryan Remitz roared to the sky. He could almost see himself killing the enemy and becoming a world hero. But, just as he was overjoyed, whoosh! A cold glint nearly pierced Ryan Rainey's throat. Sizzle! Ryan Remitz's flesh and blood flew high into the air, spraying blood everywhere. Oh, just a little bit. Ryan Remitz clutched his neck, his eyes filled with confusion. His natal shadow, wielding a dagger, flew through the sky, standing atop Ryan Rainey's. Looking down at him. My mech's defense is very high, far exceeding your expectations, isn't it? If it were someone of equal skill, even a seasoned veteran with thousands of battles under their belt, they probably wouldn't be able to break through this mech. But then you met me. Listen. The natal shadow shook its head and casually flicked its hand. The shadowy dagger flew out and swiftly pierced Ryan Remitz's body. Clanging. However, it was stuck outside the mecha. Immediately afterwards, Ryan Remitz extended his left arm and gently pulled at a certain spot on the mech. The shadowy dagger was easily pulled out. Not a drop of blood was drawn. At the same time, the mutated mech itself began rapid self-repair. Buzzing. On the chest of the mecha, concentric circles of writhing motions appeared. Click. In an instant. Click, click. Inside Ryan Rainey's mech, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ryan Remitz's mech's chest bulged, and his entire body seemed to grow stronger. This is the Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech altering his body. This moment, Ryan Remitz was stunned. Ryan Remitz never expected this. The top-tier mecha that he had spent a tremendous amount of effort developing actually had the ability to enhance him. How so? Ryan Remitz looked puzzled. Even he hadn't expected this. This mecha suit. It is not actually a true mecha. In a certain hidden copy, Ryan Remitz was assigned to conduct the first exploration to determine the dungeon's level. But strangely enough, the entire instance was filled with symbiotes of various colors. Those symbionts. It attaches itself to various monsters, giving each monster a power that is not originally its own. Even, at that time, a level 40 monster could go toe-to-toe with Ryan Remitz, who was nearly level 70 at the time, for several rounds. After realizing the role of symbionts, Ryan Remitz immediately abandoned the exploration mission and instead focused on selecting the best symbiotes. At last, with the help of his S-rank skill, mechanical modification, he transformed the gentle symbiotes that had been cultivated for generations into mechs. But the mice tested had an average lifespan of 18 months. Once combined with the symbiotic mech, it cannot be easily removed. It also condensed the lifespan of the mice to 7 months. It's almost all gone. The cost was so terrible that it even made Ryan Rainey's consider giving up on the experiment. Although there are ways in this world to prolong life. But, while it may not be considered one of the rarest things in the world, it is certainly hard to find, and not something Ryan Rainey's could easily obtain. So, this beast god-class aberration symbiotic mech was Ryan Remitz's last resort. Unless absolutely necessary. It won't be used lightly. But now, Ryan Remitz had already made up his mind. It was just a matter of sacrificing his lifespan. It's done. With the time he has left, if he tries hard, he can still find a way to prolong his life. After all, he is now a level 82 professional, which is considered quite powerful. It's not hard to find ways to extend lifespan. And now, this beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech suit brought Ryan Rainey's an unexpected surprise. Okay. I'd like to see what surprises this gear can bring me. Ryan Remitz laughed as he stopped Johnny's special approval, the Straight's Guardian, and Garahad, a knight of the Round Table. You don't need to do anything. I want to see how strong I am now. You all, keep a close eye on things too. At this moment, Ryan Rainey's had already raised his aura to its peak, becoming extremely arrogant. But Johnny, the Straight's Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table, were utterly speechless. You were the one who was attacked first. It's you again who's asking for help. Now, you're the one who stopped them both and wouldn't let me help. If the situation weren't so bad right now, Johnny, the Straight's Guardian, gave special permission not to go up to this guy and slap him twice. Why are there so many problems? But now, Johnny, the Straight's Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table, didn't say much. Since he wants to play one-on-one, let him make his own plans then. It's good to watch the show from the sidelines and also to assess the enemy's strength. At this time, Ryan Remitz laughed arrogantly, the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech already covering his entire body. At this moment, Ryan Rainey's head. It has already transformed into an appearance similar to that of an arthropod, while also incorporating some characteristics of mammals. Chapter 241 Adaptation and Evolution. The Strength of All Schools. 241 Adaptation and Evolution. The strengths of all schools of thought. It appears to be. It looks just like the Predator, only in a darker color. Now, Ryan Remitz extended his right arm and beckoned with his finger in an extremely arrogant manner. This indicates that your natal shadow will attack first. He is Ryan Reynolds. Give it a chance. Even his own shadow wouldn't tolerate him, and decisively took action. Boom. With a resounding tremor, the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech instantly unleashed its ultimate power. And his natal shadow also unleashed all its power. It rushed toward Ryan Reynolds as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him. This speed is absolutely incredible. Ryan Remitz had no time to react and could only hastily defend himself. Bang! Fist and palm collide. Ryan Remitz's hand was instantly forced back a step. You dare to hurt me. Ryan Remitz roared and suddenly shifted his body several steps to the side. Then, he stepped onto the ground. Boom! The floor is cracked. Taking advantage of this rebound force, Ryan Remitz's dense tentacles suddenly began to dance wildly. In an instant, visible arcs of electricity leaped around Ryan Remitz, spreading outwards in all directions, clashing with lightning. These are 80% of the electrical cells in the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. These electrical cells are like individual batteries. If the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mechs want to discharge electricity, they will transmit a signal through Ryan Remitz's nervous system. When the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech received this signal, electrocytes rapidly allow ions to pass through their cell membranes, releasing an electric current. The discharged current can reach an average of 35,000 volts. This is not a skill that belongs to the professional system at all. It is the power of genetic evolution. A terrifying electric current surged from the entire distorted mech, and a blue glow engulfed Ryan Rainey's figure. Electric current surged forth, and the current is getting thicker and thicker. Gradually, it coalesced into a thick bolt of lightning 3 to 5 meters long, slashing towards the natal shadow. Good job, Ryan Remitz shouted excitedly. But at this moment, something happened that left Ryan Rainey's somewhat astonished. Then I saw it. Your natal shadow raises its arm. He raised his hand and caught the falling lightning. Then, clench your fists. Bang. Snap. A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out. The once majestic beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech suddenly had a large crater smashed into its torso by its natal shadow. At the same time, the lightning bolt, composed of electric arcs, dissipated and vanished within the arm of the natal shadow. Damn it. Go to hell. Ryan Remitz was furious. Behind the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech, tentacles, like snake tails, suddenly shot out. It swept towards its destined shadow. This scene was exactly what the Shadow of Destiny had anticipated. Therefore, as those tentacles approached, the natal shadow made no move to dodge or evade. He let those tentacles lash his body relentlessly. Uft, uft, uft. A series of chilling tearing sounds rang out. One after another, hideous and terrifying wounds appeared on the surface of the natal shadow's body. But it was severely damaged. The shadow of his true form did not pause in the slightest, and continued to rush towards Ryan Rainey's. Court death. You're asking for it, Ryan Remitz roared. But all of this was in vain. Even though I am covered in wounds, even though my shadow is beginning to fade, the natal shadow remained unmoved. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed in on Ryan Rainey's. Bang. Another powerful punch. It smashed directly onto Ryan Rainey's enormous head. Oh. Ryan Remitz screamed in agony. He fell face first to the ground, like a headbutt. Asshole. How dare you attack my face? I'm going to kill you. I will grind you to dust. Ryan Remitz roared as he got up from the ground. But, just then, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Immediately following, a sharp, intense pain quickly traveled to the brain. Ugh! A sharp pain struck. Ryan Remitz couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching wail. A deep, bone-revealing wound was clearly visible on his neck. Blood spurted out. Ryan Remitz's face turned deathly pale instantly. I'm going to kill you. Ryan Remitz roared repeatedly. But The next moment, his roar abruptly stopped. The natal shadow reappears. He grabbed Ryan Rainey's waist with both hands. Bang. A loud bang. Ryan Remit's chest caved in quite a bit. Then, a jet of blood shot out. Ryan Remit's nearly collapsed. Ryan Remit's eyes were bloodshot. He felt incredibly angry. I was furious beyond measure. His neck and chest were almost crushed by his own shadow. However, Ryan Rainey's did not die. Because Ryan Remit's beast god super aberration symbiotic mech possesses another incredibly bizarre ability. This mech, it is Ryan Reynolds' selection of the best generation after generation. New abilities gained through genetic optimization. Although it does not enhance intelligence, it does have some unknown effects. Ryan Remitz knew it very well. I want to use this technique. First, it must be his original body. Therefore, even knowing that his innate shadow was extremely terrifying, Ryan Rainey still chose to tough it out. And the result? It is obvious. He almost failed. His once proud defensive capabilities proved as fragile as paper under the attack of his natal shadow. His natal shadow easily broke through his defenses and severely injured him. Ryan Remitz looked up to the sky and cried out in despair. I'm going to kill you. Ryan Remitz let out a low, furious roar, like the howl of a wild beast. But the shadow of fate completely disregarded Ryan Rainey's. Stomp on it. His own shadow kicked Ryan Rainey's away again. Everything. They all seemed to be moving towards the direction of their destined shadow's victory. After being knocked away, Ryan Remitz's chest was visibly sunken in. See here. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, and Garahad, a knight of the Round Table, stepped forward, intending to make a direct move. But Ryan Rainey stopped him once again. Oh, I've pretty much gotten used to this kind of attack. You really think my mech suit is weak? Its greatest strength has never been its defense. Its adaptation. Its evolution. The next moment, Ryan Remitz's beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech began to writhe again, and countless tiny, indistinguishable tentacles emerged. When they come together, they resemble a pool of black liquid. At this time, this beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech began to gradually change. Several sharp spines gradually appeared behind it, making it look as if the scorpion had acquired the genes of a centipede. Chapter 242 Extraordinarily Powerful. The natal shadow suffers a crushing strike. 242. Incredibly powerful. His destined shadow is shattered. Prepare to die. Ryan Remitz shouted. The beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech seemed to come alive, beginning to autonomously control its body and charging towards its natal shadow. Boom. Ryan Remitz piloted the monstrous mech he was wearing. Every step taken, countless ripples of air will be stirred up beneath your feet. As these ripples of air spread into the air, they condensed into a thick layer of water vapor, obscuring the view overhead. It darkened the sky. It felt as if dark clouds were pressing down. In this instance, it is definitely one of the best. But for Ryan Rainey's enemies. But that's just child's play. Come, let's continue. Boom. Accompanied by attacks from one's own shadow. A raging fire reignited within Ryan Rainey's. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to become distorted. This is thanks to the special glands that have just formed in the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. Among special glands, it constantly produces large amounts of hydrocarbon mixture liquid and draws nitrogen from the air. Nitrogen makes up about 80% of the air, so it's really easy to extract. Hydrocarbon mixtures are liquids. It is the secretion of a special gland similar to that of a beast god-level aberration symbiotic mech, which appears constantly. Now, the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech has not only evolved the power of lightning, it has even evolved the power of fire. At the same time, its defensive capabilities have increased further, and it is gradually adapting to the attacks of its natal shadow. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Ryan Remitz roared and lunged at his shadow. The shadow of my destiny roars. The two enormous phantoms collided once again. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering tremors once again resounded throughout the entire city. This moment, Ryan Remitz's mech completely gained the upper hand. He piloted the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech, unleashing barrage after barrage. Every attack is incredibly powerful. And what about your destined shadow? Aside from defense, there are almost no other options. So, the natal shadow can only passively take hits. This battle, it is destined to be a one-sided situation. But, just then, the change was sudden and dramatic. His natal shadow suddenly looked up, and 8 black, deformed spikes attacked him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 sharp spikes came flying straight at them. Even his own shadow couldn't spare the time to dodge during his fight with Ryan Rainey's. But my own shadow has never even considered dodging me. Dodge. For the concept of one's natal shadow, it simply doesn't exist. We managed to dodge it. It only avoided this attack and lost some health. But even if you can't dodge it, you'll only lose some health. The concept of health points is also irrelevant to the main character's shadow. That's all. The shadow itself neither dodged nor evaded, directly withstanding the 8 spikes of Ryan Remit's mutated mech. Ryan Remit witnessed this scene. Overjoyed. Ha ha ha. So what if you're strong? They're not just mindless monsters. I'll just wear them down to death like this. Ryan Remit laughed wildly. In his view, the shadow in front of him was indeed powerful. But if they don't even try to dodge, wouldn't they be easy to kill? After all, beings that lack even intelligence are far too easy to kill, even if it's just a pig or a level 15 monster. They will try to avoid it. As long as you don't dodge. What's the difference between that and a wooden stake that's being beaten? But there are still some differences, namely, this natal shadow's fate is far too strong. Damn it. You've taken so many of my attacks, and you're still alive. Die. Why aren't you dead yet? Ryan Remit shouted loudly, controlling the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech to attack relentlessly. And his arm, encased in the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech, it also continuously received small upgrades time and time again. You could say that. This is practically a permanent buff, with one layer after another. This made Ryan Rainey's even more excited. The more they fight, as one grows stronger and stronger, how can one not be overjoyed? Now, Ryan Remit has fallen into a certain state. It could even be said that they have lost their minds. All it knows is to keep attacking. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted once again from the body of the natal shadow. Ryan Remit's mech was instantly flung away. But Ryan Remit did not feel any pain. On the contrary, Ryan Remit simply felt refreshed and full of energy. His mech, his beast god's super great aberration symbiotic mech already possesses enough power to match his rank. Certainly, this is just the beginning. Ryan Remit's ultimate goal is to kill the shadow in front of him. His gaze locked onto the shadow. Kill! Ryan Remit roared. Piloting the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech, it once again pounced on the shadow. Boom! Ryan Remit's mech slammed into Shadow's chest once again. And this time, even my own shadow almost couldn't hold on. The body of his natal shadow, began to collapse. Ryan Remit's face also showed madness and joy. But even so, Ryan Remit was still unwilling to give up. He was going to keep attacking. Why? On what grounds? Why do such terrifying beings exist in this world? He was clearly the chosen one. Why are you inferior to a mere monster? Why is that? Ryan Remit had asked himself this question more than once. But he couldn't find the answer. No matter who it is, if they stand in my way, I will kill them. Ryan Remit gritted his teeth and said. Boom. Ryan Remit's mech is damaged again. However, he still refused to give up. It continued its frenzied attack on its natal shadow, attempting to tear it apart and kill it. As long as the fight continues. His beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech is so powerful that it grows stronger with each battle. Right now, this beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech already possesses power comparable to his. You need to know, he is Ryan Reynolds. Although he's not exactly a melee specialist, he's still a level 82 professional. This is a beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech. These were merely the tools he had selected, yet they were able to rise to a level of power comparable to his own in just 3 battles. Unbelievable. Powerful and extraordinary. This was Ryan Remit's first thought about the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech. Chapter 243, A Resurrection. No, it's definitely a coincidence. 243 resurrected. No, it must be a coincidence. Then, he continued to attack the shadow. Because the shadow's aura weakened. Ryan Remit was well aware of this. That is, he's about to win. Finally, when the aura of one's destined shadow completely dissipates, Ryan Remit's beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech also broke through once again, its energy transforming into lightning and flames that swept across the sky. And this time, Ryan Remit did not fly into a rage as he had just been. Instead, he showed an expression of extreme excitement. Call. He was breathing heavily. Finally dead. Ryan Remit smirked. Indeed, I, Ryan Remitz, am the chosen one. As he spoke, Ryan Remitz turned around confidently, no longer glancing at his crumbling shadow. At this moment, he looked with pride at Johnny, the Straight's guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "See, am I cool or not?" But Ryan Remitz forgot that he was completely enveloped in the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. It was airtight. There wasn't a single glance exchanged. Everything was just his own imagination. And his imagination was more than just conveying glances, such a small thing. Nowadays, Johnny, the Straight's guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table, watched as Ryan Reynolds approached. But I couldn't laugh, because the two of them saw their destined shadow constantly reassembling within a pool of shadows. Two idiots. What are you looking at? I see. You're afraid I'll retaliate against you two idiots, right? After all, I'm so strong now. Ha ha ha. The words had barely left his mouth. Ryan Remitz heard footsteps beside him. Then, I turned my head and looked. Ryan Remitz's pupils contracted sharply. What did he see? My destined shadow. It actually reappeared, emerging from that patch of shadow. This time, Ryan Remitz doesn't need to say it. His natal shadow charged straight at him. Ryan Remitz was horrified. Aren't you already dead? Why aren't you dead yet? The shadow of his destiny had a cold and deep gaze, yet remained silent. But this silence is more lethal than 1,000 or 10,000 cold, harsh words. The pressure this put on Ryan Remitz. It's no less than a mountain. Fear. Horrible. That guy? He was killed once. And yet he revived. Resurrected on the spot. Fully healed. This is impossible. It's not real at all. Upon hearing this, Ryan Remitz was stunned. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly realized. Yes, it must be a one-time resurrection item. Or it's a talent that grants temporary resurrection. It's impossible to be resurrected directly. Even if I'm resurrected, this time, I've only reached my limit. Watch me break through again with one strike. Ryan Remitz seemed to have figured it out, and immediately imagined the methods of his destined shadow. It can be resurrected. These two words are already defying the heavens. I want to achieve that. Just as he said, there are only two possibilities. It's either a one-time resurrection item. Either it's a talent or skill that grants temporary resurrection, or it's Ryan Remitz's imagination. Little did they know. The resurrection of one's destined shadow is completely unrestricted. If it weren't like this, Bai would never allow his level 67 natal shadow to be used. Go and solo kill these 3 level 80+ professionals. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz, Straight Guardian Johnny Tapp, and Knight of the Round Table Garahad. And at this moment, Ryan Remitz actually thought that this resurrection of his destined shadow was just a one-time thing. Even, he believed that this resurrection was merely a charade. A skill 2 tiers below resurrection is called Last Stand, an A rank talent skill. The same effect is achieved. That is, after the death of a professional. With full health and strength, we fought again for half an hour. But after half an hour, no matter how much blood he has left, he will die again. This is an A-level talent. Although it has some use, it's not very useful because it can't change the state of death no matter what. It's just a resurgence after death. It still couldn't change the fact that they were dead. It's just a corpse that can fight for another half hour. And now, Ryan Remitz believed that his shadow possessed a similar talent. This is how it was resurrected. It was just this once. There was absolutely no way it could happen more than once. Even so, in Ryan Remitz's opinion. Now, Ryan Remitz's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he instantly clashed with his shadow. And their fourth encounter also began at this moment. It's just a pity. Ryan Remitz's Beast God's special aberration, symbiotic mech, has already undergone 3 evolutions. It not only possesses the special abilities of lightning and fire. Defense and attack power have also been greatly improved. And the 8 sharp spikes that grew from its back became more prominent and sharper. It looks like it has considerable attack power. And one's destined shadow. It's still the same as before, except it's at full health. A fierce collision. The second round of the showdown between Ryan Remitz and his shadow begins once again. The two sides were evenly matched. Ryan Remitz, however, was becoming increasingly excited. He felt, I'm getting closer and closer to victory. Therefore, Ryan Remitz's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Then, with Ryan Remitz making a frantic dodge, Ryan Remitz dodged a fatal attack from his own shadow. The next second, he charged directly at his own shadow and unleashed a powerful whip kick. Smack! His own shadow was kicked away. Ryan Remitz pressed his advantage, preparing to annihilate his shadow on the spot. But the natal shadow pounced without pause. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and fought him once again. Ryan Remitz kept throwing punches and kicking. He doesn't believe it. The monster, My Fate's shadow, can be resurrected once more. But it's obvious. The ideal is lofty, but the reality is harsh. Ryan Remitz continued his attacks, growing increasingly anxious. Although he was wearing the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech, his patience was gradually being worn down. This is my destined shadow. He is truly a master of close combat. Its defensive capabilities and offensive power are both extremely formidable. And the first time he killed his own shadow, that was only after the enemy was repeatedly bombarded by future destroyers and fought 3 rounds against him in his Beast God level aberration symbiotic mech before it was defeated. Chapter 244, Losing an Arm, not a heavy price to pay. 244 lost an arm in battle, a relatively minor cost. And that whip kick just now. Although he kicked his own shadow away. But it failed to kill the natal shadow. Ryan Remitz knew it. He has already missed the best opportunity to kill him. If this continues, he'll be in trouble. The battle must end as soon as possible. As Ryan Remitz's mind raced, he suddenly let out a roar, and his muscles swelled several times their normal size. Roar. A sound like the howl of a wild beast rang out. Ryan Remitz's veins bulged all over his body, and his skin was covered with a layer of dark red blood. Ryan Remitz roared. Take a step forward. He charged straight at his own shadow and unleashed a punch that sent it flying. This was accompanied by Ryan Rainey's attack. Simultaneously, his natal shadow also condensed into 2 black shadow daggers, which slashed towards Ryan Remitz's chest. A deep bloodstain was immediately left on his chest. Blood spurted out. However, Ryan Remitz didn't care at all. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sinister, and his face was filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Ryan Remitz sneered. Hey, you damned thing. You shouldn't have fought me. You should have run away sooner. Unfortunately, it's too late. As he spoke, Ryan Rainey's vanished from his spot in an instant. But his own shadow did not hesitate and slashed down with a sword. A sharp whistling sound rang out as the blade tore through the air. Clang. Ryan Remitz reacted extremely quickly. With a flick of his wrist, countless mutated tentacles appeared, directly blocking the attack. Immediately, Ryan Remitz swung his right leg out, and a curved bone blade immediately appeared in the process. Call dash. The sound of wind breaking rang out. That kick was delivered. It was mixed with terrifying force. Ryan Remitz's offensive was like a raging storm. It doesn't give the main character any chance to resist or breathe. Not only that, Ryan Remitz's body moved constantly, searching for the best opportunity to strike. Ryan Remitz's every kick creates a gust of wind. The natal shadow was equally unyielding, relentlessly unleashing slashes. However, during their entanglement, the attack rhythm of the natal shadow was noticeably slower. As the battle intensifies, a mad instinct for fighting gradually surged into Ryan Remitz's mind. Damn it, I need to calm down. Otherwise, we'll only get into trouble. Ryan Remitz cursed under his breath, a look of madness flashing in his eyes. Then, he leaped suddenly. A punch was thrown, striking the natal shadow squarely in the abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Ryan Remitz kicked out. He kicked the shadowy arm that was gripping the hilt of his sword, shattering it and knocking it to the ground. Ryan Remitz pressed his advantage, lunging once again at his fallen shadow. Only, just as Ryan Rainey's was about to pounce on his opponent, the shadow of destiny suddenly looked up. The next second, his own shadow suddenly grabbed Ryan Rainey's ankle. Then, they dragged Ryan Reynolds to the ground. At the same time, the other, undamaged hand of the natal shadow suddenly swung out a black shadow dagger. A cold glint flashed. Ryan Remitz's right arm was severed in an instant. Dash! A scream suddenly rang out. Ryan Remitz couldn't bear the pain and screamed out instantly. This time, the previous sluggishness is gone. Ryan Remitz was about to retaliate when he was directly attacked by his natal shadow with an extremely fierce melee attack. This is a truly desperate attack. Even if he gets punched by Ryan Reynolds, he doesn't care at all. Ryan Remitz has his right arm free. Pain constantly emanated from there. But Ryan Remitz gradually felt less pain and looked in that direction again. The Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech has already stitched up the wound. And countless tentacles appeared and somehow managed to piece together a deformed arm. This arm, It's even more powerful than Ryan Rainey's original arm. It possesses even greater power. Only, Ryan Remitz, however, was not particularly happy. Because Ryan Remitz could feel it, even though the arm had grown back. It is perfectly intact. It was even stronger than his own arm before, but Ryan Rainey's couldn't quite control it completely. This is perhaps the price to pay. But we're in the middle of a battle right now, so let's not worry about these minor details. Not to mention, it's a little out of control. Even if he can't control it at all, Ryan Rainey's will continue to fight. Die! Ryan Remitz shouted, determined to avenge the loss of his arm. Ryan Remitz made another save. However, just as Ryan Rainey's was about to approach that natal shadow, sudden yawn. The natal shadow mysteriously vanished from its original spot. Ryan Remitz paused for a moment. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately, however, a small scar appeared on his neck. The blood there. It flows extremely fast. This was none other than the fatal blow delivered by Ryan Reynolds. Not long ago, his shadow was already prepared when Ryan Remitz brought his sword down. Then, when Ryan Remitz's deadly blade came slashing down, he used Shadow Swap to catch Ryan Reynolds off guard. But the left shoulder of the natal shadow was also hit, and it was almost split in two. But, however, it did not cause serious trauma. At this time, the shadow of his destiny stood still and looked up at Ryan Rainey's. His eyes were filled with crimson blood. Bang dash. Ryan Remitz didn't care about any of that. All he knew was that he was injured again. This kind of fighting drove him gradually into madness. He threw another punch, which landed hard on his natal shadow. Bang! A muffled groan was heard. The natal shadow was directly struck and staggered backward. Only, this guy, Binming Yingzi, is still fearless and undaunted. Ryan Remitz's fist came down. He blocked with both hands. Bang! Bang! The sounds of violent collisions were deafening. Ryan Remitz's attacks were fierce and incredibly powerful. But the resistance from one's natal shadow is quite tenacious. His defense was airtight and watertight. For a while, Ryan Rainey's was unable to subdue his destined shadow. And this stalemate. This only made Ryan Rainey's more and more anxious. His physical and mental strength is rapidly declining. If this continues, he might not be able to hold on first. He'll be in danger once he's exhausted both physically and mentally. Chapter 245 Continuous Evolution. Airborne Armor Poison Mist. 245 continues to evolve. Airborne Armor Poison Mist. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. How can this bastard be so resilient? Could it be that my beast god's super great aberration symbiotic mech doesn't have the effect of restoring stamina? Damn it. I'm not reconciled. Ryan Remitz roared in fury. His resentment had reached its peak. At this moment, no one's emotions could surpass his. However, it was of little use. His attacks were still not fast enough. My natal shadow remained steadfast. In fact, they became more and more courageous as they fought. Finally, Ryan Remitz was starting to run out of energy. His movements became sluggish, and his attack frequency decreased. Meanwhile, the defensive power of the natal shadow has more than doubled. This completely panicked Ryan Rainey's. Another stab wound was plunged into Ryan Remitz's chest. Ugh! Ryan Remitz screamed in agony. This sudden injury. This immediately put Ryan Rainey's into a state of rage. Go to hell. Go to hell. Ryan Remitz's eyes were bloodshot. Immediately, he suddenly opened his mouth. A dense cloud of black mist shot out from the mask part of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. Airborne poison mist. That kind of black mist. It emitted a foul, fishy odor, like the smell of corpse poison. Produced from both sides of the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech mask, two new glands are born on each side. One side produces hydroquinone, and the other side produces hydrogen peroxide. The two substances were sprayed out, instantly creating this toxic mist. Wherever they went, even the air was corroded away, billowing white smoke. The natal shadow immediately sensed the impending danger and quickly retreated. Hiss! Streams of black smoke followed the shadow of his destiny. Haha, run. Keep running. I'll kill you today, Ryan Remitz said with a sneer. In his mind, there was even an image of his natal shadow being corroded into dust. Oh, only. To Ryan Rainey's surprise, his destined shadow actually smiled. Ryan Remitz was momentarily dazed. I just realized that. It turned out that I was slightly distracted and misread things under immense pressure. That natal shadow is made entirely of shadows. It doesn't even have a face. So how could it possibly form an expression like smile? But it's also possible that the fact that this beast god-level aberration symbiotic mech is constantly drawing blood from him is causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. Ryan Remitz shook his head, trying to come to his senses. Unfortunately, this is him now. It's like a college student forced to go to work at 8 a.m., who is still groggy even though they slept all night. Even if I try my best to come to my senses, it's all in vain. At this moment, the terrifying cloud of poisonous mist from the air armor had already tracked down the natal shadow. Call. The poisonous mist from the air armor roared out. It stirred up gusts of wind, sending leaves and pebbles flying everywhere. The natal shadow did not dodge at all. He raised his hand and grabbed at the cloud of poisonous mist from the air armor. This sent a chill down Ryan Reynolds' spine. He immediately knew something was wrong. Damn it! Get out of the way! Damn it! Get out of the way! Ryan Remitz yelled, hoping to stop his shadow's actions. Only, at this time, the natal shadow had already grasped the ball of poisonous mist from the air armor, and then suddenly crushed it. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the natal shadow was blasted away. Haha! Ryan Remitz laughed heartily as he watched his own shadow being blown away. This time, he should be dead by now, right? Then, the next second, Ryan Rainey's smile froze. After the poisonous mist from the air armor disappeared, the natal shadow was completely unaffected. Instead, he stood up. His body was completely unharmed. Not even a trace of darkness remained. How is this possible? Ryan Remitz stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. He never expected this. Such an attack couldn't even cause any real damage to this damned, destined shadow. How could he possibly tolerate this? This destined shadow was his last line of defense and reliance. But what was the result? This natal shadow wasn't destroyed at all. Ryan Remitz felt an intense, indescribable sense of frustration, accompanied by waves of inexplicable irritability. This scene infuriated Ryan Rainey's. This situation. It was something he absolutely did not want to see. However, this does not mean that Ryan Rainey's will give up. This time, Ryan Rainey's did not use the airborne mist. Although the poison mist from the air armor is far more powerful. But it will take some time. Ryan Remitz can't wait. Right now, Ryan Remitz no longer cared about hiding his strength or preserving his trump cards. After all, this natal shadow is too troublesome. This must be resolved, or Ryan Reynolds will be unable to eat or sleep. Buzz! A layer of black light suddenly burst forth from Ryan Rainey's chest. Then, in an instant, he was enveloped in black, as if he were wearing a heavy black armor. This is shovel armor. This is yet another genetic sequence that the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech has evolved during this battle. From an outsider's perspective, it was a layer of black armor, similar to a suit of armor. But in reality, this black armor called the shovel armor is indeed filled with dark brown. And it also has an exceptionally glossy appearance. This also makes Ryan Reynolds' physique exceptionally firm. At the same time, two additional horns appeared above the mask, large and prominent, resembling deer antlers. The upper jaw of the mask also features sharp, tooth-like protrusions. Beside it appeared equally black elytra, which covered its entire abdomen. Brand new capabilities. Shovel armor. This time, Ryan Rainey's defense wasn't just slightly improved. It was improved to a terrifying degree. This kind of growth. It's comparable to a powerful professional of the same level, but whose main job is defense. You need to know. Because each profession has a different division of labor, and it is impossible for anyone to be proficient in everything. So, they will all choose one direction as their main focus and the others as secondary, going further and further down the path of their main job. The higher the level, the more obvious this difference becomes. The attack and defense capabilities of a level 80 character who excels in combat and a character who excels in defense are not comparable. Compared to this, just like a spear and a shield, their attack power and defense power are two extremes. Thatch is easily broken. The shield has no offensive capabilities. But now, Ryan Rainey's can be said to be good at everything. Not only has its attack power been greatly increased, but it has also evolved this shovel armor that can withstand damage, making its defense unlike anything before. Chapter 246. A spear is easily broken. A shield has no attack. Comprehensive and thorough. 246. A spear is easily broken. A shield has no offensive power. This last part is a proverb and doesn't directly relate to the preceding sentence. This time, Ryan Remitz was finally relieved, since his defenses had improved by more than one level. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. What he is secretly worried about now is nothing more than being breached and even killed. But as things stand now, it's highly unlikely. Ryan Remitz smiled and looked at his natal shadow, saying indifferently, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. But this time, you'll be the first to die. The moment Ryan Remitz finished speaking, he suddenly rushed towards his natal shadow. He was going to seize the opportunity to kill this damned guy. However, Ryan Remitz overlooked something very important. Perhaps one's destined shadow is truly powerful. But don't forget, Ryan Remitz just released a cloud of air armor poison mist. Logically speaking, even if the natal shadow didn't die, he was definitely seriously injured. How could they possibly still possess such formidable combat power? Ryan Remitz couldn't understand it. By the time he realized this, it was too late. Bang! The shadow's fist had already slammed hard into Ryan Rainey's chest. Then, it was just a muffled thud. Ryan Remitz's chest was immediately dented, but thanks to his shovel armor, he didn't suffer any major damage. On the contrary, Ryan Remitz looked at his favorite shadow with amusement. In my mind, imagining the other person's bones breaking and flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Click, click. Ryan Remitz was knocked back and nearly fell heavily to the ground. But, on the other hand, the main character's shadow also suffered considerable injuries. It could no longer maintain its most complete appearance. Instead, the surrounding shadows scattered inch by inch, as if it were about to fall apart. Snort. So what if you're fully recovered? It's only once. I can kill you once. Then I'll definitely kill you a second time. Ryan Remitz was absolutely confident that he could destroy the shadow of his destiny before him. After all, he had killed this monster before. If you want to kill it again, you can refer to the experience from the previous time. And his confidence stemmed from the Beast God's special Great Aberration symbiotic mech he was wearing. This Beast God Great Aberration symbiotic mech already possesses a combat prowess that even he hadn't anticipated. Unexpectedly, this Beast God class Aberration symbiotic mech is able to continuously explore new abilities during battle. If it continues to evolve, what will become of it? Ryan Remitz was already fantasizing about turning around and deposing the leader of the MD Alliance and taking over the position himself. It has its own MD Alliance backing it up. Those skill upgrade resources aren't something you can just grab easily. With the ever-evolving Beast God's super great aberration symbiotic mech, wouldn't it be easy to kill monsters and smoothly advance to the level of a top-tier professional? Ha 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 ha. The more I think about it, Ryan Remitz became increasingly frantic, as if the scenes he was imagining were beckoning to him. Victory has arrived. And the scene you imagine might just become reality. But the only thing he forgot was, Ryan Rainey's, is still fighting. You need to know, every real battle often happens in an instant, without much back and forth. Often, a single mistake or a defeated confrontation can lead to disaster. That would tip the scales of victory in their favor. Whoosh, whoosh. Two dark daggers pierced the air in an instant, attacking Ryan Remitz's neck. In the previous few exchanges of fire, it's not hard to see from his own shadow that Ryan Rainey's shovel armor is incredibly tough all over. But there are a few exceptions. Only the gaps between the overlapping layers of armor are the most vulnerable. This is a weakness. This is also an opportunity to take advantage of. Whoosh, whoosh. Two black daggers appeared out of thin air from the hand of the natal shadow, striking Ryan Remitz's shovel armor neck with pinpoint accuracy. A dark dagger appeared in front of him and pierced the target precisely. A follow-up attack with a shadowy dagger pierced the dagger with even greater force, pushing it further into the already embedded dagger. This momentum surged again instantly. Swoosh. A sound of piercing flesh rang out, and the two daggers directly injured Ryan Remitz, who was under the Beast God's super aberration symbiotic mech. Then, it was accompanied by a crisp snap sound. Ryan Remitz's armor cracked instantly at the vulnerable spot on his neck. Damn it! What's going on? Ryan Remitz's expression suddenly changed. He could feel it. The armor around his neck had been torn open in some bizarre way. Impossible. How could this be? Ryan Remitz's eyes widened. At that moment, within his pupils, the fateful shadow that had vanished and was about to disappear suddenly reappeared. In a daze, Ryan Remitz seemed to see the terrifying grin of his destined shadow once again. Within a hallucination, the sinister grin of his natal shadow sent chills down Ryan Rainey's spine, and his first instinct was to run away. However, but it was too late. Uft, uft. Two shadowy daggers were swung at him again. The sharp blade struck again, in the same spot. They cut open Ryan Rainey's neck, just the surface of his skin. Blood splattered everywhere. No! Ryan Remitz roared. He wanted to break free from this immense force. But it was to no avail. Once he breaks free of his restraints, he will definitely die instantly. After all, he was wearing the Beast God's special Great Aberration symbiotic mech. Fortunately, his Beast God's Super Aberration symbiotic mech was tough enough. Even if it's been stabbed twice, it still managed to block that fatal attack. But Ryan Remitz is still not feeling well. His breathing became rapid. His body trembled. Even his eyes were almost bulging out. He felt like he was suffocating. No, this can't go on, Ryan Remitz thought to himself. However, he had absolutely no chance of escaping. Therefore, Ryan Remitz mustered all his strength, raised his left arm, and punched his natal shadow in the abdomen. Bang! With a deep, muffled thud, the natal shadow was sent flying backward. But it only takes the blink of an eye. The natal shadow stabilizes oneself. At the same time, Ryan Remitz was also trying to calm himself down. The Beast God's Super Aberration symbiotic mech had spread out countless tiny, invisible black tentacles, covering Ryan Remitz's wounds like a pool of slime. Now, not only did the wound heal quickly by scabbing over, but the skin and flesh became even stronger than before. Chapter 247 Resentment and Anger, Distortion and Symbiosis. 247 Resentment and Anger, Distortion and Symbiosis. Although a trickle of blood oozed from his neck, he was not in danger of dying. Hey, it seems you're really delusional. You think you can still hurt me? Ryan Remitz grinned menacingly, his fear driving him mad, and his confidence steadily rising. Oh, you can't hurt me. When my Beast God's Superior Aberration symbiotic mech evolves again, that will be the time of your death. Ryan Remitz snorted coldly, which also helped to calm the churning blood in his chest. Then, Ryan Remitz touched his neck and casually removed the shadowy dagger from it. These are shadowy daggers. The moment it detached from Ryan Remitz's body, it vanished, disappearing once more as a shadow. It appears to be. It was like magic. But Ryan Rainey's was used to all of this and didn't find it strange at all. Attacks like the Shadow of Destiny. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. It transforms a part of its body into a weapon, which disappears on its own after being separated from its main body for a period of time. Inferior weapon. It's not even a fraction as good as my Beast God's Superclass Aberration symbiotic mech. The Beast God's Super Aberration symbiotic mech gave Ryan Rainey's immense confidence. This is also the basis for his arrogance. Little did they know. Unbeknownst to him, his mental state deteriorated further, gradually teetering on the brink of spiraling out of control. At first, it was just a daze. Then came the involuntary fantasies. By the middle, hallucinations had begun. And now, as if experiencing a final burst of energy before death, Ryan Rainey's was extremely well recovered and acted with utter madness. But this did not hinder his fighting spirit in the slightest. Or perhaps, this state, on the contrary, enabled him to continue fighting, and he became even more ferocious due to his manic emotions. This is Ryan Rainey's. This madness pushed Ryan Rainey's defenses to their limit. Bring it on. Let me see just how strong your attack is. Come on. Let me see how long you can hold out. Ryan Remitz roared and charged out once more. He's very fast. Faster than before. Ryan Remitz clearly sensed that he was getting closer and closer to his destined shadow. Just a brief encounter. Just one step away. Ryan Remitz seemed to have already foreseen his victory. This is a fantasy that belongs only to him. I don't know when it started. Ryan Remitz was slightly dazed, and he was now standing there somewhat excited. However, you idiot. You're still too inexperienced. When Ryan Rainey's heard the mocking words from his natal shadow, his movements suddenly stopped. He was horrified to discover. His neck, the wound, which had already stopped bleeding, was now gushing out scarlet blood again. This is a sign that your destined shadow has successfully launched another sneak attack. Damn it. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse aloud. He now wishes he could draw his sword and chop off his own head. Another dark dagger was stuck in his neck. Impossible. Ryan Remitz's face was contorted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In that instant, he seemed to understand something. My destined shadow. It possesses a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Am I destined to lose to this guy? I'm so unwilling to accept this. Aya. Ryan Remitz roared to the sky. Boom. Inside Ryan Remitz's body, The gene sequence belonging to the high-level beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mecha exploded instantly, accompanying the breaking of the genetic lock. Ryan Remit's body also swelled up a bit. His originally withered and thin body suddenly became much fuller. While expanding, 2 rows of sharp spikes gradually appeared on the deformed mech on the side of the forearm. These are the sharp spines on the femora and tibiae of insects. These sharp spikes slowly elongated, the longest of which resembled 2 arm blades, extending dozens of times longer than the others. And among them, these sharp spikes not only deliver a sharp attack, but also release an incredibly viscous liquid. It's comparable to the strongest industrial adhesive. This is capture enough. I refuse to accept this. Ryan Remitz roars. The shadow of one's destiny remains silent. He then flashed forward and charged at Ryan Reynolds once again. Buzz. Buzz. The natal shadow, wielding a black dagger, thrust out 3 times in succession. Every strike was ruthless and extremely cunning. Every strike was sharp and deadly. Ryan Remitz had no choice but to raise the shovel armor of the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech to defend himself. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Ryan Remitz's shield not only blocked the 3 deadly daggers, but also managed to deflect them. Of course, this is also because Ryan Rainey's had just overdrawn his life force to enhance his strength. If it were during their peak period, how dare a mere dagger get close? However, right now, Ryan Remitz was already physically weak. He had no time to pay attention to those daggers. Uft. Ryan Remitz had a dagger plunged into his back. Roll! Ryan Remitz roared, his body jerked, and his capture leg swung out with a fierce swing of his arm. The dagger was knocked away by the impact. But, before Ryan Remitz could even catch his breath, a gust of wind suddenly swept past my ear. Ryan Remitz was taken aback. Danger! Without a moment to think, Ryan Rainey's turned his head to dodge, narrowly avoiding the dagger that his shadow was aiming for his head. Call out dash! Call out dash! The dagger of my destined shadow brushed past me. Ryan Remitz's forehead was also covered in beads of sweat. But he did not back down, but instead swung the giant blade of the beast god's superior aberration symbiotic mech once again, slashing at his natal shadow. Ryan Remitz was very agile, but he was still a beat too slow. Uft! An arm flew up in unison. Blood gushed out. Ryan Remitz screamed and staggered to the ground. Damn it! You deserve to die. The intense pain ignited what little courage Ryan Remitz had left. He was furious. But more than anything, there was panic. The speed of the natal shadow is incredibly fast, and its attack methods are endless. This was completely beyond his expectations. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ryan Remitz roared hysterically. However, such a roar only resulted in an even fiercer attack. Uft. Ryan Remitz had a gash cut open in his chest, deep enough to expose the bone. The intense pain made Ryan Remitz's face even paler. But Ryan Rainey's didn't give up. He kept wielding the giant blade of the beast god's super-grade aberration symbiotic mech, trying to force his natal shadow to reveal a weakness. However, he was disappointed. Chapter 248 Destiny is in my hands. God is with me. 248. My destiny is with me. God is by my side. The more his natal shadow fought, the more ferocious it became, like a ghost. There was absolutely no trace of it. And, as his shadow's speed increased, Ryan Rainey's defensive rhythm became completely disrupted. Bang! Bang! Ryan Remitz, his eyes bloodshot, frantically swung his giant blade, trying to eliminate the bizarre enemy before him as quickly as possible. However, Ryan Remitz simply couldn't do it. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy in front of him continuously drained his strength. Bang! Ryan Remitz's eyes were no longer filled with madness. He nearly collapsed to the ground in despair. His heart was filled with despair. We lost. He was even wearing a full set of beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mechs, yet he lost to a mere monster. Or is it the monster he killed once before? I'm not reconciled. Anger. Remorse. Ryan Remitz felt the last bit of strength in his body dissipate, and his heart began to pound violently. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. 1 2. A rapid heartbeat came through, and Ryan Rainey's breathing became heavier. And, as his heart rate increased, Ryan Rainey's felt as if his heart was about to burst out of his chest. Ho ho ho. Ryan Remitz uttered a sentence with difficulty. Then, Ryan Reynolds slowly closed his eyes. Cough. I am not well. Ha ha. Blood continued to flow from Ryan Remitz's mouth and nose. And in this blood, Ryan Remitz felt as if he could hear his own heart breaking. Thump, thump, thump. Did his heart get damaged from the constant battles and shocks? Ryan Remitz was immediately horrified. This conjecture is impossible. After all, even though he was wearing a beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech, his original body was not primarily defensive. He's a proponent of war. It's still the kind of main combatant that stands behind others, constantly using technological weapons to launch long-range attacks, defense, and the like. It's really not something he's good at. Thinking of this, Ryan Rainey's heart tightened involuntarily. If it is indeed heart damage, then the danger is probably much greater. If there is no heart, Ryan Remitz could only remain active for a maximum of 6 minutes before he would immediately enter a state of physical death. Even if the professionals are very powerful, but it still falls within the human realm. It hasn't reached the point where it can survive without a head or a mind. Certainly, some skills and talents can be exceptions, but the key point is, Ryan Rainey's doesn't have those kinds of methods. Damn it, I need to get some treatment first. I'm almost out of stamina. Ryan Remitz was worried about himself, and the madness in his eyes gradually diminished, replaced by concern for his own life. But at this very moment, the two people behind him started talking. No way, why did it suddenly stop moving? Is he injured internally? Sigh, if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. If you insist on pushing yourself, then it's my turn to be the strongest. Okay, let's all go together. Ryan Remitz couldn't bring himself to say anything when he heard the comments from Johnny the Channel Guardian and Garahad the Knight of the Round Table. He didn't want to admit it either. But Johnny, the Defender of the Straight, and Garahad, a Knight of the Round Table, did have a point. Never mind. I'd better just go for it honestly. Let's rest for a bit first, then we can continue fighting. Damn it. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth, feeling utterly unwilling to accept defeat. But that's just how reality is. Even if he still wants to continue fighting, his remaining rationality is telling him otherwise. Suddenly, this beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech began to change once again. Inside the mech, countless black substances coalesced into a needle-like shape, ready to pierce Ryan Remitz's chest. Ryan Remitz was greatly alarmed and subconsciously took control of his beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech. But Ryan Remitz, however, discovered that these things were still under his control. I didn't let those black needles stick into me. It actually didn't puncture. Upon closer reflection, Ryan Remitz felt that these things wouldn't hurt him. On the contrary, they confirmed his other ideas. Good. Enhance me. Ryan Remitz shouted in his mind, and then stopped the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech from moving. Whoosh. A sound of something entering flesh and blood rang out, and the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech began to move inside. This moment, Ryan Remitz was like someone locked inside a torture device. Countless needle-like deformed objects penetrated directly into the body. And among these, it includes the heart. Ryan Remitz's heart was instantly entangled by black aberrations, which instantly acted as a stitching mechanism. No matter how small the wound, it was stitched up in an instant. And this aberration directly replaced the original flesh and blood, forming a more robust structure. Ryan Remitz has been given a new lease on life. Ryan Remitz felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. And his body is now even more integrated with this beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech. Take control of it. It seems to be much easier and more intuitive to use. Even Ryan Remitz could still sense every detail of the mutated mech, regardless of the 8 sharp thorns behind him. Or perhaps it's the 3 pairs of special glands on its body, or the catching blades on both sides of its forearms. All of them seem to be part of its body. Heaven is helping me. Destiny is upon me. God is with me. Ryan Remitz shouted excitedly, amazed by his transformation. He knew these were the left and right sides of the beast god's special aberration symbiotic mech, and he was reminded of every monster in that mysterious dungeon. Those monsters. However, with the help of the mutant, he was able to fight against him when he was level 70, despite only being level 40. According to common sense, it's simply impossible for it to exist. But as it stands now, the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech can indeed achieve this excellent quality. It could be done even better. And now, the beast god's super aberration symbiotic mech directly helped Ryan Remitz repair his injuries. Even actively integrating, let his injuries heal and make him even stronger. Chapter 249 Shockwave. blinded by his own ability. 249 explosion, blinded by his own power. Ryan Remitz believes, if he continues to maintain his current state, he has a real chance to become the strongest combatant at level 80, the absolute number 1. At that time, he will be the strongest man in the entire level 80 range. That's so true to me. Ryan Remitz laughed self-deprecatingly. At the same time, as for the two of them, Ryan Remitz glanced at Johnny Tap, the Straits Guardian, who was arguing with the Knights of the Round Table, and immediately showed disdain on his face. They're just two pieces of trash. Snort. Wait until I take down this monster, then I'll show you both. Ryan Remitz thought to himself, while Ryan Rainey's was pondering how to teach the two a lesson. On the other side, the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tex, also snapped out of his daze and looked at the mess in front of him. Johnny couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why isn't it moving? At this time, Ryan Remitz shouted excitedly, I will become the man who surpasses you all. Although this is a line from a movie. Although it might sound a little cringeworthy now. But Ryan Rainey's didn't care at all. Because he believed he could definitely achieve it. After all, this beast god-grade aberration symbiotic mech almost perfectly merged with his body. And it also gave him a huge boost, allowing him to have attack power far exceeding that of others of the same level. You will all fail. Only I will be immortal. Ryan Remitz was extremely excited. He was eager to show off his strength. However, he had only taken a few steps when he stopped. Because Ryan Rainey's discovered the problem. He was in front of him. Where is there any trace of my destined shadow? Impossible. Ryan Remitz was furious and turned to look ahead. Then, Ryan Remitz was completely stunned as his natal shadow soared into the sky once again. All I could see was, Ryan Remitz's fighting spirit was reignited after he saw his destined shadow. Let's fight. Ryan Remitz couldn't wait to fight and let out a roar. But, Ryan Remitz had just lifted his foot. Bang. Then came the heavy, muffled sound of ice being cut. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ryan Remitz was stunned. There he was. Johnny Tex and Garlahad, who had been behind him, were standing still, showing no intention of making a move. Since this guy is still stubbornly refusing to see the truth, let him keep fighting then. Anyway, he seems to be enjoying it quite a bit. Ryan Remitz still had a slightly eerie smile on his face. This made Johnny Tepe and Garlahad's hearts skip a beat. But, before Ryan Rainey's could even make a move, whoosh, whoosh, two dark daggers flashed across the sky. Good. Let's fight again. Ryan Remitz frowned slightly, his fighting spirit rising once more. An overwhelming emotion welled up inside Ryan Remitz, and at that moment, he knew one thing. Fighting. Fighting. Fight on. Only this kind of frenzied battle can make him forget everything. And in the instant Ryan Rainey's fighting spirit soared. Boom. Long dash. Long dash. Very soon, Ryan Remitz's eyes reddened again. An indescribable power flowed from Ryan Rainey's body, infusing his limbs and bones, filling him with strength. Ryan Remitz felt the changes within himself and went completely insane. Come on. Ryan Remitz charged toward his destined shadow in the sky. This battle, he will surely win. Ryan Remitz thought so. Even the Straits Guardians, Johnny T, and Garlahad, thought so. Only, they misjudged the gap between their own shadow and Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Remitz is a player. He is a player. From the player's perspective, Ryan Remitz's attributes already far surpass those of other players in the same profession. But his enemies were never the players. Now, Ryan Remitz looked excited. Only through battle can he find true joy. Ryan Remitz only took one step. As blood spurted out, Ryan Rainey's eyes widened. Because Ryan Remitz felt something being inserted into his back, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Ryan Remitz lowered his head with difficulty and saw a dark dagger. You. Impossible. Before Ryan Remitz could finish speaking, the wound on his back began to heal rapidly. Boom dash. With the explosion, Ryan Reynolds' two pairs of glands activated rapidly. Gas-coated armored toxic fog. Flame jet. A purplish-brown poisonous mist, accompanied by dazzling flames, rapidly rose into the sky. They attacked their destined shadow in the sky. How about it? What did I tell you? You're going to die a horrible death. This is the kind of battle Ryan Rainey's has always dreamed of. This made Ryan Rainey's eyes sparkle with excitement. That's more like it. Come on, let's keep fighting. Ryan Remitz shouted. Then, boom. It was accompanied by a roar. Ryan Remitz was completely dumbfounded. Above the sky, a series of explosions occurred, and an unusually bright light rose into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. He didn't expect it either. The gas armor poison mist, when combined with fire abilities, can create a large-scale explosion in the air. This effect, it was just like an indoor deflagration or dust explosion. Brilliant yet terrifying. In just a moment, Ryan Remit's target was his destined shadow in the sky. Then, the moment Ryan Rainey's was almost blinded by the light, unable to see the scene in the sky, Ryan Remit's body jolted. He fell to the ground. His eyes were not destroyed, but that was enough to make him unable to see things in the distance for more than 10 seconds. No way. The explosion in the sky was so bright that it was blinding. More importantly, this incident caused Ryan Rainey's immense psychological trauma. I actually got hurt by my own abilities. Humiliation. This is utterly humiliating. How about it? Garahad exclaimed in surprise. Johnny Texan shook his head. There was nothing he could do. However, Johnny suddenly seemed to realize something and looked directly at Garahad. This brightness is comparable to a stun grenade, Johnny asked with special permission. Galahad answered decisively. That's about it. This guy is a complete idiot. Johnny was granted special permission to remain silent. You all leave first. I need to rest. Rest assured. I'll be fine, Ryan Remitz shouted, his fighting spirit undiminished. Chapter 250 Completely Dissipate the Force. Change the target. 250 Completely Dissipate Force. Change target. Why? Johnny Tex finally sighed. But Ryan Remitz didn't even have time to be surprised. Because in his vision, a sharp, shadowy dagger nearly pierced his throat in an instant. Then, the sharp dagger stirred gently. Gurgle. The scalding hot blood slid down the dagger. As the blood dripped onto the ground, it splashed up countless specks of dust. Ryan Remitz's eyes widened, his pupils filled with resentment. When Ryan Rainey saw himself engulfed in the explosion, his face turned deathly pale. At that time, when he was blinded by the light, he realized that his destined shadow might take advantage of the situation. But what he didn't expect was, they arrived so quickly. Ryan Remitz tried to break free. However, he found that he was completely unable to move. Because he was completely enveloped by the aftershocks of the explosion. And in Ryan Rainey's mind, it was even more of a blur. Rumble. Explosions rang out one after another. The gas armor and poisonous fog in the sky were ignited and detonated one after another, with bursts of fire shooting straight into the sky. Only, this time, Ryan Rainey's didn't dare to look up. With eyes closed, Ryan Remitz fought almost instinctively, even as his vision went from being completely blind to being able to see things vaguely. His hands didn't stop moving. You need to know, if he just stands there motionless, he might actually be at risk of being taken down by his destined shadow. After all, no one can guarantee what kind of attack power his natal shadow possesses. Rumble. Rumble. The violent explosions continued. But Ryan Rainey's noticed that the explosions were getting weaker and weaker. Finally, it disappeared completely. Ryan Remitz let out a heavy sigh. He opened his eyes. The ground in front of him was covered with pebbles, mud, and gravel. His limbs, neck, and cheeks were slashed with long wounds, from which crimson liquid flowed. Not only that, blood trickled from his ears and nose, still visible from the recent explosion. Although not fatal. But the damage to Ryan Reynolds' body was definitely not small. But Ryan Remitz, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Because he was finally able to see it clearly. For Ryan Reynolds, this outcome was already a good one. After all, in a normal battle, Ryan Rainey's would probably be dead by now. He simply couldn't hold on to that level. Only, this was the outcome for Ryan Rainey's. That doesn't mean he's won. On the contrary, Ryan Remitz lost completely. But Ryan Remitz still hasn't seen his match. Ryan Remitz was puzzled. What's wrong? Who are his opponents? Where is that eerie shadow? Why can't he see it? Suddenly, Ryan Remitz sensed a deadly danger that sent chills down his spine. Careful. Damn it. That bastard. Johnny roared fiercely. Ryan Remitz roared. Then, Johnny shoved Ryan Reynolds aside and drew his sword to block the dark figure that suddenly appeared to Ryan Reynolds' left. Swords clashed. Ryan Remitz felt a powerful force pushing him forward. Ryan Remitz used the recoil to quickly dodge. Then I saw a figure slowly emerge right in front of me. Ryan Remitz had just established himself. Rumble. Another explosion echoed through the sky. Ryan Remitz shuddered and gasped for breath. Ryan Remitz opened his eyes and saw his opponent, still floating in midair, completely unharmed. Ryan Remitz's face turned extremely pale, but he still managed to hold on. Then, his eyes were filled with determination as he once again brandished his longsword and charged forward. Ryan Remitz is incredibly fast, but his opponent, his own shadow, was faster than him. The shadowy figure shifted its stance, dodging Ryan Remitz's attacks. The shadow of his true form went straight for Ryan Reynolds' waist and abdomen. Ryan Remitz was taken aback. Then, I realized what was happening. The attack from his natal shadow was not directed at him personally. And Ryan Remitz's feelings. If this blade were to strike him, he would definitely lose his fighting ability, or even be on the verge of death. Ryan Remitz reacted quickly, shifting half an inch to the side. Ryan Remitz dodged the attack. Ryan Remitz breathed a sigh of relief, and then prepared to retaliate. However, Ryan Remitz had just tried to move when he felt a sharp pain in his lower back and abdomen. Boom. Boom. Ryan Remitz's attacks remained sharp. However, it was much slower. His arms, which he had been waving around, were gradually losing strength. In his perception, his destined shadow was approaching him. At this time, Ryan Remitz suddenly opened his eyes filled with rage and savagery. "Oh!" Ryan Remitz roared. Then, boom dash. Ryan Remitz threw a punch, creating a powerful gust of wind. The natal shadow was smashed away. Only, the next instant, his shadow vanished from Ryan Reynolds' sight once again. His speed in the sky was simply too fast. Damn it, Ryan Remitz cursed. But Ryan Remitz's offensive became increasingly urgent, because he had already realized that his power was gradually weakening. "Ryan, don't hit him," Garahad said with a frown. "If this continues, I'll be the first to run out of energy." Ryan Remitz was thinking wildly. Ryan Remitz did indeed want a rebel. Only, Ryan Remitz's offensive became increasingly fierce. The natal shadow, however, is becoming increasingly agile. Even, the shadow of his true self brought a cool breeze to Ryan Remitz's ears during his attack. Call dash. Call dash. But Ryan Rainey's hadn't expected that. He was still no match for him. Ryan Remitz's abilities are utterly useless against his natal shadow. Ryan Remitz didn't even have a chance to retaliate. "Hey, I'm really weak." Ryan Remitz gave a self-deprecating sneer. Ryan Remitz also nearly lost his fighting ability completely. All I could do was lie there. Just as the main shadow was preparing to continue its attack, Ryan Remitz's actions, in the eyes of his own shadow, it moved as slowly as a tortoise. This made the natal shadow sneer, and a hidden current of energy surged within his tightly clenched right fist. Bang! The shadow of his true form sent Ryan Reynolds flying. Boom! Ryan Remitz fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching twice. He almost completely lost his breath. Ryan Remitz's lack of reaction did not stop his shadow. This only spurred him to attack even more frantically. The natal shadow traced an arc in midair before charging towards Ryan Rainey's once again. Chapter 251 I stepped in, and I got beaten up. 251 I left the game, I got hit. Is the target still Ryan Reynolds? Galahad looked at his natal shadow in the sky with surprise. Then, Galahad wasn't annoyed. Instead, he grinned. "You can't do it." "Then I'll do it. However, my moves are not easy to control. You need to be careful. Whatever you do, don't die." Garahad no longer concealed his strength, taking a step forward and revealing his stats to his natal shadow. Player, Galahad. Rank, SS. Occupation, Knight of the Round Table. Level, 84. HP, 1, 319, 900/1, 321, 360. Base attack power, 29900+. Equipment, the Sword in the Stone. Skills, SS rank, Trader Hero, S rank, Energy Accumulation, B rank, Knight's Code, B rank. This Knight of the Round Table, Garahad, was not the highest ranking of the three. But in terms of combat strength, it is definitely not low. At this time, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and started to consider taking action. Now, he took a step forward, wanting to have a showdown with his destined shadow. But, to his surprise, his natal shadow didn't even glance at him before sweeping across the sky. And the goal? It's still Ryan Rainey's. Boom. Galahad's punch missed its mark, and he was slightly taken aback. Then his face darkened. His destined shadow completely ignored him, treating him as if he didn't exist. Add a spicy touch to your heart. He had never suffered such humiliation. How could he endure it? Immediately, Galahad chased after them again. But, it's obvious. He failed again. Galahad's attacks couldn't harm his true shadow at all. This made Galahad's face extremely embarrassed. How could he tolerate this situation? Galahad was enraged and unleashed his strongest attack. However, the speed of the natal shadow is incredibly fast. He's going to kill Ryan Rainey's. Only, just then, my destined shadow actually stepped forward to meet me. Galahad was taken aback. He didn't understand. But, the next moment, the natal shadow clashed with Galahad. Buzz! A terrifying roar suddenly rang out. Galahad was blasted back several feet by a punch from his own shadow. Cough, cough. Galahad coughed as he looked at his chest. His clothes were torn in a small piece, and his chest was dented in, which surprised him. My natal shadow is actually this terrifying? But, Galahad gritted his teeth and charged toward his destined shadow. You're all useless. I am the strongest. So, only I can be the protagonist. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, sneered dismissively, just about to intervene. But then it was discovered. The shadow of my destiny, blocked by Galahad, stood before me. His attacks became increasingly terrifying. Ryan Remit's heart sank. His destined shadow's target is him. He had no way to dodge. He must block this attack from his natal shadow. Otherwise, he's going to die. The thought that he was about to die filled Ryan Rainey's with resentment. He's still so young, he doesn't want to die? He didn't want to die like this. Ryan Reynolds' eyes instantly welled up with tears. Boom dash. Having passed Galahad, the natal shadow, now with wings, swept across the sky and appeared right in front of Ryan Rainey's. The fist of his own shadow slammed towards Ryan Rainey's. At this time, Ryan Remitz had only one thought left in his mind. Escape. Escape. Escape with all your might. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth, thinking he wanted to get rid of this feeling. He wants to distance himself from his own shadow. Only by distancing himself from his own shadow can he still have hope. Ryan Rainey struggles relentlessly. Ryan Remitz is trying to get rid of this feeling. Boom. The attack from the natal shadow descended. Puff dash. Ryan Remitz narrowly escaped being shot through the left shoulder. The crisp sound of the shovel shell rang out. Galahad was slightly taken aback. His destined shadow actually ignored him. Regardless, he's at least level 84. But his own shadow didn't even bother to say a word? Isn't he afraid of helping Ryan Reynolds? Galahad was very unhappy. It's not just about being unhappy with your favorite character's actions. I'm still annoyed that Ryan Rainey's was able to block my own shadow. So, Galahad decides to personally eliminate his destined shadow. He wanted to use the life that had passed away, the shadow of his destiny. Tell the world, death and glory belong to him. And Galahad wants everyone to remember the death of his destined shadow. He and Rahad are the strongest people here. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You've brought this upon yourself. Galahad muttered to himself. Then, Galahad summoned an iron sword and charged toward Ryan Remitz. Ryan Remitz felt the whooshing sound beside him, and his body instantly stiffened. Ryan Remitz was filled with fear. He knew what Galahad was up to. Galahad is here to help him get rid of his destined shadow. But, he was completely powerless to resist. Ryan Remitz had absolutely no chance of resisting. His stamina had already deteriorated significantly. Without a short period of recovery, they simply cannot fight again. They'll only get beaten up. Fortunately, Galahad stepped forward and fought his own shadow in his place. Galahad stared coldly at Ryan Reynolds. Hee, don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. And you monster, I'll personally send you on your way. I want to see you scream in agony. Ha 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 ha. Galahad laughed wildly. And at this time, as if understanding Galahad's words, his own shadow turned its head. Then, his eyes turned black. Black light burst forth. In an instant, Galahad felt his vision blur for a moment. What followed was excruciating pain. The shadow of destiny remained silent. A fist was thrown. Galahad felt as if his abdomen had been pierced through. Pain. It hurt so much. There was almost a bloody scene. And at this time, Galahad finally came to his senses. He clutched his stomach, his face filled with horror. He actually lost to his own shadow. Is this all the power he has? Damn it. Damn it. Galahad cursed angrily while frantically attacking his natal shadow. Bang dash. The two intersected and collided, creating violent ripples. Galahad's attacks, however, had absolutely no effect. Because the defensive power of the natal shadow is too high. He simply couldn't possibly hurt them. Every strike from his shadow dealt massive damage to Galahad. Galahad is extremely powerful. But the same applies. He also has weaknesses. Every punch from his natal shadow landed on his shield and iron sword, blasting the shield away. Chapter 252, A Clash of Weaklings? Gods fighting. 252 noobs fighting each other? Gods fighting. Anger flashed across Galahad's face. But he was completely helpless. Because his own shadow was completely dominating him. He had absolutely no chance to fight back or attack. Galahad was filled with resentment and anger. He is a highly skilled master. They were actually being overwhelmed by a monster. This is so embarrassing. But Galahad dared not be distracted in the slightest. Because he knew, if he relaxes his guard even slightly, he will become a corpse. And Galahad also had a vague feeling that there seemed to be another pair of eyes behind him. A cold, stinging pain came from his neck. That was the arm of his natal shadow, gripping his neck. If the natal shadow exerts its strength, he was really scared. He's afraid of dying. However, he cannot back down now. If we take a step back, Ryan Remitz is really going to have a tragedy. Even so, even with the addition of Lahad Datu, it still won't last much longer. Galahad brandished his iron sword, slashing wildly at his natal shadow. Each strike produced a muffled thud. Galahad fought with increasing ferocity, but his destined shadow seemed unchanged. The natal shadow simply watched Galahad quietly and slowly and steadily extended its palm. Smack! With a clear slap, Ryan Remitz was sent flying backward. The same applies to Galahad's body. Damn it! What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase so much? And he's still alive. Galahad's cheeks swelled up rapidly. He felt that half of his face was numb. Even my ears can't hear anything anymore. He felt his mind was becoming somewhat muddled. Galahad looked at his destined shadow. His face was contorted with rage, but his body began to tremble involuntarily. The trembling was an instinctive reaction, and he couldn't stop it at all. The attacks from my destined shadow are terrifying. Even during the height of Galahad's power, he also absolutely could not withstand the attack of his natal shadow head-on. What's more, he's also injured. While observing from the sidelines, he felt that his own shadow was nothing special, and even when Ryan Remitz, wearing the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech, fought against him. In Galahad's eyes, it's nothing more than two chickens fighting. But now I'm going to see for myself. These two are not just idiots pecking at each other. It's a head-on clash between top-tier players and between two equally skilled individuals. He added that Rahad came off the field like that. They only exchanged two simple moves. It felt like being slapped in the face by several towering mountains. The pain was excruciating. His imperial beams nearly broke, and blood flowed freely. Galahad is now questioning the meaning of life. Why is my destined shadow so powerful? His attack and defense capabilities are clearly far superior to his own shadow. Did my favorite character's shadow get a cheat code? Ryan Remitz staggered out. I've regained some of my strength. Let's fight again. Ryan Remitz spoke with difficulty. His gaze fell on Galahad, although there was a smile on her lips. However, Ryan Rainey's looked very tired. Galahad's strength is terrifying. You're pretty good. After a long silence, Galahad finally uttered 4 words. After a long silence, Galahad added another sentence. But he discovered. Ryan Remitz's expression suddenly froze. His pupils contracted slightly, and his expression changed drastically. He stared intently at Galahad, gritting his teeth as he said, Galahad, step back. Let me handle this. Galahad smiled faintly. Where can we retreat to? Ryan Remitz staggered backward. His steps were unusually unsteady, as if he were drunk. A strong sense of crisis rose in Galahad's heart. He swore he had never felt this way before. But now, Galahad felt it. Galahad understands. We must kill this strange fellow as soon as possible today. Kill. But his shadow's movements were faster than Galahad's. Boom. Another collision. Galahad's chest shrunk inwards. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was deathly pale. Where's my shield? Where's my shield? I'm going to stab you to pieces with my sword in the stone. Galahad roared and lunged at his natal shadow. The natal shadow raised its palm, and then slammed it down onto Galahad's face. Bang dash. Bang dash. Bang dash. Galahad flew out again. This time, Galahad was so dizzy that he fainted. But the natal shadow did not stop. Whoosh. The right hand of the natal shadow reached out and grabbed at Galahad's neck. This moment, it's clear that Galahad is aware of this. He's going to die. Galahad's lips twitched. Moreover, this situation is not over yet. Boom, 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 boom. My destined shadow strikes again. A series of booming sounds shook the entire venue. Meanwhile, Galahad and Ryan Rainey's were in a terrible state. You bastard. You think you can win? Galahad roared in exasperation. His strength is indeed not weak, but he is no match for his innate shadow in this state. He really has a hard time performing at his peak. Therefore, he was very flustered. And just as Galahad roared, his natal shadow suddenly grabbed his right leg. Ah! Galahad immediately let out a shrill roar. After his natal shadow grabbed his right leg, it lifted his body and flung him into the sky. Rumble! The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The shadow of destiny threw Galahad directly into the air. Then, Galahad plummeted straight down from the sky. At this moment, Galahad realized that the body of his natal shadow had begun to dissipate. Galahad glared at his destined shadow through gritted teeth. Ha! Your health is not infinite. Finally, you're the one who can't hold on. As Galahad watched his natal shadow gradually fade away, he laughed heartily. After witnessing this scene, Ryan Remitz was stunned for a moment, as if he was somewhat bewildered by this sudden victory. But, after he came to his senses, he laughed loudly with Galahad as well. They felt fortunate to have escaped hell for themselves and their companions. But, before the two of them could react, they discovered something terrifying. That is, the original shadow, which had dissipated into a puddle, is now restoring its entire body. Dead and resurrected. This directly left gunsmith Ryan Remitz, Straight's guardian Johnny Tapp, and Knight of the Round Table Galahad in disbelief. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Such an outrageous thing actually happened right in front of them. Chapter 253, Every Summer, Every Winter, Every Autumn. 253, Every Summer, Every Winter, Every Autumn. This is not scientific. This is unbelievable. There are many incredible things in this world. Ryan Remitz turned his head and saw an unfamiliar figure. This figure brought Ryan Rainey's immense pressure. How is this possible? Ryan Remitz exclaimed in surprise. He recognized the figure. It was the enemy who had driven him into such a perilous situation. My ultimate shadow. It has miraculously come back to life. He certainly knew how terrifying this enemy was, and he also wanted revenge and to find an opportunity to kill this guy. But this guy actually showed up here and right in front of him. They simply can't imagine it. This completely violates the laws of matter. You actually came back to life. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz was terrified. Why not? The natal shadow has no expression, but its body speaks volumes. Its figure flickered, turning into a blur as it rushed towards Galahad. Ah! Galahad roared wildly. He struggled frantically, trying to break free from the control of his destined shadow. But his struggle was destined to be in vain. Sharp claws tore his clothes, slashed his skin, and left a horrifying bloody gash. Get out of my way. Get the hell out of my way. Galahad's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. His power surged forth wildly. Bang! With a muffled thud, the claws of the natal shadow were knocked away, and it flew backward. But the shadow of destiny moved even faster, its left arm piercing deep into Galahad's shoulder bone, pinning him to the wall. Ryan Remitz felt his heart clench violently. That damn guy. I said, it's my turn to enter. The Straight's guardian, Johnny Special Approval, said calmly. Upon hearing the voice, both Galahad and Ryan Rainey's turned to look at Qin Yang. Ryan Remitz was incredibly surprised. He looked at Johnny Turbo, a wave of emotion washing over him. There's no time to talk about that now. Something's about to happen. We need to act quickly. Oh, there's something interesting here. Let me help you solve it. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, spoke softly. Ryan Remitz looked at his destined shadow over there, his brows furrowing. You think I really can't do anything about you? Since you're courting death, don't blame me. I will utterly destroy you. A chillingly indifferent voice came from Galahad. He reached into his waist and drew the sword hidden in the stone. Out! The sword in the stone hummed softly, its blade's light surging in all directions. They witnessed this event firsthand. This is a legendary weapon. This completely overturned their understanding. Incredible. I can't believe it. But, as the avatar became more and more complete, Ryan Rainey's and Galahad's faces turned completely pale. Because they remembered what happened back then. They had witnessed this unscientific thing with the help of Ryan Remitz. At that moment, Galahad suddenly laughed. His voice was filled with madness. Do you know? I'm used to it. Every winter, every summer. Every autumn, every spring. Every summer, every winter, every autumn. According to legend, only the true knight among knights, the king among kings. Only those who have undergone endless training and trials are worthy of this sword. And me? It's its current owner. Galahad raised his long sword high, frantic and excited. So this year, I must use your monster's blood to atone for all the suffering I've endured over the years. Ha 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 ha. The arrogance of the Gada is extreme. His words left Ryan Rainey's companion speechless. Because Galahad's abilities are just too bizarre. What is this? S-rank item, sword in the stone? That legendary sword. They don't understand at all. Why is Galahad's ability like this? Galahad, however, ignored their thoughts. He slowly raised his head. He looked towards the distant shadow of his destined self. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with amusement. You've just been killed twice. It was resurrected twice. It feels great, doesn't it? They say things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. So this is the last time. Galahad slowly walked toward his destined shadow. I will let you know. Pain is the most wonderful enjoyment. And me, I will let you know. My pain. Galahad grinned maliciously, his eyes narrowing. The price of suffering is die. A rich light emanated from Galahad's body. Buzz. The sword in the stone in Galahad's hand shone brightly. The intense light spread outwards in an instant. Boom. Galahad had just finished speaking. A strong sense of danger washed over me. The natal shadow immediately took action. He shifted his body to the side, barely dodging the fatal blow. But this is not the end. Because Galahad brandished his long sword and slashed down again, this time aiming straight for the head of his natal shadow. Bang! Although the natal shadow dodged it. However, it was still heavily struck and fell to the ground. The stone wall collapsed in an instant. A deep pit was revealed. But Gara's offensive did not stop at all. My sword is very strong. Therefore this time you will die. He drank it cold with extra spicy spice. However, just then, something unexpected happened. A gust of wind blew by, and a glimmer of black light shone into his eyes. It was a small, exquisite dagger, the shadow dagger. It brushed past Ryan Remit's neck. He walked straight past me. Ryan Remitz turned his head and looked at the shadowy dagger. And the target of that dagger. It was the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval. Holy crap. Johnny Tex, the Straits Guardian, stared blankly at his chest, incredulous. What does this have to do with me? You get stabbed even while lying down. But in the current situation, Galahad is completely deranged and doesn't care about these things anymore. His eyes were filled with madness. A strange smile played on his lips. His voice was filled with excitement and joy. Today, I will personally pull out your claws. Galahad roared menacingly. Boom. A loud bang. Galahad wielded the sword in the stone and slashed at his natal shadow. But the sword in the stone did not sever the shadow of his destiny. Instead, they were swept away in an instant. Both Galahad and Ryan Rainey's were dumbfounded. The shadow of my destiny was completely unharmed. Chapter 254. Together they're a pile of shit. Scattered there a sky full of stars. 254. Together is a pile of shit. Scattered they are a sky full of stars. Galahad and Ryan Rainey's watched, feeling a chill run through them, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, his own shadow pounced again. This time, the target of his shadow was none other than Ryan Rainey's. Galahad watched as his natal shadow charged towards him. His anger burned to its peak. He was just about to unleash his strongest move. But, however, my destined shadow struck first. Damn it! How dare you resist? Galahad roared in exasperation. But at this time, Ryan Remitz, however, spoke up to offer a reminder. Retreat quickly. Don't fight head-on. Ryan Remitz roared in a panic. But Galahad wouldn't listen at all. He even had the energy to make a sarcastic remark. It's too late. You. How could you? Before Galahad could finish speaking, Ryan Rainey's was splattered with blood. The dark red blood seeped into the ground and disappeared. His head throbbed with pain. Ah! A scream echoed across the field. This scream seemed to represent Ryan Rainey's unwillingness to accept defeat. But there was no other way. The speed of your destined shadow is as fast as a ghost. He wielded 2 black daggers and swiftly plunged them into the throat of the Straight Guardian, Johnny Tepp. Puff! Bright red gushed out. Straight's Guardian, Johnny's eyes widened. And at this time, Ryan Remitz appeared not far behind his own shadow. He opened his arms. Ryan Remitz's expression was incredibly ferocious, and his voice was filled with hysteria. I'm going to kill you. Explode. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. Terrifying beams of light were unleashed from Ryan Rainey's glands. Get out of my way. I want to kill that bastard. Roll. Ryan Remitz shouted loudly, trying to get the 2 away. At this time, Galahad roared and brandished his longsword, trying to stop his shadow from assassinating Ryan Rainey's. The natal shadow did not pause for a moment. It charged straight at them. Galahad's sword strikes were completely unstoppable. How could his swordsmanship possibly be a match for his own shadow? Snap! The sound of a long sword shattering rang out. Galhade's sword in the stone was pushed aside with a thud. And at this moment, it was only then that Jalahad realized what was happening. The speed of my destined shadow is as fast as a ghost. There's simply no way Galahad could resist that. The natal shadow, wielding a black dagger, drew an arc. Sizzle! Galahad's throat was nearly torn. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked away. Meanwhile, his natal shadow concealed its aura and vanished as a wisp of smoke. This has attracted considerable attention. Ryan Remitz turned his head sharply upon hearing the exclamation beside him. A faint blue light flickered from the pupils of the natal shadow. Ryan Remitz and Galahad were jolted. Both of them fell into a brief silence. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the shadow of his own destiny closed in and kicked two people away. The shadow of my destiny hangs low. He turned his head. He looked at Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Remitz was horrified. Before he could finish speaking, his natal shadow grabbed him by the neck. The hand of the natal shadow suddenly contracted. Click! The sound of bones shattering echoed clearly throughout the surrounding area. He clutched his throat, incredulous. This guy is incredibly fast. Asshole! Galahad roared. He was furious beyond measure. He knew Ryan Reynolds' personality very well. This is Ryan Reynolds' principle. Ryan Remitz did more than just ask Galahad to remain calm. Asshole! Galahad roared. He was furious beyond measure. Ryan Remitz shouted. But Galahad raised the iron sword in his hand, named Sword in the Stone, and angrily slashed at his natal shadow. All of this, under the sharp blade of the sword in the stone. It looks like a shoddy construction project. But before Ryan Reynolds could even retaliate, a kick landed squarely on Ryan Remitz's stomach. Ryan Remitz's body suddenly bent over. He opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of foul blood. He was sent flying backward and crashed into the rock wall. Click! The stone wall is cracked. Ryan Remitz lay on it, still recovering in secret. I'll fight you to the death. Galahad roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged toward his natal shadow. The two clashed, and the aftershocks reverberated around them. Earth and rocks flew around them. Ryan Remitz seized the opportunity to quickly escape and leave the area. He had absolutely no intention of getting involved. Meanwhile, his shadow, instead of retreating, advanced, chasing straight after Ryan Reynolds. Don't even think about it. Now, Galahad was still roaring. However, he still underestimated the terrifying power of his natal shadow. The shadow of fate kicked away the sword in the stone from Galahad's hand. Galahad's right hand, which was gripping the sword in the stone, suddenly shattered. And the sword in the stone flew out of his hand. Damn it! Galahad exclaimed in shock, staring at his out-of-control right hand, his face filled with rage. The natal shadow continues its charge. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ryan Remitz stared at the scene, stunned, even forgetting to run away. Oh my god! His eyes widened. That attack from my natal shadow was incredibly vicious. This is clearly an attempt to cripple Galahad's right hand. But how could Galahad possibly allow this to happen? He roared wildly. His aura surged skyward. Boom dash. Galahad had no chance to stop him. Damn bastard. He cursed angrily and fought back desperately. Boom. A violent explosion erupted beneath Ryan Reynolds and Galahad's feet. The battle had a wide impact, covering almost half of the battlefield. Among them, the most eye-catching is the ever-shining afterglow of Ryan Reynolds' battle. He has recovered considerably. Now, if these three were to fight together, then it can only be described in one sentence. They're a pile of shit, scattered like stars across the sky. Ryan Reynolds was originally going to fight alone, and he might have become even stronger. But if all three attack at the same time, it becomes unclear how to proceed. The lack of coordination between them. It's like a completely uncoordinated partnership. This is really bad. The three were all in a chaotic and disorganized fight, unable to help each other and making things even more complicated. This is just a short period of time. The group of people were covered in different injuries. But Ryan Remitz was still wearing the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech. Even if he suffered some serious injury, the injuries can be gradually healed through assimilation, so there's no need to worry too much. The other two, although it lacks powerful recovery abilities, its level is undeniable. Chapter 255, Trading Injury for Injury. Trading Kill for Kill. 255, Trading Injury for Injury. Trading Kill for Kill. So, although the injuries were severe, however, there was no danger to their lives. Moreover, The two joined forces to deal with their destined shadow. This left the main character's shadow in a rather disheveled state. After all, one's own shadow is not good at defense and is not suitable for head-on confrontation with enemies. Therefore, the natal shadow is in complete defeat. Soon after, he was cornered. Ryan Remitz smiled, a sense of relief creeping into his heart. Asshole! How dare they lay a hand on Ryan Reynolds? I will kill you today. Ryan Remitz roared menacingly. He now utterly hates his destined shadow. His innate shadow made him lose face in front of his many companions. The shadow of destiny remained silent. He stood in the shadows. The face is not visible. All one could feel was that his aura was becoming increasingly intense. It even made Ryan Reynolds feel depressed. You think you've already won. Don't dream about it. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Ryan Remitz grinned maliciously. His fingers flicked lightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 pairs of horny arm blades appeared. The aura flowing from each blade was clearly chilling. Ryan Remitz watched the battlefield silently. He pondered the right moment to make his move. At this time, Garahad and the Straits Guardian, Johnny T, were attempting to coordinate their attack from the left and right. Although the natal shadow is fierce, but ultimately, it couldn't withstand such attacks. Add to that Garahad wielding the sword in the stone. Your destined shadow can't get close at all. So, as time went on, Ryan Remitz and Garlahad gradually gained the upper hand. On the other side, my destined shadow is still fighting bravely. But, as their stamina waned, Garlahad and Ryan Reynolds gradually suppressed their natal shadows. And, they also found a breakthrough. The natal shadow had one arm severed, its left arm falling directly to the ground and dissipating as an ordinary shadow. Galahad, on the other hand, plunged a sword from the stone into the chest of his natal shadow. The movements of my natal shadow have become much slower. Ryan Remitz seized the opportunity and pulled out a pair of arm blades. Just throw it. Whoosh. Ryan Remitz launched the arm blades derived from the beast god's super great aberration symbiotic mech. The attack struck the back of the natal shadow. The shadows are somewhat unstable. He staggered. Garahad, on the other hand, grinned maliciously. He raised the sword in the stone and stabbed his own shadow once more. Ryan Remitz pulled the sword from the stone that was stuck in the back of his shadow and tossed it to Garahad. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and threw out another pair of arm blades. Whoosh. Uft. The arm blade pierced directly through the shoulder bone of the natal shadow. This made the movements of the natal shadow even more rigid. Although the shadow of the natal body is covered in scars. However, this is not a major problem. We can still fight. However, the accumulated injuries have resulted in the loss of an arm, which will have some impact on his combat ability. It made my own shadow frown. Because this can't go on. He needs to deal with Ryan Reynolds as soon as possible. Secondly, that is, Galahad. However, given the current situation, he will inevitably not be able to hold on. After all, these 3 people are about the same strength. They joined forces. Even my own shadow is no match for it. Not to mention that the physical attributes of the natal shadow are far inferior to those of the 3 combined. Damn bastard. Die. Garlahad roared in anger. He kept pounding his chest with his fists. He was really annoyed. So many years. Even the spicier had never suffered a loss. I never expected to be defeated here today. Ryan Remitz, on the other hand, was much calmer. His eyes flashed with gloom and coldness as he stared at his destined shadow, deep in thought. This time he must survive. He must successfully obtain the key. This will affect his future status. He already sensed it. That key was very important to him. Therefore, no matter the cost. Ryan Remitz also needs to obtain information about this key. All he needs to do is stall for time. So, both of them are also exceptionally strong physically. Therefore, even though I was injured, it didn't have a significant impact. However, both of them looked extremely solemn. None of them expected this. In this world, besides demons, there has suddenly appeared another being with extraordinary strength, a veritable monster. Ryan Remitz's strength has reached a very high level. However, this destined shadow seems to be even better. And what the two feared most. This monster actually possesses intelligence, despite being surrounded by 3 people and suffering physical injuries. Now, yet they still did not fall behind. Even while still trading blows for blows, they're trying to trade kills for kills. Ryan Remitz was panting heavily. He was in a terrible state, covered in blood. Garlahad also did his best. His face was contorted with resentment and anger as he stared at his destined shadow. The natal shadow remained silent and continued walking towards the two. Ryan Remitz and Garlahad, on the other hand, were on high alert. This time, the two dared not stay behind. It immediately unleashed all its power, charging forward with two immense forces pressing down. This time, the two men's fists slammed into the chest of the shadow of their natal body. And finally, my destined shadow moved. He raised his hand, blocking Galahad and Ryan. So, it's just a minor injury. It can still hold up. Galahad's arm was nearly broken. Ryan Remit's chest was also dented in a large area. Both of them were in a terrible state. But he is now covered in blood. He looked at his destined shadow not far away. He felt as if his soul was about to collapse. His natal shadow looked at Galahad. He took a step. Uffed. The sword in the hilt instantly empowered him. Galahad struggled. Pity. He wanted to use his full strength again, but he couldn't at the moment. His natal shadow looked down at him and grabbed Galahad by the neck. His right hand gripped Galahad's head tightly. Boom. Boom. Several heavy punches landed in succession. So, after all this time, none of the three have perished. But, as time went on, Ryan Remits, however, felt he was reaching his limit. Because his physical strength was rapidly decreasing. If things continue like this, he is bound to lose. Keep it up. Come on. Come on. Ryan Remits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, muttered to himself. But Galahad and Shadow ignored him. The two continued their fierce battle. Ryan Remits' expression was unpredictable. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. He needs to do everything he can to delay the shadow. Otherwise, the shadow's strength will only increase, and then no one will be able to escape. So Ryan Rainey's gritted his teeth and persevered, trying his best to keep his shadow from getting out of control. Chapter 256 Despair and Fear, Cat and Mouse. 256 Despair and Fear, Cat and Mouse. The shadow mocked, slowly raising its hand, preparing to launch another attack. But at that very moment, Ryan Remits suddenly raised his hand, and a pair of arm blades pierced the back of Shadow's head. It's not very powerful, but it was precisely these two arm blades that caused the shadow to freeze for a moment. In that instant, Galahad seized the opportunity. He swept his iron sword horizontally. With a soft thud, the shadow was severed at the waist. Galahad stood there, panting heavily. Ha! We won. We finally killed that monster. Galahad held the sword with the blade facing down and his hands on it, his strength already greatly depleted. At this time, Ryan Remits breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Johnny Texan, the Strait's guardian, and Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table, stop fighting in the distance. We still won. They killed that monster once again. But, before they could even celebrate for long, that is, I saw the black shadow that had been cut in half and lay on the ground as a puddle of shadow underwent another change. Buzz. A buzzing sound seemed to ring out simultaneously in the minds of the three people. It was tantamount to hitting the three of them on the head. This is my destined shadow. It turns out, it reformed right under their noses. My personal shadow. It's resurrected on the spot again. How is that possible? Could it be that it possesses an immortal body? This is the result. The three of them were utterly shocked. This scene was simply too bizarre. That's terrifying. His natal shadow returned to normal, and he slowly stood up. His gaze was indifferent. Right now, in his eyes, only Ryan Reynolds and Galahad. An extremely cold aura emanated from him. Ryan Remits and Galahad's expressions changed drastically. They know. My natal shadow has been seized by murderous intent. This moment, Ryan Remits and Galahad almost without thinking. They retreated quickly. However, the shadows had no intention of letting them go. Boom. The shadow of his destiny stomped his foot on the ground, and the entire mountain range seemed to shake violently. He chased after them like a ghost. Rumble. In the sky, dark clouds are gathering. A thunderous roar erupted. The figure of the natal shadow weaves through the terrifying thunderclouds. Whenever he passed through the thunderclouds, lightning would strike him. But, even so, the natal shadow still shows no signs of injury. On the contrary, the terrifying lightning contained within that thunder was like an incredibly docile child. This unexpected turn of events. It not only stunned Galahad and Ryan Reynolds. This also left the rest of the Knights of the Round Table completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How could it suddenly regenerate when it was just killed? They didn't even see clearly what happened. Is it an illusion? But that illusion is amazing. It's almost impossible to defend against. Galahad roared. His eyes were bulging, and his whole face was contorted in rage. He knew, if this continues, then those two will definitely be killed again. They must leave here quickly. You two, get out of here first. At a low growl from Had. He disregarded everything and directly blocked his destined shadow. This time, he held nothing back. They used all their trump cards. Brilliant rays of light shot out from Galahad's body. That's an A-rank skill. Source power radiance. Galahad's strength. They were hiding such terrifying strength. Ryan Remit's eyes were filled with deep shock. He knew. Galahad concealed his true strength. He has always suppressed his true strength. For the purpose of, it was at the very last moment. Suddenly, his natal shadow flashed past, passing right by him. The pupils of the gator contracted. He was terrified. How is that possible? Could it be that the monster's body is fake? Otherwise, why is it so strange? This was something Galahad had never heard of before. This is absolutely terrifying. Not only him, but even Ryan Rainey standing next to him was utterly shocked. If they thought they had killed their destined shadow just now, they now know they were terribly wrong. This kind of thing simply cannot be explained by science. This is utterly incomprehensible. They stared at the monster before them. My mind was wavering. They felt as if they had entered another world at that moment. They couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this monster? Is it some kind of legendary monster? A super hidden boss? Their heart rate started to increase. They felt they were getting closer to the answer. They seemed to have touched upon the truth. But they couldn't help but take a few steps back. They dared not approach their destined shadow. They were afraid. The monster suddenly attacked and killed them instantly. Ah! Galahad roared. He wanted to rush towards his destined shadow. But he was completely useless. Because his own shadow's form would never give him a chance to touch it. The target of one's destined shadow. Ryan Remitz, the gunslinger, is still low on health. How could this be? How could you possibly be resurrected? Ryan Remitz was stunned. Although that sword strike wasn't a fatal injury. But that should have been enough to severely damage the shadow. Logically speaking, the shadow shouldn't be able to be restored. Were they wrong in their judgment? But what if the shadows are weaker than them? What if the shadows don't recover as quickly as they do? How then can that be explained? Galahad and Ryan Rainey's looked at each other. They both understood each other's meaning from their eyes. This shadow is not simple. They all knew that they had probably underestimated the shadow. Let me cut you. At a shout. Ryan Remitz nodded slightly. Now that the shadow has revived, then they have no choice but to fight to the death. Otherwise, they simply cannot leave. And they still have tasks to complete. So, they had no choice but to fight. The two rushed toward the shadow again. Shadow still chose to tough it out. He was blasted away time and time again, but he always managed to return and launch a counterattack in an instant. Not only that, when Galahad's attack is about to land, the shadow will also counterattack. Every move he makes carries extreme destructive power. They have nowhere to hide. Bang! And this time, it became even more terrifying. A thick fog enveloped him, and the weather turned completely gloomy. It seems to be the rhythm of a thunderstorm. The dark mist churned and rolled, seemingly forming countless hideous faces. Those faces were screaming and roaring. Absolutely insane. Chapter 257 The Black Rain returns. The battle enters its final stage. 257 Black Rain returns. Battle nears its end. This makes the natal shadow look exceptionally eerie and terrifying. These faces. Each one seems to contain boundless hatred and hostility. The expression is enough to chill one to the bone. Ryan Remitz and Galahad were both struck as if by lightning at that moment. What to do? Ryan Remitz asked. His face was extremely pale, even though he was a level 82 professional. But at this moment, he is facing his destined shadow. It is completely beyond our ability to cope. Not to mention, this natal shadow's power seems even more terrifying than before. Galahad remained silent. My destined shadow has completely spiraled out of control. Now, there was absolutely no way to salvage the situation. Escape. Run. Galahad spoke up. Since things had come to this point, they had no other choice. Escape this area. This is the only road we can take. But, just as they were about to turn around, their destined shadow had already rushed in front of them. You're not leaving. Although the natal shadow does not speak. But in his eyes, it seemed as if a low growl was emanating. His eyes were bloodshot, as if filled with violence and ferocity. Damn it! Galahad cursed. This scene was truly bizarre. It should have been completely resolved by now. And yet, it was resurrected once again? Could it be that it didn't die at all? If he's not dead, why didn't you resist just now? And the attack just now, although seemingly fierce. But it didn't actually cause much serious damage to this natal shadow, did it? How could this happen? The three of them turned their gaze to the shadow. The shadow looked almost exactly the same as before. Whether its body shape or aura. Nothing has changed at all. This scene. All three of them were stunned. Could this monster possess more than just these abilities? But when they saw the monster's left hand, they suddenly realized what was going on. Damn it, this monster has a left hand. He is not only resurrected, still fully healed and revived on the spot. Galhade's face was extremely ugly. On the left hand of the natal shadow, everything was perfectly intact. This is... Galahad's eyes widened slightly. Damn it, he growled. Ryan Remit's expression also changed slightly. Because the shadow's eyes held an indifference, he stared at the two of them. Killing those three would be nothing out of the ordinary. Ryan Remitz took a deep breath. We have to stop him. Galahad nodded in agreement. In this situation, we must absolutely not let our guard down. They need to consume as much of the shadow as possible. Otherwise, they will find themselves in an extremely dangerous situation. Ryan Remitz's weapons gleamed as he held a pair of arm blades in his hands. He hurled it violently at the shadow. Uft! The dagger pierced the shadow's back. Some shadows emanated from the area. Ryan Remitz smiled. But then he froze. Because the shadow didn't fall. Even to the naked eye, there was no sign of injury. How is this possible? Ryan Remitz was stunned. His weapon failed to pierce the shadow's chest. The shadow's defense is ridiculously strong. And why didn't Shadow's injuries continue to worsen? Galahad also noticed this situation. But very soon, he then discovered the problem. Because the shadow's body is dissipating. They could clearly see the shadow's back, and the pair of arm blades fell off as a result. The shadow turned around and looked. He grabbed the arm blade. But the natal shadow, however, was not thrown out, but rather tossed aside as if it were just trash. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. Ryan Remitz and Galahad were also ready at the same time. They cannot simply sit idly by and wait to die. We must fight with all our might. Let's join forces and take it down. Ryan Remitz spoke. Galahad nodded in agreement. A cold smile appeared in Shadow's eyes. Immediately, he suddenly lunged forward. This is a life-or-death battle. All three of them unleashed their most powerful skills. Rumble. An explosion was heard. The shadow flew backward. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Painful expressions also appeared on the faces of Galahad and Ryan Rainey's. Damn it! Galahad gritted his teeth. This monster has incredibly high defense. Ryan Remitz took a deep breath. It can't keep fighting at this high intensity forever. Let's keep attacking. I refuse to believe it has no weaknesses. The shadow rushed towards the two of them again. His attacks were still incredibly terrifying. Ryan Remitz and Galahad quickly dodged. But, to their horror, they discovered that the shadow was moving faster and faster. And they sensed that the shadow's attacks were growing stronger and stronger. This guy's attack power has increased too much. This made them tremble all over. Because they could feel the killing intent emanating from the monster. An intent that was extremely cold and bone-chilling. It looked as if it had been soaked in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, which sent chills down their spines. Run! The two men growled in low voices. They turned and ran. But the shadow chased after it. He raised his left hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and reached out to grab the two of them. Bang dash! Bang dash! The two men continued to defend themselves. However, they were completely unable to withstand the shadow's attacks. Puff! The two coughed up blood and staggered backward. The shadow drew closer again, and in the moment of their daze, a smile seemed to appear on his lips. Immediately, he swung his right fist and slammed it down. Voice! The sound of bones cracking rang out. The two screamed and fell to the ground, their shadows looking down at them from above. Aha dash! The two wailed in agony. Damn it! Is this guy going to kill us? This is a freak. They screamed loudly. Fear was evident on their faces. The natal shadow did not answer. Its eyes gleamed with indifference. I walked towards them step by step. Galahad and Ryan Rainey's exchanged a glance, their faces filled with despair. This is their own fault. Run! The two exchanged a glance and quickly retreated. They already knew how it would end. Their destined shadow is something they cannot resist. They must return immediately and inform the higher-ups so they can send stronger warriors to suppress this shadow. All of this is beyond their ability to solve. The shadow stood there, not chasing after Ryan Reynolds and Galahad. He slowly raised his head to look at the sky. Above the sky, clouds and mist swirl. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. This scene puzzled him. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded. Immediately following was a torrential downpour. Heavy rain pounded on the ground. The shadow was quickly covered in water stains. He reached out his hand, gently caressing the crystal-clear black liquid. The liquid slid down his palm. He looked down and saw clearly what the liquid looked like. Chapter 258, A Dead End, A Desperate Escape. 258. At the end of their rope, they simply ran away. This is a peculiar liquid. Black liquid. These liquids seeped slowly into his body along his skin. Shadow closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the wonderful feeling of the liquid flowing into his body. Gradually, a smile appeared on his lips. This is not ordinary rain. Instead, it's rain of time, black rain of time. The arrival of this rain. This also means that the invisible monster may be about to appear. No. He gritted his teeth in exasperation. The calmer the shadow. This indicates that the more difficult the matter is. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He was waiting for his opportunity, waiting for his destined shadow to slip up. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to kill the shadow. He took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly roared. Burn. My life. Endless flames erupted from his body. He transformed into a ball of flame and charged toward his natal shadow. Ryan Remitz, standing beside him, was equally determined. He also transformed into a raging bear and charged towards his natal shadow. The two terrifying forces collided, instantly unleashing a powerful ripple of energy. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by the dripping of black rain from the sky. The flames on the two of them dissipated. The two of them backed away at the same time. And at this time, Galahad, however, took the opportunity to distance himself from his destined shadow. The natal shadow did not chase after it. He stood there, coldly watching Galahad and Ryan Rainey's. At that moment, the two exchanged a glance. They both saw joy in each other's eyes. Ha! Finally, I'm rid of it. It stopped tracking us. It gave up. Galahad laughed wildly. Walk. At this time, they saw their destined shadow's superior posture once again. In the sky, looking down at the three of them. This is blatant contempt. This is blatant contempt. This is blatant contempt. Both Galahad and Ryan Rainey's knew exactly what this meant. This means that they pose no threat to the life of this natal shadow, and cannot even cause it harm. Their energy is being used up too quickly. They need a period of rest before they can fight again. But the shadow couldn't wait any longer. Its left hand suddenly rose, and then fell. The whistling wind ruffled Galahad's clothes. His clothes were blown up, revealing the equipment on his back. The shadow sneered. His right hand gripped the shadow dagger tightly, and he thrust it out suddenly, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, as fast as lightning. Sizzle. Fresh blood gushed out. Damn it. Ryan Remitz angrily cursed. Their defenses simply couldn't withstand a single blow from the shadow. The shadow's sword was incredibly sharp, piercing directly through Galahad's chest. His body convulsed violently, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ryan Remitz roared. The gap in their strength is too great. They could not possibly be a match for this monster. You think I don't want to get out of the way? But at this moment, there's no way to dodge. I've exhausted my skills. Now we can only fight on instinct. Galahad said, his face pale. You're right, gunsmith Ryan Remitz nodded, sounding equally miserable. The shadow was silent. Then, he swung his right arm, wielding a shadowy dagger, and slashed down. Puff! Blood splattered. Ryan Remitz clutched his neck as it was slashed open again, blood splattering onto the ground. His pupils contracted, and his face was filled with horror. He never expected this. I can't believe I got injured so easily. He was unwilling to accept it. But his life force quickly faded, and finally, he slowly closed his eyes and began to recover. On the other side, Galahad also failed to escape the shadow's pursuit. His throat was nearly slit. The shadow gradually moved toward Galahad and Galahad. The biological tissues of those beast god-level aberration symbiotic mechs slowly rotted on the ground, turning into blackish red pus. Here, it was reduced to ruins once again, after Ryan Reynolds and Galahad. But the natal shadow stopped moving at that moment. The gaze of the natal shadow fell on a certain direction in the distance. Did they really think they could escape? The shadow's gaze was fixed in that direction. Special approval by Johnny, the guardian of the strait. Immediately, a knight clad in jet black armor appeared. The knight possessed a strong magical power. He stood there, a summoned creature of the Knights of the Round Table, Galahad. Your movements are too slow. I need to use another skill. Galahad smiled bitterly. Already severely injured, the sudden attack from his natal shadow made it impossible for him to even keep up with the most basic movement speed. What should we do then? Ryan Remitz said urgently. Escape. Galahad echoed. Escape. Gara had barely finished speaking. A cold shout suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a knight appeared beside them and also sped away into the distance. Knight. Ryan Remitz was taken aback. Then his eyes brightened slightly. He also remembered that guy. The summon of the Knights of the Round Table, Galahad, and the most outstanding one at that. Help me stop him. Ryan Remitz shouted. If we can stop him, perhaps it can turn the tide. Dark clouds covered the sky, and rain poured down from the black clouds. Ryan Remitz and Galahad plunged into the forest. This is a jungle. The vast wilderness stretched out before us, with no roads whatsoever. Only by constantly going deeper can we succeed. Damn it. We don't know where they are. Galahad couldn't help but curse. I know. Ryan Remitz stopped. He looked around and spoke slowly. He knew he couldn't run around recklessly, but he couldn't give up hope. Both Galahad and Ryan Remitz knew exactly what this meant. This means that they pose no threat to the life of this natal shadow, and cannot even cause it harm. Their energy is being used up too quickly. They need a period of rest before they can fight again. But, at this time, the natal shadow had already broken through and flew down directly from the sky. But the shadow couldn't wait any longer. Its left hand suddenly rose and then fell. The whistling wind ruffled Galahad's clothes. He gripped the black dagger tightly in his right hand and thrust it out suddenly, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, as fast as lightning. Sizzle. Fresh blood gushed out. Damn it. Ryan Remitz angrily cursed. Their defenses simply couldn't withstand a single blow from the shadow. Ryan Remitz roared. The gap in their strength is too great. They could not possibly be a match for this monster. You think I don't want to get out of the way? But at this moment, there's no way to dodge. Do you think this is a game? You think players can still dodge using skill and technique? You're such an idiot. Add spicy had low drink. Chapter 259 The Last Stand, The Final Struggle. 259, at the end of its rope, in its final struggle. Shut up. Ryan Remitz shouted angrily. He knew in his heart that Galahad was right. Unfortunately, he just doesn't want to admit it. This moment, they were in dire straits. We can't escape. Galahad shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Ryan Remitz was furious. They were already at their last gasp. This innate shadow could smash them to pieces with a single punch. What else can they do? I want to take a gamble. Galahad suddenly said in a low voice. What do you want to bet? Ryan Remitz was puzzled. He thought Galahad had gone mad. They are doomed to defeat. At this point, Galahad actually dared to gamble with this monster. I'm willing to bet that this monster has no intelligence. Galahad said. You're insane. This is not scientific. Ryan Remitz was stunning. You'll understand if you observe the shadow's behavior closely. Galahad continued. Ryan Remitz nodded. This shadow is indeed strangely unusual. He had the air of a lonely master. It's like a puppet. Aside from the most basic attacks, the main shadow rarely makes any dodging movements. The shadow drew its sword expressionlessly, then thrust it in hard again. Galahad roared madly, desperately trying to avoid the shadow's attack. However, the shadow was moving too fast. Snap! His neck was broken by a kick from the shadow. Seeing that things were not going well, Ryan Remitz turned and ran. But, how could he possibly be a match for Shadow? He had only run a few steps when he was intercepted by the shadow. His legs almost broke off. You! He roared angrily. However, the shadow, was too lazy to listen. Shadow drew his shadow dagger and plunged it into Ryan Remitz's abdomen. Uffed! Ryan Remitz nearly died from blood splattering. At this moment, within this area, apart from Shadow, no one else possesses such formidable fighting power. Slaughter! Far away, Galahad's face was filled with disbelief, and he stopped in his tracks. Because he smelled a strong stench of blood. This taste is so familiar. That is, how could that be? He said with difficulty. The sword with the shadow lodged in his chest, blood gushing out. He tried to struggle, to resist, but ultimately failed. Galahad fell to the ground. His eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ryan Remitz also fell to the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. The shadow blade drew its black dagger and threw it away. Far away, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, stands with his hands behind his back. These two guys are really stupid to choose to confront each other head-on. The Straits Guardian, Johnny, with a slightly furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Shadow paused in surprise. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Tepp shook his head, looking at the shadow, and said seriously, "You're wrong." The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, looked at him. He said seriously, "They are indeed very stupid. Because if you were them, Would you be so foolish as to engage in direct combat with the enemy? No, probably not. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, smiled. What do you want? Garlahad's face was contorted in a ferocious expression. The shadow remained indifferent. Ignoring the distant Straight's guardian, Johnny's special approval. He drew the shadowy dagger. Blood splattered. Boom. Garahad's body suddenly collapsed. On the other side, Ryan Remitz also suffered a severe blow and fell to his knees. His body was covered with tiny scars. No, no, don't kill me. Ryan Remitz cried out in terror. The shadow remained indifferent, not uttering a single word. The words were not finished. His arm suddenly rose. A black longsword slashed across the sky. The shovel armor in front of Ryan Rainey's shattered instantly. Sizzle. Ryan Remitz's blood flew up and dripped into the distance. Blood splattered everywhere. The shadow sheathed its sword. His arrival was completely unexpected. And at this moment, far away, Garahad and Ryan Rainey's were lying there. Around, the aura of one's destined self still lingers. Far away, the Straight's guardian, Johnny Tate, is rushing over. They were stunned to see Garahad and Ryan Rainey's lying on the ground. They looked at the two people on the ground, and then at the eerie black rain in the sky. His eyes widened in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror. How is that possible? How could that be? Isn't their destined shadow something they can't handle? But, now, their own shadow was killing them with such brutality. It was a brutal massacre, like crushing ants. The movements of his natal shadow just now flashed through his mind. Whoosh. The shadow drew its black dagger. In an instant, crimson blood spurted out. It splashed onto Garahad's face. His expression was blank. His eyes were filled with intense disbelief. His body crashed to the ground. Ryan Remitz was terrified at the sight. Garahad has fallen. How could that be? Galhade's strength is slightly greater than his. How could he possibly be dead? His head was a complete mess. This blow nearly destroyed his natal shadow's power, which far exceeded his expectations. This made them feel hopeless. A ruthless glint flashed in Ryan Remitz's eyes. Run away first. The best approach is to then find other teammates to provide assistance. As long as they escape back to the MD Alliance, they're guaranteed to win. He struggled to speak, to beg for mercy. But in the end, only one sentence remains. Fuck. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Garahad's body went limp and collapsed, his pupils not far from dilating. On the other side, Ryan Remitz was no exception. Abrupt. The shadow lowered its head slightly, then a glint of light flashed in its eyes as it looked into the distance. The Straight's guardian, Johnny's special approval. Ah! Garahad roared pitifully as he struggled desperately to escape. However, the shadow's dagger slashed sideways, cutting Ryan Rainey's neck. Snap! Blood splattered. Ugh hi! Galhade struggled frantically, but still couldn't break free from the shadow's control. His throat was cut. Fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. Ryan Remitz wasn't much better off. Both of them were covered in blood. Shadow pulled out the dagger and casually threw it on the ground. He strode slowly toward the two of them, each step crushing a slab of stone. He walked up to the two of them. Ryan Remitz was in a panic. However, Shadow glanced at Ryan Rainey's with disdain. He reached out his hand. Ryan Remitz thought the shadow was going to bypass him. Of the three, Ryan Reynolds is closest to Garlahad. Then the next moment, his eyes widened. The shadow reached out and slapped him hard on the head. Ryan Remitz's visor shattered instantly, turning into a pile of black fragments. And at this time, Garlahad's eyes bulged out, filled with disbelief. Chapter 260 The Shadow's henchmen appear. This isn't fair. 260 shadow minions have appeared. This is unfair. But, driven by their desire to live, the two chose to fight to the very end. The shadowy figure drew a black dagger and slashed the necks of the two men, causing blood to splatter and killing them instantly. The shadow turned around. Johnny Turbo, the distant Straight guardian, felt a tremor in his heart. Their eyes widened. It's a little unbelievable. Although he did not work with Garlahad or Ryan Reynolds. But, seeing the two men's miserable state, Johnny felt a pang of pity. He opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Because he knew, if he were to speak, it would surely ignite the shadow's fury. What kind of personality does a shadow have? He knew. From then on, he never spoke a word again. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Shadow took a deep breath. He walked slowly toward Johnny, the Straight guardian. Johnny's eyelids twitched, and he gripped his weapon tightly. His weapon. It was his only weapon. Johnny was filled with a strong sense of crisis. He felt that the shadow was like an active volcano. It only takes lighting a single straw to cause an explosion. However, he did not move an inch. This shadow seems to be deliberately letting him go unattended. What does this mean? The shadow raised the dagger again. Then, draw a line. Uft. The shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around. Far away, Johnny, the Straight's guardian, stood there silently for a long time, his face contorted with barely suppressed rage. He stared intently at the pool of blood, gritting his teeth as he said, "You deserve to die." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and left quickly. On the other side, Johnny, the Straight's guardian, stated in special permission, "I almost got caught. Fortunately, these people are really no match for you. But that makes sense. After all, these professionals are too weak. How could they possibly stop you?" The Straight's guardian, Johnny, said with a smile. Rumble. Ryan Remitz couldn't avoid it at all. All he could do was defend himself. But Ryan Remitz's defenses were practically useless against his natal shadow. The fist of his natal shadow slammed directly into Ryan Remitz's body. In an instant, click, click, the sound of Ryan Reynolds' bones breaking was clearly audible. Ryan Remitz coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He staggered backward. Ryan Remitz's face was filled with pain. Ryan Remitz screamed in agony. He was trembling all over, and the life force in his body was rapidly diminishing. Ryan Remitz's body was shattered time and time again by his own shadow. Ryan Remitz's health is rapidly decreasing. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Garahad realized what was happening, Ryan, Garlahad cried out in surprise. He knew very well what level of skill Ryan Remitz, the gunsmith, possessed. But Ryan was dealt with cleanly and efficiently at that moment. So, what should he do? Ryan Remitz wanted to fight back, but he couldn't. "I don't want to die." A figure flashed through Ryan Rainey's mind. It was the will of the beast god's super-grade aberration symbiotic mech. However, Raven Remitz's skills are too poor. In his mind, the will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech could not possibly save him. The will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. Ryan Remitz muttered to himself. He knew he was doomed. However, he still hoped for a miracle. Just as the fist of the Shadow of Destiny was only 5 centimeters away from Ryan Remitz, the Shadow of Destiny suddenly stopped. Then they changed direction. Ryan Rainey's was taken aback. Immediately, his eyes turned blood red. The will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech came to save him. He sensed the will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. Ryan Remitz was panting heavily, his heart pounding with excitement. But he could clearly sense that the will of the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech was extremely disordered, as if it were enduring some kind of pain. The will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz was about to speak, but he suddenly shut his mouth, because he heard the echo of the will of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. He heard the gunsmith Ryan Remitz's anguish. Damn it, Garlahad shouted, but it was to no avail. He was completely ignored by his destined shadow. Ryan, Garlahad shouted. He knew. Today, all 3 of them are likely to perish here. None of the 3 of them could escape the fate of death. The only difference. Perhaps it's just like Ryan Rainey's way of dying. Garlahad knows. Ryan Remitz definitely can't withstand this attack from his own shadow, because Ryan Rainey's currently has too few health points. There is absolutely no hope. "I'm going to kill you." Garlahad's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care whether his natal shadow could hear him or attack him. At that moment, he didn't care about anything anymore. It lunged straight at its destined shadow. But, just as Garahad approached, a dazzling light suddenly shone in the eyes of the natal shadow. Roar! A sound of aura trembling. It suddenly burst forth from around his natal shadow. Rumble! A terrifying, tremoring sound echoed around. Your natal shadow stands on the ground. With the help of this counterpropulsion force, he leaped up again. And just as he leaped away, at the same time, he hurled his weapon fiercely to the side. Another roar erupted. A tree not far from Ryan Rainey's was smashed down by him and crashed to the ground. Only, there was not a trace of joy on Ryan Rainey's face. On the contrary, it was filled with anger and murderous intent. He dodged quickly. Rumble. Bang bang bang. One booming sound after another rang out. Ryan Remitz on either side and behind him. Suddenly, another figure appeared. Surround Ryan Rainey's in the center. Moreover, their weapons all emitted a chilling, icy light. It's obvious. They all fought with daggers. Each of these three has reached a very high level. That is, 2 shadow minions emerge from the body of the natal shadow. In their hands, they are all weapons with a natal weapon, and although they differ from the shadow dagger with a natal shadow, they are very similar. Ryan Remitz was furious. This was something he hadn't anticipated at all. His opponent. There are actually 3 beings with such strength hidden away. This is not fair. I should only have one opponent. Chapter 261 The Rescue of the Aberrant Mech, Absolute Unwillingness. The rescue of the 261 mutated mechs, and absolute unwillingness. Ryan Remitz roared, trying to persuade his opponent. He didn't want to lose. But the other party completely ignored him and only listened to what one of them said. Ryan Remitz. Oh. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Uft. The dull thud of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed throughout the entire area. At the same time, Ryan Remitz felt a warm sensation enter his mouth. Well, Ryan Remitz felt as if he had been hollowed out. He saw a cold, menacing short blade embedded in his chest. Beside him stood the short but imposing shadow subordinate. You actually want to turn the tables? Do you think you have the right? Then, he walked slowly to Ryan Remitz's side and pulled the short blade from Ryan Remitz's body. Then, he looked behind Ryan Reynolds. All that could be seen was the open space behind Ryan Rainey's. It's my destined shadow. The shadow chuckled twice more. Then he turned and left. Whether it's Ryan Reynolds or Johnny Texgob, none of them stopped Shadow from killing them. They just accepted their bad luck. He dodged to the side with all his might. Boom. The ground next to Ryan Rainey's collapsed instantly. An arrow, as black as ink and exuding a chilling aura, struck the spot where Ryan Rainey's had been standing. Ah, pain. Damn it. Ryan Remitz screamed in agony, feeling immense pain. An arrow pierced his chest, leaving a gaping, gruesome hole. The arrows were highly corrosive. Ryan Remitz couldn't help but wail. But Ryan Remitz quickly realized what was happening. He hurriedly activated the abilities of the Beast God's super-grade aberration symbiotic mech. In an instant, the bleeding stopped and the wound healed. But Ryan Remitz, however, was in a terrible mood. Because, within his senses, the enemy is gone. They ran away? Oh, Ryan Remitz sneered. He could confirm that his destined shadow had not left. And it is still hidden in some shadowy corner. Prepare to act when the opportunity arises. This infuriated Ryan Rainey's. However, he dared not venture out again rashly. Because, under such circumstances, even a slight distraction, this could lead to his innate shadow seizing upon his weakness. Then kill them. Ryan Remitz witnessed a scene that horrified him. A shadow of his destiny that he couldn't resist even at the height of his career. In the blink of an eye, he was almost killed by his own shadow. When Ryan Rainey's saw his destined shadow, his mind went completely blank. He never expected such a scene to occur. But Ryan Remitz was no pushover either. After a brief moment of shock, he prepared to run away. After all, he's a player. And your destined shadow is a monster. According to the rules, Ryan Remitz only needs to leave his line of sight to successfully evade the attack. Therefore, Ryan Rainey's turned and ran. But before Ryan Remitz could run a few steps, a huge fist smashed through the air and landed directly on Ryan Remitz's cheek. Bang! Ryan Remitz's body flew backward like a tattered sack. However, Ryan Rainey's continued to struggle even while flying backwards. He was unwilling to accept it. Why? He's clearly much better than the other guy. Why is this happening? Ryan Remitz couldn't understand it. But what Ryan Rainey's found even more incomprehensible was, bang bang bang. Ryan Remitz was punched so hard he was sent flying. Suddenly, the Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech trembled slightly, significantly affecting the mind of gunsmith Ryan Remitz. In an instant, madness and fighting spirit filled the mind of gunsmith Ryan Remitz. Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. Again. Continue. Ryan Remitz was incredibly excited. This exhilarating battle was simply too good. Johnny Tex and Garlahad watched Ryan Reynolds' performance with mixed feelings. Because both captains sensed a hint of danger. This feeling suggests that Ryan Rainey's is now qualified to be on equal footing with them. Of course, Ryan Remitz also knew about it. In this scenario, only strength can guarantee absolute safety. Only those with sufficient strength. Only then will others respect you. Otherwise, one punch might be enough to take down a person. And Ryan Remitz is certain that most players simply lack this level of vigilance and rationality. If he doesn't give it his all today, he'll be nothing but a corpse when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Therefore, he must fight. Come on. Let's fight again. Ryan Remitz roared and lunged once more at his destined shadow in the sky. Don't push me. In the sky, the natal shadow coldly looked down. But, bang bang bang. With Ryan Remitz's provocation, the shadow of his true self vanished in an instant, replaced by an even denser barrage of swords and spears. One cut, 3 cuts. Ryan Remitz's body trembled uncontrollably. He was repeatedly slashed to the ground by his natal shadow. But Ryan Rainey's didn't die? Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and persevered. The death he imagined did not come. He was still standing on the ground. Damn it. Why am I not dead? Ryan Remitz was terrified. At this moment, he finally noticed something was wrong. Is a clearly defined natal shadow indicative of weakness? But why didn't I die? At that moment, Ryan Reynolds seemed to have found some answers. It's because of the beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. It won't let me die so easily. Ryan Remitz suddenly realized. So, it modified my genes so perfectly? So that's why I won't die? Ryan Remitz muttered to himself. However, just when Ryan Rainey's thought his guess was correct, boom, a tremendous force propelled him flying. Ryan Remitz crashed into the mountainside. Click. The mountain wall shattered in response. Ryan Remitz was sent flying, crashing into 3 giant rocks before finally coming to a stop. And after Ryan Reynolds recovered, the moment I looked up, he saw the shadowy dagger in his own shadow's hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ryan Remitz screamed. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He's the gunsmith Ryan Rainey's. He has SS plus aptitude. How could he possibly lose to a mere monster? This is not scientific. Impossible. You must have used some underhanded methods to launch a sneak attack. Ryan Remitz gritted his teeth and glared at his destined shadow. He was unwilling to accept it. Chapter 262 Triple Poison Mist. Shadow Minions Return. 262 Triple Poison Mist. Shadow Minions Return. This was his only hope. The shadow of my destiny remains indifferent. Isn't that even more despicable? Ryan Remitz roared. My natal shadow remains calm. The shadowy dagger pierced Ryan Rainey's chest. Ah! Ryan Remitz screamed angrily. Only, Ryan Remitz's screams could not conceal the fear and despair in his heart. What did he see? He saw that the shadowy dagger did not disappear after piercing his chest. It even pierced towards his own neck with a chilling glint. Uft! The sound of a dagger piercing flesh rang out again. But this time, Ryan Rainey's head was severed and flew off. Ah! Ryan Remitz's screams alerted everyone. They all looked up at the sky. Certainly. Remove the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, and Garlahad. There were also a host of monsters around. They were very much drawn to Ryan Reynolds. They were certainly interested in Ryan Reynolds. However, this does not mean they are not afraid of Ryan Rainey's downfall. After all, no one could have predicted it. Therefore, when they saw Ryan Reynolds lose a large amount of health, the Straits Guardian Johnny T, Garlahad, and the others were all stunned. Ryan, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, was somewhat alarmed. Under the watchful eye of Ryan Rainey's, Johnny and Garlahad slowly disappeared. They've disappeared. They've completely disappeared. Not even a single hair was left. Damn bastard. Ryan Remitz was furious and immediately started hurling insults. You cowards. If you've got the guts, come out and fight. What kind of heroes hide in the shadows? Ryan Remitz roared in anger. But there has still been no response. It was as if they had never existed. Ryan Remitz raged for several minutes. But Johnny's special approval and Garlahad still did not appear. It wasn't just Johnny Tepe and Garlahad. This filled Ryan Rainey's with a sense of despair. Could it be? He'll die here today? Just as Ryan Rainey's was about to give up the fight. Suddenly, a voice rang in Ryan Remitz's ear. Don't worry. I took care of those 2 guys for you. Now you can focus on preparing for this battle. As he spoke, a golden light appeared beside Ryan Rainey's. It is Johnny, the Straits Guardian, and Garahad, a knight of the Round Table. Turn out to be. They disappeared just now to take care of those 2 shadow henchmen. But now, gunsmith Ryan Remitz, however, didn't have much time to deal with these things. Because, uft, the shadow dagger in the hand of the natal shadow slashed once more. Ryan Remitz's neck was nearly severed in an instant. However, his natal shadow, remained vigilant, constantly scanning his surroundings. Ryan Remitz's poisonous mist, flames, and venom have just covered an area of 30 yards. These toxic fumes, flames, and venoms are enough to pose a threat. And just as the natal shadow was carefully observing, sudden, boom, a deafening explosion rang out. The natal shadow raised its head to look. Then he froze. Ryan Remit's massive physique. It was as if a meteorite had fallen on the island, creating a deep crater. And Ryan Remit's remains in a coma. The natal chart shadow is somewhat at a loss. Not understand. Ryan Remit's was just a moment ago full of energy. How could he suddenly faint? Not only was his own shadow stunned, but Garlahad was also dumbfounded. Because that last move was completely unexpected. If one of their teammates goes down, what's the point of the two of them playing? Galahad was momentarily stunned, but then he saw his companion fall completely. Garahad immediately turned and ran toward his companion. Just then, boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Countless fireballs and venom rained down. It instantly engulfed that natal shadow. Ryan Remit's curled his lips into a cruel smile. Hee, I won. I was trying to escape the battlefield just now, so that these three abilities can be unleashed. Ryan Remitzi was secretly delighted. However, Ryan Remit's smile lasted for less than a second. Bang. A loud bang. Ryan Remitz saw that his destined shadow reappear in the sky. This time, the appearance of the natal shadow became even more ferocious and terrifying. He was surrounded by a dark, ethereal aura. And as the halo shifts, the surrounding environment was completely distorted. Ryan Remitz saw it. The surrounding scenery. Ryan Remitz suddenly had a bad feeling. Boom, boom, boom. Just as a warning sign suddenly appeared in Ryan Reynolds' mind. The natal shadow vanished directly into the sky. And behind Ryan Reynolds, within that pitch-black abyss, a dark shadow, 3 or 4 zhong wide, was slowly crawling out from among the other shadows. They roared. Their bodies were covered in scales. Each scale is unique in shape. Their heads are all different shapes and sizes. Shadow Great Ice Armor Dragon Lizard. Shadow Cerberus. Call out dash. Call out dash. Dozens of shadowy daggers suddenly appeared in the void surrounding Ryan Remitz. Each of the shadowy daggers exuded a chilling aura. Ryan Remitz's goal was even simpler and more direct, to target the shadow of his destiny in the sky. Ryan Remitz's pupils contracted sharply, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. But he had no time to dodge before the dense array of black daggers were already upon him. Sizzle! Sizzle! Ryan Remitz was instantly riddled with holes and nearly disappeared from the world. Meanwhile, the natal shadow floats silently in midair. However, before the shadow could even speak, Ryan Remitz's body fell from midair and slammed hard onto the ground. Bang! A deep, muffled sound rang out. Ryan Remitz fell again. Not only that, the Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizards and Shadow Cerberus also surrounded and attacked. The black rain of time in the sky continued to fall incessantly, surrounded by enemies on all sides. There was no favorable timing, location, or popular support. This situation left Johnny Tate and Garlahad completely unable to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not over yet. This kind of battle is far too dangerous. His natal shadow completely ignored him, falling straight down from the sky and standing beside Johnny Tap and Garahad. This guy? Was it intentional that they deliberately let the water out? Upon seeing his own shadow in this state, the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, murmured to himself. Johnny Tex nodded, indicating that he had nothing to say. Chapter 263 The Aberrant Mech's Backlash. Taking over the body. 263 Aberrant Mech Backlash. Possessing body. Don't worry. His experimental results are in. His physical condition is too weak. He only needs the assistance of the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech to recover to his peak condition. However, just as Ryan Reynolds heard those words, and just as he felt the pain subside, a sudden, inexplicable fear struck him. The fear came quickly. Ryan Remitz jumped up, completely bewildered. Ah! The screams echoed through the sky. You bunch of bastards. Ryan Remitz stared at his natal shadow with eyes wide with rage and gritted his teeth. They seemed to want to devour these guys. But Ryan Remitz, however, did not dare to make a move. He feared that the Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizard and the Shadow Giant Ice Armor Dragon Lizard would devour him alive. After all, that kind of pain is something that ordinary people can hardly endure. Hey, Ryan, this world isn't something you can just talk about. Ryan Remitz felt a buzzing in his head. I don't know why. It was as if a voice was speaking in his mind. Could it be? It's the will of the Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech? At this time, the natal shadow ignored those deadly attacks. He charged straight at him, swinging his sword to sever his head. Damn it! Ryan Remitz cursed. But then Ryan Reynolds froze completely because he saw a familiar face. Johnny's special approval. Ryan Remitz exclaimed in surprise. But Ryan Remitz had barely finished speaking. Click. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Johnny made a special exception and blocked a breath attack from the Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizard. Then, to Ryan Reynolds' astonishment and bewilderment, the Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizard and Johnny's special permit fought and retreated, disappearing from his sight. Original. I thought the other person could save me, but they just left. Damn it. What's going on? Ryan Remitz's soul roared. But, it's completely useless. Is this what you wanted? Well then, let's wait and see. Ryan Remitz suddenly heard the voice of the Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech in his ears. It seems to have just become familiar with human language. Some of the wording seemed quite strange. The original meaning was not expressed very clearly. Then, Ryan Remitz saw his soul leave his body, and his body was slowly taken over. This is the purpose of the Beast God's superclass aberration symbiotic mech. From beginning to end, it never imagined that it would exist as a prop called the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech. Its purpose. He has always been gradually replacing the body parts of the gunsmith Ryan Remitz through treatment. At last, in order to achieve complete control over the body. That is its grand plan for the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech. Then, no, Ryan Remitz lamented. But this is not the end. Call out. Call out. Call out. 3 figures suddenly flashed. 3 jet black daggers pierced Ryan Remitz's torso in an instant. Boom. 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 After a series of explosions, Ryan Rainey's nearly turned to ashes and vanished into the world. Suddenly, Ryan Remitz, however, suddenly appeared in another direction. What kind of speed is this? He dashed straight out from the encirclement of daggers. And they even managed to dodge the attack of the Shadow Cerberus. But this did not please Johnny Spurk. In fact, it made him somewhat annoyed. Because, damn it, how did this guy suddenly become so strong? Johnny cursed under his breath. Immediately, looking at the only remaining Shadow Ice Armor Dragon Lizard in front of him. It's up to you to handle, Johnny said in special comment. Clear, Garlahad nodded. Then, Garahad charged straight at the Shadow Ice Armored Dragon Lizard, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. On the other side, the newly formed Ryan Rainey's then looked at the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tap, standing to the side. Hey, come over. But the Natal Shadow, however, has never ceased its actions. Bang. Accompanied by another loud thud. The head of the Strait Guardian, Johnny Tekken, was smashed by his own shadow. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Tekken's figure fell to the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust. The Natal Shadow disappeared at this moment. Ryan Remitz appeared to the side. Johnny Tex and Garlahad's eyes lit up when they saw Ryan Reynolds. But when they reached out their hands, ready to fight together, Ryan Remitz's expression suddenly changed. What? Knights of the Round Table, Garlahad exclaimed. Johnny Tex and Garlahad's gazes also fell on Ryan Rainey's. Not good. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. A hint of panic flickered in Johnny's and Garahad's eyes. Obviously, they have figured out what Ryan Rainey's is all about. That's because Ryan Rainey's was completely mentally broken after touching his destined shadow. Moreover, this collapse is not merely superficial. More importantly, it's about the essence. This drove Ryan Reynolds insane. That must be it. So, that's why Ryan Rainey's is the way he is now. Ryan Reynolds' shadow still refuses to let him go. Just as Ryan Rainey's landed. Bang. Ryan Remitz felt as if he had been hit on the shoulder with a heavy hammer and slammed into the wall next to him. Voice. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Ryan Remitz's head tilted to the side. Bah. Ah. Ryan Remitz let out a subconscious, painful groan. And behind him, the Straits Guardian Johnny and Garlahad looked at each other in bewilderment. They never expected this to happen. Even more unexpectedly, Ryan Rainey's was ambushed. Of course, this did not diminish their surprise and excitement. Hee well done. This shadowy monster's strength is indeed extraordinary. Wow, that was so cool. That's right. Simple and straightforward. Seeing his own miserable state, Ryan Rainey strangely praised his destined shadow. But, regardless of whether it's your own shadow or a natal character, or perhaps it was Johnny, the Straits Guardian, or Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table, who failed to notice the cold smile on Ryan Reynolds' lips. Snap. Ryan Remitz grabbed the dagger embedded in his right arm and pulled it out with all his might. Okay. Ryan Remitz said without any change in expression. Just like, the pain in this body seems to have nothing to do with it. Under the watchful eyes of Johnny, the Straight's guardian, and Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table. Chapter 264. Standing out from the crowd, the splendor of one's fate's shadow. 264. Standing out from the crowd, the brilliance of one's destined shadow. The three pairs of glands are stimulated violently. Flame, lightning, gas-filled armor like toxic fog. They appeared one after another from Ryan Rainey's, engulfing the poisonous fog, flames, and even his own shadow. Then, bang, bang, boom. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, and Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table, were completely blinded. Only a ball of flame remained burning in the sky. How could this be? The Straight's guardian, Johnny's special approval, and the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, were both dumbfounded. This scene was truly breathtaking. In the brief exchange, they simply couldn't have imagined it. Should we run away? It was proposed by the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad. No. Before I left, the leader instructed me that this mission must not fail. The Straight's guardian, Johnny, specifically rejected the proposal. We can't beat him at all. Unless we. This is what the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, said. Upon hearing the words of the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, the Straight's guardian, Johnny Texel, fell silent. It has to be admitted. Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table, was right. They simply cannot defeat that terrifying being. What should we do? I am a Knight of the Round Table, Galahad pressed. First, before he could finish speaking, on the other side of the battlefield. As Ryan Remitz shouted this mindless thing, a series of shadowy daggers swiftly pierced through Ryan Remitz's body, leaving behind hideous wounds. But Ryan Remitz, however, felt no pain whatsoever. This only fueled Ryan Rainey's fighting spirit. Ryan Remitz felt as if he were about to float away. But Ryan Remitz was suddenly horrified to discover, I can't control my own body anymore. What did you do to me? Ryan Remitz roared angrily. However, Ryan Rainey's was met only with a series of shadowy daggers. Until Ryan Rainey's completely fainted. Ryan Remitz slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, Ryan Rainey's couldn't help but let out a scream. Damn it! Damn it! What did you do to me? Ryan Remitz looked around in fear. Ryan Remitz saw that innate shadow take off into the air once again. I knew it. You idiot. You idiot, you can't possibly win. Ryan Remitz scoffed. However, the next instant, Ryan Remitz froze completely. It was only because Ryan Rainey's suddenly discovered. In the sky, his natal shadow was completely untouched by the poisonous fog and flames. What stunned him even more was, his destined shadow actually did a beautiful somersault in the sky and landed on his head. Snap! The shadow of his true self reached down and slammed Ryan Rainey's head into the floor. Then, Ryan Remitz was horrified to discover this. His body wouldn't obey him. This guy can actually control his own body. Ryan Remitz has a childlike heart. This is simply unbelievable. However, just as Ryan Rainey's was thinking this, click, click, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in Ryan Reynolds' ears, making him shudder. The excruciating pain drove Ryan Rainey's to a frenzied roar. He then saw his natal shadow once again wield the black dagger and pierce his abdomen. Uft. Two more soft sounds followed. Ryan Remitz suffered broken ribs on both sides. Ryan Remitz felt intense pain in his body, and a ferocious smile appeared on his lips. He wants to win. This guy has to die. He won't lose to a monster, much less to a player. Ryan Remitz's goal is clear, and it was this perseverance that ultimately allowed him to survive. But when Ryan Rainey's opened his eyes and looked around at the scene before him, Ryan Remitz was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Ryan Remitz looked at Johnny Tap and Galahad beside him. At that moment, the two men were deathly pale, their lips trembling. It seems to be in some kind of pain. Ryan Remitz was furious. This time, however, the shadow did not respond to Ryan Rainey's. Ryan Remitz was startled. He rushed to Johnny's special approval and Galahad's side. Johnny. Ryan Remitz called out, but it was to no avail. Another dagger plunged deep into Ryan Remitz's chest. Ryan Remitz's pupils dilated several times in an instant. Then, his body suddenly stiffened. Ryan Remitz turned his head with difficulty to look at his companion. He didn't understand. Why did this happen? However, the expressionless shadow of his true self was too lazy to explain anything. He threw a punch and smashed Ryan Remitz's head. Why? Ryan Remitz stretched out his right hand with difficulty, as if trying to grab something. But, at this point, Ryan Rainey struggled in vain for a couple of seconds. Bang! Ryan Remit's head was blown off. Looking at Ryan Rainey's, whose body was reduced to ashes, his shadow remained silent. No reason is needed. The fist slammed into Ryan Remit's nose. Ryan Remit's head was smashed to the ground. Ryan Remit's voice gradually faded. Finally, after Ryan Rainey's head hit the ground, his shadow coldly picked it up. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Ryan Rainey's, who was standing to the side, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Where's my head? Ryan Remitz said with a smile. Ryan Remitz felt a tightening around his neck. A crisp snapping sound rang out. Ryan Remitz's head was severed. Ryan Remitz stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. But these eyes are not the original ones on the head. Instead, the 2 rows of crimson slits on the breastplate served as the eyes of this body. He raised his eyes. He looked at the dark dagger at his neck. And on the neck. However, Ryan Rainey's head was not seen. He didn't even understand what had happened to him. In just a moment, his head was chopped off. Where did his head go? The shadow of one's destiny swayed gently. What's this? Ryan Remitz stared blankly at his destined shadow. His gaze was completely fixed on his natal shadow. Because my favorite character looks so cool right now. The black, shadowy essence, combined with the tall, humanoid form and the mysterious shadowy features. He's absolutely stunning. Chapter 265 Johnny's Scheme, Confessing Everything. 265 Johnny's Scheme, Confessing Everything. More importantly, when I look at my own beating head, my natal shadow suddenly felt a pang of heart palpitation. It seems something bad has happened. And as it turns out, the concerns about one's own shadow are not unfounded. Just as his natal shadow was looking at Ryan Rainey's head in his hand, with a thoughtful expression, he could no longer hear an echo. The shadow of destiny turned its head to look. He saw it. The figure that had been entangled with Ryan Rainey's for who knows how long had vanished. All that remained were the shredded black armor. Thin, long blood vessels protruded from beneath the damaged armor, resembling spider antennae. Each of these items is as thick as a thumb. Its length is several zhang, approximately 3.3 meters. It may seem harmless, but it is actually extremely dangerous. They are beast god-level super aberration symbiotic mechs. Hey, that one is yours. Ryan Remitz shouted in disbelief. But the next second, a cold glint flashed. A flicker of fear crossed Ryan Remitz's eyes. Then, bang! Ryan Remitz collapsed instantly. His body stiffened as he fell to the ground, completely dead. Meanwhile, Ryan Rainey's head, lying to the side, still retained the last trace of brain activity. Thump! He felt pain in his chest again. His eyes suddenly widened. Ryan Remitz stared at the shadowy dagger embedded in his chest. The shadowy dagger seemed to contain boundless power, instantly shattering his defenses. He was pierced through. Uffed. Ryan Remitz stared intently at the dagger in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, Ryan Remitz collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Looking at Ryan Rainey's gradually cooling corpse. The Straits Guardians, Johnny Tex and Garlahad, were expressionless. The shock rendered them speechless. He just died so easily? Garahad looked at Johnny Tate and spoke slowly. Johnny gave a curt reply. Then turn around and continue fighting. Garlahad shrugged and followed. Interesting. That's really interesting. The beast god's superclass aberration symbiotic mech transformed into strands of black threads, observing the battlefield from afar before muttering to itself. Ryan Remitz's voice. They did not encounter any of those terrifying monsters. But they encountered something even more terrifying. That is the beast god's special grade aberration symbiotic mech. Uffed. The movements of the natal shadow have become much slower. It's obvious. It's because I was affected quite a bit by the poisonous mist from the air armor during the battles just now. And now, it was only after Garahad, the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval that he came to his senses. The death of gunsmith Ryan Remitz was clearly recognized. Just now, they didn't even realize it, and didn't take the death of gunsmith Ryan Remitz to heart at all. He's dead. Upon hearing Garahad's words, the Straits Guardian, Johnny Techbert immediately looked at Garahad. Is he really dead? The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special inquiry. Clearly, the shadow wasn't paying much attention to Ryan Rainey's. It could even be said that he didn't even glance at Ryan Rainey's. Therefore, Ryan Rainey's is indeed dead. Garlahad shook his head. I wasn't paying attention. Garahad explained. Okay, let's leave first. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Texel, nodded in approval. Then, the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, disappeared first. Galahad was suddenly taken aback. Galahad's expression was somewhat stiff, as if he didn't understand why his destined shadow was suddenly staring at him. You. What? I don't like people staring at me like that. Galahad frowned, looking impatient. You. How come you weren't poisoned? Galahad screamed in surprise. Galahad was taken aback. Then, in the next instant, another flash of cold light appeared, and Galahad withdrew his sword and retreated. What are you saying? Galahad said coldly. At the same time, a mocking smile appeared on Galahad's lips. You. Galahad suddenly felt a strange sense of fear. There's no poisonous fog or fire here, and your combat skills and equipment are no worse than mine. How can I beat you? The shadow of his true self looked at Galahad and shook his head contemptuously. He slowly extended his right hand, and a black dagger reappeared. Now, gunsmith Ryan Reamitz is dead. Only the Straits Guardian Johnny Tap and the Knight of the Round Table Galahad remain. Between Johnny, the Straits Guardian, and Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table. Naturally, you should choose the weakest one to kill. No, Galahad exclaimed in disbelief. He had barely finished speaking. A sharp whistling sound rang out in an instant. Before Galahad could even react, he was stabbed several times. Galahad even wondered who he had encountered. Players simply cannot match him. Galahad was horrified. I am a hero. I am the strongest professional. You shouldn't have. Bang. A sharp sword in the stone slammed into the head of the natal shadow. Then, immediately, the shadow of destiny saw Galahad beside him. I finally understand the true meaning of this sword. Turn out to be. Galahad muttered to himself. He suddenly understood something. He was talking to himself. This guy? The shadow's already low health body was instantly shattered. Then, even more shadow fragments flew everywhere. Ha! Galahad was incredibly excited. At that moment, Galahad suddenly sensed something was amiss. He turned his head abruptly. Galahad saw the smile on his old friend's face, that indifference, that disdain. In the blink of an eye, Galahad then understood some things. He glanced at the unseen Straits Guardian, Johnny Tap. Why not take action? You did this on purpose? He gritted his teeth in exasperation. That's right. I did it on purpose. Johnny Tex, the Straits Guardian, shrugged in acknowledgement. Then why? Oh, this is what you deserve. Who told your MD Alliance and Celtic Alliance, to which you belong, to disobey the maritime treaties of the Maritime Lifeline Alliance? Of course I will watch you two die. What a pity, what a pity. Only the gunsmith Ryan Remitz is dead, and you, Knight of the Round Table Galahad. I'll have to trouble you again, Johnny said with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, was immediately enraged. How did he treat this guy back then? Chapter 266, A Tight and Tight Fight continues, Johnny reveals. 266, a fierce battle ensued, and Johnny displayed. He didn't treat the other person badly at all. It even helps the other party improve their strength. Although the increase in strength wasn't particularly significant, at least they've treated each other with courtesy these past few days. But I never expected it. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, had long harbored this ambition. No wonder he hasn't made a move. So that's what you were thinking. Thinking about this. Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table, was also enraged and began to curse Johnny, the Guardian of the Channel. You deserve to die? What a heartless person. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, roared in anger. But these insults were completely ignored by Johnny Turbo, the Straight Guard. That's it. He has absolutely no offensive capabilities. Even a 7-year-old can swear better than him. Hearing these words, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, remained completely unmoved. Even Johnny Texcope, the Straits Guardian, also retorted with 2 comments. Oh, then, do you know how much I resent your past actions? You shouldn't have betrayed your country. I hate traitors the most. Further discussion is pointless. Prepare to die. As they were talking, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, used this as a pretext to directly attack Galahad, the Knight of the Round Table. But before he could finish speaking, just when the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, and the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tep, thought their beloved shadow had fallen. My destined shadow. He's resurrected on the spot again. Fully recovered. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, saw a dark shadow flash by. Before the two could react, the fully revived main character's shadow displayed astonishing speed. Certainly, it's not that the speed of the main shadow has increased significantly. Instead, both the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, and the Straits Guardian, Johnny Texel, were now somewhat out of breath. It wasn't that the main character's shadow became stronger on its own. Instead, the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, and the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, have become weaker. Right now? It's too late to say it. That happened so fast. Uft. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, felt a sharp pain in his chest, and even heard the sound of bones breaking. He slowly lowered his head and saw his injuries. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, was granted permission to fall to the ground. Galahad stood there, stunned, his face as pale as paper. Seeing this scene, the Knights of the Round Table, Galahad, were simply amazing. What's happening right now? Johnny Turbo, the Straight Guardian who was just moments ago so arrogant, has now been slashed open. You need to know, both of them are level 80 plus professionals. They know each other's defensive capabilities best. But now, he actually broke through her defenses in just one exchange. Unbelievable. Incredible. This left even the Straits Guardian Johnny Tepe himself somewhat bewildered. This is evident. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, was even more at a loss. At this time, the Straits Guardian, Johnny Texan clutched his neck, seemingly bewildered by the sudden attack. Suddenly, the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, had endless blood spilling from his throat. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, groaned with difficulty. Pain. It was extremely painful, and it brought him more than just pain. Then, his eyes gradually became unfocused. Unexpected. The attack was so sudden that even Johnny Tekken, the Straight Guardian, didn't have time to react. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, stared wide-eyed. He opened his mouth wide, trying to breathe in some fresh air, but found himself completely unable to move an inch. I can't even open my mouth wide to breathe in fresh air. It was just too painful. When Galahad saw this, he was stunned. He couldn't understand it. He doesn't understand. Why can one's own shadow be resurrected? This was so unbelievable that he never imagined such an absurd thing could happen. But this actually happened. Could it be? Galahad's face turned deathly pale. He seemed to have guessed one possibility. At times like these, if we eliminate all impossible options, then the last one, no matter how unbelievable, must be true. This shadow monster. Could it be? It has the ability to resurrect multiple times? Does this ability come without any side effects or costs? It's simply unbelievable. Galahad said, trembling all over. In a daze, Galahad seemed to see his destined shadow smiling. The shadow of destiny slowly walked up to Galahad. Then, Galahad thought about it without hesitation. This guy looks sinister, brutal, and fierce. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A multitude of shadowy daggers clanged in unison. Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, Galahad blood splattered on the spot. A moment later, the natal shadow stood up again and looked into the void before it. The shadow of destiny remains calm. Boom. The moment Benming Ingzi finished speaking, the entire island trembled. An immense and majestic aura descended. The natal shadow gazed at a blurry figure in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval? Johnny, the Straits Guardian, has issued an unbelievable special approval. My destined shadow actually succeeded in its sneak attack. The weapon of his own shadow had pierced his own chest. This shadowy dagger. It seemed to grow ever sharper, creating a constant whistling sound to demonstrate its sharpness. Damn it. Why? You clearly didn't. Boom. A fireball exploded instantly. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, couldn't even react. It was almost blown to pieces. Call. Huff huff. The sound of heavy breathing filled the sealed room. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, stood there, drenched in sweat. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Tap, is locked in a fierce battle with his shadow amidst the explosion. Knights of the Round Table, add a slight variation to the game. But he quickly returned to normal, his expression remaining calm, even with a faint smile on his lips. Walk. The first person to think of this idea was Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table. Besides, there is absolutely no benefit to be gained here. Even the Celtic Alliance at the top has instructed that the key clues must be obtained this time. But what is more important than life? They only give you so few resources a month. What's the point of working yourself to death? This is what the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, was thinking. The Celtic Alliance has instructed him to obtain the key clues, but does he really have to do it? Are you kidding me? Why would he come here if he didn't want to control the key? Chapter 267 Bloodstained Robes, a last-ditch effort. 267 Bloodstained Robes, a final gamble. Seeing this somewhat cramped battlefield, the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fine. I doubt either of them would care about me. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, muttered something. At this time, the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, has decided to withdraw and no longer participate in this struggle. But things don't always turn out the way he imagines them to be. Now, my shadow fights alongside Johnny Tex, the Straight's guardian. Suddenly, for a time, the natal shadow gained a significant advantage. Now, the natal shadow turned its body, flew through the sky again, and began to ponder some things. After their conversation, the natal shadow discovered something ominous. Johnny, the guardian of the Straight, has granted special permission. Johnny screamed in agony. Blood spurted from his neck. His face was deathly pale, but his destined shadow would not give him a chance. Laugh. A sharp dagger pierced the abdomen of Johnny Torpon, the Straight Guard. The shadow of destiny gripped the dagger and pulled it out forcefully. This was a fierce attack. Although the damage wasn't very high, it wasn't low either. Puff. A large spray of blood spurted out. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the open space. That scream was more than just sharp pain. It was just too painful, so he could imagine it. I never even thought of it. One day, I never imagined that I would be harmed to this extent by such a bizarre monster in this nameless dungeon. This was an experience he had never had before. The Straight's guardian, Johnny Tap, collapsed and struggled. Unfortunately, his destined shadow gave him no chance at all, and delivered 2 more blows. Ah! The trachea of Johnny, the Straight Guardian, was punctured. Final. The Straight's guardian, Johnny TSA, is badly wounded. The natal shadow frowns slightly. The shadow of destiny murmurs. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, wanted to say something, but he was never able to. Boom. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, fell to the cold ground. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, stared wide-eyed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But then, everything happened. Galahad stretched out his body, trembling. Splat. Blood splattered. This devastating blow left the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Why? Why is this happening? The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, roared madly. But no one gave him an answer. His destined shadow still stood in front of Galahad. Your weapon is very good. Perfect for shadow minions. My natal shadow thought so. Then, he brandished the black dagger in his hand. Call out dash. Call out dash. Call out dash. The jet black head gleamed with a chilling light. Puff. 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 One slash after another was unleashed. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, couldn't dodge in time. Each hit results in a significant loss of health. The Straight's guardian, Johnny Tap, let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. How is that possible? How is that possible? Haven't you already died twice? Galahad roared incredulously. And in front of me, Galahad's own shadow, however, did not provide Galahad with any answer. Johnny Tex, however, stood there motionless for a long time without moving an inch. He couldn't understand why he had lost. Not only were they defeated by their opponents, but they were defeated twice. Galahad was also stunned. He couldn't understand the situation at all. What did you do? Galahad stared in astonishment at his natal shadow. The movements of your natal shadow are as fast as lightning. Under Galahad's horrified gaze, his natal shadow grabbed the Knight of the Round Table by the neck. Then, with all your might, you threw it aside. Boom. The heavy body crashed directly into the center of the rock wall, producing a tremendous roar. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, struggled frantically. However, the footsteps of one's destined shadow are getting closer and closer. Soon, the shadow of destiny walked up to Johnny, the Straight's guardian. Then, he lifted his foot. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, struggled to say something. But the natal shadow didn't give it any chance at all. Click. The shadow of his true self stomped on both of Johnny's legs and broke them. Then, amidst Johnny's agonizing screams, Galahad was utterly desperate. The shadow of destiny remains relentless. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, stared wide-eyed, letting out a guttural groan of pain. What did he see? There were 3 gruesome bloodstains on his ribs and chest, a shocking sight. Fresh blood was flowing freely. It quickly stained the robes red. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, tried to break free, but found himself weak and unable to move. How could this be? The Straight's guardian, Johnny, said with a special approval, deeply moved. Before the Straight's guardian Johnny Tapped could finish speaking, his natal shadow had already rushed in front of him. Swish. The shadowy figure, wielding a black dagger, mercilessly plunged it into the heart of Johnny Tekken, the Straight Guardian. Johnny, the Straight's guardian, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground. Johnny's special permission. This is all retribution. You are not worthy to eliminate me on behalf of the Maritime Lifeline Alliance. Galahad muttered to himself. I was merely following the will of the Maritime Lifeline Alliance. The voice of Johnny, the Straits Guardian, reached Galahad's ears. The next second, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, had his face turn completely black. His body seemed to be corroded, rapidly dissolving. Finally, it vanished. The last resort. S-rank skill, anchored C. Johnny T, the Straits Guardian, let out a muffled groan. What? How did you do that? Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, exclaimed in astonishment. And, most importantly, he couldn't even block the attack. How did I do that? Johnny, the Straits Guardian, spoke all around, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. After all, dealing with trash like this is a challenge. One finger is enough for me. But if I were to take action myself, I'm afraid you wouldn't die quickly enough. Guardian of the Straits, Johnny Tepe, said jokingly. Court death. Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, enraged. Rumble. The surrounding sea was churning, with waves surging. The muscles on Johnny's arms bulged. Veins were bulging. He raised his head and looked at his natal shadow in front of him, which was extremely ferocious. The air trembled, and ripples appeared one after another. Chapter 268 Anchored C, Last Trump Card. 268 Anchored C, Last Trump Card. At this moment, the natal shadow felt as if it had entered a virtual world. S-rank, possessed by Poseidon. S-rank, Anchored C. 2 skills. Although it's not the strongest skill of Johnny the Straits Guardian. But, it's a pretty good trump card. Not too bad, not too bad. In an instant, this world is entirely made of seawater. Besides the seawater, there were also unusual phenomena such as tsunamis and strong winds. But strangely enough, the natal shadow showed no signs of panic. The shadow of his true self stood there, looking calmly at Johnny Turbo, the Straits Guardian, in the distance. Is this an illusion? Knight of the Round Table Galahad stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Sunny beaches. Why didn't you use this skill sooner? You only play when you're severely injured? I can still keep playing with you. Galahad revealed a sinister smile. Rumble. Rumble. The natal shadow, wielding a black dagger, swung it wildly. Where the blade passes, blood splattered everywhere, limbs flying everywhere. Galahad had absolutely no chance of resistance. I am an important member of the Celtic Alliance. I am one of the top professionals in the league. Galahad roared. However, the shadow of destiny remained calm. Click. The dagger of his own shadow severed Galahad's neck. Galahad roared with unrepentant rage. Thump. Blood splattered on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. This battle is not over yet. But the entire battlefield was filled with an eerie atmosphere. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, gave special permission to look at his destined shadow. Gunsmith Ryan Remitz and Knight of the Round Table Galahad are both useless. Johnny Tep, the Guardian of the Strait, grunted and manipulated the power of the sea. A deep blue hue covered his entire body. Galahad was stunned. He had considered all sorts of possible outcomes, but he never imagined this one. Just a second ago, they were on the same side. But now, not only is his own shadow his enemy, but even the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tap, wants to kill him. This is a scenario. It's a real dilemma. It left him feeling lost and confused. If I had known this would happen, I would have done it. I won't come to this stingy instance anymore. I didn't get a single benefit, and I almost got buried here. This is a bizarre scene. This was somewhat unacceptable to Galahad. Galahad couldn't believe what he was seeing. But his destined shadow didn't give him much time to think. After all, his destined shadow is still his destined shadow. Commands are above all else for him. Whoosh. The black dagger flashed past like a ghostly light. The next moment, Galahad's eyes widened, his face filled with resentment and regret. Boom. The figure of the natal shadow gradually became illusory. He seemed to have been struck by something. Galahad's unwilling and angry roar echoed through the sky. The natal shadow, however, did not linger at all. The natal shadow ran quickly into the distance, disappearing completely into the shadows in the blink of an eye. The place where your destined shadow disappears. The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, is right here. He exudes the essence of the ocean. These are the effects of his 2 skills. It is truly extraordinary. Countless auras surged wildly from the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tepe, as he gathered his power. Galahad dared not approach, and after witnessing this scene, he froze on the spot. Galahad knows. Johnny Tex, the Strait's guardian, grunted. Galahad was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Galahad glanced at his natal shadow and noticed that the other person looked very well. Although Galahad knew that the other party had the ability to resurrect on the spot. However, the other party does not know how many more times it can be used. Could it be? After considering a certain outcome, a shadow of gloom crossed Galahad's mind. This time, the Knights of the Round Table, Galahad, dared not hesitate any longer. Boom! A burst of light, carrying the sword in the stone, instantly slashed into the abdomen of the natal shadow. The shadow of his destiny staggered a few steps. Chance! Galahad was overjoyed. Galahad rushed forward, ready to press his advantage. Galahad believed that he could achieve great things this time. But, the next second, puff! The dark dagger pierced Galahad's throat. The shadowy figure transformed into quicksand, burrowing into Galahad's body and nearly absorbing all of his life points in an instant. Thump! Thump! Galahad fell to the ground. How is that possible? What is this? This feeling? Galahad's face turned pale, and he struggled to his feet. Then, Galahad looked toward where his destined shadow was. The Strait's guardian, Johnny Tekken, opened his mouth wide as if to shout, but to no avail. Rumble. A deafening roar. In the sky, violent lightning continued to rage across the entire horizon. The sky was dark. The sea is churning. It felt like the end of the world had come, causing everyone to panic. Damn it! What kind of weather is this? Damn it! Galahad cursed as he looked up at the pitch-black sky. Boom dash. Above, black time and rain are falling incessantly. Below, Johnny, the guardian of the Strait, is constantly using the power of the sea in an attempt to turn the tide against all odds. Suddenly, lightning tore through the night. In an instant, lanterns suddenly lit up on the mountains on both sides of the strait, reflecting on the sea surface. I'd better leave quickly, or try to stall until the instance's timeout period ends. Galahadra returned to her true self. Although Galahad was unwilling, he was powerless to refute it. Because Johnny, the Strait's guardian, is far more powerful than him. Not to mention, there's also a monster as powerful as the Shadow of Destiny. Galahad knew this all too well. That's why he chose to disregard the special permission of Johnny, the guardian of the channel, and escape alone. We're doomed. Galahad's face was contorted with rage. Galahad wanted to kill Johnny, the Strait's guardian, with special permission. However, Galahad hesitated. Galahad hurriedly rushed into another peak. Galahad swore he had never been so humiliated in his life. He felt very frustrated. Because the Strait's guardian, Johnny Tepp, let out a miserable groan, as if absorbing the power of the sea was causing him intense and unimaginable pain. At this time, his natal shadow stood with its sword sheathed, its expression still indifferent. I won't lose to you. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, roared. His natal shadow mocked him mercilessly, though his expression remained unchanged. It was still a face in shadow, as flat as a plane. The next moment, uffed. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, stared wide-eyed. Chapter 269, Resentment and Rage. The giant beast dies instantly. 269, filled with resentment and rage, instantly killed the behemoth. In the ocean fantasy world, he saw the long sword on his shadow's arm, slowly being pulled from his chest. Johnny T, the guardian of the channel, is dead. Galahad went into hiding. The natal shadow then shifted its attention to other people. The natal shadow will not waste even a moment, and will always do its best to kill its enemies. As for the addition of the Spicier, they have become prey for other shadow minions. After pondering for a long time, he finally made a firm statement. They need to find their destined shadow. Because, once you resolve your innate shadow, everything will be rewritten. Here, Galahad looked around. Immediately, blood spurted from its mouth. I refuse to accept this. I am not reconciled. The natal shadow slowly withdrew its arm, the dark blade stained with blood. Galahad has already run away. He must leave this ocean illusion quickly. Otherwise, the Strait Guardians would trap him here. It's unclear how long this natal shadow can last. However, it definitely won't last long. The condition of your natal shadow is not good. Just now, I was merely forcibly unleashing that attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aura of his natal shadow was rapidly weakening, as if it were about to disappear at any moment. The natal shadow turned its head to look at the sea not far away beside it. Splash. The waves are surging. A tsunami is approaching. But this tsunami was quite different from ordinary tsunamis. Because the tsunami contains an extremely sharp force, enough to shatter steel. Johnny Texel, the Strait's guardian, died in the tsunami. Oh, the illusion created by my skill is really realistic. If I didn't make it myself, I'm afraid even I would believe it. Guardian of the Straits, Johnny Tex murmured. The body of Johnny, the Strait's guardian, floated on the strait. The natal shadow turned its head to look at the giant beast beside it. This guy is yours. Activate the beast. Johnny, the Strait guardian, said. Kill him. Kill him. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, had a chilling glint in his eyes, his ferocity palpable. The giant beast took a step forward. Sizzle. The shadowy dagger pierced through the head of the instantaneous behemoth. However, the giant beast that opened the door did not die. It shook its head and then roared. Roar dash. He lunged forward again, stomping on his own shadow. The natal shadow was easily avoided. The giant beast's attack was dodged by its natal shadow, and it shifted its target, lunging at its natal shadow once more. The attacks of the instantaneous behemoth were too ferocious. The natal shadow simply could not withstand its attack. But the body of the natal shadow is as agile as a ghost. Whenever the beast of instantaneous strike grabs its own shadow, the shadow will take the opportunity to escape. The colossal beast roared incessantly, chasing after its destined shadow. But the natal shadow, however, leisurely roamed the sea, searching for prey. Gradually, as time went on, the beast of instantaneity grew increasingly weak. A fierce battle is about to erupt. The battle between the natal shadow and the instantaneous behemoth was exceptionally fierce. Two afterimages collided. The afterimages collided. The natal shadow clashed wildly with the instantaneous behemoth. Boom, 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 boom. Is it not working? The natal shadow, however, showed no signs of weakening and continued to fight. Perhaps, among those under the shadow, there is no concept of stamina. No matter when, the shadow's henchmen can always maintain peak physical strength. At this time, the giant beast roared once more. Roar! The colossal beast roared hoarsely, exerting all its strength, even burning its soul to unleash its last potential, trying to block the shadow of one's destiny. But the shadow's form is elusive and its speed astonishing. Open. The giant beast tried several times to touch its natal shadow, but failed. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, Johnny, the Strait's guardian, watched the battle with growing concern. Could it be? Are we going to lose? The natal shadow once again drew its black dagger, turned, and fled into the distance. Rumble. The sea area is experiencing turbulence. The giant beast suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. It suddenly leaped up and chased after its destined shadow. Rumble. The strait is shaken. The waves crashed against the shore. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, glanced at it and sighed. They turned and entered the deep sea. Don't blame me. This is what I owe you. The natal shadow thrust out a black dagger from behind, piercing directly through the back armor of the instantaneous behemoth. This carapace is extremely easy to pierce. It is made from seawater and is generally identical. To Johnny Texan's surprise, his shadow directly pierced through the back armor of the beast of the instant. Another black dagger thrust out, powerful and heavy. The dagger pierced the giant beast's body. Click. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, had his head cut off with special permission. Then, the natal shadow carried the headless corpse of the instantaneous beast and turned to walk into the sea. The head of the giant beast was removed. Johnny, the guardian of the strait, stood frozen, motionless for a long time. The strait's keeper, Johnny's special approval, suddenly let out a howl. He glared at him angrily. The strait's keeper, Johnny, was furious. That damned bastard dared to rip off the head of the beast of instantaneity. Boom dash. The colossal beast instantly plunged into the depths of the ocean illusion and vanished without a trace. The real named Shadow actually killed the instantaneous behemoth? Johnny Tex, the strait's guardian, was reluctant to believe it, but the facts were undeniable. The strait's guardian, Johnny's special approval mad roar. This colossal beast was merely an illusion created by Johnny, the strait's guardian, within the ocean illusion. But that part of the power that transforms illusion into reality. But it truly consumed the magic specially granted by Johnny, the strait's guardian. This defeat. How could Johnny Spurt, the guardian of the strait, not regret it? His magic power surged, allowing him to unleash other abilities. In an instant, the vast sea engulfed my life shadow. But, even when soaked in seawater, the body of the natal shadow remained completely still, as if it were fixed in place. Click. The sound of bones shattering suddenly echoed all around. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, watched as his specially approved arm slowly drooped down. The colossal beast that instantly appeared. He created the monster by sacrificing an arm, using his skills to create illusions. The Strait's guardian, Johnny Tex, has lost his left arm and can no longer unleash his powerful offensive. How so? How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Chapter 270, exhausting all magic power, summoning a giant ocean beast. 270, exhausted all magic power, summon a giant sea monster. Why? Johnny, the Strait's guardian, spoke very slowly, staring blankly at his severed left arm, lost in confusion and bewilderment. They are no match for me. The emotionless appearance of the natal shadow seemed to convey a message by special permission from Johnny, the guardian of the Strait. The words of his natal shadow did not convince Galahad of anything. Galahad's target is not the Strait's guardian's, Johnny's special approval, but the target of one's destined shadow. But it was specially approved by Johnny, the guardian of the Strait. The Strait's guardian, Johnny's special approval, seemed to sense the threat from his destined shadow through a veil of illusion. I glanced at my own data. The decision was made by Johnny, the Strait's guardian. Player, Johnny's special approval. Rank, SS, upgraded. Occupation, Strait guardian. Level, 85. HP, 92W 8230/1 55W 2900. Magic power, 7890, 12,300. Base attack power, 28200 plus. Equipment, Strait cloak, Thief's eye patch, compass. Skills, SS rank, power of the sea. S rank, anchored sea. S rank, sea god's possession. B rank, guardian of hope. B rank. There are about 7,000 magic points left. Just now, creating the ocean illusion and the instantaneous behemoth consumed about half of my magic power. Magic points are different from health points. This thing, it won't increase much as your level increases. Just like Bai Yi's spirit value, although his health increases significantly with each level up. But Bai Yi's spirit value steadily increases by 10 points with each level. This is evident. Johnny the Strait's guardian's specially approved magic power is now not only difficult to increase, and, given the current situation, we're using less and less. But, now that things are at a critical moment, what's the point of saving this magic power? All magic power. Summon the ocean behemoth. The Strait's guardian, Johnny Tekken, seemed somewhat resolute, unleashing all of his magic power in one go. And the function of this magic value, that is, summon a terrifying ocean behemoth. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, hadn't even uttered his special permission. Lord of the Seas, Wrath of the Sea God. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Immediately afterwards, the depths of the ocean, a gigantic monster suddenly charged out. The giant monster is shaped like a shark. Only 8 slender tentacles grow on either side of its mouth, and 3 huge barbs grow from its tail. Strait behemoth. These are extremely ferocious monsters living in the abyss, possessing terrifying combat talent and destructive power. Its body resembles a mountain range, covered in blue scales, and is extremely ferocious. It has a huge head and a gaping mouth that reveals sharp, menacing teeth. Its tail is thick and strong, and it swings like a steel whip. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening sound. A colossal wave surged forth. The once calm strait was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Immediately afterwards, a colossal creature suddenly burst through the curtain of water and emerged from the seabed. The monster's head was ferocious and terrifying, with 2 huge horns emitting a cold luster. Its body was covered with scales that gleamed with a cold metallic light. This is the trump card specially approved by Johnny, the guardian of the Strait. A colossal creature possessing terrifying power, a sea monster. It was a giant deep-sea shark. Sea sharks can reach lengths of nearly 100 meters. The shark's mouth, resembling the sharp teeth of a whale, gleamed with a cold, chilling light, radiating a ferocious and bloodthirsty luster that sent shivers down one's spine. A monster, hundreds of meters tall and pitch black, emerged. The surface of the black skin shimmered with a breathtaking sheen. The body of this enormous creature was covered with sharp barbs. The 2 thick, powerful horns on the ferocious head are even more awe-inspiring. The black monster appeared. The whole world turned dark. An endless darkness descended. Sea sharks are among the most terrifying creatures in the ocean. The king of sea creatures. If you get bitten by this creature, you will definitely die. Sea sharks possess immense power. Furthermore, it possesses a terrifying ability. Devour. Once bitten by this sea shark, it will devour the creature it has bitten, eating it whole. This is none other than the wrath of the sea god, a colossal ocean beast. The wrath of the sea god is unleashed. The entire sea was churning with towering waves. The seawater was churning violently. An extremely violent aura emanated from its body. Ocean Behemoth. The power of this wrath of the sea god has reached the epic level. Its name is Ocean Giant. It is not the wrath of the sea god. This also proves that the power granted to Johnny, the guardian of the channel who created it, was indeed formidable. Roar. Amidst the roars, the ocean behemoth's gaze fell upon its natal shadow. The giant sea creature seemed to possess intelligence. It knew that what it was facing was not simple. But it is the most powerful creature in the sea. It was also created by Johnny Tepe, the guardian of the seas, a top-tier powerhouse, who created the wrath of the sea god. Rumble. The location of the Strait's guardian Johnny was within a kilometer radius. It was instantly submerged by a vast expanse of azure ocean. The endless sea churns. Boundless. The seawater washes over the earth. The sky was extremely dark. The enormous body slowly revealed itself. This giant ocean beast is 300 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, like an abyss, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Even more terrifying is, its jet black body is covered with countless sharp tentacles. Each tentacle gleamed with an eerie light, exuding an aura of destruction. This is the legendary ocean behemoth. Today is your last day. The Strait's guardian, Johnny's special approval roared. The sound resounded through the sky. The giant sea monster roared and howled, stirring up the entire strait. This caused towering waves to surge across the strait. Call dash. Call dash. Call dash. Unrivaled. A scream rang out. This scene was truly breathtaking. An island was corrupted by endless darkness, transforming into a terrifying, monstrous deep-sea monster. They dared not stay in the same place. It has to be said, this sea shark is more imposing than my own shadow. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, looked at the sea monster with a mixture of relief and sorrow. He knew, after today, all living things on this island will be extinct. The Strait's guardian, Johnny TSA, closed his eyes. If he loses this battle, he knew that with all his magic power gone, he had lost most of his fighting ability. Therefore, if he were to face his destined shadow again, he would likely be no match for it. Chapter 271 Ocean and Power, Stormy Waves. 271 Ocean and Power, Stormy Waves. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a level 85 powerhouse. But the basic stats of your main character are comparable to those of an all-around professional at level 80 to 90. Basically, even the last remaining movement skill is unusable. However, Johnny, the defender of the strait, never regretted it. However, in this world, there's never a shortage of madmen. Johnny Tekken, the strait's guardian, is this madman. Boom. The entire island trembled violently. Deep in the ocean, towering waves surged, as if the end of the world had arrived. The power of the ocean behemoth is astonishing. The power he can wield is greater than that of the previous strait's guardian, Johnny Tap. Only, the natal shadow did not retreat even half a step. The sea monsters released by the Strait Guardian special approval are becoming increasingly terrifying, but they are still easily suppressed by the natal shadow. The Strait's Guardian's special permit. It's terrifying to read. I originally thought that my favorite character, Shadow, won through skill. I never expected this. He's incredibly talented. How could there be such monstrous monsters in this world? But after the natal shadow used up its last bit of power, immediately, the natal shadow waved its arms. He plunged the black dagger in his hand deep into the body of the sea monster. Rumble. The Strait Guardians, with special permission, were immediately surrounded by towering waves. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying monster with a head as large as a small mountain slowly emerged from the water. At first, this ocean behemoth once swallowed a ship whole. Unfortunately, ultimately, this giant sea monster was killed by another giant beast summoned by the Strait Guardian with special permission. And this giant beast is about to be killed. The Guardian of the Strait specially granted permission for this giant sea creature to be named Sea Beast, which came at a great cost. He almost died from exhausting his magic power. The giant sea creatures possess extremely high intelligence. Both their combat experience and strength are terrifying. The giant sea creatures do not like the land world. Therefore, Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, did not take it with him even with special permission. Now, wherever it goes, It is like a devastating force, unstoppable. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated across the entire ocean, startling schools of fish in the nearby waters into fleeing and triggering a massive tsunami. Roar. The roar was filled with a frenzied bloodlust and destructive power, sending chills down one's spine. Below, the natal shadow looked up at the giant sea beast that was 1,000 meters tall, and its eyes narrowed slightly. This scene was truly impactful. Roar. Bang bang bang. With a deep roar, the ocean behemoth pounced on its natal shadow. The shadow of destiny lightly touches the ground with its toes and quickly retreats. The sea monster pursued relentlessly, and the two drew ever closer. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The shadow of destiny swiftly advanced, its feet resting on a giant rock. He dodged while looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, these ocean behemoths possess abilities beyond those of ordinary life forms, and even greater intelligence. It is not afraid of battle. They only know how to attack, and they never tire. Moreover, all their skills are unleashed in conjunction with the power of the ocean. The sea realm of the Strait Guardians possesses extremely powerful strength. It is thanks to the giant sea monsters that guard the strait that we have been able to withstand all kinds of crises. Even more than one adventurer has been devoured by the sea monsters that guard the strait. Then, Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, once defeated 3 top-tier enemy adventurers with the help of a giant sea monster. The Strait's Guardian, Johnny's special approval. They are also qualified to challenge those top adventurers. Buzz buzz buzz. The heavens and earth trembled. A towering wave swept in, crashing towards the natal shadow. Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, smiled. This move is one of his strongest techniques. Even the Sea Guardians, who are comparable to legendary lords, have suffered losses before. This move, the Strait's Guardian, Johnny's special approval. Even the most powerful monster couldn't withstand it. The natal shadow stood silently in place. There was no movement whatsoever. Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, wore an excited smile. But he had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, boom, a deafening roar erupted. The whole world trembled. A series of chaotic hurricanes swept through. The waves are towering. Several meters high waves surged up in the strait, sweeping towards the Strait's Guardians. This was far more terrifying than any of the previous encounters my destined shadow had ever experienced. Faced with such a scene, one's own shadow would not hesitate to confront it head-on. Even one's own shadow has no time to pay attention to so much. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Loud explosions echoed across the surrounding area. The boundless, monstrous waves crashed against the rocks on the shore, forming terrifying whirlpools. The roar of the Strait Guardians rang out. He frantically chased after his natal shadow, punching it again and again, trying to crush it to death. The speed of your natal shadow is extremely fast. He narrowly escaped the pursuit of the giant sea monster time and time again. Not only that, but the natal shadow also retaliated several times. But his counterattacks were all ineffective, completely evaded by the sea monster. He needs to get back as soon as possible. The Strait's Guardian, Johnny, has special permission to directly eliminate his own shadow. A giant, hollow vortex suddenly appeared in front of the Strait Guardian. Boom, boom, boom. A faint rumble of thunder could be heard from within the hollow vortex. Immediately afterwards, he himself was shocked by the scene. The Strait's Guardian, Johnny Tepp, was also stunned. He never expected that he would be able to summon such a terrifying monster. What kind of monster is this? What's going on? Exclamations of surprise continued to ring out. The giant sea monsters that had been blocking the shore of the strait were now charging toward Johnny, the Guardian of the Strait. Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, had a gloomy face. Exclamations of surprise continued to ring out. The giant sea monsters that had been blocking the shore of the strait were now charging toward Johnny, the Guardian of the Strait. They were terrified. Johnny, the Strait's Guardian, said in a low voice. Is this monster terrifying? He never expected his proud ocean illusion. He couldn't even fool his own subordinates. This greatly angered Johnny T, the navigator of the channel. However, as annoyed as I was, his men also need to be protected. Therefore, Johnny, the Strait Guardian, has been granted special permission to directly control the illusionary seascape. The giant sea monster was trapped inside, allowing it to accumulate power. At the same time, the Strait's Guardian, Johnny Tepe's gaze shifted to his shadow, revealing a chilling, killing intent. I want you dead. Kill him. Chapter 272, Absolute Freeze. The ocean beast is incapacitated. 272 Absolute Freeze. The ocean beast is unable to move. With a roar from Johnny TSO, the Straits Guardian, the somewhat gloomy sea monster immediately began to act. This ocean behemoth, although it greatly surprised even his summoner, the Straits Guardian Johnny Tap, it was still under control. Putting aside other things, it's not difficult to launch an attack against one's own shadow. The sea monsters are extremely large. Simply standing in this ocean illusion is like standing directly on the seabed. Even the exposed body is comparable to a massive rock wall. At this time, the natal shadow launched the first attack. It's just a pity. Although there are professionals in this world, and there is a certain amount of data, but there are certain limitations when it comes to things like gigantic ocean behemoths. Just like in an ant colony, a single ant can easily defeat the colony's king. Even, it can kill hundreds of thousands of ants. But if it were an ant facing a giant elephant, even if it could cause some damage, it wouldn't be much. After all, the difference in body size is evident here. What was an enormous wound to the natal shadow was nothing to this ocean behemoth. And this giant sea monster was born in a sea illusion. It seems that there is still a faint trace of healing to the injuries. Although the main shadow kept attacking, it could only cause very limited damage. It appears to be. The two sides are now evenly matched, and it is difficult for either to advance further. It felt like a close contest. But the three of them, regardless of whether it was the gunsmith Ryan Remitz who had already been beheaded, or perhaps it was the runaway knight of the Round Table, Garahad, both the Shadow of the Soul and the Straits Guardian Johnny Tap, whom they are currently facing, have hidden tricks and trump cards. Now that they've all revealed their hand, does your destined shadow have no trump cards left? Whoosh. At this time, in the vast ocean fantasy world, space is confined. Johnny, the Strait Guardian, is hiding in the space between the ocean illusion and the island of suffering, quietly watching the changing tides of battle. This sea monster was summoned with special permission by Johnny, the Guardian of the Strait. But, ultimately, even the Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, might not be able to defeat the sea monsters. After all, the ocean behemoth has an enormous size and can slowly recover from its injuries by using the illusion of the ocean. Ultimately, Johnny, the Straits Guardian, acknowledges from the bottom of his heart that the sea monsters are more powerful than himself. This is like the blacksmith forged armor and a precious sword, but the blacksmith himself possessed neither the sturdiness of the armor nor the sharpness of the sword. The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, watching the battle unfold within the ocean illusion. With a sigh, all right, let's continue like this. I'd like to see that. How long can this monster hold out? Anyway, once the skill is activated, it will remain indefinitely. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, couldn't help but feel indignant at this thought. This ocean fantasy, it is one of his SS-level skills, and its use requires accumulating points. They wanted to recreate the same ocean fantasy. He needs to return to the Great Strait of the Maritime Lifeline Alliance, where he will be constantly irrigated and baptized by the sea for about 180 days. The cost of acquiring such a skill is considerable, but this skill is quite formidable once it's unleashed. It can directly trap the enemy and continuously wear them down. The Straits Guardian, Johnny's special approval, used this skill to kill 3 top professionals who were completely incapable of being killed by him. As for the opponent's props, equipment, etc., it was also specially approved by Johnny, the Guardian of the Strait, to be taken into his possession. And now, as Johnny, the Straits Guardian, observed the battle, these thoughts came to mind. They couldn't help but continue observing. But, just when the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tekken, felt everything was going perfectly and was simply waiting for the dark monster to die. What? How is that possible? My hair. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Tap, immediately burst into profanity. Just because. In the ocean fantasy world, the natal shadow sees its own attack and can only cause minor damage to the ocean behemoth. That's when the idea came to mind. And so, one after another, figures emerged from the natal shadow. The decline of the Yakuza, Shadow Giant, Shadow Water, Shadow Snow Elf. 4 beings appeared together. The mere presence of the Shadow Giant and the fallen extreme path immediately overshadowed the ocean behemoth. In an instant, the entire ocean illusion became as if the sun and moon had disappeared, with most of the light dimmed due to the presence of the 4 shadowy subordinates. The relationship between light and black is quite interesting. Once light passes through black, most of it is absorbed, and it is very difficult to reflect it again. And within this ocean fantasy world, light is limited, and not much can enter from the outer reaches of the ocean illusion. With the intervention of these 4 shadow henchmen, in an instant, the entire ocean illusion suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen. It was pitch black, like not being able to see your own hand in front of your face. And at this time, the ocean behemoth looked up with its many pairs of pupils and saw 2 beings who were several times taller and more powerful than itself. The giant sea monster shuddered, as if it felt fear from the level of its very being. Now, on the left is an indescribable being. The tall, older man on the right. Beneath him, a strange black shape, a seemingly harmless shadow snow elf. Your natal shadow stands in the middle. Before the sea monster could react, whoosh, countless tentacles, weakened by the decline of the ultimate path, appeared and directly wrapped around the entire body of the ocean behemoth in the air. The shadow giant appears. He charged up his fist and slammed it down. The giant ocean beast tried to break free immediately. But then I saw it. The entire ocean illusion, from some unknown point, transformed into a mixture of ice and water. There was ice and seawater. Normally, seawater doesn't freeze easily, but the extremely low temperature has caused it to freeze. Before the ocean behemoth could react again, the entire ocean fantasy, it's all turned into a frozen wasteland. Everything, frozen. Clang. The part of the giant ocean beast that had been submerged in the ocean was instantly sealed inside the ice. Every movement was more difficult than getting stuck in the mud. And the seawater beneath those ice sheets. They were completely out of the control of the ocean illusion. The seawater had become fully conscious and not only blocked the movements of the ocean behemoth. Chapter 273 The Illusion Shatters. Death and Disappearance. 273 The Illusion Shatters. Death and Annihilation. Even any ocean behemoth that tries to move through the water beneath these ice layers will be attacked by the seawater. It's like these seawaters seem to have developed an aggressive tendency. Roar dash. The giant sea monster groaned, about to roar out in anger. Whoosh. As the ultimate path declined, a tentacle suddenly shot out, directly attacking and causing damage inside. Although the tentacles of the fallen Yakuza have strong binding power. But this advantage does not mean that its aggressiveness is much weaker. As Baiyi's only subordinate under the Shadow Sect, whose professional system cannot assess, extreme path decline has never been weak. Or perhaps, it never unleashed its full potential. Now, the enormous size of this ocean behemoth would allow the shadow giant and the 2 large shadow minions, the extreme decline, to fight to their heart's content. After all, those former enemies, no matter how powerful, are no match for the declining power of the extreme path. It's basically like a miniature model, lacking any sense of exhilaration in combat. And now, the ocean behemoth before us perfectly fits this exhilarating offensive choice. The shadow giant threw another punch, each one powerful and heavy, nearly knocking the ocean behemoth unconscious. It seems that the limits of fist attacks are limited. He reached out and beckoned. The shadow giant then produced a pair of spiked gauntlets, which were the shadow weapons that had been transformed once. Last time it was a shadowy figure that jumped into the net. But now, the shadow giant's shadowy weapon transformed into a pair of spiked gauntlets, which were then attached directly to the shadow giant's fists. Boom dash. Boom dash. One blow after another came in quick succession, shattering the sea monster's head into pieces. The monstrous head of the ocean behemoth, both real and illusory, immediately shattered, with only a small portion remaining on its body. Now, Johnny Tepp, the Straits Guardian who had been watching from afar, was completely dumbfounded. Already somewhat dazed from the complete loss of magic power, he was now even more incredulous. Hallucination. It's all an illusion. The Straits Guardian, Johnny Tepp, rubbed his head, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Yes, it must be a backlash from the ocean illusion. This is the price of using skills. It must be. Johnny, the Straits Guardian, is still trying to justify himself, fabricating completely non-existent excuses. But soon, he's about to face reality. Boom dash. Boom dash. 2 more powerful jabs shattered the upper body of the ocean behemoth, leaving it mangled and broken. But, because it is a special existence constructed from ocean illusions, this ocean behemoth, not only did it not dissipate due to the disability of the upper body, but it also retained a considerable amount of mobility. But, judging from its current state, it's incapable of launching any counterattack. Now, the shadow giant and the decline of the path of the extreme immediately changed their targets. The 2 of them, The orderly attack on the ocean fantasy realm began immediately. That's right. Their goal is the entire ocean fantasy realm. The boundaries of the instance are extremely sturdy and difficult to break, but this ocean illusion is different. It can be shattered. Whoosh. Boom dash. Whoosh. Boom dash. Whoosh. Boom dash. Countless attacks appeared, raining down in an instant. The Shadow Giant and the decline of the Yakuza are enormous in size, but they work together seamlessly. All of their attacks struck roughly the same spot. That is the purpose. Make sure that as many attacks as possible hit the same weak point in the ocean illusion. So, it can easily shatter the entire ocean illusion without targeting the entire ocean illusion. The objective is clear. The action was decisive. If neither of them succeeds in this, it will be very difficult for them to succeed in anything else. As their attacks became more frequent, cracks began to appear at the boundaries of the ocean fantasy, creating a grand scene. As a crack appeared, they were the ones who responded to the call. The entire ocean illusion, which was once unbreakable, has become less secure. Immediately afterwards, the crack widened until the entire ocean illusion shattered. Click. A faint, crisp sound appeared, like a familiar voice echoing in my mind. But this sound was unlike any crisp sound that could be heard in daily life. This figure is unique and crisp. This is the sound of space shattering. With the sound of space shattering, the entire ocean illusion could no longer be maintained. Click, click, click. When Johnny, the Strait's guardian, heard this sound from within the stable interlayer, he sensed that something terrible was about to happen. No, 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 no. This isn't real. This isn't real. Johnny, the Strait's guardian, clutched his head, seemingly in disbelief. But, as a spatial turbulence appeared, it disrupted both the newly shattered ocean illusion and the stable spatial interlayer where Johnny, the Straight guardian, had been granted special permission to reside. They were all immediately engulfed by the spatial turbulence. Then, they were instantly transported back to the dungeon, Island of Suffering. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation occurred. The ocean illusion has vanished. This alternate dimension was originally created in the instance, Island of Suffering. After it disappeared, the creator would naturally return to this place. But, along with it, there was also... Wait! Johnny, the Strait's guardian, hadn't even uttered his special permission. Johnny, the Straight guardian, was specially nailed to the rock wall. The shadowy dagger is like the Grim Reaper's scythe, an attack, decisive and efficient. But the natal shadow has no intention of explaining. Call out. The shadow of fate drew the black dagger that had been plunged into the throat of Johnny, the guardian of the Straight. The body of Johnny, the Strait's guardian, slowly slid down. The Strait's guardian, Johnny's special approval. Die? Immediately. The natal shadow stood on the Straight and instantly looked down at a human figure below. At this time, Galahad seemed to sense the gaze upon him. He looked up and happened to see the figure of his destined shadow. Galahad took a deep breath. Just as Galahad was about to speak, he realized that his natal shadow was completely ignoring him. Continuing to walk back, it was clear that we were about to leave. Galahad was stunned. What's with this fate shadow? Regardless of the addition of Lahad Davies? You're not planning to kill him anymore. Galahad's expression was strange. I don't know why. Galahad has a misconception. His natal shadow seemed to disdain him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Galahad forcibly suppressed the absurd thoughts that were popping into his mind. He couldn't admit it. He was afraid. He's afraid of dying. The power of his natal shadow has exceeded the limits that Galahad could accept. But just as the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, was lost in his daydreams. Chapter 274 incredibly weak, without any rivals. 274 is incredibly weak and has no rivals. But just as the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, was lost in his daydreams. All that Galahad did just now was merely his last stand. But the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, is doomed. Whoosh. A huge, dark tentacle appeared and pierced directly through the skull of Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table. It was merely the sharpest spike at the very tip of the shadowy tentacles. It was about the size of an egg. Buzz. He was Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table. A hole appeared between his eyebrows, and blood flowed down from there. You? Cough cough. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, could barely speak. The Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, finally closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Galahader, a Knight of the Round Table, is dead. Kill player, Gunsmith, Ryan Remits. Gain 35,340 experience. Killing player, Straight Guardian, Johnny's special approval grants 35,340 experience. Killed player, Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, gained 35,340 experience. Because the player and the target belonged to the same faction but were from a different organization, the experience gained was reduced to 50% of the original amount. Experience points increased by 1,124,500. Experience points increased by 1,324,500. Experience points increased by 123 for 700. Level upgraded to level 70. In the center of the island of hardship, Bai Yi received 3 consecutive notifications. A surge of power welled up inside me. After reaching level 60, each level increase brings a significant new experience. 20, 40, 60, and 80 are the 4 opportunities for professionals to change careers. But, because of the unique nature of Bai Yi's profession, there is no option to change jobs. But, this does not mean that Bai Yi's perception was not very obvious after each leap in social class. Or rather, now that he has reached level 70, Bai Yi feels that he has become much, much stronger. And, it's not just Bai Yi who has become stronger. As Bai Yi's level increases, the power-up properties within the Shadow Kingdom also reach a new limit. When Bai Yi reached level 67, the shadow minions resided within it. After reaching level 67, the rate of increase in strength slows down. But after Bai Yi instantly reached level 70, these shadow minions within the Shadow Kingdom, one's strength will rapidly rise to the same level as a level 70 professional. The difference between these 3 levels is indeed a force to be reckoned with. That concludes the discussion. Bai Yi snapped out of his daze and focused a large part of his attention on the entire island. Apart from the group of high combat power shadow subordinates who were taken away by their natal shadow, the rest of Shadow's minions, they were mostly reassigned to the periphery of the island's center. Bai Yi had a feeling that they would find the invisible monster very soon. That monster. This clue definitely relates to the second key. That was Bai Yi's premonition. Only, now, another matter is to have my natal shadow bring back those 3 corpses. After a battle, Bai Yi could easily guess the opponent's purpose. Even without these. With just a simple deduction, Bai Yi could easily figure out what the other party was up to. But, just then, the Shadow of Destiny discovered something unbelievable. Recovering corpses. This is something every shadow subordinate does after a battle, as it greatly enhances Bai Yi's combat power. And the battle at this moment. It's just those 3 people. Gunsmith Ryan remits. Guardians of the Strait, Johnny's special approval. Knights of the Round Table, Galahad. One of them was struck on the ground by his own shadow head, and the other was killed with a single blow. The last one was instantly killed by the decline of the ultimate path. But, when they retrieved the bodies, they only obtained the bodies of Johnny, the Strait's guardian, and Galahad, a Knight of the Round Table. And the body of Gunsmith Ryan Rainey's. It's gone. That's right. Completely vanished. A corpse that had already been declared dead by the professional system, and even had a notification. And so, while his destined shadow was fighting in the ocean illusion, he disappeared. It's not that it's completely baffling. It's at least to the point of being unbelievable. Upon careful consideration, perhaps it was done by monsters from the surrounding dungeons, since these monsters love to eat corpses lying on the ground. It doesn't resist, and can still eat. But, upon further reflection, since the battle fluctuations from the main character's shadow were so large, the surrounding monsters have basically kept their distance. Although we cannot rule out the possibility of some particularly daring monsters. But Bai Yi still thought of another possibility. Gunsmith Ryan remits. The Beast God's special class aberration symbiotic mech he once wore. That was a very interesting prop. It not only has self-awareness. He even attempted to control the body of Gunsmith Ryan remits, aiming to achieve parasitism through symbiosis. But in the end, Gunsmith Ryan Remit's body was undoubtedly dead. This also caused the Beast God's special grade aberration symbiotic mech to lose control of it. But, this Beast God class aberration symbiotic mech has detached from the human body and developed self-awareness, so perhaps it shouldn't be called the Beast God class aberration symbiotic mech anymore. Perhaps, it should be called Aberrant Symbiont. Bai Yi was still somewhat interested in it. If such an item were to be converted into a subordinate of the shadow, what would happen? What will happen? Try to find. It's not just about finding Ryan Rainey's body. We also need to find this aberrant symbiote. Bai Yi gave the order. Then countless shadow minions began to explore the surrounding area. Using the location where Ryan Rainey's had fallen as the center, a rapid search of the surrounding area began. Soon, this aberrant symbiote has been found. The invisible monster is hard to find because of its ability to completely disappear when it doesn't rain. This aberrant symbiote always exists within this copy. They searched among the nearly 1,000 shadowy men. How could they possibly still be hiding? At this time, both Ryan Rainey's corpse and the mutated symbiote have been completely exposed. In a dense thicket of thorny bushes in the northwest, the aberrant symbiote feeds here, and the body it controls. It's still Ryan Reynolds' corpse. You can still faintly hear it speaking in human language. This body is still the best. What kind of precious things are on this island? They're all incredibly weak. It completely fails to meet my evolutionary requirements. It's still that dark figure. Fighting him allows me to continuously break through my limits. The aberrant symbiote is controlling Ryan Remit's corpse and is eating the raw flesh of a level 57 bird monster. Just as it says, the entire island. Almost all monsters are limited to levels between 50 and 60, except for the invisible monster. So much so, this aberrant symbiote has no rivals. Chapter 275 Near-Death Evolution, Resilient Aberrant Symbiote. 275 Near-Death Evolution, Resilient Aberrant Symbiotes. This aberrant symbiote no longer has a powerful adversary. It's like cutting off your own path to evolution, leaving you with no motivation to move forward. It's like a novel that only has a protagonist and no villain. A movie with only road scenes and no characters. The meal consisted of only rice and no side dishes. The aberrant symbiote has completely lost all motivation, and despite its best efforts to evolve, it can never find any direction. All that can be mobilized. It's still the same few abilities I just acquired. Lightning, flame, gas-filled armor like toxic fog. Even having been separated from the gunsmith Ryan Remit's body for some time, the 8 spikes on its back had softened and degenerated. Although the body of gunsmith Ryan Remit's was recreated. However, this is because there is no longer any combat to encourage it. This caused the 8 spikes on its back to disappear, leaving the entire mutated symbiote looking utterly dejected. The flesh and blood you eat don't taste like they did at the beginning. It felt as if I had lost something of utmost importance. At this time, it suddenly looked up at the sky. The black rain of time continued to fall, each drop landing on its body. The opportunity for its own evolution is somewhat unstable. It seems that the passage of time cannot promote its own evolution. Perhaps only constant battle is its ultimate destiny. This violates the fundamental theorem of evolution. But, since the aberrant symbiote already exists, whether it violates the rules or not doesn't seem particularly abrupt. But at this moment, the aberrant symbiote looked away and gazed elsewhere. As expected, a large number of Shadow's henchmen have already assembled. Bad. The aberrant symbiote speaks incoherently and acts solely on instinct. It only absorbed a small amount of knowledge and vocabulary from the mind of gunsmith Ryan Remitz. But instinctively speaking, the aberrant symbiote still has a strong belief in its instincts. At least, using instinct is much easier than using the gunsmith Ryan Rainey's inactive brain. But, with such a large number of shadowy subordinates that they could blot out the sky, how could they possibly give it a chance to escape? These shadow minions, if not thousands, there are at least a terrifying number of 800. In an instant, they poured in from all directions, blocking every possible escape route for the mutated symbiote. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. Don't let me catch you alone. Otherwise, I will devour you all alive. The aberrant symbiote roared wildly. However, this sound was completely blocked by Shadow's subordinates. It's not just about blocking. It also blocked all the sounds it could make, so that the sound could not vibrate at all in the surrounding area and gradually weakened. Not only that, these shadow minions began to unleash their attack skills. In an instant, countless skills flew in, causing the mutated symbiote to scream in agony. Even with its excellent defense, it is helpless against this level of offensive. It can only barely withstand a portion of the damage. The remaining damage, however, caused the aberrant symbiote immense suffering. It felt its body gradually weakening. I realized that it was about to meet a terrible end. But the aberrant symbiont was unwilling. I'm not willing to let it end like this. At this time, it saw the wreckage, the body that once belonged to the gunsmith Ryan Remitz. This is the only hope. The aberrant symbiote is controlling Ryan Rainey's corpse. This is an attempt to squeeze every last drop of value out of it. But the intelligence of the aberrant symbiote is by no means low. Faced with the situation before them, they felt no fear whatsoever. After chewing the flesh and blood in his mouth, He set his sights on the Shadow's henchman. The aberrant symbiote is controlling Ryan Rainey's corpse. They are very sensitive to any real hostility. Kill. Kill you all. The voice of the aberrant symbiote was filled with resentment. But what's even more intense now is a sense of despair. It understood. This is all a conspiracy. I have completely fallen into their carefully laid trap. But it had no choice but to grit its teeth and persevere. The surrounding Shadow army immediately launched an attack. Countless skills flashed. The mutated symbiote was enveloped, and the attack arrived in an instant. But aberrant symbiotes following mutation. The defense has been greatly improved. Even the sharpest blades couldn't cut this bizarre mutant. Only under the continuous offensive. Even if this mutated symbiote is completely mindless, it now knows that disaster is imminent. Immediately, they were preparing to escape. Do you guys really want to play with me? I even killed the former chief gunsmith, Ryan Remits. The aberrant symbiote roared. The Shadow minions showed no reaction and continued their attack. Seeing the fleeing mutated symbiote, they launched a siege without hesitation. At the same time, countless skills flashed with a cold, silvery light. A skill was unleashed. In an instant, it was as if the mutated symbiote had been divided into many parts. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. However, the voice grew weaker and weaker, and lower and lower. Gradually, the screams of the mutated symbiote gradually subsided. The shovel armor reappears. A massive, shadowy missile streaked across the sky and slammed into the deformed symbiote. Shadow mech, here we come. Boom. A muffled thud was heard. The deformed symbiote was sent flying backwards. However, the deformed symbiote completely disregarded its injuries. In the air, it twisted. The deformed symbiote suddenly spread its wings, creating a hurricane. Then, he broke straight through the obstruction of the Shadow's men, rushing towards the distance. It's incredibly fast. Upon closer inspection, it's not hard to see. For membranous wings, undulating like cicada wings, appeared behind the shovel beetle. This aberrant symbiote has lost the spikes on its back. However, the missile fired by the Shadow mech successfully triggered an evolution. For membranous wings appeared. The membranous wings of this bird are thin and transparent, with clearly visible veins. With its 4 membranous wings constantly vibrating, the aberrant symbiote sped across the sky, attempting to break through the blockade and escape this area. But the countless Shadow minions are not to be trifled with either. So what if this aberrant symbiote can evolve even when it's on the verge of death? So many Shadow minions. Even if one person gives it their all once, it would be enough to wear it down to death. Not to mention, the Shadow minions will crush you with their endless numbers. But at that very moment, Bai Yi, the Shadow King, gave the order. Open up a passage in the southeast corner. Upon receiving the order, the Shadow's henchmen immediately made way for them. The reason why Bai Yi did this, that is naturally. Chapter 276, Driving a Tiger to Devour a Wolf. The Snipe and the Clam Fight. 276. Driving away the tiger to devour the wolf. A fight between the snipe and the clam. Bai Yi had his reasons for doing this. There is no other reason. Of course, they discovered the invisible monsters that appear whenever the black time rain falls. Yes, the invisible monster that is related to the second key has appeared on the island. Its figure appeared after the Island of Suffering. They were discovered by Shadow's men immediately. And now, this mutated symbiote is difficult to deal with. After all, even after fighting it for so long, the natal Shadow was unable to kill it. And now, Bai Yi's current idea is to let this mutated symbiote and this invisible monster come into contact. This action, it's not quite a scheme to drive a tiger away to devour a wolf, but it's certainly a case of the snipe and the clam fighting. Bai Yi smiled, still deep in thought. At this time, the timeout period for the instance quietly ended, and Bai Yi instantly left the instance called Island of Suffering. But after using Shadow Swap, I was immediately returned to the dungeon. For Bai Yi, the time spent in the instance was not a major constraint. Now, the aberrant symbiote was subjected to both encirclement and deliberate manipulation. The invisible monsters on the outer perimeter of the island's center also successfully encountered the mutated symbiote. In an instant, the entire venue seemed to slow down. In a low forest, the surrounding trees were only a few meters tall and could not stop the frequent dripping of black rainwater. The rain was falling in a light drizzle. It quickly sinks into the soil upon contact. Colorful flowers appeared out of thin air, surrounding the indentations left by the invisible monster's footprints. Buzz. A strange sound appeared. That unseen, special entity seemed to have taken notice of the mutated symbiote. This is something that doesn't exist on this island. The invisible monster, adhering to its own principles, did not immediately begin fighting. However, the aberrant symbiotes were somewhat excited. Huh? Completely different art style? It's obviously amazing. We need to find a way to fight this guy. The aberrant symbiote glanced back at the group of shadow minions chasing it. But then they discovered, after reaching a certain range, the shadow minions seemed to stop moving, as if they had received orders not to attack. Aren't you going to pursue it anymore? Humph, that's just right. The aberrant symbiote touched its head, nearly falling over as it lost its balance. Upon seeing this situation, countless tiny black threads appeared, directly strengthening the connection to the head. Although the brain is dead, however, its internal neurons can provide the aberrant symbiote with the opportunity to think more deeply. Just like that. A lightweight business laptop used for office work can still be used for gaming even when connected to a 4090 docking station. Whoosh. Sensing the surging fighting spirit within itself, the aberrant symbiote almost instinctively spurred its evolution. A pair of black and red arm blades appeared from beside the forearms. With a flick of its wrist, the aberrant symbiote instantly transformed into a means of long-range attack. Whoosh. Whoosh. The black and red arm blades attacked the invisible monster directly. Clang. A sound like the clang of metal rang out. The attack had produced such a sound effect. This is enough to prove just how terrifying the power of this aberrant symbiote is. However, such an attack was clearly ineffective against the invisible monster. The invisible monster's body vanished, as if it were an illusion. And in another place, the aberrant symbiote was also ganged up on. One by one, the shadowy henchman wielded various weapons. It charged towards the deformed symbiote and kept slashing at it. Black sparks flew up. The deformed symbiote's body remained completely still, without even a tremor. Clearly, this abnormal symbiote has extremely strong resistance. And, at this time, through repeated attacks, Shadow's henchmen gradually became familiar with the appearance of this deformed monster. Those scarlet eyes made it clear to them that this was the monster they had seen on the island before. In an instant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The monster has finally been found. One shadowy minion after another pounced on the deformed symbiote. Then, they were all sent flying backwards. It was torn apart by the deformed symbiote halfway through its journey. This deformed symbiote is moving way too fast. In a very short moment, this left the lower-ranking shadow subordinates at a loss for what to do. Clearly, the hardness of both exceeded Bai Tu's expectations. Bai thought to himself, that's interesting. The invisible monster's skin was very soft. But it is soft yet resilient. It is even thousands of times tougher than reinforced concrete. Such resilience. Aside from some special weapons and attacks, it is virtually impossible to cause it any harm. This thing looks like it won't be easy to kill. However, its specific level is unclear. This time it's much easier. Let me see just how long you can hold out. Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, a smile appeared on his face. Boom. Rumble. Boom boom boom. The power generated by massive combustion and explosion. That's enough to turn this whole island upside down. This is the breakthrough for the aberrant symbiote. The combination of gas, poisonous mist, and burning flames naturally created a terrifying explosion. Bai did not put herself in a dangerous area. He merely stood at a distance on the edge of the battle, observing this earth-shattering terror. And, still searching for a suitable location. In the event of a crisis, we will act immediately. Finally, after a chaotic smashing, the aberrant symbiote's eyes widened in shock, but also with ecstasy. This guy has really high defense. In that case then, bang. The next second, the aberrant symbiote was blasted away again. The invisible monster's attack took away nearly half of the mutated symbiote's health. And, what the aberrant symbiote just did was merely attract the attention of the invisible monster. The invisible monster's attention was entirely focused on the mutated symbiote. At this time, it has been confirmed. This thing that suddenly appeared here is a living, breathing creature. It's not an inanimate object. In fact, it was hidden very deeply. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hide it from their own eyes and ears. However, the invisible monster showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, they seemed somewhat eager to try. This is its prey. The appearance of prey clearly also triggered its inherent bloodlust. Boom. Another attack landed. That time, the invisible monster did not dodge. It simply brandished its invisible claws and slammed them down on the deformed symbiote. The sharp claws pierced directly through the deformed symbiote's shell and pinned it firmly to the ground. In a short time, the deformed symbiote lay sprawled on the ground, barely able to get up. Chapter 277, A Relentless Battle, Evenly Matched. 277 fought fiercely, their strength evenly matched. Fortunately, regeneration is what the aberrant symbiote excels at. Immediately, the deformed symbiote began to frantically extract life force. A rich life force appeared, restoring physical strength. And at the moment the deformed symbiote regains its strength, a chilling roar suddenly echoed above the deformed symbiote's head. Boom dash. The aberrant symbiote operates almost entirely on its fighting instincts. A solid solution network composed of lactones and esters of hydroxycarboxylic acids appeared instantly. That was a gland from the newly evolved aberrant symbiote. The substance expelled from this new gland is complex. It is an elastic grid composed of hydroxy fatty acids and sesquiterpene acids. The voids contain a mixture of low molecular weight fatty acid esters. A faint fragrance wafted from the air. It smells like resin and pine cones. The viscous mesh rushed towards the invisible monster instantly, completely enveloping it as it attempted to attack. After covering it, streaks of purple silk appeared out of thin air, outlining the faint features of the invisible monster. It was a hideous monster with a tongue that resembled a snake's forked tongue. Its entire body is covered with triangular scales. Even more bizarrely, its scales could actually move. Each scale wriggles and gushes out a thick, foul-smelling, corrosive liquid. It covered the deformed symbiote's body directly. Corrosion. Intense corrosion. This attack made the deformed symbiote's body seem to lose all elasticity. But the deformed symbiote still struggled to get up. And then, it opened its mouth and bit down on that bloat of foul-smelling liquid. Click, click, click. It was bitten off in one bite and swallowed. Subsequently, the deformed symbiote's body swelled up once again. The areas that were originally corroded have even grown new armor. It looks just like a suit of armor. Fits well yet feels light. Layer upon layer, unlike the heavy shovel armor, it is light as a skirt. Liquid armor skirt. Only, the aura of the deformed symbiote, after a brief surge, quickly weakened. Could it be that this thing has some limitations? While observing the battle, Bai surveyed the situation through the vision of a flying shadow subordinate. Soon, the deformed symbiote then stood up again. Then, with a hissing sound, the deformed symbiote's shovel-shaped shell quickly peeled away. It transformed into a layer of viscous liquid armor, similar to a gelatinous liquid. It looks like it's just like the scales of some kind of animal. The size of that deformed symbiote also expanded several times over once again. This scene naturally alerted the surrounding shadow subordinates. One by one, they immediately drew their weapons from their waists, ready to fight. Don't rush. Bai waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to remain calm. The strength of these shadow minions is not bad, mostly around level 67 or 68. But, even against this bizarre enemy, they are probably still no match. Now, the monster, now possessing physical form, set its sights on the mutated symbiote as its prey. It shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The speed of the deformed symbiote was also reduced significantly under the pale blue poisonous fog. Then, the monster seized the opportunity and grabbed the deformed symbiote by the shoulders. Suddenly, he pulled. It was smashed down hard. Thump dash. Accompanied by a dull thud. The abdomen of the deformed symbiote was suddenly struck hard. If it weren't for the creation of brand new armor, it would probably have ended up wearing the same suit so often that the belly would rot. Immediately, the malformed symbiote didn't waste any words either. It opened its mouth and bit the invisible monster's ankle. Click. Accompanied by the sound of teeth chewing. The chunk of flesh on the invisible monster's ankle had actually been bitten off. The invisible monster also struggled suddenly, stretching the deformed symbiote's mouth even wider. Crunch crunch. The tongue of the deformed symbiote kept rolling. They continuously pierced the invisible monster's leg flesh with sharp, pointed barbs. Roar. The invisible monster roared in pain. The needle-like pain enraged it, making it want to tear the deformed symbiote to pieces to vent its anger. And that deformed symbiote clearly knew this as well. With a strong pull, the invisible monster was dragged to the ground. Then, the blade on his arm began to slash wildly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst a series of rapid paddling sounds, the invisible monster's originally sturdy shell was being peeled away layer by layer, constantly being torn apart. While, amidst screams, the invisible monster's defenses were breached. But, No matter how the aberrant symbiote attacked, it completely ignored it. They maintained their posture. However, the aberrant symbiote can be clearly sensed. Other side. It seems to still possess extremely strong power. The two sides began to fight. The nameless monster, although its defenses were breached, only suffered a small wound. On the aberrant symbiote side, he was almost unrecognizable, having suffered severe injuries. But, even if the mutated symbiote's body is severely distorted, it can heal quickly. And this kind of healing, this made the invisible monster lick its lips, almost unable to contain itself. Because the wriggling body of the deformed symbiote leaves behind many delicious ingredients after each wriggling motion. This is what it used to eat. The taste of that stuff was simply unforgettable. No matter how many times I eat it, I always want to eat it again. This deformed symbiote is no ordinary wild animal. Rather, they are intelligent life forms. Bai sneered and continued watching. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Regardless of which side wins, he will have one less enemy, and may even weaken the opponent's strength. At this time, the nameless monster seized the deformed symbiote. The claws pierced the deformed symbiote's body, and with a forceful twist, they broke it open. They immediately broke off one of the deformed symbiote's arms. Creak, creak. As the sound of human bones echoed, the aberrant symbiote also let out a scream that was unlike any human's. The deformed symbiote emitted painful cries, but the monster seemed not to hear it. The next moment, he extended his hind leg and kicked out again. Boom. The deformed symbiote's bloated body crashed into a large swathe of surrounding trees. Following this violent collision, the deformed symbiote nearly fell into a complete coma. Immediately, a jet-black liquid gushed out from the deformed monster's mouth. In an instant, it covered the entire body of the deformed symbiote. And with this layer of liquid covering it, the deformed monster, whose spirits had been somewhat dispirited, was revitalized once again. Chew it up. Black scales appeared on its body. Chapter 278, Beast-like Mutation, New Power. 278, Beast-like Mutations, a whole new power. Immediately afterwards, the deformed symbiote suddenly pulled out its claws and grabbed the invisible monster's tail. They used all their strength to pull it off the ground. This power is terrifying. This was all the power of the aberrant symbiote. In an instant, all the muscles that didn't exist before were used to exert their strength. At the same time, the invisible monster also broke free of its restraints. Although this represents the full power of the aberrant symbiote. But, however, they still couldn't restrain the invisible monster, whose strength far exceeded their own. Immediately, after breaking free of brief control, the invisible monster immediately launched a counterattack. It slammed hard onto the chest of the mutated symbiote. But the result remained the same. The invisible monster merely crippled the mutated symbiote's muscles, leaving it barely alive. Although he was on the verge of death. However, it is negligible for the aberrant symbiote. After all, while it may not be particularly adept at combat, it excels at recovering from near-death experiences. The aberrant symbiote, however, only spat out a mouthful of blood. It actually recovered again. It's obvious. The deformed symbiote possesses extraordinary life-restoring abilities. But the aberrant symbiote, however, did not care. Perhaps in his view, this level of vitality is nothing to him at all. The aberrant symbiote opened its mouth and swallowed. It bit directly into the invisible monster's abdomen. This bite, it directly tore off a piece from the invisible monster's otherwise indestructible body. By watching the battle from a distance, they all seemed unable to understand why, given such a large gap in strength, the situation was so perplexing. How did this aberrant symbiote tear off a piece of the invisible monster's flesh? Even the flesh and blood that has been torn off. It's only about the size of half a fingernail. But this move is still unbelievable, completely disregarding the difference in strength between the two sides. But after tearing off a small piece of flesh, the aberrant symbiote immediately began to chew it. It seemed as if they were deliberately showing off in front of this invisible monster. Snap! Accompanied by the sound of chewing. The fragments of bone were actually eaten directly by the mutated symbiote. Under the attack of the invisible monster, the deformed symbiote's regenerative abilities are also increasing dramatically. In a short while, the deformed symbiote had already struggled to its feet. However, this time, the deformed symbiote did not continue its charge. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thuds came from the ground. The deformed symbiote moves at an extremely fast speed. However, with the increased speed of the invisible monsters, collisions were still inevitable. Boom, 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 rumble, rumble. When the two collide, a new round of battle ensues. In the midst of the battle, the invisible monster accurately hits the deformed symbiote every time, taking away a large amount of its health. The blood volume of the abnormal symbiote also decreased further and further. I don't know how much time will pass. With a loud bang, the deformed symbiote has completely lost its ability to move. He collapsed in the woods. But, this time, the deformed symbiote did not die immediately. Instead, it slowly began to wriggle, turning into streams of black, viscous liquid. But, if you look closely, it's not hard to see that these black, viscous liquids are composed of tiny, invisible threads. At the same time, that thick shell was also rapidly dissolving. Immediately afterwards, a mass of pitch-black liquid gushed out. They parted ways with the monster once again. Moreover, it is more complete than the previous separation of the two. Final. The deformed symbiote is not just a deformed symbiote, but a completely new existence. Meanwhile, it is slowly evolving and transforming. This sudden transformation piqued the interest of Bai Yi, who was observing from a distance. Far away, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood. Now is the truly crucial time. If the mutated symbiote wins, then Bai Yi will have to reconsider his plans for the future. This invisible monster. In Bai Yi's mind, he must be an extremely powerful being, at least equivalent to the combined combat strength of the three, Gunsmith Ryan Remitz, Straight Guardian Johnny Tap, and Knight of the Round Table Garahad. He seems capable of taking on 3 opponents at once. If the invisible monster were to face off against Gunsmith Ryan Remitz, Straight Guardian Johnny Tap, and Knight of the Round Table Garahad, all that awaited the 3 of them was death. However, Bai Yi did not believe that the mutated symbiote would win. After all, as for that monster, Bai Yi knows this very well. The mutated symbiote was pulled out by the gunsmith Ryan Remitz, and it also hastened Ryan Remitz's own death. However, all of this was no longer his concern. Once their goals have been achieved, the two will continue to consume each other. This thought came to mind. Bai Yi looked at it carefully. This scene, however, horrified the invisible monster in the distance. This is solely due to the changes in this aberrant symbiote. The invisible monster was extremely anxious. Roar! At this time, the invisible monster immediately began to shout loudly. He immediately looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Roar! 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 The enormous roar caused all the wild beasts and even the monsters in the vicinity to prostrate themselves on the ground. Shivering. That nameless, invisible monster was clearly the most terrifying presence in this area. That roar. It intimidated all the heroes, who didn't even dare to run away. The writhing of the surrounding black matter continued. However, this time it became exceptionally difficult. Click, click. The invisible monster's enormous body was now constantly collapsing and disintegrating. It was as if we had encountered a terrible virus. Corrosion. Breakdown. Dissipate. It continues to spread. In just a few breaths, it dissolved. And those dissolved substances. It then drifted toward the nameless monster. It eventually merged into the body of the nameless monster. Oh whoa! The nameless monster roared with excitement. His ferocious face was filled with satisfaction and joy. Roar! But, after the mutated symbiote bursts forth from its cocoon and roars. In the very next moment, it roared once more, its enormous eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. I don't know how much time will pass. When that layer of matter completely disappeared, that writhing black substance had actually solidified into a physical form. It eventually transformed into a mutated symbiote that was almost identical to the invisible monster from before. Unlike before, this mutated symbiote now presents a form similar to the invisible monster. However, he was wearing a beast-shaped armor, and his head was triangular in shape. It has a long, single horn that stands out prominently. Its entire body was covered with jet black patterns. Chapter 279 Greed and Excitement, Evil and Bloodlust. 279 Greed and Excitement, Evil and Bloodlust. It gives people a sense of evil and terror. And the mutated symbiote slowly opened its eyes. A roar. The enormous, mutated symbiote had only devoured a small portion of the invisible monster's flesh before. They simply changed into the same posture. Immediately, the beast-shaped mutated symbiote pounced on the invisible monster in the distance. The invisible monster also let out a low growl and pounced on the monster. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire battlefield erupted into an earth-shattering battle. Two enormous monsters began to fight. The two mutated symbiotes also displayed their ferocity, engaging in a frenzied battle. But the aberrant symbiote did not appear to have suffered much damage. However, compared to the evolution of ordinary living beings, the deformed symbiote is even more bizarre and terrifying. Because abnormal symbiotes are not simply a matter of evolution. The moment it completes its transformation, it will become another form of existence. That kind of existence is exactly what the deformed symbiote prefers. Just like the deformed symbiote that swallowed the flesh and blood of the invisible monster. The resulting transformation is the same. This transformation went unnoticed even by the aberrant symbiote itself. They were simply intoxicated by that strange sense of sensation. However, abnormal symbionts were discovered. That's why it chose to transform here. And this is the most dangerous place in the entire forest. Because before it transforms, that invisible monster will definitely attack it with murderous intent. This is also the site where deformed symbiotes specifically choose to undergo metamorphosis. Fighting. Near death. That is all that the aberrant symbiote seeks. Only. Even so, the aberrant symbiote is still not satisfactory. Because it takes a very long time for it to become that kind of being. And that invisible monster. They couldn't wait to destroy this place. After all, this is a good hunting ground. Boom dash. Boom. Boom. Then came another series of booming sounds. The invisible monster and the mutated symbiote clashed once again. Rumble. The invisible monster possessed an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, it finally reached its peak. Click. Click. Countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the beast-shaped aberrant symbiote. This transformation also requires the accumulation of time. Therefore, the abnormal symbiont waits. Either it is through constant battles that it achieves rapid evolution and transformation. The next moment, boom dash, a loud bang was heard. An aberrant symbionts. It still maintains that eerie appearance. But at this moment, its eyes turned scarlet. A piercing wail roared from its mouth. The next moment, the aberrant symbiote actually abandoned its metamorphosis and turned to give chase. That hideous face was filled with a thick, terrifying resentment and anger. What kind of hatred could produce such emotions? The aberrant symbiote's body is enormous. But its movement speed was incredibly fast. They disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Phew. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Click. With a shake, the aberrant symbiote was covered in dense, sharp-boned spurs. Moreover, the strangest thing is, its limbs were strangely translucent. It appears to be constructed from illusory mist. In addition, there are rings and rings of gear-like patterns on its 4 ferocious legs. No need to guess. This must be because it devoured a small piece of the invisible monster's flesh. And a newly evolved ability during battle. After all, the strength of that mutated symbiote was at a very high level. It's not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can compare to. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time for it to transform. Of course, this transformation process is extremely dangerous. Can we finally evolve? When I grow up, we will definitely skin you alive. The deformed symbiote murmured, its eyes revealing a deep longing. But just then, click, click, a sudden, crisp sound reached my ears. Not good. The deformed symbiote immediately became alert. It then exploded and scattered with a loud bang. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the heavens and earth. The figure let out a furious roar that was like a thunderclap. Immediately, it lunged at the mutated symbiote. And that aberrant symbiote. At this point, they were already terrified. They even forgot to run away. Boom. It swatted it down with a claw. The aberrant symbiont was under immense pressure. Rumble. Rumble. The roar gradually faded into the distance. It eventually dissipated. The entire world was filled with an extremely strong, fishy stench. It's disgusting. However, the enormous figure hidden in the mist trembled slightly at that moment. Phew, finally succeeded. The aberrant symbiote wore a satisfied expression. On the other side, the invisible monster lunged straight at the mutated symbiote. The aberrant symbiote, however, showed no fear upon seeing this. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. The aberrant symbiote also charged towards the invisible monster. This time, the aberrant symbiote's speed was significantly several times faster. Almost instantly, they were engaged in battle with the invisible monster. Bang bang bang. Amidst the muffled sounds. When the invisible monster's sharp claws met the mutated symbiote's claws, sparks flew everywhere. But after the dark red substance gradually dissipated, What was revealed was not the grotesque head of the deformed symbiote. An extremely fierce aura erupted. It was none other than that nameless monster from before. And, at this moment, the nameless monster's aura was even more powerful than before. There is a subtle tendency for it to overwhelm the aberrant symbiote. But, compared to the changes in the nameless monster, the mutated symbiote did not change much, except that its body became slightly more robust. It still looks the same. However, a pale green light shone in his eyes, making him appear even more evil and bloodthirsty. But when they looked at the nameless monster, their eyes were filled with greed and excitement. A deep longing shone in his scarlet eyes. In the distance, Bai watched this scene unfold. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he had anticipated this scene. And as it turns out, this was indeed much the same as what Bai had thought. When the deformed symbiote completes its new transformation, the invisible, nameless monster hidden in the dark corner finally revealed its hideous and terrifying true face. Clearly, this monster wants to take the life of the mutated symbiote. However, how could the aberrant symbiote allow the other party to do such a thing? In an instant, the aberrant symbiote then unleashed an unprecedentedly ferocious aura. Chapter 280 Severely injured and on the verge of death, holding a significant advantage. 280 Seriously injured and on the verge of death, with a significant advantage. Then, they took the initiative to attack. They were enemies to begin with, so there's nothing more to say. After a brief stalemate, the deformed symbiote has regained the upper hand. However, this time, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. The invisible monster seems to possess some kind of ability. During the battle, it was surprisingly possible to evade the attacks of the deformed symbiote. Sizzle. A tooth as sharp as a blade. It struck the deformed symbiote directly. It left a deep, bone-revealing wound. But then, it began to heal. It truly lives up to its reputation as a mutated symbiote capable of devouring blood. Even if one is critically injured and on the verge of death, one can still recover from the damage. This drove the invisible monster even crazier. The claws in his hands swung even more swiftly. With each swing of his arm, it sliced through space like a steel blade. In an instant, they were confronted by the nameless monster. The collision between the two was extremely intense. Both of them were thrown back by the impact. However, the nameless monster did not appear to be injured. On the contrary, it was that deformed symbiote. Its originally crystal clear body was now beginning to crack. The invisible monster's strength exceeded the deformed symbiote's expectations. Feeling the changes in my body, the invisible monster let out a maniacal laugh. Then, it once again lunged towards the deformed symbiote. This time, however, the opponent's speed was several times faster than before. Clearly, the invisible monster knew its advantages. After seeing such a scene, there's nothing that can be done about deformed symbiotes. After all, he was no match for this invisible monster in his current state. Only by continuing to transform can one have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, even when the pain was unbearable, they dared not stop for even a moment. At that moment, how could it know that its strength had increased dramatically after its transformation? And just as the two sides were fiercely fighting, a series of footsteps approached slowly. However, what was most striking was a mutilated corpse. They didn't know what it was. Moreover, the corrosive aura surrounding him became increasingly dense. It covered his body like a liquid. It appeared extremely cold and eerie. With a flap of its wings, it darted toward the invisible monster like a ghost. Its speed was so fast that it made the invisible monster disappear. It's simply impossible to catch. Bang! At the moment of collision, the invisible monster was sent flying. This deformed symbiote, after endless fighting, was... At this moment, their combat power actually surpassed that of the invisible monster, which was naturally something to be thankful for. The invisible monster, however, was completely dumbfounded. For some reason, this monster suddenly became so strong. Had my plan failed? But the next moment, the attack from the deformed symbiote followed closely behind. Sizzle! It landed with a whooshing sound. A huge wound was torn open on the invisible monster's body. Blood plasma surged. Not only that, behind him, a pair of jet-black bone wings were broken off. It was clearly shattered by the deformed symbiote. At this moment, the green light in his eyes became even more dazzling. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the invisible monster. The two collided in an instant. However, this time the invisible monster had the upper hand. After a brief stalemate, this means launching a fierce attack on the deformed symbiote. Hiss! Streaks of green light burst forth. It gives you goosebumps. However, Even abnormal symbionts are extraordinary. Its defensive and regenerative abilities alone are simply phenomenal. Under the fierce attack of that nameless monster, not only was he not injured, but he was actually slowly approaching the other party. Finally, he delivered a powerful punch. The invisible monster was actually knocked away. Damn it! I felt as if my body was being torn apart. The nameless monster roared, but it couldn't do anything to the deformed symbiote. At this moment, the opponent's speed was simply too fast. Like a cloud of mist. It is impossible to find a trace of it. However, at this very moment, the deformed symbiote roared furiously once again. Then, its entire body was covered with hideous scales. In an instant, a person's entire image underwent a dramatic transformation. Then, the two collided again. Roar! A deformed symbiote with outstretched wings. At this moment, it even carried a somewhat sacred aura. Each of his attacks rendered the invisible, nameless monster utterly powerless to resist. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he was also constantly retreating. Clearly, they suffered a great loss at this point. I'm going to tear you to shreds. The invisible monster roared furiously. A savage glint appeared in his eyes. The scales on its body began to fall off rapidly. Clearly, streams of gray liquid were gushing from his wound. This is an invisible monster, fighting desperately. The veins on his arms bulged. Call out. His hand suddenly shot out and grabbed the nameless monster by the neck. Immediately afterwards, it slammed heavily onto the ground. A violent tremor was heard. The nameless monster was nearly knocked unconscious. However, that's not all. The aberrant symbiote never stopped. Sizzle. It was a piece of flesh torn off the nameless monster. In an instant, blood gushed out. Shocking. However, there was not the slightest hesitation. He swallowed it directly. That bloody and cruel scene. This caused Bai Yi's pupils to shrink suddenly. Because he knew that none of this concerned him. It's not time for him to get involved. The nameless monster, after a brief period of dizziness, woke up. When he saw the scene before him clearly. Even with his cold and aloof personality, he was completely flustered at this moment. How could I have suffered such a heavy blow? Not only were there 2 bloody holes left on his head. Only. At this moment, the deformed symbiote became more and more courageous as it fought, and its ferocity grew stronger. After a brief pause in the attack, they continued their charge. They relentlessly charged towards the invisible monster. Their battle had transcended the realm of ordinary soldiers. A deafening roar erupted. The surrounding mist seemed to have been shaken. Immediately afterwards, wings flapping. In an instant, it leaped into the air and crashed into the nameless monster. The violent collision caused the surrounding space to shake violently. Both are moving backwards. However, after stabilizing itself, the deformed symbiote did not stop. Hold head high. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. In an instant, his body swelled up again. In a short period of time, it has shrunk to a size of several meters. It stood in the void like a giant beast. With each flap of its wings, a gust of wind surged. Sizzle. Chapter 281 Constant Fighting, Surpassing Too Many. 281 Constantly fights and surpasses too many. The surrounding rock walls were constantly crumbling. Such an attack method made the nameless monster dare not resist it head-on. The only option is to avoid it. However, just as the other party was about to leave, call out. After he finished speaking, the 2 figures collided instantly. Sizzle. A tearing sound followed. 2 figures were instantly sent flying backward. After the nameless monster crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a scream. The deformed symbiote also fell to the ground. However, at this moment, both of its arms were completely shattered. His body was also covered with scars. However, the green light deep within his eyes grew even more intense. This time, you are doomed. That's all. The deformed symbiote slowly stood up. At this moment, even his muscles. It's already shriveled. However, the ferocious aura emanating from him grew even stronger. This is the essence of his own life. Every drop of blood contains powerful energy. At this point, as time goes by, the deformed symbiote gradually regained its ability to move. But at this very moment, a cold voice rang out in an instant. Sizzle. The palm is outstretched. It sliced through the air in an instant. They reached out and grabbed at the nameless monster. This strike, however, contained an unparalleled power. He wanted to tear his opponent apart and devour their essence. This is the deformed symbiote, that eternal and immortal desire. As long as it doesn't die, it can keep evolving. The 2 collided in midair, producing a loud roar. Moreover, the attack of this deformed symbiote was far more powerful and timely than that of the invisible monster. That is, the invisible monster was sent flying. This amazed Bai. The power of this deformed symbiote truly exceeded my expectations. And at this very moment, sizzle, accompanied by a shattering sound. The nameless monster had a lot of flesh torn apart in an instant. Then, it was devoured by the deformed symbiote. A moment later, the grotesque body returned to its original form. However, it has become several times stronger than before. Moreover, a faint blue light shone in his eyes. Clearly, all of this is because of that invisible monster. Haha, I finally won. He felt his strength, which was many times greater than before. The deformed symbiote exclaimed with ecstasy. At this moment, however, there was no joy on Bai Yi's face. Roar. Sensing the attack from the deformed monster, the nameless monster was equally unwilling to back down. With a roar, it charged forward. The two fogs collided at that moment. Kara. A clear metallic clang rang out. The nameless monster was instantly driven back. It was clear that they were struggling to withstand the attack. Haha, die. I'm about to evolve. At that time, I will want your soul to merge into my blood. At this point, the deformed symbiote clearly believed that it held an absolute advantage. He said frantically. However, just after he finished speaking, uffed, a scream rang out, and the deformed monster's eyes dimmed. At this moment, Xiao Yifeng was utterly indifferent. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he flicked his wrist. The short sword was withdrawn in an instant. At that moment, the invisible monster seized the opportunity to get closer. Hiss! A claw reached out. Its mouth, covered in fangs, opened wide. His tongue, chillingly cold, was revealed. Sizzle! Immediately afterwards, jets of black liquid gushed from his mouth. The viscous liquid, like ink, instantly flew towards the invisible monster. Its corrosiveness is even more alarming. Sizzle! The invisible monster emitted a chilling cry, but there was no way to avoid it. In an instant, it was contaminated. Black smoke billowed around his body. But the deformed symbiote did not stop at this moment. Extend your palm. Boom! A sound like steel clashing rang out. The deformed symbiote had actually captured the invisible monster. The invisible monster, on the other hand, struggled desperately. However, no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from the shackles of that deformed symbiote. Finally, it was torn in two by the deformed symbiote. Blood rained down, carrying the stench of decay. Looking at all of this, Bai Yi, standing in midair, suddenly narrowed his pupils. He never expected to run into this guy. However, Bai Yi knew this at this moment. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. The aura left behind by that monster after its death was too strong. As long as you get close. The muscles on his arms were bulging and knotted. It resembles a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It crashed into the invisible monster. At the same time, a hoarse sound came from his mouth. As he spoke, his legs, thick, sturdy insteps stretched out instantly. Then, it drew a dark arc through the air. They shot towards the invisible monster. Seeing this, a look of solemnity flashed in the invisible monster's eyes. Not daring to be negligent, it also went to meet the attack. He threw a punch. Like a mountain collapsing, it carries the force of a monstrous wave. In an instant, the two collided violently. This caused the surrounding space to resonate with a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, both the deformed symbiote and the invisible monster retreated. In this attack, neither side can gain the upper hand. And this is just the beginning. At the moment the two monsters collided, it stood in the void. His eyes were cold. Looking down at everything below, a sharp glint flashed deep within his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking about. A moment later, the two monsters stopped attacking. Rumble. The entire sky was dyed pitch black. Then, the deformed symbiote began waving its arms. It slammed hard into the invisible monster. The two sides at the moment of collision. All the surrounding buildings were shattered. Sizzle. Blood spurted out from behind the invisible monster. However, at this moment, they could no longer care about these things and their figures disappeared from the spot in a flash. When it reappeared, it was on the back of the deformed symbiote, its claws extending as it tried to tear it off. But right there in his claws, they were about to catch the tail of the deformed symbiote. It struck out fiercely, like a divine whip. This attack was incredibly fast, even against the invisible monster. Caught off guard, he was also sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground. This guy's strength. How can it grow so rapidly? The invisible monster, which had collapsed to the ground, coughed up blood as it spoke. Originally, his level of cultivation was comparable to that of the deformed symbiote. Moreover, it also has a geographical advantage. They believed they had victory in their grasp and could easily defeat their opponent. But now, The other party has surpassed me by far. Chapter 282 Endless Killing Intent. Clash between the two sides. 282 Endless Killing Intent. Both sides clashing. Its scales were covered with barbs. Each one was like a divine weapon, gleaming with a cold light. What's even more terrifying is that there are two pairs of bat wings extending from its back. The wings vibrate. In an instant, the deformed symbiote soared into the air. Then, they pounced on the invisible, nameless monster. The speed is extremely fast. The two collided. The entire void was trembling, as if the end of the world had arrived. Endless energy is raging. This turned the original swamp area into a swamp. It shattered completely. Not only the swamps, but also countless trees in the mountains and forests were reduced to ashes in an instant. Countless monsters perished under this attack. Sizzle. Immediately afterwards, a series of hoarse and unpleasant tearing sounds rang out. One of the nameless monster's arms had been torn off by the deformed monster. Hold head high. The nameless monster let out a painful roar. Then, it actually burrowed into its own mouth. But how could that deformed monster let the other party escape so easily? The deformed monster, with its violent impact, actually knocked the nameless monster away. Then, a gray pebble ripped through space and shot toward the nameless monster. The monster didn't even have time to react before its head was pierced through. Die! The words had barely left his mouth. The deformed symbiote was completely enveloped by a mass of dark green droplets. Like a spherical meteorite, it crashed into the nameless monster. The two collided. Boom! A loud roar was heard. Then, everything fell silent. After the dust slowly rose up. Clearly, this collision also cost the invisible monster a heavy price. The deformed symbiote stood still. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. A strange scream was heard. The next moment, his figure flew out. Bai Yi, who was watching the battle from a distance, had not expected that the fight between the two would be so powerful. Original. In Bai Yi's mind, the fight between the two would end with the demise of one of them. But, judging from their current stance, it seems like they're getting stronger with each battle. But, everything was still under Bai Yi's control. Because, he was the main character in this hunt. If you can't even handle your own prey, then there's really no point in continuing down this path. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's figure also darted out. However, this time, he is not planning to make a move. After all, these wild beasts, though they possess very low intelligence, especially at this moment, this deformed monster. Even Bai Yi didn't know what abilities the other party had. However, there is one thing he is certain of. That means the other party is definitely not easy to deal with. Because he sensed a violent, destructive aura emanating from the other person. The surrounding vegetation trembled in fear. At this moment, the opponent was frantically attacking the nameless monster. Bai was also waiting for an opportunity. Only by slaying the nameless monster can you obtain what he desires. Roar. However, at that moment, a roar was heard. Then, the nameless monster struggled to its feet. His eyes were icy cold, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Roar dash. Then, his body suddenly swelled up. In that short space, it stood there like a small mountain. Then, because he knew very well that he was the one in control. Upon hearing the sound, the invisible monster hesitated for a moment. The deformed monster who witnessed this scene was unwilling to accept it. But there was nothing he could do but let out a low growl. Bai Yi, after seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on his lips. Then he spoke slowly. Although you two are quite capable. However, it is more than enough for the new batch of shadow minions. At this moment Therefore, there was no hesitation whatsoever. The deformed monster made whimpering sounds. Then, incredibly, they crawled out of that deep pit. At this moment, he was no longer the incredibly ugly man he once was. Behind it, wings were spread out. Although it wasn't as huge as before, it was still terrifying. At the same time, his body was writhing. His height has actually increased by more than an inch. And just after he stood still, the invisible, nameless monster actually burrowed directly into the ground. He was clearly scared. I dare not stay here any longer. However, upon seeing this scene, the deformed monster couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment in its eyes. Then, he said coldly, "You think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding? Since you want to play, I'll play along. Today, no matter where you hide." After all, at this point, the deformed symbiote was incredibly frenzied. As he spoke, saliva dripped from his mouth. At some point, a huge vortex of elemental power appeared above his head. The continuous flow into his body caused his wounds to heal. At that moment, the deformed symbiote once again slammed its fist down on the nameless monster. A fierce gale howled all around. This strike contained a destructive aura, and I sensed the attack approaching. The nameless monster's pupils contracted instantly. He tried to dodge, but as soon as he moved, he was entangled by the deformed symbiote again. In the end, he actually withstood the attack. Kara. As the sound of bones cracking rang out, the nameless monster was somewhat wary. After all, in his eyes, both of these guys were his prey. The key is who survives to the end. And at this very moment, rumble. A loud, deafening roar suddenly erupted at that moment. Then, Bai saw that the monster had actually crawled out of the swamp. Roar. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar was so powerful that all the surrounding vegetation snapped in an instant. Then, the enormous head turned directly towards the center of the arena. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. At this moment, even Bai's pupils shrank. Now, both of these monsters are actually improving. Moreover, the surrounding monsters dared not approach rashly. Otherwise, you might suffer the consequences. After all, if that monster were to target you, you would definitely die. But they didn't have so many concerns. But that deformed symbiote was even more insane. Both sides exchanged damage. One is responsible for attacking. One is responsible for defense. However, despite this, the advantages of that deformed symbiote are still obvious. Because, after all, the opponent has a physical advantage. Even if a leg is cut off, it can still continue to fight. However, the invisible monster is even faster. Chapter 283 Fierce Battle, Poisonous Fog Spreads. 283 Fierce Battle, Poisonous fog permeates the air. After all, in Bai's eyes, the two were fighting fiercely. However, the outcome is still within their control. Really, just after Bai finished speaking. Then, a voice rang out again from the arena. Today, no one will leave alive. This is my territory. They must pay with their blood. After saying that, the deformed symbiote became incredibly fierce. He charged toward Bai, his muscles bulging high, like magma erupting. Every step taken, the soil beneath their feet had been crushed. The intense heat permeated the surroundings. And similarly, opposite him was the nameless monster lurking in the shadows. At this moment, however, it suddenly erupted. Its claws were incredibly sharp, reaching out to grab the deformed symbiote. The two sides were evenly matched when they clashed. However, at that moment, the hidden, nameless monster suddenly changed its attack. They actually attacked from the other side. Sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Roar dash. It let out an angry roar. The enormous claw mark directly seized the deformed monster. Bang! Since both of these monsters have now reached a very high level of strength, then I'll have a way to subdue them. And Bai felt that as long as he subdued these two monsters, the opportunities within this instance probably don't require me to do them myself. After all, with the strength of these two monsters, even top-tier professionals wouldn't stand a chance against them. Just as he was preparing to take action, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar. A loud roar was heard. Then, to everyone's disbelief, two imposing figures emerged from the dust. It was that nameless monster and that deformed symbiote. The difference is, the nameless monster at this moment was covered in thick armor, though it had no offensive capabilities. However, its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. And on his shoulders, there were even two pairs of fleshy wings. It looks extremely luxurious. Especially the two sharp fangs exposed on that ferocious head are a shocking sight. Roar. Upon seeing this scene, Bai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected the battle to turn out this way. These two monsters actually wanted to perish together. However, it's too late now. Although those two monsters were very strong. However, it is unlikely that one can surpass oneself. Since Bai had given the order, he naturally dared not disobey. At this moment, Bai returned to his usual calm. He slowly closed his eyes. As for the deformed monster, it was also continuing to absorb energy. I don't know when I'll wake up. But still, there was no result whatsoever. Roar. But at this very moment, a low, guttural roar suddenly rang out. Then, Bai watched in disbelief. The invisible monster actually emerged from the soil once again. Not only that, but even the deformed symbiote was covered in scales. At the same time, a tiny tentacle extended from the top of its head. It waved like tentacles. Clearly, both of them possessed special methods of evolution. This scene surprised Bai, because such a thing hasn't happened in these ruins for a very long time. And just as Bai was stunned, the invisible monster had already closed in. The giant mouth opened and bit directly into the deformed symbiote's ankle. Then he pulled hard. They were actually preparing to devour their opponent. Such a situation. Even with Bai Yi's composure, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The way these two monsters fought was truly terrifying to him. However, he still snorted coldly. You think you've got me cornered? Let me tell you, I'm not one to be trifled with either. After the sound faded, he actually took the initiative to go to meet him. Then, with both fists moving simultaneously, a massive attack was launched at the monster in an instant. A deafening roar erupted. Because he knew that the commotion here was too great. Although there are hardly any people around in this area. However, this is by no means a long-term solution. Therefore, when the battle on the field once again reached a stalemate, he was preparing to retreat. After all, danger lurks everywhere in this forest. I don't have any extra time to waste. And at this very moment, the nameless monster, however, charged at the mutated symbiote like a madman. Sizzle. He spoke in a cold and evil voice. Then, it sucked out strands of essence blood from the mouth of the nameless monster. Now, he has completely merged with this body. Currently, their strength has not increased. However, it is now many times stronger than before. But at this very moment, once again, a series of loud roars resounded. This is an unnamed monster, attacking like a madman. Only, the deformed monster, however, was not afraid. On the contrary, it fought with increasing ferocity. Sizzle. He brandished his sharp claws and reached out to grab the nameless monster. At the same time, the toxins in the mouth came like a storm. It sprayed out. This, however, only made the situation more chaotic. After seeing such a scene, they pounced on the invisible monster. Although that collision minimized his injuries to a minimum, they even had only 30% of their fighting strength left. However, the deformed monster remained incredibly ferocious. Because his recovery speed is 100 times faster than others. Even now, despite the decline in combat strength. However, with his powerful physique, given the opportunity, he would surely be able to kill that invisible monster. Really, this time, the deformed monster once again gained the upper hand. However, he underestimated the resilience of the invisible monster. After a brief period of failure, they bravely faced the challenge head-on. The battle between the two became increasingly fierce. But in Bai Yi's eyes, he then showed a satisfied expression. Especially the deformed monsters, they are simply defying the heavens. Not only has their strength improved rapidly, but they also possess remarkable tactical skills. Only such an existence can help oneself. But at this very moment, halfway there, it transformed once again into a hideous and incomparably ferocious body. They charged straight at the invisible monster. Although he has been given a new life, he still enjoys devouring all kinds of corpses. Because only in this way can we improve our strength. Sizzle. This time, the deformed symbiote did not hesitate. He brandished his claws, grabbing at the invisible monster as a fierce gust of wind swept out. A hint of fear flickered in the invisible monster's pupils. However, he no longer has a choice. The deformed symbiote has already set its sights on him. As expected, if he dared to stay in the same spot, he would surely die. But the deformed symbiote did not give up. His mouth parts opened. Wisps of green mist spread out. After spreading out, the mist quickly condensed into a vortex. Chapter 284 One tiger kills two sheep. The time is not yet ripe. 284 One tiger kills two sheep. The time is not yet ripe. Halfway there, it transformed once again into a hideous and incomparably ferocious body. They charged straight at the invisible monster. Although he has been given a new life, he still enjoys devouring all kinds of corpses. Because only in this way can we improve our strength. This time, the deformed symbiote did not hesitate. It swung its claws and reached for the invisible monster. A fierce gust of wind swept out. A hint of fear flickered in the invisible monster's pupils. Then, surprisingly, he turned around and ran away. It is afraid of dying. It is not only afraid of death, but even more afraid of its own cowardice. Now that things have come to this, the only option is to continue fighting. However, now he has no choice but to accept the fate of the deformed symbiote, which has already set its sights on him. If he dares to stay where he is, he will surely die. Sure enough, just after he had leaped 1,000 meters, a giant palm struck down. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. The invisible monster was instantly blasted to death on the spot. But the deformed symbiote did not give up. His mouth parts opened. Wisps of green mist spread out. After spreading out, the mist quickly condensed into a vortex, sucking the invisible monster into its body. And this is just the beginning. The giant maw opened, and it swallowed the nameless monster once again. This time, the invisible monster struggled several times, trying to escape. A system notification tone was emitted. the abnormal symbiont at this time. A layer of green light permeated its entire body, and it became increasingly profound. It's heart-stopping. The deformed symbiote emitted a hoarse voice. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After saying that, his figure vanished instantly. Like a ghost, it pounced directly on the invisible monster. Sharp fangs instantly lunged towards the opponent's neck. Kara, after biting off half of the other person's shoulder, the deformed symbiote finally relented and retreated. The invisible monster, however, remained completely silent. He clearly narrowly escaped death. However, at this very moment, the sight around them caused the deformed symbiote's pupils to shrink. Because, from within the corpse of that nameless monster, a wisp of emerald green gas was slowly condensing, and they quickly merged into one place. Although the monster's body was still completely decayed, however, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly powerful. Just as that emerald green airflow was about to approach the deformed symbiote, the opponent suddenly swung its sharp claws out. It pierced through the airflow in an instant. This moment, the two sides are no longer evenly matched, but rather there is a clear distinction between superior and inferior forces. Bai hadn't expected this either. This mutated symbiote is incredibly powerful. It seems to grow stronger the more it fights. The fight has reached this point. Even if we don't say we're evenly matched with this invisible, nameless monster, we certainly won't lose by too much. Mastering it is not even an adequate description of the current aberrant symbiote. See here, Bai was thinking about how to finally eliminate both sides. After all, only if both monsters are dead can he easily turn them into his shadow minions to expand his power. But now, look at these two guys, they're getting stronger and stronger. I can't help but want to. If Bai can't come up with a way to directly kill these two guys, then he can only wait for these two monsters to keep getting stronger in the battle. If there is no limit to this kind of becoming stronger, whether Bai Guang, with his own strength and the power of the Shadow Army, can kill him remains to be seen. Upon careful consideration, Bai considered the weaknesses of each of the two monsters. The nameless, invisible monster needs no further explanation. It is strong, and simply strong. Its only drawback is that it can only appear during the black time rain. But there's no need to worry about that now. Bai glanced at the sky. It was like a sky full of dark clouds. This black rain could continue for a little while longer without much of a problem. And during this period, that was enough for Bai to kill the nameless invisible monster and the mutated symbiote. And between these two monsters, the struggle continues. Even though the cause of the battle was somewhat unreasonable, the fight between the two sides had already reached a point of no return. Although neither side had an absolute reason to kill the other. But, having fought to this extent, the ferocity of these two monsters has been unleashed. The idea of making peace directly and ceasing hostilities is basically impossible. As it stands now, the aberrant symbiote might become even more powerful, and it's not certain that it will be able to fight to the very end. But, Bai did have the idea of eliminating the other party. They wanted to kill the other person. That basically means using weaker shadow minions to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Because this mutated symbiote will only evolve through battles with the strong. On the contrary, if this aberrant symbiote keeps fighting weaker beings, its abilities will continue to degenerate. It's strange, but the aberrant symbiote itself, and its bizarre ability to constantly evolve in battle, are also very strange. In comparison, it's not so strange that the abilities of this mutated symbiote would gradually degenerate when it fought against weaker beings. But, what Bai is doing now hasn't reached the point of killing two sheep with one tiger. The battle between the two monsters. Ultimately, we still have to continue. If this continues, I suppose that invisible, nameless monster will eventually be defeated. Although this aberrant symbiote wasn't particularly powerful at first, its regenerative and evolutionary abilities were truly bizarre. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are in an invincible position. If you want to kill it, you really can only use something weaker than it to suppress it with sheer numbers. I think so. This invisible, nameless monster does not possess that quality. Bai carefully examined the scene from a distance, thinking quietly. Ultimately, this battle between the two sides will only benefit themselves, and there is unlikely to be anything too bad happening. And now, the black rain continued to fall. The battle between the aberrant symbiote and the nameless, invisible monster continues. They showed some form. On the other side, the mutated symbiote's half-beast appearance was indeed quite bizarre. The battle between the two continues, and it seems inevitable that they will fight to the death. This battle will determine who is superior and who will live or die. Only, as things stand now, it seems that the aberrant symbiote may fight to the end and become the winner of this battle. But it was something it couldn't have imagined. Beyond this battle, another conspiracy awaits it. Chapter 285 The Shadow Army makes its move. A barrage of commentary. 285 Shadow Army strikes. A barrage of attacks. As time went on, both sides became increasingly frantic. An unnamed monster roared to the sky. Its skin cracked open, revealing jet-black scales. At the same time, its tail was also wagging constantly. It looked incredibly ferocious. It's even a little scary. And at that very moment, Bai also noticed this scene. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Since you won't let me have an easy time, then you shouldn't expect to live either. The next moment, he shouted, "Prepare for action." The words had barely left his mouth. Excitement gleamed on the faces of the group of Shadow's subordinates. They had followed Bai for a long time and had never seen him so excited. The deformed symbiote then turned and charged towards the nameless monster. At this moment, it had lost all the caution it had shown on the eve of battle. It was as if they had found their goal. He threw out both fists, which slammed directly into the nameless monster. In an instant, blood blossoms bloom. The massive impact caused a section of the opponent's chest to cave in, and this impact was far more damaging than any previous attack. With continuous battles, the strength of the aberrant symbiote is also constantly increasing. From initially being easily killed by nameless, invisible monsters, to now undergoing 2 rebirths and being able to inflict considerable damage on them. The progress is truly astonishing. Bai also observed this scene. It's hard to imagine. Imagine the power of this mutated symbiote if it were transformed into a minion of the Shadow. If all of Shadow's subordinates are like this, Bai could basically level up easily by AFK, instantly becoming a top-tier professional. But, so far, neither of them has died. Bai is waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. And now, the nameless, invisible monster was severely injured, and its body was even slightly mutilated. Bai glanced over at it. The exploration has resumed. B. T. Level. HP. 47W6660/1 21W6660. Base attack power. Equipment. Skill. It's the same principle. Basically, he is only a few levels higher than Bai himself. That's why you see this strange panel data, which is full of question marks. However, there are exceptions. Just like the previous decline panel, it's full of question marks. Oh, the injuries are quite serious. Bai looked at the data on the panel and smiled. He had a premonition that the time to make a move was approaching. But, as things stand at the moment, there's no need to rush. Making a move too early won't bring any significant benefits. And now, the battle between the nameless, invisible monster and the mutated symbiote continues unabated. They fought each other. It seems they have reverted to their original barbaric behavior. Only, in the ongoing battles, as the mutated symbiote gained the upper hand, it never evolved any more abilities. Perhaps, even if they are not formidable enemies, as long as they are evenly matched, the aberrant symbiote still cannot unleash its full potential. Facing the weak, the aberrant symbiote will actually become weaker. Facing an equal or a formidable enemy, the aberrant symbiote will not change much. It can only unleash its full potential when facing a powerful enemy. But this is exactly what Bai wanted to see. He didn't want the mutated symbiote to get any stronger. If its power became too terrifying, it would give him a headache. After all, if it's too strong, it means the opponent isn't so easy to kill. It's not that easy to kill. The emergence of Shadow's subordinates will likely be delayed, which will make Bai's objectives somewhat limited. But, as it stands now, the time to make a move is probably coming soon. As the aberrant symbiote continued its attack, the invisible, nameless monster gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Once a disadvantage arises, then the balance of power in the overall battle will tilt to one side. The battle between the two monsters was extremely brutal. A battle entirely driven by instinct and savagery is like two trapped beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle. The winner is the one who can continue to live. And the losers, even if they cannot escape death, they will simply return to dust and ashes, disappearing from this instance. Only, there will definitely be a third party involved in this battle. And that person, that is, Bai. Let's do it. Bai, in the distance, shared the view with his shadow subordinates. After seeing the change in the situation, he immediately gave orders. Once this order was issued, all of Shadow's minions were mobilized and immediately surrounded and attacked the invisible monster and the mutated symbiote. Only, this time, however, the Shadow's primary target was no longer the aberrant symbiote. It's an invisible monster. This was also Bai Yi's idea, since the invisible monster was related to the clues of the second key. If it dies at the hands of someone else, Bai Yi will also find it very troublesome. And now, the nameless, invisible monster had its health reduced to below 200,000 due to the massive damage it had suffered from the mutated symbiote. This amount of blood may sound like a lot, but for the thousands of shadow minions, a few hundred of them could easily kill him with a few attacks in turn. If it was during its peak period, that means the invisible monster will definitely be able to launch a counterattack, and it's even possible that it will escape after the battle is interrupted. But both sides are showing signs of weakness, becoming powerless, or perhaps it's a final, desperate struggle. Between these states, they may unleash their full potential in battle, or they may be dragged down by their battered bodies. It's obvious. The sudden arrival of the Shadow Army caused both sides to immediately weaken. It was originally full of fighting spirit. A significant portion of it was instantly dispersed. And now, countless shadow minions rushed forward and surrounded the two monsters. The main target of the Shadow Army. It was a nameless, invisible monster with low health. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of attacks swept across the land in an instant. That wasn't the weak, ranged attack of the aberrant symbiote. It was genuine, deadly damage. Although each attack doesn't deal much damage to the nameless, invisible monster. But there are just too many of them. In just a moment, the barrage of attacks created a barrage of bullets. Like a heavy snowfall, it even overshadowed the eerie black time rain within the instance. In an instant, countless attacks struck the nameless, invisible monster, inflicting a fatal blow. Chapter 286 Unfamiliar Memories. Location of the second key revealed. 286 Unfamiliar Memories. Location of the second key revealed. Almost simultaneously, countless attacks were already upon his face. No matter how powerful this nameless, invisible monster is, it is all in vain. It cannot stop these attacks. Even if each of these attacks doesn't cause fatal damage, the sheer number of them is undeniable. That alone was enough to instill fear in this nameless, invisible monster. Now, countless attacks flashed by, instantly striking the nameless, invisible monster. Whoosh. Boom dash. Boom dash. Explosions and roars continued to ring out, and dust was constantly being kicked up around the area. The scene quickly descended into utter chaos. Bai could easily see the health bar decreasing through his vision. It can be said that it has been a resounding success. Almost immediately, the nameless, invisible monster sent a message. But it wasn't the message it was conveying, but rather the lament sung by the professional system for it. Instance, Island of Suffering. Level, 42 to 50. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations on the kill. B. T. Experience gained, 999 W, 2333. Bai was taken aback by the wealth of experience he had gained. Although I had a premonition. However, this experience is enough to rival that of any previous professional player who reached level 80 or above. And now, it was time to examine the clues for the second key. Bai believed her premonition. When a person is a pure person, not controlled by complicated desires, he can trust his instincts. That subconscious action is a choice made jointly by the body and fate. Now, Bai waved his hand. Countless shadow armies then escorted the mutated symbiote out, accompanied by a fierce battle. Certainly, among these, Bai did not send out any overly powerful shadow subordinates. Otherwise he feared that this mutated symbiote would continue to evolve and become invincible. As long as it is attacked by these shadow minions that are weaker than it, then this mutated symbiote can only have its health gradually whittled down. Even its prized regenerative abilities cannot withstand more than a few dozen repetitions. What will happen to the aberrant symbiote after it has been consumed dozens of times? It's still a dead end. Only, Bai Yi's thoughts were no longer on this, but rather on the dead, nameless, invisible monster. The first key. It was obtained by Bai Yi from Decline, and it was also this kind of nameless monster. But this operation might be a little different again. Now, Bai Yi stared at the corpse of the nameless, invisible monster, its form appearing and disappearing in the distance. If it weren't for the substances secreted by the mutated symbiote outlining part of the shape of this nameless, invisible monster, Bai Yi might not have been able to see it at all. Just as Bai Yi approached, he felt a strange burning sensation in his right hand. It felt like being immersed in boiling water. When this feeling arises, Time seemed to slow down considerably around us. Bai could even see it clearly. The raindrops falling in the surrounding black time seemed to slow down, as if everything had been slowed down. Bai had some doubts, although what was happening before his eyes was not so unbelievable. But that was enough to leave Bai confused about the reason. Could it be? This is the second key. Suddenly, a pattern began to appear on Bai's right hand, which was the mark of the very first key. The pattern flickered and dimmed, its light changing unpredictably. I don't know when it started. Time instantly returned to normal, and the rain continued to fall, as usual. Just then, Bai seemed to have a premonition, as if a certain direction was drawing him in from the shadows. The reason for everything. It arises spontaneously in the mind. It appeared in Bai's mind like an illusion. When fantasy arrives, 3 keys have appeared in reality, revealing the root of a mystery. The first key. It caused spatial fluctuations, settled in the instance, Honolulu, and triggered the birth of decline. The second key. It caused a time fluctuation, initially landing on this instance, island of suffering, triggering a mutation. The central lake was polluted. This caused it to become a black swamp with the implication of time. The nameless, invisible monster was unconsciously born under the influence of the black swamp of time and the second key. But a long time passed. The second key has not yet been absorbed by the invisible monster. Or rather, the nameless, invisible monster born under the influence of the second key was not qualified to control the key itself. Much later, the second key exhibited spatial fluctuations that were not of its own. These fluctuations resonated with those of the first key. Then, the second key was taken to another instance, an extremely high-level instance. I wanted to be there, trying to find something that I could absorb. And the third key. We've arrived here. The images in Bai's mind vanished instantly, and he returned to normal. This is an illusion. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it also felt like just a moment. Now, when Bai came to her senses, she discovered that she had an extra memory that did not belong to her. These memories will not have a significant impact on him. On the contrary, it might even bring him some benefits. For example, the real clue to the second key. I see. Bai stood there, stunned, as if talking to himself. If an ordinary person were here, they would probably just think that Bai had gone mad. But only Bai himself knew that after he came into contact with the corpse of the nameless, invisible monster, he gained an extra segment of memory. I got a position. A very detailed location. That was the location of a dungeon, a very high-level dungeon. This level of copy. Bai usually wouldn't be allowed to enter if he wanted to level up, because his current level was already fixed. If the levels of professionals differ too much, they are basically not allowed to enter high-level dungeons, since in the eyes of ordinary people, that is practically the same as committing suicide. And now, the instance location that Bai obtained was an extremely high-level instance. But I only know the general information. I will only have a clear understanding once I actually get there. Only, at this moment, Bai has already made a firm decision about everything. I'm going. We absolutely must go. A faint smile played on Bai's lips. He knew perfectly well that the second key was within reach. Even if you have the keys right in front of your mouth, you won't take them. This is simply outrageous. Chapter 287 Ability Decline, Mutual Restraint. 287. Ability Decline, Mutual Generation and Restraint. But we need to plan carefully before seizing the second key. We cannot act rashly. After all, although I now know some information about that copy, but Bai was still not entirely confident. The most urgent task. The goal is to acquire stronger shadow minions and then conquer that dungeon. At this time, Bai had a certain idea in mind. He wanted to kill the mutated symbiote. Now, the mutated symbiote, surrounded and attacked by a group of low-level shadow minions, found it somewhat difficult to escape. But this is quite reasonable, considering that the number of those shadow subordinates has reached nearly 1,000, which can only be described as overwhelming. That number is simply too many. There were so many that the aberrant symbiotes lost their sense of direction. Regardless of the direction, one glance was all it took to see was a vast swarm of shadowy minions. Besides, even the general topography of the entire island is barely visible. No way. There are simply too many of Shadow's minions, so the aberrant symbiote's strength hasn't declined that quickly. At this moment, this aberrant symbiote still maintains a very high level of power. At least, it is the strength to kill one's own shadow once in several rounds. However, if this drags on any longer, things aren't so sure. And now, Under the relentless onslaught of the shadow minions, the mutated symbiote seemed to have nowhere to escape. No matter where they escaped to. They were all Shadow's minions, an overwhelming number of Shadow's minions, their numbers practically endless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The relentless attacks came crashing down on the mutated symbiote. This is the current situation. The aberrant symbiote still retains its half-animal form. All over the body. The garment resembled neither armor nor animal skin. It had a rather strange feel to it. However, what is known is that layer of defense isn't particularly weak. Despite the countless attacks raining down on the mutated symbiote, it did not suffer any serious damage. But for the shadow minions whose numbers have already become overwhelming, whether or not a single blow can severely injure the mutated symbiote is no longer of great importance. For the shadow's minions, as long as it can break through the defense, that's enough. If the defense can be broken, it means that the attack can harm the mutated symbiote. As long as it can hurt the other party. For those terrifyingly numerous shadow minions that fulfilled all the conditions for killing them. As for other disadvantages, it's completely unimportant now. Anything that can be filled with quantity is hardly a problem. Now, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless attacks came again, but because the mutated symbiote was constantly moving, not all the attacks hit the same place. But such scattered attacks struck the mutated symbiote's body again and again. This caused considerable damage to the mutated symbiote, although its defenses are very strong. But the sheer number of them is still overwhelming. Countless attacks landed on it. It's like slowly cutting off a piece of meat with a very dull knife. Although I could never cut all the meat off each time, and could only make a very small cut each time. But as long as the number of repetitions and the speed reach a certain amount, the meat can be cut off smoothly. And this is the current situation. That's how it is. At this point, the aberrant symbiote began to show a number of wounds on its body. The strange injury was revealed. Surprisingly, there wasn't much blood flowing out, but the damaged parts started to slowly ooze like liquid. Bai witnessed this scene through the eyes of his shadow subordinates. I'm not sure where that is. It was clearly the mutated symbiote's terrifying regenerative ability at work. If it continues to be used without permission, it's possible that they could even recover slowly while still injured. Trouble. Bai clicked his tongue. Although it wasn't to the point of giving him a headache, it still made him feel quite troubled. This aberrant symbiote. The ability to recover is also quite troublesome. But this was exactly what Bai had expected. If this aberrant symbiote can recover, let it continue to recover. It's just going to drag on. Let's see who can outlast the other. Anyway, this aberrant symbiote needs to eat to replenish its energy, so it can't be like a perpetual motion machine that never stops. Such a perpetual motion machine exists. Bai had only met one person. That is one's own destined shadow. But, strictly speaking, this is not so absolute. As long as Bai's original body dies, his natal shadow will also disappear. Thinking about it that way, it can hardly be considered a permanent existence. Thinking about this, Bai was somewhat relieved. Even one's own shadow has weaknesses, so how could this mutated symbiote possibly be an all-rounder? And so it is. The shadow minions attacked in droves, relentlessly assaulting the mutated symbiote. Since this mutated symbiote can neither be attacked nor retreated to any further, it is now impossible to defeat it. They were immediately caught in a dilemma. And, after being besieged, this mutated symbiote, lacking a powerful opponent, did not evolve any more powerful abilities. Even, its ability to release lightning, flames, and poisonous mist has also begun to gradually diminish. From the very beginning of unlimited release, the frequency and number of times it is released have decreased, and now it can only be released once in critical moments. How embarrassing. It's hard to believe that the entity that was previously dominating that nameless, invisible monster has now become like this. See here. Bai did recall a word. Mutual generation and mutual restraint. But that's not entirely accurate. If it were this vast army of thousands of shadows that were to attack, they might not be able to kill the invisible, nameless monster before their numbers were exhausted. However, if we only target this aberrant symbiote, these thousands of shadow troops did serve as a direct deterrent. This left the mutated symbiote utterly bewildered and unable to advance or retreat. At this time, the aberrant symbiote is like a machine gun. They wreaked havoc among the shadowy army. Only, its kill count is quite limited. If it fails to kill a shadow minion in a single strike, the shadow subordinates would either be immediately replaced by their natal shadow using shadow swap, or they would directly escape into the shadow kingdom to recover. At worst, even if it is killed instantly by the mutated symbiote, that's nothing to the overall Shadow Army. Something like that. Even if the aberrant symbiote killed 1,000 more times, it would probably take 1,000 more to completely annihilate the entire Shadow Army. Chapter 288 Obtaining Items, The Birth of the Three Shadows. 288 Acquire items, 3 shadows emerge. And, while the attacks of the aberrant symbiote itself are powerful, they are no longer capable of mowing down enemies indiscriminately. After all, even the lowest level minions of these shadows are at least level 60, even if the difference between it and the aberrant symbiote is huge. But, they are unlikely to be instantly killed. If they survive a single blow, they can escape and quickly return to the battle. Bai Yi has already upgraded to this level of Shadow Kingdom, so his recovery ability is self-evident. Anyone who enters the Shadow Kingdom is a shadowy subordinate. Not only can it rapidly increase strength, but it also heals injuries extremely quickly. Even if you are on the verge of death, any shadow minion entering the Shadow Kingdom can quickly recover from injuries and be ready to rejoin the battlefield almost instantly. This terrifying regenerative ability, compared to the current aberrant symbiotes, while it may not be as advanced, it is at least roughly the same. Now, countless shadow armies are still besieging the mutated symbiote. This battle, it will probably take quite some time. After all, the battle wasn't about how many injuries the aberrant symbiote sustained, but rather about when its abilities would regress. If its recovery ability deteriorates, then they would inevitably be annihilated by the Shadow Army. Take advantage of this time. Bai Yi intends to directly take control of a new wave of shadow subordinates. The materials are nothing more than the same few. The 3 men who arrived were the gunsmith Ryan Remitz, the Straits Guardian Johnny Tapp, and the Knight of the Round Table Garahad. And there's the corpse of this nameless, invisible monster. Only, the mutated symbiote is still possessing the corpse of gunsmith Ryan Remitz, so it's temporarily out of control. But, the other corpse materials alone are enough for Bai Yi to use shadow extraction to summon new shadow minions. Thinking about this, several high-level shadow subordinates stepped out. The Shadow Naga King, the Shadow of Destiny, the Half-Dragon, and the 100 Demons appeared. They collected the bodies and placed them in front of Bai Yi. Thinking about it, Bai Yi did not act as usual, but instead searched for the items belonging to Johnny, the Straits Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table. After the professional dies, the storage backpack will be in a semi-open state. If there are other professions, it means that it can be opened, something that other professionals couldn't do while they were alive. Certainly, there are some exceptions. For example, professional thieves or master thieves, or professionals who have acquired thieving skills such as Flying Dragon Cloud Piercing Hand, for some reason. It is still possible to open the storage backpack of other professions while they are alive. The probability of that is very small. It also has little to do with Bai Yi now. His current thoughts. They opened the 2 people's storage backpacks and took out the items and props. With a casual wave of his hand, Bai Yi then retrieved all the items and equipment from the corpses of Johnny, the Straight Guardian, and Garahad, the Knight of the Round Table. They took everything out. The items were scattered all over the place, making it look very cluttered. Bai Yi glanced over, and all the item information appeared. Item, Straight Cloak. Quality, Green Plus. Durability, 120/149. Effect, can cut through wind, waves, and seawater, keeping them from getting on the body. Brief description, the outfit is alright. Item, Thief's Blindfold. Quality, Green Plus. Durability, 78/149. Effect, wearing this item grants a temporary vision enhancement buff upon removal. Each time you put it on and remove it, it consumes 1 point of durability. Note, you absolutely cannot bring 2 of them, otherwise, you won't be able to see them. Item, Compass. Quality, Green Plus. Durability, 801/980. Effect, when held in your hand, it will point to what you want most, but it's not very accurate. Synopsis. Want to become a legendary pirate? You'll also need a ship in a bottle, a musket with only 1 bullet left, and unparalleled courage. Bai Yi glanced at it. These things are hardly of any use. It seems so. Of the 3, the one with the most formidable apparent strength, Johnny Tapp, the Straits Guardian, actually has the worst props. Placed among ordinary people, it's like being the strongest of the 3, but also the poorest. Compared to equipment and props, the other 2 are much better than the Straits Guardian, Johnny Tekken. The gunsmith with the most props, Ryan Rainey's, is not included. Among the 3, the Knight of the Round Table, Garahad, had the best equipment and items. But that was the only piece of equipment that could catch Bai Yi's eye. That's the one. The sword held in the hands of Galhade, a knight of the Round Table, and treasured as a precious gem. The iron sword. The sword in the stone. It was a long sword that was neither too long nor too short, just the right length, but it looked as if it had been carved from stone. It is completely different from the sword in the stone in the story. The sword in the story is a sword trapped in a stone, which only a qualified king can pull out. But the sword in the stone before us is exactly what appears to be a stone carving. It's really not that high-end. But Bai Yi glanced over, and the professional system immediately provided the following information. Item, sword in the stone. Quality, purple plus. Durability, 11451/11500. Attack power, 8000 plus. Mental strength. Description, the stronger your belief, the stronger its attack power. Of course, there are limits, otherwise a psychopath would just chop down gods, haha. Bai Yi looked at the introduction. My eye twitched involuntarily. This professional system seems to become more and more human-like as the user's level increases. But after thinking about it, Bai Yi shook his head again. Perhaps he was overthinking things. These things don't matter. Now, the most crucial step is using shadow extraction. Bai Yi didn't make many unnecessary movements. It's still that same phrase that's been used countless times. Stand up. As soon as he finished speaking, with the casting of shadow extraction, the straight guardian, Johnny special approval, the knight of the Round Table, Galahad, and the nameless invisible monster corpse all moved. Then I saw it. The surrounding shadows instantly became restless. The shadows took the shape of a pool of water, and the three shadows instantly created ripples. Immediately, three figures rose directly from the ground, emerging from those ripples of shadow. They are Shadow Stealth Beast, Guardian of the Shadow Strait, Knights of the Round Table and Shadows. They abandoned their original names and were all categorized under the names assigned by the professional system. Chapter 289, Calculating the Aberrant Symbiote. Things are about to be done. 289 Scheme against the Aberrant Symbiote is about to end. As usual, Bai Yi glanced over and saw the information about these three new shadow subordinates appear. First, this is the Shadow Invisible Beast that Bai Yi values highly. After all, it was transformed from that nameless invisible monster. Shadow Minion, Shadow Invisible Beast. Level, unable to be determined. HP, 321W388900/321W38900. Overall attack power, 114,000. Equipment, none. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, A rank, Invisibility, B rank, Bite. Upon seeing the actual data, Bai Yi's expectations completely vanished. From the data, this Shadow Invisible Beast wasn't particularly powerful, but its unpredictable level piqued Bai Yi's interest. This shadowy subordinate. It is indeed quite different. Among all the shadow subordinates, only the extreme path has declined. They are all unable to be judged. In Bai Yi's view, perhaps this is related to the fact that the corpses of their predecessors were not naturally generated copies. The decline of the Yakuza was due to the creation of the first key. The invisible, nameless monster was created because of the second key. Their appearance. None of them are really related to the dungeon. They were all created because of the special existence of the key. So, it's not a big deal that the professional system can't judge their level. And now, Bai Yi shifted his gaze to the other two. Shadow Minion, Guardian of the Shadow Strait. Rank, SS, upgraded. Level, 85. HP, 210W1800/210W1800. Base attack power, 37,000 plus. Equipment, none. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, SS rank, Power of the Sea. S rank, Anchored Sea. S rank, Sea God's Possession. B rank, Guardian of Hope. B rank. Shadow Minions, Shadow Knights of the Round Table. Rank, SS. Level, 84. HP, 198W9900/198W9900. Base attack power, 45,000 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, SS rank, Trader Hero. S rank, Energy Accumulation. B rank, Knight's Code. B rank. Seeing these figures, Bai Yi wasn't particularly surprised. Although in terms of strength, these three shadow subordinates have far surpassed him. But it didn't cause much of a stir with Bai Yi. If Bai Yi has the same strength, then we can be somewhat pleased. But If this were placed on one of the Shadow's subordinates, it wouldn't evoke much emotion in Bai. After all, there are, if not countless, shadow minions more powerful than these three. So, Bai didn't say much about the strength of these three new shadow subordinates. He glanced at all the equipment on the ground. Bai didn't like it. He then said, "Take it." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Straight Guardian and Shadow Round Table Knight bent down and picked up the scattered equipment and items, equipping them on themselves. The equipment present, only the sword in the stone, could catch Bai Yi's eye. Unfortunately, that's the case. Bai Yi already possesses an extremely powerful weapon, Twilight, so he has no need to use this sword in the stone, rather than leaving it here. Alternatively, you could leave it to gather dust in your storage bag, or convert it into money. But it's better to just hand it over to the Shadow Knights of the Round Table. So, it can be considered a unique way of returning something to its rightful owner. If given to them, it would be far superior to their own derived shadow weapons, if not the best example of that. Moreover, the special property of this sword in the stone is that the stronger one's will is when holding it, the higher its attack power becomes. I don't know. What kind of power can a shadowy subordinate with absolute obedience and absolute loyalty unleash in one's hands? But one thing is certain. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table, wielding this sword in the stone, could unleash an attack far greater than their predecessor, the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad. Even the strongest will of a human being has its limits. But the Shadow's men are different. They have transcended the realm of humanity. They only know how to obey the commands of the Shadow King. That's it. This is enough to prove that their will far surpasses that of the Knights of the Round Table, Galahad. Here, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Shadow Straight Guardians were all equipped with items from their predecessors, further enhancing their combat capabilities. The only thing that matters to Bai Yi right now, that is, to get rid of that mutated symbiote. If this is accomplished, therefore, Bai Yi's purpose in staying in this instance has been fully achieved, and there is no need for him to stay here any longer. Now, through vision sharing, Bai Yi saw the mutated symbiote that was still being besieged. The aberrant symbiote is still holding on. Even without eating during this period, it still maintains its recovery ability. Bai Yi gave it some thought. Bai Yi now, you can simply leave the instance. After a while, the mutated symbiote might perish from the prolonged attack. But Bai Yi subconsciously felt uneasy doing this. This feeling, it's like a demon king, or the mastermind behind the scenes. He deliberately sends his subordinates to level up the protagonist, then ignores them, assuming that his subordinates can kill the protagonist with 100% certainty, and thus he can rest easy. Then I turned around. The protagonist defeats the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 demon generals along the way, successfully leveling up to a level even higher than the demon king himself. Then, it was only natural to kill the demon king. This kind of scene. The image lingered in Bai Yi's mind for a long time, making him somewhat uneasy. No, we can't just let this go unchecked. What if something unexpected happens here if I just leave like this? Let's finish this quickly. After thinking it over, Bai Yi immediately made a decision. Now, Bai Yi then came up with another idea. Doesn't this aberrant symbiote rely on parasitism? Then Bai Yi will just deliberately prevent it from parasitizing. After thinking about it, Bai Yi waved his hand, directly ordering a group of shadow subordinates to go there. They were all the last batch of high-level shadow subordinates left behind. They are all incredibly strong. They could be considered among the highest-ranking members who followed Bai Yi, or perhaps they were already of a high rank and were recruited by Bai Yi to become his subordinates. But Bai Yi let them pass. It wasn't actually meant to kill the mutated symbiote. Bai Yi was also deeply familiar with the characteristics of the aberrant symbiote. If the fight were to happen and trigger the evolutionary ability of the mutated symbiote, Bai Yi would really have a headache. Chapter 290 Slaughtering the Mutant Symbiote and Stopping Evolution. 290. Suppress the aberrant symbiotes and stop evolution. So, Bai Yi then sent this group of shadow subordinates over. They ganged up on them one by one, until the aberrant symbiote is eliminated. In that case, that saved a lot of trouble. Certainly, there are also some dangers. For example, when this group of shadow minions ganged up on the metamorphosis symbiote, if this symbiote suddenly gains an extra ability and uses a skill. In this way, Bai Yi couldn't guarantee that. Will his shadow henchmen be injured? Will any of them die? But, even if some of Shadow's henchmen die, it doesn't matter much. After all, what Bai Yi has in abundance right now is his shadow subordinates. These thousands of numbers are enough to take a very, very long time. But, even if some of these shadow minions were hit and killed, Bai Yi could also send new shadow subordinates to replace him. With just one shadow minion, the damage could be easily made up for, making this operation even more successful. Certainly, Bai Yi's plan can only be used as a last resort. If used now, it may not be able to achieve its best effect. So, Bai Yi's meaning is very simple. That means using the strongest attack method to smash its head. Then, let it die forever. Certainly, all of this must be predicated on ensuring that the mutated symbiote does not develop into an even more dangerous and terrifying state. Otherwise, such attacks can still have serious consequences. Rumble. At Bai Yi's command, the shadow minions charged toward the mutated symbiote in unison. The aberrant symbiote also noticed the movements of these shadow minions. Turn around immediately. They saw a large group of Bai Yi's men rushing over. Instantly, the aberrant symbiote also roared in anger. It roared. A wave crashed. It echoed within this shadowy space. The shadow minions that charged toward the mutated symbiote showed no fear upon hearing the roar. Instead, they howled with even greater excitement. Hoo hoo hoo. The roars echoed throughout the space, making them clearly audible to Bai Yi. These shadow minions. They all possess extremely high combat power. Even so, they also wouldn't allow the aberrant symbiotes to have an excessive fighting spirit, nor would they stimulate their evolutionary abilities. At this point, this pleased Bai Yi greatly. And Bai Yi's plan. The solution was to first address the evolutionary capabilities of the aberrant symbiote, thus significantly reducing its strength. In this way, even if the aberrant symbiote retains a great deal of power, he was no longer afraid. And this method, it is also the quickest and most effective way. On the other side, the Shadow Straight Guardian, the Shadow Stealth Beast, and the Shadow Round Table Knights walked together to the side of the aberrant symbiote. This time, the Shadow Knight of the Round Table swung his shadow sword at the aberrant symbiote. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table went straight for the punch. A loud bang. The attacks of the Shadow Round Table sword and the Shadow Round Table Knights clashed almost instantly. At the moment the two forces intersected, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table simultaneously felt the force of the opponent's attack rebound. Such a powerful recoil force. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table were somewhat surprised. This was a test. Bai Yi did not allow them to participate in the operation to kill the mutated symbiote, fearing that the three of them would instead stimulate the mutated symbiote's combat capabilities. You need to know, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table are far more powerful than the Knights of the Round Table, Gara had. But it is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand. And now, it was actually bounced back by this strange force. This is truly the first time I've encountered such a situation. After all, Bai Yi's subordinates are his true trump card. And these subordinates. Finding these subordinates was no easy task. This is a rare opportunity. Bai Yi naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. No. Then Bai Yi gave the orders. Shadow's men swiftly rushed towards the location of the mutated symbiote. And seeing this scene, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table present all showed expressions of shock. What's going on? They were fully aware of the actions of the Shadow's subordinates. These subordinates are no ordinary monsters. They had always been trained to be the Shadow King's subordinates. Loyalty. That is far more precious than loyalty. And right now, this group of subordinates is actually going to kill the mutated symbiotes. So, Bai Yi's meaning is very simple. His goal is to use these experts to restrain the mutated symbiote, put immense pressure on it, and even completely annihilate it. That's fine. All I need to do is keep them occupied, and I'll just observe from a distance. Bai Yi then focused his attention on the mutated symbiote in the distance, which was fighting a group of monsters. And Bai Yi's gaze. This attracted the attention of the aberrant symbiote. It has to be said, this aberrant symbiote is indeed quite powerful. Even Bai Yi. He wanted to easily eliminate one of them using his own strength. Or a symbiotic entity. That is by no means an easy task. It will take a lot of effort. And, I am afraid, Bai Yi's advantage is gone. However, Bai Yi did not panic because of this. On the contrary, Bai Yi's fighting spirit, however, grew even stronger. The more the merrier. Only the mutated symbiote can unleash the full combat power of these shadow minions. While thinking this to himself, Bai Yi was also talking. He continued to unleash his skills. So, Bai Yi told them to just kill a small monster. Little monsters is a term used by this group of people. This is not a problem. Bai Yi watched as his shadow subordinates disappeared before his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. These shadowy subordinates are all his trump cards. So many years have passed. Bai Yi can finally do some things she wants to do. This time, the little monster was something Bai Yi planned to use to test the waters. whether my guess is correct or not. After all, Bai couldn't guarantee it. So, Bai then decided to send this group of shadow subordinates out. On the one hand, it was for the purpose of experimentation, and on the other hand, but it was also to test the shadow subordinates. If the shadow subordinates are indeed as Bai predicted, then this test can be said to have completely achieved Bai's expectations. Bai can now leave this instance without any burden. Bai watched the departing figures of the group of shadow subordinates and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai thought to himself, immediately, let's test the limits of this aberrant symbiote. You guys keep an eye on things. That's all. Bai rushed out directly towards the mutated symbiote. Chapter 291, a coordinated attack to slowly wear them down. 291 attacked together, slowly wearing them down. Meanwhile, on this side, upon receiving Bai's order, the group of shadow subordinates all showed expressions of surprise. However, they did not hesitate at all. Standing atop the distant treetops, pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Bai's every move, watching as one shadowy subordinate after another relentlessly surrounded and killed the mutated symbiote. They were afraid that something might go wrong. But, even if something went wrong, it was all within Bai's expectations. This action was not too unexpected for him. This kind of thing, they've seen it before too. Only, and this, it can be considered an extreme act of adventure. But Bai didn't care. His target is the aberrant symbiote. His goal was to remove the body of gunsmith Ryan Remitz, who was possessed by the aberrant symbiote. In this way, this mutated symbiote then becomes difficult to grow. Without the parasitic corpse, this mutated symbiote loses its foundation. It's like beef noodles without flour, or rice noodles without rice. And Bai's strength can be fully displayed here. Even if that mutated symbiote is incredibly powerful, it's no match for Bai. Thinking about it, in less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the shadow army then arrived in front of the aberrant symbiote. So, Bai then instructed them to help the shadow subordinates prepare everything here. In this way, and, after all, Bai's plan was to wipe out all the monsters in the entire dungeon, and even the entire area. This is how it is now. Most of the instance has been cleared. They have transformed into shadow minions, and are besieging the mutated symbiote, which is exactly what Bai wanted to see. It seems we're starting to make some progress. However, it's not easy to quickly pull out the body of gunsmith Ryan Remitz. Bai chuckled softly, but then his eyebrows furrowed. At this moment, I felt like everything was under my control. After all, Bai couldn't guarantee whether the mutated symbiote would mutate into an even more powerful being when he killed it. In that case, Bai is in trouble now. So, Bai still intended to keep them under his watchful eye. Then, Bai also sent his shadow subordinates to the front lines to eliminate all the enemies. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the roars of the aberrant symbiote, the Shadow Strait Guardians and Shadow Minions all began to unleash their strongest power, launching a bombardment attack on everything around them. This is still a test. If it weren't far more powerful than the aberrant symbiote, it might still be impossible to induce its evolution. If so, what about ranged attacks? Is the condition for this aberrant symbiote to evolve really that it only needs to be attacked by an entity stronger than itself to successfully evolve and become stronger? Bai was testing the waters. Discovering a pattern would allow him to kill the aberrant symbiotes more easily. But the Shadow Strait Guardians and Shadow Minions are very powerful. However, it still had little effect on these aberrant symbiotes that possessed both superhuman defensive capabilities and superhuman regenerative abilities. In just a short while. So, Bai immediately ordered all his subordinates to deal with this mutated symbiote. Kill them one by one. Constant refinement. As long as they are continuously killed, the evolutionary ability of the aberrant symbiote will gradually decline. That will be their opportunity. One person. Perhaps they are not afraid of an army. Even, he could also rout the army and then escape with the rest of his men. But, if you divide your men into dozens of squads, each squad is responsible for an enemy army. At that time, the army would then be dispersed one by one, once the formation is broken up. Therefore, even if they are high-level shadow subordinates, they would still find it extremely difficult to withstand an enemy several times their size. At that time, it seems even escaping will be difficult for them. We'll do everything we can to take this damn guy down. The Knights of the Shadow Round Table and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait all nodded in agreement. Then they rushed toward the location of the mutated symbiote. Upon seeing this, Bai couldn't help but frown slightly. These shadowy subordinates are indeed very powerful. But They are not Bai Yi after all. And Bai Yi couldn't rely on them either. They were, after all, merely minions of the shadows. What Bai Yi needs to do now is to use these shadow minions to restrain the mutated symbiote's movements, to prevent the aberrant symbiote from catching up. As for those shadow subordinates who had gone to distant places, Bai Yi also had a plan. Soon, Bai Yi then saw many of Shadow's subordinates. And that monster was the mutated symbiote that had previously clashed with Bai Yi. So, Bai Yi only sent them over to buy some time, wait for the right moment, and create opportunities for them. Upon receiving Bai Yi's instructions, the shadow subordinates also sprang into action. You guys go first and take out that mutated symbiote. Remember, primarily use procrastination. Upon hearing this, the shadow subordinates responded in unison. Immediately afterwards, they quickly rushed into the swarm of aberrant symbiotes, surrounded them, and launched a frenzied offensive. Roar dash. Facing these shadow minions, the aberrant symbiote roared and responded defiantly with a series of shrieks. Immediately, Bai Yi then saw that the attacks from the shadow subordinates were beginning to become chaotic and disorganized. The attack from this aberrant symbiote is truly formidable. Bai Yi muttered to himself, but upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This aberrant symbiote is indeed formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Shadow Strait Guardians. This aberrant symbiote survives in a bizarre form. They are not alive. It's not death anymore. They simply possess a special ability that exists between two states. Before that, the aberrant symbiote exists even as a prop. But now, it directly took over the body of gunsmith Ryan Remitz, becoming a living being. They can also continuously grow stronger and evolve through repeated battles. It's just a pity. It has now encountered an army of shadows, whose terrifying numbers and aggressive advance are gradually eroding its will to resist. It cannot evolve, because its opponent has no one stronger than it. Being stronger than it makes it harder to kill. Weaker than it, yet it can be slowly worn down and killed by attacking in groups. That's quite strange. But this world is not lacking in strange and unusual things. Chapter 292 Devouring Genes and Flesh, Mysterious Existence. 292 Devouring Genes and Flesh, a Mysterious Existence. For example, these shadow minions belong to this kind of existence, which is similar to a mutated symbiote or a mutant life form. They are neither living beings. It is not an inanimate object. It is the shadow itself. As long as he's not dead, as long as there is even the slightest trace of consciousness, or even the faintest breath of life, then they can all regain their true nature in the Shadow Kingdom. It is constantly being restored. Roar. Then, amidst the furious roars of the mutated symbiote, those shadow minions finally managed to completely destroy the mutated symbiote's defenses. Rumble. In an instant, the entire battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. Those shadowy henchmen were all sent flying backwards by the blows. It crashed heavily to the ground. Bai Yi looked at the shadowy subordinates. Upon hearing Bai Yi's question, the shadow subordinates responded. Upon hearing the person's reply, Bai Yi nodded. Since that's the case, then you should keep up the good work. You hold it back, Bai Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, the shadowy subordinate was immediately filled with excitement. They didn't expect that. I was just injured. Bai Yi then stepped forward. This aberrant symbiote is no exception. Bai Yi ignored the mutated symbiote. Instead, they continued to watch the shadow minions wage war against this mutated symbiote. Soon, a day has passed. As night fell, Bai Yi also noticed that the mutated symbiote was moving slower and slower. This is because its life force has been completely exhausted by those shadow minions. Surrounding that mutated symbiote were countless shadow minions. As long as the shadow minions continue to attack this aberrant symbiote, therefore, it will never be able to evolve. And if the evolution is successful, this means that, at that time, another high-level fighter has joined Shadow's ranks. But, this moment, its evolution, however, has reached a limit and no longer progresses. Because if we go any further, it will explode completely and be destroyed by those shadow minions. It's like a car. If you keep making it crash, it will turn into scrap metal. However, if you prevent it from being bumped again, it can still be repaired. For example, this mutated symbiote can control these giant black snakes to a certain extent, and its strength can be enhanced by drawing energy from them. The existence of this aberrant symbiote is like a mobile treasure trove. It is so tempting that one would want to devour it whole. This guy doesn't seem to have completed his evolution. However, this makes it difficult for me to take action against him. A series of thoughts flashed through Bai Yi's mind, but they were only fleeting. Bai-Yi quickly calmed down and began to carefully observe the situation before him, and those shadowy subordinates around Bai-Yi. At this time, they then began a frenzied attack on the location of the aberrant symbiote. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Boom boom boom. The ground where the mutated symbiote was located was destroyed under the attack of those shadow knights. It immediately began to shake violently. The mutated symbiotes also let out an angry roar. It was clearly very annoyed. It had been pushed to the brink by Bai-Yi and the others. These strange things. Bai-Yi had seen it all before, so it wasn't anything new to him. He couldn't be bothered with any of that anymore. The most important thing now is to kill this mutated symbiote as soon as possible. At this time, a series of offensives. They all fell upon this mutated symbiote. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds. Suddenly, chunks of flesh and blood appeared on the mutated symbiote. A faint glow even lingered on that flesh and blood, clearly the basic ability of this mutated symbiote. Only, this ability, however, has been completely lost. It is no longer an ordinary monster. Rather, it is a kind of alien species, a monster, capable of devouring. Under Bai-Yi's orders, those shadow minions, disregarding the danger, continued their frenzied attacks. Only, the mutated symbiote seemed to have sensed its own crisis. After suffering extreme damage, it simply turns around. They sped off in the other direction. Clearly, they intend to leave. Trying to leave? It's not that simple. Bai-Yi gave a cold smile. He directly commanded his shadow minions to chase after the mutated symbiote. And himself. They followed in the footsteps of Shadow's men. Countless shadow minions went forward. Its path was blocked. Bai-Yi shook his head. There are still too many unknown things in this world that he cannot understand. Roar, 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 roar. And just then, the aberrant symbiote also let out a series of roars. It was clearly angry. However, even in anger, there was nothing that could be done, because its capabilities have been limited. Roar. After another fierce battle, the mutated symbiote ultimately failed. Just as I expected. Seeing this scene, Bai-Yi couldn't help but smile. Just as he expected, this aberrant symbiote was born from a mysterious entity. And within its body, there must also be that mysterious entity. So, that's why they are so powerful, possessing such incredible evolutionary speed and aggressiveness. It's a pity. The target of that mysterious entity does not seem to be Bai-Yi. So, in Bai-Yi's view, this aberrant symbiote is not that important. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me. So, for example, the monstrous aberrant symbiote. After being wiped out in battle after battle, new aberrant symbiotes will be born again. But, no matter how rare something is, it will eventually be consumed. One day, 1 year, 1 month. Even over a year, they can continuously regenerate a mutated symbiote. This mutated symbiote will grow stronger and stronger, and its combat power will become terrifying. And that's why, when Bai-Yi found out, the reason why aberrant symbiotes can absorb the genes of others and then enhance their combat power by devouring the genes of others. However, now is not the best time. So, Bai-Yi decided to wait and see. Anyway, this time, he also has plenty of time. After all, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. The Shadow Mech's rocket launchers and missiles all landed on the aberrant symbiote. Only, the aberrant symbiote, however, remained completely unharmed. Tisk. That's really strong. Upon seeing this, Bai-Yi couldn't help but click his tongue softly. This aberrant symbiote is really not so easy to deal with. Chapter 293 The Second Key, Better Sooner Than Later. 293 The Second Key, Sooner Rather Than Later. But, there's nothing we can do about it. Its attacks have already reached an extremely powerful level. Bai-Yi is currently powerless against it. But, as long as this mutated symbiote is lured in one direction, it will go to fight its own minions. So, this mutated symbiote is doomed. Thinking about this, Bai-Yi then said to his shadow subordinates, "Lead this aberrant symbiote to the place where we just defeated it." Upon hearing Bai-Yi's words, the shadow subordinates all nodded in agreement. Bai-Yi was very satisfied with her idea. He could tell. The aberrant symbiote won't last much longer. That's all the time we have. It's still worth waiting for. Then, each of them carried its chosen target and flew off in different directions. This mutated symbiote constantly traversed the air, chasing after the shadow minions. They kept launching attacks. However, because the number of shadow subordinates was simply too large, this aberrant symbiote, for the time being, they didn't have much ability to retaliate. This guy does have some skill. In that case, Bai also suddenly leaped up and jumped directly into the sky. In an instant, a series of loud noises followed. These shadow minions are also constantly depleting the mutated symbiote's life points. But as time goes by, for example, the body of this mutated symbiote, it also contains powerful corrosive energy. Once it is corroded, it will directly merge into the body. This would then cause their own strength to increase dramatically. But now, however, he was constantly being slashed and hacked by those shadowy henchmen with swords and blades. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blade pierced the flesh. Fresh blood flowed down. That corrosive energy was also eroding these shadow minions. Only, this corrosive energy invaded their bodies the instant it did. Meanwhile, the shadow minions were emanating waves of energy. Looking at its subordinates, the mutated symbiote immediately flew into a rage. However, at this time, this aberrant symbiote has completely gone mad. Go! Kill this stupid guy! Bai chuckled. Hoo-hoo! The aberrant symbiote roared angrily. Immediately, it opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of black mist, which swept towards these shadow minions. Gas-coated armored toxic fog. Seeing this scene, aberrant symbiote. Moreover, the aberrant symbiote also has a very nice-sounding name. That's called a mutated life form. It is unknown how they were born, but they are able to live parasitically in human bodies. Certainly, all of this might be connected to that mysterious copy, but these things basically have nothing to do with Bai, and their evolution is so rapid that it's hard for most people to believe. Moreover, they are extremely resilient. Even if an arm or leg is cut off, they can grow back very quickly, and in an instant, it exists completely. Inside the body of the aberrant symbiote is a red heart. This red heart is composed of a large amount of blood and biological essence. Energy is plentiful. Certainly. Most importantly, if it encounters a powerful enemy, it can help the aberrant symbiote continuously improve itself. The evolutionary speed of aberrant symbiotes is also accelerating. Its rate of evolution has reached a terrifying level. If this pace continues, they will constantly encounter powerful enemies and evolve continuously. It's estimated that it won't be long before this mutated symbiote becomes a completely perfect being. At that time, even Bai would probably be no match for it. This is what makes the aberrant symbiote so powerful. And now, the weaknesses of the aberrant symbiote were fully exposed. And the weaknesses of this aberrant symbiote. Bai was thinking to herself. Next, we continue to focus on the battle between the Shadow's minions and the aberrant symbiote. As the war continued, this aberrant symbiote is also gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. And just then, abrupt, Bai suddenly saw it. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist appeared beside the mutated symbiote. The black mist slowly emanated from the back of the mutated symbiote. Immediately afterwards, that black mist was clearly a gradually weakening form of the gas armor poison mist. Bai suddenly realized. However, there seems to be an inexplicable force hindering the evolution of this aberrant symbiote in its location. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the aberrant symbiote, it has long since become incomparably powerful. There are always some things in this world that are more terrifying than we imagine. Bai muttered to himself. Since then, Bai has also been studying this issue. Roar. A roar came from the mouth of the mutated symbiote. Then, a deep anger flashed in its eyes. The next second, the stock market exhibits extremely terrifying and unparalleled volatility. It erupted around here with a deafening roar that caused the entire underground to tremble violently. Then, all I could see was, those shadowy subordinates were the ones who suffered from this powerful impact. One by one, they were sent flying backwards. Shadows kept spilling out from their bodies. Seeing this scene, Bai also frowned slightly. But he only frowned. He knew that his plan was close to success. Regardless, he also had to leave quickly. It's better to obtain the second key sooner rather than later. At that time, once those enemies arrive, his shadowy subordinates will surely be plunged into a fierce battle. And this, Bai absolutely did not want to see this. Therefore, his immediate decision was to order his shadow subordinates to charge at the monsters. But, although the shadow's minions are powerful, those mutated symbiotic monsters are also quite powerful. After all, even though the monster was at a disadvantage, it still maintained its dignity. Therefore, the strength of this shadow subordinate is comparable to that of this mutated symbiote. It will still take some effort. This aberrant symbiote is not immortal in essence. It possesses intense destructive power. Only, its power is only SOSO. After all, there are no powerful enemies here. This thing doesn't pose a significant threat to others. But Bai Yi knew this, though. This thing, it is an extremely dangerous entity. And this mutated symbiote tore parts of the nameless, invisible monster's body apart. This kind of thing, not everyone can do that. And Bai Yi, he wasn't a genius, he was just lucky. And now, seeing his men struggling one by one, Bai Yi wasn't particularly worried. After all, now his shadow minions are working hard. Chapter 294 transformed into poisonous mist, another battle against calamity. 294 bodies transformed into poisonous mist, facing yet another calamity. And this aberrant symbiote is one of the strange things among them. A playful smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips as he looked at the mutated symbiote that was being constantly attacked by Shadow's minions. I want to see just how long this thing can last. Bai Yi murmured to himself. This guy appears to be a mutated symbiote. Bai Yi saw this alien species. It looked like a cloud of pitch-black mist. Its appearance is just like the flesh and bones of the mutant symbiote. But inside its chest is a heart. A faint red light still flickered on the heart. This thing doesn't seem to have completely transformed yet. But that's nothing. Everything was going according to Bai Yi's plan. These were not beyond Bai Yi's expectations. Bai Yi squinted and said, I wonder if we can successfully attract its attention this time. That would save a lot of trouble. A sharp glint also appeared in Bai Yi's eyes. He has already made a perfect plan. As long as the mutated symbiote has the guts to step into the trap set by Bai Yi, then Bai Yi can capture them all in one fell swoop. For example, this aberrant symbiote. This aberrant symbiote exists in this world in a special way. Therefore, they cannot be explained by science. And its body, like Mercury, exists tirelessly. Even if it gets injured, it will recover to its original state in an instant. It's like its very lifeblood. Their bodies may gradually decay over time, but they can never disappear. Just like the body of this mutated symbiote, it is a special kind of liquid. Anything that is rotten will be repaired. So, only then can the aberrant symbiote become a perfect, flawless body. Such a body is extremely difficult to kill. Even the Shadow's henchmen would need to put in a lot of effort to kill him. Therefore, at this stage, the situation of this aberrant symbiote has been completely stabilized. Moreover, Bai Yi played a significant role in it. His words, this aberrant symbiote will obey his commands. After all, in his eyes, Bai Yi was now a master of roughly the same level as himself. In this way, these shadow minions can temporarily hold off the mutated symbiote's offensive. It seems I need to find a way to discover the principle behind this ability. A sudden realization flashed through Bai Yi's mind. This aberrant symbiote. It seems to be specifically used for researching technology and weapons. His approach to finding this technology and skill was to start with its essence. Alright, let's move on. Bai Yi said indifferently. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the shadow subordinates all ceased their fighting. Then, they followed Bai Yi and headed forward. Bai Yi led the way. The other shadow minions, meanwhile, began a new round of fighting from behind. Rumble. Boom 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 boom. Continuously, the shadow minions bombarded the area. Under Bai Yi's manipulation, it continuously destroys those mutated symbiotes. For example, some people are able to alter the human body through some kind of secret technique. Or perhaps, someone can use some kind of device to make themselves more powerful. In conclusion, many strange and unusual things are beyond human comprehension and acceptance. And, amidst the onslaught of this army of shadows, the Knights of the Shadow Round Table and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait were also subjected to wave after wave of attacks and injuries. And Bai Yi, they also took the opportunity to lie low for a period of time, constantly observing the battle situation. At this time, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Strait Guardians are already wounded. They have almost lost their ability to fight. The losses suffered by Shadow's men were even more devastating. Almost all of them were killed or wounded. In this way, the mutated symbiote gradually revealed its weaknesses. And the defenses of this aberrant symbiote are indeed astonishing. Bai Yi saw the mutated symbiote on its body. It's only a matter of time before we kill it. But, at this time, these aberrant symbiotes, its main body has been killed. However, its capabilities will continue to remain. Fortunately, it doesn't have any formidable rivals. Otherwise, it will continue to improve slowly. As long as it continues to grow, it can continuously become stronger. But it encountered Shadow's minions. It means I'm destined to die. This thought inevitably crossed Bai Yi's mind. Then, without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the direction of those shadowy subordinates. Not long after, Bai Yi then saw those shadow subordinates fall to the ground one by one. After all, he was only a level 60 shadow minion. Quite a few were killed in one blow. There were dozens. And at this time, he saw it too, beside groups of shadow minions. A figure was standing there. It is a distorted symbiote. The aberrant symbiote remains enormous. Behind it were no fewer than 300 shadow minions. Roar. Just then, Bai Yi suddenly heard an angry roar coming from the side. Bai Yi said indifferently, ignoring him. After all, he doesn't have time right now. Now, he must deal with this mutated symbiote as soon as possible. I'll think about it. Bai Yi intended to attack the snake demon directly. However, just as Bai Yi was about to make his move, the mutated symbiote suddenly opened its glands and exhaled a thick black mist. Damn it, there's even poisonous fog. Bai Yi exclaimed inwardly. He quickly shot backward to avoid the black mist, and at the same time threw a punch. Solve it. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, his underlings attacked. Half-Dragon spewed out a mouthful of flame, instantly igniting the poisonous mist in the armor. Boom dash. The next second, Bai Yi heard a muffled sound and a burst of sparks. Their power seems to be greater than he imagined. Not bad, not bad. Certainly. Now is not the time for Bai Yi to think too much about this. He still needs to attract the hatred of these mutated symbiotes to himself first. But Bai Yi wasn't worried, because he has found a way to break the deadlock. His scheme was to draw them to himself. Since you're all willing to die, then don't blame me. The aberrant symbiote runs rampant with unbridled arrogance. This made Bai Yi's face darken, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Foolish, what a foolish fellow." Bai Yi shook his head and didn't say anything more. He continued to look at the battle situation. Only, in his view, this aberrant symbiote is indeed very difficult and troublesome to deal with. Chapter 295 Stopping Evolution, a Near-Death Struggle. 295 Stagnation of Evolution, Near-Death Struggle. Fortunately, though, the combined forces of the Shadow Strait Guardians and the Shadow Minions dealt it a fatal blow. With just one offensive, the aberrant symbiote was completely defeated. And it, finally, overwhelmed by the pressure, they were defeated by the Shadow Army. Only, this aberrant symbiote was also unwilling to be defeated so easily. And so, after its death, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared into the Shadow Minions. The energy within their own bodies is being gradually eroded by the mutated symbiote. But they know that too. There's nothing I can change. We can only grit our teeth and persevere. They continuously devour the mutated symbiotes around them, hoping to gain a sliver of power to stop the zero energy from eroding them. However, this aberrant symbiote is indeed bizarre. However, it also has its weaknesses. And this weakness, no matter what, there was no way to escape from the thousands of shadow minions. He was also unable to escape from one of the Shadow's henchmen. Therefore, Bai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Continue the attack until it is killed. Keep this in mind. Bai Yi spoke calmly. After listening to Bai Yi's words, the numerous shadow subordinates nodded in agreement and then sprang into action, launching their attack. Only, just as the Shadow's minions were about to attack, the mutated symbiote suddenly shuddered, then pounced towards Bai Yi's location. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's face suddenly darkened. Immediately, his body also grew rapidly. Go to hell. Bai Yi let out a low shout and swung his fist at the mutated symbiote. The mutated symbiote paused in midair. Then, it actually opened its mouth and bit Bai Yi hard. Bai Yi looked at the mutated symbiote in front of him. His pupils contracted and his mind focused. Damn it. How cunning. Bai Yi thought through gritted teeth. Then, he saw it. Teeth of aberrant symbiotes. You should all leave first. I'll take care of it. But Bai Yi hadn't even gotten close to the mutated symbiote yet. A streak of black light shot directly toward Bai Yi. Kindness. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. And this monster clearly possesses extremely high intelligence. It was clear that he wasn't particularly strong, yet he was the king under the command of this group of shadows. But this surprised Bai Yi even more. The abilities of this aberrant symbiote are quite interesting. They actually knew how to instantly determine their own strength and whether their strength was insufficient to harm them. This is a bit tricky, but this kind of ability is right for me. A smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips. He didn't rush to make a move. Instead, they waited and saw how things unfolded. The aberrant symbiote looked on with disdain. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi gave a cold smile. Not bad, you mutated symbiote. Pity. If it weren't only capable of parasitizing, or... Bai Yi shook his head. However, he did not intend to comment further. After all, Now that he has completed his mission, it is time for him to leave. Then, Bai Yi's figure disappeared from here. Shadows swapped. At the same time. This way. After Bai Yi left, the expression of the mutated symbiote gradually changed, as if it were in extreme pain and struggle. I don't know how much time passed. It barely managed to stop struggling. Then, with the flapping of its enormous wings, it slowly rose into the sky. This was its final struggle. Because its strength was waning, and it could no longer support its enormous body. This is because its power has been completely exhausted. But Bai Yi wouldn't let it recover. After the aberrant symbiote rose into the air, for example, a life form like a mutated symbiote. And it is not the only life form. It has much more. But Bai Yi, however, was not worried at all about the battle situation of his subordinates. After all, his subordinates are all top-tier Shadow Legion members. With so many people, they still can't defeat a mere mutated symbiote? These guys really know how to have fun. Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly. But he had no intention of personally participating in the battle. It was just a matter of finding a quiet spot during a shadow swap. He sat there quietly, observing what was happening. Roar! Under Bai Yi's gaze, one of Shadow's minions was suddenly attacked by a mutated symbiote. He slammed a punch hard into the body of the mutated symbiote. But this mutated symbiote showed absolutely no reaction. Instead, at that very moment, he suddenly turned around. A pair of scarlet eyes were fixed on the shadowy subordinate. Seeing this scene, I don't know why, the shadowy subordinate felt his heart tremble violently, as if it were about to stop beating. Upon seeing this, the mutated symbiote emitted a sound that made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Oops. For example, those aberrant symbionts grow extremely fast. However, under the suppression of Bai Yi's shadowy subordinates, the mutated symbiote could only struggle and roar in place, unable to break through the encirclement. At this time, the mutated symbiote's anger also made Bai Yi see some things more clearly. He finally understood why the Shadow's subordinates had so many concerns and worries when facing this alien species. Because this aberrant symbiote is extremely powerful. Beside it were many shadowy minions. Its size was much larger than these shadow minions. And it seems that some mysterious energy is contained within its body. It can not only devour other people's energy, but also their bodies. In this way, that's what makes it so huge. And its body seems to possess its own consciousness as well. It is constantly getting stronger. Bai Yi was suddenly startled. All I could see was, around that mutated symbiote, many of the shadow minions were already being corrupted. Corrosion. It wasn't absorbed by those corrupted shadow minions. It was the toxic mist released by those mutated symbiotes. That poisonous fog. It's nothing serious. After all, this was their last stand. And, for example, aberrant symbionts. Moreover, this was exactly what Bai Yi had anticipated. This mutated symbiote probably won't last much longer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so weak and so vulnerable. After all, the Shadow subordinates are simply too powerful. Each and every one of them was comparable to a highly skilled professional. Such a powerful team can naturally be crushed. But, clearly, these aberrant symbiotes also have their advantages. That is, they possess a special ability. This ability is the innate shadow weapon. Dan unleashed his signature shadow weapon. Chapter 296 Coma, Source of Life. 296 Unconscious, Source of Life. That is, it can increase their strength by 30%. In other words, if they could fully utilize their innate shadow weapons. Therefore, they are comparable to professionals at a high level. Such an attack is naturally extremely difficult to counter. But Bai Yi naturally had a solution. My signature shadow weapon. Bai Yi didn't have much confidence either. But he was also confident. And this was also a new thing, and Bai Yi was very interested in it. We want to know exactly where the evolutionary limits of this aberrant symbiote lie. Certainly, this thing is going to die completely. This happened after he was extracted and made a subordinate of the Shadow. Therefore, he didn't leave either. Instead, they observed from the sidelines. This guy is indeed powerful. But, no matter what, this guy was killed by these shadow minions. Therefore, it has no need to continue evolving. Since that's the case, then I don't need to spare its life any longer. Let it be completely wiped out. Let it disappear forever. Bai Yi silently recited in his heart. Immediately, they also planned to take action, just as Bai Yi was about to make his move. For example, this mutated symbiote is right before my eyes. It is said to possess strength no less than that of humans. However, it doesn't know how to use it. In this case, it can only passively withstand attacks, and will also suffer some injuries. And this is exactly the opportunity that Bai needs. Before we knew it, the aberrant symbiote has been cornered. And that's exactly what Bai needs. Go destroy that mutated symbiote. Then, Bai's order was then relayed to the Shadow's subordinates. Upon hearing this, these shadowy subordinates quickly split into several groups. Each batch consists of 30 to 40 people. They pounced on the aberrant symbiote. Bang 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 dash. Moment. These shadowy subordinates then engaged in fierce combat. It's like this mutated symbiote. Bai was certain that this aberrant symbiote did indeed possess some remarkable characteristics. However, these characteristics are not yet sufficient to give it the power to destroy the world. This aberrant symbiote. They're actually pretty much the same as ordinary humans. Just like how ordinary humans possess great power. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, that power is simply not worth mentioning. Even if they could break free of the sky and soar in the sun, their abilities are only slightly better than those of ordinary people. This is similar to human beings, who possess enormous potential. But they also don't know how to utilize their potential. Roar. At that very moment, a roar rang out. One of the Shadow's henchmen was blasted away by the roar and crashed heavily to the ground. He was so disoriented from the fall that he was unconscious. Snort. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table roared and pounced on the mutated symbiote. His body was as hard as steel as he punched the mutated symbiote. It immediately detonated a large number of trees around it, sending debris flying everywhere. It has to be admitted. This Shadow Knight is indeed very strong. This can't go on. We have to find a way. Bai thought to himself. Now, the Shadow Strait Guardians are locked in a fierce battle with the aberrant symbiote. If this continues, then perhaps by the time they defeat that aberrant symbiote, these aberrant symbiotes have probably been almost completely depleted by them, and this is the situation. But this is definitely not what Bai wants to see. Bai's heart was screaming wildly, and at that very moment, meanwhile, Bai was quickly calculating in his mind. These things all originated from the aberrant symbiote itself. This place is now the perfect place to cultivate new genes for aberrant symbiotes, as well as to advance them. Bai pondered to himself. This aberrant symbiote's abilities are truly impressive. But I still need to further improve the overall quality of the Shadow Army. Otherwise, even these mutated symbiotes would hardly satisfy me. So, this battle. We must win. Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a determined look. Since that's the case. So, let's give it a try. I hope you won't let me down. Bai's eyes were deep as he looked at the Shadow subordinate who was already engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, some elites from the Shadow organization were acting under Bai's orders. They continuously charged into enemy lines to carry out decapitation strikes. After all, they were sent here to carry out a mission. They must complete their mission. So, after receiving Bai's orders, they rushed in without hesitation. And Bai, just like the mutated symbiote in front of us, no matter how it evolves, ultimately, it will simply fade away day by day. Bai looked at the mutated symbiote with indifference. The previously aggressive mutated symbiote suddenly became somewhat flustered. This human, it can actually see through its thoughts? That's not scientific. However, in front of Bai, it had no way to escape. A deep pleading look also appeared on the body of the aberrant symbiote. But the pleading look in its eyes was not as humble and insignificant as it appeared. On the contrary, it reveals a sense of determination and decisiveness. It is waiting. We're waiting for Bai to make a mistake, giving it a chance to escape. You don't deserve it. What I need are people who can become my servants. Instead of you, a beast driven only by instinct. So, this aberrant symbiote belongs to such a category. Such a distorted symbiotic organism. Once they encountered the Shadow Army, it was like encountering their natural enemy. They were completely powerless to resist. Like this aberrant symbiote, it belongs to that kind of strange species. It didn't even know what kind of thing this was. See here. Bai also said calmly. Continue. Immediately afterwards, Bai then once again commanded his shadow minions to launch an even fiercer attack on the mutated symbiote ahead. Roar. Boom. Between times, the mutated symbiote then let out another series of roars. Roar. 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 This time, Bai clearly felt that the monster's roar had become even more violent. The roar was also filled with a hint of anger and pain. It seems there is something there. They're absorbing his energy, aren't they? Since that's the case, therefore, its energy must be completely depleted. But, prior to this, his body needs to be smashed. That way, your mental energy won't be depleted. And, for example, this aberrant symbiote actually contains many of the life sources of the aberrant symbiote. Chapter 297 Overwhelming Combat Power, Falling into a Pit. 297 Exceptional Combat Power, Trapped in a Pit. And, the aberrant symbiote can also extract energy from these and transform it into new abilities. So, Bai Yichai said that this aberrant symbiote is powerful. It's just a pity, under the combined attack of these shadow minions, it simply cannot break free. Moreover, Bai Yi also noticed something in the eyes of this mutated symbiote. It was actually flashing with a red light. It's obvious. This guy is absorbing it, and then converting it into his own energy. Bai Yi silently recited this in his heart. Beside him, his shadow minions had also surrounded the mutated symbiote and were relentlessly attacking it. The mutated symbiote had to admit it. This guy is really troublesome. Roar! You bunch of scum. The aberrant symbiote was also furious. Its eyes were flashing red light. Its body was constantly waving. Streams of air burst forth continuously. Not only that. For example, Bai Yi's subordinates. They are not simple characters either, although their strengths are far apart. However, it possesses extremely unique methods that can defeat it. This is the power of shadow. But now, this special ability, however, has failed, because their abilities have been completely weakened. Even they were only fighting on instinct, unlike Bai Yi who could control himself at will. Certainly, their physical abilities are also extremely impressive, especially once they get caught up in a melee. The combat power of these shadowy subordinates has increased dramatically. But, even if their strength increases, they are still no match for that mutated symbiote. It only takes a minute or two. This mutated symbiote can eliminate these shadow minions one by one. But, this is something that cannot be prevented. Bai Yi witnessed this scene. He wasn't worried at all, since he had already made arrangements for these shadow minions and wasn't afraid that the mutated symbiote would escape. How about it? Should we continue? Bai Yi said jokingly. So, the fate of this mutated symbiote is predictable. Bai Yi was also aware of this. To defeat this mutated symbiote, we must examine its evolutionary state. It must be completely contained. Otherwise, it will evolve successfully sooner or later. That will be his death day. But, after all, it can turn the body into a living thing. That in itself is already breathtaking. The mutated symbiotes we see today are clearly among them, possessing extremely terrifying power within them. But, their attack capabilities, however, are negligible. So, Bai Yi then sent his men to restrain it. And now, that aberrant symbiote was gradually defeated. It has to be said, these shadow minions are indeed very powerful. And, with their cooperation, the evolutionary capabilities of that aberrant symbiote were also gradually being exhausted. But, the body of that aberrant symbiote is also exceptionally hard. Before it is destroyed, it will continue to coalesce into a new shell. In that case, even if its body is smashed, it will not be harmed. But, however, it could not escape the shadow of death no matter what. This is quite a headache, after all. In this situation, it will never be able to escape death. No matter who it is. Once caught, death is inevitable. But now, for example, these bizarre, mutated symbiotes are actually a kind of existence similar to a soul. They are a form of life in themselves. For some reason, they are no longer a substance. It is merely an existence similar to a spiritual entity. Their existence is just like that of people. Only, their way of thinking is completely different from that of humans. They possess their own intelligence, their own emotions, their own imagination, and their own independent life forms. But the only thing they have in common is that they are more aggressive than ordinary humans. It also has a name, which is abnormal symbiote. However, the existence of this aberrant symbiote is a problem. It will only benefit yourself. But, the benefits of this mutated symbiotic organism to others are limited. Their bodies contain an extremely powerful force. This power can be described as inexhaustible. Bai Yi also had no idea just how powerful this mutated symbiote was. But, the current situation of this aberrant symbiote is not optimistic. Because the shadow subordinates are getting stronger and stronger. Within 1 hour, Bai Yi saw it. Shadow's henchmen. They actually wiped out that entire team. This result was beyond his expectations. You need to know. At first, Bai Yi's men defeated the monster. The losses were devastating, with countless casualties. But, this time, it was merely a team under the Shadow's command that accomplished this arduous task. What's going on with this monster? Bai Yi was deeply shocked. You need to know. These troops were elite units. But now, Even these elite subordinates were all beheaded by this monster. And, most importantly, Bai Yi's subordinates were arguably the strongest team among the Shadow's men, yet they were still killed by this monster in a single move. How powerful this monster is. That's enough to make one's heart tremble. And this time, Bai Yi is not someone to be trifled with. If these shadow minions could defeat this mutated symbiote, he could do the same. As long as we can find the monster's weakness. Bai Yi believed it. He could easily handle this mutated symbiote. That guy is really stupid. Bai Yi pursed her lips. The Shadow's minions are indeed capable of dealing with these monsters. But, however, they forgot one thing. That is it. There is no hatred without a cause in this world. Not to mention, it was such a huge amount of resentment. There's definitely something fishy going on here. This aberrant symbiote is clearly one of them. But, to Bai Yi, it was ultimately just a monster. Whether it lived or died made no difference. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered with the monster. Instead, he continued to watch the battle unfold in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, this area seemed to be covered by waves of air. And at the center of this blast wave, it was a huge, deep pit. Inside the pit, the aberrant symbiote was trapped in the pit. It kept waving its sharp claws, trying to break free. However, the more it struggled, the stronger the shockwave became. And at the edge of that pit, Chapter 298, A Perfect Solution, Rolling Dark Clouds. 2.98 million countermeasures, rolling dark clouds. And this monster seems to be easily controlled by mind. For example, right now, Bai Yi controls it and kills it. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, this meant ordering his men to withdraw their offensive. Then, he came from the Shadow Strait Guardians. Then, at this moment, the Shadow Strait's Guardian nodded as well. But, in his vision, a crimson flame kept flashing, and Bai Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. He can see clearly. On the body of that mutated symbiote, it is burning with scarlet flames. And, amidst the raging flames, Bai Yi also noticed that he was moving extremely fast. In fact, Bai Yi didn't even sense his presence. However, he had already arrived in front of this mutated symbiote. He slowly raised his hand. Instantly, the aberrant symbiote scoffed. Its mouth began to move. Then, a stream of green viscous liquid sprayed out of its mouth. The slime was the color of rotten flesh and had a nauseating stench. But Enye's face, however, remained expressionless. He didn't even frown. He just stared straight at her. The next second, he stretched out his hands and slapped them forward violently. Snap! In an instant, a huge black sphere then appeared. Bai Yi was too lazy to care about any of that. Since that's the case, then I'll just have to let these guys slowly deplete their energy. Bai Yi said indifferently. Then, he ordered these shadow minions to continuously unleash their attacks on the mutated symbiote's body. It relentlessly destroyed his body, wearing it down little by little. Rumble. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the darkness of the night sky. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi saw a fiery red ball of light flying in from the horizon. The fiery red orb of light was moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already standing in front of Bai Yi. A layer of intense heat emanated from this sphere of light. Bai Yi's pupils contracted. Bai Yi waved his hand. Immediately, the group of shadowy subordinates quickly rushed back in the direction they had come from. And at this moment, the incendiary bombs landed directly on the ground, bursting into dazzling sparks. Suddenly, while the aberrant symbiotes and shadow minions clashed fiercely in the distant sky, at this time, as Bai Yi looked at his shadowy subordinates, the shadow minions then surrounded the mutated symbiotes. Then, without hesitation, they fired their weapons at the mutated symbiote. Rumble. Sky explodes. Sparks flew and smoke filled the air. And at the moment of the explosion, those mutated symbiotes quickly evaded the attacks. And those shadow minions, they remained calm and continued their attack on the aberrant symbiote. Suddenly, between Bai Yi's eyebrows, for example, the evolutionary direction of these aberrant symbiotes. Its main function is to devour and destroy. The so-called devouring is the act of consuming the bodies of other life forms, transforming them into their own bodies, and then destroying them. It means destroying everything around someone, including objects, buildings, building materials, and so on. Once damaged, it is very difficult to repair, and this is the evolution of the aberrant symbiote. It directly destroys the opponent's soul. Anyone it targets must die. That's why this mutated symbiote is so ferocious. And now, this number already represents an extremely large force in the world. This is why Bai Yi reacted after seeing these monsters. I was also somewhat surprised by these monsters. That's incredibly strong. It's not just about the quantity. They are all capable of scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Even the fighting power of these monsters was something Bai Yi was quite wary of. And at this time, on the shoulder of one of the shadow minions next to the aberrant symbiote. Of course, such strange beasts are not many. This mutated symbiotic organism will eventually be completely eradicated. However, what this mutated symbiote possesses is not energy in essence. Rather, it is the power of the very origin of life. And this mutated symbiote can only devour the source of life. Only then can one continue to improve one's strength. But this doomed it to failure. Soon, this mutated symbiote had completely exhausted its life force and was killed by the shadow minions. For example, this aberrant symbiote possesses abilities that resemble a special kind of skill. The shadow army seems to have a significant restraining effect. However, there is no way to completely kill it. It can only keep expending its energy. But the enemy Bai Yi is facing now is no ordinary person either. Therefore, this technique of the aberrant symbiote is not very useful to him. Therefore, before the aberrant symbiote is about to die, Bai Yi still didn't make a move. He was waiting for his opportunity. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. Shadow army, charge in with all your might. This mutated symbiote must be completely eradicated. Bai Yi gave the order. These words, however, reached the shadow army and immediately caused a strong reaction. They all know. What does Bai Yi's order signify? So, they acted without hesitation or any second thought. In a short time, the entire battlefield descended into chaos. Countless rays of light of various colors flashed through the air. Where the light passed, blood sprayed across the sky. Good. My time is running out. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his eyes darting ahead. Then, make him stronger, so strong that he can completely consume this monster. Only in this way can I completely eliminate him and leave no future trouble. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. If we fail this time, Bai Yi did not hesitate. Meanwhile, on this side, Bai Yi immediately established a telepathic connection. Bai Yi was too lazy to care about any of that. Anyway, he had made thorough preparations. Just as the offensive of this aberrant symbiote was about to be completely wiped out, he then summoned one of the Shadow's henchmen and ordered him to continue searching for more Shadow's henchmen. Then, Bai Yi stood quietly in place. His gaze fell upon the area surrounding the mutated symbiote. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yi then witnessed some strange things. What is that? Bai Yi was puzzled and couldn't help but ask the person next to him. He also knew that Bai Yi's IQ was higher than theirs. Therefore, he did not hide anything when Bai Yi asked. Just as the battle between the Shadow Straight Guardians and the Shadow Minions reached a stalemate, an extremely strong energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from around the symbiote. Immediately afterwards, a huge dark cloud slowly descended. Immediately afterwards. Chapter 299 World Rules, Survival of the Fittest. 299 World Rules, Survival of the Fittest. Although this mutated symbiote is extremely powerful, Bai Yi is certain of that. It has definitely not reached the level of those truly powerful ones yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess only this level of power. However, this is now a mutated symbiote. It is clear that it can no longer be measured by normal human thinking. It is a mutated symbiote. It is a monster. Regardless, this is a monster. Bai Yi didn't intend to waste any more words with it. If that's the case, let the killing begin. All I could see was, at Bai Yi's instruction, these shadowy subordinates also sprang into action. They also began to rush frantically towards the area where the aberrant symbiote was located. And where Bai Yi was standing, Bai Yi's cold words fell. Immediately, a cloud of black mist appeared. It also burst forth from his body. It directly condensed and firmly grasped the mutated symbiote. The power of the Dominator. Click. Immediately afterwards, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Let me see just how strong you really are. After saying that, Bai Yi then pulled hard. In an instant, that part of the aberrant symbiote, he tore it into powder. For example, this aberrant symbiote. But, even so, this world, what secret is hidden inside? Bai Yi was also somewhat curious. But, as he pondered, that aberrant symbiote has completely failed. Its health points plummeted from a moment ago to a mere 50,000. Is this mutated symbiote already on the verge of death? The pitch black color also emerged. Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing it clearly. A strong sense of unease welled up in Bai Yi's heart. Because, he knew, I think I've made a mistake again. And now, his shadow minions are already engaged in combat with the mutated symbiote. They simply couldn't be in two places at once. Now, in this situation, Bai wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Because the shadow henchmen charging at the forefront were also instantly shredded. It also charged towards the mutated symbiote without stopping. Roar. The aberrant symbiote roared and then tried to dodge. However, this aberrant symbiote possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities and various other characteristics, making it extremely difficult to defend against. But none of these matters. The important thing is, Bai wanted to completely eradicate this mutated symbiote. Go to hell. Foolish guy. That's practically suicide. This is suicidal. A cold smile curved Bai's lips. The next second, he simply waved his hand. Let those shadow minions continue their attack. This moment, he simply stood there, waiting for the shadow's minions to annihilate this monster in one fell swoop. But at that very moment, the shadowy subordinates who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a series of mournful cries rang out. At this moment, the shadowy subordinates fell from midair one after another. It crashed to the ground. Blood splattered. Those shadowy henchmen were already beyond dead. This also stunned Bai. He hadn't expected it at all. For example, in the evolutionary forms of aberrant symbiotes, it also contains many incredible things. For example, one of the capabilities of this aberrant symbiote. Bai had already heard about this. In this world, and this aberrant symbiote, it was through absorbing Ryan remits that he developed self-awareness. Therefore, it's like Ryan Reynolds' alter ego. It is also a puppet. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, the evolutionary capabilities of this aberrant symbiote are quite troublesome. This evolution is something that can't kill it at all. That's why Bai had them temporarily avoid his sharp edge and wait for the right opportunity. That's when he came up with this idea. Send these shadow minions to restrain the mutated symbiote and prevent it from continuing to evolve. But these shadow minions are also very powerful in combat. They were unable to kill it. The Knights of the Shadow Round Table and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait also made their moves. They fought against the aberrant symbiotes. They are also constantly becoming more and more powerful. They became increasingly fierce as the fight progressed. But Bai's attention, however, was not focused on the battle situation. This mutated symbiote will then lose all its offensive capabilities. Bai shook his head, thinking to himself. Bai muttered to himself, a hint of joy creeping onto his face. He had some concerns before. This guy will keep going. But it's finally coming to an end. No, we can't delay any longer. It has to end immediately. Otherwise, this guy's health can be restored. It will be very difficult to kill it then. A cold smile also appeared on Bai's face. He had made up his mind to completely destroy the body of this mutated symbiote. After all, he couldn't guarantee that this aberrant symbiote would remain in this state indefinitely. If this aberrant symbiote can be maintained for a period of time. So what are Bai's plans? This aberrant symbiote seems to belong to a kind of alien existence. They are not afraid of any harm. It is also possible to be fearless of any danger. Therefore, when the power of this mutated symbiote was almost completely suppressed by the Shadow's subordinates, it was under the combined attack of Shadow's subordinates. He was shot dead. Meanwhile, Shadow's subordinates were constantly replenishing their stamina. At the same time, it is also constantly strengthening its own capabilities. Good. Very good. Now is your time to shine. Looking at this scene, Bai smiled slightly, and then spoke. Your mission is complete. Upon hearing this, the Shadow's men were all taken aback. Then, they did not hesitate. He immediately turned around and left. Bai, however, looked in another direction. Bai said calmly, there are too many things in this world that he is dissatisfied with. Therefore, he now needs to change some rules. Your men are far too weak. But, since that's the case, Bai gave a cold laugh. Immediately afterwards, he then addressed the group of shadow subordinates. Obey my orders. Kill them. The words fell. Bai's body suddenly swelled up. An invisible pressure immediately spread out. Meanwhile, his shadowy subordinates beside him felt the oppressive aura. They all trembled slightly. Obviously, under Bai's oppressive aura, they were all filled with horror. Hearing Bai's words, the group of Shadow's henchmen all nodded in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Bai also focused his attention on what was in front of him. He was also observing. Observe the reaction of this aberrant symbiote. Oh, the rules of this world remain the same. The strong prey on the weak. Chapter 300. Watching your performance isn't a solution. Watching you perform with 300 people is not a solution. Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Only, I don't like being bullied, since you forced me to do it. He looked up at the distant sky. Just like this mutated symbiote in front of us. It was just an ordinary human being. But over time, it can transform from a human into an animal, then from an animal into a monster, and finally into a monster. Regardless of their appearance, they are all human, but they have two completely opposite personalities. One looks like a human, and the other looks like a monster. But, no matter how things change, they are all monsters. It can only be a monster. Certainly, in this context, some special beings will also be born. Those are the strongest among the monsters. They are the true kings of the monsters. He truly is a subordinate I value. Although the difference in strength is huge, this is still quite troublesome. And I need to find a place to completely destroy its body. At that point, it won't be able to recover its health. This monster seems to be quite intelligent as well. Bai muttered to himself. He had noticed that the mutated symbiote seemed to know what the shadow minions were thinking. It seemed to have sensed the intentions of the shadow's minions. This made Bai Yi's expression somewhat serious. He knew it very well. But now, the number of shadow's minions is too large. This aberrant symbiote. It belongs to that peculiar kind of existence. And now, it also seems to have been thoroughly enraged. Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. As Bai Yi finished speaking, the mutated symbiote also unleashed a terrifying roar. Roar. It let out a deafening roar. Immediately, streaks of blood-red light shot out from its body. These crimson rays of light were like swords, headed straight for those shadow minions. In the blink of an eye, these shadowy henchmen were left with numerous wounds. Blood was flowing out continuously, which looked particularly shocking. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but gasp. This aberrant symbiote's offensive is too fierce. He was able to kill a shadow henchman in the blink of an eye. This power is simply terrifying. Certainly, this also demonstrates the formidable nature of aberrant symbiotes. In any case, these are beings comparable to that nameless, invisible monster. Not only that, this guy also possesses extremely abnormal defensive capabilities. Even the swords and blades of the shadows men only left fine, dense scratches on him. For example, some aberrant symbiotes can absorb nutrients and become abnormally hard. Symbiotes, on the other hand, can make their limbs incredibly hard in a short period of time. It also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Certainly, these kinds of things are just extremely special in one aspect. Dealing with these ordinary humans is manageable. However, for Bai Yi, even the special abilities of these mutated symbiotes, he can overcome. Bai Yi smiled, his eyes narrowing, revealing a chilling smile. Only, like aberrant symbiotes, they can take on a special form. Life forms that evolve are extremely rare. What should we do about this creature? These shadow minions harbored a deep-seated hatred for this mutated symbiote. They always wanted to kill it. What can be done? They simply don't know how to completely eliminate this mutated symbiote. But Bai Yi remained silent. His eyes were constantly scrutinizing the scene before him. This mutated symbiote is not only extremely powerful. Moreover, they possess a certain level of intelligence, which is evident in their tactical applications during battle. It is also extremely skillful, and even has a bit of cleverness. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong enemy. They were facing the shadow minions. A mere alien species dares to provoke me. Bai Yi gave a cold smile. Immediately, he simply waved his hand. In an instant, these shadowy subordinates rushed off in all directions, completely sealing off this area. This is to leave all the aberrant symbiotes here. Upon seeing this, on the face of the shadow's henchmen, like some mutated plants, they also absorb life energy. Thus, evolution occurred. The evolutionary direction of this aberrant symbiote seems to differ significantly from that of typical mutations. Regardless of the form, as long as the evolution is successful, that would make him a formidable warrior. Now it's your turn to perform. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the mutated symbiote, and a smile appeared on his lips. He already knew the weaknesses of this mutated symbiote. Therefore, he will need to personally control these shadow minions to fight against this mutated symbiote. Otherwise, they simply cannot kill the aberrant symbiote. Time flies, and it passes in the blink of an eye. And this is clearly the case with the aberrant symbiote. It didn't know why this had happened to it. It only knows that it needs killing, constant killing. Only through killing can it become stronger, evolve, and become even more powerful. This is its mission. This is its life's mission. Boom boom. A muffled sound rang out. Immediately, Many of Shadow's subordinates were killed by this enormous mutated symbiote. Its body was smashed apart, turning into a blur that scattered everywhere. This mutated symbiote was constantly waving its arms. It relentlessly tore at the corpses of the Shadow's minions. Fresh blood. It kept overflowing from his mouth, but his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty look. He seemed quite satisfied with the scene before him. Only, at that very moment, the Shadow's henchmen then drew their respective weapons. They fired fiercely at the body of the mutated symbiote. Puff, puffed, puffed. Arrows of steel pierced through the body of the mutated symbiote. But, however, it did not damage its essence. Its body remained as hard as metal, allowing the steel arrows to pierce through it. But, those steel arrows, however, possessed a slight corrosive quality. For example, this mutated symbiote in front of us might just be a prop, but the wisdom it possesses is by no means inferior. And, within its wisdom, there seems to be an extremely terrifying power hidden. This force has been supporting its evolution. This naturally made Bai feel threatened. This can't go on. Bai thought to himself. This situation must be stopped. Otherwise, if this aberrant symbiote continues to strengthen, it will likely become increasingly difficult to deal with. After all, this mutated symbiote already possesses a certain level of intelligence. And, Chapter 301 Kill. 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 301. Kill. Kill. Is this about right? Bai narrowed his eyes. Bai spoke. The Shadow Strait Guardians are respectful. Immediately, the aberrant symbiote was howling wildly. But, the Shadow Strait Guardians ignored it. They simply kept to themselves, trying their best not to provoke the mutated symbiotes. For example, these aberrant symbiotes. Bai wasn't surprised. He had already guessed it. Keep adding fuel to the fire. Let it disappear completely. Bai instructed his subordinates to intensify their efforts to crush the mutated symbiote. Rumble. He had barely finished speaking. A muffled explosion suddenly rang out. That was a combined attack from the Knights of the Shadow Round Table and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait. This attack instantly blasted the mutated symbiote's body to smithereens. Bai looked at the mutated symbiote, which had become a pile of bloody and fleshy remains, and felt a little puzzled. While Bai was pondering this, sudden, roar, roar, a series of heart-wrenching screams came from afar. Immediately afterwards, Bai was the one who saw it. The mutated symbiote that was originally smashed to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he recovered. Even, its wound healed completely in an instant. How is that possible? Bai's eyes widened. This attack. It's like, the special ability of this aberrant symbiote is one example. It possesses extremely powerful regenerative abilities and can also devour the flesh and blood of others to enhance itself. Now, this mutated symbiote is already surrounded by the Shadow Army and is constantly being damaged. Meanwhile, the attacks of the Shadow minions were gradually weakening. In this way, it's likely that this mutated symbiote will completely lose its fighting ability before long. Call. Bai took a deep breath. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since you're so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Kill them. After saying that, Bai then suddenly waved his hand. Instantly. And they appeared. They quickly flew forward and joined up with the other Shadow subordinates. Under Bai's orders. It's like a giant net, enveloping this mutated symbiote. Meanwhile, the Shadow minions leaped out from the giant net. Broken. Hiss. However, Bai didn't interfere much. Bai muttered to himself. It wasn't just him. Bai's lips curled slightly. I'd like to see who can defeat him. After saying that, Bai gave the direct order. Kill. As the order was given, the Shadow's men immediately launched an attack. In a short time, the Shadow's men began a fierce battle. I have to admit it's really impressive. All I can say is, it was incredibly unlucky. Meanwhile on this side, after suffering considerable losses, Shadow's men quickly withdrew from the battle. This side, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Strait Guardians also began further cleanup operations. Although this aberrant symbiote is powerful, it is not effective against the Shadow Knight and the Strait Guardian. But it's not worth mentioning at all. In just a quarter of an hour, the aberrant symbiote's attack has already stopped. And this scene, this has attracted a lot of attention. Alright, that's about it. This aberrant symbiote has been basically completely eliminated. Bai looked at the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Strait Guardians beside him and spoke. The words fell. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Strait Guardians both breathed a sigh of relief. They also knew that this was Bai's order. So, I didn't ask any more questions. He simply nodded. Then, Bai continued speeding forward. All sorts of things seem to be commonplace in this world. But, just as Bai had guessed, there are indeed some amazing people and things in this world. For example, aberrant symbiote. For example, people with superpowers. For example, some strange powers. For example, these are the forces that can change the world. At first. But the problem is, Bai simply shook his head and didn't linger there. Continue attacking that aberrant symbiote, delaying the mutation of the symbiotic organism. No matter what method we use, we must stall it. As he spoke, Bai left. Soon. This aberrant symbiote has always been at a disadvantage in the battle. But it continued to fight back tenaciously. Even now, they are still putting up a stubborn resistance. This surprised not only Bai. This also greatly shocked the Shadow Army and its subordinates. This monster is absolutely amazing. It was clearly just a prop. How could someone possibly possess such an ability? Just as the Shadow Army was reeling. Rumble. During the battle between the aberrant symbiotes and the Shadow Army. In the distance, the sound of a violent explosion could also be heard. There. However, Bai was not worried at all. After all, this is the area he controls. He can completely let go and play as he pleases. On the side, Bai shook his head. Immediately. This aberrant symbiote. It is indeed extraordinary. It not only possesses extremely bizarre evolutionary abilities, but also a certain degree of intelligence. This is also one of its advantages. After all, the essence of this aberrant symbiote is that it is constructed from the energy of the gunsmith. The energy essence of the gunsmith. This aberrant symbiote also possesses extremely high expertise in firearms. So, in response to this, Bai had no choice but to say it. This aberrant symbiote is indeed quite extraordinary. This is a powerful monster. But, this monster, he was going to die eventually. Kill them. Kill them. We absolutely cannot let it escape again. Bai looked at the mutated symbiote. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. The next second, Bai also stood up from the ground and rushed towards the location of the mutated symbiote. Bai was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Bai had already rushed into the monster's territory and begun a frenzied battle. Bai gave a low shout. And at this moment, his heart also suddenly began to pound. An unprecedented sense of danger suddenly surged into his heart. You'd better keep this aberrant symbiote. Anyway, we have plenty of time. The words fell. A chilling smile appeared on Bai's face. He also knew that this mutated symbiote was difficult to deal with. So, they also did not intend to let this shadowy subordinate engage in direct combat with the aberrant symbiote. He naturally wanted to fight this mutated symbiote himself to find out its weaknesses. Immediately, Bai turned around and left. These strange things. Bai didn't investigate further. Because. Chapter 302 Deformation and Bone Loss. Fish out of water. 302 Deformation and Bone Loss. Fish out of water. Now, this aberrant symbiote is quite powerful. Such overwhelming power. There's no need to think about these issues anymore. He just needs to focus on the task at hand. Bai asked himself. Even myself. None of them are confident they can kill him. Since that's the case, then we'll have to use extraordinary methods. Next, Bai then began to command his subordinates to launch an attack on the mutated symbiote. This time, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table personally took action, cooperating with Bai's orders to fire upon these mutated symbiotes. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out, and shells flew through the air. The Shadow Mech's attacks are extremely fierce. Those mutated symbiotes also appeared somewhat disheveled during this attack. They were dodging the artillery fire. But, this time, they knew it too. It was no longer possible to completely avoid the shelling. So, they chose to confront each other head-on. These mutated symbiotes were seen dodging the artillery fire. It opened its mouth and spewed out all sorts of poisonous gases, attacking the shadow minions. Damn humans! In that instant, those mutated symbiotes were furious. But, it is also aware. He was no match for these shadow minions. So, it could only grit its teeth and endure it. All I could see was, on their bodies, muscles bulge and swell. Then, from within it, a large amount of black, viscous liquid gushed out. Then, these viscous liquids are formed by solidification and quickly coalesce into huge spheres. The entire body of the aberrant symbiote was completely encased within it. These spheres formed from the solidified black liquid looked as if they were cast from steel. It is exceptionally sturdy. And, this aberrant symbiote seems to belong to one of the strange categories. Rumble. The roar resounded. In a deafening explosion, the gas armor poison mist was completely destroyed, and a series of smaller explosions instantly annihilated it. However, all of this was part of Bai Yi's plan. Suddenly, at that very moment, a layer of frost appeared silently, instantly freezing a portion of the mutated symbiote, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The mutated symbiote still had most of its body wriggling, but it was unable to move as a whole. Standing here, it turned out to be one of the Shadow's powerful subordinates, the Shadow Snow Elf. At this time, in Bai Yi's plan, he would take advantage of the chaos to instantly freeze the mutated symbiote. First step, that is, to restrict its ability to move. Step 2, that is, moment. The natal shadow was the result of 2 shadow swaps, directly or indirectly replacing the position of an ordinary shadow subordinate with that of an extreme decline. The decline of the extreme path can be summed up with a flick of the wrist. It pierced deeply into the gap in the head of the mutated symbiote. In an instant, large clusters of black spikes appeared, directly sucking out the corpse of gunsmith Ryan Remitz from the mutated symbiote. It happened almost instantly. The gunsmith, Ryan Rainey's, was already shriveled up and completely incapable of serving as a body. At this point, it's practically deadly for aberrant symbiotes. Since it's called a symbiotic aberration, it's impossible for it to exist without something that can coexist with it. This body is gone. The aberrant symbiote may not be able to exert much power. Click. The mutated symbiote instantly broke free of the ice, still trying to reclaim the withered body of the gunsmith, Ryan Remitz. But I never expected it. The natal shadow reappeared, and 2 more shadows swapped over, causing the extreme path decline to escape its position. Bai Yi's side, he was somewhat pleased to see the mutated symbiote looking so exasperated. At this time, half of his body darkened, and without even looking to the side, one could tell that the ultimate decline had reversed the situation. The decline of the extreme path can be summed up with a flick of the wrist. The gunsmith Ryan Remitz, whose body resembled a husk, fell to the ground. Bai Yi left no ink marks. The extract shadow function was used directly. Stand up. As soon as those iconic words were uttered, the figure of gunsmith Ryan Remitz instantly began to stir. In an instant, the shadow beneath his body began to grow thicker. The ordinary shadow transformed into absolute darkness, and then a head emerged from the shadow. Next comes the whole body. Then, a brand new shadow henchman appeared beside Bai Yi. The shadowy subordinate appeared. I met Bai Yi. He almost instinctively wanted to kneel down, but Bai Yi stopped him with a wave of his hand. The next moment, Bai Yi glanced at the information from the shadowy subordinate. Shadow's henchman, Shadow Gunslinger. Rank, SS, upgraded. Level, 82. HP, 207W 1800/207W 1800. Base attack power, 36,000 plus. Equipment, none. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Skills, SS rank, designated weapon. S rank, exoskeleton space. S rank, mechanical modification. B rank, physical enhancement. B rank, energy shield. These skills are all exceptionally powerful. Most importantly, this, Shadow Gunner, has room for further improvement. The precursor to that aberrant symbiote, the Beast God's special grade aberrant symbiote mech, was created by Ryan Remitz. I think so. This, Shadow Gunner, won't be too bad either. Thinking about this, Bai Yi continued to observe the battlefield. This time, the mutated symbiote seemed to have lost its backbone. No, it must have truly lost its backbone. It has no body. This mutated symbiote was nothing more than a pool of black slime. Even if it forcibly stabilized its form, it no longer possessed the same divine power as before. But Bai Yi, however, wanted to kill him as soon as possible. After all, if this aberrant symbiote continues to be weakened, then the shadow minions he extracts during shadow extraction won't be too strong. What Bai Yi wanted, but he was an absolutely powerful shadow subordinate, who even grew stronger with each battle. Rather than just a puddle of black slime, it's a weakened version of the aberrant symbiote. At this moment, the surrounding shadow minions swarmed forward, launching a group attack on the mutated symbiote. The current situation. This is no simple offensive. It's different from anything we've done before. Before that, the aberrant symbiote remained as arrogant as ever, and even when ganged up on, it could recover from its injuries quickly. But it's different from before. Now that the gunsmith Ryan Rainey's body is gone, it's like a fish out of water. Chapter 303 Kill Notification. None. 303 kills. No kill notification yet. At this time, the aberrant symbiote has lost its former glory. Even with excessive resistance, it is simply impossible to achieve. All it can do now is keep curling up in that small space, like a small prop. But it was originally a prop, so its current state doesn't entirely detract from its original form. This is how it is now. This greatly pleased Bai Yi, as it showed that everything was under his control. Plan. It proceeded as usual without the slightest error, which was something that Bai Yi was extremely satisfied with. As expected of him, Bai Yi thought to himself that all his plans were absolutely flawless. The plan proceeded smoothly, which made him extremely comfortable. It felt as refreshing as putting on a brand new pair of underwear for the new year. This is the current situation. This was also the scene Bai Yi wanted to see. At the very beginning, Bai Yi then noticed. This aberrant symbiote is simply not something that can be dealt with using conventional methods. If it's an ordinary monster, a group of highly skilled shadow subordinates rushed forward and killed him instantly. But now, if Bai Yi treated that mutated symbiote like an ordinary monster, even a group of highly skilled shadow subordinates would be no match for it. In the past, they ganged up on each other. This will likely only lead to a worse situation, since this mutated symbiote seems to grow stronger with each battle. If Bai Yi lets those shadow subordinates go over, the situation could take a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. Not only will it make that mutated symbiote even stronger, but it might also evolve some other abnormal abilities. Despite these current abilities, armor used for defense, flame, lightning, gas-filled armor like toxic fog. These elemental abilities are nothing to Bai Yi's group of high combat power shadow subordinates. They are simply very weak moves that cannot even break through their defenses. But if this mutated symbiote is allowed to continue fighting, it's hard to guarantee that it won't evolve some bizarre abilities. What if they evolve specific countermeasures against these high combat power shadow minions? That situation would be beyond Bai Yi's ability to handle. I think so. Bai Yi probably wouldn't have a way to deal with a mutated symbiote that could overwhelm Bai Yi's high combat power shadow subordinates. Now, this actually went along with Bai Yi's wishes. First, the shadow minions were sent to engage in continuous combat, allowing the aberrant symbiote to gradually adapt to its weak but high-frequency attacks. Immediately afterwards, the idea was to send the Knights of the Shadow Round Table and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait to test the waters. Let them both try. Will this near-equal combat power be able to cause any new changes in the aberrant symbiote? This is especially important. But the result is obvious. Whether it's the melee attacks of the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Shadow Strait Guardians, or any ranged attacks, none of these methods can enable the aberrant symbiote to evolve. I think so. It must be because their strengths are almost equal. And secondly, the ranged attacks used by the Shadow Knights of the Round Table and the Shadow Strait Guardians seem to be very weak in adapting to ranged attacks. You could even say that melee attacks allow the aberrant symbiote to evolve rapidly. However, ranged attacks are different, although both are attacks. But what Bai Yi was particularly concerned about was that the long-range attack did not seem to cause any significant changes to the mutated symbiote. It can be described as a characteristic. It can also be said that this aberrant symbiote is so bizarre that it has the ability to evolve for no reason, but it does not evolve when attacked from a distance. But now there's no need to worry about that, because Bai Yi had already come up with a solution. That's fundamentally wrong. This is the core of this mutated symbiote, a part of its internal body. Without this body, even if this aberrant symbiote has many abilities and opportunities for evolution, it probably has no way to use them. Just like a building without a foundation, no matter how large it is, it has nowhere to stand. And now, that will be the time when Bai Yi's plan comes to fruition. After this aberrant symbiote adapted to high-frequency but weak attacks, Bai Yi then had the Shadow Snow Elf unleash an S-rank skill, freezing the mutated symbiote's movements. Because it's a remote attack, it happened unexpectedly again. This was the first time they had been attacked in this way. The aberrant symbiote seemed somewhat at a loss and failed to react in time, which can be described as a moment of caution leading to a major mistake. And at this time, Bai Yi then dispatched the extreme Dao Decay to directly extract the body that was wrapped inside. This time, the aberrant symbiote is then unable to escape. And it was all part of Bai Yi's plan. That's fine. Let's get ready to end this. Bai Yi seemed completely unfazed, as if none of this had much of an impact on him. And all of this was within Bai Yi's expectations, and these final steps were proceeding according to his plan. At this time, countless shadowy minions swarmed in. Just like commuters rushing to work during the morning rush hour, they constantly trample on the body of the mutated symbiote. Even so, This mutated symbiote still retained some defensive capabilities, but it was attacked in this way. They also lacked the ability to resist much. Despite the attacks from its shadow minions, its body could hardly recover. After all, without its symbiotic body, the mutated symbiote itself is unable to exert much power. Now, only the shadow minions managed to launch one truly effective attack after another, inflicting enormous damage on the mutated symbiote. As time goes by, the life force of this mutated symbiote continued to decline, until there is no more life. What Bai found somewhat strange was, the professional system didn't give any hints, as if the mutated symbiote hadn't completely died. But the facts are right before our eyes, leaving no room for doubt. The reasons that led to this situation are, there are only a few possibilities. The first point is that the aberrant symbiote fakes its death to escape and prepares for another surprise attack. But this first point was rejected by Bai. The mutated symbiote before me was utterly dead, devoid of any life. And the second point, this mutated symbiote is not a monster and is not subject to the rules of the professional system. Just like when a life-related profession, poultry butcher, slaughters pigs, chickens, or ducks, there is no notification from the profession system. After all, if even an ordinary animal can provide kill experience points, that one breath, there must be so many kill notifications for bacteria and the like, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. Chapter 304 Unknown Shadows, merging into one. 304 Unknown Shadow, 2 become one. So, the current situation of this aberrant symbiote is probably similar to this. You could say that. There is some basis to this. Bai had guessed this and considered it, so he wasn't too surprised. But, if things weren't as Bai imagined, he would probably be quite surprised. Certainly, there are clues to this matter. After all, the death of the mutated symbiote in front of them did not seem fake. Regardless of whether the shadow minions around them went to sense it, they could basically confirm its death. When it is alive, its vitality is incredibly strong. Even cockroaches would have to respect me as Big Brother, but now that we no longer have a symbiotic body, I'm in a different situation. But they were easily crushed to death. It's quite heartbreaking. Now, Bai wasn't too concerned about whether the mutated symbiote was truly dead. For him, whether this aberrant symbiote is truly dead or not is not that important. After all, what Bai needed was never the death of the mutated symbiote, but its corpse. All you need is the corpse of this mutated symbiote. Bai directly extracted the shadow. Now, another powerful shadow subordinate has joined the fray, and he's not just any ordinary being. If the characteristics of the aberrant symbiote can be successfully inherited by this shadow hand, Bai was able to have a very special shadow subordinate. Nowadays, Bai's special shadow subordinates are also countable on one hand. My personal shadow is the top of the top. Let's leave everything else aside for now. Its immortality alone makes it virtually invincible. Secondly, this is the ultimate decline, whose level cannot be determined by the professional system. This guy is extremely powerful. Even its very existence cannot be determined by the professional system. It's not exactly defying the heavens, but he is definitely a top-tier existence, ranking above all the shadow subordinates, and can be considered the biggest and strongest among Bai's shadow subordinates. Secondly, it is the water of shadows, an entity that can absorb seawater and create clones of itself. Although I wouldn't say it's powerful. After all, its capabilities are quite limited in arid regions. However, in places related to seawater, the power that the shadow water can unleash goes far beyond its own strength. It is practically invincible. But if we look further ahead, Hyaki Sei could be considered one, given that it utilizes the special skills of 100 demons, making it quite versatile. It has everything: defense, healing, speed boost, and more. While I may not excel in every single area, I at least have something, which is much better than having nothing at all. Thinking about this, Bai didn't think too much about it. The decisive approach was to use shadow extraction. The next moment, Bai uttered those extremely familiar words. Stand up. This sentence. This undoubtedly showcased the demeanor of a shadow king, and it was also a phrase Bai often used. Certainly, this sentence. It implies more than just standing up. It means summoning new shadow minions who not only stand up, but also fight for him. This simple sentence actually carries a complex meaning. And now, Bai said those words again. As soon as those words were spoken, Bai successfully used his Shadow King's signature skill, shadow extraction. There was no sense of obstruction whatsoever. And this also perfectly illustrates the point. The mutated symbiote in front of Bai was indeed dead. After all, Only dead corpses can be extracted by using shadow extraction. Besides, it is impossible for living creatures to have their shadows extracted and become minions of the shadow. The underlying principle. Couldn't explain it either. Perhaps the shadow contains the soul of the creature in its previous life, or something else that is simply impossible to explain. All in all, this time, Bai successfully used the shadow extraction technique. Now, Bai stepped forward. Under Bai's watchful eyes, this mutated symbiote slowly began to change. The shadow subordinates all turned their gazes toward Bai. After all, they came under Bai's orders. And now, the battle is over. They should also return to Bai's command. Bai said indifferently, "You should go and rest." Then, he waved his hand. Then, the shadowy henchmen all left. Then, Bai slowly walked to the side of these mutated symbiote remains. Click. Bai reached out and gently touched the remains of the mutated symbiote. The shadow domain of this shadow completely envelopes this mutated symbiote. The next second, this shadowy domain began to slowly devour the mutated symbiote. Immediately, the shadow gradually expanded, becoming so large that it seemed capable of enveloping things. This time, shadow extraction might be slightly different. The newly emerging dense shadows. It directly covered the remains of the mutated symbiote. Immediately, the shadow merged with the remains of the mutated symbiote, stood up again, and became a unique individual. But Bai could sense it. This is still one of Shadow's henchmen. Only, these shadowy subordinates are somewhat special. It's done. Bai looked at the newly appeared shadow subordinates and felt a little emotional. Because, when his professional system scanned the screen, it could only display a string of information. Shadow minion. Can be named. Profession. Grade. Health points. / Base attack power. Added. Equipment. Skills. A+, bad money drives out good money. SS. Instinctive metamorphosis. This is an introduction. This left Bai completely baffled. Such a strange panel was something Bai had rarely seen. But, given the unique example of the decline of the extreme path, Bai didn't think much of it. But, the newly formed, unnamed shadow subordinate before them appeared somewhat listless. Bai then realized the reason. It must be because they lack a physical body. This is the case with aberrant symbiotes. In this way, Bai greeted them. Then several highly skilled shadow subordinates arrived. What Bai was thinking was, this new shadow minion is then attached to a high-level shadow minion to create a completely new shadow minion. Certainly, Bai had also considered putting it on herself. However, when Bai thought about the scene of being parasitized and symbiotically coexisted with, he still felt a little uncomfortable. So, this kind of thing should naturally be done by shadow subordinates. Chapter 305 The Birth of the Myriad Calamity Beast, Surprise Force. 3.05 million Calamity Beasts born, Surprise Force Combat Power. And now, this is something Bai needs to think about carefully. After all, this is a rare option, and Bai needs to give it serious consideration. If you choose this path, it will likely be a long-term commitment. It's not easy to change things. Bai glanced at it. He glanced over it once. Several highly skilled shadow subordinates were there. They were nothing more than a group of high combat power shadow subordinates, including Half Dragon, Extreme Path Decline, 100 Ghost Conquer, and Shadow Snow Elf. But, none of these choices suited Bai's taste. These are highly skilled shadow subordinates. None of these were things Bai wanted to consider. After all, these highly skilled shadow subordinates each have their own unique characteristics, and each has their own area of expertise. If this new shadow minion is forcibly applied, it's likely that there won't be much benefit. On the contrary, it will also cover up their own characteristics. Thus, Bai was thinking, we need to find someone powerful. Because this is a foundation, and secondly, it can't be too special. Bai thought to himself, I increasingly feel that this kind of thing is not so easy. Each of his shadowy henchmen is a special individual. If I absolutely had to find one like that, it's probably similar to finding a short person among tall people, a scenario that Bai doesn't really want to see. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Bai's mind. Isn't that shadow invisible beast exactly what Bai wanted? A very powerful control panel. However, their skills are severely lacking. It's simply the perfect choice for the body. Thinking about this, Bai quickly made a decision and summoned the shadow invisible beast with a wave of his hand. The shadow invisible beast was still invisible at this moment. Bai made a click. It quickly shed its invisibility and transformed into a ferocious appearance unlike any other beast on Earth. Its entire body was pitch black. Its sharp edges and corners make it appear exceptionally sharp. Although it has some canine characteristics, the hidden wings on its back are quite noticeable. This is it. Bai thought to himself. This shadow stealth beast perfectly met his requirements. Passed. Bai greeted him. This command wasn't just given to the shadow stealth beast. This was said to the new shadow minions born from the aberrant symbiote. Immediately, the two sides collided, and soon a change occurred. Then I saw it. The shadow invisible beast was constantly enveloped, as if it had been submerged in a swamp. Soon, the two have become one. Bai glanced at it, and found it rather amusing. Then I saw it. When he saw this new shadow subordinate, the professional system displayed. Shadow minion, shadow? Can be named. Level, unable to be determined. HP, 321W38900 / unable to assess. Overall attack power. Equipment, none. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Skills, A, rank, invisibility. A+ rank, bad money drives out good money. SS rank, instinctive metamorphosis. Bai looked at this new shadow subordinate. It is clearly a perfect product of combining the two into one. I thought about it. These shadow minions will inevitably devour flesh and blood, thus perfectly evolving into all sorts of abilities. And the flesh and blood that it devoured. It must be the flesh and blood of beasts or other living beings. It was a catastrophe for these beasts. I think so. It's called the Beast of 10,000 Calamities. In the blink of an eye, Bai had already given this new shadow a name. Myriad Calamities Beast. Shadow Subordinate. 10,000 Calamities Beast. Health points. Unable to assess. Level. Unable to be determined. Overall attack power. Equipment. None. Status. Special amplification buff. Monarch's domain. Skills. A. Rank. Invisibility. A+ rank. Bad money drives out good money. SS rank. Instinctive metamorphosis. I think so. This myriad calamity beast is probably an extremely special existence. If it's a battle in the future, it is likely that it will not only grow stronger with each battle, but may even quickly become stronger than its opponents, constantly transforming and evolving. Bai Guang is an imagination. It was then that one could sense the immense power of the myriad calamities beast and its future journey. And now, Bai patted the head of the myriad calamities beast. The myriad calamities beast immediately went into stealth mode. Soon, the myriad calamities beast completely concealed its form and disappeared from Bai Yi's sight. Interesting. That's really interesting. Bai Yi smiled. With such a beast of 10,000 calamities around, any enemy that gets close to it will be targeted by this invisible being. Just thinking about it is terrifying. An unseen existence. They are even more powerful than you. If you insist on a direct attack, you'll likely not only be instantly killed, but you'll also become nourishment for your opponent, making them even stronger. Bai Yi smiled. Then they prepared to exit the instance. Now, as soon as Bai Yi had a thought, his shadow subordinates around him took action, quickly entering the shadow kingdom within their natal shadows. But, ultimately, Bai Yi can only accommodate a limited number of shadow subordinates. All of Shadow's minions present. There are still 20% or even 30% of the shadow subordinates who are unable to fight alongside Bai Yi. But, these things are no longer that important. After all, Bai Yi's subordinates have gradually become an elite group. A highly skilled shadow subordinate. They are all worth countless shadow minions. So, sacrificing a few of the shadow minions isn't that important. If it were Bai Yi who had just awakened, seeing 300 shadow minions, all of whom were level 60 shadow minions, I'm afraid I'll see stars. If I were to discard all of them, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep. But now, Bai Yi had the confidence to do so, and she was extremely decisive in decluttering. Now, all of Shadow's men were now fully prepared for battle. Most of the Shadow's subordinates have already entered the Shadow Kingdom of their respective shadows. As for those Shadow minions who weren't powerful enough, they were left in this instance. But, Bai Yi did not completely abandon it. My thinking used to be limited. But now, things are completely different now. First, if you want to use these 300 Shadow minions, just have your natal Shadow clear out the Shadow minions of the Shadow Kingdom. Then another, Shadow Swap, occurs. That would allow them to take over all 300 Shadow subordinates and form a surprise force. And leave these 300 Shadow henchmen here. Slaughter all the monsters in the instance and pile up their corpses. If Bai Yi ever needs it. Extracting a single Shadow creates a new force of subordinates, and during this time, there will be a continuous stream of experience gained. It was absolutely amazing. Chapter 306 The message is late. See you in 5 minutes. 306 Message is late. See you in 5 minutes. And now, Bai had this idea. These shadow minions can be left here to gain experience on their own, and they can even wait for him to call them up later. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? And now, Bai's time limit in the instance hasn't expired yet, and she cannot exit the instance unless there are special circumstances. Bai didn't care about this. This is something that ordinary people naturally cannot do. But Bai is not so ordinary, which is particularly important. Certainly, Bai's methods are extremely unique, and there are quite a few of them. To put it mildly, even his signature skill, Shadow Swap, allows him to ignore dungeons and forcibly swap locations with the location of a shadow minion outside. At this point, this means you can bypass the time limit for staying in a dungeon and exit the dungeon directly. Or perhaps, Bai also possesses a very special method that is basically unknown to everyone on the entire planet. That is, the first key. The first key symbolizes space, and accessing that space is effortless. What Bai found strange was, perhaps because he wasn't qualified to use too many permissions, the first key was fused onto the back of his hand. The only options are to forcibly remove yourself from the instance or forcibly enter it. Bai had tried the former, but the latter. So far, there hasn't been any dungeon that Bai can't enter, nor has he actually used it. Only, there weren't many opportunities for Bai to use this first key. And now, this is one of the few opportunities available. Bai now, you can use the first key to escape this instance and reach the remote Iberian Strait outside the instance. Or perhaps, he used his Shadow Swap ability to directly swap shadows with one of the shadow subordinates in Yanjing, the capital of China. And now, Bai intended to take this action. Rather than exiting the instance directly, it's better to go directly into China. Shadow Swap. With a mere thought, Bai vanished and left this place. Outside the instance, the entire instance was completely empty, marking the end of the Libyan Strait instance. Bai, without taking a break, went straight back to the capital of China. Here, the welcome party ended quite early, even though more than a day had already passed. The 3 guests who came, he had already perished, and his shadow was directly extracted by Bai and made into one of the shadow's high combat power subordinates. And now, Bai returned to this place with the joy of completing her mission. Only, perhaps because of the departure of the outsiders, this banquet had ended long ago. Bai arrived here. It could be considered late. Now, the capital of China, Yanjing Beiping. Bai pulled out the Hanxiao Alliance identity card from his storage backpack. This thing, it not only serves as a communication link, but also plays a role in acquiring information and exchanging intelligence within the alliance. And now, as soon as Bai took out the black identity card, he noticed several pieces of information displayed on it. That message was a warning sent by committee member Yi Yufan. Something's not right. Yi Yufan. Those 3 envoys said they had urgent business to return to their country, but their destination was Little Britain. Yi Yufan, I suspect. This information was transmitted. But Bai hadn't paid much attention to these things before. I did not receive any information about the black card. Now that they had left the instance and returned to Hanxia, they quickly saw this message. I saw this message. Bai had the feeling of looking at a brocade pouch. But this gave Bai a very subtle feeling, as if she had already won the lottery, and her roommate suddenly went crazy and said that she had traveled back in time to tell her the lottery number. At this point, this left Bai somewhat at a loss for words. Give a positive response. Bai was also afraid that he might be being monitored by professionals with special skills. I won't reply. I still don't know what committee member Yi and his group are planning. They might even think I'm dead. So, Bai gave a brief reply. Bai, I'm fine. Everything's normal. Let's talk about it face to face. Upon receiving this message, Bai put the black card into his pocket. If it is placed in the storage backpack, it's true that we can't receive messages, which is to prevent delays in sending and receiving messages. On the other side, committee member Yi received news of the location of a strategic reserve site. It was exactly the 2 lines that Bai Yifan mentioned. After seeing the message, Yi Yufan's expression changed slightly, no longer the same as always. In fact, this wasn't the first time Yi Yufan had been emotionally affected by Yi's actions, and his expression had changed slightly. If someone who knows you sees this, they will definitely find it unbelievable. They might also think that the current Yi Yufan is a spy from another profession pretending to exist. Soon, Yi Yufan simply gave some instructions to his subordinates. Immediately afterwards, I replied to the message. Yi Yufan, Goodbye Hanxia. Yi Yufan. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Yanjing, Beijing. Bai Yi remained calm and unhurried after seeing the message. After looking at the scenery of the capital, 200 seconds had passed, so he used Shadow Swap to switch places with the shadow subordinates at the Hanxia Alliance Villa. So far up to now, there are quite a few coordinate anchor points for Bai Yi in various locations around the world. And these coordinates, they are the shadow minions located all over the world. A large portion of them. These are the coordinates of the shadow machines, lurking in the shadows around the world, waiting for Bai Yi's command to swap positions with him. This is also one of the major roles they can play. And that's what Bai Yi needs. That is precisely their great use. Now, after Bai Yi used Shadow Swap, once, he arrived directly at the villa of the Hanxia Alliance. Thinking back to that time, this villa was rented using points given to me by committee member Yi, and the rental period wasn't too long. But it was only for such a short period of time. Bai Yi has already completed a major leap in level, going directly from a beginner at level 10 to one of the world's top players. Bai Yi now, shadow minions lurking in various instances are frantically accumulating experience. And what I've gained recently, my level has reached 70. Level 70. It is also among the most advanced in the world. Chapter 307 A Lone Star, Starry Sky Bianca. 307 stands out from the crowd, Starry Sky Bianca. And now, Bai Yi has already reached this level. This level is already quite surprising for the world as a whole. But, Bai Yi had no intention of stopping there. His goal was the highest level, or even beyond the level limit. Although this goal sounds somewhat absurd. But, Bai Yi, however, felt that there were clues to be found. After all, from the few clues we have so far, we can guess what the ultimate is. That is something that allows professionals to break through level restrictions. What Bai Yi needs to do. The goal is to reach the current highest level as quickly as possible, collect all 3 keys, and complete the ultimate. Although, this ultimate is currently somewhat elusive, whether it's an item or a dungeon remains completely unknown. But, Bai Yi doesn't care about such specific things, as long as he has such a goal. For Bai Yi now, that's enough. I am not afraid of goals that are vague or unrealistic. The worst thing is having no goals and no motivation to move forward. Now, with the casting of Shadow Swap, Bai Yi appeared inside the villa he had rented. My abdomen feels somewhat weak. For professionals, not eating for extended periods of time doesn't usually cause any problems. After all, his body was already extraordinary. Even violating biological norms or the law of conservation of energy is a minor matter. There are indeed beings that, even if they don't eat for a year, can still build a small mountain with a single punch. Only, Bai Yi was still a little hungry, though not physically, but mostly mentally. Not long ago, he is still an ordinary person. Although he doesn't eat 3 meals a day, he at least maintains the habit of eating 2 meals a day, but he usually doesn't eat breakfast. But now, after becoming a professional, he often went hungry. From another perspective, after becoming an exceptionally skilled professional, his standard of living actually declined significantly. At this point, Bai Yi didn't actually care that much. But, while I wouldn't say I care too much, I would still like to make amends if I had the means to do so. Just as Bai Yi was about to casually order something, there was a knock on the door. The knocking was crisp and forceful, and it must have been a young man knocking. Bai Yi had heard this kind of knocking several times before. Bai Yi is now a highly skilled professional. It's not hard to guess. The people outside the door were most likely the night committee members. Bai Yi walked out. The door was opened. I saw a familiar face, committee member Yi. You. Committee member Yi was taken aback and paused for a second while looking at Bai Yi's face. But, Bai Yi immediately remembered something. He touched his cheek. The 2 props were still on their faces, and the time limit hadn't expired yet, so the effect was still there. 2 props. They are 1,000 faces, 1,000 words, and faceless. They serve to disguise appearance, voice, and conceal presence, respectively. Thinking about this, Bai Yi immediately changed her appearance and voice back, and said, "It's me." At the same time, the aura was no longer held back and was released normally. At the same time, committee member Yi then sent out a probe, and after confirming Bai Yi's identity, he didn't say anything more. The 2 exchanged nods without any pleasantries. No time was wasted. Walked directly into the living room. Yi Yufan immediately unleashed a skill, turning the surrounding space into a completely secret space. There is no way to eavesdrop on it. Now, there's not a moment when I'm wary anymore. When Bai Yi saw committee member Yi, he nodded. Seeing the other party's serious expression, he lost his usual joking manner. This is what happened. Bai Yi spoke eloquently, explaining things in as much detail as possible. Upon hearing this, Yi Yufan's expression changed slightly. Is that so? Yi Yufan's expression changed, but he wasn't exactly shocked. Hearing this information, it's almost like a story, so unbelievable. But that's how it's implemented. This was what Bai confessed. This involves obtaining information about the location of the second key. Among the locations where information might appear, it's not that Bai Yi's situation didn't exist. But Bai Yi could defeat the same nameless, invisible monster, but he couldn't defeat professionals of the same level. It's not that they're bad at the game. Instead, Bai Yi is too strong. Nameless monsters, strong enough to rival or even surpass level 80 professionals, can be killed instantly, though some of them may employ tricks. They have schemes, but not many. What Bai Yi mainly explained was the memory information that arose inexplicably after he approached the corpse of the nameless, invisible monster. These are memories. This should be where the second key is currently located. There are no exceptions. This second key has been to more than just the island of Misery in the Iberian Strait. The other 13 places were prophesied. There is also a dungeon in the Three-Eyed Kingdom that was inhabited by the second key for a period of time and gave rise to nameless, invisible monsters. In that instance called Starry Sky Bianca, there was indeed a strange situation involving Black Time Rain. The monsters in that instance were mostly around level 50. For professionals above level 50 who were dispatched there, it wasn't a big deal. Although it is somewhat dangerous. However, it is not considered fatal. But these aren't the only factors that can cause a mission to go wrong. This mission, it's difficult. And it also has that nameless, invisible monster, a very strange monster. The professionals who received the order to go were immediately terrified upon seeing the fight and lost all desire to engage. And this move, it did save the professional's life, since the nameless, invisible monster was generally considered a neutral creature and wouldn't attack human professionals unless attacked first. At this point, it was extremely rare, which made the professional take notice. After all, neutral creatures are rare, and monsters that don't attack human professionals are even rarer. And among the conditions mentioned above, those that cannot be detected by the professional system are extremely rare and exceptional. It's unrealistic to expect not to notice. But in this operation, only Bai Yi was able to kill the invisible monster. And the others, they either couldn't detect it, or they were completely outmatched by the nameless, invisible monster. This mission is results-oriented. He became Bai Yi's sole outstanding individual, being the only one to complete the mission and return. It was quite a coincidence. But behind the coincidence. Chapter 308 Levi Kingdom, Hero and Demon King's Castle. 308 Levi Kingdom, Hero and Demon King's Castle. Behind this coincidence lies Bai Yi's formidable strength. They lack the strength. Even under the same circumstances, no one could complete the task as perfectly as Bai Yi. These tasks, if someone of the same level were to attempt this, it would likely be completely impossible. After all, with only a level 60 character, how can they possibly defeat monsters that are comparable to level 80? And this monster might have combat power several times that of a level 80 monster, and might even possess the ability to become invisible. To think that you could win against such a monster is simply wishful thinking. Only, what others cannot do, Bai Yi can indeed do. At this point, this didn't surprise Bai Yi much, since it was all part of his plan. At this time, after some thought, Bai Yi revealed most of the reasons to committee member Yi. And now, for Bai Yi, the matter was now settled, but the headache was for committee member Yi to figure out. In the silent space, Yi Yufan pondered carefully, constantly reflecting on Bai Yi's words. Although it sounds much like a story, but, upon closer listening, it still possesses a strong sense of logic, and Yi Yufan was able to glean relevant information useful to him from it. Only, this revolves around a few things. After careful consideration, Yi Yufan's mind gradually cleared, and as if he had realized something, his expression returned to normal. Is that so? Then, there was a long silence, a silence that lasted for a long time. Yi Yufan eventually obtained a lot of information from Bai Yi, and after some analysis, it was not difficult to grasp the key points. Suddenly, Yi Yufan's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Then I saw his eyes change. Immediately. Then he spoke again. That location information. Do you have any further clues? When Yi Yufan spoke, he went straight to the point, which was of utmost importance. You could say that. Aside from the benefits Bai Yi gained from this trip, the newly acquired shadow subordinates, the rest of the sentence is missing. There's only this one small thing that's related to the second key. That is indeed the case. This is Bai Yi's only gain, from a certain perspective. And thinking about this, Bai Yi's mind was somewhat muddled, with a feeling of being unclear due to alcohol consumption. But this was only for a moment, and Bai Yi recalled the memories he had gained in the dungeon before. That was a location. Only, in Bai Yi's initial perception, it should be a copy, but what exactly that copy was remains to be seen. That remains to be seen. In an instant, Yi Yufan took out Hanxia's identity black card. This is a multi-purpose item. The functions included. Bai Yi had seen them all, and they were basically commonly used. Only, the function that Yi Yufan used piqued Bai Yi's interest somewhat. All I could see was, Yi Yufan took the black identity card out of the silent space and operated it a few times. Then, the black card automatically projects a holographic map. That's right. It's a map. A map of the entire Earth. Bai Yi looked at the holographic miniature version of the blue star map and found it rather interesting. It's nothing else. The overall map of this blue planet is about 80 to 90% similar to Earth in my previous life. Apart from the differences in details, they are basically the same. Only, for Bai Yi, it was just a minor difference, but in a real comparison, these subtle differences might be the topography of a large area of land, or the disappearance and existence of certain real islands. But, in this overall map, all details are scaled down. So, it won't be too detailed. For Bai Yi, at first glance, it really looks like the Earth I know. But, upon closer inspection, even the slightest difference can still be discerned. Bai Yi was also aware of this. This is Blue Star, not Earth. And now, Bai Yi thought about it carefully for a moment and realized what committee member Yi wanted to do. He wanted Bai Yi to point out the exact location on the Blue Star map based on his memory of the location. In fact, Bai Yi also wanted to do just that. Here, after thinking carefully for a moment, Bai Yi began to search based on the locations in his memory. In my memory, that was just a location, not very precise, but Bai Yi still found the exact location without much difficulty. It should be a copy of a coastal site. Probably. Bai Yi looked closely and saw that committee member Yi was also following Bai Yi's instructions, occasionally zooming in on the holographic map of Blue Star so that Bai Yi could see it thoroughly. At last, Bai Yi finally pinpointed an exact location. This must be it. Bai Yi touched the holographic map with one finger, and it almost passed right through him. And that location. Committee member Yi also saw it clearly. It was indeed a dungeon, and not just any ordinary dungeon. Seeing this instance, Yi Yufan's expression changed again, because this was a large-scale instance. The so-called large-scale instance. Unlike any of the dungeons Bai Yi had ever encountered before, these were special little worlds governed by certain rules. Other copies. They were simply separated from their original world. However, these large-scale instances are different. That was a world. A complete world. It can be said that ordinary dungeons still have the potential to explore the boundaries, but these large dungeons, that's basically an entire world. It is something that can go around in a circle and return to the starting point with almost the same amount of progress. But, although no one has explored these large dungeons in great detail, information obtained through special skills has been gathered. These are large-scale dungeon worlds. It wasn't that rigid. Some of them are oval-shaped like the Earth, while others are perfectly round spheres. Even worse, it's an absurdly flat world with a round sky and a square Earth, and the gravity in this large-scale dungeon world is several times stronger than normal. But, none of these matters. The most important thing, Yi Yufan wanted to say himself. This is a large instance. This country is called Levial Country. This copy. It is one of 139 large-scale dungeons worldwide. The Hero and the Demon King's Castle. The words fell. Bai Yi carefully considered these words. Levi's Kingdom. The Hero and the Demon King's Castle. As for the so-called large-scale dungeons, this was the first time Bai Yi had ever heard of them. Reach level 80 or above. Having earned the qualification to participate in large-scale dungeons, Bai Yi was now ready to broaden his horizons. Chapter 309 Alliance Leader's Duty, the Invincible Howling Demon. The main task of the 309 Alliance is to defeat the Invincible Howling Demon. Throughout the entire Blue Planet, there are countless dungeons, from beginner level 1 dungeons to elite level 80 dungeons. They are all dungeons. But, once you reach level 80 or above, it thus transcends the realm of ordinary copies. Because, dungeons from level 1 to 80 all follow the same rules and operate in the same way. Although the duration of each instance varies, but they are basically the same. The shortest is no more than 8 hours. The longest it can last is around 48 to 72 hours. But, The duration of large-scale instances can be said to be indefinite. However, this no time limit doesn't mean it's truly without a time limit. Large-scale dungeons all have clear main quests. The main quest has been completed. Therefore, you can leave the instance freely from any location within a large instance. But, if you haven't completed the main quest, there's no one to complain to if you stay in the dungeon for a year or two. And, even the world's top professionals, those who have surpassed level 80, enter large-scale dungeons. All of these rules must be followed. The main quest was not completed. They are still not allowed to leave. Even, some level 80 professionals are full of vigor and high spirits before entering large-scale dungeons. They are the winners in life, with all wealth and power within easy reach. However, in large-scale dungeons, because the main quest was too difficult, it couldn't be completed in a short time, and they were stuck for 2.5 years. When I came out, everyone thought he was already dead. His wife had even remarried, which was truly a great tragedy. But, this is just an interesting anecdote circulating around the world, and whether it's true or not is unknown. What lies before Bai? This is the opportunity to enter this large instance and obtain the second key. Thinking about it, Bai Yi's eyes burned with fervor. He couldn't wait to enter this massive dungeon in the kingdom of Levi, known as Hero and Demon King's Castle. And at this time, Yi Yufan, standing beside Bai Yi, seemed to have discerned his thoughts. He then said, "You don't need to think about it. The hard requirement for large-scale dungeons is that you must be level 80. Without being level 80 or having any special methods, you can't even get into this dungeon." Yi Yufan finished speaking in one breath, wanting to shatter Bai Yi's illusions. But, Bai Yi, however, did not let his goal slip away because of these few words. Isn't it just a special method? How could he not have it? He has as much as he wants. Bai Yi lacks nothing. And of course, he has no shortage of special methods. Seeing Bai Yi's eager look, Yi Yufan seemed to have guessed something. "You wouldn't." "Never mind, I won't ask any more questions. This large-scale dungeon is not as simple as you think. It is fraught with danger. That's all." Yi Yufan glanced at the holographic map again. "I checked the location of this instance. This is definitely the correct dungeon. Although there are 139 large-scale dungeons in the world, this, Hero and Demon King's Castle, is one that Yi Yufan has never been to. But, he had heard of this place before. This instance, it is mainly divided into 7 layers. Each layer is not only a region of the dungeon world, but also has complicated main quests. Looking at this massive dungeon, Yi Yufan felt a real headache coming on. Although ordinary matters are also complicated, they don't usually give Yi Yufan a headache, but this matter is different. This relates to the second key. Unlike the first key could only be obtained by low-level professionals, so Bai Yi was forced to enter and obtain it. However, this second game was somewhat special. This instance can only be entered by players of level 80 or above, which is a major requirement, similar to the requirement for lower-level players for the first key. But, according to Bai Yi's memories, the second key is indeed inside this instance. However, its exact location remains unknown. If you want to get the exact location, you will have to search for it. The difficulty of searching an entire world is unimaginable. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. But, it's not that there are no opportunities to follow. If most of the members of the Hanxiao Alliance are mobilized, the success rate of obtaining the second key this time will be greatly increased. Thinking about it, Yi Yufan seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Yes. What if we mobilize all the committee members for the second key? If we can get the second key, let alone all the committee members, we could even bring up the vice leader. However, the elusive alliance leader Han Xiao was no longer a force to be reckoned with. The leader of the alliance also has an even more important responsibility. A powerful, super-level monster called the Howling Demon is trying to make itself known throughout the universe. Its ability is singular, simple, but bizarre. That is it. The more people who observe the Xiangxiao demon, the more powerful the Xiangxiao demon becomes. While the Xiangxiao demon cannot yet be known to all life in the universe. But this Xiangxiao demon has also reached the level where its physical body can traverse the universe, attempting to make all living beings in the universe aware of it through mental pollution. Only, it is composed of a group of powerful beings from Earth who force it to continuously fall into a double buff of slumber and sealing. This also prevented him from taking action. Among these powerful figures from Blue Star was Alliance leader Han Xia. Even if something major happens in China, the leader of the Alliance might not show up, since his absence could affect the life of the entire universe. And now, Most of the members of the Hanxia committee did not know where the alliance leader was going. They were even more unaware of the existence of the Xiangxiao demon. Only the vice leader bears this responsibility, and he is the only one in the entire Hanxiao alliance who knows it. After all, knowing that it exists is already a small part of the observation, and this will make the Xiangxiao demon even stronger. The current Xiangxiao demon is invincible. Even if the strongest beings on Earth joined forces, they could only put it into a sealed and dormant state. There were limits to how much damage they could do to it. So, the Xiangxiao demon absolutely cannot become any stronger. This is a secret that the powerful on Earth absolutely keep. Unless there are special circumstances, the information will generally not be leaked. And now, committee member Yi planned to join forces with the other committee members to thoroughly search the large dungeon, Hero and Demon King's castle, which contained a second key. We must find the second key. Only, when Yi Yufan, the committee member, was making the plan, Bai was also thinking about it. The planning for this second key. Unable to enter large dungeons? Is there a hard requirement of level 80 or above? Joke. Chapter 310 taking the lead, forming a unique system. 310 is one step ahead and has its own system. Let alone large-scale dungeons with strict requirements. What's wrong with going to even higher level ones? Only, as Bai had anticipated, the moment when the committee member would lead him to hunt down super-level monsters would be postponed for a while. After all, the most important thing now is to obtain the second key. Other things will have to wait until later. Only, if all 36 members of Hanxia's committee were to leave, it would likely cause quite a stir. So, it remains to be seen how many committee members will be involved in this operation. So, let's leave it at that for now. Yi Yufan got up and told them almost everything he could. He then got up, breaking the silence. This quiet space is good, as it won't be spied on by any external eavesdropping methods. However, there are still some limitations. But, this was nothing to Yi Yufan. It was almost negligible. Think about now. The most important thing is to obtain the second key. Nothing else matters as much as this. It seems that all the big and small matters of the Hanxiao Alliance are coming to an end now, as they need to focus on dealing with such an important matter. This is the second key. Very important. The key is that all the powerful forces on the entire planet want to win it. There are only 3 keys in total. Bai Yi won the first round. Bai Yi can also be considered, to some extent, as a force within China. How to obtain these 3 keys? Just like a best-of-3 game of rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins 2 rounds at the same time basically wins the game. And now, this is the crucial moment that will determine the outcome. If successful, the benefits would be immeasurable. Right now, Yi Yufan also had important matters to attend to, so he immediately left Bai Yi's residence. After a brief farewell, Bai Yi was alone again. Bai Yi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. It's about taking the initiative and acting proactively. Or perhaps, waiting for the committee members? There was basically no need to think about this kind of problem. Bai Yi had already made a decision while pondering it, and had already thought about the result in his mind. Now, what Bai Yi needed to do was rest for a while, and then head to the large dungeon called Hero and Demon King's Castle. Time flies. Bai Yi organized the living supplies, and did some simple tidying up. It was time to prepare for departure. Then, Bai Yi focused his attention on contacting the shadow subordinates to see which of them were located in or near the Levi Kingdom. Upon investigation, sure enough, they found several shadow minions, who were undoubtedly shadow AIs. After all, among all the shadow minions, these tens of thousands of shadow machines are sufficient to serve as temporary combat forces and coordinate anchor points. And now, what Bai Yi needed to do was to use Shadow Swap to swap positions with a shadow subordinate from the neighboring country of Levier. After locating a position, Bai Yi used his mental powers to lock onto this shadow subordinate and immediately prepared to head to this instance. He's here in the Kingdom of Levi's, Hero and Demon King's Castle. Shadow Swap. Then, using this skill, Bai Yi headed to a location on the border of the Kingdom of Levier. With the use of shadow swapping, in less than the blink of an eye, Bai Yi arrived in Levier from China. This country, it is the largest city on Earth, and also has the second largest port. It is also the national political, economic, cultural center and transportation hub. Liver means free city. But when we arrived at this place, Bai Yi truly experienced what it felt like to be in a foreign land. Bai Yi glanced at it. I just feel it's no different from a small town in China. Aside from the occasional Chinese characters on signs and the various foreigners, there's basically no difference between them. So many foreigners. That's not right. Once I get here, I'm the foreigner. Bai Yi shook his head, dismissing the somewhat absurd idea from his mind. Bai Yi's thinking wasn't wrong. Here, he, a Chinese man, is the foreigner in the country of Levier. I saw the towering tower in the distance. The tower's interior was a pitch-black structure, resembling a starry night sky, surrounded by warning signs, presumably the large-scale dungeon. Bai Yi looked up. This otherworldly-style tower is only 6 stories high, so it can't be considered too tall. The pedestrians around seemed to be quite familiar with this large replica. It didn't seem particularly magnificent or mysterious. Like a natural structure that appears by chance on the roadside, it's become commonplace and doesn't cause much of a stir. Only, the occasional appearance of a professional player above level 80 in the vicinity would cause passers-by to stop and watch. After all, this applies to any country. Professionals above level 80 are rare. But this also depends on the professional's attire. The more flamboyant the attire, the more likely the professional is to be a mid-level professional. After all, appearance is something that needs to be considered. Cosmetic surgery exists on Earth, so for this blue planet with its rich and complex skills, it's basically just child's play. Appearance is not important. With a little effort, everyone can be just as handsome. So, those well-dressed professionals may only be around level 40. On the contrary, those with a unique temperament and an unpretentious style of dressing are perhaps the professionals at level 80 or above. After all, with more experience, one develops their own insights into everything. Her temperament changed naturally. Their clothing style is quite unique. This kind. That's the real big shot. Thinking of this, Bai Yi glanced at her outfit. All in black, a typical straight man's outfit. Even, there's also a dark shawl called Shadow Guardian. Bai Yi didn't care much about these things. After all, how others see him is their business, but how he dresses is his own business. It's always the same routine. We've all gotten used to it, and it's not so easy to change. He shook his head. Bai Yi stopped thinking about these things and slowly walked to the large dungeon in the kingdom of Levi called Hero and Demon King's Castle. Around, some foreign passers-by stopped to watch. I only occasionally hear Israeli, French, and Beacon language. This person is also a legendary figure above level 80? Perhaps just a passerby. That's not surprising, after all. People come in here from time to time. Bai Yi stopped. Some pedestrians remained unperturbed, while others stopped to watch. But Bai Yi ignored him. Ahead. Chapter 3:11 The Use of Spatial Authority. 3:11 Use of Spatial Authority. In front of Bai Yi, at the entrance to this instance. Between these otherworldly towers. The door was filled with unknown substances as dazzling as the starry sky, which must be the entrance to it. Only, unlike other instances, Bai Yi can enter directly regardless of her level. The only problem is the surrounding guards and official oversight personnel. These are not two important things. Some copies. Some are monitored by supervisors, while others, like those in Honolulu, allow free entry and exit. But this large-scale instance is different. There was no one around to supervise them. Because the higher-ups in the kingdom of Levi also know that this instance will only be entered by professionals level 80 and above. Once you reach this level, there's no need for further investigation. That's just how the world is. But when Bai Yi came into contact with the entrance to the instance, a situation occurred that was different from what he had expected. Large-scale dungeon, Hero and Demon King's Castle. Level 80. Danger level, extremely high. No entry qualification. Originally, the last line was just a hint, but this time it became a real, tangible message. Unable to enter. I just can't get in. If it's another instance, only a prompt will appear. Enter, or yes/no, and Bai Yi can enter directly. But this time, however, things are different. Just as Bai Yi had predicted. The requirement of level 80 or above is indeed a hard requirement, which truly sets it apart from other dungeons. Only, this was not a big deal for Bai Yi. After all, this was merely a strict requirement that could keep professionals out, but it couldn't stop Bai Yi. As long as you enter the instance. Bai Yi could even come up with 3 of these methods directly. The first type. It involves using one's own shadow swap. Certainly, this shadow swap is not used directly, since there are no shadow minions in this large dungeon. If there really are shadow minions in this large instance. Bai Yi, on the contrary, was surprised. But if Bai Yi were to use shadow swap, it wouldn't be a simple matter of moving positions using shadow swap. Bai Yi had anticipated this. If we're waiting for someone to enter, that means waiting for a professional player of level 80 or above to enter. Then we'll seize the opportunity to have our shadow minions infiltrate into the opponent's shadow. Finally, Use Shadow Swap to move into the instance. As for the second one, although Bai did not reach level 80, it does not mean that his subordinates cannot exceed level 80. In 3 new subordinates I recently recruited, the Shadow Straight Guardian, Shadow Roundtable Knight, and Shadow Gunner are all above level 80. But Bai's concern was that these shadow subordinates above level 80 could not be considered professionals. Strictly speaking, shadow subordinates are merely Bai's summoned creatures and do not possess any professional system themselves. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to enter this instance entrance. But besides these 2 issues, Bai has a third way to enter this large instance. Then I saw it. Bai raised his right hand and carefully examined the back of his right hand. There's actually nothing there. But Bai knew in his heart that the first key was firmly secured to it. Although I cannot see it myself. But this is only slightly more advanced than the invisibility state of the Shadow Stealth Beast. It simply means that the creature is not visible. It does not mean it does not exist. In other words, the first key, a special entity that controls space. They were still being controlled by Bai. This authority over the space is still firmly in Bai's hands. He never intended to use it today, even though he had only used it a few times before. But Bai didn't hesitate much. After all, these things will always be used when the time comes. It's not when you need to use it. Bai hadn't really used it much. The few times he had used it were merely experimental. At this moment, the whispers of passers-by gradually reached Bai's ears. Why has this person been staring at me for so long? They're not just here for a visit, are they? There seem to be quite a few people like that. They're too close. The aimless chatter of passers-by echoed in Bai's ears. There was no mockery here. All they had were their own opinions and views, which were irrelevant to Bai. If it's useful, that's enough. Now, Bai raised his left hand and gently stroked the back of his right hand, where a faint shimmer seemed to emanate from it. The next moment, Bai raised his right hand and placed it directly on the starry sky above the dungeon entrance. Immediately, the prompts in the professional system are malfunctioning. Large copy, SSS-a with ring above. Level, ADC. Danger level, ACA with ring above. SSS-a. Whether to enter. Bai ignored the prompts from the professional system and continued to use the unique spatial authority of the second key. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of me began to distort. A completely different change has occurred, which is visible to the naked eye. The starry sky ahead was suddenly torn open. It can be seen from a distance. It was a bright daytime, and the grass was refreshing. The scent of the sun had even reached the blue planet outside. Bai did not hesitate. He went straight in. The several pairs of passers-by who had stopped behind them were speechless with surprise. What they witnessed was utterly unbelievable, a scene they could never have imagined. They never even considered it. Surprisingly, some professionals were able to enter the instance not instantly, but by directly opening a passage between the instance world and the Blue Star world, thus entering it. Shocking. Surprise. Ineffable. A variety of emotions welled up inside them, leaving the passers-by momentarily stunned, and no words came out of their mouths. They couldn't say anything either. After all, what was happening before their eyes made them think they were dreaming. In my dream, I couldn't discern even this detail. However, what they are experiencing now is something they could never even dream of. But, at this time, Bai turned around, gently pinched his index finger and thumb together, and lightly slid them across the passage connecting the dungeon world and the Blue Star world. Immediately afterwards, like zipping up a zipper, Bai directly closed the passage that connected the dungeon world and the Blue Star world. That's all. The passage between the instance world and the Blue Star world vanished in an instant. The passage in front of Bai disappeared. Instead, it becomes the scenery of the entire world. Before Bai could even begin to appreciate it, a notification from the professional system appeared. Chapter 312 Demon King Candidate, Puppet Zombie. 312 Demon King Candidate, Puppet Zombie. Bai looked around and realized it was an announcement from the professional system. It's nothing else. This is the main quest unique to this large-scale instance. Brief introduction. Prerequisite options added for the large-scale dungeon, Hero and Demon King's Castle. 1. Become a candidate for Hero, easy. 2. Become a Demon King candidate, difficult. Bai was momentarily confused when he saw the 2 options. No. Is this also an option to choose? It does offer a high degree of freedom. Is there any difference? Bai asked sincerely. Result. The professional system, however, provided a very humane response. Hero candidate. Description: a born hero, able to gain experience and level up by defeating monsters, but unable to attack other potential heroes. Demon King Candidate. Introduction. As a candidate for Demon King, you cannot command any monsters and are seen as perfect prey by all monsters. However, you can gain reputation points by killing hero candidates and accumulate reputation points to gain partial control over monsters. Bai looked at the two options. I took a look. Bai discovered that choosing to become a hero candidate comes with a debuff that prevents him from killing his companions. But if you become a candidate for Demon King, you won't have as many restrictions, but you will have a debuff that attracts monsters and the authority to command monsters later on. Overall, Bai still wanted to choose the Demon King candidate, since there were no restrictions on it. It's a bit difficult, really. It doesn't matter at all. What is difficult for others is a piece of cake for Bai. So what if it is a monster above level 80? At the very beginning, he was like this. He built the Shadow Army all by himself, and in the end, he became invincible. Not to mention what choices they would make once they got here. I choose to become a candidate for Demon King. Bai smiled and made what he believed to be the most correct choice. Then, the professional system sent a notification. Identity confirmed as Demon King candidate. Main quest released. Gain 1 monster reputation point for each hero candidate defeated. Gain 1 monster reputation point for every 3 monsters killed. Main quest. Command 3 level 85 monsters, village scarecrows. Reward 15 reputation points. After completing the main quest, you can choose to leave the dungeon and enter the next level. Bai understood immediately upon seeing these hints. This requires you to continuously kill professionals or monsters to earn this crucial reputation value. But what Bai found somewhat puzzling was, why do you gain reputation points when you kill monsters? But think about it carefully. This reputation value doesn't necessarily come from emotions like worship. Perhaps emotions like fear can also be considered a form of reputation. That makes much more sense. Bai narrowed his eyes. Now, it's time to hunt. Large-scale dungeon. Heroes and Demon King's castle, first floor. A small team from the MD Alliance is attempting to complete their mission and advance to the next level. There are 9 team members in total. There are tanks, ranged attackers, healers, and mage turrets, you name it. And at this moment, they were facing a horde of undead zombies with festering flesh. Their equipment was also made of steel. There is no holy blessing buff specifically for the undead. Such equipment proved woefully inadequate in the face of monsters. However, the healer in the group is also a mage. However, in the first round of fighting, they used flames to burn these zombies to ashes. They also obtained a large number of monster cores. These crystal nuclei are of no use whatsoever. But at least you can exchange it for a fraction of a reputation point. Certainly, in Bai's eyes, this kind of demonic crystal core was really nothing. Let's not talk about that giant serpent monster. Those are the bosses. Each one has reputation points, and if you piled up the corpses of these monsters, you could probably build a mountain. So, monster crystal core. For Bai, it was nothing at all. At this time, the pharmacists and healers were still continuously supplying HP and replenishing health. But, in war, HP and health points are not decisive factors. And before them, withdraw, quick. Upon seeing the zombies, the leader's expression suddenly turned extremely grim, and he immediately shouted at the group. Yes. The group immediately obeyed the order and prepared to retreat. Rumble. At this time, the zombies swarmed towards them. Not good. I don't have any medicine in my backpack. We can't hold out much longer at this rate. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. The captain made a decisive decision and issued a retreat order. Their retreat target was to retreat to the stairwell on the other side. They had only taken a few steps when they were blocked by a dense horde of zombies. And the mages and archers in their party were unable to use magic because they had run out of potions in their backpacks. This wave, they are doomed to defeat. We've run out of magic. The captain shouted, his face deathly pale. The other teammates also chimed in. But they had barely finished speaking. Hundreds of demons, like flying blades, instantly pierced their chests. Puff. Puff. Everyone be careful. We must defeat these monsters within an hour. Otherwise, we will be in dire straits. A slightly older man, wearing gray leather armor and with a hooked nose, stood at the front of the line. He stared sharply at the group of zombies and spoke calmly. The man's name was Kane, a level 84 player. Next to Kane were 2 other male players. Captain, do you mean these zombies are difficult to deal with? A thin man with a goatee asked from the side. His voice sounded somewhat old. However, judging from his mental state, He seems to still be in his prime. He no longer paid attention to these things, but instead focused his gaze on the group of zombies, looking rather solemn. King glanced at it. Road. These zombies are not easy to deal with. Unlike ordinary zombies, they are not intelligent. They are puppets controlled by monsters. Puppet. These monsters can even control puppets? The skinny male player couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I've heard stories about puppets, and the people who control them. They're not actually human, but monsters, Kane continued, a serious expression on his face. Undead monsters. This thing is extremely powerful. Although it cannot fly, it is incredibly fast, and possesses extraordinary destructive power. In this world, there are not only various magical beasts, but also many undead monsters. They are these monsters. Now, Chapter 313 Endless Zombies, Terrifying Black Mist. 313 Endless Zombies, Terrifying Black Mist. This MD Alliance team is fighting hard. While fighting off the zombie monsters, they were also searching for a way to escape. Only, their efforts do not seem to have had much effect, because the number of zombies in front of them was increasing rapidly. Even, to their left, a huge zombie was hidden. It was 3 times larger than a normal zombie, covered in black muscles, and its legs were as thick as steel whips. And beneath this black muscle, black scales are faintly visible. Zombies. This is a zombie. Zombies are immortal and possess intelligence that surpasses that of humans. And they also possessed extremely powerful attack capabilities. Before them lay hundreds of zombies. Under their attacks, people were constantly injured and fell to the ground, and that wasn't all. Their attacks are so powerful that they can cause the human soul to experience a painful sensation under the attack of zombies. These monsters had almost all their flesh corroded away, leaving only human faces. Moreover, their eyes emitted a red glow, which looked extremely eerie. Their strength is very low. It's just equivalent to a regular IV-70 monster. Even so, the squad dared not slack off in the slightest. They shot arrows at the zombies while cautiously moving forward. But soon, their captain had been scratched by a zombie, and blood was flowing from his arm. Back off immediately. Seeing this, the captain quickly shouted for everyone to step back. But it's too late. These zombies are not ordinary monsters. They have been transformed into undead creatures and possess intelligence. They have learned to use their rotting muscle tissue to attack their own kind. The captain's left leg was ripped open by a zombie, and blood splattered out instantly. Captain, are you alright? A soldier nearby rushed over in a panic upon seeing this. The captain shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Hateful. The soldier gritted his teeth in resentment. At this rate, the captain will soon be killed by these undead zombies. Not good. Suddenly, the captain's expression changed slightly. Beside him, a monster was attacking him. These monsters, though lacking intelligence. But these zombies are extremely intelligent, and their skin is also quite tough. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate their defenses. Captain, how do we break through this zombie's blockade? Yes, Captain. You're the only battle mage here, so please don't let anything happen to you. One of the team members looked anxiously at the woman beside him. The woman was wearing black leather armor. Her face was delicate and beautiful, her figure was slender, and especially her eyes, which seemed to have flames leaping within them, making her alluring to all beings. And at this moment, she held a longbow in her hand, drew the bow, and nocked an arrow. The arrowhead had a ruby on it, which emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating that it was a very useful magical weapon. This woman was none other than the team leader and the only woman in the entire team. At this time, hearing what these people said, she glanced at them indifferently, then continued to draw her bow and nock an arrow, pulling the bowstring taut. Call out. A beam of red light shot out from the bowstring and headed straight for a zombie. This arrow was extremely powerful. It pierced straight through the zombie's head, killing it instantly. But a thick stream of blood gushed from the zombie's wound. Not good. These zombies aren't afraid of pain. They're not afraid of bleeding. Upon seeing this, the captain's expression changed drastically, and he shouted. Upon hearing the captain's roar, the expressions of all the team members changed drastically. Because their captain was right, these undead zombies are not afraid of death. Moreover, these undead zombies possess incredible strength, making them impossible to defeat. Captain, what do we do now? One of the members asked with a solemn expression. The captain gritted his teeth and said, Retreat. After he finished speaking, he turned around. We're getting ready to leave. He really wanted to kill these undead zombies. But now, there is no chance left, because there are far too many undead zombies in front of them. Trying to run? The sound came from behind, followed by a group of undead zombies. The undead zombies that appeared before the captain and the others were over 3 meters tall. A pair of scarlet eyes, filled with a ferocious and violent aura, seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Damn it, they're chasing us again. What should we do, Captain? The rest of the team members saw the strange monster. A wisp of green smoke appeared, and then it quickly began to heal. As expected of the captain, this arrow couldn't even kill the demon. We are probably no match for the captain. The soldiers around him looked at their captain with admiration in their eyes. As the captain listened to his subordinates' words, his arrogance grew, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A smile crept onto his lips. Humph, with your meager strength, how can you possibly fight me? He coldly surveyed the soldiers around him and scoffed disdainfully. Your strength is not worth my time. The captain curled his lip in disdain. At this time, Catherine, standing nearby, also glanced at the captain, her eyes flickering. Her gaze swept over the captain and the soldiers around him before turning to the distant sky. There, an endless thick fog permeated the area. But in the thick fog, she saw many human corpses. That is, its zombies were trapped. The captain and the others were immediately stunned. They looked up at the thick fog in the sky, their faces showing worry. And they were able to get away with it. At this time, black smoke was rising from the surrounding area. The black mist spread rapidly, enveloping the woman. Ah! A scream rang out. The woman's body began to tremble. Black blood was also spilling from the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to have lost all her vitality. Captain, are you all right? How did you become like this? Stop it. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone else looked nervously at their captain, filled with worry. The captain's condition was clearly very bad, and there were signs that he had been invaded by something terrifying. Don't touch me, stay away from me. The woman shook her head, then tried to break free from the terrifying black aura. You should give up. This level of demonic energy is simply impossible to dispel. The soldiers standing nearby offered some anxious advice. Chapter 314. The captain is amazing, and he keeps flattering me. Captain 314 is impressive, and he's always flattering people. The woman's face became abnormally distorted. The veins on her forehead were bulging, and her eyes were bloodshot. A fierce killing intent flashed in her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand. Ah! The soldier immediately cried out in horror. Bang! With a single punch, the soldier instantly turned into a bloody mist and vanished. No! Upon seeing this, everyone around couldn't help but cry out in shock. This female captain is quite capable. She's the most formidable of them all. Her arrow could easily kill a zombie of this level. So, if you encounter even more powerful zombies, wouldn't that result in an instant kill? Many people looked rather grim. However, the female captain's actions only slowed their pace temporarily. What we need to do now is not to run for our lives, but to find a way out of here as soon as possible. The captain said in a deep voice. I've heard that. Everyone nodded slightly, without refuting their captain's words. You're right. What we need to do now is to figure out a way to leave here as soon as possible. At this rate, we'll soon be eaten by these zombies. Discussions arose from the surrounding area. No, we have to think of a way. The captain said in a deep voice. How can I leave? Yes, Captain, I really don't know what to do. The soldier said anxiously. Are you afraid of dying? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of dying. I just want to get out of this hellhole alive. I don't want to die, do you understand? One soldier glared at the other soldier and shouted angrily. Snort. The team members stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. This woman is amazing. Look over there. Suddenly, the captain pointed into the distance and shouted in one direction. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look. What is that? It's a village. One of the team members said, utterly shocked. A village? Upon hearing those two words, the female captain was also taken aback. She gazed intently into the distance, a strange light gleaming in her eyes. Yes, it is indeed a village. It seems we're lucky to have found one. I'll go and inform everyone. The captain pondered for a moment, then immediately took action. She picked up her communication device, opened the communication channel, and sent messages to other MD Alliance teams. Not long after, a smile appeared on his face. They finally found a village. Moreover, it's a large village. This village isn't far from here. They can get there in just half a day. Thinking of this, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the mission was already halfway complete, and they still had one last step to take. At that very moment, the captain's communication device rang again. He frowned and picked up the communication device. Captain is amazing. He can shoot arrows from such a distance. It's almost like a legendary spell. Our captain is indeed very strong. We must listen to her from now on. Some team members, seeing this scene, immediately exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, the female captain smiled faintly. You are not strong enough. Only by obeying me can you break through successfully. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely follow your orders for any future missions. A young team member patted his chest and assured him. Hee. The female captain smiled faintly. Just then, suddenly, a zombie charged into their group and smashed a young man's head with a single claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the surrounding squad members screamed and retreated, dodging the zombies' attacks. These zombies are completely insensitive to pain. They are nothing more than machines. Bang bang bang. The zombies kept waving their arms and hitting them. Thump thump thump. Under their palms, squad members fell to the ground one by one. Some squad members even had their bones shattered. Fresh blood gushed out. Retreat! Retreat! The captain saw this. Captain is awesome. Upon seeing his squad, he took down a zombie with a single arrow. The surrounding players were immediately excited and applauded and cheered. Oomph, you bunch of useless trash. The woman, however, ignored the cheers of the players. Instead, he coldly uttered 4 words upon hearing the woman say that. The players were momentarily embarrassed, but quickly they smiled and said, Hee hee, Captain, you are an elite member of our MD League. Our MD Alliance has many high-level players, but there hasn't been any news about it lately. Haha, Captain, don't worry. As long as you follow us, you'll all become elites in our alliance sooner or later. Captain, you can rest assured. The other players fawned over him. However, they had no idea. These players are merely tools they use to conceal their identities. Snort. At this moment, the woman snorted coldly, her face showing a hint of disdain. At that moment, the woman twisted her wrist. A purple arc of electricity instantly formed in her hand. What a powerful attack. Captain, you're amazing. Yes, Captain, when did you learn magic archery? When they saw that their captain had killed the enemy with a single arrow, everyone around praised him. Upon hearing this, the captain shook his head, a serious expression on his face. Because she did not feel happy because of these people's praise. She knew that her arrow was probably not enough to frighten the zombies. Really, as the arrow disappeared, the zombies in front of her did not react at all and continued their frenzied attack. Damn it. Seeing this, the captain's face showed intense anger, and he fired another arrow. Call out. The red light instantly pierced through the monster in front of him. The zombie let out a miserable howl, then collapsed to the ground, its body convulsing. The captain's face showed a somewhat solemn expression. She knew that now, only she and 4 other members remained, barely able to contend with these undead monsters. But, now, this team has lost 1 player. They must quickly devise a way to break through the zombie encirclement. Captain, look over there. Suddenly, all I could see was, a soldier pointed to the sky and shouted, Amazing. Captain, that arrow of yours was truly amazing. Yes. The captain's strength is simply ridiculously powerful. Chapter 315. You'll have enough. 315 is enough for you. Those nearby immediately began to praise and compliment him. The woman heard these compliments. His face, however, remained expressionless. She coldly surveyed the people around her. Then he said calmly, Our goal for this mission is to kill all the mutated zombies and seize their crystal cores to increase our reputation. In that case, we can go back and report. The woman's words startled everyone. They looked at the woman with some doubt. Captain, are you going to hunt zombies? Does the captain think we have another way? The woman glanced at them indifferently. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent and followed her slowly toward the center of the zombie encirclement. And behind these people, countless zombies are chasing them. Captain, look, those zombies seem to be catching up. A soldier pointed into the distance. The woman looked up and followed the direction he was pointing. There, hundreds of meters away, a group of zombies had already rushed up, and there were also some mutated zombies. The red light paused in the air for a moment before disappearing. This scene left the surrounding teammates stunned. Captain, what kind of magic skill was that arrow you just used? Why can't I sense even the slightest fluctuation of magic power? One of the team members looked at the female captain in disbelief and asked a question. The woman responded with a cold snort. I'm a fire elemental mage. How could I use such trash magic skills? Upon hearing the woman's words, everyone fell silent. Fire mage. They knew it, of course. Some of these people were once fire elemental mages. Only, at this time, one of the men spoke up, saying, I know you are a fire elemental mage. But can your magic attack that far? The woman looked coldly at the man. Her brows revealed disdain and contempt. I can't, but if you can do it, that's enough. After saying that, she drew back the bowstring, preparing to unleash another fireball. At this moment, the team members all looked at the female captain in horror, because they knew very well how powerful the fireball spell was. A decent magical weapon. See here. The captain nodded approvingly. Then, he shouted to the crowd. You all need to get away from them. The monsters behind these zombie puppets are incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they would listen to their captain since he had spoken. After all, their lives were in the captain's hands. Just as they were preparing to retreat, a sharp sound came from behind. Haha, we've got 2 more prey. Immediately afterwards, they saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. They were overjoyed when they saw the captain's condition. Captain, we're surrounded by zombies. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their captain is a top-tier professional with formidable strength. But now, surrounded by so many zombies, he was still injured. Captain, what do we do? The soldier's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the captain frowned. He stomped his right foot on the ground and was instantly launched into the air. Trying to run away? Not so easy. Seeing that the captain still wanted to escape, he couldn't help but sneer. Whoosh. Upon seeing this, everyone around couldn't help but widen their eyes. They just couldn't understand how their captain could be so amazing. These monsters' defenses were so strong that even they couldn't break through them. However, the captain was able to easily kill a monster. Humph. The captain gave a cold laugh. He put away his longbow and took out a magic longsword. With a few swings, he instantly killed several zombies around him. Her face gleamed with a confident, yet arrogant expression. She is the female captain of this MD team, named Su Lin. She is arguably the strongest mage in the team. Having encountered so many monsters here, she was quite worried. These zombies are too troublesome. My magic attacks have no effect on them at all. Only when Captain's magic power is exhausted can we defeat these zombies. Otherwise, we are likely to be wiped out. A squad's vice captain looked around at the zombies with some worry and said in a heavy tone, I know. The captain gave a cold snort. You stay here and keep watch. Don't go in that direction. I'll go take care of these zombies. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly agreed. Immediately. Captain, that's amazing. Captain, you're amazing. Upon seeing this, the people around immediately clapped and applauded excitedly. Upon hearing this, the captain remained unmoved and simply snorted coldly. Then she turned around and walked away into the distance. Captain, should we give chase? No need. Let's retreat first and think of something later. That's all we can do. Upon hearing this, everyone followed their captain. Only. Just then, one of the team members, however, made the discovery. There was a broken stone slab at his feet, and in a groove in the middle of the slab, there was a crystal core lying there. What's this? A member of the squad squatted down, puzzled, and picked up the crystal core from the ground. Only, when he held these crystal cores in his hand, his expression immediately froze. Because the power contained within this crystal core is extremely concentrated. It's almost comparable to those precious mineral veins. How could such a precious crystal core appear here? Could it be some kind of rare treasure? I don't think so. If there really were any extraordinary treasures, they would have been discovered by those lucky ones long ago. Good. The energy inside this crystal core is incredibly abundant. What a pity. And at this moment, a relaxed smile appeared on the captain's lips. These ordinary zombies were no match for her arrow. Captain, you're so cool. The team member couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, the woman put away her bow and arrows, then turned around and prepared to leave. At that very moment, a cold, piercing voice echoed in her ears. Your skills are not bad. Her steps faltered slightly. What do you want to do? Her tone remained indifferent. However, there was a clear sense of wariness in those eyes. I don't want to do anything. I just think you're quite capable. If you want to join us, I can give you a chance. Chapter 316 Cover and Retreat, Powerful Arrows. 316 Cover and Retreat, Powerful Arrows. Of course, if you feel there is any danger in doing so, I will not force you. After all we need is a suitable weapon. If it's not suitable, then forget it. The man spoke with a smile. His handsome face was filled with a gentle and refined demeanor. However, behind that smile lay a chilling and gloomy aura. Join your team? Huh. Impossible. The captain replied coldly. Wow. Upon seeing this, The team members couldn't help but cheer. Captain, you're amazing. I've never seen such a powerful attack technique before. Captain, I admire you. Some team members started to flatter him. The female captain heard this. Her face remained expressionless, as if nothing could arouse her interest. But today, she encountered trouble. Captain, hurry up and think of a solution. A team member looked at the female captain and urged her urgently. After a moment of contemplation, the female captain slowly said, our best course of action now is to concentrate all our strength and fight those zombies. But we have far too few people now. We simply cannot withstand so many zombies. These words immediately caused a look of frustration to appear on the faces of the team members. Our arrows are all made of special alloys, so their power is naturally extraordinary. In addition, we have prepared some potions, and we also have a lot of archers and magical firearms here. The captain explained indifferently. Her gaze, however, was fixed on a car parked to the side. The vehicle was loaded with bows and arrows and magical firearms. Their team originally consisted of 20 people, but due to the previous zombie attack, very few remained, and now there are less than 6 left. The captain said, I'll cover you. You guys go and pick up the magic guns. She put the bow and arrows away. He turned to look at the soldiers around him. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately responded. Then, the soldiers began to move. They carried all the magical firearms on their backs, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings while picking up the weapons that had fallen to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. After the gunshots rang out, zombies from all around immediately attacked them. They quickly dodged and fired at the zombies. He brandished his weapon. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire continued, but by this time, quite a few zombies had already fallen. These zombies, though powerful, lack a certain level of intelligence. Everyone else was stunned by what they saw. Their captain is incredibly strong. Ordinary monsters of the same level are no match for her. But now, she actually killed a level 70 zombie with ease. This is absolutely terrifying. There was no trace of joy on the woman's face. Look, over there. Just then, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, how is that possible? How is it possible for anyone to fly? Who is it? Upon hearing the team members' words, everyone looked up and their eyes widened in surprise. They had witnessed the immense strength that girl had displayed. That's someone even their captain couldn't match. How could anyone possibly defeat it? He must have been an archer, and his archery skills were exceptional. Moreover, his identity is extraordinary. He's probably a special mercenary sent by some powerful force, the captain said slowly. After hearing the captain's words, those people suddenly realized. They looked in the direction of the archer, and indeed there was a young man. They are firing continuously. Moreover, every time an arrow was shot, those people couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Upon witnessing this scene, Nima, this works. That's a monster. Even just the head of a zombie is exceptionally sturdy. Even with their full force attacks, they might not be able to break it. And this woman only used one arrow. Just kill the monster directly. That's insanely amazing. This is a zombie. In a short time, the soldiers looked at the woman with immense awe. The captain, however, let out a cold laugh. Oomph, it's just a magical trick. Trying to defeat my bow is a pipe dream. Catherine spoke arrogantly. Hearing the woman's words, the people around immediately felt awkward. Indeed, they had indeed been somewhat careless, forgetting that he was a magician. If she's willing, they could easily modify their bows into siege cannons or something similar, which would be more than enough to deal with zombies. Captain, you're right. No matter what, breaking through is the priority. At this time, one of the soldiers spoke up, unwilling to accept the situation. Don't give up hope. We must find a way to lure these zombies away. Upon seeing this, the other zombie immediately turned around, intending to pounce on and tear the woman apart. However, before the zombie could even get close, another red arrow pierced the zombie's head once more. This captain's attack power is simply terrifying. Snort, seeing that his archery skills had been effective. A smile crept onto the captain's lips. However, at that moment, a sharp sound rang in their ears, and a sharp bone spear instantly sliced through the air, heading straight for the captain's throat. Upon seeing this, the captain's face flashed with a childlike innocence. He never expected that someone would ambush him. Careful, he quickly spoke up to remind him. The female captain saw that her attack had been blocked by her teammate. Her brows furrowed immediately, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Damn it! This female captain was truly enraged. Snort! She snorted and drew the bowstring again. One after another, red arrows shot out from her palms. Each arrow carried an extremely sharp and powerful wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows rained down on the zombie. Puffed. The zombie was pierced through, and blood gushed out. Haha. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned. Wow. The captain is so handsome. I never expected the captain to possess such powerful magic. He's incredibly strong. The team members all started flattering him. The female captain snorted coldly. Then her smile faded, and she fell silent. At this time, the female captain loosened her grip on the longbow once more. Another arrow pierced the air, hitting the heads of the zombies with perfect accuracy. Chapter 317 Critical Mission, Breaking Through the Encirclement. 317 is a crucial mission, breaking through the encirclement. All I heard was a series of soft, crackling sounds. The zombies were hit by a barrage of shots and immediately collapsed and died. Upon seeing this, the team members all looked at their female captain with surprise and delight. Captain, you are indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the captain's brows furrowed. Captain, what's wrong? A soldier looked at his captain and asked. The female captain took a deep breath. No, this situation is not sustainable. We must break out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all perish here. Upon hearing the captain's words, everyone's faces showed a hint of worry. But at that moment, the captain suddenly raised his head. He pointed to the walls on the left and right and said, Do you see that? There's a transparent barrier set up on those walls. Captain, you're amazing. Seeing this, the people around couldn't help but flatter him. The woman slightly raised her eyelids, ignoring them. This woman was their archer, incredibly skilled, and a key figure in the team. And now, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked a little shy, as if she had been touched by some beautiful memory. What's wrong, Captain? One of the team members asked, puzzled. Her face instantly turned cold, and her tone was filled with anger as she shouted. Captain, how would I know who you're thinking of again? One of the male team members chuckled and said, You. Hearing what the male team member said, her pretty face immediately flushed red, and she glared at him angrily. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Both of you shut up, or I'll kick you both out of the dungeon. Suwon glared at the two male team members and said. The two male team members were taken aback upon hearing this. They exchanged a glance and shrugged helplessly. They knew that their captain had a bad temper, and if they were really kicked out of the dungeon, they would probably be in trouble. Team leader. Good. The captain nodded in satisfaction. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned to look at the team members beside him and said in a deep voice, Everyone be careful, don't get close to those monsters. I'll try it first. One of the team members shouted. The next second, he transformed into a blur and rushed into the horde of zombies. He brandished his long sword, slashing wildly. Each time, he killed the undead zombies, but he also suffered many wounds on his own body. Blood was everywhere. Even so, he refused to stop and continued to kill zombies relentlessly. He truly deserves to be called a warrior. Wow, that's amazing. The other members around him all expressed their admiration. Their captain blushed slightly, seemingly a little embarrassed, but quickly recovered. He then regained his composure. A cold smile appeared on his face. He looked at the team members beside him and said, Our mission is to stop those monsters. We're not here to fight these zombies, so everyone needs to work together seamlessly. As long as we can get out of here alive, I promise. Meanwhile, another zombie lunged at another member of the squad. Puff! A feather pierced through the body of the team member in an instant. As blood splattered, the team member instantly lost consciousness. Team leader. The woman glanced calmly at the corpse in front of her, then put away her bow and crossbow. He said indifferently, Don't panic about these demons, I have a way to deal with them. All you need to do is stay vigilant and pay attention to your safety. She said it casually. Team leader. You don't need to worry about me. You should take the other brothers and leave this place. The captain quickly replied, his expression resolute. Upon hearing these words, the woman frowned slightly. I told you, this is my mission. She snorted coldly. I don't want you to be in any danger whatsoever. I said I can handle it myself. The captain remained steadfast in his resolve. I told you. I will send you back to base unharmed. The woman snorted coldly, then ignored him and turned to look around, observing the surrounding environment. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at the woman in shock. They all knew that this woman was a magic warrior, and that she was quite powerful. Its ability to shoot and kill zombies is also quite formidable. However, to everyone's surprise, she killed so many zombies so easily. You bunch of useless trash. Don't you know that zombies are immortal? If we let them continue their attack, You will all perish at the hands of these beasts sooner or later. The woman snorted coldly. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Does the captain mean we should kill them? A soldier asked nervously. Good. Since they possess immortality, we must focus all our efforts on attacking their hearts and heads to destroy them. Now, you all go and set up traps around here, and wait for them to come in. Bomb those damn bastards to smithereens right now. Good. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately responded. Soon, the surrounding traps and machine guns were all set up. Fire. Bang bang bang. With a deafening roar that echoed through the sky, the shells pierced the void and shot towards the zombies. The explosion of the shells instantly shattered the surrounding ground, causing mud to churn and smoke to billow everywhere. Some zombies couldn't dodge in time. Amazing. As expected, the captain is awesome. Everyone looked at the captain with envy. The captain's strength is unparalleled. Under his leadership, their team's strength has improved to its current level. Even so, they were still able to easily wipe out a group of monsters. This earned everyone's admiration. A hint of arrogance flashed across the captain's face. She put away her bow and arrows and looked around. But, in her eyes, the zombies continued to pour in endlessly. The captain's expression also turned serious. What should we do, Captain? These damn zombies seem like they'll never be finished. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. One of the soldiers said with some concern. Snort. No matter what, let's fight our way out. We have to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible, or we'll all be wiped out. The captain nodded. He took a deep breath, and then suddenly drew the short sword from his waist. Smash it. Sharp sword energies burst forth from the captain's body. They instantly sliced the zombies surrounding them into pieces. Kill them. Kill all these bastards. Charge out. The captain is amazing. Haha, the captain's strength has improved again recently. Chapter 318, put aside the urge to help others and respect their fate. 318, put aside your desire to help others and respect their fate. But, this was merely an excuse from the team. All boasting is the foundation for boosting morale. If that's not the case, they might be overwhelmed by the immense pressure long ago and unable to face these terrifying zombie hordes. In this large instance, their main mission is to work together to kill the first floor boss, Fear Scarecrow, or to accumulate 100 reputation points together. But now, as one teammate after another died, the mission became increasingly difficult. The team was originally supposed to consist of 26 people. One person only needs to accumulate 3 or 4 points to be enough. But now, the team consists of only 6 people. Even if each person accumulates 10 points now, it will still be impossible to complete the main quest. This is the limitation of Hero Candidate. But, their teamwork was their only major advantage. But this ability to work together was no longer a significant advantage in the face of the seemingly endless horde of zombies. And now, this team has reached a dead end. Without external help, one would likely only perish and perish. At this point, in a fit of extreme rage, a soldier's face flushed red, and he slashed a zombie with his sword. Reputation value increased by 0.05. These zombies are not monsters after all. They are merely cannon fodder puppets created by monsters for the front lines. It's possible to have absolutely no reputation points. But now, I still gained 0.05 reputation points, which is not bad. Only, the soldier no longer cared about these reputation points. After all, life and death were at stake, and he had no mind to think about anything else. Suddenly, the soldier spotted a figure in the distance. That is, the soldier's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the distance of the sky, there seems to be a human figure. What puzzled the soldier was that the figure seemed to be a professional as well, but acted as if it were a colleague and not his own. What are you looking at? Don't get distracted. The female captain roared, trying to wake the soldier so he could continue fighting the zombie horde. But, following the soldier's gaze, the female captain also looked over. All of a sudden, the female captain seemed to have also seen the figure in the sky. There are more experts in the sky? The female captain's eyes widened as well, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Only, the figure in the sky did not make a move. It was merely like an observer wandering the heavens, watching without taking action. Hello, come and help. A generous reward will be given afterward. The female captain shouted loudly. But, the figure in the sky did not make a move, as if he had not heard anything. Damn it, didn't you hear me? The female captain seemed to think that the figure hadn't heard her, and was even regretting that she didn't have a sound amplification skill. If we follow the usual approach, this team will inevitably be rescued by outsiders. Unfortunately, this tactic did not occur, and the figures high in the distance continued to watch, showing no intention of making a move. And that figure was none other than. It was Bai Yi. After receiving the main quest from the professional system, Bai Yi used the power of the Dominator to fly into the sky. For the purpose of. It's just an overview of the terrain of the first floor of the Hero and Demon King's castle. Although it's only the first layer of a world. But it is also a whole world, with a surrounding appearance. Bai Yi Fei is so tall. But, looking into the distance, one can only see the scenery gradually disappearing, which is proof that this first layer of the dungeon is a planet. If there are boundaries, Bai Yi glanced at it. With his current eyesight, he can see the boundaries no matter how far away they are. But now, Bai Yi looked down and saw a small team working together to complete a mission, though the situation was rather dire. But, Bai Yi, however, had no intention of getting involved, let alone helping people. He's already being quite magnanimous by not taking action to help the opposing team wipe them out. Bai Yi could tell. That team was from the MD Alliance. Since they were opposing forces, it would be a good thing if Bai Yi didn't eliminate them. Set aside your desire to help others and respect their fate. Bai Yi didn't want to make a move. They won't offer any help. Unless it's someone you know well, there's no need to offer help. After all, what the other party can give will still be yours after they die. This team is clearly no longer able to hold on. This means that they will soon be completely wiped out. Why aren't you helping us? The soldier seemed to sense something, looked at Bai Yi who was standing there, and asked with some confusion. But, Bai Yi remained silent. He looked into the distance. There, a group of zombies shrouded in black mist were moving extremely fast, rushing towards the group as if they wanted to devour them completely. The soldier exclaimed in surprise. But before he could finish speaking, a swarm of zombies surrounded him. The zombie grabbed his shoulder. He felt ice cold all over his body. However, in that instant, the zombie's legs suddenly split open. Moreover, the zombie's head also split open. When the soldier saw this, his heart almost stopped. What exactly is going on? The soldier was stunned. But, he saw that the figure was still watching quietly. At this time, all the zombies around seemed to be frozen in time. They stood frozen in place, like a bunch of idiots, staring blankly into the distance. And in the next moment, boom. A loud bang was heard. And, if this continues, the entire team might be dragged down and wiped out. Bai Yi did not want to see this outcome. Therefore, Bai Yi's side did not make a move. But, he had no intention of leaving. He was prepared to wait here. Wait until the mission is over. He will naturally return to that place and rescue that team, or at least save their lives. After all, Bai Yi is at a high place. It was clear that the soldier was indeed experiencing a mental breakdown. He kept waving his arms, trying to drive away the zombies around him. In that case, the zombies would then retreat into the distance. But, the zombies seemed to have gone mad, rushing towards them recklessly, completely disregarding the soldier, and instead becoming even more excited as they pounced on the humans. Seeing this scene, the soldier immediately panicked. He knew his actions would soon attract the attention of the zombie horde. Chapter 319 Zombie Horde, Startling Changes. 319 Zombie Horde, Startling Changes. And now, those hordes of zombies are charging in. What to do? We simply can't stop them. The soldier spoke in a panic and immediately knelt down on the ground. But shouldn't we leave now? Otherwise, his figure had already slowly drifted down. But, the soldiers showed no panic whatsoever upon hearing this. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Humph. A soldier shouted and then brandished his longsword again. Swish. A series of slashes were launched at the zombie. Bai Yi, however, showed no sign of tension upon seeing this attack. Instead, a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. You're courting death. Whoosh. Bai Yi's body transformed into a wisp of breeze, easily dodging this round of attacks. Then he kicked off with his right leg, and his body shot out like an arrow. He rushed towards the zombies ahead, the golden flames on his fists surging even more fiercely. Bang! He threw a punch. The golden fist energy pierced through the heads of the zombies. Blood splattered, staining the sky red. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave, the people in the group saw the figure in the sky. They all stopped attacking the zombie horde and looked toward the spot where the figure was standing. Huh, that man. Who is he? Everyone was puzzled. That figure. He never moved an inch from beginning to end. The female captain was also taken aback. The female captain frowned, thinking, what's he doing here at this time of day? The female captain had some doubts. On the other side, the figure was indeed not concerned about his appearance at the moment, but was quietly gazing down. before Baiyi's eyes. Quick, kill these monsters. The female captain shouted to her team members, hoping they could quickly eliminate the monsters in front of them. Only, these soldiers were fighting hard. But not just anyone can be killed. Compared to this horde of zombies, they were nothing more than a bunch of ants. All I could see was, one of the soldiers was accidentally bitten by the zombie, and blood flowed out. However, the soldier reacted quickly, immediately biting his finger until the blood sprayed onto the zombie. The soldier felt a surge of heat erupt from his body. The burning effect of this flame was many times more advanced than the venom on the zombie's body. However, this attack only slowed down the monster's movements. Holy crap, the soldier couldn't help but swear. He originally thought that the wound would heal as long as a little blood was drawn. But I never expected that the zombie's venom would be so potent. Even blood can corrode it, and that soldier knew how terrible this toxicity was. They couldn't help but work even harder. But he discovered that the harder he worked, the more blood flowed through his body. Ultimately, the blood had already clotted. Moreover, the wounds on the body will turn blackish purple. What to do? That man refuses to help us. What should we do? I really didn't expect to encounter this situation. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their faces showing anxiety. At this moment, they truly felt a sense of despair. That instant, within this team, a young man stepped forward. We cannot sit idly by and wait to die. These humans are simply cold-blooded. They clearly had a chance to rescue us, but they chose to stand idly by. This kind of person is simply cold-blooded. The young soldier cursed loudly. In truth, these soldiers were also filled with resentment, because they all know that people here have almost no sympathy for the weak. The people here are all just trying to survive. In a place like this, who can care about or sympathize with others? They were able to get to this point simply through their own efforts. These soldiers all hold respectable ranks in their respective countries, but in this instance, they were all completely incapable of fighting. Even, many other players have already died. So, that's why they gathered here. The reason they gathered here this time. Firstly, only then, after being called out by the female captain, did the soldier react. He immediately cleaved a zombie in two with a single strike, then gasped for breath, looking quite disheveled. The female captain frowned and glanced at Bai Yi in the sky. How can this guy have absolutely no sense of chivalry? He just watches us get surrounded and attacked by monsters like this? The female captain couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately retorted with displeasure. What do you know? He's probably just watching the show. The female captain was taken aback. She hadn't misheard him, because she had also seen Bai Yi's leisurely and carefree demeanor. In this situation, to still have time to sit here and watch the show is truly unbelievable. Right now, a whooshing sound came from afar. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed over, grabbed the soldier by the collar, and lifted him up. The soldier exclaimed in surprise, not knowing why he was suddenly grabbed by a strange man. The soldier immediately felt an immense force that nearly crushed him alive. The system's voice sounded. After hearing the system's reply, Bai Yi nodded slightly, and then prepared to continue watching. But, right now, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Quick, hurry up and run. The men in that squad said in a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happens? Ordinary people were also puzzled when they heard this. However, the leader did not seem to intend to say another word. Instead, he grabbed a man by the shoulder, lifted him up, and ran wildly away into the distance. You, what are you doing? Let him go. The man gasped, but his words had barely left his mouth. The leading soldier slapped him across the face. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire face became swollen. The leader sneered and said, "Say another word, and I'll kill you first." That's all. The person struggled. Bai Yi didn't want to waste time and energy. He looked down. Suddenly, the soldier exclaimed, Captain, look. That was a human. The soldier saw Bai Yi's presence and was immediately overjoyed. Because he knew that his entire group was about to be wiped out, he didn't expect anyone to suddenly come to their rescue. Chapter 320 Observe the situation and wait for the demon. 320 remains calm and observes, waiting for the monster to appear. They just wanted someone to step in and take them away. The female captain then looked at Bai Yi. All I could see was, at this moment, Bai Yi slowly lifted his foot, preparing to leave. That is, I saw that guy. It's a person. The female captain's eyes suddenly lit up. She still didn't recognize this person. But this nonsense only confirmed their mental state. They were on the verge of collapse and had no chance of winning. Until this point, Bai Yi, watching silently from afar, remained an observer, simply watching without intending to make any other move. Finally, this team ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. An almost endless horde of zombies completely engulfed it, even though these zombies were only monsters around level 70. But the sheer number of them was enough to overwhelm this group of people. It's not that these monsters are particularly strong. The reason is simply that these zombie puppets created by the dungeon's monsters are endless. Even if one arrow kills one, a single spell wiped out an entire area. But the unique monsters in this instance, monsters, will also continuously create these zombie-like puppets. That's how things have come to this. They had absolutely no ability to retaliate. There was no external intervention. This group of people can only die here. There is no chance of survival. And this is the most crucial point. When he needed outside help the most, Bai, they still intend to stand by and do nothing. Hasn't it appeared yet? Bai glanced around, having his own plans. He came here. Although initially, it was the massive zombie horde that did attract his attention. But, not long ago, Bai's thoughts took another turn because he discovered something different. And these are the unique monsters found only in this instance. Hunt monsters. Whether it's the hero candidate or demon king candidate, specified in this large-scale instance, you must participate. Only. Because Bai chose the demon king candidate option, he was unaware of the rules for the hero candidate option. Perhaps I can get more reputation points. Or there may be other ways to obtain it. These are all uncertain. But what Bai was concerned about was that behind this horde of zombies were 4 demons controlling it. These monsters were well hidden. Apart from the one that showed up arrogantly at the beginning, the other 3 did not make any move. But the first monster that appeared met a rather comical end. It was instantly killed by the female captain with a single arrow to the head. And what is Bai's purpose in staying here? They simply wanted to wait and see how things unfolded. The purpose was to lure the monster out, or to see who had more patience and waited for the other to appear. For Bai, there were only 3 monsters. His chances of winning are still 99%, even though Bai himself is only a level 70 professional. Any one of those puppet zombies in the zombie horde below possesses data panels and strength comparable to Bai's current abilities. So, Bai had no intention of making a move easily, but instead planned to observe the situation quietly, as he was doing now. But Bai had to admit it. These monsters are incredibly patient. Not only did he hide himself almost perfectly, but he didn't even come out now that the enemy was about to be completely wiped out. If Bai is the villain, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist stepping out and saying a few trash words at this point. Given this situation, it's like holding a royal flush in your hand and not getting angry. Or perhaps they have 8 figures in their bank account and are smiling and flattering those who mock them. They are incredibly patient. But, even so, Bai still managed to spot some flaws. These monsters' methods of controlling zombie puppets are not sophisticated. Strictly speaking, they simply used the characteristics of zombie puppets to continuously create their own kind, and then use their powerful mental strength to control about 100 zombie puppets. That's all. The 3 demons were already exhausted, their mental energy completely depleted. On average, a single monster controls 30 puppet zombies. These are the actions of the zombies. It is constantly draining their mental energy. If they only manage to do this much, these 3 monsters will no longer be able to do anything else. If you want to take action, they had no choice but to give up controlling the zombie puppet and focus their attention on fighting with their main body. At this point, Bai saw right through him. See here. Bai couldn't help but marvel at his hidden class, the incredibly powerful Shadow Monarch, which was actually his class. Based on this alone, Bai was already incredibly lucky, which was enough to put him several steps ahead of others. And now, Bai glanced over, but didn't immediately spot the hiding place of the demon. But, after this battle against the zombie horde, Bai could easily see that some of the zombies were moving slowly, as if there was a delay in signal transmission and reception, which was too obvious. Bai also based his decision on this point. They determined the approximate hiding location of the 3 demons. That alone, upon careful examination of that area, it's not difficult to detect any differences using one's senses. Upon closer inspection, it is easy to see some differences. It's like someone born with 6 fingers. If they don't remind others to look closely, perhaps no one will notice even after living together for years. However, if he says it out loud, it will definitely be known to everyone immediately. And now, those demons were like fireflies in the dark, and Bai observed them directly and decisively. There it is. Bai chose a spot where the space felt somewhat surreal, like an unreal meadow. The next moment, Bai Yi's shadow subordinate, the Myriad Calamities beast, quietly moved over. As for why the Myriad Calamities beast was dispatched, furthermore, thanks to the opponent's extraordinary invisibility ability, they were almost able to perfectly conceal their presence. To execute this command, this Myriad Calamity beast is simply the perfect choice. As Bai Yi issued his order, this Myriad Calamities beast was like a cautious, top-tier hunter, silently arriving at the hiding place of the three demons. As soon as I stepped onto the lawn, the Myriad Calamities beast sensed something different. The lawn on this level of space feels rather artificial when you step on it. Those three monsters controlling the puppet zombies. Right beneath this fake lawn. Chapter 321 Seeking Death, decisively fulfilling it. 321 was determined to die, but decisively fulfilled his wish. This fake lawn, I don't know what it's made of, is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. But it is precisely this subtle difference. This allowed Bai Yi's shadow subordinate, the Myriad Calamity beast, to successfully discover it. Even if it's just a tiny difference. For this kind of existence, it's like the difference between night and day. It's so easy to distinguish. Now it's that time of year. Even if these three monsters hide again, it won't make much difference, since their disguise has already been discovered, and they are now in a passive position. And now, it felt like the enemy was in the open while we were in the dark. Although the three monsters thought they had hidden themselves perfectly, little did they know that their disguise had already been discovered. Bai Yi didn't think much about it. The immediate order was for the Myriad Calamities beast to launch an attack. In an instant, the Myriad Calamities beast slammed its claws down, striking the lawn not far away. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted. The entire illusory lawn was instantly torn away, and the three monsters below also suffered some damage. However, for them, these injuries might just be the effect of a heavy blow from a companion, and wouldn't actually cause any significant damage. Only, this sudden attack caught them completely off guard. This startled the three monsters, but they reacted quickly enough. In an instant, it broke free from the control of part of the zombie puppet. They then faced the beast of 10,000 calamities head-on. The current Myriad Calamity beasts might be able to handle one of them, but facing three in a row would be too much for them. But Bai Yi didn't care about any of that. After all, he knew the abilities of the Myriad Calamity beast. It might not have much else, but its ability to break through and evolve on the spot was exceptionally strong. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't defeat the Myriad Calamities beast. What I fear is that the opponent is too weak, leaving no room for the Myriad Calamities beast to grow. Those three monsters were so ugly that they completely overturned Bai Yi's aesthetic standards for appearance. Dark purple skin. A gaunt and bony appearance. The skin was broken like that of a corpse, and the muscles and bones inside were faintly visible. A pair of black bat wings with holes were placed behind him. His eyes were empty, and his fangs hung down to his chin. It's really ugly. Bai Yi is so ugly, I don't know how to describe it. But in this situation, they are forced to fight. Not fighting is impossible. And that's what Bai Yi was looking forward to. This battle can quickly boost the combat power of the Myriad Calamity beast, thus adding another high combat power shadow subordinate. And below, amidst the horde of zombies, that squad was also on the verge of collapse. Even though most of the zombies were out of control, the remaining small number were enough to slowly gnaw away at their weakened state. The horror of zombies lies not only in their inability to feel pain and their mindless attacks. Most notably, and then there's the corpse poison on their bodies. Although the team was filled with dead and wounded, the corpse poison took effect slowly even for such top-tier professionals. But the team members who were bitten first have accumulated injuries over time. The corpse poison in his wounds erupted at just the right time. There is an incubation period, but it's not long. These corpse poisons wouldn't work when the professionals were at their strongest, but they struck directly when they were in such a weakened state. Then I saw it. The group, led by the female captain, were still battling the attacks of about a dozen zombie puppets surrounding them. But their skin had visibly turned gray. That kind of gray. It's the color of lime, unlike the color of a healthy human body. In this situation, they seem to have noticed this as well. Their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, this is... Damn it, I still can't suppress it. Hateful. The female captain looked very unwell, not only because of the effects of the corpse poison, but also because of her resentment towards the current situation. Unexpected. This is the result of just the first level of this large-scale instance. If she hadn't insisted on entering this large instance, that probably won't happen anymore. In this situation, there is basically no chance of survival. Even if the figure watching from the sky were to lend a hand, there's probably little chance of survival. After all, the corpse poison had already entered the body. The zombie virus had already passed its incubation period and was now fully erupting. In addition, they were surrounded on all sides by the few dozen zombies that were still able to move, leaving them with absolutely no hope. Who can't? It hurts so much. Just kill me. One of the soldiers shouted that, seeing no hope left, he was determined to die. At this time, the female captain looked somewhat reluctant, but she still switched the magic crossbow in her hand to her left hand, as only her left hand was still intact. Other places were more or less infected by the corpse virus. Not to mention it turned gray. It also became incredibly stiff, as if it had been frozen solid, leaving little room for movement. And now, the only thing this female captain can probably do is help her team members get out of trouble. And this liberation. Naturally, the goal is to end the other's life, so that their last breath is spared the agony of the corpse poison entering their body, plus the gnawing of the zombie puppets. And now, this was also the moment when the female captain had to make a decision. If she were to attack a monster, she would certainly do so without hesitation. But when it comes to harming one's own people, even though one knows in one's heart that this is the way to end their suffering, there is still some reluctance. Even though the other person is in pain and wants to seek relief. However, the female captain still hesitated and couldn't bring herself to do it. At this time, the surrounding puppet zombies had already charged forward and tackled the group to the ground. The body was infected with cadaveric poison. The female captain also felt the bites from the zombie puppets. At this moment, I also want to understand my own life. Even if it means maintaining the current state for even a little longer, it is extremely painful. The sooner you are freed, the sooner you end this suffering. Ending this painful torment as soon as possible would be a good thing for her. This is her now. Feeling what her teammates were going through, if time could be turned back a few seconds, she might also shoot her teammate without hesitation to let him go. But now, with fewer opportunities left, the female captain also longed for liberation. And so, in midair, it uttered almost the same wail as its teammates, almost subconsciously. Suddenly, whoosh. A whooshing sound came directly from the sky. The sound of weapons attacking passed by. The primary target is not these zombie puppets, but these professionals who are eager to die. Whoosh. The professionals, already on the verge of death, all perished in this devastating blow. Chapter 322, Living Bodhisattva, Living Yama Square Root. 322, Living Bodhisattva, Living Yama Square Root. It happened almost in an instant. This fierce attack seemed to have its own eyes, instantly piercing through the encirclement. Sharp and swift, they decisively ended the lives of these professionals. This also includes the female captain. This attack was naturally accomplished by Bai Yi using his weapon, Twilight, combined with the power of the Dominator. He originally didn't plan to make a move. After all, even though they were opposing forces, Bai Yi still didn't really want to end the other's life so hastily. But, since the other party is in so much pain, helping them to be free from this suffering sooner would be a good deed. Overall, it all comes down to this. Bai Yi can hardly be considered to have performed any great deeds. At the very least, it can be considered as doing a good deed, even though it ultimately benefits oneself. I didn't help them beforehand. If I had, I might have saved them from death. But, who is Bai Yi? The other party is, after all, part of the MD Alliance, so they can be considered a legitimate opposing force. I don't consider myself particularly kind-hearted. Getting rid of the other party as soon as possible is the greatest act of kindness I can do. If anyone else witnessed this scene, perhaps they wouldn't praise Bai Yi as a living bodhisattva, but they would certainly call him a living Yama. And the surrounding zombie puppets. Bai Yi also had no intention of letting it go. Of these zombie puppets, only a dozen or so were controlled and could move freely. The others stood still like real corpses. This is absolutely the best time to make a move. Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He directly combined his weapon, Twilight, with Dominator's power, wielding the great sword as if cutting grass, and flew away. In a short time, these zombie puppets were hacked to pieces. Even nearly 100 zombie puppets were all cut up in the blink of an eye. Although these zombie puppets are highly active, even with a ruptured heart, one can still move for a long time. Even if one's head falls off, one's body can still move. However, he was struck down several times by the great sword. It was reduced to several fragments, and even if these zombie puppets were highly active, it would be of no use. This is the current situation. Even professionals of the same level would not survive. This will be resolved here. Bai Yi saw that his reputation value had increased by 5 points. I'm only a few times away from meeting the requirements to clear the first level, so it should be pretty easy. What is a life-threatening thing for others? But for Bai, even though the place was full of monsters, demons, and professionals who were much higher level than him, he was not alarmed at all. On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable. That's easy. Bai sighed, then turned his attention to the battlefield on the other side. On the other side, the three hideously ugly demons became enraged after sensing that their zombie puppets had lost contact not far away. After losing contact with the zombie puppet, their attention became even more focused, and their mental energy returned completely to their bodies, no longer affected in the slightest. But that's how it happened. Their long-accumulated zombie puppets have been completely defeated, which is very distressing for them. It's like having your treasured figurine, collected for years, chopped into pieces by some unknown person. It would be strange if you were in a good mood. And now, they didn't know who had destroyed all their zombie puppets. So, the three demons unleashed all their fury on the dark, unidentified object before them. The beast of 10,000 calamities. Although the myriad calamities beast knew it couldn't defeat them, it was still filled with the desire to fight. After the nameless, invisible monster was born, and the evolutionary characteristics of the nameless shadow minions born from the aberrant symbiote were not successfully inherited. After all, those abilities such as flames, lightning, gas, poison mist, and armor are not inherent to them. Rather, it is an ability that has evolved on its own. The reasoning behind this is quite subtle. It's like someone who is a PhD in physics, but after Bai recruits them as a subordinate of the shadow, this subordinate of the shadow knows absolutely nothing about physics. And so it is. The myriad calamities beast's evolutionary ability will likely evolve once again. But it's passable in one respect. That is the invisibility ability of the myriad calamities beast. The myriad calamities beast is now deliberately exposing its existence. Instead of actively seeking to hide, they did not do so. If you can become invisible, it's as if you've simply vanished. Even when it rains, it is completely undetectable. It is invisible because it completely hides its form, as if it does not exist at all. But if the ground is devoid of vegetation or is muddy, that's another matter. After all, the ground effects caused by the myriad calamities beast will not disappear. In other words, there will still be footprints where there should be footprints. However, on this lawn covered with green grass, footprints are completely undetectable. And now, the myriad calamities beast made no attempt to conceal itself, instead engaging in direct combat. In an instant, the first clash between the two sides occurred at location name. The three monsters coordinated with exquisite skill, as if they had been hunting together for decades. Even brothers might not be able to cooperate so well. And now, the three monsters launched an attack simultaneously. 3 dark, purple beams of light shot out from his hand and struck the head of the myriad calamity beast directly. The myriad calamities beast, which leaped into the air, failed to dodge in time. Boom dash. The head of the myriad calamities beast was instantly bombarded, and part of it was blown off. Seeing this scene, the three monsters instantly let out a terrifying, shrill laugh, as if they were scratching glass with sharp claws, piercing and unpleasant to hear. Only, what happened in the next instant left the three demons dumbfounded. Then I saw it. The mutilated head of the myriad calamities beast was completely healed in the blink of an eye. After recovering, it was as if I had never been injured at all. Perfectly restored. The two shadow minions had already merged into one, so their regenerative abilities allowed them to perfectly restore any part of their bodies. This is the current situation. This left the three demons speechless, but their rage still drove them to launch another attack. Only, this caused some subtle changes in the myriad calamities beast. Then I saw it. The head of the myriad calamities beast was instantly coated with a sticky black substance, as if secreting mucus. These black substances then spread from the head to the entire body. Chapter 323 The Two Sides Clash. Unable to keep up. 323 The two sides are locked in a fierce battle, with one attack after another. Not only that, but even the appearance of the myriad calamity beast seems to have undergone some huge changes. Each protrusion, resembling a snake's head, displayed a fierce and menacing appearance. And those sharp fangs are even more chilling. This change makes it seem even more terrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Bai frowned and muttered to himself. Just as Bai finished muttering to himself, the myriad calamities beast had vanished from sight and appeared directly among the three demonic creatures. It's not invisible. It's not just about speed, it's about speed. The sharp fangs aimed directly at the neck of a demon and bit down. Click. In an instant, it bit through its throat, splattering blood everywhere. The monster nearly died on the spot. The other two monsters were terrified and quickly retreated. Only, this monster was extremely fast and caught up with the two monsters directly. They frantically tore at the bodies of the two monsters. This fierce appearance terrified Bai. What terrifying strength. If only this guy wasn't bad at close combat. Maybe I'm really no match for it. Bai felt a pang of sympathy. Hoo-hoo. Only, although the three monsters were terrified, they did not give up. And this layer of black slime. It was as if it had transformed into a skin, covering the entire body of the myriad calamities beast. Even the head was no exception. It was as if it had been covered in armor, leaving only the eyes and mouth as the only changes. In fact, its life force is extremely powerful, in no way inferior to that of some professionals. Therefore, even if it's just a head, however, it also possesses a life force comparable to that of extraordinary beings. Certainly, the duration of this power is not infinite. Only, the myriad calamity beast's defense was simply too formidable. An attack of this magnitude could not truly injure it, but could only weaken its combat power. But the myriad calamities beast did not give these three demons a chance. Before their three attacks could land, it opened its mouth and bit them once more. The three demons saw this. It immediately split apart and fled in all directions. Only, this time, the myriad calamities beast was not going to let them off so easily. They chased after each other. It swept away enemies with its tail. They were all flung away. Boom. A series of dull thuds echoed all around. And on these bodies covered by black matter, blood-red patterns emerged, and a fierce aura emanated from them. Hiss. Seeing this, even the three demons couldn't help but gasp. Obviously this kind of thing. It was completely unfamiliar to them. And the myriad calamities beast. They also very keenly captured the emotional changes of these three monsters. He opened his mouth instantly. He exhaled a thick plume of black smoke toward them. The black smoke spread out immediately upon encountering the wind. The three demons were caught off guard and screamed in agony after the black smoke touched their bodies. Immediately afterwards, the appearances of the three monsters changed rapidly. The skin on its body began to rot gradually, becoming dry and foul-smelling. The smell permeated the surrounding area, making people feel nauseous after smelling it. These monsters had pustules on their skin, and these pustules were slowly wriggling. In just a few breaths, they had grown into faces covered in rotten flesh, as if they had eaten too much human flesh and grown into human faces. Although these monsters looked disgusting, they were also very familiar to Bai. That was clearly the appearance of a zombie puppet. Uffed. Like a hen laying an egg, these rotten fleshy growths were instantly pushed out. Accompanied by a burst of thick water, it fell directly to the ground and grew in the wind, transforming into a complete zombie puppet. In an instant, these three demons spared a wisp of their spiritual power to control the dozen or so zombie puppets. These dozen or so zombie puppets also shot out instantly, rushing towards the myriad calamity beast. The myriad calamities beast remained calm. His figure left behind a series of afterimages. Each afterimage represents a single afterimage. A fleeting afterimage of the myriad calamities beast. None of the dozen or so zombie puppets could even touch the hem of his clothes. And, even if you touch his clothes, it was just a minor scratch, it wouldn't cause any real harm. Seeing this, Bai was taken aback. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as the beast of 10,000 calamities. If we let it continue to grow. So, Bai thought to himself. The myriad calamities beast, after some maneuvering, also managed to eliminate all of the dozen or so zombie puppets. Certainly, in this process, the myriad calamities beast also paid a price. A piece of its left arm had been bitten off by a monster. But, its injuries did not affect its speed, and it continued to chase after the three demons. In this brief exchange, the three demons were already being forced into a rapid retreat. The three monsters then fled into the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, the myriad calamities beast gave chase. These monsters should only have about 70% or 80% of their power left. Instantly, these zombie puppets charged forward. For him, it was an easy task. Because of his powerful mental strength, he can suppress all mental skills. However, mental strength is insufficient against ordinary monsters, so one can only rely on wits. After hearing Bai Yi's words, the myriad calamities beast, it simply opened its mouth and bit a monster. Immediately, a massive amount of energy was poured directly into its mouth. Then, A bloodthirsty red light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the myriad calamities beast. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar echoed out. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, the demons were all terrified. His body began to tremble involuntarily. In the instant they trembled, the myriad calamities beast pounced. This time, it truly pounced on the three monsters. The three demons were also extremely agile. These dozen or so zombie puppets also charged forward, launching a frenzied attack on the myriad calamity beast. Bang bang bang. A series of dull thuds echoed through the air. The spiritual power split from these three demons. It was under the frenzied resistance of these dozen or so zombie puppets that they gradually crumbled and dispersed, eventually disintegrating and disappearing. The attacks of the myriad calamities beast continued relentlessly. Not only that, each of these 10 zombie puppets possessed the strength of a level 70 professional. With so many attacking at once, the myriad calamity beast was somewhat overwhelmed. Bang! The beast of myriad calamities kicked a demon. His body was instantly kicked to pieces. This time, the myriad calamities beast did not continue to pursue these demons. Instead, it spread its wings. It flew directly into the distance. Chapter 324 Endless Puppetry, Torrents of Blood. 324 Endless Puppet Showers, Blood Rain. Such speed. Upon seeing this, Baiyi's expression also turned serious. This myriad calamity beast was indeed quite fast. And at this time, the other two monsters were already trying to take the opportunity to escape. No, this guy's power is just too great. Although these three demons were extremely fast at escaping, they were still inevitably caught up by the myriad calamity beast. And, in their previous encounter, they realized just how terrifying the power of the myriad calamities beast was. My own strength is far from enough. If I were to fight head-on, I would only be courting death. So, their only option is to run away. Once you enter the depths of the forest, it becomes their domain. However, the beast of myriad calamities kept its eyes fixed on the fleeing demon. No matter what, we must intercept them. Thinking about this, the myriad calamities beast then gave chase once more. Roar. The myriad calamities beast let out a furious roar. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave swept out. Boom. These sound waves rub intensely against the air. This caused a huge impact. The sound waves enveloped the demon. Under the influence of the sound waves, the monster's speed was directly reduced. This scene, Baiyi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Immediately afterwards, their gaze fell upon the shattered monsters. A glint of greed flashed deep in his eyes. Moreover, these monsters contain extremely rich energy after they die. However, he quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. And, just now, during the counterattack of the myriad calamities beast, these zombie puppets were also seriously injured and will probably need to rest for a long time. With this in mind, Baiyi decided to wait and see. The three demons simply waved their hands. Immediately, more than 10 puppets also charged towards the myriad calamity beast. Not only that, they charged directly at the myriad calamity beast. The zombie puppets are much stronger, but compared to the myriad calamity beast, they are still far inferior. Here, it dares not perform any spatial travel. Because once others discover this special skill, they will probably come looking for them immediately. So, now it can only choose to fly. What happened to the myriad calamities beast? At this moment, the myriad calamities beast shook its head. After all, their situation is now extremely dangerous. If they encounter a group of monsters, they are doomed. If we could leave with the myriad calamity beast, we might be much safer. But a different thought also arose in their hearts. If we leave this place with the myriad calamity beasts, we might be able to use their presence along the way to deter other monsters. Thinking about this, they then looked at the myriad calamities beast. After the monster was injured, a large amount of blood appeared. This blood, however, did not flow onto the ground. Instead, it floated in midair, where it gathered into a strange blood flower. The blood flower slowly bloomed, and then transformed into the shape of zombie puppets. Roar. The monsters let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, these monsters also turned into more than a dozen corpses. They fell down one after another, landing on the ground. In no time at all the corpses here have been devoured. And these monsters are devouring these corpses. At the same time, my body has also undergone some kind of change, becoming a bit harder and stronger. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast seemed to have recovered some of its strength. Only, the zombie puppets were much faster than before. Moreover, whenever the myriad calamities beast tries to chase after them. However, it was always intercepted by these puppets, making it impossible for it to get close to the three-headed demon. But, even so, the myriad calamities beast also launched a series of fierce attacks. But these dozen or so zombie puppets were overwhelmed by its relentless attacks. It gradually faded away, clearly reaching its limit. But, upon seeing this scene, Bai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, these zombie puppets continued their attack on the myriad calamity beast without ceasing. The myriad calamities beast, on the other hand, utilizes its powerful physique and agility. Despite the monster's frenzied attacks, they consistently gained the upper hand. They even forced these monsters to submit. After that, this also makes it even more reckless and unruly. Roar! Another deep tiger roar resounded. And in the next second, taking advantage of this opening, Bai sped away into the distance. Moreover, I have no way to leave this world. After all, this zombie puppet possesses peak level 70 strength, therefore, the existence of this zombie puppet. Bai thought to himself. This time, wherever it passed, corpses exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that drifted away. Phew! I saw the myriad calamities beast. The three monsters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, both with a solemn expression in their eyes. The strength of this myriad calamity beast was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Bai's brows furrowed slightly. It appeared very solemn. At that moment, the figure of the myriad calamities beast appeared in front of Bai. Seeing the ferocious face of the myriad calamities beast. Seeing this, the myriad calamities beast opened its mouth and inhaled, then charged directly at the remaining zombie puppets. Boom! Then, beams of golden light shot out. Then, the golden light instantly condensed into a long sword, which then stabbed fiercely at one of the demons. Bang! A muffled thud echoed throughout. The terrifying punch from the myriad calamities beast nearly pierced through the demon. Bright red blood dripped down continuously. And at this time, the myriad calamities beast also struck down with its palm. A tremendous force slammed into the monster's chest. Boom! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The zombie puppet exploded instantly, and the monster's sternum was also sunken. And the monster also had a fist-shaped mark on its chest. Seeing this, the myriad calamities beast nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the myriad calamities beast then pounced on the remaining zombie puppets. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled explosions rang out. All that could be seen were the bodies of those zombie puppets. They all burst open, turning into showers of blood. At that moment, the entire region was filled with a strong stench of blood. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast couldn't help but gasp. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled thuds echoed through the space. The beast of 10,000 calamities claws tore open the heads of the zombie puppets, leaving them covered in blood. Chapter 325, such a powerful, earth-shattering blow. 325 is so powerful, a devastating blow. However, these zombie puppets are also fearless in the face of death. It continues its frenzied attack. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Bai couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The myriad calamities beast is very powerful. However, the sheer number of these zombie puppets was overwhelming. If this continues, even if it manages to kill it, it's impossible to kill all these zombie puppets. It seems we need to think of a solution. Otherwise, the more zombie puppets there are, the more dangerous they become. Roar! The myriad calamities beast roared. Immediately, its tail also lashed out suddenly. Boom! With a deafening sound, the dozens of zombie puppets were also sent flying by the myriad calamity beast. Bang! These zombie puppets were also smashed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai breathed a slight sigh of relief. The myriad calamities beast is powerful. However, it is not invincible. As long as it can withstand the attacks of those monsters, that's fine. And, roar! A series of mournful howls echoed. It emanated from the throats of these corpses. With their screams, their corpses exploded and turned into clouds of blood mist that disappeared. Seeing this scene, Bai also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the myriad calamity beast to be so powerful. This zombie puppet was only seen once. They were easily dealt with by the myriad calamities beast. However, this zombie puppet is now dead. These monsters. Bai muttered to himself. Roar. At this time, the myriad calamities beast also let out a roar. The next second, the beast of myriad calamities also turned its gaze to the three demonic creatures. Looking at the three demons before it, its eyes were filled with intense ferocity. And under its fierce gaze, The three-headed demon couldn't help but tremble all over, feeling the terrifying aura of the myriad calamities beast. The three monsters were trembling with fear. The myriad calamities beast snorted coldly. Immediately, he then directly struck down with a palm towards the three-headed demon. Instantly, a huge palm print also roared out, and under this palm strike, the three-headed demon's body exploded into a bloody mess of fragments. But the enormous hand of the myriad calamities beast still did not stop. It continued to strike other monsters. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Loud explosions echoed continuously. With each move the myriad calamities beast made, it nearly eliminated all the demons. He looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi stared blankly at the myriad calamities beast before him, because he discovered it. No wonder this myriad calamity beast is so powerful. But then, it suddenly occurred to him. The myriad calamity beast didn't seem to suffer any damage during the battle with these zombie puppets. This shows that, however, there are just too many of these monsters. Even if the myriad calamity beast is incredibly powerful, it would be struggling to cope, right? Moreover, they also had to worry about the monsters around them, leaving them no time to consider their own safety. This myriad calamity beast is really impressive. If we had it, we wouldn't have to live in such fear as we do now. Thinking about it, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. These three demonic creatures were nearly blasted into a cloud of blood mist by a single palm strike from the myriad calamities beast. It almost turned into countless stars. Roar! Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast let out another angry roar. This time, it was truly enraged. No one dared to act arrogantly in its presence, not even these demons. Each sound was earth-shattering. It also resounded loudly from deep within its throat. And beneath this sound, those demons were once again suppressed by the myriad calamities beast. Seeing this, Bai Yi felt somewhat relieved. However, before Bai Yi could even breathe a sigh of relief, the myriad calamities beast suddenly turned its head and looked towards Bai Yi. That cold gaze was also locked directly on Bai Yi. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. But then he shook his head. Bai Yi muttered to himself. But at that moment, Bai Yi's gaze suddenly froze. Because, bang, 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 three muffled thuds echoed throughout the bodies of these three demons. It was almost smashed to pieces in an instant. This made the myriad calamities beast breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Yi also witnessed this scene. But, after all, it wasn't like the myriad calamities beast, which destroyed all three zombie puppets in one go. Therefore, he was aware of it as well. The power of the myriad calamities beast is already so formidable. After the myriad calamities beast dealt with these puppets, the remaining zombie puppets also stopped. And they didn't dare get even half a meter closer to the myriad calamity beast. The majesty of the myriad calamities beast. It's not something you can just boast about. The myriad calamities beast slowly walked to Bai Yi's side. Bai Yi also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head. The myriad calamities beast is getting more and more impressive. But that makes sense when you think about it. The myriad calamities beast, being a subordinate of the shadow, naturally possesses emotions. This is quite normal. Thinking of this, Bai Yi ignored it and looked in the direction where the myriad calamity beast was. However, when Bai Yi looked at the myriad tribulations beast, but he couldn't help but be startled. A golden light burst forth. Bang 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 bang. Three explosions rang out. The myriad calamities beast's palm strike directly killed the three demonic creatures. It almost turned into mincemeat. But the three demons did not completely disperse. They continued to wriggle around the myriad calamities beast. The beast of myriad calamities looked at these fleshy tumors. He also showed a look of disgust. However, as the tumor writhed, it seemed to sense the evil intentions of the myriad calamities beast. It immediately burst open. Streams of blood also fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, the beast of myriad calamities also impatiently flapped its wings, scattering the blood. This left Bai Yi somewhat speechless, both amused and exasperated. Unexpectedly, this myriad calamity beast is afraid of the smell of blood. However, the more the myriad calamities beast loathed this smell, the more it did so. Bai Yi became even more excited. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi also burst into laughter. It seems, this myriad calamities beast is truly a treasure. Even if it was incredibly painful, we were able to subdue it back then. That's worth it. Roar. Just as Bai Yi was pondering, suddenly, the myriad calamities beast let out a low roar. Then their gazes turned to Bai Yi. Seeing this scene, a huge purple palm print appeared directly. With a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world, it crashed down on the three demonic creatures. The three-headed demon was terrified upon seeing this. Escape. The three monsters also let out a panicked cry. Then, they transformed into three afterimages and fled. Boom. Chapter 326 Head smashed, blood splattering. 326 heads shattered, blood splattered everywhere. The purple palm print struck the three afterimages. Instantly, those three afterimages also exploded directly. Bang. The bodies of the three demons were nearly reduced to nothingness by this power. Roar. Under this attack, the myriad calamities beast also let out a low roar. He seemed extremely angry. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast also turned its massive head to look at Bai Yi. All I could see was, upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the myriad calamities beast also let out a low roar. Boom. It struck directly at the bodies of the three-headed demons. A series of booming sounds echoed continuously. The three demons were also blasted away. The three-headed demons also coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face also showed a look of disbelief and horror. The myriad calamities beast is actually this powerful. At this time, the myriad calamities beast ignored the three demonic creatures. Instead, he stared coldly at everything before him. The three-headed demon dared not make another move. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Yi's voice rang out. Roar. A woo. Hearing Bai Yi's words, the three-headed monster roared angrily. But Bai Yi didn't care. Myriad calamity beast. Bite these beasts to death. Roar. A series of hoarse cries also rang out. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi then saw the myriad calamities beast also stride forward, quickly charging towards the three demonic creatures. Roar. A series of hoarse cries also resounded. A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the three-headed demon after witnessing the attack of the myriad calamities beast. However, the three-headed monster did not back down in the slightest. When they saw the myriad calamities beast charging towards them at incredible speed, they also simultaneously unleashed a burst of violent energy. After this violent aura surged forth, the figure of the three-headed demon, it also suddenly surged. The myriad calamities beast let out a low roar, its eyes filled with anger and killing intent. It never expected this. These beasts are incredibly insane. It's not just crazy. And it can also mutate. This is truly extraordinary. And when the beast of 10,000 calamities was enraged, these three demons, not to be outdone, unleashed a terrifying aura. Three hands, also enveloped in dense black mist, slammed directly towards the myriad calamity beast. This is a black fog, different from the gascloth armor poison fog. The specific ingredients are unknown. Looking at the three monsters in front of him, the myriad calamities beast revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, the beast of myriad calamities neither dodged nor avoided it, facing the attack of these three monsters. Then, that's when they saw it on the three-headed demon. It actually shot out streaks of black energy. Then, they surrounded the myriad calamity beast. Looking at those black streams of air, the myriad calamities beast couldn't help but frown. Roar. The beast of myriad calamities also roared to the sky. The sound waves rolled on, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. The black mist was shattered. Myriad calamity beast, don't you really like eating these things? Seeing the myriad calamities beast like this, Bai Yi chuckled. Moreover, Bai Yi said. He also extended his right arm. And seeing this scene, the myriad calamities beast also looked at Bai Yi's right arm, revealing a puzzled expression. The myriad calamities beast looked at Bai Yi, its voice filled with surprise. Clearly, no one expected Bai Yi to make such a request. After hearing what the myriad calamities beast said, Bai Yi was also slightly taken aback. Clearly, they hadn't expected the myriad calamities beast to ask that question. That made even the myriad calamities beast tremble. Moreover, under the watchful gaze of the myriad calamities beast. Upon hearing this, the myriad calamities beast, without hesitation, it transformed into a golden streak of light and charged towards the three-headed demon. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Another series of muffled groans rang out. The three demons were also covered in blood from being bitten by the myriad calamities beast. Bai Yi witnessed this scene. He was also slightly taken aback. Myriad calamities beast. As expected, he was able to fight those demons to a standstill. It seems that the myriad calamity beast is indeed quite powerful. At that moment, the three-headed demon also went berserk. They simply couldn't understand how a mere human boy could summon the myriad calamities beast. At this point, Even the three demons couldn't understand it. But, regardless of how this myriad calamities beast mutated. But at this moment, these three demons have completely gone mad. They have no way out. Only by defeating this beast of 10,000 calamities can we hope to survive. Otherwise, they could only be eaten by this beast of 10,000 calamities. And at this time, the myriad calamities beast also let out a roar. Immediately, the myriad calamities beast transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and charged towards the three-headed demon. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, those demons, of course, wouldn't let Bai have his way. At the same time Bai made his move, they also launched a swift attack. Bai is powerful. However, being surrounded by so many demons, Bai was naturally not having an easy time, even though he was at a disadvantage. But Bai showed no fear whatsoever. Bai's strength was already far greater than that of the myriad calamities beast. Now that there's another myriad calamity beast, Bai is even more fearless. The myriad calamities beast, though powerful, is not omnipotent. The myriad calamities beast cannot guarantee that Bai will not be injured. These three demons also knew that they had no chance of defeating Bai. Therefore, he also chose to fight Bai to the death. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bai also suffered considerable injuries. However, this was nothing to Bai. After all, Bai now? She is no longer the weak Bai she once was. Not only has their strength increased significantly, even the physical body has undergone earth-shattering changes, including in defense. It could be an attack, or it could be a recovery. They have all reached an extremely high level. Then, the myriad calamities beast pounced directly at the three-headed demon. And at this time, Bai couldn't help but laugh. However, the next second, the beast of myriad calamities had nearly torn the three-headed demon into pieces. This made Bai even more certain of the myriad calamities beast's strength. The myriad calamity beast can easily kill many monsters and has the characteristic of becoming stronger the longer it fights, let alone these three small demons in front of us. And at this time, the myriad calamities beast also descended from the sky. A pair of scarlet eyes stared straight at Bai. Seeing this, the myriad calamities beast spoke. The myriad calamities beast looked at Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai couldn't help but cover her ears. However, these screams did not last long. The myriad calamities beast slammed down with its claw. Uft. A spray of blood splattered directly onto Bai's body. Chapter 327 Devouring Flesh and Blood, Utterly Vulnerable. 327 Devours Flesh and Blood, Utterly Vulnerable. Looking at the scarlet stain on his body, Bai was also slightly taken aback. This myriad calamity beast is quite ferocious. And that's how they stained it with other people's blood. But Bai didn't say anything. Instead, they continued to watch the myriad calamities beast and the three-headed demon fight each other. Bai was very much looking forward to seeing what abilities this myriad calamity beast would possess. The myriad calamities beast did not disappoint Bai's expectations. This moment, the attacks of the myriad calamities beast also became much more ferocious. Every move was deadly. However, the blood could not touch the myriad calamity beast in the slightest. Bai observed the performance of the myriad calamities beast. The smile on his face grew even wider. Although the myriad calamities beast was not tainted by this blood. However, the myriad calamities beast was absorbing this blood. The myriad calamities beast is a monster that devours flesh and blood. They have an innate love for blood. At this time, after the myriad calamities beast absorbed this blood, he couldn't help but let out a low growl. This blood alone is enough to increase the strength of the myriad calamity beast, and even allow it to evolve more abilities. How could the myriad calamities beast pass up such a good opportunity? So, after a brief moment of surprise, the myriad calamities beast continued its frenzied battle. And seeing this scene, the three-headed demon was completely panicked. They wanted to leave, but they have no way to escape. All around them, the myriad calamity beasts had completely surrounded them. This plunged those demons into utter despair. Not only that, at this moment, the three-headed demon also let out a series of miserable howls. It was as if they were suffering endless pain. Seeing this, Bai frowned slightly. It seems that those three demons are going to die at the hands of the myriad calamities beast. Thinking of this, Bai also prepared to make a move. No. Immediately afterwards, he saw Bai's gaze. The myriad calamities beast sensed that its strength had increased once again. This greatly excited the myriad calamities beast. The other two monsters also let out angry roars. Then, They continued to bombard the myriad calamity beast. Shatter, 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 shatter. The myriad calamities beast struck directly with its claw. They blasted the three-headed demon away. The chests of the three monsters were all dented. Fresh blood gushed from their mouths. The monster fell to the ground. He also died instantly from exhaustion. Bai was also somewhat surprised, because it seems that the myriad calamities beast did not kill those demons. Instead, the myriad calamities beast wanted to devour them. This was not difficult for Bai to understand. But, since the myriad calamities beast is doing this, it must have its reasons. Bai will not interfere. After all, these demonic creatures were brought to us by the myriad calamities beast itself. These monsters wanted to harm Bai. You must first get past the myriad calamity beast. Bai also stood still, looking at the myriad calamities beast. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast was also looking at Bai. Bai looked at the myriad calamities beast. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. The myriad calamities beast is indeed extraordinary. And just then, the three-headed demon lunged at the myriad calamity beast once more. Bai saw this. They dared not be negligent. And at this time, that blood, it was also completely absorbed by the myriad calamities beast. The aura of the myriad calamities beast. It has become much more powerful. The strength of the myriad calamities beast. It seems even stronger than before. Looking at the beast of 10,000 calamities, Bai muttered to himself. Bai, however, did not hesitate at all. Because Bai knew that too. This kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. Therefore, Bai must seize this opportunity and quickly improve his strength. Thinking about this, and just then, Bai suddenly saw it. A flame flew towards him in an instant. Upon seeing this, Bai's pupils also contracted sharply. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, Bai felt a tremendous force coming from his hand. After the myriad calamities beast finished devouring the blood, without pausing for a moment, they pounced directly on the three demonic creatures. And then they saw the myriad calamities beast rushing towards them. The three-headed demon also panicked. And just then, the myriad calamities beast immediately pounced on one of the demons. And at this moment, the blood was completely devoured by the myriad calamities beast. Looking at the scene before my eyes, Bai was also surprised. The speed at which the myriad calamity beast devours flesh and blood is truly terrifying. They saw the myriad calamities beast devour the blood. The myriad calamities beast also roared excitedly. Then, the myriad calamities beast transformed directly into a massive tornado. It nearly wiped out all the monsters around it. Seeing this scene, Bai was speechless for a moment. These monsters are not very strong. However, the myriad calamity beast could be dealt with easily, which left Bai feeling somewhat helpless. And the strength of the myriad calamities beast has completely exceeded Bai's expectations. However, Bai doesn't need to worry about these things. Watching the changes in the myriad calamities beast, Bai was naturally surprised. The myriad calamities beast has the ability to devour this blood. Could it be that? But Bai quickly shook her head. However, breaking through this barrier is extremely difficult. But how could an ordinary myriad calamity beast possibly reach that level? However, the changes in the myriad calamities beast are indelible. Bai was also watching with great interest. The strength of the myriad calamities beast had completely exceeded Bai's imagination. However, Bai did not let her guard down because of this. And Bai knew that the strength of the myriad calamities beast was probably only at the lowest level. If the myriad calamity beast continues to develop in this way, it probably won't be long. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast discovered the effects of this blood. Roar! The myriad calamities beast was naturally overjoyed. At this moment, Bai couldn't help but start shouting. This loud shout. Bai also exuded a powerful aura. This oppressive aura was even more powerful than that emanating from the myriad calamities beast. Behind Bai were those demonic creatures. However, the oppressive aura emanating from Bai forced them to lie prostrate on the ground. This moment, the myriad calamities beast dared not make any further rash moves. The myriad calamities beast also sensed it. The person behind him seemed to be more powerful than himself. Not only that, the myriad calamities beast also sensed it. Beside Bai, one after another, monsters were crawling on the ground. Seeing all this, even the myriad calamities beast couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine. But, just as Bai was about to order all the demons to retreat, suddenly, the myriad calamities beast couldn't help but let out a roar. Roar! Immediately, The myriad calamities beast also rushed forward quickly. Bai was also taken aback. However, Bai managed to control herself. Let the myriad calamities beast rush out. Because Bai knew that the myriad calamities beast had undergone considerable changes. However, the strength of the myriad calamities beast was ultimately too low. They were utterly helpless against Bai. So, Chapter 328 Inescapable, Utterly Cruel. 328 Inescapable, Utterly Cruel. Bai couldn't help but sigh. And at this time, the myriad calamities beast also charged forward. Bai also clearly sensed it. The speed of the myriad calamities beast seems to be much faster than before. The myriad calamities beast stared at the enemy before it. It let out a huge hiss. Bai saw this. There was no intention of backing down. Bang! Two terrifying forces collided. It exploded instantly. Roar! The myriad calamities beast let out a roar that shook the heavens. The whole world was trembling. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the myriad calamities beast. Bai muttered to himself. And right after Bai finished speaking, the gaze of the myriad calamities beast also swept over Bai. When the myriad calamities beast saw Bai's appearance, he was also slightly taken aback. However, the myriad calamities beast did not ask any further questions. After all, the circumstances here also prevent him from inquiring about these matters. Upon hearing the words of the myriad calamities beast, Bai smiled faintly. And then he heard Bai's name. The myriad calamities beast was also taken aback. Roar! Just as Bai was lost in thought, the myriad calamities beast has launched another attack on those demonic creatures, and this time, in this way, the strength of the myriad calamities beast should also become even greater. And the attacks of the myriad calamities beast seem to have become even more terrifying. Seeing this scene, Bai also sensed the power of the myriad calamities beast. Myriad calamities beast, I need you. Bai also spoke directly. Bai had completely suppressed the strength of these three demons. Bai believed it. As long as I kill the three-headed demon, then the myriad calamities beast will be able to join forces completely. Upon hearing Bai's words, the myriad calamities beast nodded in agreement. This also made Bai very satisfied. In this way, the myriad calamities beast can also increase its strength. And at this time, the three demons also charged towards the myriad calamities beast. I wonder if it was due to the help of Bai's blood. The strength of the myriad calamities beast is also constantly increasing. This scene only intensified the fear of the monsters. However, the myriad calamities beast didn't care about anything else. Moreover, it continues to devour those demons. Those monsters. One by one, they let out miserable cries, and those three black heads. It began to tremble incessantly. This left Bai somewhat puzzled. It seems that the myriad calamity beasts devouring also requires energy, and those monsters were also discovered. Energy is constantly being lost from their bodies. This is an extremely strange thing. The energy within them is also constantly decreasing. But these energies were simply not enough to stop the myriad calamities beast from devouring them. And then, this time, Bai also injected his own blood into the body of the myriad calamities beast. Instantly, blood filled every part of the myriad calamity beast's body. Bai could also sense it. The body of the myriad calamities beast grew even larger. Its size also appears to be much larger. And Bai could also sense it. Bai murmured. And at this moment, the myriad calamities beast also charged directly at those demonic creatures. The myriad calamities beast is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it means completely devouring two of the demons. The remaining two monsters were terrified. I was wrong. Spare me. The two demons also knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. However, they begged for mercy. The myriad calamities beast, however, showed no mercy whatsoever. Instead, they continued their pursuit. Soon, these two demonic creatures were completely slain by the myriad calamities beast. The myriad calamities beast, however, turned its gaze to Bai. Seeing this, Bai spoke calmly. You deserve it. If you don't have the ability to devour monsters, you're not qualified. The myriad calamities beast also understood Bai's words. Immediately, the myriad calamities beast also showed a helpless expression to Bai. The corpses of the two demons floated in midair. The myriad calamities beast leaped up and devoured the two corpses. Bai was speechless as he watched the myriad calamities beast devour the demons. After the myriad calamities beast devoured the demon, it pounced on Bai. Bai couldn't help but sigh. The strength of this myriad calamity beast has indeed increased far too quickly. Moreover, there is no sign of it stopping. Upon seeing the myriad calamities beast, Bai Yi's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Bai Yi murmured to himself, "The strength of the myriad calamities beast. It has also become much stronger." Not only that, the body of the myriad calamities beast had also grown much larger. Looking at the myriad calamities beast, Bai Yi also revealed a smile. Bai Yi did not hesitate at all. The next moment, he rushed over. And at this time, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh at the myriad calamities beast. This myriad calamity beast is indeed very strong. However, the myriad calamities beast was, after all, just a subordinate of the shadow. If this myriad calamity beast were to truly grow up, its strength would likely be far beyond ordinary ferocity. Immediately, Bai Yi stood up and kicked the myriad calamity beast, sending it flying to the side. This is also Bai Yi's intention. This also allows us to test the defensive capabilities of the myriad calamities beast and clearly see the current gap between Bai Yi and it. And now, Bai Yi could see that this myriad calamity beast was indeed powerful. Really, this myriad calamity beast is very strong. At the beginning, it was no match for these three demons, but later it killed them directly. Now its strength is not weak at all. Or, to put it another way, very strong. After all, the myriad calamity beast possesses the special ability to become increasingly powerful through continuous battles. That is the ability. Even Bai Yi himself was extremely envious. If he possessed this ability, it would be quite terrifying. After all, possessing even one of these conceptual abilities is incredibly powerful. But after thinking about it, Bai Yi wasn't particularly impressed, since he already possessed the Shadow King ability, and wanting any other heaven-defying abilities was simply wishful thinking. After all, if I'm already this strong, if they were to acquire even more powerful abilities, they would be virtually invincible, leaving no room for other professionals to survive. Now, Bai Yi was also very much looking forward to the future. Such a beast will likely grow to a very high level in the future, and will at least become more and more powerful. And now, at this moment, the professional system also sent a notification. Reputation points increased by 1. Unfortunately, killing monsters doesn't accumulate much reputation, probably because Bai Yi chose the Demon King candidate option. At this point, that is quite crucial. If you want to clear the levels quickly, the hero candidate option is probably easier, but Bai Yi didn't think about that too much. Chapter 329: The Birth of the Shadow Puppet Demon. 329 Shadow Puppet Demon, born. Given the current situation, Bai Yi really has no intention of continuing to hunt monsters. Given the current situation, hunting monsters is not the most pressing option. These monsters. For Bai Yi, hunting now is the best option. The returns are very low. If we can find professionals, we can probably finish the first level of the mission by hunting down another small team. You need to know, in this large dungeon, as a Demon King candidate, the rewards for killing monsters are far less than those for killing other classes. Although there are some of these, the reputation points gained from killing monsters might be slightly less. But Bai Yi's idea wasn't entirely wrong. Even if he killed other professionals, Bai Yi didn't feel too much psychological burden. If it were a fellow Chinese professional, Bai Yi might not have made the move. But other professionals. If it were someone from Korea or Sakura, Bai Yi wouldn't hesitate to strike. Just like before, Bai Yi only managed to kill a few members of the entire MD Alliance squad. He didn't manage to take them all down. That's a bit of a shame. But Bai Yi still needs to see how the profits will go. Only, what Bai Yi should think about is this large-scale instance using this characteristic to incite infighting among professional players? In this way, the number of monsters wasn't much less. It was all Demon King candidates and hero candidates fighting each other. The number of monsters, however, did not decrease significantly. In this way, it turned into a complete power struggle between professionals, and these monsters really didn't decrease much. At this time, Bai Yi had no intention of directly hunting down the demons, but rather wanted to see the benefits of this Demon King candidate. That's right. While this Demon King candidate offers very low reputation gains from killing monsters, it still provides a significant advantage. But, however, there is one advantage: the ability to command demons. Although this is not that crucial for Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi is capable of extracting shadows. Thinking about this, Bai Yi waved his hand, and the myriad tribulations beast carried the corpses of the three demons over. He then immediately used his special skill, shadow extraction. Immediately, the surrounding scenery seemed to dim slightly. The sky and earth seemed to darken a bit. Immediately afterwards, the three demons spontaneously floated up, and the shadows beneath them began to stir. The shadows gradually transformed from a two-dimensional shape into solid entities, moving towards a more realistic form. From nothingness to reality. It can be described as a leap in dimensions, directly transforming from a shadow that could not cause any impact into an entity that could make a difference. And this entity, that is, Shadow's henchmen. These shadowy subordinates are a major asset to Bai. Without the shadow subordinates, Bai would likely have faced significant difficulties in leveling up. Where else would there be such a terrifying rate of escalation? From the perspective of others, Bai's leveling speed was terrifying, entirely thanks to the presence of shadow subordinates. The next moment, 3 new shadow minions appeared, almost identical to their original form, only they were pitch black. No matter which angle you look at it from, it looks like a single, solid shape. Like a shadow. However, Bai had seen this phenomenon too many times and had become accustomed to it. This was Bai's first time using shadow extraction on monsters, but he didn't know if these monsters were the same as the ones he had seen before. The monsters in this large dungeon may form their own system. That's rather amazing. However, Bai was still unable to escape the detection of the professional system. Soon, Bai used the profession system to directly access the data of these 3 new shadow subordinates. Shadow's minion, Shadow Puppet Demon. Level, 84. HP, 201W 1980/201W 1980. Base attack power, 34,000 plus. Equipment, none. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Skills, S rank, puppet creation, C plus rank, flight, B plus rank, illusion concealment. All 3 of these shadow puppet demons were like this. These skills are all quite similar, since they are all beings in themselves, all of them being a kind of monster called a puppet demon. That's not surprising at all. What Bai cared about was, it seems so. Not only can monsters have their shadows extracted, but these demonic creatures can also have their shadows extracted and become Bai's shadow minions. Bai didn't feel much about the 3 shadow puppet demons. After all, given that it could be killed so easily by the myriad calamities beast, Bai didn't have much thought about its combat power. Even stronger, he also has many powerful subordinates like himself. And this puppet demon's strength doesn't seem to lie in direct combat. If the strength of these puppet demons lies in direct combat, then it lies in the close-quarters combat they just engaged in. Instead of breeding many zombie puppets and then launching an attack. Using mental power to control zombie puppets to attack is not exactly a sophisticated method, but it is the only way these puppet demons fight. Overall, it's fairly standard. Furthermore, these puppet zombies possess strength comparable to a level 70 professional, and there are quite a few of them. That's all. However, there is some overlap with Bai's shadow subordinates. After all, Bai has level 70 shadow subordinates everywhere. If you pick one randomly, you're guaranteed to be at least level 70. After all, Bai's level has reached 70. Because of the special nature of the Shadow Kingdom, these shadowy subordinates will also see their strength improve rapidly while in the Shadow Kingdom, and becoming as strong as Bai is just the beginning. Borrow this feature. It's only natural that these shadow minions are getting stronger and stronger. This is exactly what Bai wants to see. If every shadow subordinate is weaker than Bai, this would be consistent with the characteristics of a professional and a summoned creature, but it would not fit Bai's impression. Although the Shadow King himself must have a certain level of combat power. But, if every shadow subordinate were incredibly powerful, wouldn't that be a very gratifying thing? Imagine, any one of the Shadow's henchmen would be an absolutely powerful being. Then Bai can just lie down and relax. This is such a good thing. Bai really wanted it to become a reality. And now, Bai had other things to do, so he turned around and flew off to other places. Chapter 330, The Village Scarecrow, The Old Man in the Straw Raincoat. 330 Village Scarecrow, Old Man in Straw Raincoat. And this is one of its main tasks. As a Demon King candidate, the first level of this large dungeon involves collecting 3 monster minions, and these 3 minions are specifically designated. Bai thought of this. Then I reopened the main quest line and took a look. Main quest. Main quest. Command 3 level 85 monsters, Village Scarecrows. Requires 15 reputation points. After completing the main quest, you can choose to leave the dungeon and enter the next level. Gain 1 monster reputation point for each hero candidate defeated. Gain 1 monster reputation point for every 3 monsters killed. Current reputation value, 6.15. Bai now has 6 reputation points, which is enough to obtain a monster called Village Scarecrow. The combat power that a monster can exert is roughly the same as that of a professional of the same level. However, there are some differences. Before reaching level 20, most players need a team to fight monsters. A single monster requires at least 3 professionals of the same level to engage in combat. After all, if a monster is injured, it's just injured. You can only gain experience points by completely killing it. As for professionals, if you get injured, your combat power will be greatly reduced, and it will be very difficult to recover. So, it's unlikely that a professional can defeat a monster before they've fully developed their skills. But, now, most level 80 professionals have something they are good at. If we fight it out head-on, it's unlikely they'd lose to a single monster, but the monsters in this dungeon are now ganging up on them. The offensive and defensive strategies have reversed. That MD Alliance team was clearly mass-produced. So-called wholesale. They lack practical experience. It was mostly the older generation guiding the younger generation to level up, with the younger generation simply collecting experience points. Starting from level 1, leveling up through this kind of partnership takes a long time, but it also feels relatively easy. And now, Bai has no intention of continuing to hunt professional hunters. These professionals, encountering some subpar players is fine. They can be easily defeated, just like the previous MD Alliance. However, if you encounter a genuine level 80 professional, they are definitely much stronger than monsters. No matter how powerful the monster is, it probably only has one core skill, like the puppet demon's ability to summon zombie puppets. And professionals, it's really hard to estimate. Who knows what trump cards a professional who fought their way up from level 1 to level 80 might have. Although Bai had killed quite a few level 80 professionals along the way. But, Bai, however, has other plans now. And this plan, it utilizes the special ability of the Demon King candidate to directly capture a specific demon, which must be stronger than the other scattered demons. Although it's not as good as killing the enemy first and then extracting the shadow. But in that case, therefore, he could not take action against professionals. Bai's goal this time was to obtain the second key. If you can't lay a hand on a professional, if someone gets the second key, you can only watch helplessly as they obtain it. So, Bai chose Demon King candidate, precisely because he had taken this into account, which is also a major advantage in killing professionals. Although killing monsters may not yield much reputation. However, the ability to kill a professional was enough to calm Bai down. At this point, Bai's plan was to subdue a specific demon. And this monster, it is the village scarecrow. It is said that the boss on the first floor is named Fear Scarecrow, which is likely related to the village scarecrow. If it were like a regular game, their names are so similar. It's estimated that they're all located in the same area. Based on the name, Village Scarecrow, these monsters are probably situated in a village. That's interesting. Bai flew while using the power of the Dominator. While observing the surrounding terrain, Bai's eyesight is now terrifying. As long as there are no mountains to block his view, he can see everything. So, seeing 1,000 miles further is not a difficult task. And now, Bai was flying at high speed, and soon he saw a village. And this village, they were in patches, as if they were connected to each other. The terraced fields are also clearly visible. The rice paddies below emitted an eerie purple hue, making the ordinary scarecrow on top appear unusual. These rice plants are abnormal. These scarecrows are normal. Instead of making the rice look strange, it makes the scarecrow look very strange. Bai thought for a moment. He used it immediately upon a single glance. Monster, Village Scarecrow. Level, 82. HP, 148W93 20/148W9320. Base attack power, 21,000 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B, rank, camouflage. B plus rank, hunting instinct. A rank, straw entanglement. B plus rank, fear curse. B plus rank, straw manipulation. Just looking at this panel. This, Village Scarecrow, is not bad, but compared to Bai's shadow subordinates, it's somewhat disappointing. This, Village Scarecrow, is pretty good, but the shadow's minions are even stronger. This makes the Village Scarecrow seem insignificant, and Bai doesn't think much of it. But, because it's a Demon King candidate ability, Bai still intends to use this ability to summon demons. Bai moved his fingers. This illustrates the selection process for the professional system. Then, the straw in the eye sockets of the scarecrow beneath him suddenly trembled. It was originally within a framework of straw. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, enormous like those of an animal, which looked terrifying in the scarecrow's eye sockets. After Bai used the Demon King candidate ability, the scarecrow underwent a transformation. All I could see was The village scarecrow instantly pulled its main stalk from the rice paddies, and two tentacles, formed from the blood-red flesh that wrapped around the wooden stalk, were used for walking. The straw on his chest slowly fell. Cover it up. If someone were to look at it from behind, they wouldn't be able to tell what a monster looks like at all. Instead, he looked like an old man wearing a straw raincoat. Not bad. Bai nodded, looking at the village scarecrow that he controlled completely. And this is a village scarecrow. This gave Bai something to think about. Since I can summon this village scarecrow, can the village scarecrow, who is the boss, also summon it? Thinking about this, Bai looked along the terraced fields, following the faint outline of straw beneath the ground. Chapter 331. The swarm moves out, and the hunt begins. Group 331 mobilized and began the hunt. These straws are clearly associated with all the scarecrow monsters throughout the village. But Bai did not intend to directly recruit these scarecrows. Instead, they try to kill the monsters as early as possible. Although the main quest requires capturing 3 village scarecrows, Bai doesn't want to deal with that right now. In conclusion, in the end, only 2 village scarecrows will remain. And now, Bai then dispatched his shadow subordinates to hunt down the village scarecrows. These scarecrows are scattered throughout the rice paddies of the entire village. It looks like an inanimate object. However, once attacked, they will reveal their monster-like characteristics. Whether it's a group attack or a single kill, it won't be too difficult. Right now, Bai then selected several of his shadow subordinates to hunt throughout the village. And the target of the hunt, it is the village scarecrow. Come out. Bai called out softly, and then his shadow detached itself, revealing his natal shadow. From the shadow of one's destiny. These were the shadowy subordinates that Bai wanted to send out. They are respectively Shadow Gunner, Shadow Straight Guardian, Shadow Round Table Knight, Shadow Puppet Demon, Eternal Beast. As for the village scarecrow that Bai had taken in, Bai was going to stay here. Use its ability to discern the nature of its kind to carefully identify the location of these village scarecrows. And now, it has been confirmed that there are 32 village scarecrows in the entire village. They are currently just decorative items and cannot move. So, Bai then waved his hand and gave the order. Set off. Then, the Shadow Gunner, Shadow Straight Guardian, Shadow Round Table Knight, Shadow Puppet Demon, and Myriad Calamity Beast, these shadow subordinates, then split up and began to act. Target. The task was to fulfill Bai's orders and kill the 31 village scarecrows, disguised as ordinary scarecrows. Soon, the Shadow Gunner was the first to act. We quickly arrived at a spot in the terraced fields not far away and saw a village scarecrow. Seeing this, the other shadow henchman handed the village scarecrow over to the Shadow Gunner to deal with, and then went to find other village scarecrows. Now, at a time like this, the Shadow Gunner is the opposite of the village scarecrow. If Ryan Remitz, the predecessor of the Shadow Gunner, were here, it would probably take a fierce battle to kill him. But the Shadow Gunner is different. The Shadow's true nature is far greater than that of Ryan Remitz, who is human. This is not only due to the strengthening of King's Domain, but also because of the inherent characteristics of the Shadow's subordinates, such as only knowing how to fight and having no fear. And now, the Shadow Gunners were the first to take action. The ability that Bai bestowed upon him, Shadow Weapon, automatically creates a weapon upon the appearance of the Shadow Gunner. A machine gun that looks like a club. It also contains a sharp, short thorn. It can be used as a staff when held horizontally, as a spear when raised, and its sharpness is fully revealed in close combat. Now, the Shadow Gunner, wielding his club spear, took the initiative and launched an attack on the Scarecrow monster. The Shadow Gunner aimed to smash the Scarecrow monster's head with a single blow. This is the first attempt, immediately following. But the Shadow Gunner, however, clearly noticed it. Something seems off about me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just a feeling. It can only be attributed to. I seem to have forgotten something, but I just don't want to remember it. But this is for the best. Since you forgot something, then there's no need to think about it anymore. The Shadow Gunner continued his charge, heading straight for the Scarecrow. Relentless bombardment. Each attack caused a crack to appear on the Scarecrow monster's body. Moreover, drops of bright red blood were scattered from the wound. However, this blood contains. However, no life flowed out. Instead, it emitted a strong, bloody stench. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Gunner let out an excited shout. Wielding clubs and spears, they continued their charge. And at the very moment the Scarecrow was killed, inside the Scarecrow monster's body, immediately, a muffled gunshot rang out. Gunshots rang out. In an instant, It shattered the Scarecrow monster's defense, directly breaking through the Scarecrow's magic defense and also causing a certain amount of damage. The Scarecrow monster was in pain. He immediately let out a roar. However, these voices were silenced. And the Scarecrow's attack will have no effect. This state has no effect on the Shadow's minions. Boom. Another heavy blow. The Scarecrow monster's magic defense was broken, and it lost a portion of its health to the Shadow Gunner. The Shadow Gunner witnessed this scene. His expression remained unchanged, and he continued firing calmly. Bang, 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 bang. 3 consecutive blows landed directly on the Scarecrow's head. Immediately, I glanced at my own attributes. Monster, Village Scarecrow. Level, 82. HP, 148W93 20/148W9320. Base attack power, 21,000 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, B, rank, camouflage. B plus rank, hunting instinct. A rank, straw entanglement. B plus plus rank, fear curse. B plus rank, straw manipulation. Whoosh. The gun plunged deep into his abdomen. Immediately. Bang. This blow actually pierced the Scarecrow's stomach. The Scarecrow monster turned into a puddle of green juice and disappeared. This level of attack is simply no match for an elite Scarecrow monster. But the Shadow Gunner, however, did not stop. Instead, he pierced the abdomen of another Scarecrow with another shot, tearing it apart once more. The Shadow Gunner began to move closer and closer to the Scarecrow. Soon. Continue. Bai Yi continued to give instructions. This scene, witnessed by Bai Yi's shadow subordinate, immediately filled him with astonishment. They were Bai Yi's closest shadow subordinates. Each of them possesses powerful abilities. He then shifted his target to another Scarecrow nearby and killed it. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out one after another. The Shadow Gunner's attribute values began to slowly increase. At this time, the other Shadow minions also dealt with the other Scarecrows without any major incidents. The Shadow Gunner saw this. A smile also appeared on his lips. Obviously, this mission was a complete success. Chapter 332 3 Straws, Forced Killing and Gang Beating. 332 3 Straws, Forced Killing and Gang Beating. The Shadow Gunners, on the other hand, successfully completed their mission. He directly killed a village Scarecrow, earning Bai Yi 1/3 of his reputation points. Soon, Bai Yi's main quest is to be completed. And now, the Beast of Myriad Calamities was incredibly fast, and it quickly reached the distance, directly pulling at the 3 village Scarecrows. Then I saw it. The 3 village Scarecrows rose straight up from the ground, their scarlet, terrifying gazes piercing the rice paddies. The next moment, the Myriad Calamities Beast was ready to fight. The power of the Myriad Calamities Beast is extremely astonishing. Ordinary Scarecrows would be completely powerless against it. The 3 village Scarecrows only managed to hold out for a short time. The Shadow Gunner witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, there is still one last hurdle to overcome. Speaking of which, the Shadow Gunner also became much more serious, even carrying a sense of solemnity. The last Scarecrow is the boss, the Fear Scarecrow. However, it possesses immense power and is extremely formidable. We must handle this carefully. However, this Scarecrow monster can be dealt with by one person. The two collided. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive heavy blows shattered the 3 village Scarecrows. Seeing this, the Myriad Calamities Beast did not stop and continued to rush forward. At this moment, then a series of footsteps sounded. However, it was the Shadow's henchman who had tracked them down. Seeing this, Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Well done, my Shadow Gunner has not disappointed me. These Scarecrows are yours now. He responded respectfully. Bai Yi nodded slightly upon seeing this. Then we shall return to the village. Let's wait for the mission to complete. After saying that, Bai Yi turned around and prepared to leave. But shortly after Bai Yi left, the Shadow Gunner resumed his attack. Another shot. After the shot, Bai Yi's body trembled violently. What happened? The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. The Shadow Gunner assisted from the side. It has to be said, the Myriad Calamities Beast was able to withstand the combined attack of 3 Scarecrows, and even killed one of the Scarecrow monsters. In this way, the advantages of the Shadow Gunner are thus demonstrated. At this time, that's when the Shadow Gunner needs to step in. Shadow Gunners, all 3 of you, get out there. Kill this Scarecrow. Don't let me off easy. In an instant, the Shadow Gunner and the Myriad Calamities Beast immediately launched their attack. Bai Yi, on the other hand, stood aside and watched the show. Watching a play. Naturally, Bai would rather watch the show than participate in a war of this magnitude. But Bai wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. The moment the Shadow Gunner launched his attack, they quietly lurked behind the Scarecrow, preparing to ambush its body. This distance can be considered the optimal shooting distance. As long as this arrow is shot, then you can defeat the Scarecrow monster. But this arrow, however, was the trump card. Therefore, it was not fired. The Myriad Calamities beast directly engaged in combat with the Scarecrow demon. The man and the beast began to fight in the rice field, and the scarecrows around them surged forward and attacked the Myriad Calamity beast. These 3 scarecrows are just 3 scarecrows. But, faced with the power of the Myriad Calamities beast, these 3 scarecrows had absolutely no chance of winning. Soon the entire army was wiped out. This kill also earned several reputation points. At this time, on the Shadow Gunner's side, it means that a village scarecrow has already been killed. Only one more scarecrow remains to be killed. In this way, we can gather 15 scarecrow monsters. They will be able to form a new shadow army of monsters, and then they will be able to fight against humans. With the combined efforts of the Shadow Gunner and the Myriad Calamities beast, this scarecrow also turned directly into a puddle of green liquid. A look of wild joy immediately appeared on the Shadow Gunner's face. Haha, I finally completed the mission. The Shadow Gunner laughed maniacally. On the other side, both the Shadow Gunner and the Myriad Calamities beast have gained a certain amount of reputation points. This mission with the Shadow Legion was of great help to Bai. Now, but the strength of the Myriad Calamity beast was already extremely formidable. In addition, the Myriad Calamity beast is already extremely large. So, when facing the 3 village scarecrow monsters, the Myriad Calamities beast was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, with the help of the Myriad Calamities beast, the 3 village scarecrows were forced to retreat. But these 3 scarecrow monsters were quite formidable, even though the Myriad Calamity beast managed to suppress them. However, it is still difficult to solve in the short term. Bai's task was to observe from the sidelines. Let's see what the weakness of this scarecrow monster is. At this time, this scarecrow monster has now revealed its true nature. Suddenly, a ball of pitch-black flame began to slowly spread from its abdomen. The flame appears as a dark, spherical shape. It was like a dark star, constantly devouring everything around it. I saw this thing. Bai's brows furrowed instantly. The Myriad Calamity beast's body was extremely large, and it directly collided with the 2 scarecrows. The scarecrow's skin, however, is exceptionally tough and can absorb surrounding elements to replenish itself. It has to be said, this greatly increased the strength of the Myriad Calamities beast. But this did not stop the scarecrow's speed. Soon, the 2 scarecrows then came up behind the beast of 10,000 calamities. Behind the Myriad Calamities beast. Boom. A violent roar resounded within the body of the Myriad Calamities beast. This method of attack is somewhat troublesome, but it is extremely effective. The scarecrow's health dropped by several thousand in an instant, and it kept losing health until the scarecrow's body was completely destroyed. It was also under the powerful body of the Myriad Calamities beast that it exploded with a bang. Seeing this, the Shadow Gunner couldn't help but nod. He thought this mission would be easy to complete, but an unexpected incident occurred. However, he has now completed the mission. Bang bang bang. The Myriad Calamities beast slammed down with its fist. The 3 village scarecrows had their heads smashed open and turned into green juice. At this time, Bai's gaze sharpened, and he looked directly at another place. There. It is a secluded location. Now, there, a scarecrow was kept. All we need to do is kill this scarecrow. You can then obtain enough reputation points. This scarecrow is also quite powerful. Under the fierce attack of the Myriad Calamities beast, the scarecrow monster was quickly and cleanly defeated, causing Bai's reputation to skyrocket. At this time, Chapter 333 Devouring the Flesh and Blood of Demons, Strength Increases. 333 devours the flesh and blood of monsters, increasing strength. Hoo-hoo. This wave of attacks. It struck the Shadow Gunner's body directly. The Shadow Gunner was immediately suppressed. And at this time, Bai also appeared in front of the Shadow Gunner. At this moment, the Shadow Gunner launched another attack. This attack was different from the previous ones. It can be described as extremely sharp. It looks completely different from the previous attacks. Uft. The fist struck the scarecrow monster at the front. With a bang, the Wanjie beast's fist force directly shattered the scarecrow monster. The death of the scarecrow caused scarecrows in the surrounding villages to flee. Chase. Then, the Shadow's men then embarked on a pursuit, racing all the way. Meanwhile, the Shadow Gunner continued to wander around the Scarecrow monster, searching for the remaining 2 scarecrows. And just as the Shadow Gunner took his first step, a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger washed over me. A terrifying threat of death suddenly descended upon the Shadow Gunner. The Shadow Gunner was startled, but they hadn't had time to react at all. Uffed. Immediately, the Shadow Gunner saw a jet of blood shoot out from his left shoulder. There really are scarecrows in this village. Bai witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but squint slightly. He did not hesitate at all. They continued heading towards the scarecrows. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 sides engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, the myriad calamity beast unleashed a single move, Berserk. This move is incredibly powerful, capable of boosting the user's attack power. That's not all. The Berserk skill of the myriad calamities beast will also deal additional damage to the enemy. This is not a skill defined by the professional system. Rather, it's closer to an instinct, the wildness of a beast, but it can also be considered a skill. Only, there are no regulations in the professional system. For example, once this myriad calamity beast goes berserk, its attributes will double, causing its damage and movement speed to increase to about twice their original value. So this is the move. It can absolutely kill the Scarecrow monster instantly. But this is the only move that the myriad calamities beast can use. This berserk move has a very long casting time. It will take some time to recover my strength. However, this only applies to ordinary people. For beings like the Shadow Inspector who possess special bloodlines, this is not the case. The rage of Wan Jiezeng was nothing compared to this. In fact, it could be said that Wan Jie beast's attack was nothing. The effect on the Shadow Gunner is negligible. Therefore, the moment the Scarecrow monster charged out, it pounced directly at the Shadow Gunner. The Shadow Gunner saw this. He simply picked up the staff and spear. After a frenzied fight, the myriad calamities beast killed it. These scarecrows, though not weak, are still quite easy to deal with when combined with the myriad calamity beast and the Shadow Gunner. Let's not even talk about those numbers. Even if more come, there will be no problem. They can handle it all. This data is truly astonishing. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. This mission, though dangerous, was at least successfully completed. Moreover, the rewards for this mission were quite generous, and it can be said that Bai Yi's level was greatly improved. At this moment, the battle between the myriad calamities beast and the Scarecrow was extremely fierce. The moment I heard the system notification sound, Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. This myriad calamity beast is truly formidable. We've dealt with the 3 scarecrows. The Shadow Gunner's expression was not good. Clearly, he was under a lot of pressure. Although he is able to operate the shadow weapon independently. So, to master the Shadow Gun, you must wield it with complete ease. This weapon is simply impossible to use properly. But things are different now. I heard a system notification. Bai couldn't help but smile. Immediately, the Shadow Gunner continued attacking the Scarecrow monster, while the myriad calamities went to clean up the corpses. This time, the Shadow Gunner truly stole the show. Not only did they kill the Scarecrow monster, but they also killed the other 2 Scarecrow monsters at the same time. Bai nodded secretly as he read this. If it weren't for his Shadow Gunner, I would never have been able to complete this mission so easily. Of course, Bai was still somewhat grateful to the Shadow Gunner. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to kill the Scarecrow. The Shadow Gunner saw his own performance. He seemed quite proud. The Shadow Gunner continued onward, preparing to search for the next Scarecrow. Meanwhile, the myriad calamities beast followed behind the Shadow Gunner. They also entered the rice paddies. And at this time, a sudden booming sound echoed through the sky. Roar. The angry roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, 2 scarecrows rushed straight over. The Shadow Gunner's expression immediately changed. Bai saw this. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. The Shadow Gunner continues. The words fell. Then they opened fire again. Bai, on the other hand, quietly watched from the sidelines. The last Scarecrow monster was struck by a powerful punch from the beast of 10,000 calamities. It was utter death, leaving only the Scarecrow monster's core. The system notification sound also rang out. Bai heard this. The myriad calamities beast swallowed the green liquid. Immediately, Bai also directly collected the items from the Scarecrow monster. Besides some straw, there was also something that looked like a knife blade. Bai didn't know what kind of weapon it was either. In conclusion, anything that can be used as a weapon is a treasure. But, even if it's a good treasure, Bai won't take it away either. Because, he doesn't need these things. These things can only be used as materials. Or it could be used for refining weapons, for making various kinds of weapons. This is exactly what Bai wants. So, Bai doesn't lack these things. After dealing with this scarecrow monster. But, the beast of myriad calamities seemed to be interested in this scarecrow monster. It actually absorbed the flesh and blood of the scarecrow monster into its body. This naturally attracted the attention of the shadow gunner. He looked at the myriad calamities beast, and his face immediately darkened. The myriad calamities beast, however, showed no fear. It stares directly at the shadow gunner. I figured that out. The shadow gunner's expression also eased slightly. In this way, the value of the myriad calamities beast becomes even more significant. Whatever the reason, the myriad calamity beasts all possess combat power many times greater than that of ordinary players. It can be said that the value of the myriad calamities beast is terrifying. Chapter 334 Decisive Kill, Continuous Reputation. 334 Decisive Kill, Continuous Reputation. Listening to the system's notification tone, Bai also felt much more relaxed. And what made him even more gratified was that this scarecrow monster was just a scarecrow monster. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. This reminded Bai of his own encounter with the scarecrow monster. Now, have I finally reached that level myself? Certainly. The strength that Bai currently possesses. However, the myriad calamities beast alone was enough to defeat a scarecrow monster. Not to mention, now there's also a shadow gunner. Just thinking about it makes Bai feel excited. Bai looked at the shadow gunner. The shadow gunner's expression was extremely calm. Although Bai knew, he must have been extremely excited at that moment, but he remained calm on his face, which made Bai smile. Under Bai's gaze, the shadow gunner then spoke. On the other side, the Knights of the Shadow Round Table are also in action. On one side of the rice paddy, a village scarecrow was discovered, and it was now wielding a stone sword and launching an attack. Because of his conviction, this sword became exceptionally sharp, exceeding the limits of its normal state. Thus, the Shadow Knight of the Round Table acted alone, facing the village scarecrow monster by himself. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table wielded stone swords and moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a village scarecrow was shattered, and he also suffered the backlash. My arm was scratched by the scarecrow's claws in the village. The wound was healing rapidly. What a powerful monster. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But this scarecrow monster is incredibly powerful. However, its weaknesses are also fully exposed. The biggest weakness of the scarecrow monsters in this village is their poor defense. Moreover, it's not fast. Once it gets into close combat, it's doomed. Thinking about it, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table continued their attack on the scarecrow's body. With each swing of the sword, the scarecrow's body was shattered. The village scarecrow, though incredibly strong, it is much faster. But, however, it was unable to break through the defense of the great sword in the Shadow Knight's hand. In just a few seconds, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table killed a scarecrow. This scarecrow was killed. Instantly, the scarecrows of the entire village were thrown into chaos. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Knight immediately charged forward again, slashing down with his greatsword. Another slash came down. The Shadow Knight glanced at the scarecrow and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he noticed, however, a strange fluctuation. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Knight immediately became alert. But he hadn't realized what was happening yet. Then a cold voice rang out. With that, a black arrow shot directly toward the Shadow Knight's throat. This arrow, it was extremely fast. If the Shadow Knight hadn't been on guard, it would have been impossible. Perhaps his throat has already been pierced, and this black arrow actually contained poison. Once infected, one will be instantly paralyzed or even die. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Knight's expression changed drastically. He also understood. Not long after, the scarecrow monster was finally killed, and its corpse crashed into the rice paddy. A splash of mud rose up. Now, we can finally complete the mission. A look of joy appeared on the face of the Shadow Knight of the Round Table. And at that very moment, these scarecrows are really too weak. It will be very simple. A whole squad of Shadow Knights, such a powerful team. This mission should be quite easy. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table said with a cold expression. At this moment, Bai Tu then spoke up. I know this mission will be easy, but I still want to see it for myself. Bai looked at the Shadow Knights of the Round Table with an expectant expression. In that case, let's set off. I hope you won't let me down. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table said coldly. Bai nodded. Immediately, I heard a sound. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table raised an eyebrow and scanned his surroundings. Boom, boom. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Immediately afterwards, along the way, many scarecrows also rushed towards the Shadow Knights of the Round Table. But, although the Shadow Knights of the Round Table appear thin, they possess extremely powerful physiques. A punch was thrown. He smashed the head of a scarecrow to pieces. Bang! Immediately following, the Shadow Knight of the Round Table blasted the scarecrow to pieces with a single punch. Then, they continued to sprint forward. This time, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table also chose to confront the enemy head-on. Because he knew. Now, all the scarecrows are dead. The remaining scarecrows were absolutely no match for him. So, this is the only chance to defeat the scarecrow monster. Thump thump thump. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table swung his great sword. The scarecrow simply exploded. Although this monster is powerful, it is not good at group attacks. Moreover, this monster is powerful. However, it has one flaw. That means not understanding how to shift positions. If they get close, it will die without a burial place. This flaw prevents it from unleashing its full power. So, even the Knights of the Round Table in shadows are not afraid. He dodged the scarecrow's attack with a quick movement. The huge stone sword in his hand slashed down fiercely, striking the scarecrow monster's head directly. Rumble. The scarecrow's head was instantly chopped in half. The scarecrow's corpse went limp and sank to the ground. This scarecrow monster is too weak. It's no match for it. The Shadow Knight couldn't help but shake his head. Although this scarecrow is powerful, it pales in comparison to Bai Yi's Myriad Calamities Beast. That's far from enough. The Myriad Calamities Beast is a monster capable of rivaling Bai Yi. Not to mention, while the scarecrow is powerful, it is only relative to ordinary players. For a top-tier expert like Shadow Knight, the scarecrows were far weaker than the Shadow Knight, who easily dealt with the 3 scarecrow monsters. Okay. Now there's only one scarecrow left. Not only that, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table were also kicking out continuously. The power of each kick. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table struck again, killing another village scarecrow. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table were extremely agile and nimble. Like a leopard, its body contains a powerful, explosive force. The stone sword slashed through the air. Instantly, the village scarecrow was split in two. That's incredible strength. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, their eyes burning with fervor. Immediately, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table charged toward another village scarecrow. Time. Chapter 335 Mind Weapons, Enhanced Again. 335 Mind Weapon, Enhanced Again. The scarecrow was caught in a fierce battle. Working together, they quickly killed the remaining 3 scarecrow monsters. Mission accomplished. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Gunner shouted with immense excitement. Bai Yi, however, remained calm and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Gunner nodded without saying anything. Immediately, he then left. After the Shadow Gunner left, Bai Yi then slowly raised her head. Look ahead. Now, all that remained in his field of vision were the corpses of those scarecrows. Hopefully, the reward won't be too low this time. In this way, both of them eliminated 7 village scarecrows and gained a total of 2 reputation points. You could say that the Knights of the Shadow Round Table dealt with the 7 scarecrows without the slightest delay. However, these 7 village scarecrows are all very powerful. Each scarecrow is quite powerful, even stronger than ordinary village scarecrows. In this way, they wanted to kill all 7 scarecrows. This significantly increases the difficulty. The Shadow Knight is powerful. However, he might be able to easily deal with ordinary scarecrows, but he is powerless against these scarecrows. After all, these scarecrows all possess powerful defensive capabilities. Bai Yi saw all of this. Bai Yi couldn't help but complain. Such a Shadow Knight. Because his attacks were all very simple and brutal. There won't even be a single fancy detail. He was like a brute. But he, however, possessed extremely high intelligence. You could say that this Shadow Knight is also a top-tier player. What Bai Yi didn't know was, the Shadow Knight has more than just that one name. This Shadow Knight also has another name. At this moment, the Shadow Knight had already killed the scarecrow monster. The Shadow Knight also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this is a scarecrow monster. Moreover, it was an incredibly strong scarecrow monster. Although this scarecrow monster hasn't yet reached the level of a monster. However, it should not be underestimated. Moreover, these scarecrows all possess intelligence. Phew. Taking a deep breath, the Shadow Knight of the Round Table wielded his great sword and slashed fiercely at the scarecrow. Uft! The giant sword fell, slicing a scarecrow to the ground. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table burst into laughter. Immediately afterwards, another sword swung down. Another scarecrow had its head severed. But, just then, the scarecrow grew back. And it is much larger and more powerful than before. The speed is even faster than before. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, the Knights of the Round Table and Shadows exclaimed in surprise. Pity. It's too late. He had no way to avoid it. Uft. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh rang out. Immediately afterwards, a scarecrow monster charged straight at him. The Shadow Knight of the Round Table had a hole pierced through his chest. The shadows scattered and splashed out. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table were pale, their eyes filled with resentment. However, there was no way to resist. Rumble. The scarecrow monster slammed its fist into the chest of the Shadow Table Knight. Immediately, if the Shadow Knights of the Round Table were discovered by them, it could cause chaos. So, although the Shadow Knight was strong, he dared not make a move rashly. After all, and at this very moment, the four launched their attack around the village scarecrow. And, because this scarecrow is very powerful, so, he dared not be careless and directly used his strongest power. Enclosed the scarecrow inside. Immediately following, a strong wind swept out, blowing in all directions. In the midst of this storm, the village scarecrow appeared even more vulnerable. Storm is the Shadow Knight's ultimate attack. Its power is incredibly strong, so much so that it can be said to be awe-inspiring throughout the world. The Shadow Storm is also extremely destructive. In this world, everything is driven by self-interest. Not only that, this Shadow Knight also possesses powerful stealth abilities. He was essentially an assassin. While taking action, the Shadow Knight also removed his disguise. I'll take care of that scarecrow. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table nodded, and then charged forward. They rushed toward the scarecrow. This scarecrow is somewhat cunning, but it's not the kind of existence that's particularly powerful. Facing the Shadow Knights of the Round Table, the scarecrow monster seemed somewhat flustered, constantly dodging and trying to escape. Unfortunately, how could it possibly outrun the Shadow Knights of the Round Table? So, no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape the pursuit of the Shadow Knights of the Round Table. Die. Uft. And at this very moment, they also launched wave after wave of attacks. Boom. A loud bang suddenly rang out. But with the help of the Shadow Knights, the village scarecrow is extremely strong. Each punch landed. They all possess immense power. Hit by the scarecrow in this village, even for an ordinary player, they would probably be beaten to death. But the Shadow Knights of the Round Table remained unfazed. They continued their relentless offensive. Scarecrows in the village on the outskirts. Upon seeing this, his face flashed with intense anger. Obviously, the Shadow Knight's behavior completely enraged it. The next second, the scarecrow let out a roar. Then, his body shot out like a cannonball. With lightning speed and incredibly thick legs, it landed a hard kick on the back of the Shadow Knight of the Round Table. Puff! The Shadow Knight of the Round Table was kicked away and crashed to the ground. His face was noticeably paler. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table are injured. And at the very moment the Knights of the Round Table were wounded, the scarecrow monster charged out again, its two thick arms flashing. Like a steel whip. Roar. A screech. The Shadow Knights of the Round Table simply swung their weapons. It pierced deep into the scarecrow's head. It pierced straight through the scarecrow's head. Then, the scarecrow completely lost its life. And at this moment, the Shadow Knights of the Round Table felt that the weapon in their hands seemed to be vibrating. An inexplicable force was guiding him forward. Immediately afterwards, a cloudy eye came into his view. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Knight was taken aback and quickly took a step back. Meanwhile, the Shadow Knight was even more excited. The Shadow Knight's pupils contracted. It was clear that his weapon was acting according to his will, and the weapon's special properties became increasingly fierce. Chapter 336 Grinding Reputation, Straw Center. 336 Reputation Farming, in the middle of the straw. Thanks to his accumulated reputation, Bai can now even complete the main quest of the first level directly. But Bai, however, does not intend to go directly to the second level. Although we are now able to complete the main quest. But Bai still has other things she wants to do. That is it. Let's see if the boss on the first floor is truly. They can be recruited, although Bai could kill them directly. But I still want to see the specific data. And now, the surrounding shadow minions have already hunted down a large number of village scarecrows and collected a considerable amount of reputation. Throughout the large village, not a single villager was seen, but numerous scarecrows were visible in the rice paddies. These scarecrows, The village was filled with monsters, village scarecrows, which made the whole village seem somewhat eerie. And now, Bai immobilized all of his shadow subordinates to the area and was clearing out the demons. The first boss that Bai had anticipated. Perhaps they are mixed in among these scarecrows. Or perhaps, it was simply Bai Yi's intuition that was wrong. But if you don't try it, you still won't know the outcome, so Bai Yi just went ahead and did it. The result was exactly as Bai Yi had expected. And indeed, I saw some unusual things. On the side of the Shadow Strait Guardians, they continued to hunt down the scarecrows, following Bai Yi's orders. These monsters are very strong. However, the Shadow Strait Guardian, a subordinate of Shadow, is not its predecessor at all. It can now easily defeat its predecessor, Johnny, several times over. There is a difference between humans and monsters. However, the gap between the Shadow's minions and the monsters is even greater. At this time, the Strait Guardian unleashed its skills. Its magic power greatly increased due to becoming a subordinate of the Shadow. And, as long as you find a Shadow anywhere, you can enter the Shadow Kingdom, and your data will be restored very quickly. Magic points, for example, recover very quickly. This leads to the Shadow Strait Guardian, a skill that its predecessors were reluctant to use, is now being used in this version. There are basically no basic attacks, it's all skills. Then I saw it. The Shadow Strait Guardian gestured, and the water in the surrounding rice paddies began to stir as if drawn by a current. In just the blink of an eye, these waters spontaneously transformed into summoned creatures. It looks like a marine creature, but its interior is filled with water and is entirely made of water. Now, with the Shadow Strait Guardians taking action, these water-summoned creatures were also deployed immediately. Before long, it rushed towards the scarecrow in the rice field and immediately launched an attack. At this time, the Shadow Strait Guardians also made their move. All I could see was the Shadow Strait Guardian vanished instantly from its spot when it appears again, but it was behind the scarecrow in the village. With a swing of the stone sword in his hand, a sharp sword aura slashed down. This sword energy was extraordinary. Boom. Instantly, a wound appeared on the scarecrow in the village. This wound is quite large. You could even say that. It's bigger than the straw on the scarecrow. Fresh blood kept flowing down. But this blood, it didn't flow down from the scarecrow either. Instead, it dripped from the tip of the stone sword in the hand of the Shadow Strait Guardian. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping blood echoed throughout the room. The sound was very crisp. Roar. Feeling the pain emanating from his own body, the scarecrow became enraged and gripped the stone tightly, ready to rebel. But the scarecrow's resistance. But it was all in vain. Because of the sharpness of the stone sword tip, it had long exceeded the scarecrow's limits. The scarecrow simply couldn't withstand it. With a snap, the scarecrow was chopped to pieces. The scarecrow died, and the system notification arrived instantly. And in this process, these marine creatures, however, slaughtered all the scarecrows in the rice paddies. The scarecrow monsters died. Upon hearing the system's words, Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly. It's just like playing a game. You kill monsters, I grind reputation. Although this speed is slow, Bai Yi believes it. As long as your shadow minions keep killing monsters, your reputation will eventually increase. And the Shadow Strait Guardian turned around and headed towards the other side of the rice paddy. Along the way, they encountered no further obstacles. Bon voyage. And at this moment, in the middle of this rice field, a thatched house floated there quietly. The house appears very simple. It looks like an ordinary farmer's house. But does Bai Yi know this? In the middle of this rice paddy, there is a village. Get rid of all these scarecrows. We must complete the main quest as soon as possible. These scarecrows, in his eyes, they were no different from ants. As long as we encounter it, that would be an instant kill. These scarecrows were like ants in their presence. In an instant, the scarecrow was simply no match for it. Not long after, the casualties were heavy. However, a scarecrow is still a scarecrow. Even if it is destroyed, the scarecrow can still grow back, but it will consume a little bit of magic power. Roar. At this moment, the scarecrows began to roar. In the rice paddies, strands of black mist rose up. They quickly gathered in all directions of the rice paddy. As the black fog continued to surge in, the soil of rice paddies gradually appeared around them. Some black vines also slowly grew out, clearly indicating that someone was controlling the scarecrow. Inside the rice paddy, the scarecrows began to struggle frantically, but to no avail. Because of this black fog, it's not actually a product of condensed magic, but rather the negative energy within the resentment of some scarecrows, which is something that can't be ignored. Bai Yi's shadow subordinates, shadow straight guardians. They sensed all of this. With a series of roars, these shadowy subordinates slaughtered all the scarecrows, while Bai Yi continued forward. We walked straight to the center of the rice paddy. In the middle of the rice paddy, a large scarecrow was placed right in the center at this very moment. There were also many scarecrows surrounding the rice paddies. Bai Yi glanced at it. The scarecrows in this rice paddy are about 2 meters long, and there are 8 scarecrows in total. Bai Yi walked towards the center of the rice paddy. Bai Yi's pace was quick, covering the distance in just a few steps. Bai Yi had already walked to the middle of the rice paddy. It was all straw. Chapter 337 Strange Poisonous Insects, like ants. 337 Bizarre poisonous insects, as small as ants. It all came out of the mouths of these scarecrows. Thick plumes of black smoke rose up. Bai Yi also noticed this. These black mists appeared to contain poison, and Bai Yi also noticed that these scarecrows seemed to be absorbing venom. Bai Yi was startled. Could these scarecrows also be a form of poison? But Bai Yi hasn't figured it out yet. The scarecrows suddenly went berserk and rushed towards Bai Yi's direction. Bai Yi was taken aback. Bai Yi was stunned to see that the scarecrows were actually running towards him. I don't know what these scarecrows are trying to do. These scarecrows were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were right next to Bai Yi, and one by one they pounced on him. Bai Yi quickly dodged. The scarecrow moved much faster than Bai Yi had imagined. Bai Yi dodged away. These scarecrows were also chasing Bai Yi. Bai Yi dodged. They were also watching these scarecrows. He was curious to see what the scarecrow was going to do to him. However, just as Bai Yi was staring at the scarecrows, however, turned directly into a cloud of black mist. Bai Yi stood directly in the middle of the rice paddy. And at this time, it coalesced in the air into a giant worm. This insect was several meters long, with very prominent muscles, and it also had a foul odor. This insect looks extremely disgusting. Bai Yi didn't pay much attention to the strength of these insectoid monsters. After all, insects are indeed powerful, but to the level of the Shadow Stray Guardians, they are nothing more than ants. But the insect's body, yet it carries a rich magical power. It inspires fear and makes people afraid to approach. Upon seeing the appearance of the Zerg, the Shadow Stray Guardians' expression also darkened. It's clear that they don't really like the Zerg. This insectoid race is indeed the insectoid race. It's just a little different from ordinary insectoid monsters. The insectoid's body was black, and it had ripples emanating from it, like a membrane. But this Zerg has no means of attack. It just spits out a cloud of black liquid. This is a mass of black liquid. It looks extremely disgusting. Bai Yi didn't know. Why is the strength of this Zerg so weak? But, however, they also knew that if the Zerg were to unleash their full combat power, it would be absolutely terrifying. It's just a pity. The Zerg's combat strength is too low. They are easily defeated. These things are really no match for it. The Shadow Stray Guardian let out a cold shout. The stone sword in his hand thrust straight out. This sword strike contains the effect of petrification. Once it touches a Zergling, it will turn it to stone. It cannot fly. In this way, the Zerg have thus lost their offensive capabilities. However, this does not mean that Bai Yi is afraid of the insectoid race. Bai Yi's target was just these scarecrows. Since the goal is to kill the scarecrows, we need to eliminate the scarecrows first. Thinking about this, Bai Yi then lifted his foot and walked out. This step is not a long one. It only takes a breath. Bai Yi then appeared before the insectoid race. The moment Bai Yi appeared, the Zerg immediately roared. Then he pounced directly on Bai Yi. Upon seeing the appearance of the Zerg, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on Bai Yi's lips. Die, Bai Yi said indifferently. The next instant, Bai Yi slashed out with his sword. A burst of blood-red light erupted, and the insectoid was cleaved in two by Bai Yi's blade, its corpse falling directly to the ground. Bai Yi was equally unceremonious. He brandished the dagger in his hand, one cut after another. Soon, the Zerg were reduced to ashes. Listen to the prompts in your mind. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. This sword strike was as swift as lightning. In an instant, it cleaved the insectoid creature in two, leaving a sword mark on its corpse. No blood flowed from this mark. Only a shallow scratch remained. The petrification effect on the stone sword was perfectly utilized, demonstrating its immense power. Moreover, this petrification technique also possessed a devouring property. It absorbed the corpses of the Zerg. Therefore, the power carried by the corpse will be absorbed by this stone sword. The petrification spell has terrifying effects. The Zerg corpses were collected and packed up by the Shadow Stray Guardians, and then reappeared in front of Bai. With the help of the Shadow Strait Guardians, Bai completed his mission. At this time, the scarecrows in the surrounding villages also began to move. The Shadow Strait Guardians meet the challenge. It has to be said, there were so many scarecrows, they were practically packed together, and they kept increasing. The scarecrows were clearly quite intelligent. Instead of swarming forward, they lingered in one spot. However, this left Bai with a slight sense of unease. What exactly was hidden in the rice paddy? Such a huge number? Not only that, this scarecrow even wanders around in some places. Bai frowned. But we dare not let our guard down. There are so many scarecrows that it's impossible they weren't acting out of purpose. Bai's eyes swept around, and at that very moment, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out from a distance. The footsteps were very muffled. When Bai heard these footsteps, therefore, his search efficiency was far lower than that of the Shadow Strait Guardians. Bai remained calm and continued searching his surroundings. This scene greatly angered the Shadow Strait Guardians. That guy? That's incredibly arrogant. This is the Shadow World, my domain. My territory. How dare you trespass on my territory? Humph, if that's how it is. Then I'll let you taste the power of this great king. The Shadow Strait Guardian's eyes narrowed, and a massive axe appeared in his hand. The Shadow Strait Guardian's power was even more terrifying than that of the previous scarecrow. But the Shadow Strait Guardians weren't foolish enough to chase Bai directly. Instead, they chose to wander around the area. Because the Shadow Strait Guardians knew very well that Bai was incredibly fast. If I were to pursue them myself, you'll definitely miss the opportunity. So, now, it's time to wait for the opportunity. Really. In Bai's view, the scarecrow procession finally stirred slightly. Upon seeing this, Bai immediately quickened his search. Soon, his brows furrowed immediately. Chapter 338 Elite Boss, Nameless Scarecrow. 338 Elite Boss, Nameless Scarecrow. Then, black shadows could be seen emerging from the rice paddies. These black shadows were covered in black armor. Each of them exuded a dense black aura, and their scarlet eyes, enveloped in this aura, appeared incredibly cold and terrifying. I saw this dark figure. Bai gasped. I never expected this group of scarecrows. At this moment, the other scarecrows around them also rushed towards Bai and the others. But within Bai's field of vision, these scarecrows also came one after another, like a family member being forced to climb up. There were just too many scarecrows. Almost instantly, the Scarecrow Strait Guardian was submerged. Seeing this scene, Bai smiled slightly. Is this the effect I wanted? A cold smile appeared in Bai's eyes, and then, the black cloak he wore emitted a faint glow. Bai vanished from the spot. The scarecrow sensed it the next second. Suddenly, I felt a sharp blow to the head. With that tap, the scarecrow's head went completely sluggish, and it even lost the strength to stand. Damn it! The scarecrow immediately started cursing. And at this time, Bai had vanished once more, and then the stone sword behind the scarecrow, which had appeared beside it, suddenly swung down. Uft, uft. As the stone sword continued to swing, the scarecrows were cut open one after another. Meanwhile, Bai was observing silently from the side. Because this rice paddy is absolutely enormous. Even in the middle of the rice paddies, there are quite a few scarecrows. And it also has a lot of seawater. This time, the Shadow Strait Guardian did not use its abilities. It was simply a matter of eliminating these scarecrows. Even so, but there were simply too many scarecrows. Even with Bai's relentless attacks, he couldn't completely defeat them. And at that very moment, a sense of danger. The Shadow Strait Guardian simply uses skills directly. Water arrow technique. A series of water jets shot out in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The magical collision of water jets and scarecrows. Instantly, the scarecrow was destroyed by the water arrow spell. Meanwhile, the Shadow Strait Guardians continued their advance. Roar. A low, guttural roar echoed from within the village. The voice carried a sense of suppression. It made the surrounding air seem to freeze. That's not all. The body of a colossal creature slowly emerged. Roar. A tremendous roar erupted from the mouth of this colossal creature. Whether it's a scarecrow or those marine creatures, these are all extremely troublesome beings. In fact, it can be said that without strong defense, even a 5th-tier enhanced monster would not be a match for these scarecrows, because their skin is incredibly tough. And this scarecrow is also a social creature. Within this area, the scarecrows are so numerous that once they are attracted, they will gather together in an endless stream. And around these scarecrows were many other creatures. And the voice was filled with a sense of repression and violence. Shocked by the sound, all the scarecrows stopped attacking and retreated. Bai Yi's gaze was also fixed on the village. At this moment, a huge black figure slowly emerged. The enormous black shadow, illuminated by the sunlight, resembled black lava. And this dark figure was none other than the leader of the scarecrows. However, from Bai Yi's perspective, this was merely an elite-level creature, not a boss. However, even if it's just an ordinary elite-level scarecrow, Bai Yi also dared not underestimate them. However, even so, it is still very difficult to deal with. The leader of the scarecrows stepped into the rice paddy, his figure instantly transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Snort. The Shadow Straight Guardian sneered and blocked all of the scarecrow leader's attacks. The attacks from these scarecrows did not cause him much damage. Your skills are already quite good. The scarecrow leader looked at the Shadow Straight Guardian and slowly said. However, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you won't survive today either. After saying this, the scarecrow leader turned into black smoke once again. You better worry about yourself first. After saying that, the Shadow Straight Guardian stomped his foot hard. It exudes an extremely domineering and arrogant aura. It swept across the land. And under the pressure of momentum, the black smoke was actually forced back. The scarecrow leader, on the other hand, was forced to reveal his true form. You need to know, although scarecrows do not possess the same offensive capabilities as other wild animals. However, its defensive capabilities are even more terrifying than those of wild beasts. Moreover, this scarecrow has extremely low intelligence. It is completely controlled by the leader's whim and fights solely on instinct. What terrifies Bai Yi most about these scarecrows is their health bars, which can potentially gain 1000 HP every second. And it's permanent. These health bars resemble wriggling worms. As long as they are not killed, they will continuously regenerate their HP. Bai Yi, even with his hidden class activated, only had around 3000 HP. Although it was already tall enough, it was still no match for the scarecrow. It seems we need to find a way to get rid of the leader of these scarecrows first. Bai Yi thought to himself silently. But, in that instant, Bai Yi suddenly remembered the scene from before. He had encountered these scarecrows before when he was killing monsters, and the situation was exactly the same as that of the leader of these scarecrows. They can only be called elite bosses. And behind the scarecrow leader, these were the corpses of scarecrows, and these scarecrows also had different ranks. At the very top, there are 4 levels in total. Each level is yet another level. The leader of the scarecrows is the elite. Right now, the scarecrow leader has stood up. He was holding a large knife. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi was also secretly shocked. I never expected that the leader of these scarecrows would possess such equipment. As expected of someone at the elite level, this is essentially a replica of the player's level. And it's a boss. Chapter 339 Black Swamp, Strawworms. 339 Black Swamp, Strawworm. Moreover, this boss seems to be even stronger than the other elite bosses. Because Bai Yi could sense the boss's aura, it was a suffocating threat. That is, it can communicate with the will of the world. Moreover, this boss is so powerful that even 100 players working together would find it difficult to resist. Because at this point, the scarecrow had not yet completed the rules for establishing member ranks. He could only be considered the lowest ranking underling. And at this time, the leader of the scarecrows. It was Bai Yi who was looking into the distance. Within those enormous eyes, a hint of greed was revealed. In this world, only these delicious ingredients can evoke its excitement. The next moment, then you could see the scarecrow's body begin to grow rapidly. Bang bang bang. The sounds of collisions could be heard from time to time, but they were not violent. However, the aftershocks of the battle continued to sweep outwards, causing severe damage to the trees in the rice paddies. Scarecrow. It truly lives up to its name as a scarecrow. Whether it's defense or health, they are all much higher than the average. In this confrontation, Bai Yi did not gain the upper hand. On the contrary, he was at a disadvantage. But Bai Yi had no worries, because he still had other trump cards up his sleeve. Among these, besides the Shadow Straight Guardian, there was also the weapon in Bai Yi's hand. 3 to 5 meters. Final. It changed to a size of about 5 meters before stopping. It's mutated. Looking at the scarecrow in front of me, Bai Yi frowned, as he did not recognize this mutation of the scarecrow. The scarecrow has mutated. This was something Bai Yi hadn't anticipated. After all, in this game, scarecrows are the hardest to grow and the weakest. Regardless of which world the scarecrow comes from, in this world, they are all actually weak. The same applies. This is a living organism. Even in this world, it's the same with this scarecrow. It happened right after the breakthrough. This is also the lowest level of the scarecrow. It seems we still need to find other scarecrows. At the elite level, this scarecrow leader is probably not the strongest in the village. Thinking about it, Bai also prepared to enter the village again. However, Bai had only taken 2 steps. The scarecrow leader who was originally in the village also attacked Bai instantly. These scarecrow leaders are not like ordinary scarecrows, who only have ordinary fighting power. They can attack, and may even use weapons. It seems the only option is to let the Shadow Straight Guardian handle it. Bai looked at the approaching scarecrow and thought to himself. And just as he finished speaking, the scarecrow leader's scythe was already swinging towards him. The scythe gleamed with a cold light, and there were strange runes on it. It looks like the methods of a dark sorcerer, and it would be very effective in any world. Seeing the black scythe swinging towards him, Bai didn't dodge. Instead, he punched the scythe directly. Bang! The 2 forces collided, but there was no explosion. Instead, there was only a muffled thud. However, for the scarecrow, it is an extremely terrifying existence. Everything was very strange. After all, these scarecrows are not ordinary scarecrows. They are beings with self-awareness, and some even possess intelligence that has reached the level of a spirit, making them difficult to deal with. Moreover, what interests Bai the most is, it's still the same scarecrow's name. A very domineering name. But, if you look closely at this name, it can be discovered that the name of this black swamp is not actually black. This name is really strange. It's impossible to tell what it really looks like. You can only see some clues. Instead, a thick black mist filled the black swamp. That black mist was formed from the energy of this black swamp. That energy can easily corrode everything. Even scarecrows are no exception. This is precisely why these scarecrows have survived to this day. The higher the level of these scarecrows, the more concentrated the energy of the black swamp they can absorb. Naturally, they are able to retain a much larger vitality. But now, however, they have to fight head-on, and Bai can only watch from here. And at this moment, above that black swamp, the tentacles of the rice leaf worm waved among the straw people. All the scarecrows' corpses fell to the ground, turning into experience points that were absorbed by the scarecrows. The rice leaf worm is the leader of the scarecrow and its spiritual pillar. Its body is hidden behind the rice leaf worm, with the tentacles several meters long swinging in the air. On either side of the tentacles were 2 rows of teeth, which gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the sunlight. The experience points generated by this straw worm when it devours the scarecrow. But it's quite astonishing. The scarecrow's health is decreasing little by little. Although this elite level scarecrow is quite strong, its health is still decreasing. Meanwhile, the straw worm's blood volume decreased more and more, eventually consuming a full 1/5 of it. This number is quite terrifying. If the scarecrow were of a lower rank, the scarecrow insect would probably have easily defeated it. 2 figures stood there. That was the leader of the scarecrows and the guardian of the Shadow Strait. The scarecrow leader pointed his sword at Bai. They can only be considered elite monsters. And elite monsters. There is still a significant gap between their strength and that of the scarecrow. But this is precisely the kind of elite monster it is. However, it gave Bai an indescribable sense of oppression. Scarecrows, stop struggling. This is my prey, the scarecrow I killed. I can grant you new life and turn you into scarecrows in my world, but only if you help me complete the main quest. Otherwise, I will slaughter you all. Are you willing? Regardless, it has its own way of thinking, and only in this rice paddy can it reveal the wisdom it should possess. This was an extremely strange phenomenon, and Bai couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. At this moment, Bai finally understood what the scarecrow in the rice field was all about. The scarecrow in the rice paddy. But this scarecrow was incredibly powerful. Even Bai felt a sense of danger from it. This scarecrow leader. Chapter 340, A Strange Smile, A Gloomy Face. 340, Eerie Smile, Gloomy Face. Its entire body was covered in black armor, making it look like a giant black hole, emitting a faint glow. Roar. With a roar from the scarecrow leader, the surrounding marine life all retreated backward. These marine creatures are all terrified of the scarecrow leader. It seems that to obtain the scarecrow, one only needs to speak to the scarecrow leader. After some thought, I realized that this leader's strength was not particularly strong. It could even be said that these scarecrows are of the highest quality and can be considered highly reliable. They must have been trained into these scarecrows by the owner of this village, and this village is also occupied by the leader of these scarecrows. Thinking about this, Bai couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This is absolutely hilarious. They actually cultivated these scarecrows into a monster. And they did succeed. Roar. The scarecrow leader's roar grew even more intense. The surrounding marine life kept fleeing away, seemingly terrified. And it's great. But two wings sprouted from its back. Its wings were also covered with black scales. It looks like the shape of a fish scale, and its wings are even more like those of a fish scale, but they are not as wide. And its body is also very large. This creature. Bai had seen it once in a game. Back then, it was a fish. But now, it had a human-like appearance, looking extremely ugly, yet possessing a unique majesty, as if it were a godlike being. This is the leader of the scarecrows. It is extremely large. Its body almost covered the entire rice paddy. It flapped its wings. Those scarecrows collapsed instantly. It seems that the scarecrow leader's movement speed is also quite astonishing. If you accidentally touch this creature, you'll probably be killed instantly. The scarecrow leader slowly flew into the air. At this moment, Bai. He was standing on a tree branch, sizing up the scarecrow leader. Bai didn't know, but he could tell that its bloodline was extraordinary. Moreover, its wings are also very thick. This level is already incredibly terrifying. Moreover, its equipment is extremely gorgeous. And beside the scarecrow leader, there were 4 or 5 scarecrows standing there. Their size is considerably larger than the ones we just saw. The scarecrow at its peak. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they will be able to advance to the 8th rank and become true bosses. But they are still just a bunch of trash who can only be tormented by Bai. But just as Bai was thinking about these scarecrows, the leader of the scarecrows suddenly revealed a strange smile to Bai. Human player, we meet again. The leader of the scarecrows let out a strange sound. Bai was taken aback. This scarecrow leader actually knows me? Could it be? Does this elite level scarecrow know it's in a dungeon? Everything was very strange, but in the midst of battle, these things didn't matter much. But the thought had just flashed through my mind. Bai immediately rejected this idea. Because I don't know the leader of this scarecrow. You can deal with these elite scarecrows for now. Remember, it only takes one day. Bai spoke to the guardian of the Shadow Strait. The Shadow Strait guardian nodded. Its task is to help its king complete a mission and then receive a reward. So, Bai's intention is now very clear. He wants to eliminate the scarecrows within this hour. Although the number of scarecrows isn't large. However, its advantage lies in its density. Completing this task within a day would be quite difficult. Bai's shadow subordinate, the Shadow Strait Guardian, charged directly into the rice paddy and engaged in battle with the scarecrows. There were simply too many scarecrows, and each one was incredibly powerful. Even Bai's shadow subordinate, the Shadow Strait Guardian, was surrounded by a swarm of scarecrows. There are also quite a few scarecrows hidden there. They kept swarming towards the Shadow Strait Guardians. No matter how the Shadow Serpent Guardian dodged, some scarecrows still pounced. However, despite their fierce attacks, the scarecrows couldn't break through the defenses at all. Why do I know it? Thinking about this, Bai's eyes also became wary, although he couldn't be sure whether this scarecrow leader was friend or foe. But, regardless, it has already begun to threaten Bai's life. So, Bai naturally wouldn't let the scarecrow leader get close to him. And after seeing this scene, a gloomy look immediately appeared on the face of the scarecrow leader. Damn it, how dare they ignore me? They're asking for it. As he spoke, he then raised his fist and punched Bai. Bang! The punch was extremely fast. The punch landed directly on Bai in an instant. Bai had no time to dodge and took the blow from the scarecrow leader. But this scarecrow leader is powerful. However, this attack did not cause Bai any damage, and he did not even lose much health. Upon seeing this, the scarecrow leader's expression changed drastically. What happened? Could it be that my attack wasn't having much effect on him? The scarecrow leader was puzzled. No, I have to try it. A resolute look appeared in the eyes of the scarecrow leader. The scarecrow leader's body was also exceptionally tough. Even though the Shadow Strait Guardian was using a weapon, it was not easy to break through its defenses. He muttered a curse under his breath. This scarecrow is incredibly resilient. Furthermore, it can absorb damage, preventing the Shadow Strait Guardians from harming it. Go, Shadow Strait Guardians. Go for it. Our honor depends on you. Our fate is in your hands. Bai's shadow subordinates were all shouting. Bai heard this. My heart was also filled with excitement. 1/3 of his shadowy men are already dead. If it weren't for his own Shadow Strait Guardians, after this wave of monster attacks, he would only have about 50 of his shadow minions left. This loss pained Bai deeply. He knew it too. Chapter 341 Fearing for their safety, the hunt continues. Fearing for their safety, 341 continued the hunt. This scarecrow exists because rice has disappeared from the world. Otherwise, there would be an endless number of scarecrows in this rice paddy. However, obtaining rice in a short period of time is difficult. That's harder than climbing to heaven. It requires more than just enough food. You'll need enough money. Roar! The leader of the scarecrows also roared. Suddenly, the elite scarecrow attacked. Bai Yi's shadow subordinate, the Shadow Straight Guardian, immediately intercepted them, and the two began to fight. The Shadow Straight Guardian's attributes are incredibly powerful, and Bai Yi gained a certain understanding of them during his time in the Shadow Strait. The Shadow Strait's Guardian possesses 3 abilities. They are invisible, to blur or obscure, illusion. These 3 abilities are all unique to the Shadow Straight Guardian. The Shadow Straight Guardian's invisibility ability allows him to remain unseen by enemies within his attack range for a period of time. Of the 2 abilities, illusion and etherealization, etherealization is far more terrifying. It can create a false impression in the enemy. Moreover, this illusion is false. It can completely deceive the enemy. That's not all. The Shadow Straight Guardians also possess the ability to stealth. For example, right now, he's in the middle of the rice paddy, completely blending into the scarecrow, making him impossible to find. This ability, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this time, the scarecrow leader was heading towards the rice paddy. Bai Yi snorted coldly. Since you want to play, then I will show you what true power is. The words fell. A golden light flashed across Bai Yi's body. At this time, Bai Yi walked directly into the rice paddy. Just as Bai Yi's footsteps sounded, all the scarecrows turned around and looked this way. After seeing that it was Bai Yi, all the scarecrows let out a roar, as if venting their hatred. However, Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to these scarecrows. Bai Yi also brought the Shadow Straight Guardian into the Shadow Kingdom. The scarecrow in the rice paddy charged towards Bai Yi again, like a gust of wind sweeping towards him. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Since you want to give me experience points, then I won't be polite. As the sound rang out, Bai Yi's figure flashed, and he had already rushed into the rice paddy. Bai Yi's body was like a ghost. Suddenly, it appeared in front of a scarecrow. This scarecrow truly lives up to its reputation as an elite-level NPC. It was still able to withstand the attacks from the Shadow Straight Guardians. However, as the Shadow Straight Guardians continued to unleash their absolute defenses, the scarecrow's offensive is getting weaker and weaker. Very soon, the scarecrow leader's health is less than half. The Shadowstone sword of the Shadow Straight Guardian swung down once more, slaying the leader of the scarecrows. Under the slash of the Shadowstone sword, it was directly cut in 2. And the scarecrow's corpse. This occurs after the scarecrow's body has dissipated. They came together again. The scarecrow is extremely strong, and its vitality is also very strong. But Bai Yi knew that all of this was only temporary. Therefore, after killing the scarecrow leader, the Shadow Straight Guardian lunged at the scarecrow's corpse once more, this time shattering the scarecrow leader's body into pieces before reassembling it. In this way, every time the Shadow Straight Guardians make a move, the scarecrow's corpse, they would then be killed by the guardians of the Shadow Straight, turned into fragments. The scarecrow's body shattered and then reassembled. This is the approach. In the rice paddies, the Shadow Straight Guardians are clearly far more powerful. Not long after, they slaughtered all the scarecrows, and there were no more scarecrows left in the rice paddies. Looking at the now empty rice paddies in front of me, a smile also appeared on Bai Yi's face. These scarecrows are not the boss. However, the reward each time is quite generous, amounting to 20,000 reputation points. And now, the scarecrow being defeated also means that his reputation value has increased to around 3 reputation points. 3 reputation points is an unimaginable fortune for other players. But for Bai Yi at this point, it's just a drop in the ocean. Next comes the main quest. I will make this world even more chaotic and insane. But, during this time, one must also ensure one's own safety. You must not allow yourself to get hurt in any way. Otherwise, once you die, there is no way to come back to life. This world is too dangerous. After saying that, Bai Yi turned around and walked towards the castle, intending to rest for the night before continuing to kill monsters the next day. This night was extremely important for Bai Yi. And Bai Yi also had a plan. Drink it. Bai Yi threw a punch, which landed squarely on the scarecrow's head. Bang bang bang. The sounds of fists and feet clashing could be heard intermittently. The inevitable result of any collision would be the scarecrow being blasted to death. But there were too many scarecrows, so even if they were bombarded to death, it can also be revived very quickly. Moreover, this scarecrow leader is quite capable and has already reached a certain level. This made Bai Yi frown slightly. This scarecrow leader is far less powerful than the Shadow Straight Guardian. However, the scarecrow leader's attack methods were extremely cunning. each time targeting the Shadow Strait Guardian's vital parts. If it were any ordinary Shadow subordinate, they would have been dead long ago. However, the Shadow Strait Guardian's body is enhanced by mysterious energy, which makes it impossible for either the Scarecrow's attacks or the blades to pierce the Shadow Guardian's defenses. The Shadow Strait Guardian's attacks were also unable to harm the Scarecrow leader in the slightest. Therefore, the battle has reached a stalemate. Shadow Guardian, break. Shadow Guardian, kill him. At this moment, the Shadow Strait Guardian gave a cold laugh. You cannot break through my defenses. This Scarecrow is my very essence, you lowly beings. The punch landed. With a loud bang, Bai Yi's Shadow Strait Guardian shattered the Scarecrow leader with a single sword strike. When the leader of the Scarecrows was killed, the Scarecrows immediately turned into straw and disappeared. And the moment the Scarecrow disappeared, Chapter 342 Cultivating Straw, a heart full of astonishment. 342 Cultivating Straw, I was astonished. The attributes of the Shadow Strait Guardian came into Bai Yi's view. This is an elite-level NPC. Although this Scarecrow leader is only an elite-level individual, his strength has already surpassed that of the previous Scarecrows. Bai Yi dared not be careless. The Shadow Strait Guardian cleaved the Scarecrow's head in two with a single blow, then approached the Scarecrows step by step. The Scarecrow's body then began to writhe wildly. Soon, they transformed into Scarecrows and surged towards Bai Yi. Roar! A series of roaring screeches came from the Scarecrow. A series of dark figures appeared in front of Bai Yi. This time, boom, two terrifying forces collided. Instantly, the surrounding trees turned to ashes. However, Bai Yi's shadow subordinate, the Shadow Strait Guardian, was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. After all, possessing 3,000 attributes, his strength was naturally formidable. And this Scarecrow leader was no ordinary being either, able to maintain this stalemate between the two for so long. Beside Bai Yi, Scarecrows rushed towards him frantically, trying to tear him apart, but they were too close to Bai Yi. Not a trace remained. The stone sword of the Shadow Strait Guardian pierced straight through, turning all the Scarecrows into mincemeat. These Scarecrows were all around the 6th rank, much stronger than Bai Yi's shadow minions. However, in the hands of the Shadow Strait Guardians, they were as fragile as paper. Moment. Even though they were all slaughtered, the surrounding Scarecrows also completely collapsed. Boom boom, boom. In an instant, both of them engaged in a fierce battle. Bai Yi was constantly gaining experience points and acquiring Scarecrow magic points to increase his own strength. Although these Scarecrow monsters were powerful, they were still as easy as clay chickens and earthenware dogs in front of the Shadow Strait Guardian. That battle is over. Bai Yi's level has already broken through to level 795, and he is now the guardian of the Shadow Strait. Still level 690. Look at this number. A smile also appeared on Bai Yi's face. It seems that there is a hierarchy in every world, Bai Yi murmured. However, Bai Yi quickly focused his attention on the system prompts and started the mission. The Scarecrow leader, though seemingly clumsy, is actually very agile, leaping and dodging in the hands of the Shadow Strait Guardian. The Shadow Strait Guardian, however, was extremely cold-blooded. With each swing of his stone sword, he could kill several Scarecrows. The leader of the Scarecrows is also a powerful weapon. Take the sickle. Although, the moment the Shadow Strait Guardian swings his stone sword, the blade will instantly kill the Scarecrow. But the blade still managed to slash through the Scarecrow's body. A shallow crack was left on the Scarecrow, but it grew deeper and longer. The Scarecrow's entire body revealed its fair skin, and this crack appeared very quickly. Bai Yi also saw this scene, and his expression changed slightly. In Bai Yi's view, the Scarecrow's defensive capabilities were also extremely formidable. You could even say that, compared to the other players, they were in no way weaker. At this moment, the Scarecrow leader finally found an opportunity and rolled away. They escaped the Shadow Strait Guardian's attack. Huff, huff, huff. After dodging the Shadow Strait Guardian's attack, the Scarecrow leader began to catch his breath. This skill is of great significance to it. However, this is the Shadow Strait Guardian. However, they were no match for their opponent. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the Shadow Strait's Guardian is death, and the Scarecrow leader. However, it was completely undamaged. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of a boss? It's truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But, although these Shadow Strait Guardians are very powerful, but, faced with absolute power, all schemes and tricks are utterly ineffective, especially in front of Bai Yi. After the Shadow Strait Guardian was defeated. But the Scarecrows did not leave. Instead, he walked towards Bai Yi. Bai looked at the scarecrows and a smile appeared on his face. The leader of the scarecrows looked at Bai before him and spoke. Human beings. Bai listened to his words. He then asked, Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? The scarecrow leader shook his head indifferently. I should be the one saying that. You've killed so many of my scarecrows. I should be the one killing you. The leader of the scarecrows spoke up. Kill me? Bai heard the words of the scarecrow leader. A smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. The scarecrow leader looked at the shadow stray guardian standing before him. A look of astonishment appeared on its face. These scarecrows. It raised it. To it, it's practically its child. But its child. Now, however, he was killed by the shadow stray guardian right in front of him. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill, leaving it no chance to retaliate at all. How could it not be shocked? Roar! The scarecrow leader roared to the sky, and with this roar, wisps of black mist rose from its body. That's the toxin from marine life. Among marine organisms, the most basic toxin is the ocean tide, which contains violent waves with terrifying power. But, despite the threat of tsunamis, it can also provide a huge defensive effect, making it difficult for other creatures to destroy. The attack of the waves. It can also cause extremely serious damage to scarecrows. However, in front of Bai, the Shadow King, these waves were nothing more than a trivial matter. The scarecrow leader held a sickle in his hand. This scythe is a dark attribute weapon that weakens physical attacks. However, in front of Bai, these attributes are relevant to the Shadow Stray Guardian. Scarecrow. Bai smiled, his figure instantly transforming into a blur, and he arrived beside the scarecrow in a flash. Bai immediately used concealment, hiding behind the scarecrow, and with a stone sword in hand, he suddenly slashed. Uft! The stone sword slashed through the air. One of the scarecrows died instantly. Then, Bai used Phantom Slash to kill another scarecrow. Adding to the scarecrows he had killed before, Bai has now killed 6 or 7 scarecrows. Seeing Bai's crazy actions. Chapter 343 Giant Avatar, Natal Weapon. 343 Giant Form, Signature Weapon. The scarecrow leader also looked rather grim. But, the Shadow Stray Guardian's weapon, the stone sword, is no ordinary stone sword. It is formed from the heart of stone, and its power should not be underestimated. And these scarecrows, although it is straw, it is not a physical object, and therefore has no real defensive power. At this point, these scarecrows were destroyed one by one. And after the scarecrow was destroyed, the scarecrow leader also walked towards where Bai was. Humph! Bai sneered. Shadow Minion Guardian of the Shadow charged straight in. The two sides clashed on this rice paddy. Bai's shadow subordinates, the Shadow Stray Guardians, are elite-level beings. Therefore, they couldn't gain any advantage when facing this scarecrow leader. The Shadow Stray Guardians were quickly suppressed. The scarecrow leader, however, approached step by step, preparing to crush it completely. And at that very moment, Bai suddenly appeared. Die. All that was heard was Bai uttering 2 words. Then, Bai raised his right arm and slammed it down hard on the scarecrow leader's head. Boom. The punch landed squarely on the head of the scarecrow leader. Bang. 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 The Shadow Stray Guardian swung his stone sword down. Instantly, the scarecrow leader had both his legs cut off. After the scarecrow leader's legs were severed, his body began to change shape. It originally looked like a scarecrow, but at this moment it has become a scarecrow puppet. But it pierced through its body in an instant. Uft! Blood splattered everywhere. The scarecrow leader's head fell straight to the ground. Die. The leader of the scarecrows was killed. But the scarecrow did not die. Instead, it transformed back into a scarecrow. But its eyes, however, were completely vacant. Because it discovered that it could no longer control its own body. It turned into a scarecrow puppet. At this time, Bai then walked towards the scarecrow leader and collected it. Good. This is Bai's plan. Obtain equipment and experience from the scarecrow, and then exchange it for a piece of equipment that is more suitable for your use. That would be his preferred choice. After collecting the scarecrow, Bai continued to plunder its corpse. These scarecrows are monsters made of straw. Each scarecrow has a straw body, but it is not actually made of straw. Rather, it is formed from straw. Therefore, while Bai was scavenging the scarecrow corpses, he wasn't worried that these scarecrows would devour other people. After Bai collected all the scarecrows, the materials of the scarecrow, this puppet's strength has reached the level of an elite. Moreover, it possesses a special kind of energy. That energy was very strange. It seems to be able to control people's minds. As long as the player is controlled by it, they will be manipulated by it to do anything. This also made the Scarecrow leader the leader of the Scarecrows. This ability. Bai knew this. The Scarecrow leader's strength should have reached the 7th rank. Shadow Strait Guardians, take them down. Bai coldly shouted. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Strait Guardians immediately charged out. Shadow Strait Guardian. But it is one of Bai's most powerful weapons. The Shadow Strait Guardian, wielding a shadow scythe, frantically slashes at the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow's head was chopped off by the sickle. Another stream of blood splattered out. Those Scarecrows, beneath the shadowy scythe. It was wiped out as easily as harvesting wheat. In just a few minutes, the Shadow Strait Guardians had slaughtered all the Scarecrows. The Scarecrows were completely destroyed. And at this moment, the Shadow Strait Guardian's stats also showed a huge amount of equipment. Furthermore, there is also an elite-level Scarecrow core. Shadow Strait Guardian, pick up equipment directly. Then, he tossed it into his backpack and looked at Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai also said calmly, go find the king of this Scarecrow and lure him out. Yes. With that, the Shadow Strait Guardian transformed into a phantom and vanished into the distance. Seeing this scene, Bai simply walked past the Scarecrow's corpse. And then he left. This time, the Scarecrow's corpse had no chance to resist. As the Shadow Strait Guardian's scythe fell, the Scarecrow's corpse was also cut in two. Then, it was taken care of. Fresh blood gushed out. Shadow Strait Guardian. Finally, they successfully defeated the Scarecrow leader and knocked him to the ground as he collapsed. The number of Scarecrows in front of Bai also decreased rapidly. And at this time, the leader of the Scarecrows also crawled out of the crack in the ground. Upon seeing Bai, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Roar. The Scarecrow leader let out a deafening roar. As the roar rang out, the entire Scarecrow tribe was engulfed in a frenzied attack by the Scarecrows. They don't care whether they are friend or foe. In any case, as long as they consider the other party to be an enemy, they will attack by any means necessary. With the Scarecrow leader's order given, the Scarecrows charged madly toward Bai. Bai narrowed his eyes. He's not one to be slaughtered by a Scarecrow. Shadow Strait Guardian. Bai also let out a series of angry shouts. With that roar, the Shadow Strait Guardian made his move. Boom 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 boom. A roaring sound. The sickle slashed through the Scarecrow's body. The Scarecrow's body was hacked to pieces, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Not long after, the Scarecrows were all slaughtered. Bai saw this. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. Shadow Strait Guardian. It truly lives up to its reputation. The Scarecrow leader was shocked to find that all his men had been slaughtered. It also let out an angry roar. And after the roar, the Scarecrow's body also rapidly swelled, becoming considerably larger. In the end, it transformed directly into a giant Scarecrow that was 100 meters tall. The Scarecrow's head had become a huge forehead. A pair of eyes, like lanterns, emitted a faint green light. Scarecrow leader. This time, he actually wanted to use his massive body to withstand the Shadow Guardian's scythe. The Scarecrow leader actually thought he could use his enormous body to withstand the Shadow scythe. It was utterly delusional. However, when the Scarecrow leader used his massive body to contend with the Shadow scythe. Chapter 344 Burning the Leader, 18 Scarecrows. 344 Burn the Leader, 18 Scarecrows. The scythe of the Shadow Strait Guardian. But it suddenly burst into a piercing scream. Immediately afterwards, a few wisps of flame began to burn on the sickle. The flames instantly incinerated the Scarecrow leader's body. It also instantly slashed the Scarecrow's body. Bang! This time, the Shadow Strait Guardian's scythe actually sliced through the Scarecrow's tough skin, demonstrating its sharpness. However, even so, the Shadow Strait Guardian's attack still failed to completely destroy the Scarecrow, even after the Shadow Strait Guardian's scythe pierced the Scarecrow's tough skin. The Scarecrow's body trembled violently again. Then, the straw on its body vanished instantly. Shadow Strait Guardian. Their own weapons were weakened, while the enemies remained unscathed. This scene, the Shadow Guardian felt a chill run down his spine. But, as the Guardian of the Shadow Strait, how could it easily admit defeat? So the Shadow Guardian raised his scythe once more. At this time, Bai suddenly spoke up, saying, "There's no need to waste your energy." After hearing Bai's words, the Shadow Guardian immediately fell silent. Scarecrow. At this moment, the Shadow Strait Guardian also fell directly from mid-air, landing in front of the Scarecrow leader. Dot. The Shadow Strait Guardian swung his shadow scythe, aiming for the Scarecrow leader's neck. The Shadow Strait Guardian's attacks are incredibly sharp. The moment the shadow scythe struck the Scarecrow leader, it severed the leader's neck. Scarecrow leader dead. The Shadow Strait Guardians are incredibly ferocious. It seems the Scarecrow leader isn't that strong after all. But, at that moment, a powerful energy descended directly from the sky. That's the energy of the Scarecrow leader. This energy is extremely terrifying. It can even destroy everything. The leader of the Scarecrows had obviously discovered these ordinary scarecrows. Anger was evident on its face. Amidst its anger, there was also a hint of panic. It dared not confront this energy head-on, otherwise it would perish without a trace. As the Scarecrow leader fled, Bai Yi's shadow swiftly pursued him as the Scarecrow leader ran frantically. But, even so, it was still being chased by Bai Yi's shadow straight guardians. In an instant, the Scarecrow leader was captured and taken back. Meanwhile, the shadow straight guardians had already cleaned up the mess. Bai Yi's natal shadow also captured the Scarecrow leader and brought it to Bai Yi's side. He was on the verge of death, clearly having suffered serious injuries. At this time, the elite Scarecrow leader also charged out of the village. This elite-level Scarecrow leader actually possessed a trace of sentience. Its intelligence comes from scanning with its own eyes to search for prey. And then the Scarecrow leader discovered Bai Yi. A look of horror also appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it never expected such a weak player. It's unbelievable that I'd be here. Immediately, it turned and ran away. But, how could the Shadow Guardians possibly give up? The Shadow Guardian, wielding a shadow scythe, relentlessly pursued the attacker. But, ultimately, they couldn't match the Scarecrow leader's speed compared to the Shadow Guardian. It took only a few minutes. The Shadow Guardian was caught up by the Scarecrow leader and grabbed. With a fierce tear, the Scarecrow's body was ripped in two by the Shadow Guardian. And the Scarecrow, Bai Yi's expression changed. This Scarecrow leader is indeed incredibly powerful. However, there are 12 Scarecrows around the Scarecrow leader. Bai Yi is not afraid of a single Scarecrow. At this point, with the leader of the Scarecrows dead, the Scarecrows naturally became vulnerable. And at this time, the Scarecrows immediately knelt down, no longer daring to resist. This world is ultimately a world where the strong prey on the weak. No matter where or what power it is. Once you possess enough power, there will be no rules or order in this world. Do you understand? Bai Yi stood on the rice paddy. And then, with the death of this elite Scarecrow leader, the hunt for ordinary, village Scarecrows continues. Next, Bai Yi directly summoned his natal shadow, and the natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast appeared at the same time. The shadow, wielding a black dagger, and the beast of 10,000 calamities revealing its claws, will hunt down the remaining 18 village Scarecrows. And Bai Yi's natal shadow palm. He was holding a pitch-black dagger. The dagger exuded an extremely cold and sinister aura. That comes from the Shadow Blade. After the appearance of the Shadow Blade, the Scarecrows in those villages, they all sensed the aura emanating from the Shadow Blade. They stared in terror in the direction of Bai Yi, howling incessantly. At this moment, Bai Yi's Shadow Blade pierced directly through the chest of a Scarecrow. Fresh blood splattered out. Bai Yi exerted force with his palm, and the Shadow Blade directly shattered his heart. Immediately afterward, Bai Yi struck again with his sword. He also pierced through another Scarecrow with a single sword strike. Just as Bai Yi was about to finish off a Scarecrow with a single sword strike. Then I saw it. Both the natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast appeared at this time. Your level has been increased. Moreover, because of their own strength. Now, both his natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast had reached terrifying levels. Their skills and attributes have all doubled. And, however, just as Bai Yi's two natal shadows were about to carry out their hunt, sudden, a dangerous yet familiar aura. The news spread throughout the mountains and forests. When Bai Yi sensed this aura, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He sensed that the aura was very familiar. But I just can't remember where I felt that way before. Bai Yi murmured. At this moment, the natal shadow had already killed 18 village Scarecrows. These 18 village Scarecrows were all powerful, but under the attack of Bai Yi's natal shadow and the myriad calamity beast, they didn't even have time to react. He died a violent death. Even the already dead Scarecrow leader would gasp in shock upon seeing this scene. How can these guys all teleport? Not only can it teleport, but it can also summon such powerful allies. And, this is truly unbelievable. Chapter 345 Deadly Poison in Flesh and Blood, Suffering Severe Injury. 345 Extremely Poisonous Flesh, Severely Injured. You know, they're Scarecrows. There are many powerful creatures in this world, but the leader-level monsters are even more powerful. Soon, these 18 village Scarecrows were all slaughtered. I heard the system notification sound. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh as well. These experience points are really easy to get. Not bad, not bad. Now, go and remove those scarecrows. Bai Yi spoke to the myriad calamities beast beside him. Hearing Bai Yi's words, the myriad calamities beast nodded in agreement. Immediately, the elite-level scarecrow leader has reached a terrifying level of strength. Bai Yi believed that he was still no match for him. So, before he had sufficient strength, Bai Yi did not dare to make a move rashly. Instead, he waited for the Shadow Stray Guardian to clear away the remaining scarecrows. In this way, Bai Yi can take action to subdue it. Perhaps this scarecrow is even more valuable than an elite-level scarecrow? Shadow Stray Guardian. He was extremely fast, weaving through the straw-covered crowd. Not long after, he finally found the core of this group of scarecrows, and the myriad calamities beast also began to devour the flesh and blood of the demonic scarecrows. This will make the myriad calamities beast even stronger. After all, the myriad calamities beast is a naturally devouring demon. The flesh and blood of this scarecrow can naturally be devoured by the myriad calamities beast. Damn human, I will tear you to pieces. I will make you wish you were dead. As the myriad calamities beast devoured the scarecrow, it let out an angry roar. The myriad calamities beast was itself a powerful shadow minion. Moreover, it is a devourer, and in the process of devouring energy, the blood of the myriad calamities beast will also produce a deadly poison. This deadly poison is fatal to most living creatures. The flesh and blood of these scarecrows are highly poisonous. However, the scarecrow's physique made it immune to this deadly poison. And now, there were many bloodstains on the body of the myriad calamities beast. Clearly, the myriad calamities beast is relentlessly devouring these scarecrows. The true leader of the scarecrows, however, had an indifferent expression, coldly watching the movements of the myriad calamities beast. Myriad calamity beast, you have now successfully enraged me. A sinister light gleamed in the eyes of the scarecrow leader. Then, it simply waved its hand. The scarecrows were drawn from all directions into the procession of scarecrows. A procession of scarecrows, led by these scarecrows. Before long, the scarecrow leader had been completely devoured by the myriad calamities beast. And at this time, Bai Yi's natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast also wiped out the last batch of scarecrows. Bai Yi couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. He could finally rest in peace. Hearing that familiar system notification sound, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. Although he only had this much experience, he was still very satisfied. After all, his natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast have already leveled up 4 times in this period. These 4 levels increased their strength by about 15 or 16 times. And their attributes have also been improved once again. After all, the myriad calamities beast has now reached its peak level. Moreover, the strength of the myriad calamities beast is extraordinary. The speed at which the myriad calamities beast devours. It was also extremely fast, taking only a few minutes. Upon seeing this, the scarecrow leader's face turned extremely grim. Boom. A series of loud noises suddenly rang out. Under the control of the scarecrow leader, he shot directly towards the direction where the myriad calamities beast was located. At this moment, Bai Yi also noticed the scarecrow leader. Just as Bai Yi's gaze fell upon the scarecrow leader, he was stunned because wings suddenly sprouted from the back of the scarecrow leader. Bai Yi saw the scarecrow leader's wings. These wings were actually almost the same size as the wings on his own body. However, it was much smaller than its own wings. I see. This scarecrow can transform into a real living being. Moreover, it's a scarecrow with wings. Roar. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the scarecrow leader also roared. And in the next second, his body also transformed into a monster covered in spikes. This monster has a tail. Its tail has countless tentacles, making it look just like a snake. The scarecrow leader also let out an angry roar. Clearly, it also sensed the threat emanating from Bai Yi. But, although the scarecrow leader was extremely powerful, however, his IQ seems to be somewhat low. Otherwise, he would never have attacked Bai Yi and tried to steal the treasures from him. After all, this kind of treasure is something that anyone can obtain. Its value far surpasses that of other things. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first. When Bai Yi saw the appearance of the scarecrow leader, the corners of his mouth also turned up slightly. And the next second, Bai Yi also moved instantly. Bai Yi murmured to himself. This kind of thing. This was the first time he had heard of it. Does this scarecrow leader possess some special ability? Thinking of this, Bai Yi charged towards the scarecrow leader. The leader of the scarecrows noticed Bai Yi's movements. A look of shock flashed across his eyes, although he was unaware of Bai Yi's strength. However, one can tell Bai Yi's identity just by looking at his aura. He is definitely not a simple, powerful individual. His essence. He must be a being who transcends the mortal realm. But how is that possible? How is that possible? These scarecrows are the lowest level of scarecrows. How could these scarecrows possibly reach that level? Just as the scarecrow leader was in shock, Bai also charged up to the scarecrow leader. This scarecrow leader is also extremely powerful among the scarecrows. However, he is not as good as his natal shadow, the Myriad Tribulations beast, which has only just successfully advanced. The foundation is not yet very solid. Their strength is naturally far inferior to that of these scarecrows. Under Bai Yi's attack, the body of this scarecrow leader, a strange light flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. At this moment, the scarecrow leader had already rushed in front of the Myriad Calamities beast. He was holding a stick. He swung it violently. A terrifying force descended from the sky. Boom. The club slammed heavily into the body of the Myriad Calamities beast. This caused the body of the Myriad Calamities beast to explode into fragments. However, although the body of the Myriad Calamities beast was shattered, but the blood mist that burst forth from the Myriad Calamities beast quickly condensed and reformed into the beast's body. But this time, the Myriad Calamities beast was severely injured, its body. It also had a shocking scar and looked very pitiful. Chapter 346 Blood enters the belly, evolution begins. 346 Blood enters the abdomen, evolution begins. However, the Myriad Calamities beast did not give up. The scarecrow leader. When you attack it again, its form then transformed once again into the Myriad Calamities beast. Moreover, this time, the combat power of the Myriad Calamities beast has been raised to a shocking level. Myriad Calamities beast. But the most unique feature of the Myriad Calamities beast is its ability to continuously evolve and become stronger. For example now, the Myriad Calamities beast already possesses the most basic abilities of a Myriad Calamities beast. The Myriad Calamities beast can use the power of the Myriad Calamities beast. The combat power of the Myriad Calamity beast can also be enhanced in a terrifying way. And at this time, Bai Yi's gaze also fell upon the scarecrow leader. This moment, a smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips as he stared coldly at the scarecrow leader. The Myriad Calamities beast charged directly at the scarecrow leader. Myriad Calamities beast. It's an innate ability of the Myriad Tribulations clan. This ability resides within the Myriad Calamities beast. Through continuous gestation, the Myriad Tribulations beast eventually developed sentience. And the intelligence of this Myriad Calamities beast is also increasing. Under Bai Yi's influence, the Myriad Calamities beast clashed directly with the scarecrow leader. At the moment of collision, the Myriad Calamities beast clashed with the scarecrow leader but was not injured. The scarecrow leader's power couldn't damage the Myriad Calamity beast in the slightest. Bai Yi was also caught off guard. The defense of the Myriad Calamity beast is actually this strong. You need to know. And Myriad Calamities beast. On the back of the Myriad Calamities beast, the body of the Myriad Calamities beast writhed continuously, as if it were about to transform into a strange life form. Bai Yi couldn't help but gasp. It was actually able to evolve into a living organism. Bai Yi sighed inwardly. The combat power of the Myriad Calamity beast should not be underestimated. The Myriad Calamities beast attacked the scarecrow leader directly, throwing a punch straight at its chest. The scarecrow leader was also fearless. It used both hands to block the attack from the beast of 10,000 calamities. Click, click. The scarecrow leader's hands were instantly crushed by the Myriad Calamities beast. The scarecrow leader let out a pitiful cry. A bright red liquid flowed from its body. These liquids are the scarecrow's blood. The Myriad Calamities beast swallowed the blood directly into its belly. The power contained within this blood is immense. However, after swallowing the blood, the Myriad Calamities beast immediately fell into a deep sleep. After consuming this blood, the Myriad Calamities beast's strength increased to a very high level. The scarecrow leader also saw his strength increase significantly after consuming the power of the Myriad Calamities beast. But although the Myriad Calamities beast devoured the scarecrow's bloodline power, Myriad Calamities beast, he can constantly change his form, and it can repeatedly change into its original form and continuously devour others. Devour the flesh and blood, and even the souls, of all enemies. Myriad Calamities beast. He can become stronger by constantly devouring enemies and gaining more energy. This scarecrow can also transform into a real living being. So, his combat power must have been greatly reduced, which is why the Myriad Calamities beast dared to fight him. After all, this scarecrow is a monster that can devour the flesh and blood of its enemies. Bai Yi, led by the myriad calamities beast, began a frenzied battle against the scarecrow, whose leader was constantly changing form. However, these transformed forms were utterly powerless to resist the combined attack of the myriad calamities beast and Bai Yi. Soon, Bai Yi then killed the leader of the scarecrows. The scarecrow is dead. When the scarecrow died, a surge of power erupted from the scarecrow's belly. Bai Yi also sensed a hint of danger. This scarecrow leader clearly possesses a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, he is quite intelligent. He seems to have sensed Bai Yi's threat. Just as Bai Yi killed the leader of the scarecrows, he also transformed into a straw snake. They attacked Bai Yi. The scarecrow leader was very fast, in the blink of an eye. And then he appeared right in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not dodge. His body hurtled straight into the scarecrow. Bang bang bang. Their bodies collided directly. The scarecrow suddenly exploded. However, the scarecrow's corpse. However, it turned into a mass of green liquid. It merged directly into the body of the myriad calamities beast. These juices allow it to absorb the scarecrow's power more quickly. A smile also appeared on Bai Yi's lips. He didn't expect that. I'm so lucky. This power is the soul energy of the scarecrow. Soul energy is arguably what the myriad calamity beast needs most. So, after Bai Yi killed the leader of the scarecrows, he absorbed the soul power of the scarecrow leader into his possession. After the death of the scarecrow leader, his body, too, turned to ashes. However, these ashes still floated in the air. Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast also opened its mouth and spat out. These ashes then fell into the mouth of the myriad calamities beast. I heard the system notification sound. A smile also appeared on Bai Yi's face. The strength of the myriad calamities beast has increased once again. Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. This myriad calamity beast is truly extraordinary. After the myriad calamities beast devoured the soul energy of the scarecrow leader, his strength has increased once again. Moreover, the myriad calamities beast also possesses a special ability. The myriad calamity beast can transform into another myriad calamity beast to devour flesh and blood. The myriad calamities beast devours all flesh and blood, even the flesh and blood of living beings. And now, the strength of the myriad calamities beast. This force is enormous. Bai Yi saw it, and immediately sensed the power. But, this is normal. The fact that the myriad calamity beast could evolve to this level is already quite remarkable. The myriad calamities beast can continuously evolve. And, the body of the myriad calamities beast was also constantly changing. Variations. In other words, the body of the myriad calamities beast also contains creatures of various forms. Bai Yi felt a sense of shock. The flesh and blood of these scarecrows seemed to contain something mysterious. Could there be something mysterious about the blood of these scarecrows? A hint of doubt flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. In any case, since this scarecrow's body contains this kind of flesh and blood power, we must collect them. Bai Yi also made a decision. He cannot allow the evolution of the myriad calamities beast to stop. Otherwise, once the myriad calamities beast had finished evolving, he could only watch helplessly as it did so. It has become a terrifying existence. This scarecrow leader is already a scarecrow. Bai Yi, on the other hand, collected the corpse of the scarecrow leader. He put it into his storage backpack. Chapter 347 Soul Power Greatly Enhanced. 347 Soul Power, Greatly Enhanced. Immediately, the evolution of the myriad calamities beast has only just begun. The myriad calamities beast began absorbing the blood and flesh energy of the scarecrow. Not only that, it will also directly devour the soul power of the scarecrow leader. Bai Yi knew that the myriad calamities beast was devouring. There is also a hint of danger. What if the 10,000 calamity beasts devour the scarecrow leader's soul directly? So, it will also lose the opportunity to evolve. The myriad calamities beast has many different forms, some resembling the appearance of countless other beasts. Others are like the body of 10,000 poisons, or the form of 10,000 demonic beasts. In conclusion, the number of transformation forms of the myriad calamities beast is simply too many. However, this change can only be described as a trend. Bai Yi witnessed this scene. He didn't hesitate at all. He knew the evolutionary direction of the myriad calamities beast. And the evolution of the myriad calamities beast is not limited to transforming into a body of myriad poisons. He can also transform into the forms of countless beasts. Bai Yi spoke directly to the myriad calamities beast. Eat this scarecrow. The beast of myriad calamities heard this. It opened its huge mouth and devoured the scarecrow leader. The scarecrow leader is very large. It's several times larger than the myriad calamities beast. The beast of myriad calamities devoured the scarecrow leader. It will obviously take a lot of effort. This scarecrow leader truly lives up to his reputation as the ruler of this instance. Regardless, he is capable. And he also possesses peak combat power. The beast of myriad calamities devoured the scarecrow leader. Naturally, this also requires paying a huge price. Only then can it be completely devoured. Bai observed the fighting style of the myriad calamities beast from the side. This is the beast of 10,000 calamities. It also requires a large amount of soul power. The myriad calamity beast is also bound by strict rules. This is the myriad calamities beast. It can gain life force by devouring flesh and blood. Bai glanced at it and saw it. A large amount of flesh and blood fell off the body of the myriad calamity beast. After these flesh and blood fell to the ground, the scarecrow's corpse also began to dry out. Meanwhile, the myriad calamities beast was devouring this flesh and blood. Myriad calamities beast. He can gain power by consuming flesh and blood. The soul power of the myriad calamities beast. It will also become stronger as a result. The myriad calamities beast, after devouring flesh and blood, gains its soul power. It also became incredibly powerful. Bai glanced at it. He knew. This is after the scarecrow died. The scarecrow's flesh and blood were transformed into the energy of the myriad calamities beast. And now, after the myriad calamities beast devoured the scarecrow's flesh and blood, its soul power was also elevated to a new level. The power of the myriad calamities beast has also reached a new level compared to before. The current myriad calamities beast, Bai, however, did not linger there any longer. Because this place is fraught with danger. He needs to get out of here quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai turned and fled the area. His speed was also extremely fast. The myriad calamities beast didn't offer much resistance. The myriad calamities beast merely devours flesh and blood. There was no counterattack. Seeing this scene, Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the myriad calamities beast should be out of danger. Over time, after the scarecrow died, the scarecrow's body emitted countless straws, and these straws transformed into seeds. The beast of myriad calamities saw these straw seeds. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Each of these straw seeds contains the essence of straw. However, it contains an extremely strong smell of blood. The beast of myriad calamities also smelled the blood. Black smoke billowed from the body of the myriad calamities beast. The myriad calamities beast is constantly absorbing the power of these straw seeds. The myriad calamities beast also exuded a terrifying aura. The myriad calamities beast is also constantly advancing in rank. And where the scarecrow died, there, myriad calamities beast. Then he left directly from there. After Bai left this place, the scarecrow's corpse had been completely absorbed by the myriad calamities beast. Bai glanced back. The scarecrow has completely disappeared without a trace. But the beast of 10,000 calamities devoured the flesh and blood of the scarecrow. Its flesh and blood contain extremely pure power. The scarecrow's power is only 25% of what it used to be. Bai was quite shocked to see the myriad calamities beast devouring the power within flesh and blood. The immense power of the myriad calamities beast. The scarecrow leader's power is actually enormous. If it were an ordinary creature, it would probably have been devoured by the scarecrow leader long ago. However, the myriad calamities beast is able to devour the power of the scarecrow leader. The beast of myriad calamities is constantly devouring the flesh and blood of the scarecrow leader. However, the myriad calamities beast devouring speed was also extremely slow. It took a very long time to devour. The beast of 10,000 calamities finally digested the flesh and blood of the scarecrow leader. However, the myriad calamities beast remained unchanged. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The myriad calamities beast is indeed powerful. The scarecrow had virtually no chance of fighting back against the beast of 10,000 calamities. The leader of the scarecrows was killed in a single blow by the beast of 10,000 calamities. Led by Bai, the myriad calamities beast quickly flew towards the space occupied by the scarecrow. Boom, boom, boom. Under Bai's leadership, the myriad calamities beast crashed directly into the scarecrow's body. The scarecrow leader, though capable of transforming into various forms, was still powerful. But the beast of 10,000 calamities, If Bai were to absorb these powers, it would likely bring him immense benefits. The myriad calamities beast also walked directly towards the scarecrow's corpse. The beast of 10,000 calamities tore the scarecrow's corpse to pieces with a single claw. The beast of myriad calamities directly devoured the scarecrow's power from its corpse. It permeated the body of the myriad calamities beast. Moreover, in this process of being devoured, the scarecrow's power is constantly being reduced. Meanwhile, the power of the myriad calamities beast continued to increase. It exuded a mysterious aura. The power of the scarecrow. It gradually disappeared. Myriad calamities beast. His strength reached its peak in a short period of time. Myriad calamities beast. After consuming the scarecrow's power, his aura gradually grew stronger. The myriad calamities beast also walked towards Bai. Myriad calamities beast. After devouring the scarecrow's flesh and blood, his body also began to undergo modification. He also transformed into a creature that was 3 meters tall. It has 6 legs, all of which are covered with hard shells. Above their heads were 2 ferocious beasts with tentacles. This ferocious beast also looked extremely monstrous. Bai looked at the myriad calamity beast before him and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The myriad calamities beast has also successfully mutated. A faint blue flame also appeared on the body of the myriad calamities beast. But this flame, however, is completely different. Myriad calamity beast, your strength has increased considerably. Chapter 348 Frenzied Slaughter, Twilight cuts down the weeds. 348 Frenzied Slaughter, Twilight cuts down the weeds. However, I think your strength has only improved by a small margin. Bai couldn't help but laugh as well. Although the strength of the myriad calamities beast has greatly increased, Bai, however, still didn't take it seriously. The myriad calamities beast only became like this after devouring the scarecrow's flesh and soul. Myriad calamities beast. It has also completely evolved into a ferocious beast. And his strength was still terrifying. Bai glanced at it. He glanced at the scarecrow and said, "Let's leave." The myriad calamity beast's strength lies in its ability to evolve by devouring the energy within flesh and blood. The myriad calamities beast nodded upon hearing this. The myriad calamities beast also followed Bai. Bai leaped forward. Bai's body kept flashing. He was very fast, covering several miles in the blink of an eye. In an instant, they arrived at another village. Since the previous village only had elite-level scarecrows, Bai wanted to see if he could find a boss level 1 here. Scarecrow. There are many kinds of scarecrows. The scarecrow's greatest strength lies in its speed and agility. But village scarecrow, however, it is the weakest of them all. Because this kind of scarecrow has only one weakness, it has no intelligence whatsoever. This scarecrow is essentially a robot, and a robot without any consciousness at that. Scarecrow, although its speed and agility are terrifying. But the scarecrow, however, did not react at all. When Bai saw the scarecrow, he didn't hesitate and charged straight at it. The scarecrow was smashed to pieces by Bai's palm strike. Bai began searching again, but he didn't encounter many scarecrows. The leader of the scarecrows is much stronger than the ordinary scarecrows. However, they were utterly helpless against Bai. We searched all the way there. Bai also kept finding the scarecrow's weaknesses. Then they launched attack after attack on the scarecrow. Finally, Bai found the scarecrow's weakness. A hand suddenly grabbed the scarecrow's head, the scarecrow leader. However, it is only much more powerful than a regular scarecrow. Bai's eyes searched around, but there was absolutely no clue. After searching for a moment, "Am I too late?" Bai murmured to himself. At that very moment, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound coming from his left. Immediately afterwards, Bai kicked open the courtyard door. This courtyard is also filled with all sorts of scarecrows. And among these scarecrows, there exists a king of scarecrows. In Bai's eyes, the myriad calamity beast. He could clearly sense that the scarecrow king's power was comparable to his own. This scarecrow king is indeed powerful. However, the strength of the myriad calamities beast was equally formidable. The myriad calamities beast simply opened its mouth and spewed forth a powerful breath. A ball of flame swept towards the scarecrow king. This scarecrow king is not to be outdone. He also unleashed a burst of flames, heading straight for the myriad calamities beast. The flames of the myriad calamities beast and the flames of the scarecrow intertwined in mid-air. Boom, boom. The two flames collided, creating a spectacular explosion in the sky. And after the explosion, the scarecrow's flames, however, have vanished. The myriad calamities beast also transformed into its true form. A gigantic tail lashed out, instantly smashing the scarecrow's head off. Thump! The scarecrow was knocked to the ground. The beast of myriad calamities slammed its palm down on the scarecrow's head with a loud bang. But this departure was merely a pretext to collect even more scarecrow corpses. These monsters are much stronger than the monsters outside the dungeon. Of course, this is in comparison with other products of the same level. If you put a scarecrow monster against a super level monster, it will definitely be instantly killed. And now, Bai Yi, leading a group of shadow subordinates, swept through a village and set his sights on a group of village scarecrows once again. Soon, the scarecrows in these villages all died one after another. After the scarecrow dies, it bursts out with crystal cores. These crystal cores fell into Bai Yi's hands. These crystal nuclei also contain a large amount of energy. Bai Yi refined all the crystal cores, and his strength once again surged to its peak. Bai Yi dashed straight towards the next village. Now, here, Bai Yi smiled and said, "You've done a fantastic job on your mission." Bai Yi's face also showed joy. After all, they had already been here for a whole day. These scarecrows come in waves. Each scarecrow possesses extraordinary strength. They were also utterly humiliated by the scarecrow. Now, hearing Bai Yi say that his mission was complete, of course I was overjoyed. Not only that, I have completed this mission. Bai Yi nodded. However, just as Bai Yi was about to speak, suddenly, boom, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Before Bai Yi lay a pile of scarecrow corpses on the ground, their deaths gruesome and terrifying. Bai Yi also saw that a blood-red whip appeared on the back of the scarecrow's corpse. It is also entwined with countless vines. And at this moment, thousands of scarecrows appeared before Bai Yi and the others. These scarecrows were all at the elite level in terms of strength. This caused Bai Yi's expression to change slightly. This scarecrow is far too powerful. The power of these scarecrows. Bai Yi couldn't gain any advantage in the battle against thousands of scarecrows. Myriad calamities beast. The scarecrows in this village are all at the level of ordinary monsters. However, there were a great many of these scarecrows, around 300 in total. Bai Yi shot out, wielding the Twilight Greatsword, and stabbed directly at the group of scarecrows. It pierced directly through the scarecrow's body. But the scarecrow's body was trembling constantly, clearly trying to resist. At this time, Bai Yi also swung his knife directly and slammed it down hard on the scarecrow's head. A loud bang rang out. The scarecrow fell directly to the ground, lifeless. But the death of this scarecrow also ignited the fury of the entire scarecrow tribe. Roar! Instantly, the scarecrow tribe, with its countless scarecrows, roared and roared. Roar! Above the scarecrow tribe, countless scarecrows appeared, relentlessly attacking Bai Yi. The scarecrow is very powerful, but he wielded the Twilight Greatsword and engaged in a fierce battle with the scarecrow. Roar! Chapter 349 Collecting Corpses, Peak Combat Power. 349 Collect Corpses, Peak Combat Power. In front of Bai Yi was a scarecrow. They were facing Bai Yi. Bai Yi's cultivation level has reached its peak. This scarecrow is quite powerful. It possesses considerable strength. However, Bai Yi didn't take it to heart at all. They're just a bunch of scarecrows. Bai Yi waved his hand, summoning his shadow subordinates. It pounced directly on the group of scarecrows. Uft, uft, uft. This scarecrow. In the face of the myriad calamities beast and Bai Yi, there was absolutely no power to resist. In no time at all, a group of scarecrows were all killed, and Bai Yi also obtained the scarecrows' corpses. Inside, there are many things. These things are the scarecrow's treasure. Inside, there was also the corpse of the scarecrow leader. This scarecrow leader is far too weak. But if I were to encounter this scarecrow leader, I'd probably only have to run away. Bai Yi shook his head. The scarecrow leader was indeed very weak, but Bai Yi was too lazy to fight it. Moreover, this scarecrow leader was no match for Bai Yi at all. And now, the leader of the scarecrows was completely killed by Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked around at the scarecrows he had killed and felt a pang of regret. But this scarecrow is also a nice thing. The body of the myriad calamities beast was also constantly flashing. After consuming the scarecrow's energy, the myriad calamities beast's strength increased considerably. Myriad calamities beast. It can keep evolving. The myriad calamities beast, while constantly devouring the scarecrow's energy, also absorbs the scarecrow's power. So, in a short period of time, the power of the myriad calamities beast also continued to increase. But these scarecrows are incredibly powerful at this moment. One by one, The scarecrows sprang up from the ground and launched an attack on the myriad calamity beast. But these scarecrows are much stronger than ordinary scarecrows. However, they were no match for the myriad calamity beast. Under the myriad calamity beast's devouring power, the scarecrow keeps falling. The scarecrow's energy is constantly being consumed and absorbed. The myriad calamities beast has also become increasingly powerful. But when the myriad calamities beast absorbed enough of the scarecrow's energy and became even stronger, suddenly, Bai Yi's expression changed slightly. The beast of 10,000 calamities. Careful, Bai Yi shouted. The myriad calamities beast also noticed the danger at this moment. What happened? The myriad calamities beast also looked towards the distance. Beside the beast of 10,000 calamities, at some unknown time. This time, Bai Yi didn't waste any words. He charged straight at them with his sword. Bai Yi simply killed all of these scarecrows. Bai Yi listened. A smile appeared on his face. So, the myriad calamities beast can become powerful. Bai Yi also began searching for the scarecrow leader, hoping to find its location. Scarecrow leader. His strength is formidable. So, his body could definitely fetch a very high price. And the scarecrow leader's flesh and blood contain extremely pure bloodline power. The scarecrow's corpse can also be used to create shadow minions. It can also increase your strength. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's gaze became fixed on the scarecrow's corpse. Bai Yi did not hesitate either. He charged toward the corpse of the scarecrow leader. Bang! The scarecrow leader's corpse exploded under Bai Yi's blade. The scarecrow's corpse emitted bursts of green light. These rays of light enveloped the corpse of the scarecrow leader. These lights were on the scarecrow's corpse. But this time, Bai Yi did not choose to kill them directly, but instead chose to lure the scarecrows over. Scarecrow. Among these village scarecrows, they are the weakest. However, their numbers are also very large. It occupies almost half the area of the village. Moreover, these scarecrows. They also seem to possess a special skill. Their blood can condense into scarecrows of various colors. And this scarecrow can be transformed continuously. The scarecrow can be transformed. Bai Yi, you can kill them all. This scarecrow is such a hassle. Bai Yi sneered. His strength far surpasses that of the scarecrow. So, dealing with a scarecrow requires absolutely no skill. He immediately used the Twilight Greatsword. Uft! Bai Yi's Twilight Greatsword did more than just break through the scarecrow's shield. At the same time, the scarecrow's body was torn apart. And the scarecrow continues to release its power. The scarecrow keeps reassembling itself. Bai Yi kept smashing the scarecrow. Bai Yi continuously absorbs the scarecrow's energy. Bai Yi. It is constantly becoming more and more powerful. The scarecrow is also constantly being consumed. This time, the myriad calamities beast slapped out with its palm. Bang! With one slap, the two scarecrows were sent flying. Seeing this, Bai Yi also smiled. The myriad calamities beast is truly excellent. He continued to lead his numerous shadow subordinates, charging towards one scarecrow after another. Another massacre. The myriad calamities beast was also frantically devouring the power of these scarecrows. In the process of continuous devouring, the myriad calamities beast's strength not only increased, but increased continuously, becoming much more powerful. The beast of 10,000 calamities devoured the scarecrow's flesh and blood. The power emanating from the myriad calamities beast was also constantly increasing. At this moment, his power was also constantly increasing. The strength of the myriad calamities beast is also terrifying. Bai Yi watched this scene unfold. A surge of excitement welled up inside me. This scarecrow is really a wonderful thing. Bai Yi said. After the beast of myriad calamities devoured the scarecrow's flesh and blood, their strength has increased to a terrifying level. The myriad calamities beast also has considerable advantages. Bai Yi's power had reached its peak at this moment. His power is already far greater than that of an average level 85 peak expert. Bai Yi was naturally very clear about this. Myriad calamities beast. The number of scarecrows. It's also a significant increase compared to the dungeon. And Bai Yi defeated all of these scarecrows one by one. When defeating these scarecrows, the body of the myriad calamities beast has also undergone considerable evolution. And in the blood of this scarecrow, the power that the myriad calamity beast gained was also growing wildly. The myriad calamities beast has reached its peak. The peak level myriad calamity beast is also extremely powerful. The myriad calamities beast can constantly change its form, and can even continuously absorb the power of flesh and blood to strengthen itself. This scarecrow is way too weak. Chapter 350 The Scarecrow of Fear, Domination, and Restraint. 350 Fear Scarecrow, domination, and binding. Bai looked at these scarecrows. However, this is also because the bloodline power of the scarecrow is much weaker than that of an ordinary scarecrow. That's why it seems so weak. This is also the main reason why the myriad calamities beast cannot easily evolve. And at this moment, Bai is constantly hunting scarecrows. The myriad calamities beast was constantly changing. This beast of myriad calamities continuously devours flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the strength of the myriad calamities beast was also increasing rapidly. However, the scarecrow's strength increases very slowly, or even almost unchanged, because the strength of these dungeon monsters increases far too slowly. Like a snail crawling, if you don't spend a lot of time judging, you might even think it stopped moving. But these monsters, once born, will rapidly grow to their full form, making them far more powerful than ordinary creatures. Only, the growth time of these monsters is uncertain. Just like these scarecrows, once you grab some living beings, peel off their humanoid skin, and separate most of their straw bodies. Wrap straw around a humanoid life form, and before long a new scarecrow will be born. And these scarecrows, when one grows to a terrifying level, one becomes an elite. And the elite level, as long as you kill enough professionals, you can grow into a boss. And these are the few boss-level bosses. This is the boss of the first floor, and also the primary and ultimate target for most hero candidates. And now, Bai's goal was to find someone he could either kill or recruit. We already have enough reputation to not be afraid of losing these figures. Only, this boss-level scarecrow is not easy to find. This instance is rather strange. These village-like buildings were completely deserted, with not a single living person in sight, and even professionals were extremely rare. Logically speaking, these professions that exceed level 80 are quite rare. And there are about 100 large dungeons throughout the entire planet, and these professionals who are over level 80 should not come here in theory. So, seeing these professionals now is quite reasonable. And now, Bai Yi's goal is finally about to be achieved. He has finally found this boss-level scarecrow. In a village, Bai Yi Fei, hovering in the sky, directly located a large village settlement. However, there wasn't a single living person in this settlement. It's just a scarecrow in the rice paddy. It looked very strange. And in the largest village, there is the largest building. In a somewhat quaint village, where all the straw extends underground. Inside that building, Bai Yi inexplicably sensed a somewhat threatening aura. Obviously, it is the final boss of the entire first floor, and also a scarecrow of boss level. Bai Yi was able to sense the other party's location. At the same time, as long as it can be sensed, the professional system's detection function can be used. Therefore, Bai Yi decisively used it. System, use probe on that target. Bai Yi spoke directly. Immediately afterwards, the professional system is displayed directly. Information about this boss-level scarecrow monster. Monster, Fear Scarecrow, boss level. Level, 90. HP, 348W9320/348W9320. Base attack power, 41,000. Equipment, Crimson Scythe. Skills, S rank, Straw Manipulation. S plus rank, Fear Gathering. B plus rank, Camouflage. B plus rank, Hunting Instinct. A rank, Straw Entanglement. B plus rank, Fear Curse. B plus rank, Straw Manipulation. There are so many skills that it's dazzling, and there are quite a few S rank skills as well. And it's still a super high level of 90. This boss, named Fear Scarecrow, is truly not to be underestimated. Bai Yi thought to himself. But, despite this, Bai Yi's anticipated shadow subordinates should be enough to handle. Bai Yi sighed. A casual gesture. The natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast then make their appearance. The natal shadow feigns an attack, while the myriad calamities beast absorbs the battle experience and completes another evolution. This plan is excellent. Here, the myriad calamities beast and the natal shadow attacked simultaneously, swiftly sweeping across the ground towards the house. Boom dash. The house collapsed instantly, revealing that it was filled with straw. Within this straw, a strange mass of flesh and blood was writhing. It seems they have sensed an enemy. These bizarre fleshy creatures began to writhe, instantly dominating the surrounding straw and forming a straw body several meters tall. The boss, the Fear Scarecrow, has arrived. These flesh and blood bodies are the body of this scarecrow. At that moment, all the scarecrows in the surrounding rice paddies also awoke and began to surround and attack the center of the village. These scarecrows were utterly no match for Bai Yi. Seeing this, you can tell that these scarecrows are just low-level scarecrows. In this instance, there are only powerful boss-level scarecrows. He only possesses a tiny bit of intelligence. Bai Yi, on the other hand, has an exceptional memory. Naturally, they wouldn't miss any scarecrows. With the combined efforts of the myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the level of the myriad calamities beast was terrifying, and the influence of one's natal shadow is even more pronounced. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi immediately understood that this was the only place where he could enter the first level. And, in the first level, you also need to defeat all the scarecrows. What should we do? The myriad calamities beast can be considered a ferocious beast. The myriad calamities beast stared at the terrifying scarecrow that had been destroyed by the combined efforts of the myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow. His eyes were filled with excitement. Clearly, it was very pleased with the reward Bai Yi had given it. Bai Yi said, "Continue killing the scarecrows." A smile immediately appeared on Bai Yi's face. This is a great product. However, when these scarecrows discovered Bai Yi, they all became angry. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at the scarecrow. After speaking, a violent surge of air currents. Roar. The scarecrow of fear let out a deafening screech. Immediately, a bloody smell emanated from the scarecrow's mouth. Like tendrils, they spread out in all directions. Bai Yi gave a cold smile. Die! Bai Yi shouted loudly. Moment. The scarecrow's flesh and blood are enveloped by an irresistible fear. The power of the ruler. Immediately following, the flesh and blood of the fierce scarecrow were being suppressed. Chapter 351 Behind the Scenes Easter Egg. The boss is immortal. Episode 351. The boss is immortal. The scarecrow screamed in agony. Fresh blood oozed out and dripped onto the scarecrow's body. This terrifying Inariman's body also possessed a terrifying force of flesh and blood, seemingly capable of destroying everything. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow attacked simultaneously. 2 powerful attacks struck the fierce scarecrow's body simultaneously. But 2 types of attacks. Even the fierce scarecrow's body couldn't be harmed. These physical forces were unable to penetrate the fierce scarecrow's defenses and were directly devoured by it. How is that possible? Could it be that this boss also possesses defensive capabilities? Bai Yi was shocked. And the myriad calamity beast's defense was only barely at level 80. Although the defense of the natal shadow has reached level 80, but it only barely managed to hold off the scarecrow of fear. But Bai Yi did not give up on the myriad calamity beast's defense. It only barely held on. It wasn't perfect yet. Therefore, Bai Yi immediately jumped up from the air and pushed off the ground with both legs. With a roll, he landed directly on top of the scarecrow's head. The myriad calamities beast charged directly toward the terrifying scarecrow. The scarecrow of fear is a scarecrow that waves a straw in its hand. He slashed down fiercely at Bai Yi. The attack of the myriad calamities beast. Roar. The straw body let out a roar. In an instant, a terrifying power emanated from the scarecrow of fear. Bai Yi's body was kicked by the fierce scarecrow, and he was sent flying backward. Bai Yi's expression changed in surprise. This fierce scarecrow is indeed a bit troublesome. However, as difficult as she may be, she is not capable of harming him. Bai Yi thought to himself, he's just a boss. As they were talking, the scarecrow of fear simply waved its hand. A series of blood-red arrows shot out from the scarecrow of fear, heading straight for Bai Yi. Break! Bai Yi sneered. In an instant, the Twilight Greatsword was pulled out of the storage backpack. It seemed to have solidified directly in midair. This Twilight Greatsword is Bai Yi's weapon. Bai Yi gripped the Twilight Greatsword in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura erupted. It emanated from the Twilight Greatsword. It spread out in all directions. The sword energy struck the terrifying scarecrow directly, causing it to explode instantly. Boom! This was a terrifying explosion. That's how the fierce scarecrow disappeared instantly. It was as if this one sword strike would instantly kill the boss. Bai Yi smiled proudly. The beast of myriad calamities looked at these scarecrows. The myriad calamities beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist, which sprayed outwards. They wanted to directly corrupt this scarecrow of fear. But this scarecrow also has a very high level of defense. The poisonous mist spewed out by the myriad calamities beast did not cause any harm to the scarecrow. Bai Yi saw this. He was secretly amazed. As expected of the boss fear scarecrow, it is truly extraordinary. Bai Yi simply waved his hand. The sword appeared within Bai Yi's control. One sword strike. The scarecrow twisted violently and split in two. But the next moment, it coalesced again, these straws and flesh seemingly possessing terrifying vitality, unaffected even if split open. The beast of myriad calamities saw this. Another spurt of venom erupted. The poisonous mist from the myriad calamities beast, though ineffective against a boss-level scarecrow, was still powerful enough. However, it can temporarily stop the scarecrow from moving. Meanwhile, the myriad calamities beast charged towards itself. A claw strike. Boom dash. The beast of 10,000 calamities collided directly with the scarecrow of fear. The fear scarecrow was sent flying. The claws of the myriad calamities beast are also imbued with the power of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad calamities beast clashed with the fear scarecrow once more. Bai-Yi then headed directly towards the village of scarecrows. This village, the myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow simultaneously launched an attack on the scarecrow. The attributes of this myriad calamity beast are also extremely terrifying. The attack power directly reached over 140,000 points. However, the attributes of the natal shadow are slightly weaker. However, here, both of their attacks can deal tens of thousands of damage. This attack came down. This fear scarecrow was injured. Bai-Yi smiled slightly when she saw this. There is absolutely no need to worry. Charge. Bai-Yi shouted and charged straight at the scarecrow. Bai-Yi's natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast also followed him. These scarecrows rushed towards the scarecrows and attacked them. Although they are scarecrows, their defense and survivability are not weak. The fear scarecrow, in particular, has an astonishing defensive capability. After all, this scarecrow, it is the king of scarecrows in this area. It is also the ruler of this scarecrow area. Bai-Yi also used his skill directly. Bai-Yi's weapon is also a great sword, the Twilight Greatsword. This is a terrifying piece of equipment. The stats of this equipment are pretty good. He slashed it down with a single sword stroke. It directly severed one of the scarecrow's giant straw arms. The scarecrow was in pain. Under Bai-Yi's control, the shadow attacked the terrifying scarecrow. The power of countless forces erupted. The overwhelming force relentlessly assaulted the fearful scarecrow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions were heard. The fear scarecrow actually withstood the attack. The beast of 10,000 calamities. Bai-Yi roared again, and the myriad calamities beast immediately sprang into action. The myriad calamities beast charged directly into the interior of the fear scarecrow. Terrifying beams of light shot out. This fear scarecrow has absolutely no ability to defend itself. The body of the myriad calamities beast was constantly surging. Under the onslaught of the myriad calamities beast, the fear scarecrow was utterly powerless to resist. It was directly broken up and turned into impurities in the straw. Bai-Yi witnessed this scene as everything vanished. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This boss-level scarecrow was taken care of just like that? Bai-Yi was genuinely somewhat surprised. Looking at the scene before me, Bai-Yi said calmly, I have a feeling it's not that simple. It's like a post-credits scene in a movie where the final villain, who died easily, makes a brief appearance. Nothing is that simple. It's not over yet. As Bai-Yi finished speaking, he took a step forward and walked towards the terrifying scarecrow. Roar. As expected, the instant Bai-Yi approached, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the frightened scarecrow. Bai-Yi's expression remained unchanged. He drew his Twilight Greatsword and slashed directly at the fear scarecrow. In an instant, several attacks were unleashed, instantly slashing towards the boss. And the result? Chapter 352 Countless Straws, Undying Clone. 352 Countless Straws, Undying Clone. But it still didn't work. Only a series of missed characters floated up. This scarecrow has an incredibly high health pool. Bai-Yi was completely unable to harm him. Why are these monsters so difficult to deal with? Bai-Yi frowned. This scarecrow is really too troublesome. They are all much more troublesome than these scarecrows. But, Bai-Yi looked at the monsters around him. A sinister look appeared on his face. Bai-Yi's face hardened. Then, he turned to the group of scarecrows in front of him. He suddenly swung the Twilight Greatsword in his hand. Boom. It struck down in an instant. The Twilight Greatsword struck the scarecrow's body directly. The scarecrow's health points were instantly reduced by more than 70,000. A great opportunity. Bai-Yi looked at the scarecrow's health points, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, Bai-Yi swung his sword again. Boom. A loud bang. The scarecrow's body was instantly chopped into pieces. Bai-Yi killed the scarecrow with a single sword strike. The scarecrow was killed. Bai-Yi's experience points skyrocketed instantly. And the levels of the myriad calamities beast and the natal shadow. That's an instant boost. But it was unexpected. But this boss fears the scarecrow, which is also within its attack range. Only, with a single slash of the Twilight Greatsword, the boss, the fierce scarecrow, remained completely unharmed. How could that be? Bai frowned slightly. Could it be that this boss is afraid of the scarecrow's body, unlike ordinary monsters? How could such a powerful monster not have even the slightest weakness? Bai murmured. The beast of myriad calamities saw this. They rushed over as well. It slammed a powerful claw down on the scarecrow. With a soft puff, the scarecrow's chest was scratched with several claw marks by the beast of 10,000 calamities. However, the scarecrow's health points are still extremely high. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. This boss, the fierce scarecrow, is even more powerful than the myriad calamity beast. Such a powerful monster. If we could tame one, then... A thought flashed through Bai Yi's mind. This scarecrow, it should be one tier higher than the myriad calamity beast, right? And this scarecrow is a level 90 boss. The beast of 10,000 calamities continued its assault on the scarecrow. Shadow, charge with me. The three of us will attack together. I'd like to know if we can break through the defenses of this boss, the fierce scarecrow. Bai Yi said. The natal shadow also surged forward. The boss, the scarecrow, remained completely unharmed, standing perfectly in place. The myriad calamities beast also spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. The poisonous mist from the myriad calamities beast sprayed onto the scarecrow. But it had no effect whatsoever. Only that cloud of blood mist slowly dissipated. The scarecrow's health points remained unaffected. The boss fears the scarecrow's power, which far surpasses that of an ordinary scarecrow. Bai Yi saw this. His expression darkened slightly. He knew that this boss, the fierce scarecrow, was much more troublesome than he had imagined. He looked at the myriad calamities beast and his natal shadow, and asked, What about you two? Do you have any ideas on how to kill this boss, the fierce scarecrow? After hearing Bai Yi's words, the face of the myriad calamities beast immediately darkened. The myriad calamities beast's myriad calamities toxin is indeed powerful. However, there was no way to kill the scarecrow. The boss's fierce scarecrow attack power is just too strong. The shadow of his own destiny also nodded. This scarecrow has way too many health points. It's impossible to kill it or destroy its body. Then let's kill the other scarecrows first. I'll kill these village scarecrows first. This move, it only reduced the boss, the fierce scarecrow, by a little over 1,000 HP. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. However, that's not enough. He must completely destroy this scarecrow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Streams of sword light burst forth. A terrifying power suddenly emanated from the scarecrow's body. This force caused Bai Yi to involuntarily take a few steps back, and his expression darkened slightly. This scarecrow's defense is incredibly strong. It's as if it's impervious to swords and spears. Bai Yi refused to believe it, and continued his attack. This time, Bai Yi used a skill. The power of the ruler. Bai Yi also incorporated it into the Twilight Greatsword. This makes the Twilight Greatsword even sharper. The Twilight Greatsword swung down, instantly killing the boss, the fierce scarecrow. The myriad calamities beast was also sent flying backwards. It crashed heavily into a wall and was smashed through it. The myriad calamities beast is powerful. However, being attacked by the boss's fierce scarecrow during a feint attack is not an easy experience either. This boss was actually cleaved in two by the Twilight Greatsword. It turned into countless straws and scattered. Moreover, after Bai Yi shattered the boss's body, the straws did not continue to gather together. Instead, it sped off into the distance. Clearly, it was fleeing. Bai Yi frowned slightly. This scene is just too bizarre, isn't it? Bai Yi was only slightly puzzled. Without thinking much about it, he immediately chased after them. Bai Yi and the myriad calamities beast hurried on their way into the distance. For some reason, Bai Yi always felt. This boss, the fierce scarecrow, is not as simple as it seems. It happened shortly after Bai Yi left. The scarecrows reassembled. But, this time, these scarecrows came together. However, it directly transformed into a gigantic demon covered in sharp, spiky teeth. This monster was over 5 meters tall. From head to toe, they all shimmered with the golden light of fresh straw, as if they were cast from gold. And this scarecrow is none other than the demon's true form, the boss fierce scarecrow. Bai Yi suddenly turned around. Kill the myriad calamity beast. Upon hearing this, the myriad calamities beast charged forward. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He hadn't expected that the boss, the fierce scarecrow, would summon its own clone. Bai Yi's Twilight Greatsword pierced directly through the scarecrow's body. The scarecrow still looked angry, as if it felt no pain at all. What's this? Bai Yi frowned. His attack was powerful enough, so how come it didn't even scratch the scarecrow's skin? What kind of monster is this? A system notification sounded in Bai Yi's mind. This monster possesses terrifying regenerative abilities. Bai Yi frowned. This evil scarecrow's regenerative ability is too strong. They still haven't been able to break through it. If you want to completely destroy the scarecrow. Chapter 353 Crimson Scythe, Terrifying Hurricane. 353 Crimson Scythe, Terrifying Hurricane. This scarecrow must be destroyed. Bai Yi thought to himself. The scarecrow instantly transformed into countless straws. A green crystal core emerged from the scarecrow. It looks like this crystal core is the core of the fierce scarecrow boss. Seeing this scene, a glint also flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. The fierce scarecrow boss's innate crystal core. A solemn expression also appeared on Bai Yi's face. This boss is truly extraordinary. This boss is far, far stronger than the average player. What to do? Bai Yi frowned deeply. If it weren't for Bai Yi's help from the myriad calamities beast and his natal shadow, Bai Yi has been dead here for a long time. The myriad calamities beast glanced at Bai Yi. The myriad calamities beast did not hesitate any longer and charged forward. Bai Yi was taken aback. He then nodded. He believed in the beast of 10,000 calamities. After all, the myriad calamity beast is capable of challenging beings of higher levels. Even if you encounter a boss-level boss, you can still put up a fight. The myriad calamities beast is extremely fast. Boom. The scarecrow turned into straw dust that floated in the sky. Is that all? Bai Yi looked at the straw dust rising in the sky with a sense of lingering satisfaction. That's impossible. The scarecrow's health hasn't decreased at all. Could I have guessed wrong? Probably not. How could such a terrifying monster simply be destroyed by us? Bai Yi frowned and began to think. Just then, Bai Yi slashed out with his sword. Even this boss couldn't break through its defenses. How can he be so strong? Bai Yi frowned. This boss's defense is about the same as mine, Bai Yi muttered to himself. At this moment, just as Bai Yi had guessed, this scarecrow's defense is simply too strong. Bai Yi's Twilight Greatsword couldn't do any damage to the scarecrow at all. There's no way to break through this scarecrow's defenses. Looking at this scene, the beast of myriad calamities has already completely eliminated the scarecrows in the other villages. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That a scarecrow could become a boss is absolutely terrifying. Bai Yi touched his chin. Bai Yi knew. This scarecrow is quite formidable. However, they were just a motley crew. They simply cannot be assembled into an army. If it were an army, that would likely result in a complete crushing defeat for Bai Yi. The myriad calamities beast. Bai Yi glanced at the myriad calamities beast beside him. He said, "Could you help me kill a boss?" Roar. The myriad calamities beast roared. Bai Yi shook his head and said, "Then let you give it a try." Bai Yi then withdrew from the battlefield. Before leaving, Bai Yi swung his sword again. But the sword missed its mark. It had absolutely no effect. Just as I expected. Bai Yi shook his head. Just as he expected. This is a boss-level scarecrow. Although its defense is very strong. However, attack and defense are completely incomparable. Bai Yi flashed and appeared directly in front of the scarecrow. The Twilight Greatsword pierced directly into the scarecrow's chest. Bai Yi's target is also the scarecrow's heart. But something happened that surprised Bai Yi. The moment the Twilight Greatsword pierced the scarecrow's chest, a thin protective membrane had appeared on the scarecrow's chest. What's this? Bai Yi frowned. She knew very well how sharp the Twilight Greatsword was. Once pierced, it will definitely pierce through the scarecrow's body. Why does a thin protective film appear on the scarecrow? Could it be? Does this scarecrow have self-healing abilities? Bai Yi frowned. But this scarecrow can heal itself. However, it remains to be seen whether this protective barrier can withstand the onslaught of the myriad calamities beast. Then, the myriad calamities beast flapped its wings. A terrifying hurricane erupted directly. Boom, boom, boom. A hurricane swept in. Bai Yi unleashed another sword strike, this time combined with the power of the Dominator's authority. It remains the same. Bai Yi's Twilight Greatsword landed on the scarecrow. It only broke the scarecrow's body. It was impossible to break through the scarecrow's defenses. And this scarecrow's strength has reached a very high level. My Twilight Greatsword can't even destroy the fierce scarecrow boss? Bai Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. After arriving here, Bai Yi's strength truly improved by leaps and bounds. Bai Yi's attacks are now extremely terrifying. However, when faced with the scarecrow boss, fear is paramount. Bai Yi's attacks couldn't even break through the skin. How could Bai Yi not be shocked? A look of horror flashed across Bai Yi's face. However, these expressions quickly disappeared. Bai continued to use the Twilight Greatsword to attack the fierce Scarecrow boss. Pity. The effect remained the same. This Scarecrow boss has incredibly strong defense. It cannot break through its defenses at all. Damn it. Bai cursed under his breath. At this time, the Scarecrow seemed to have discovered Bai and the others. He roared from within the straw body. In an instant, they drew out one after another large, blood-red scythes. It fears the Scarecrow boss's straw body. He then brandished a large, blood-red scythe once more, the weapon mentioned earlier by the professional system. These sickles are all exceptionally sharp. The blood-red scythe attacked fiercely towards Bai and his companions. The sickle was drawn. The terrifying wind pressure swept directly towards Bai. In an instant, the entire ground. It was shattered by this terrifying hurricane. Once this hurricane forms, this will form a hurricane tornado. A hurricane swept in and swallowed the Scarecrow whole. Meanwhile, the Scarecrows in those villages were battered by the hurricane. They too were shattered one after another. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow witnessed this. They immediately attacked the direction of the straw tornado. Rumble. This moment, the straw tornado swept in. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow were also swept into the hurricane. But the hurricane shows no signs of stopping. It continued to sweep towards Bai. No, we must hide. Otherwise, they might be hit by the hurricane. After thinking about it for a while, Bai realized that. Bai leaped up and jumped into the straw tornado. These straw tornadoes touched Bai's body. It was completely swallowed up. And just after Bai entered the straw tornado, a blood-red scythe appeared. The power of this great scythe also became exceptionally formidable. Bai's expression changed slightly. He knew that the giant scythe was the weapon of the terrifying Scarecrow boss. Chapter 354 Twilight Slash, 200,000 damage. 354 Twilight Slash, 200,000 damage. Twilight Greatsword. Bai shouted and used the Twilight Greatsword to slash directly at the large scythe. The Twilight Strike was unleashed, slashing down upon the terrifying Scarecrow. Uft. Twilight cleaved the head of the terrifying Scarecrow in two. A damage value also appeared. 86,000 points of damage. This boss is indeed formidable. Bai was slightly taken aback. However, it happened very quickly. A cold look appeared on Bai's face. He slashed wildly with the Twilight Greatsword in his hand. The Twilight Greatsword in Bai's hand. They were also frantically hacking at the Scarecrow's body. A series of damage values. It also emerged from above the boss's head. Bai Maguang continued to attack the Scarecrow. The myriad calamities beast was not to be outdone, and immediately unleashed its skills, launching a frenzied attack. They kept attacking the fierce Scarecrow. Boom 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 boom. Moment. The whole Scarecrow. It simply collapses. The sickle was filled with a terrifying, bloody smell. This smell of blood. This created a sense of oppression in Bai and the others. Bai frowned deeply. There was no other way. At this point, the only option was to leave the territory of the fierce Scarecrow. Bai turned to leave, but unfortunately, just then, a flash of cold light ripped through the sky, slashing directly at Bai. What is that? Bai shouted. Bai quickly retreated. Boom. The cold light slashed down beside Bai. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the ground. Bai's body was also thrown out. The Shadow Guardian unleashed its defensive power. Bai glared ahead and saw only a monster with an extremely ferocious appearance. Standing not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at him. The monster was enormous. It looks extremely terrifying. It's still the same boss Scarecrow. Bai was also surprised when he saw the monster's identity. The Scarecrow, now restored to its original state, also revealed a ferocious expression. Looking at Bai, those bloodshot eyes seemed to say, "Hey kids, you lot. They must all die." After saying that, he flashed and attacked again. Something's not right. Bai witnessed this scene. A sense of unease began to creep into my heart. Something's definitely wrong with this Scarecrow. Its attack method seemed somewhat strange. It was not a simple attack. Thinking of this, Bai swung the Twilight Greatsword. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, Bai also used Twilight's special skill. Bai also unleashed a slash at this moment. Boom 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 boom. It struck the Scarecrow's body. Myriad Calamities Beast attack. Bai immediately roared. The Beast of Myriad Calamities launched a direct attack on the fierce Scarecrow. The body of the Myriad Calamities Beast instantly swelled. It became the body of a terrifying monster. It crashed directly into the Scarecrow. The impact of the Myriad Calamities Beast was an incredibly terrifying force. It crashed directly into the scarecrow's body. A terrifying shockwave instantly erupted from the mouth of the myriad calamities beast. This shockwave, it brought with it a wild and powerful impact. It simply means destroying everything in front of you. Bai was also caught in the aftershocks. His body slammed heavily behind him. It was hit and created a deep crater. Bai was also looking at the boss in front of him. A solemn expression also appeared in Bai Yi's eyes. This guy is incredibly strong. Bai Yi didn't think much of it, his face darkening. He never expected this. I just defeated that fierce scarecrow boss. Now another terrifying scarecrow boss has arrived. Bai Yi swung his sword directly. Instantly, the myriad calamities beast coordinated its attack, with newly appearing glands unleashing lightning to create a combined attack. Endless bolts of lightning shot out directly. Boom, 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 boom. These lightning bolts. It slammed into the terrifying scarecrow boss. A terrifying burst of thunder erupted. This immediately caused significant damage to the fierce scarecrow. The scarecrow of fear also let out a pitiful howl. Damn it. This guy not only has high defense. Even its attack power is high. Bai Yi's face was gloomy. Myriad calamities beast, go deal with this fierce scarecrow. The myriad calamities beast responded. He leaped forward suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they came directly to the front of the terrifying scarecrow. And at this moment, the scythe of the fierce scarecrow also slashed fiercely down at the myriad calamity beast. Click. The body of the myriad calamities beast also instantly collapsed. This beast of 10,000 tribulations suddenly. I was almost killed instantly by that terrifying scarecrow. Bai Yi's expression changed drastically. This fierce scarecrow is moving incredibly fast. It's so fast that even ordinary players can't dodge it. Damn it. Bai Yi shouted out. At the same time, his figure moved quickly. This scarecrow is incredibly powerful. We cannot confront them head-on. The fierce scarecrow let out a hoarse voice. The figure moved quickly. They chased after them immediately. Bai Yi's expression also hardened when he saw this. That scarecrow is moving incredibly fast. It was so fast that he felt suffocated. And, at this moment, the body of this fearful scarecrow, it seemed to have transformed into a net-like structure, enveloping him. Bai Yi's expression suddenly changed. Damn it, what's going on? What on earth is going on? Bai Yi cursed loudly, and quickly used Twilight to defend himself. After Twilight landed on the monster, it actually fell to the ground. Bai Yi was startled. He hadn't expected this either. Such dangers may arise. The boss's strength also shocked Bai Yi. Bai Yi also dared not confront them head-on. He quickly used his Dominator powers to pull Twilight back from the ground. It's an incredibly terrifying skill. Bai Yi's body moved like a ghost, constantly dodging the terrifying scarecrow. In a short time, the fierce scarecrow was unable to attack Bai Yi. Huh. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. I breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yi stared at the terrifying scarecrow before him. A cold, stern look appeared on his face as he said, "Didn't you want us to die?" As they were talking, Bai Yi swung the Twilight greatsword fiercely. The Twilight greatsword swung down, aiming for the scarecrow's head. He slashed down fiercely. It's also very terrifying. The sword fell. This fear is on top of the scarecrow's head. A massive amount of damage was instantly unleashed. This is the fear of the scarecrow's HP. It also resulted in a loss of over 200,000 damage points in an instant. This move, that also knocked the fierce scarecrow to the ground. At this point, the Twilight Greatsword was quite troublesome. Bai Yi also frowned. But, this monster, however, withstood the myriad calamities beast head-on and even resisted its skills. Chapter 355 Hidden Attributes, Defensive Showdown. 355 Hidden Attribute, Defense in Combat. This made Bai Yi feel extremely troubled. The scarecrow was very fast, and Bai Yi managed to dodge its attack. But, Bai Yi just dodged it. The next second, the fierce scarecrow's attack came again. This attack was much faster than the first one. This fierce scarecrow is moving incredibly fast. It was so fast that Bai Yi couldn't react in time. Moreover, Bai Yi also sensed it. Bai Yi thought to himself, this boss's attack power is just too high. Bai Yi was also struggling to withstand the attacks of the fierce scarecrow. But, I refuse to believe that I can survive an absolute attack. Bai Yi thought through gritted teeth. This terrifying scarecrow is the most troublesome monster he has encountered so far. This guy is too strong. We have to find his weakness. Seeing the scarecrow's attack, Bai Yi couldn't help but think to himself. He looked at the scarecrow. His eyes started to move. I've come up with a good idea. Myriad Calamity Beast, attack. I want to show this scarecrow that we're not so easy to deal with. Bai Yi looked at the scarecrow, a sly smile playing on his lips. His goal was clear. He intends to use the Myriad Calamities beast to completely eliminate it. Upon hearing this, the Myriad Calamities beast charged forward. Fight the Scarecrow. Bang bang bang. The beast of Myriad Calamities kept ramming into the Scarecrow. However, the damage from the Myriad Calamity beast is not high. It's only around a few thousand to tens of thousands. However, the Scarecrow has millions of health points. Bai saw the damage the Myriad Calamities beast had suffered. He couldn't help but gasp. How could this Scarecrow's defense be so high? This is really hard to believe. The beast of Myriad Calamities kept attacking the Scarecrow boss. However, the Scarecrow boss has a lot of health. It is still improving slowly. Upon seeing the Scarecrow boss's HP, Bai's expression changed slightly. The Scarecrow's HP continues to increase. The beast of 10,000 calamities, deal with it. Roar. The beast of Myriad Calamities roared in fury. At this moment, countless thunderbolts were also unleashed. The monster slashed at the body of the terrifying Scarecrow. Thunderous power was continuously released. But this monster was completely fearless. With a flash, he avoided the myriad lightning bolts of the Myriad Calamities beast. Then, the boss, the fierce Scarecrow, came directly at Bai. Bai's expression changed slightly. We dare not be careless. The Twilight Sword also attacked the monster directly. Bang! The sword struck the monster's body. But, the monster's body was completely undamaged. And, the monster even grabbed Bai's Twilight Greatsword. A terrifying power emanated from it. This caused Bai's body to fly backward. Bai's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with shock. He had never expected this. This boss fears scarecrows, which gives it such power. They actually caught his Twilight Greatsword. No matter how hard he tried, I can't pull them out. The monster's claws were incredibly sharp. Roar. The boss, the Scarecrow, roared in fear. His body went straight towards Bai in an attack. Bai's expression changed drastically. He swung the Twilight Greatsword wildly in his hand. But, kill! Bai shouted loudly. The Myriad Calamities beast and the Myriad Thoughts beast also launched a frenzied attack. Keep attacking this boss. But, the result remained the same. Bai's Twilight Sword continued to slash. The boss was also constantly being attacked by Bai. Hateful. Bai gritted her teeth. He never expected this. This Scarecrow boss is incredibly powerful. The Scarecrow boss looked at Bai with fear. You're very strong, but... Am I, Bai, someone who fears trouble? If you want my life, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Bai's face was icy cold. He hadn't expected it either. On his journey, he had unexpectedly encountered such a terrifying monster. The Scarecrow boss is terrifying. But, now that we've come this far, there's no reason to back down. If the Scarecrow wants to live, it must pay a price. The Scarecrow of Fear, upon seeing this, merely sneered disdainfully. In this world, there are many people who want him dead. However, all of these people died at his hands. He doesn't believe in superstitions. Damn it. I'd like to try it out and see if this Scarecrow boss is really that powerful. Bai sneered. He swung the Twilight Sword in his hand. On the Twilight Greatsword, countless sword beams shot out and attacked the Scarecrow. This moment, the fierce Scarecrow also brandished its sickle. It clashed with the Twilight Sword. This scene also surprised Bai. Unexpectedly, the Scarecrow's attack power was so formidable. This Scarecrow is just too creepy. At this moment, Bai dared not be negligent. The Twilight Greatsword was unleashed immediately. The Twilight Greatsword was emanating a terrifying aura. Rumble. At that moment, Bai also used a skill. A massive sword beam slashed directly at the terrifying Scarecrow. This strike. It's enough to instantly kill any ordinary player. It's even possible to instantly kill ordinary bosses. But for this boss, it's nothing at all. Puff. This fierce Scarecrow moves extremely fast. Even at Bai's speed. They could hardly keep up with his speed. Bai's expression changed. His body swayed. They directly dodged the Scarecrow's attack. This Scarecrow has very high attack power. If it's about confronting this fearsome Scarecrow, you will definitely get hurt. Killing this fierce Scarecrow is not an easy task at all. But, how could he possibly give up this opportunity? Bai's face also showed a hint of determination. Their faces wore a ruthless expression. Kill. They attacked the Scarecrow together. The fierce Scarecrow was enraged. Bai's expression also turned extremely unpleasant. This guy is really tough. This fierce Scarecrow's hidden defensive attributes are definitely very high. We need to think of a solution. But, Bai looked at the monster, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Bai immediately activated Shadow Guardian. Shadow Guardians have very strong defensive capabilities. Bai Yi's physical defenses also increased dramatically. This fears every attack from the scarecrow. None of them could shake Bai Yi in the slightest. This monster is really strong. What should we do? The myriad calamities beast attacked in silence. Never mind. We have to find this monster's weakness and then attack it. Otherwise, we'll be swallowed up by him sooner or later. Chapter 356 Flesh and Blood Core, Vulnerability and Weakness. 356 Flesh and Blood Core, Vulnerability and Weakness. Bai Yi looked at the monster and said, "So what is this weakness, and how do we find it?" Core. Does this boss have a core? Like the shadow water, it has a core. It's actually a weakness? Bai Yi glanced at everyone and continued. This weakness, once we find this boss's weakness, then we can defeat this boss. This weakness is the core of the scarecrow's eerie flesh and blood. I think that should be correct. Upon hearing what Bai Yi said, the eyes of one Jia beast and the others also lit up suddenly. That's right, that should be it. The core of this monster lies within this body. So I think that as long as we find its core, then we can kill this monster. Bai Yi nodded after she finished speaking. This is the principle. He knew it too. What do we do now? Of course, we should take it down first. Bai Yi said. Immediately, they also began to take action. Bai Yi's twilight greatsword pierced directly through the body of the boss, the fierce scarecrow. With a soft puff, bright red blood splattered out. Bai Yi's face immediately darkened. Damn it, the boss's fierce scarecrow isn't reacting at all. Twilight. Bai Yi activated his skill again. The Twilight Slash was also unleashed. A terrifying sword aura struck the boss directly. This moment, the boss, fearing the scarecrow, also felt pain. This Twilight Slash does more than just reduce a monster's defense. More importantly, it can cause enormous damage. Bai Yi's Twilight attack severely damaged the boss. Everyone was taken aback by Bai Yi's words. That's a great idea. The scarecrow of fear, the core of the body. Only this core was shattered. This boss will kill the scarecrow naturally by fearing it. But the core point Bai Yi was referring to, where exactly is it? He simply couldn't find it. Fear of the scarecrow. However, it possesses unparalleled movement speed. There is simply no way to stop the scarecrow of fear from tracking you. Moreover, it has endless attacks, making it virtually impossible to defend against. The core of this problem must lie within this scarecrow of fear, but we simply can't find it. Bai Yi said, "So what do we do now? Am I really supposed to just wait for this terrifying scarecrow to kill me?" Bai Yi shook his head. He looked at the frightened scarecrow, his gaze serious. "Never mind. We don't have any other choice now anyway. In that case, let's fight to the death. This boss's attack power is really too strong. Even I am probably no match for it. And if we want to kill this boss, we must first defeat it." A resolute look appeared in Bai Yi's eyes. This boss's weakness. Once this core is shattered, this monster will be completely destroyed. Bai Yi said in a deep voice. Hearing Bai Yi say this, the myriad calamities beast nodded in agreement. This is the weakness of the fierce scarecrow. Then let me take care of him. I must kill it. Bai Yi's face also carried a hint of gloom. A boss of this caliber doesn't require him to deal with him personally. This boss, the scarecrow, is not even worthy of his attention. Your goals are too ambitious. Although this boss is strong, if we join forces, we still have a chance to kill it. Bai Yi said. This boss, the fierce scarecrow, is also extremely powerful. On their side, only Bai Yi is qualified. The rest simply don't qualify. Such a powerful monster should naturally be slain by Bai Yi, not the rest of the people. Bai Yi shook his head. I'll deal with this boss. Bai Yi said calmly. Hearing Bai Yi say this, the group of shadow subordinates were also stunned. However, he didn't say anything. Bai Yi had already made up his mind anyway. They won't stop them anymore. They know. I was just helping out. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. I understand now. The core is inside his body, within those strange flesh and blood. Otherwise, how could we possibly defeat it? Bai Yi smiled and said, in that case, let's go dig out this core and destroy it. Bai Yi said. After listening, the myriad calamities beast nodded. Bai Yi muttered to himself again. All right, let's get started. Immediately, the group then began to act. I need your help. Bai Yi looked at the myriad calamities beast and said. The myriad calamities beast nodded. Bai Yi said, you lure this boss, the fierce scarecrow, over here first, and then I'll attack the monster's core. The myriad calamities beast nodded. The myriad calamities beast flickered and transformed into a red shooting star. It charged off into the distance. At this moment, Bai Yi also clenched his fist. A terrifying aura emanated from the Twilight Greatsword. Twilight Slash. Twilight Slash. This flesh and blood is its weakness. But it is not a fatal weakness. And the fatal weakness is something we just need to defeat. So he is dead. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he suddenly realized what was going on. So, how do we find its weaknesses? Bai Yi said. The problem now is not inside the monster's body. Bai Yi said. His expression was extremely serious. Bai Yi's gaze also fell upon his surroundings. It has absolutely no ability to resist now. Bai Yi remained silent for a moment. He suddenly looked into the distance. The plan was to use the blood of the fear scarecrow as bait. Bai Yi said coldly. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Within the body of the scarecrow of fear, there is a core of fear. I really didn't expect that. They are now also starting to feel a headache. How do we find the core? The myriad calamities beast also frowned and spoke. They are now at their wits' end. This monster's attributes are truly terrifying. Moreover, their skills. They were powerless to do anything about the other party. This monster was like a mudfish. There's simply nothing we can do about him. And this boss is so fast. That's incredibly fast. They simply couldn't catch up. The core. I've got it. Bai Yi looked at everyone and said indifferently. I wonder if this boss has any weaknesses. Weakness. Chapter 357 Fearful Flames, Flesh and Blood Core. 357 Fearful Flames, Flesh Core. Everyone looked at Bai Yi with confusion. That's right, it's a weakness. As long as we can find his weakness, then we can easily kill this monster. Bai Yi said indifferently. At that moment, a glint of light also shone in his eyes. He was also waiting for the myriad calamities beast to lure the monster over. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast had already begun to act. The myriad calamities beast glanced at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded slightly. The myriad calamities beast then sped off into the distance. Roar! At that moment, two angry roars rang out. The distance between the fear scarecrow and the beast of 10,000 calamities was getting closer and closer. The myriad calamities beast also began its operation. A flame suddenly erupted from its body. The flames burned rapidly. A scorching heat also spread out. The scarecrow feared seeing the flames. His pupils also contracted. Clearly, he was afraid of fire. This is the ability that the myriad calamity beast regained during this period of battle, since it has regained its poison mist and lightning abilities. Then his fire ability was restored. Roar! The fear scarecrow roared and pounced on the myriad calamity beast. Boom! The next moment, the two monsters collided. The two monsters collided directly and exploded. How are we supposed to get that thing? This won't be easy. Bai Yi said. Core, what should we do? How do we get our hands on this core now? It's not easy. Bai Yi also frowned. They are now at their wits' end. The core is in its abdomen. Once its abdomen is cut open, the core can be extracted. However, the location of this core is too strange. Bai Yi frowned and said, I feel that this core is probably the most vulnerable part of its body. Bai Yi looked at the terrified scarecrow. The fear scarecrow was attacking them frantically. Bai Yi is now also in dire straits. His rank is too low. Fortunately, he had two pieces of equipment. He can't even break through the monster's body now. How he attacks the monster's weak points. This monster has a weakness. Bai Yi was also very puzzled. This monster's attributes are terrifying. They only have one possibility now. That is to smash this monster. However, this is not a major problem. The main problem is that this scarecrow boss has an extremely powerful regeneration ability, even if you reduce its health by too much at once. But the next moment, it can recover quite a bit. That's absolutely outrageous. But even if his core is shattered, I'm afraid there's no way to get out of this predicament. That depends on your choice. Should we choose to fight him? We still choose to retreat. Bai Yi said calmly. Bai Yi also shouted loudly. Bai Yi witnessed this scene. He nodded. All right, let's begin. Bai Yi said. His body jolted. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in front of Bai Yi. He waved his hand. Everyone was surprised. Does this boss have any weaknesses? Yes. I know what its weaknesses are. It fears blood the most. But there must be something special about this core. Once we find the core, we can kill him. Bai Yi said. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the myriad calamities beast suddenly understood. Bai Yi said. Yes, we can find its weakness. This monster has less than 3 million health points. Therefore, we need to completely deplete its HP. Only in this way can we kill it. Otherwise, even if we kill it, but our health will also be depleted. And this fear scarecrow can restore its health, which is one of the reasons why it is so difficult to kill. After listening to Bai Yi's words, one Jie beast, and the others. Then it dawned on me. This is the core and the key point. This is also the biggest weakness of the Scarecrow boss, as long as this core issue, if it's the core, is also the weakness. Okay, let's go. Once the core is found, destroy it immediately, then kill the monster. Otherwise, he will keep chasing us. Could his weakness be that fearful scarecrow? That terrifying scarecrow? Bai Yihue proposed such a crazy plan. But that is indeed a good idea. But this boss is too cunning. It's impossible to find its weakness. It's incredibly difficult to find it. So how can we find out what its weaknesses are? Bai Yi asked. The beast of myriad calamities was also deeply troubled. You should rest for a while. I think I'll take care of this problem. Bai Yi said. Bai Yi had just finished speaking. The myriad calamities beast and the others felt a terrifying sense of oppression emanating from their surroundings. They looked over. They discovered it right before their eyes. The Scarecrow boss is terrifying. This fear scarecrow is filled with terrifying power. Is it the Scarecrow of fear? The myriad calamities beast gasped in shock upon seeing the monster. Bai Yi said, Don't do anything rash. We can't beat this fear scarecrow. Moreover, the fear scarecrow's attack power is truly terrifying. Then let's start with its weaknesses. Once this core is destroyed, it becomes completely worthless. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Then you're right. The core is his most important thing, and it must be destroyed. Then, you're right then. We'll start by exploiting the scarecrow's weakness. Ha ha ha, great. Then let's start with his weaknesses. What is his weakness? Bai Yi listened, smiled slightly, and then said, It's the core within his flesh and blood body. The core of this monster's flesh and blood body contains terrifying soul power. Once we destroy its core, it will be completely dead. This fear scarecrow boss has lost the ability to regenerate flesh and blood and is no longer a threat. Bai Yi looked into the monster's eyes and said, I understand. That's it. I'll go destroy it. Leave it to me. Bai Yi said. The myriad calamities beast nodded. Chapter 358 High Defense, Domination and Restraint. 358 has high defense and can control and bind. Hearing Bai Yi's words, he also became puzzled. Weakness. What is that? Could it be its core? Bai Yi nodded. That's right, that's the core. The core issue is the fear within the body of this fear scarecrow. Bai Yi was stunned. He had never seen anything like this before. The core of fear? The core is inside it. Bai Yi nodded. That's right. Once you find the core inside this fear scarecrow, it will dissipate on its own. Bai Yi nodded. The method is very simple. Just extract its core, isn't that enough? Bai Yi was speechless for a moment. How do we get our hands on its core? This boss is too cunning. There's no way to get a hold of him. This fear scarecrow's defense is too high. Even if his attacks land on its body, they cannot cause any damage. This monster is really too troublesome. Moreover, he couldn't get close to it at all. Bai Yi said. Everyone was looking at him. This boss doesn't seem to have any weaknesses, does it? Yes, my deduction is that this monster has a fatal weakness. That is the core of this monster. Bai Yi said. Only by destroying its core can it be killed. Otherwise, this guy's health is terrifying. Bai Yi said. Bai Yi also shook his head. Bai Yi smiled slightly. At this moment, the flames on the body of the myriad calamities beast also suddenly burst into flames. This boss does have weaknesses, but its straw body is even more afraid of the fire of the beast of 10,000 calamities. So, let's use this trick to test the boss's strength. If I can kill him, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Bai Yi looked at the myriad calamities beast and spoke slowly. The myriad calamities beast nodded. Bai Yi looked around and said, I need your help. My destined shadow will cooperate with you and fight together. After all, this boss's defense is just too strong. My weapons simply cannot break through its defenses. Does this monster have no weaknesses? Could it be that he has something special about him that others can't detect? Perhaps. Bai Yi looked around and said indifferently. Perhaps he has some secret. Upon hearing this, the myriad calamities beast nodded in agreement. Immediately, Bai Yi took action. He began searching for the scarecrow's weaknesses. Bai Yi is very fast. It kept moving around the scarecrow. His eyes were constantly scanning the area. Finally, Bai Yi's gaze fell on the back of the fear scarecrow. Joy also appeared on Bai Yi's face. Because he lacks this thing in this world. Everyone was stunned. Bai Yi said, The core is located at the center of this monster's straw and flesh. That is the core, and within that core lies the power of fear. Bai Yi said, I think the core of this is the power of fear. Only by destroying the core can we completely defeat the monster. Bai Yi's eyes were extremely solemn, clearly showing that he attached great importance to the core of this fierce scarecrow. The scarecrow of fear listened. He suddenly became agitated and launched a frenzied attack on Bai Yi. That terrifying scarecrow boss, incredibly, began to speak human language. Damn it, die, die. The fierce scarecrow roared and, wielding a giant scythe, slashed directly at Bai Yi. As the enormous scythe came crashing down, Bai Yi's expression changed. But they remained fearless. Die, die. Two low growls came at the same time. Bai Yi raised the twilight great sword in his hand and slashed at the scythe. Boom, 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 boom. A series of collision sounds rang out. Bai Yi and the fierce scarecrow immediately engaged in battle. Bai Yi's rank is not low. However, the scarecrow of fear is of a higher level. After this battle, the two sides ended in a draw. Bai Yi's expression changed. However, he was not worried. Weaknesses? I've never seen such a thing before, and I don't know where they are. However, I believe that this core is definitely a weakness. It's just that I didn't notice it, and I didn't even notice it. After all, he didn't even notice this. This thing is his weakness. His weakness may only be his core. The myriad calamities beast also realized something and was immediately overjoyed. All right, then let's do as I say. Leave this to me. Find its weakness and kill it. Bai Yi also said with a smile. He also felt a little excited and expectant. He was also very curious about what this core would actually look like. Bai Yi said with a smile. Don't worry. The power of the ruler. A terrifying binding force appeared on the fierce scarecrow, rendering it temporarily unable to move. What happened? What happened to me? Just then, the monster, the scarecrow boss, suddenly felt dizzy. He discovered that his vision had become blurry. What's going on? The scarecrow boss was terrified. How did it become like this? Could it be? What was it thinking? No, the fierce scarecrow boss roared. However, although they were affected, their lives were not in danger. Bai Yi frowned slightly upon hearing the terrifying scarecrow's roar. Bai Yi was puzzled. The myriad calamities beast shook its head. Bai Yi also became puzzled. He looked at the terrified scarecrow, a hint of solemnity on his face. The monster seemed extremely angry and resentful. He wanted to break free from the power of the ruler. No need to waste your time. Although you can break free, you can't get rid of it completely. These are two different concepts. Bai Yi smiled. Although the scarecrow boss can forcibly break free from control, it cannot eliminate this effect. These are two completely different things. Even the scarecrow boss was deeply shocked by this. This is truly a formidable enemy. Bai Yi seemed poised to defeat the boss easily, just like always. He also looked over. A drop of blood was found stained on the twilight greatsword. The blood was actually the blood of the fierce scarecrow boss. Bai Yi looked at the blood on the twilight greatsword, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Chapter 359 Cooperative Operations, Core Elements Very Small. 359 Cooperative Operations, Core Components are Minimal. Fierce Scarecrow begins its attack, extending its hands full of straw. These straws were woven from terrifying vines. Bai Yi knew. The fierce scarecrow will create terrifying vines in a short period of time. Bai Yi is ready now. Twilight. At the command, the twilight shot straight out and pierced the core of the scarecrow's body. A moment later, Bai Yi saw the answer he was looking for. The beast of myriad calamities and its natal shadow feigned an attack, while the beast itself remained beneath the scarecrow's body. It was only then that Bai Yi discovered a very serious problem. So what are his weaknesses? What is it? Bai Yi carefully observed his surroundings, and suddenly, he noticed something. Bai Yi immediately retreated to dodge, while simultaneously attacking the scarecrow with the myriad calamities beast in his hand. Bai Yi's attacks were fierce, but it had no effect because he didn't know how to break the core of the fierce scarecrow. The core of the fierce scarecrow lies beneath the straw, but it cannot be seen. Even the myriad calamities beast cannot see it. Therefore, both monsters attack based on instinct. Bai Yi now has to use all his skills to destroy the core of the fierce scarecrow. This is a task that demands a great deal of endurance and skill. Sweat beaded on Bai Yi's forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. However, they still did not give up attacking the fierce scarecrow. The fierce scarecrow has low health, but high defense and decent attack power. However, Bai Yi's attacks could not break through its defenses at all. These straws have sharp barbs. Even a human martial artist would be severely injured if pricked by one. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow also began a feint attack. Fierce Scarecrow Boss repeatedly stabs the beast of 10,000 calamities with the straw in his hand. Several small cuts have appeared on the body of the myriad calamities beast. The shadows continued to flow, and the wound continued to widen. And the natal shadow wasn't much better off. On his abdomen, there was also a long crack, from which shadows kept emanating. At this point, every strike was extremely ruthless, even cruel. Roar! A furious roar came from deep within the throat of the myriad calamities beast. The myriad calamities beast suddenly lashed forward with its claws. Bang! A huge hole suddenly appeared on the scarecrow's head. A thick stream of flames spewed from the mouth of the myriad calamities beast. Awoo! The scarecrow's body was charred. Suddenly, wisps of blue smoke rose up. Roar! The beast of 10,000 calamities opened its mouth wide again. Terrifying flames erupted once more. The beast of myriad calamities was also wrapped in straw. But then, the flames burned all the straw to ashes. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow charged towards Bai Yi's direction, one after the other. The myriad calamities beast's attack method is simple. It uses its body weight and impact force to ram into its enemies. The main shadow, on the other hand, exerts pressure on the opponent. To launch an attack. Roar! The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow launched an attack simultaneously. Upon seeing this, the fierce scarecrow hurriedly hid inside the straw. Bai Yi immediately stepped back to avoid getting tangled in the straw. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow attacked from the left and right respectively. Bai Yi then used Twilight, aiming a powerful sword beam at the fierce scarecrow's chest. This attack was no small matter. This attack was completely different from the one Bai Yi had used before. You could say that. He immediately unleashed all his power into it. Roar! The scarecrow of fear let out a painful howl. However, it was not able to completely destroy the core of the fierce scarecrow. Twilight. Bai Yi continued to use Twilight. It's quite powerful. It could probably pierce through even ordinary weapons. Pity. The fierce scarecrow is not an ordinary item, but a monster, or even a monster boss. It possesses a strong vitality. Roar! The scarecrow of fear went berserk. It knocked the two of them back and then pounced on Bai Yi. Bai Yi saw danger approaching. He dodged immediately, but he still couldn't escape. Because the scarecrow of fear opened its mouth and bit Bai Yi. In an instant, the Shadow Guardian appeared and directly withstood the attack. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi then used the power of the Dominator, dragging his body directly into the sky. Bai Yi fell straight down from the sky. The myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow immediately rushed over. The beast of myriad calamities sent the scarecrow of fear flying into the air with a single palm strike. Then, the natal shadow transformed into the natal weapon, the shadow dagger, and stabbed the fierce scarecrow in the abdomen. Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast immediately pounced on the straw. The beast of myriad calamities suddenly swung its weapon. Bang! Two powerful wind blades shot out from the arms of the myriad calamity beast. It slammed hard onto that single straw. The power of the myriad calamities beast is astonishing, even with just a casual move. But it can also easily destroy the outer shell of this straw. At this moment, the myriad calamities beast. Because of the rebound force, his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. The beast of myriad calamities was unharmed. However, this put the fierce scarecrow in a passive position. The scarecrow's legs involuntarily retreated. The myriad calamities beast was overjoyed at the sight and roared as it charged forward once more. It lunged at the scarecrow. At this point, the fierce scarecrow was already at a disadvantage. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing this. Seizing the opportunity, the twilight in his hand suddenly emitted a cold glint. The cold light pierced through the body of the fierce scarecrow, but did not endanger its core. Obviously, the core of this fierce scarecrow boss is not so easy to attack. The myriad calamities beast became even more excited upon seeing this. Seeing this, the natal shadow also became excited. Both rushed toward the fierce scarecrow at the same time. Meanwhile, Bai Yi took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the fierce scarecrow boss. His feet were on the lawn. His target was not the myriad calamities beast or his natal shadow. Bai Yi lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped over. Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow quickly shifted their attention. The beast of myriad calamities attacked the scarecrow of fear once more. However, neither of them was as fast as Bai Yi. Upon seeing this, the fierce scarecrow boss suddenly let out a roar. It suddenly stretched out like a whip. It lashed out at the myriad calamities beast. Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast hurriedly dodged. However, Its tail was in the spot where the Myriad Calamities beast had just stood. It left a deep scratch. The beast of Myriad Calamities felt pain and glared angrily at the terrifying scarecrow boss before it. Chapter 360 The boss erupts, blood spills. 360 Boss erupts, blood spills. At this moment, the fierce scarecrow boss finally unleashed its power. Boom! The scarecrow boss suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy surge instantly spread out, causing the nearby trees to sway violently, as if they were about to break. Suddenly, a raging fire burst forth from the scarecrow, then it turned to ashes, which drifted into the air. This move was like a devastating attack. Call. A cool breeze swept by. But this kind of attack is something that cannot be ignored. The fierce scarecrow will regain its strength after a certain amount of time. In that case, the expressions on the faces of the Myriad Calamities beast and its natal shadow were both grim, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait in place, waiting for those fierce scarecrows to reassemble and reform. Bai thought of something. He quickly turned and left, in the direction he went. The scope is very broad. Bang! The beast of Myriad Calamities struck again with its claws. An even more powerful impact repelled the fierce scarecrow boss. Bai pressed his advantage and attacked again. Bang! Another twilight. Bai once again severely injured the fierce scarecrow boss. However, the fierce scarecrow boss stubbornly survived. This boss is really too difficult to deal with. Bai frowned. It's not just because they're difficult to deal with. Moreover, this scarecrow's fighting ability is too formidable. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, and the entire forest trembled. Moreover, the trees began to sway. It looked like something was about to burst out. The Myriad Calamities beast and its natal shadow retreated a short distance at the same time, then cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Boom! A huge explosion came from underground. This sound made both the Scarecrow of Fear and the Beast of Eternity uneasy. The Beast of Myriad Calamities stomped its feet on the ground incessantly, seemingly trying to calm itself down. His natal shadow was in human form, its eyes fixed intently on Bai. Bai knew that something was definitely going to happen. The Beast of Eternity and the Scarecrow of Fear seemed to be waiting for something to happen. Bang! Bang! The ground began to shake violently. The Scarecrow's body convulsed on the ground. The Myriad Calamities beast pounced again, slamming the fierce Scarecrow boss to the ground. The Beast of 10,000 Calamities slammed its claw into the chest of the Scarecrow of Fear. The Myriad Calamities beast has extremely strong attack power. The Scarecrow boss let out a scream. The Myriad Calamities beast was even more excited upon seeing this. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a fireball shot out. It smashed directly into the Scarecrow's stomach. Boom! A huge shockwave spread outwards. Bai's body was also lifted up by the shockwave and sent flying. Bai landed. But Bai didn't stop. Instead, she quickly got up. Continued charging towards the fierce Scarecrow boss. A bloody wound appeared on the Scarecrow's abdomen. The Scarecrow of Fear let out a roar. Bai's expression was rather unpleasant. He knew it. The Scarecrow's injuries weren't too serious. It was just temporarily unable to fight. But the fierce Scarecrow's vitality is simply too great. The fierce Scarecrow has a lifespan of 3 million, and it can continuously regenerate. Although Bai's body is incredibly strong, it has its limits. A fierce glint appeared in the eyes of the Myriad Calamities beast. A pair of claws reached out and grabbed at the neck of the fierce Scarecrow. At this time, Bai also swiftly targeted the Scarecrow boss's neck. Bang! The claws of the Beast of 10,000 Calamities eventually pierced through the body of the Scarecrow of Fear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai kicked the fierce Scarecrow boss in the stomach. The Scarecrow of Fear immediately let out an angry howl. Bai immediately retreated, moving away from the fierce Scarecrow boss. The Scarecrow boss immediately switched its attack target. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and there were even wisps of black lines at the corners of its mouth. Bai immediately issued a warning. The Scarecrow boss is about to use its ultimate attack. Dodge quickly. Upon hearing this, the Myriad Calamities beast and its natal shadow immediately retreat and avoid it. Upon seeing this, the Scarecrow boss flew into a rage. Bai continued to unleash twilight attacks. Whoosh! Bai once again thrust the twilight blade in his hand toward the neck of the fierce Scarecrow. Bang! The twilight pierced through the Scarecrow's body and struck its head directly. Ah! The Scarecrow of Fear let out a shrill scream. Bai took the opportunity to run far away and stand next to a tree. Bai glanced at the fierce Scarecrow. Whoosh! His body vanished instantly. When it reappears, He had already reached the side of the beast of 10,000 calamities. Bai Yi's hands quickly formed hand seals. Whoosh! The twilight blade suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. Boom! A violent explosion. 2 shocking bloodstains suddenly appeared on the scarecrow's abdomen. Bai Yi pressed his advantage and immediately used Twilight to attack the Myriad Calamities beast. Although the Myriad Calamities beast's body was covered in wounds, its ferocious aura remained undiminished. Bai Yi frowned upon seeing this. The Twilight Blade is too powerful, but this attack is not enough to kill the opponent. However, the Twilight Sword is Bai Yi's biggest trump card, and he will never show it to anyone easily. The Twilight Sword's aura was aimed directly at the throat of the fierce Scarecrow boss. The Scarecrow of Fear saw Bai Yi's actions and couldn't help but shout. Roar! Bai Yi observed the Scarecrow's reaction to fear. A smile appeared on his face. The light on the Twilight Sword was even brighter. And at this time, the fierce Scarecrow suddenly pounced on Bai Yi as if it had gone mad. Its body had turned completely red, even its eyes were red. It looks like a bright ruby. A woo! The Myriad Calamities beast roared once more. The roar was filled with intense resentment and murderous intent. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast charged forward again. Another bloody gash appeared on the Scarecrow boss's body. Fresh blood kept oozing from the wound. The Scarecrow boss's legs involuntarily retreated. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast roared again. The Scarecrow slowed down involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Yi unleashed another burst of powerful energy from the twilight in his hand. Twilight. A powerful energy quickly gathered around Bai Yi. The Scarecrow's body was instantly enveloped in twilight. Chapter 361 Fear is Dead, Shadow Extraction. 361 Fear is Dead, Shadow Extraction. Bai Yi, holding twilight, stabbed it hard into the fierce Scarecrow's stomach. The Scarecrow boss let out a painful scream. At the same time, the skin on the body rapidly atrophied, turning into dry tree branches. The Scarecrow cried out in despair. He fell to the ground. He stood up, a smile on his face, and looked at the Myriad Calamities beast and his natal shadow. Well done. But Bai Yi didn't intend for it to end there. The twilight glow grew brighter and brighter. The Myriad Calamities beast and its natal shadow have arrived beside the fierce Scarecrow. Bai Yi seized the opportunity, and twilight emitted another beam of light. Boom! The Scarecrow's abdomen was blown open with a large hole. A stream of bright red blood spurted out. The Scarecrow boss seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this, the Myriad Calamities beast kicked the fierce Scarecrow away, then opened its huge mouth and bit down hard on the fierce Scarecrow's body. Click! The Scarecrow's body was torn to shreds and turned into powder by the beast of 10,000 calamities. A terrifying aura erupted from the body of the Myriad Calamities beast, reaching the level of a 7-star magical beast. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast let out a series of angry growls before devouring the fierce Scarecrow. After devouring the eerie flesh and blood of the fierce Scarecrow, the Myriad Calamities beast discovered that its strength had increased significantly. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast let out another angry growl. Then, the Myriad Calamities beast pounced directly at it. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's expression changed. He immediately used Twilight and instantly vanished. Huffing and puffing. However, the Myriad Calamities beast was extremely fast and caught up in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast roared and swung its massive tail violently. Roar! The voice of the Scarecrow of Fear came. The Myriad Calamities beast looked in the direction from which the sound came. He discovered. In the distance, a person is moving slowly. The Myriad Calamities beast immediately ran towards the fierce Scarecrow in the distance. Although the Scarecrow's flesh and blood were incredibly tough, they still couldn't withstand the beast of 10,000 calamities tearing and biting. Finally, after a fierce struggle by the Myriad Calamity beast, it was defeated. Bai Yi was also drawn to the battle of the Myriad Calamity beast. Bai Yi watched as the fierce Scarecrow disappeared. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on my face. As expected of the Myriad Calamities beast, it's incredibly powerful. I wonder if it will become even stronger after eating that fierce Scarecrow. Thinking of this, Bai Yi was filled with anticipation. Roar! The roar of the Myriad Calamities beast resounded throughout the entire world. Roar! The Myriad Calamities beast opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The Myriad Calamity beast was enormous. The Myriad Calamity beast's body diameter reached a full 100 meters, and its length exceeded 3,000 meters, its entire form shrouded in a terrifying shadow. Bang! Bang 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 bang. A series of violent collisions rang out. Bang! The Scarecrow of Fear was knocked away again and crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The Scarecrow of Fear collapsed to the ground once again. The Myriad Calamity's beast pounced directly, biting at the Fear Scarecrow's body with its sharp teeth. Bang 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 bang. The beast of Eternal Calamity relentlessly gnawed at the Scarecrow's torso with its sharp fangs. The Scarecrow struggled incessantly, trying to escape the attacks of the Beast of Calamity. Bang! The attacks from the Myriad Calamity's beast and its natal shadow fell once more. However, none of them caused any real harm. Although the beast of Myriad Calamity's body was bitten through by the Scarecrow boss, it did not die. It was just much weaker. Bai looked at the Myriad Calamity's beast and his natal shadow. He didn't give chase because he knew the level of combat. I can't help with anything anymore. Roar. Suddenly, an angry growl rang out. Bai looked up and saw that the branches of a large tree in the distance suddenly moved and then quickly crawled towards him. A fearsome Scarecrow boss. Whoosh. The Myriad Calamity's beast turned around and immediately pounced on the Fear Scarecrow. Roar. The Scarecrow moved much faster than Bai had imagined. The Scarecrow of Fear reached out with its claws to grab the beast of 10,000 calamities. The Myriad Calamity's beast quickly used its body to block it. Bang! The beast of Myriad Calamities was once again forced back several meters. The body of the Myriad Calamities beast was shattered once again. Bang! The Fear Scarecrow lunged at the Myriad Calamities beast once more. The Myriad Calamities beast quickly blocked it again. Two figures were locked in fierce combat. The Myriad Calamity beast, with its enormous body, pounced directly on the Fear Scarecrow. It was tearing at things frantically. The power of the Myriad Calamities beast is terrifying. Therefore, the Scarecrow of Fear has no way to resist. Click! A huge piece of flesh was completely devoured. The corpse of the Fear Scarecrow was torn apart and devoured by the Myriad Calamities beast. The belly of the Myriad Calamities beast continued to expand. However, it is still not saturated. The flesh and blood of the Fear Scarecrow had little effect on the Myriad Calamity beast. Boom! The Scarecrow's body finally collapsed and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, the Myriad Calamities beast was frantically searching in this area, trying to obtain the core of the Fear Scarecrow boss. Bai watched all of this. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, seeing the Myriad Calamities beast and his natal shadow frantically chasing the Fear Scarecrow, Bai felt much more at ease. Although the Myriad Calamities beast is powerful, it is not truly invincible. The Scarecrow of Fear is not entirely defenseless. Bai had no reservations. The Myriad Calamity beast was enormous, and it smashed its fist directly into the body of the Fear Scarecrow. Bang! The beast of Myriad Calamities was once again sent flying by the Fear Scarecrow boss. Roar! The beast of Myriad Calamities roared angrily and pounced on the Scarecrow of Fear once more. It took the Myriad Calamities beast hundreds of claw strikes to finally defeat the Fear Scarecrow boss. Whoosh! Twilight once again pierced the body of the Scarecrow of Fear. Bai also took the opportunity to use Twilight, completely destroying the Fear Scarecrow's body. After the Myriad Calamities beast devoured the Fear Scarecrow, its entire body became even larger, resembling an ancient behemoth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Myriad Calamities beast opened its mouth and sucked the corpse of the Fear Scarecrow into its belly, leaving only a portion for Bai to use for shadow extraction. The Myriad Calamities beast panted, its eyes filled with excitement. The strength of the Myriad Calamities beast increased rapidly. In less than a minute, the Myriad Calamities beast had recovered. Whoosh! The beast of Myriad Calamities was panting heavily. The form of the Myriad Calamities beast was constantly changing. In an instant, he was beside Bai. The Myriad Calamities beast's movements immediately ceased. The Myriad Calamities beast's mouth involuntarily opened wide, and its strength was increasing rapidly. Chapter 362 Mission completed. Proceed to the second level. 362 Task completed. Proceeding to the second level. Finally, the boss, the Fear Scarecrow, was eventually defeated. The strange thing is, Bai hadn't even broken through the Fear Scarecrow boss's weakness when it died so quickly, which was somewhat unexpected for Bai. And now, what Bai needs to do is extract the shadow of the Fear Scarecrow boss and make it Bai's new shadow subordinate. Suddenly, an announcement was broadcast throughout the instance. The first boss, Fear Scarecrow, has been defeated. It will respawn in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. That's how it happened. This was somewhat unexpected for Bai. He didn't expect that. There's only one of these fierce scarecrow bosses. Once you defeat it, it will respawn. In that case, this large-scale dungeon is actually quite interesting. In dungeons below level 80, I've never heard of monsters respawning. Those monsters just keep appearing, but it's not a respawn. It's like, those smaller instances are constantly refreshing, and the monsters selected in the previous instance are continuously added to the instance. And now, Bai hadn't thought that far ahead. All he wanted to do now was extract the shadow. And the goal? It involves directly extracting the shadow of the fierce scarecrow boss to add another powerful member to one of one's shadow minions. Looking at the scarecrow boss with fear, Bai immediately used his specialized skill, and then, that classic line just came out almost instinctively. Stand up. The next moment, the shadow of the fierce scarecrow boss began to wriggle, and new shadow minions were slowly emerging. The world seemed to darken. The dark clouds have been cleared. The entire sky seemed to be directly covered, making the village even darker. And now, under Bai's watchful gaze, the shadow of the terrifying scarecrow boss began to change. Gradually, an enormous scarecrow slowly crawled out from the terrifying scarecrow. This scarecrow is over 3 meters tall. Moreover, it is completely black, without a single impurity. It has sharp blades. The shadow scarecrow looks similar to the fierce scarecrow boss. They're not exactly the same, they're practically identical. Even their breath. There is no difference at all. Gradually, the scarecrow of fear also came into Bai's view. Countless straws were wriggling on his body, and these straw-like shadows are slowly coalescing into a form. Once they were fully formed, they became a giant scarecrow. In this scene, Bai was also somewhat surprised. Is this the shadow fear scarecrow? Bai murmured. This monster. It looked exactly like the scarecrow Bai had seen before. Moreover, this scarecrow's level is much higher than Bai's. This scarecrow's fear-inducing properties are stronger than any other scarecrow Bai has encountered before. Moreover, this fear scarecrow also possesses some unique skills of its own. For example, the scarecrow's attack speed is many times faster than that of an ordinary human. Certainly, Bai still needs to see these detailed data with his own eyes. System, investigate. Without wasting any words, Bai directly summoned the professional system and used it to investigate the shadow subordinate. Shadow minion. Shadow fear scarecrow, boss level. Level 90. HP 523W3980 / 523W3980. Base attack power 67,000. Equipment, Crimson Scythe. Skills, S rank, straw manipulation. S plus rank, fear gathering. B plus rank, camouflage. B plus rank, hunting instinct. A rank, straw entanglement. B plus rank, fear curse. B plus rank, straw manipulation. Looking at the shadow fear scarecrow, Bai was quite satisfied. Putting aside other things, it has a lot of health and skills. As for the blood-red scythe that the fear scarecrow had used before, Bai gave it to the shadow fear scarecrow immediately. The original soup is said to help digest the original food. Bai's actions were perfectly reasonable. And now, what Bai needs to do is to complete this main quest and proceed to the second level. Because the reason Bai wasted so much time here, and it mostly involved killing village scarecrows, but it took so long to kill the fear scarecrow boss. He only used the myriad calamities beast and his natal shadow. The reason why no other shadow minions were used, it was because he did it intentionally. The rest of the shadow subordinates were all dispatched by Bai when he first entered this first level of the dungeon. Explore the entire first level instance directly. And now, these shadow minions have all completed their exploration. There was absolutely no trace of a key in the entire first level of the dungeon. Bai was aware of this when he recalled all of Shadow's subordinates. Since that's the case, there's no need to stay on the first floor then. Immediately afterwards, Bai then had the myriad calamities beast drag over 2 village scarecrows. Bai's reputation level has reached a terrifying level. Putting aside everything else, recruiting scarecrows from several villages would be a piece of cake for him. The scarecrows in these villages continue to resist. However, Bai used reputation points on the scarecrows in the 2 villages from the main quest options. Immediately, Bai's main quest has been completed. The system prompt appeared. Demon King candidate. Introduction. As a candidate for Demon King, you cannot command any monsters and are seen as perfect prey by all monsters. However, you can gain reputation points by killing hero candidates and accumulate reputation points to gain partial control over monsters. Identity confirmed as Demon King candidate. Main quest completed. Gain 1 monster reputation point for each hero candidate defeated. Gain 1 monster reputation point for every 3 monsters killed. Main quest. Command 3 level 85 monsters, village scarecrows. Reward 15 reputation points. After completing the main quest, you can choose to leave the dungeon and enter the next level. Leave the instance, enter the instance. The last option is the choice Bai Yi has to make. Bai Yi's choice goes without saying. The immediate option is to enter the next level of the dungeon. He still needs to obtain the second key, so how could he possibly exit the instance directly? It's completely impossible for him to choose the option of exiting the instance. And now, after Bai Yi made this choice, then they disappeared from the first floor and entered the second floor of the large dungeon. Chapter 363 Mantle Fire Sea, Flame Knight. 363 Mantle of Fire, Fire Knight. And at this time, outside the first level of the dungeon, a special team arrived. They all concealed their faces. There were about 20 of them. Without exception, they were all equipped with anti-detection gear, making it virtually impossible for even professionals of the same level to detect them. And among these, many of Bai Yi's acquaintances were among them. It was Yi Yufan and his group. This operation. It's no surprise that more than half of the 36 committee members were mobilized. You could say they were all out in force. And now, without exception, they all entered this large-scale instance called Hero and Demon King's Castle. Because they know the second key is inside. Only, while they were in hiding, such a large-scale operation was hard to keep from being discovered by other forces. No matter how well it's hidden, they also couldn't withstand the investigative methods used by other professionals. Some professionals possess extraordinary skills. While they may not be able to apply the law of causality, they certainly have a wide variety of investigative methods. And the 36 committee members were also aware of this. So, all they can do is act quickly and obtain the second key in the large-scale dungeon. Set off. Charge into this massive instance at top speed. The leader, the vice leader, shouted something that energized all the committee members. But after they entered the instance, both the committee members who chose the hero candidate and Demon King candidate options discovered a rather frustrating situation. That is, hero candidate. Here, the main quest is a team operation, defeating the boss Fear Scarecrow in order to enter the second level. On the Demon King candidate side, although they can kill monsters and professionals to gain reputation points, they can then recruit 3 village scarecrows to enter the next level. But, before Bai Yi left, he had already cleared out all the scarecrows in the village of the first level of the dungeon. The last 2 village scarecrows were even directly recruited by Bai Yi as a Demon King candidate. In other words, to enter the second level, one's strength is irrelevant. We can only wait for these monsters to respawn in 23 hours. Vice Alliance leader, it seems, we can't go for the time being. A committee member's lips twitched. The vice leader's face was gloomy, and after a long time he could no longer suppress his emotions. He angrily threw down his weapon, clutched his head, and shouted, "Damn it! Who did this? This is a ripoff." Large-scale dungeon, Hero and Demon King's Castle, second floor. Ugh, it's so hot. Bai felt a bit hot. Heat was constantly rising from the ground. It seems so. This second layer is a rather hot little world. Bai didn't think too much about it, and directly opened the professional system to see the main quests for this level. Demon King candidate. Introduction. As a candidate for Demon King, you cannot command any monsters and are seen as perfect prey by all monsters. However, you can gain reputation points by killing hero candidates and accumulate reputation points to gain partial control over monsters. Identity confirmed as Demon King candidate. Main quest completed. Gain 1 monster reputation point for each hero candidate defeated. Gain 1 monster reputation point for every 3 monsters killed. Main quest. Subdue the Demon General, Fire Knight. Brief description. At the end of the Sea of Fire in the Mantle, there is a large castle where the Demon General, Flame Knight, resides. He worships the god of war and fire. To subdue it, its submission points need to reach 80 or more. You can gradually increase your subjugation points by attacking the opponent with force. You can also exchange reputation points for consolidation points at a 1-to-1 ratio. After reviewing all the information, Bai knew all of this. And now, what Bai needs to do is go to the so-called Sea of Fire in the Earth's Mantle, and then complete the mission to reach the 3rd level. Only, come out. Bai called out, and his natal shadow appeared instantly. Release hundreds or thousands of shadow minions to directly explore the entire second level of the dungeon. Bai couldn't guarantee which floor the second key would appear on, so exploring every corner was still very necessary. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shadow has hundreds or thousands of men under his command. But exploring this entire world will still take some time. Bai is now heading towards the so-called Sea of Fire in the Earth's mantle. Not long after, the group of Shadow's subordinates explored all directions. They discovered a truly remarkable sight. That was a sea of lava. A large, bright red area. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was extremely hot. This time, Bai didn't plan to go in person. He would simply send his Shadow subordinates. Within the Sea of Fire in the mantle, there is a straight road standing amidst a sea of fire. It stretches as far as the eye can see. The road was made of unidentified red stone, and it seemed completely unaffected by the lava. There were many shadowy minions who reached that road. Bai also had his natal Shadow use Shadow Swap several times, directly sending several high combat power Shadow subordinates over. There are myriad calamity beasts, Shadow Snow Elves, Shadow Strait Guardians, and even one's own natal Shadow. These few are enough. The road wasn't very wide. The larger Shadow minions cannot go, but the smaller ones can. And now, several highly skilled Shadow subordinates then headed towards the Sea of Fire. They hadn't gone far in. The surrounding Sea of Fire and mantle trembled. A massive shadow emerged beneath the mantle of fire. Monster, Mudskipper. Level, 90. HP, 123W3980/123W3980. Base attack power, 27,000. Skills, B+ level, Fire Breath. B+ level, Fire Sea Adaptation. B+ level, Smash. And now, the Shadow Snow Elf made its appearance, and the surrounding temperature dropped as soon as it appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, the Shadow Snow Elf unleashed its S-rank skill, 1,000 miles of ice. In an instant, the level 90 Mudskipper was briefly frozen for a few breaths. Immediately, the Shadow Snow Elf strikes again. A frost arrow was fired at the Mudskipper, but what's surprising is, the Mudskippers neither dodged nor avoided the attack. It allowed the ice arrows to strike its body. The Mudskipper was startled. Immediately, its gaze swept over the surrounding Shadow minions. The Mudskipper was furious. The Mudskipper unleashed a powerful Fire Breath attack. Fireballs flew in all directions, instantly engulfing an area of nearly 5 meters around them. Uft, uft, uft. Chapter 364 Group Attack, Thunder Venom. 364 Group Attack, Thunder Venom. A series of screams rang out. One after another, figures were struck by the fireballs from the Mudskipper. Bai watched from a distance and couldn't help but shake his head. He did not make a move. With another skill, the Mudskipper was frozen solid. Then, they made their move again. A rain of icy arrows. Swish, swish, swish. A dense barrage of icy arrows shot towards the Mudskipper. The Mudskipper's defenses are astonishing. However, it was instantly killed by the combined attack of the Shadow Snow Elf and the Icebound skill. The stuff that the Mudskippers exploded out of wasn't anything special either. That's all. The death of this Mudskipper earned Bai some more monster reputation points. Continue searching for mission objectives. And this time, he did not go straight to the 3rd floor. Because the monsters on this floor are all relatively common and low level, there's no need to waste a lot of time. Go to the 2nd level or deeper areas. Those are areas that only high-level monsters can access. Bai's main goal right now is still the 3rd level. And now, his first step was, previously, when we were in the 1st level dungeon, Bai found something good and took it without hesitation. This time, however, he was prepared to be in the Sea of Fire in the mantle. Then see if there's anything special about it. And now, undercurrents began to surge around them, and more Mudskippers swam up from the lava. At this time, the myriad calamities beast, the primordial shadow, and the Shadow Snow Elf joined forces to fight the enemy. This world is full of powerful monsters, but Bai doesn't believe they are weak. They must have their own way of thinking. In this situation, if no action is taken to resolve the issue, the final outcome will not be optimistic. A group of shadow henchmen charged into the swarm of flame fish and engaged in fierce combat. The Shadow Snow Elf continuously cast ice walls. The ice wall continued to expand, gradually enveloping the swarm of tarpaulin fish. Even so, Mudskippers still managed to break through the ice wall and kept rushing towards this side. These Mudskippers, they are all elite types, and ordinary people simply cannot match them. The only option is to continuously unleash skills. We gradually depleted the HP of those Mudskippers. And at this time, those shadow minions were also seriously injured. each having lost a significant amount of HP. But they gritted their teeth and persevered. They kept attacking the mudskippers. Bai Yi frowned slightly as he watched. However, there were simply too many mudskippers, so Bai Yi had to take matters into his own hands. A simple shadow swap is all it takes to be there in person. Bai Yi's natal shadow roared and charged towards a mudskipper. The mudskipper, however, was not to be outdone. It opened its blood-red maw and bit at its own shadow. It's a pity. The shadow of Destiny's defense was so insane that it directly withstood a bite from the mudskipper. They actually managed to withstand it. However, Bai Yi had already made preparations. The myriad calamities beast spat out a bolt of lightning, which instantly exploded, causing the mudskippers to scatter in all directions. And at this time, the natal shadow also begins its charge. Rushing towards these mudskippers, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then, they continued their search for targets. This time, the myriad calamities beast seized this opportunity. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of venom, which landed directly on the body of the mudskipper. There was a hissing sound. The mudskipper was mostly corroded and its body was severely burned. It's quite strange that the lava couldn't harm it at all, yet it was burned by a mouthful of venom from the myriad calamity beast. All I can say is, it has strong resistance, but only in lava. The mudskipper let out a miserable howl before being completely corroded by the toxins. Roar! The natal shadow roared once more. It slapped the mudskipper's head with its claw, sending it flying. And at this time, the Shadow Strait Guardian also rushed up, cooperating with its natal shadow to directly kill the mudskipper. This moment, the shadow's minions also successfully passed through the sea of fire. 3 minutes later, it seems these mudskippers are really troublesome. Even I find them difficult to deal with. It seems that this mudskipper is determined to fight to the death. Bai Yi thought to himself silently. These shadow minions are all high-level monsters. Each one possesses extremely high combat power. In an instant, the attack of the mudskipper was neutralized. Only, Bai Yi's heart grew heavier and heavier. Because, not long after, groups of mudskippers were killed, leaving only a few struggling to survive. A mudskipper roared angrily. Frozen, the shadow snow elf struck again, freezing the mudskipper. Next, Bai Yi, on the other hand, continued to watch. One mudskipper after another was killed. However, the deeper you go, the more mudskippers you find. Wave after wave of shadow's minions were killed. Bai Yi felt somewhat helpless upon seeing this. It seems that to completely eliminate this region, we must first make a trip to the depths of hell. Thinking it over, Bai Yi decided not to waste any more time. Bai Yi observed from the rear. What he needs now is to keep killing monsters, gaining reputation points, and increasing the discount. Roar! The myriad calamities beast roared angrily and slammed its palm down on the mudskipper flame fish. Bolts of lightning struck the mudskipper. The mudskipper was knocked several meters away by the myriad calamities beast, and blue smoke rose from its body as its health points rapidly decreased. Just as the myriad calamities beast was about to make its move and instantly kill the mudskipper flame fish, Bai Yi suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the myriad calamities beast stopped its attack. Bai Yi looked at the mudskipper and said, Don't rush, let me try first. Oh whoa. The myriad calamities beast let out a low growl, indicating that it understood. Bai Yi glanced around. They discovered that apart from him and the shadow snow elf, there seemed to be no other powerful beings on this level. And the level of this mudskipper is only around level 90. According to Bai Yi's speculation, the level of this mini-boss is roughly equivalent to that of a first-tier player. So, Bai Yi wasn't worried about anything. And at this time, Bai Yi's gaze then fell upon the shadow snow elf. Let's go. The shadow snow elf nodded, flicked its tail, and led Bai Yi away. Bai Yi followed in the footsteps of the shadow snow elf. It charged directly into the depths of the mantle of fire. A sea of fire in the earth's mantle. It is a very large space. Bai Yi discovered this upon entering the sea of fire beneath the earth's mantle. This place is a dark, murky river. The river has an eerie color. At that moment, a large number of monsters appeared in Bai Yi's field of vision. Chapter 365 Numerous Flame Fish, Level Up. 365 Numerous Flame Fish, Level Up. But, soon, the mudskipper seemed to sense something and ran towards the depths of the ground. Bai Yi frowned. Could it be that even the mudskipper is afraid of the shadow snow elf's rain of icy arrows? Thinking about it, Bai Yi chased after him, following him all the way. And along this journey, he noticed that the mudskipper seemed to be avoiding something. We followed them all the way. At some point, he finally discovered a huge cave underground. The entrance to the cave was blocked by mudskippers, but these mudskippers were unable to break through the entrance. Bai Yi saw this. A surge of joy filled my heart. Is everyone ready? Bai Yi asked. In that case, let's go in. Bai Yi nodded and led everyone into the huge cave. Oh whoa! The myriad calamities beast roared. With a single punch, a massive ball of dark energy erupted, blasting towards the incoming mudskippers and scattering them. The Shadow Snow Elf's attack was like a sharp blade, piercing directly through the body of the mudskipper. The health of those mudskippers was depleted in an instant. Awoo! The shadows move extremely fast. It flashed and instantly appeared in front of a mudskipper. It slapped out with a single claw. Bang! The mudskipper was instantly turned into mincemeat by the shadowy figure's claw. That wasn't all. Shadowy Shadow ripped open the head of another mudskipper with a single claw, taking all the equipment it had dropped. As for the myriad calamities beast, its attributes are not particularly strong. However, their superior numbers and the fact that they attacked in groups allowed them to be defeated in one fell swoop. There were no particularly noteworthy discoveries along the way. This is a calm sea of lava. The cave was pitch black, making it impossible to tell which way was which. Bai Yi could only vaguely see the road ahead. These mudskippers are really interesting, Bai Yi murmured, walking forward while observing his surroundings. This time, the mudskippers suffered numerous casualties. But Bai Yi was in no hurry to kill it. Instead, he kept drawing the target in. 1, 2, 3. Group. Certainly. Bai Yi did not intend to use the mudskipper to increase his appeal. His plan was to kill all the mudskippers and then use that as a point of submission. Killing them all will grant you a certain amount of monster faith points. This is exactly what Bai Yi was hoping for. Kill. Bai Yi gave a low shout. The Shadow Snow Elves, my destined shadow, and the Shadow Strait Guardians charged forward together. Bang 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds followed. The mudskipper was blown up, scattering materials all over the ground. Meanwhile, the Shadow Snow Elves continued to attack the mudskippers, using these monsters as training grounds. This Shadow Snow Elf is truly amazing. It's able to remain completely unharmed in this lava. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. These mudskippers were utterly powerless against it. They can only be abused. Suddenly, the natal shadow points to the side. Bai Yi followed the gaze. It turned out that the myriad calamities beast had directly attacked the mudskipper flame fish. These mudskippers are no pushovers either. Although they are cannon fodder, they are also a kind of monster. And, in this world, these mudskippers are also able to obtain their own living space. So, mudskippers can all grow into a powerful group of monsters. Bai Yi hid to the side. Although these shadowy subordinates were formidable, they were no match for the swarm of mudskippers and were quickly wiped out. But, this scene still made Bai Yi frown slightly. Because, these mudskippers seem impossible to eradicate. And, there are too many of these mudskippers. Therefore, Bai Yi cannot guarantee that he will be able to explore this entire instance. And, Bai Yi can only use his natal shadow now, not his natal subordinates. That's why Bai Yi chose to send his shadow subordinates to explore the dungeon first. Meanwhile, the natal shadow and shadow subordinates are responsible for guarding. Bai Yi sighed. His level is still too low. Exploring this dungeon is extremely difficult. It has to be said. These shadow minions are quite formidable. Their skills are all amazing. A group of shadowy henchmen swarmed forward. They quickly wiped out all the mudskippers. But, no, that's too slow. Let us go first, and you can scout the area from the outside. Bai Yi shook his head and said, this time, he will personally explore the Sea of Fire in the Mantle. Because the Mantle of Fire is the main quest reward from the system. So, Bai Yi must explore it himself. Bai Yi spotted a mudskipper, and this time, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. In a short time, sparks flew and blood splattered. While the attacks of those shadow minions weren't as terrifying as those of the Shadow Snow Elves, they were still extremely intimidating. Soon, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Bai Yi relentlessly reaped the lives of the monsters. With each monster's death, Bai Yi's level broke through another level. Not long after, that means the mudskippers have been almost completely wiped out. This scene, Bai Yi was somewhat astonished by what she saw. Along the way, Bai Yi has encountered quite a few bosses. However, nothing could stop them. Only a few powerful beings caused Bai Yi any trouble. Along the way, Bai Yi also noticed that his equipment seemed to have improved quite a bit. Bai Yi was very satisfied with her gains. Not bad. Let's look again. This world is so big. There must be some hidden treasures or secret realms. But, Bai Yi, however, discovered The central path of this sea of fire in the mantle leads further towards its end. More and more powerful monsters began to attack. Bai thought to himself, that's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, with his choice of Demon King candidate, he can gain 1 reputation point for every 3 monsters he kills. As long as he kills 240 monsters, he can recruit the final boss without any effort. And now, Bai is advancing along the path through the sea of fire. They encountered even more powerful monsters, but they were all similar to the mudskippers they had encountered before. They are basically like fish, living under the lava. Otherwise, it could be a powerful monster that can survive under lava. And Bai's choice. No need for many, just kill them all. In a short time, the battle raged fiercely within this sea of fire in the mantle. Chapter 366 Lava Battle, Frequent Monster Appearances. 366 Lava Battles, Frequent Monster Appearances. Bai, however, was not idle either. He kept going to some special maps. For example, these places are inhabited by a special kind of monster, or rather, by battles between monsters. Certainly, there were also some special monsters that Bai had never encountered before. However, the power of these monsters is far beyond what Bai can currently contend with. In this way, Bai's goal became clearer and clearer. In the blink of an eye, Bai had been on this second floor for several hours. Bai's gains were extremely substantial. And now, a creature covered in black fur emerged from beneath the lava. The moment I saw this monster, Bai was surprised. It wasn't anything else that surprised me, but rather, why wasn't its black fur burned away by the lava? But, on second thought, it doesn't matter anymore. This world even has monsters, so it's not surprising that there are fish that fly in the sky and cats that swim in the sea. Bai glanced over. Monster, Fanged Wolf Fish. Level, 91. HP, 132W3980/132W3980. Base attack power, 21,000. Skills, B+, Fire Breath, C rank, Bite, B+, Fire Adaptation, B+, Smash. Overall, it doesn't look particularly special. The monsters in these lava seas were basically all the same, which initially surprised Bai. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing surprising about it. With a casual wave of his hand, Bai sent the Myriad Calamities Beast to directly kill the Fang Wolf Fish. The Myriad Calamities Beast also obeyed Bai's orders. It ran towards the Fang Wolf Fish. The Fang Wolf Fish is a very low-level monster. Only, this is because these monsters have extremely low intelligence. Of course, there are exceptions. The Myriad Calamities Beast charged forward instantly. This is also one of the reasons why it became the best of Shadow's minions. And these Shadow minions are all quite intelligent. It understood Bai's meaning and began to attack the Toothed Wolf Fish. As soon as the Myriad Calamity Beast appeared, the Fang Wolf Fish sensed the danger and immediately fled. But, how could the Myriad Calamities Beast escape so easily? After chasing for a few steps, a furious roar rang out. A massive bolt of lightning shot out from the mouth of the Myriad Calamity Beast, crashing directly into the Fang Wolf Fish. However, the Myriad Calamities Beast was also very sensible. Although it is powerful, its attributes are biased towards melee combat. They usually solve problems by relying on close-range combat abilities, for example. Now, the Myriad Calamities Beast charged towards the Fang Wolf Fish. Roar! Bang! The fist of the Myriad Calamities Beast collided with the claws of the Fang Wolf Fish, and a tremendous force directly knocked the Fang Wolf Fish back. The Toothed Wolf Fish was forced back several steps by the blow before it finally regained its footing. The power of the Myriad Calamities Beast is indeed formidable. After all, this is the beast of 10,000 calamities. The Fang Wolf Fish never expected the Myriad Calamity Beast to be so terrifying. It was knocked away and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Bai was also observing. These monsters are among the stronger ones in the lower middle tier of monsters. If Bai could bring them under his command, that would definitely be a decent force, at least in this sea of lava. And at this time, the Myriad Calamities Beast over there has already opened a certain distance. And at this moment, the Myriad Calamities Beast has been entangled by the Mudskipper Flame Fish. A ball of flame landed directly on the Myriad Calamity Beast. Instantly, black smoke billowed from the body of the Myriad Calamities Beast. In a short time, the beast of 10,000 calamities lost some of its HP. However, it possesses strength far surpassing that of a pet. The Myriad Calamities Beast is very fast. In the blink of an eye, it pounced on the Toothed Wolf Fish. The claws of the myriad calamities beast reached for the Fong wolf fish. Instantly, the flesh of the toothed wolf fish was torn apart. The myriad calamities beast opened its mouth and bit down. Click! The wolffish's body was torn apart. The myriad calamities beast nodded and charged toward the Fong wolf fish. Take a bite. The myriad calamity beast's powerful regenerative ability instantly filled its health bar. Immediately afterward, the myriad calamities beast attacked again. One bite at a time. Soon, the Fong wolf fish was completely wiped out by the myriad calamity beast, leaving only a pile of minced meat. After all, although the Fong wolf fish is not as strong as the myriad calamity beast, it is still a monster that surpasses level 90. Under Bai Yi's command, the myriad calamities beast's attack was ruthless, slapping the Fong wolf fish directly with its paw. Bang bang bang. The Fong wolf fish exploded, turning into a sky full of light and disappearing without a trace. Such powerful attack. Bai Yi nodded slightly. This moment, the attack power of the myriad calamities beast has also increased dramatically. And at this time, as for the shadow snow elf, Bai Yi wouldn't let it leave his side easily. For no other reason than that. It's just cool. And now, the Shadow of Destiny and the Guardians of the Shadow Strait also took action to deal with the small monsters. Not long after, the entire lava sea became quiet. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was waiting for the best opportunity. Therefore, he didn't interfere, letting his three subordinates, his natal shadow, the Shadow Snow Elf, and the Myriad Calamity Beast, deal with the monsters one by one. These monsters are basically just ordinary monsters. Soon, there are only a few fire attribute monsters left. In this scene, this attracted the attention of other monsters. The Myriad Calamities Beast also earned Bai Yi a certain number of reputation points. What time is it in total? For the Myriad Calamity Beast, this is quite a good income. Seeing this, Bai Yi smiled and continued searching for other targets. Soon, Bai Yi encountered several large mutated beasts. A crocodile-like creature. This creature has thick, tough skin that is much harder than ordinary steel, and it is extremely powerful. It can shatter ordinary steel plates with a single claw strike. And there are a great many of these mutated beasts. Monster, Giant Flame Serpent. Level, 92. HP, 112W3980/112W3980. Base attack power, 20,980 to 29,980. Skills, B+, Fire Breath, C rank, Bite, B+, Fire Adaptation, B+, Smash. Description, a fire attribute monster with the ability to breathe fire. Its fire attacks are extremely powerful, and its fire breath is incredibly fast and accurate, capable of swallowing all enemy units within 100 yards in one gulp. Moreover, its fire power can even incinerate metal. Seeing the attributes of this giant fire python, Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a particularly powerful entity. If it's a powerful being, they'll probably have a real headache. However, this giant fire python had little offensive power. In Bai Yi's view, Chapter 367 Resurrection from the Dead, Rebirth of the Demon Serpent. 367 Resurrected from the Dead, the Demon Serpent Reborn. This time, it's most appropriate to send your own shadow. First, the Shadow Snow Elf unleashed an S-rank skill, instantly slowing the opponent down for a few seconds. Immediately, the natal shadow, wielding the Black Shadow Dagger, instantly attacked the giant fire python whose body was half submerged in lava. Before the giant fire serpent could react, streaks of black light flickered in midair. The power of your natal shadow is extremely strong. Especially in this lava area, it's as easy as cutting tofu. One move, it cleaved the giant fire python in two. And just as the fire serpent's corpse fell to the ground, a dagger pierced the belly of the giant fire python, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The giant fire python, in pain, unleashed a fireball. Puffed. The shadowy dagger pierced directly into the body of the giant fire serpent. Immediately, sparks appeared on the tip of the shadowy dagger. The blade of this shadowy dagger was so powerful that it could burn away the scales of the giant fire python, demonstrating its immense strength. But this is not the end. After wounding the giant fire serpent, the shadowy dagger began to slowly burn the serpent's blood. The giant fire serpent roared in agony. This puzzled Bai Yi. Could it be that this shadowy dagger can not only burn the giant fire python, but also burn its blood? But it is obvious. That's highly unlikely. The blood of the flame serpent is of the fire element, which is naturally incompatible with fire. If its blood were to drip onto the shadow dagger, Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But this was just his guess. He wasn't sure either. After all, there are just too many monsters in this world. Who knows what special abilities they might possess? However, since the dagger's properties can counter the flame serpent, this is feasible. But, despite the evasion of his own shadow, he still failed. Meanwhile, the giant fire serpent failed. Sharp ice crystals pierced through the fiery python's scales and embedded themselves into its body in an instant. Hiss! At this moment, the giant fire serpent could no longer endure the pain. Its body began to struggle violently. The attack power of the shadow dagger can be described as terrifying, especially after the shadow dagger was imbued with dark power and necromantic curse. Its threat level increased even further. Uft! All of a sudden, the shadowy dagger pierced the body of the giant fire serpent. Immediately, a strong, scorching heat surged out instantly. A painful roar rang out. The black dagger gleamed with a dark light. Wherever the black light passed, it sliced through a layer of flames. The giant fire python immediately felt the pain. Hiss! A mournful roar escaped from the mouth of the giant fire serpent. Immediately afterwards, the giant fire python began to twist its body wildly, trying to break free from the attack of its natal shadow. But it moves too slowly. Almost instantly, he was killed by his own shadow. The giant fire python struggled to break free, but it was powerless to escape the scorching heat and was ultimately burned alive. And this time, only. But it was to no avail. Soon, the enormous snake's body was sliced open right in front of Bai. A cloud of black mist emerged from its corpse. See here. The natal shadow is hiding in the shadows. Take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack. However, the giant fire python still noticed the sneak attack from the natal shadow. The giant fire serpent turned around. It flicked its tail at its natal shadow. This strike was incredibly powerful. Even one's own shadow dares not confront it head-on. They retreated directly to a distance, and at the same time, the giant fire python also rushed towards the myriad calamity beast. It opened its mouth and bit down directly at the myriad calamity's beast. With this bite, a piece of flesh was torn off from the myriad calamity beast. The beast of myriad calamities roared in pain. Roar! Roar! This move. But that's the attack technique that your main shadow is best at. It was accompanied by a piercing scream. The giant flaming python was instantly killed by its natal shadow. Bai smiled when he saw his destined shadow, and then continued collecting. Interesting. Sudden. Bai seemed to have noticed something and looked up. Roar. With a deep roar, Bai looked in that direction. There. What is happening? That is. Bai narrowed his eyes, a playful look on his face. Immediately, he saw a figure. It was a giant serpent engulfed in raging flames. This giant fire serpent was enormous, its body covered in scales. Beneath its belly is a snake's tail. Bai was stunned when he saw the snake's tail. A fire attribute monster? Bai was somewhat surprised. This giant flaming serpent is actually a fire attribute monster. The giant fire serpent is very powerful. But it was completely powerless against his myriad calamity beast. The giant fire serpent roared, attempting to revive itself once more. But, on the side, Bai watched coldly, completely ignoring it. Shadow Snow Elf. At a command, the Shadow Snow Elf charged directly at the flame serpent. Although the flame serpent is incredibly powerful, its attack range is too small. The Shadow Snow Elf's body appeared extremely small in front of the flame serpent. But even the giant fire serpent couldn't defeat it. In a short time, the giant fire python had already been frozen by Bai. They were suddenly attacked at that moment. It reacted extremely quickly, but it couldn't dodge in time. That's all. With the formidable monsters, the myriad calamities beast, and his natal shadow, Bai turned his gaze to other areas once more. One monster after another. They are all slowly getting closer. Soon, Bai encountered several demonic creatures in this area. These are a group of fire elemental monsters. Its strength is actually much weaker than before. However, it is still very impressive. Whether it's Bai's Shadow Snow Elf or the myriad calamities beast and his natal shadow joining forces, they still couldn't easily defeat these fire-type monsters. This fire-type monster is really troublesome. The Shadow Snow Elf and the Flame Serpent were locked in combat. And at this moment, that side, the natal shadow also seized the opportunity to enter. The black dagger swept out and instantly sliced through the neck of the giant fire python. Immediately afterwards, a spurt of blood gushed out. The fire python's HP was immediately reduced by 2/3. At this time, he slashed down with his sword. Sparks flew. Flames shot into the sky, and on this giant fire serpent, a deep wound, exposing the bone, appeared. Chapter 368 The Swarm Moves, the Flame Python. 368 swarms of fire pythons emerge. Blood spurted wildly. And in that very instant, the shadow of the protagonist also seized the opportunity to instantly kill the giant fire python. With a single stroke, it fell. The fiery serpent's head was severed off. This way, under Bai Yi's command. Immediately afterwards, the natal shadow collected the corpse of the giant fire python. The shadowy dagger pierced the heart of the giant fire serpent in an instant. Roar. The giant fire serpent let out a painful howl. Die. The shadow blade finished off the opponent in one move. One move that directly took the life of the giant fire python. And now, the shadow snow elf also swept away all the materials that had been dropped from the flame serpent. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction after seeing it. As expected of someone under the shadow, the task was really not difficult at all. But this kill seems to have prompted the swarm of fire pythons to come out, clearly indicating that these monsters do not act alone. They live in groups. The shadowy dagger pierced the body of the giant fire serpent. However, the giant fire python only suffered minor injuries. Then, the fiery python's body simply vanished. This surprised Bai Yi. Isn't this giant fire python supposed to be incapable of attacking? But now, they just vanished? Bai Yi wasn't the only one surprised. The others were somewhat surprised. After all, these giant fire pythons were incredibly powerful. If Bai Yi hadn't been prepared, their team would have suffered far more losses than they had anticipated. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a furious roar rang out. Immediately afterwards, the giant fire python's body appeared directly in front of Bai Yi and the others. Now, Bai Yi dared not be careless. He directly summoned his natal shadow, and Bai Yi looked at the natal shadow, signaling him to go up and fight it. With a roar from his natal shadow, in an instant, the giant serpent with half its body turned to ashes. As expected of an S-rank skill, this attack was enough to kill it. But, at that very moment, a flash of fire, a giant fire serpent suddenly shot out and headed straight for the natal shadow. Roar! The shadow dagger pierced into the body of the giant fire serpent, and the shadow dagger immediately activated its skill. TCH. In an instant, flames erupted from the giant fire python's body. And it continued to struggle and roar. But the shadow dagger is extremely difficult to lock onto a target in the darkness. In no time, the fire python's HP was reduced by half. However, it wasn't instantly defeated. And now, Bai Yi's natal shadow had already arrived behind the giant fire python. His right hand gripped the twilight greatsword tightly. Immediately, he stabbed it fiercely. Bai Yi believed that with his current strength, he would not be at a disadvantage even when facing an ordinary SSS-level expert. After all, the humans in this world, although they are quite strong, are still no match for those mutated creatures. They are just a bunch of weaklings. And now, Bai Yi possesses combat power close to level 80. That's an incredibly impressive level of skill. Of course, he was aware of that as well. I have the ability to do so. And at this moment, the shadow's speed was extremely fast, and coupled with the sharpness of the dagger in its hand, it slashed down and severed both heads of the giant fire python in one strike. Immediately, a blue light flickered on the right arm of the natal shadow, and then, the blue light turned purple. Immediately afterwards, the natal shadow split the giant fire serpent in two. I heard that sound. Bai Yi smiled as well. He then knew that his destined shadow would be able to easily deal with those demons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the giant fire python also let out a series of low roars, and then tried to get rid of the shadow snow elf's attack, but unfortunately, it was no use. The shadowy dagger pierced the skin of the giant fire python, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant fire serpent also let out a painful howl. But at this time, another S-rank attack from the shadow snow elf has arrived. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for reaching level 81. I heard that sound. Bai Yi was taken aback. In just a few days, he has already reached level 81? It seems that it is truly exceptionally strong. These monsters truly deserve their place on this map. Let's go. Bai Yi gave the order. He then led everyone forward. As he walked, he also checked his attributes. This inspection, Bai Yi was startled again. Holy crap, these stats are way too overpowered. Bai Yi was stunned. He discovered, after leveling up this time, his current attributes are simply incredible. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King. Level, 81, 25W2495 4674W 8980. HP 378W 8120 / 378W 8120. Base attack power 44,000 plus. Spirit 1,000. Equipment: Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman: True Shadow Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills: Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Meanwhile, his natal shadow continued to attack while constantly moving, extinguishing the flames of the giant fire serpent into nothingness. The shadow snow sprites nearby were constantly unleashing various ice-based skills: Frost Tornado, Water Pillar, Ice Cone. One after another, it kept bombarding the giant fire serpent. Unfortunately, this giant fire serpent seems to possess some kind of resistance. It can't hurt the other party at all. Not only that, its health is extremely high. Even Bai-E was helpless in this situation, because, under such an attack, the fire python's HP didn't decrease at all. In fact, without even realizing it, it has already recovered to its full value. In this state, the giant fire python possesses formidable strength. This guy is too difficult to deal with. The shadow snow elf looked helpless. The others also wore expressions of helplessness. This is really difficult to deal with. Just then, Bai-Yi's gaze suddenly fell on one spot. Chapter 369: Relentless Slaughter, Burning Souls. 369 Relentlessly Slaughters, Burning Souls. This giant fire python is considered quite powerful among fire-type monsters. The natal shadow possesses the ultimate ability to conceal itself and launch surprise attacks. The natal shadow is already a powerful creature at its peak. And now, furthermore, it was under Bai-Yi's guidance. In this way, this demonstrates the immense power and strength of one's natal shadow. Moreover, this S-rank skill was improved by Bai-Yi himself. Under these circumstances, my own shadow is also a source of great confidence. One cut. The natal shadow directly cleaved the giant fire python in two with a single strike. Looking at those strings of experience points, even the natal shadow was slightly taken aback. 150,000 experience points. That number is quite astonishing. Bai-Yi smiled and nodded. This wave actually gave my main character a lot of experience points. These experience points are not very useful to Bai-Yi right now, but they are very valuable to ordinary players. Bai-Yi was also generous. This directly grants the natal shadow more experience points. Blood splattered as the natal shadow slashed through the air. It directly slashed through the body of the giant fire serpent, and then another skill was used to cut the giant fire serpent in half. The shadow snow elf next to the main shadow also quickly used a B-level skill, and a fireball was smashed into the body of the giant fire serpent. Immediately following, my main character's shadow and the shadow snow elf are on the left and right, respectively. It charged straight forward and launched a frenzied attack on the giant fire python. The two monsters worked together very well under Bai-Yi's instructions, as expected of my destined shadow and shadow snow elf. At this moment, they actually managed to defeat the giant fire python, forcing it to retreat steadily and preventing it from getting close to Bai-Yi. Bai-Yi was quite satisfied with the performance of his natal shadow and the shadow snow elf. These two monsters are quite powerful. Bai-Yi's gaze fell upon the giant fire python that was fighting the shadow dolphins. I'll think about it. Bai-Yi took a step forward and arrived beside the giant fire python. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he unleashed a storm of sword strikes. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flashed past and struck him in an instant. 3 swords in a row. He was immediately injured, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. Bai-Yi did not stop. He continued swinging his sword. Every sword strike of his was so precise. The giant fire python's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The instant I saw my destined shadow attacking, it actually opened its mouth and spat it out. A massive fire dragon spewed towards the natal shadow. The giant fire python reacted extremely quickly, just as its natal shadow attacked. It simply opens its mouth and sprays. And this fire dragon was also extremely powerful, and it actually charged directly at the natal shadow. Careful. Seeing this, Bai-Yi couldn't help but offer a reminder. This giant fire serpent has an extremely fast reaction speed and extraordinary strength. If it were hit, that would be dangerous. Even your own shadow doesn't panic. With a flick of the wrist, the shadowy dagger drew an eerie arc in the air, and then, with a bang, it collided directly with the fire dragon. A layer of black light gleamed on the shadowy dagger. Under the influence of this black light, the fire dragon was instantly extinguished and vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, his own shadow seized the opportunity to stab the giant fire python, which had only half its body. With a single sword strike, the giant fire serpent's head was pierced through. A huge damage value floated up. Looking at this scene, Bai smiled. He actually quite admires this fighting style. This giant fire serpent was weak to begin with. Now it has suffered a blow. Their strength has inevitably decreased significantly. In addition, the attacks of the natal shadow are swift. A single, decisive blow. The giant flaming python was cleaved in two by its own shadow. But the materials used to make the flame python's body are also very special. Surprisingly, it didn't turn into powder and fall. Instead, it simply vanished into thin air. Tsk tisk. Bai shook his head and said, "You guys should take your time collecting the fire elemental materials. I'm leaving now." The shadow snow elf nodded, and then left with her natal shadow. Bai continued with her task. He continued his search. No matter what kind of monster it was, none of them could escape his eyes. On the other side, the myriad calamities beast and the shadow snow elf have entered battle mode. The myriad calamities beast's attacks were very strong. In particular, his attack range is extremely large. That enormous snake tail was practically a long sword. With a flick of its wrist, it could easily slice through a tree. And this shadow snow elf. The shadowy figure swung its dagger. It pierced right through the opponent's body. Immediately following was a vicious slash. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through me. This enraged the giant fire serpent. Immediately, the enormous body charged directly towards Bai. See here. Bai also stepped forward. Myriad calamity beast, come out. Bai said something directly to the myriad calamities beast. Upon hearing Bai's words, the myriad calamities beast leaped up and instantly transformed into a colossal creature hundreds of meters long. With Bai's command, the myriad calamities beast opened its mouth, revealing a ferocious fang, and then bit down on the body of the flame serpent. Immediately, a violent energy was released from the myriad calamities beast's body. Immediately afterwards, the myriad calamities beast suddenly swung its head, sending the giant fire python flying into the air before it crashed directly at Bai's feet. The myriad calamities beast showed no mercy, opening its massive maw and swallowing the fiery python whole. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as the giant fire python entered the belly of the myriad calamities beast, it began to struggle frantically. Moreover, that's not all. The giant fire serpent's body twisted and turned, and bursts of flame emerged from its body. This flame can actually burn the soul. This giant fire python was trying to threaten Bai in this way. What do you think you can do to me? Bai smiled dismissively. Immediately. Haha. Bai couldn't help but laugh. Really? My guess was correct. This giant fire python has virtually no offensive power. That makes it simple. And at this time, my natal shadow, along with the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf, also took care of all the mud skippers. This time, Bai reaped a great harvest. In an instant, the shadowy dagger pierced the chest of the giant fire serpent. A terrifying force spread out, causing the wounds on the giant fire python to widen continuously and blood to flow out incessantly, while the black dagger continuously drained the power from the giant fire python. In the blink of an eye, the giant fire python was dead. Then, Bai summoned the myriad calamities beast once again, which swallowed the giant fire python whole in one gulp. Chapter 373 Demons, Standing on Equal Footing. 373 Demons, Standing on Equal Footing. The power of a giant fire python is still too weak for the current myriad calamity beast. Bai was too lazy to collect this guy's power. Immediately, Bai's gaze fell once again on the group of demons. These guys, they are among the more troublesome types of monsters. However, it's nothing to him. The sharpness of the shadow dagger is absolutely no less than that of a steel knife. And the shadow dagger held by the natal shadow. It pierced into the belly of the giant fire serpent in an instant. A black light flashed by. It drained the giant fire python's health completely. With a deafening roar, the giant fire serpent rolled backward, and then, that is, to fall to the ground and die. And now, the myriad calamities beast has also dealt with the other demon. It has to be said, This myriad calamity beast also has good combat awareness. It turns out that this kind of thick-skinned monster can be dealt with easily. With the death of the third mud skipper, all the surrounding monsters had vanished completely, leaving not a trace behind. And at this moment, the shadow snow elf devoured the corpse of the mud skipper and collected all the corpses of these monsters. Bai shook his head. He said, "No need, let's rest for a bit first. We'll continue deeper later. We've been going in there for quite a while now. It's time to take a break." Bai now felt physically and mentally exhausted, not only because these monsters were powerful, but also because their strength was quite high, with several of them reaching around level 90. At this point, this still shocked Bai. These guys. This area of lava and fire truly lives up to its name. Inside, there were even more monsters. Now, in this instant, a huge number of them suddenly appeared again, leaving Bai somewhat overwhelmed. Now, there is no other way. Avoiding war is impossible. We have no choice but to fight it all. The first to appear was once again the main character's shadow, whose immortality allowed it to charge straight in. One move. A dagger. The attack from the natal shadow actually caused the giant fire python to lose a small portion of its health. The giant fire python clearly hadn't expected this. He had just climbed out of the lava when someone attacked him. He couldn't help but get angry. Roar. With a furious roar, the giant fire python charged towards its natal shadow. But this scene shocked Bai. This giant fire python seems to be more powerful than any fire beast I've ever seen. Could it be that it's mutated somewhere? A question lingered in my mind. However, Bai didn't pay much attention to it. Because he didn't care about any mutations. After all, his shadow snow elf's attack power is already ridiculously high. And the natal shadow. Bai clearly remembered that back in the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, this guy was only level 2, but now he has actually reached level 3. Bai had to admire the speed at which his natal shadow cultivated. This guy's aptitude. This is absolutely incredible. Certainly, Bai couldn't estimate this guy's potential. As long as his strength improves. At that time, Bai was able to let him wander outside and gain experience points for him. In this way, the experience gained from these monsters will definitely allow this guy to reach his peak strength. Bai was not worried. Holy crap, Bai couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. These shadowy figures are actually able to inflict such high damage on monsters. This secretly pleased him. After all, if one's destined shadow can challenge opponents of higher levels, that would make things much easier for him. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long it will take him to kill this wave of mudskippers. And under his gaze, the shadows attacked one after another, each strike taking away a large number of creatures. In an instant, he actually killed most of the mudskippers. And the main character's shadow also gained 100,000 experience points. Seeing this scene, Bai was overjoyed. As expected, only a natal shadow could inflict such damage on this monster. Thinking about this, Bai directly ordered his natal shadow to continue killing, while he stood by and watched from the sidelines. While keeping watch, they also observed the surrounding situation. This situation was uncertain and could not be expected to last long, so Bai dared not waste any time. He must seize the time to improve his own strength. Otherwise, if he encounters danger, he probably won't be able to guarantee his own safety at all. I don't know how much time has passed. Uft. The shadowy dagger pierced the opponent's body. Immediately afterwards, black mist emanated from the corner of the natal shadow's mouth. In an instant, it enveloped the giant fire serpent. The giant fire serpent let out a miserable roar, its entire body enveloped in black mist. The giant fire serpent struggled in the black mist. It is extremely strong. But alas, under the suppression of his natal shadow, he couldn't break free at all, and didn't even have a chance to scream in agony. In no time at all, the giant fire serpent was completely exhausted and died. He then looked at the other two demons. Both of these monsters are level 90. One was 3 meters long, while the other was much smaller but had 6 arms, each holding a ball of flame that kept flickering. Clearly, these were the hands of the flame python. On the other side, it was extremely tall. Her skin was fiery red. There were 3 round bumps on his forehead, like a stone, which looked particularly ugly. "You guys go too," Bai said. As soon as he finished speaking, both the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf rushed forward. Soon, the 3-headed demon began to fight the giant fire serpent. However, the fire serpent's fire power is indeed extremely strong. Even with the combined strength of the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf, they were finding it somewhat difficult. But it can still barely hold on. This situation was entirely expected. Bai Yi didn't interfere. He simply stood there and watched quietly. Not long after, the giant fire python was ultimately no match for the myriad calamities beast and was instantly killed. The three of them then engaged in battle with the giant fire python. And at this moment, Bai Yi, who was in the distance, was observing the giant fire python, while observing the surrounding situation, because his attention was completely focused on those monsters. Bai Yi wasn't observing the strength of the giant fire python, but rather waiting for the others to catch up. While waiting, Bai Yi observed the lava field, trying to find a crack leading to the abyss below. Chapter 371 Killing the Giant Python and Gaining Experience. 371 Kill the Giant Python, Gain Experience. But to his disappointment, the abyss was simply too deep. There's no bottom in sight. And just then, a sudden, intense fluctuation came from afar. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. This fluctuation was clearly similar to that of the giant fire serpent, indicating that the two demons had already dealt with their opponents and returned. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. With this, his plan could be considered a complete success. Soon, Bai Yi saw it. In the distance, the figures of the two monsters appeared. Moreover, their faces were pale, as if they were injured. However, despite the giant fire serpent's attacks, the two demons still managed to withstand them. This surprised Bai Yi. The three-headed monsters then collided with each other. Roar! The monster roared, swinging its fists as it fought back. A powerful fire elemental force continuously permeated the surroundings. As expected of a ninth-tier monster, even without any special moves, its sheer muscles alone made the myriad calamity beast, Shadow Snow Elf, and Shadow Dolphin quite struggle. Fortunately, these three monsters didn't have much HP, with less than 300,000 HP left. Not long after, the myriad calamities, Shadow Snow Elves, and Shadow Dolphins were all defeated together. The death of these three monsters. This provided Bai Yi with considerable experience. And at this moment, the myriad calamity beast, Shadow Snow Elf, Shadow Dolphin, and others have all been upgraded to around level 95. This time, Bai Yi gained a lot of reputation points again. And at this moment, his experience points have finally exceeded 50%. 50% might be a good figure for the average person. But for Bai Yi at this point, it's still too slow. Because his current experience points are simply not enough to support him in reaching level 99. And a strong fire elemental aura had begun to emanate from Bai Yi. These fire elements were all formed from his divine soul power. No, I must break through as soon as possible. Bai Yi pondered. And then, on the side of my natal shadow, we encountered even more monsters, all of them from beneath this lava sea. Shadow Dagger. It is the weapon of one's own shadow, capable of cutting through iron like mud and easily breaking through solid steel. And now, the shadowy dagger vanished in a flash. It pierced directly into the body of the giant fire serpent, leaving a long gash on its massive body. And at that very moment, the myriad calamities beast had already rushed to the side of the flame serpent, its incredibly sharp claws grabbing the flame serpent's head tightly, and then, the myriad calamities beast opened its massive maw and lunged at the giant fire python. It bit off its neck in one bite. Then, the myriad calamities beast dragged the giant fire python to Bai Yi's front. Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. This skill even has a 5% chance to deal damage. Although this is a very low probability. But, that's a really terrifying kind of damage. And now, the giant fire python had already been swallowed by the myriad calamities beast. And at this moment, a black light flickered. A sword pierced through. The giant fire serpent's head was pierced, and blood splattered out immediately. But, the shadowy dagger only left a shallow mark on the head of the giant fire serpent. It truly lives up to its S-class weapon reputation. Its attack power is indeed formidable, and this shadow dagger can also amplify damage. However, Bai Yi will not give up so easily. Immediately, Bai Yi sent his natal shadow to attack again. Another flash of black light, and the bloody head was severed, blood spurting out. Immediately afterwards, the giant fire serpent was also killed. Haha boss, this monster's pretty awesome. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Snow Elf exclaimed with delight. You two go ahead, I'll take care of the regular monsters first. Bai Yi smiled. Yes. Upon hearing this, the two women did not linger. They knew that these small fish and shrimp were no challenge for Bai Yi. Immediately, the two women then led the myriad calamity beast and their natal shadow straight towards the ordinary monsters. Bai Yi, on the other hand, headed towards those high-level monsters. A group of high-level monsters. Bai dared not be careless. If one is careless, there is a high risk of death. And now, these monsters are his prey. However, just as Bai was about to make a move, a voice suddenly came. The giant fire python reacted extremely quickly, opening its mouth to suck in the dagger just as it was about to pierce through. Instantly, the natal shadow was sucked into the mouth of the giant fire serpent. Roar! The giant fire serpent raised its head and roared, seemingly in great pain. It must be said that this giant fire python is indeed very powerful. If Bai were in this situation, it will definitely be a headache, because for him, there is simply no way to deal with the other party. Meanwhile, the natal shadow is constantly struggling. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggled, it could not break free from the fiery python's grasp. However, its face was gleaming with excitement, clearly enjoying the feeling of being devoured. Bai nodded slightly upon seeing this. He was well aware of the strength of his natal shadow. The fact that it could be easily bound by the giant fire python was enough to prove its power. After seeing the attributes of this giant fire python, Bai frowned, because he had never seen this giant fire python before. This giant fire python is only level 90, but it's precisely these level 90 attributes. That's an incredibly impressive level of strength. Keep in mind that his myriad calamity beast is only level 80 right now. This giant fire python was actually stronger than his myriad calamity beast. Moreover, this giant fire python was only around level 90. You need to know, these are all fairly common occurrences, even if the level of one's own natal shadow isn't particularly high. However, its strength remains undeniable, truly possessing an invincible aura. At this moment, the giant fire python hadn't even reacted yet. There was a sound. A sharp black light flashed. The giant fire serpent was pierced through. Blood splattered. Immediately, his natal shadow flicked his wrist, and black venom splattered out. Sizzle sizzle. It was burning intensely. A piece of the fiery python's body was directly corroded away, emitting blue smoke. The excruciating pain caused the giant fire serpent to roar. Meanwhile, the natal shadow took the opportunity to rush forward. The blade pierced the head of the giant fire serpent. Congratulations on gaining experience points. A system notification tone sounded. Bai's lips curled up in a smile. On the side, the natal shadow then collected the corpse of the giant fire python. This way, we've gained some more experience points, Bai said with a satisfied smile. But it still didn't turn out as he had imagined, where he would gain experience points for every monster he killed. But it doesn't matter. Chapter 372 Level Advancement, Fire Pig Monster. Level 372 Jump, Fire Pig Monster. These monsters are all level 90. Bai's level is only around 80. So, even killing just one of them would significantly boost Bai's experience. Each one would be a tremendous improvement. In other words, level 80 was just Bai's previous level. Since arriving at this large dungeon on the second floor, Bai's level has risen dramatically, no longer at its previous level, but at a completely new level. The previous level 80. Bai nowadays can be described as someone who is utterly disdainful. After all, the experience boost these monsters provide is truly significant. The level boost it brings is terrifying. Bai immediately brought up his own control panel. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 85, 19W2495 /5274W 8980. HP, 398W 8120 /398W 8120. Base attack power, 49200 plus. Spirit, 1200. Equipment, Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman, True Shadow Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. This time, Bai's level jumped directly to level 85. As for the previous skill upgrade opportunities, Bai accumulated a total of 5, but has not used them yet. Once used, the resulting improvement will undoubtedly be significant. But Bai hasn't used them yet because these upgrade opportunities are extremely important. Because when it comes to some crucial decisions, Bai can directly use these 5 precious opportunities to bring about an unimaginable improvement. For example, Upon seeing an ancient and powerful corpse, Bai could immediately use all his skill upgrade opportunities on his shadow extraction. Let's see if we can extract its shadow. Or perhaps, faced with an invincible existence, Bai could directly grant the advancement opportunity to his natal shadow. This caused his natal shadow's combat power to increase several levels, allowing him to directly engage in a fierce battle. At worst, faced with a life or death situation, Bai directly selected Shadow Kingdom. There might be an unexpected glimmer of hope. And now, Bai hadn't made a decision yet, although all the points he could allocate to any skill would be a great benefit. However, Bai did not make a choice immediately, but kept them all. For Bai, this might be the truly correct choice. Thinking about this, Bai couldn't help but look at the road through the sea of lava and fire. How much longer until we reach the end? Bai glanced at it. One glance. It's like there's no end in sight, which makes people feel inexplicably irritated. If I hadn't known that the boss of this floor was at the end of the road, Bai really won't come over. And now, Bai still had to face the monsters beneath these seas of lava and fire, monsters that seemed endless. But, when it comes to the word endless, nothing can compare to the existence of Bai Yi's Shadow Legion. Charge them. Bai Yi casually gestured, and his shadowy subordinates appeared. He charged straight at the lava monsters that were surrounding him and fighting them head-on. Uft! The dagger pierced through. One fatal blow. This moment, the shadow snow elf leaped up and jumped onto the back of the giant fire serpent, grabbed it tightly, opened its mouth, bit down hard, and swallowed it whole. And at the very moment the giant fire serpent was devoured, the surrounding air seemed to be on fire. The corpse of the giant fire serpent rapidly melted in the air. Bai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Not particularly powerful. But these monsters actually brought Bai Yi quite a few benefits. Soon, they encountered several more in the Shadow Sea. Bai Yi also didn't waste any time. Each battle is resolved in the shortest possible time, and then the magic circle is activated again to continue collecting monsters. Then, Bai Yi saw another group of monsters. These monsters, they were all enormous fire pigs. Monster, Fire Elemental Crab. Level, 92. HP, 112W3980/112W3980. Base attack power, 20,980 to 29,980. Skills, B+, Firewall, C Bite, B+, Fire Adaptation, B+, Smash. Description, a fire attribute monster with the ability to breathe fire. Its fire-based attacks are extremely powerful, and its fire-breathing speed and accuracy are incredibly fast. Moreover, its fire power can even incinerate metal. Monster, Fire Elemental Giant Pig. Level, 91. HP, 110W3980/110W3980. Base attack power, 20,980 to 29,980. Skills, C rank, Bite, B+ rank, Fire Adaptation. Description, a fire attribute monster with the ability to breathe fire. Its fire-based attacks are extremely powerful, and its fire-breathing speed and accuracy are incredibly fast. Moreover, its fire power can even incinerate metal. Bai Yi dealt with each of the enormous fire elemental giant pigs without any hesitation. There are 10 in total. This time, Bai Yi sent the myriad calamities beast and his natal shadow to deal with these monsters. These two guys are powerful. Hiss hiss. The giant fire serpent sensed a threat. It immediately let out a roar. But I hesitated for a second. Immediately, a fireball was launched directly at the natal shadow. But the fireball was dodged by the natal shadow, and then, the shadowy figure reappeared before the giant fire serpent. A single slash came down. Uft! A deep wound, about 3/10 of an inch deep, appeared on the back of the giant fire serpent. Blood splattered out. Shadow struck again. It severed the body of the giant fire serpent in one swift motion. After its tail was cut off, the giant fire serpent thrashed about angrily and let out a furious roar. Boom! Immediately. Chapter 373, Itinerary 31, Lava Sulfur. 373, Route 31, Lava Sulfur. The shadowy dagger gleamed in the darkness. It pierced directly into the opponent's neck. Sizzle. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The black dagger pierced directly through the head of the giant fire serpent. Then, his natal shadow sheathed his sword and retreated again. This time, the giant fire python was also directly annihilated. But, as the natal shadow retreated, the corpse of the giant fire python burst into flames. The flames were extremely strange. This caused the corpse of the giant fire serpent to become even larger. Watching the corpse of the giant fire serpent grow larger, Bai frowned slightly. Immediately, one after another, ice blades appeared on Bai Yi's right hand. The ice blade struck the giant fire serpent directly, freezing it solid. The giant fire serpent offered no resistance whatsoever. See here. Bai Yi nodded slightly. Just as I had guessed. His natal shadow is most skilled in freezing techniques, and this move is the one he uses. The giant fire serpent was frozen solid, and it had no power to resist whatsoever. But, even though this giant fire python has no power to resist, its health is still quite terrifying. On the corpse of the giant fire serpent, drops of blood dripped down, drip, drip. It dripped onto the ground. And that piece of ground. But, Bai Yi only paused for a moment. This time, he had no intention of wasting the monster experience on the giant fire python. Therefore, he continued on his way. This time, he didn't encounter any particularly troublesome monsters. In no time at all, they arrived at the 7th floor. The 7th floor. This time, however, they encountered a powerful boss. That giant flaming serpent. Seeing this scene, the myriad calamities beast and Bai Yi also ceased their battle. Hiss hiss hiss. The giant flaming serpent opened its mouth and flicked its tongue repeatedly. The snake's tongue, however, was burning hot, though it was quite obvious. Both Bai Yi and the myriad calamities beast possessed their own protective skills, making them completely immune to injury. But, the venom of the giant fire python proved quite troublesome for Bai Yi and the myriad tribulations beast. Roar! The myriad calamities beast roared, and then a powerful surge of lightning energy was released, directly enveloping the flame python. The giant fire python then exhaled a breath of fire. The collision between the two caused both Bai Yi and the myriad calamities beast to lose a significant amount of health. As expected of a mutated monster, it possesses such powerful resistance, truly worthy of being a demon. The myriad calamities beast said somewhat dejectedly, his lightning power could directly turn the opponent into charcoal, but it was no match for the flame python. And at this time, both the myriad calamity beast and the flame python noticed it. See here. Bai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. That way, you don't have to put in too much effort. Immediately, he then continued walking forward. There was already a row of corpses at his feet, and all of these corpses were giant fire pythons. At this moment, the speed of the myriad calamities beast also increased significantly. Bai Yi's expression also became serious. He took a deep breath. The group headed straight for the lava river. The entrance to the lava river. Bai Yi and his group were already standing here, looking at the lava river in front of them. Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. It really is a lava river. The lava river has a very rapid current. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to come here. After all, the heat contained in this lava river is terrifying. Ordinary players would be burned if they only got half a meter closer to the lava river. However, Bai Yi wasn't worried about this issue. His physique is incredibly strong. Bai Yi continued forward. His natal shadow followed beside Bai Yi, casually clearing away the nearby giant fire python. Soon, Bai Yi and his group encountered a fire lizard. This lizard is enormous. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales. And this lizard can even self-destruct. Upon seeing Bai Yi and the other humans, it opened its mouth and roared, a sound that was deafening. This is a level 4 monster. But Bai Yi didn't take it to heart. After all, his current strength is no longer comparable to that of the previous Bai Yi. At present, Bai Yi couldn't help but recall the volcanic cave he had discovered at the bottom of the lava pool. There was also a giant fire serpent in that cave. Could it be beneath this lava pool? Do these monsters exist? Regardless, we still need to eliminate all these giant fire pythons. Bai Yi's heart stirred. The corpses of those monsters were all stored in the space. These monsters were all around 90% level, and although they were elite level, Bai Yi didn't take them seriously. Then, the group continued towards the next lava pool. Unconsciously, they have already covered nearly a third of the distance. At this moment, Bai Yi had already clearly seen the situation around him. These lava pools are filled with all sorts of monsters. However, Bai Yi wasn't too worried. Because he has even more powerful trump cards up his sleeve. The beast of 10,000 calamities. Bai Yi gave a soft shout. The myriad calamities beast also appeared beside him. The myriad calamity beast's body was extremely robust, but the terrifying power it contained made Bai Yi feel a chill run down his spine. The 10,000 calamity beast is known for its thick hide and tough flesh. It's even harder than steel. The myriad calamity beast also has a strong preference for eating raw food. Its stomach can hold a great deal of food, but it also stores a lot of energy. Of course, the energy contained within is also finite. After all, it requires energy to be consumed. So, under such circumstances, this time, the beast of myriad calamities has arrived. Roar! Awoo! The myriad calamities beast's body trembled, and it transformed into its true form. At this moment, Bai Yi's myriad calamities beast devoured the corpse, becoming even more powerful. This guy doesn't have any offensive capabilities, so we don't need to worry about him. Bai Yi chuckled lightly, then left to continue his search for a new target. Bai Yi continued forward. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by monsters, but the shadow snow elves dealt with them one by one. 1 hour later, Bai Yi then arrived at the shore of the flaming lake. The water of the flame lake remained pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. And the water also had a strong sulfur smell. This sulfur smell seems to be corrosive. Bai Yi squinted and sniffed carefully. Sulfur. This is a commonly used material. Sulfur can be used as fuel. But, however, it is extremely precious, because it can produce various highly toxic toxins. One careless move could be fatal. Sulfur also has many uses. Chapter 374 Firebound Creatures, Immense Energy. 374 Fire-breathing creatures, immense energy. This was beyond his expectations. These monsters don't seem to be very powerful. Let's go. Then, Bai Yi led the group directly into the depths of the lava cave. After Bai Yi and his group entered the lava cave, the monsters that were originally guarding the corpse of the lava python outside the lava cave also entered the lava cave. And at this time, Bai Yi and the others finally stopped. However, at this moment, monsters appeared from all directions. Master, I'll go first. The shadow snow elf spoke. Bai Yi nodded. The shadow snow elf skill is Wind Blade. This is a powerful area of effect skill. Wind blades can cut directly through the air, generating extremely powerful destructive force. And the shadow snow elf skill range is 100 meters. Within this range, the shadow snow elf can release wind blades infinitely. Roar! With a roar, the group of shadow snow elves pounced forward. These shadow snow elves all possess extraordinary strength. They are all elite-level monsters. Moreover, they each possess their own unique attributes. Looking at the skills of the shadow snow elf, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. What they are facing now is no longer an ordinary monster. These monsters, and at this time, the corpse of the giant fire serpent had been completely burned. These giant fire serpents, they're not easy to deal with. It seems we'd better proceed with caution. Bai Yi said. He wasn't stupid enough to think these monsters would be so easy to deal with. The myriad calamities beast stared at the corpse of the giant fire python. A solemn expression appeared between his brows. Although the myriad calamities beast has little intelligence, it has extremely strong intuition. Once it senses danger, it is never wrong. There is indeed a problem. Bai Yi nodded. This wave of monsters. They were much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Bai Yi nodded slightly, and then, he looked at the myriad calamities beast, and said, Myriad calamities beast, go. Then, Bai Yi retreated directly onto the shoulder of the myriad calamities beast. And at this time, the myriad calamities beast then ran forward. The myriad calamities beast was enormous. The speed is also very fast. And because of its enormous size, it runs at a speed that's like a moving tank. That's not all. This time, the natal shadow, wielding the black shadow dagger, instantly attacked the giant fire python whose body was half submerged in lava. The shadowy dagger gleamed in the darkness. It pierced directly into the opponent's neck. Sizzle. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The black dagger pierced straight through the neck of the giant fire serpent. Immediately afterwards, a powerful surge of dark energy entered the body of the giant fire serpent. The giant fire python let out a mournful howl. Its body exploded, turning into clusters of flames that scattered in all directions. Congratulations on slaying the flame serpent. You have gained reputation points. A voice entered Bai Yi's mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately burst into laughter. Sure enough, the giant fire python was easy to kill. However, there are still many dangers in this sea of flames. Bai Yi wasn't worried. Bai Yi had nothing to worry about. As Bai Yi and his companions ventured deeper into the sea of fire, all sorts of strange and unusual monsters began to appear around them. There are water monsters and fish monsters. There are also some strangely shaped monsters. These monsters are either 3 meters long, with thick bodies, the size of calves, and covered with sharp spikes all over their bodies. There are also many monsters with lizard-like bodies, but snake-like tails. Bai had seen this type of creature before. These monsters are all from the ocean, but I never expected that monsters would appear on the seabed of lava. Is this a volcano? It feels a bit like a volcano, doesn't it? Bai frowned. He couldn't help but ask. Yes. Roar. A piercing scream rang out. The giant fire python finally realized what was happening. One turn. It lashed out with its tail. However, it was directly dodged by the natal shadow. The natal shadow, wielding the black dagger, brought its sword down once more. This sword strike. It severed the neck of the giant fire python. The giant fire serpent is finally dead. A powerful fire serpent. He died there. Bai smiled slightly. Good. This way you won't suffer too many casualties. Now, the shadow snow elf has returned to Bai's shoulder. At this time, the shadow dolphin returned to Bai's shoulder. In that case, we'll have to continue searching for monsters. Bai nodded. He has now ventured deep into the monster horde. He needs to be more careful because, among this horde of monsters, he encountered quite a few monsters, all of which were tier 1 monsters. However, their strength is also remarkable, with many reaching the 9th rank. Bai would certainly not let them go. In this way, Bai then led the group deeper into the area. Soon, they ventured deep into the monster horde, to the center of the lava sea. A burning flame tumbled in the air. Sizzle. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The black dagger pierced straight through the head of the giant fire serpent. Roar. The giant fire python roared angrily, its entire body twisting and contorting. Its body stirred the molten lava around it, causing it to boil. Immediately following, he swallowed the entire black liquid in one gulp, and it finally regained its mobility. But its movements were already extremely slow. That speed was even astonishingly slow. And at this time, Bai also made a move. He then moved his hands. The 2-eye spikes were then hurled forward. The 2-eye spikes were extremely fast and struck the head of the giant fire serpent directly. Click. 2-eye spikes pierced straight through the head of the giant fire serpent. And at this time, Bai's natal shadow also instantly arrived in front of the giant fire python and swung its blade. Hiss! The sharp blade sliced the giant fire python in two. Then, the blood was directly absorbed into Bai's backpack. The blood of this fiery serpent is a powerful energy. At that moment, Bai could clearly feel that surging energy. That energy actually increased his health by nearly 30 million. The amount of health is surprisingly abundant. This was beyond his expectations. At this time, Chapter 375 Flame Leopard, Painful Hiss. 375 Flame Leopard, Painful Howl. At this time, the surrounding monsters attacked again. As expected, it was still the shadow of the true self who stepped forward to surround and kill, and one shadow subordinate displayed the aura of a group of shadow subordinates. The black dagger pierced straight through the giant snake's head. The giant fire python died instantly in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked both the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf, who had never imagined that their natal shadow would be so powerful. He killed the giant python in one move. Moreover, that giant fire python was merely a demonic creature. This is still due to the fire attribute. Otherwise, with the strength of his own shadow, he could have killed it instantly. This is the power of one's destined shadow. At this time, the myriad calamities beast, however, looked at Bai. That expression clearly shows he wants to devour the corpses of these monsters. As expected, the corpses of these monsters can make the myriad calamity beast's physical condition even stronger. Bai's lips twitched slightly. Just how much did this guy want to devour it? However, Bai was not surprised. After all, the myriad calamities beast was merely his shadow. The level of the myriad calamities beast is 85. And the level of this natal shadow. He's only level 85, which is already incredibly impressive in this world. He could be considered a super genius. This time, the black dagger severed the opponent's neck, and a large head fell off. The corpse immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated. Bai saw it. He was slightly startled. This giant fire python actually possesses strong intelligence. The moment its natal shadow made its move, it sensed the danger and immediately chose to dodge. However, this giant fire serpent's attack power is far too weak. If there weren't so many of us, we could have easily killed the giant fire serpent in a one-on-one fight. Bai shook his head, then his gaze turned to the other two monsters. Monster, Fire Elemental Leopard. Level, 92. HP, 112W3980/112W3980. Base attack power, 20,980 to 29,980. Skills, B+, Firestorm. C rank, Bite. B+, Fire Adaptation. B+, Smash. Description, a fire attribute monster with the ability to breathe fire. Its fire-based attacks are extremely powerful, and its fire-breathing speed and accuracy are incredibly fast. Moreover, its fire power can even incinerate metal. This monster is clearly much stronger than the one from before. Bai watched. I felt a little hesitant. However, a decision was made very quickly. His target is the monster boss, and that giant fire serpent. Naturally, he gave up on it. A huge wound was slashed across the neck of the giant fire serpent. A foul, fishy smell instantly filled the air. The blood of the giant fire python also splattered out. Seeing this, Bai finally understood why his myriad calamities beast could so easily destroy the mudskipper flame fish. Its attack power had become so formidable. As expected of a demon. That's awesome. Roar. The giant fire python, in pain, roared furiously in an instant. Then, a gigantic maw opened wide, and a tongue of fire lunged at the natal shadow. But his own shadow remained calm and composed. He took a step forward, avoiding the attack of the giant fire serpent. Immediately afterwards, he brandished his dagger and plunged it directly into the belly of the giant fire python. Sizzle. Sizzle. Blood spurted out in streams. At this time, the wounds of one's destined shadow also healed at this moment. The moment it healed, the giant fire python let out a shrill scream, and its entire body exploded. This is the terrifying aspect of the myriad calamities beast. This is a monster that can devour its opponent directly. Even a powerful being would have no way to resist the myriad calamity beast's devouring power. One-hit kill. Gurgle gurgle. And at this time, a monster engulfed in lava and fire attacked again, and the shadow blade, wielding a black dagger, stepped forward once more. It pierced through the neck of the giant fire serpent, and then a powerful stream of black energy rushed in, directly into the body of the giant fire serpent. The shadowy dagger completely absorbed all the fire element within its body. The giant fire python also let out a painful roar, its entire body twisting and turning. Clearly, the giant fire python was enduring immense pain. With a single slash, half of the fiery python's head was severed. Immediately afterwards, the shadowy dagger was pulled directly from the head, then plunged back into it, churning up the brain matter. This is the end. This giant fire python died at the hands of the myriad calamity beast. Immediately, the arm of the natal shadow also lit up. Bai saw that blood-red light. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This natal shadow has actually advanced to S rank. That's good, at least it provides some protection for the shadow snow elves. But, they both need to rest. Shadow snow elf. My destined shadow. In an instant, they struck again. The black dagger pierced straight through the opponent's head. Roar. At that moment, the giant fire python also let out a roar. Its massive, fiery tail swung. It swept directly towards its own shadow. Snort. A soft hum rang out. The body of the natal shadow swayed slightly. A powerful aura erupted. The black dagger slashed directly at the giant python. Bang bang bang. Sparks flew. The giant tail of the fiery serpent was actually severed by its natal shadow. The giant serpent of fire hissed in agony. And at this time, Bai, under the cover of the shadow snow elf and his natal shadow, arrived at the side of the giant fire python. Roar. Upon seeing this, the giant fire serpent roared in a frenzy. Its body twisted wildly in the molten lava. She wanted to break free from Bai's control. However, under these circumstances, it is simply impossible to do so. Bai slashed down with his sword. Blood splattered. Bai chopped off one of the giant fire serpent's heads. Roar. The giant serpent of fire was heartbroken. But its body, however, was completely unable to move. It was churning in the molten lava. And at this time, Bai took a step. They arrived above the giant python's head. And at this time, the Shadow of Destiny and the Myriad Calamities beast have joined forces to deal with the remaining 3 giant fire serpents. Bai's eyes flashed. Chapter 376, Extraordinary Strength, Elite appears. 376, Exceptional Strength, Elite emerges. This time, after a hard-fought battle, Bai finally spotted an elite monster. This monster is unusual. It is said to be unusual. Even just by looking at it, there are still some differences. These monsters are clearly intelligent and possess a considerable degree of wisdom. Therefore, This is the best solution. Roar. With a roar, the demonic leopard suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a burst of flames that engulfed its natal shadow. Then it spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Poisonous fog filled the air. Bai simply avoided it. The poisonous mist landed on the ground and actually corroded a pit in the ground. Upon seeing this, Bai's heart tightened. This poisonous fog actually has a corrosive physical damage effect. If he hadn't dodged in time, he probably would have been poisoned to death by the toxic fog. However, this poisonous fog is indeed somewhat troublesome. In that instant, Bai felt his body stiffen. Such a potent toxin. Bai frowned, shocked. The potency of this poison was much stronger than he had expected. Be careful. Bai shook his head. No need. This poisonous fog is indeed a bit troublesome, and it also requires a certain amount of mental energy. After Bai finished speaking, he made a thought. Whoosh. Swish. Swish. It appeared on the back of the myriad calamities beast. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. My destined shadow, let's split up. Bai said. The natal shadow naturally wouldn't refute this. After all, their team is growing larger and larger, and they're in this lava mountain range. So what if something unexpected happens? That would be really dangerous. Then, the myriad calamities beast and the shadow snow elf then headed to opposite sides. Bai, on the other hand, charged alone towards the giant fire python. Bai held a sword in his hand. A flash of silver light appeared. A sword aura also spread outwards. The giant fire serpent saw this. They immediately resisted. Its firepower is also extremely terrifying. The giant fire python opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of flame, attacking Bai. Bai saw it. They remained calm and unhurried. His sword trembled. The sword energy swept outwards. This strike directly shattered the power of the flames. The power of the flames was instantly annihilated. Immediately afterwards, a flash of sword light streaked past. It pierced straight through the head of the giant fire serpent. Having dealt with the ordinary fire python, Bai once again set his sights on this single elite monster. This elite monster. He wasn't particularly tall or muscular, but its body is covered with rings of scales, making it look extremely sturdy. Shwa shwa. Bai moved. They charged toward the leopard-like monster. The leopard-like monster seemed to have anticipated Bai's actions and retreated immediately. And at this very moment, Bai's attack failed completely. He couldn't help but frown. Looks like I'll have to use my skills. Bai thought to himself. Then, Bai made a move. Moment. The myriad calamities beast unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the leopard-like monster's body. A bolt of lightning exploded. This attack actually shattered the opponent's scales, revealing its internal organs. Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. In that case, the monster's health has already been reduced significantly, so it should be easy to defeat. Immediately, Bai made his move once again. This time, the leopard-shaped monster is also extremely fast. He leaped out directly. They escaped the hurricane. But this jump also caused his HP to drop by about 1/5. Roar. Their strength is extraordinary. And it can also breathe fire. Bai had never seen such a thing before and didn't know how it was done. This leopard-like monster was clearly somewhat afraid of the myriad calamities beast's attack. But it's not without its problems. Bai glanced at his skill bar. Upon seeing these two skills, Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Furthermore, it can increase the damage dealt to the opponent by a percentage. In that case, let's all join in. Myriad calamity beast, come forth. Bai gave the order. At this moment, the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf had already completed a small-scale charge. The leopard-shaped monster was hit squarely by a fire dragon's breath from the shadow snow elf. The power of the fire dragon's breath is considerable. Although it didn't completely deplete the leopard-like monster's HP, it did cause its HP to drop sharply. The shadow snow elves then engaged in battle. The leopard-shaped monster opposite us. It appears to be a monster born from flames. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The base of the volcano. Pillars of fire shot into the sky. The pillars of fire continued to surge and churn. And at this moment, within the deep pit of that towering pillar of fire lay a fiery red monster. The monster was entirely fiery red. When it opens its mouth, a red bead the size of a thumb appears, and inside the bead, flames leap. This fiery red monster is an elite-level monster. It looks like a leopard. However, it has a human-like appearance and even limbs. This scene, Bai was somewhat surprised. What is this thing? Roar. The elite monster let out a roar. Immediately, it suddenly leaped away. Whoosh. Bai flashed away. He had already appeared beside the other person. Its body is covered in scales, making it look extremely tough. Moreover, its attack power is extremely strong. Each attack deals 2 to 3,000 damage and also has a certain amount of fire damage. This kind of damage is something that ordinary people cannot endure. And at this moment, under Bai Yi's command, the myriad calamities beast and its natal shadow both made their move once again. Meanwhile, the myriad calamities beast charged towards the leopard-shaped demon. Meanwhile, his natal shadow charged towards the giant fire serpent. Roar. A screech. The giant fire python spewed out a ball of raging fire. And the speed of the natal shadow is not slow either. In the blink of an eye. So they dodged it. After spewing out a ball of fire, the giant fire serpent opened its mouth once more. Another burst of flame shot out. This time, however, the shadow of destiny reacted even faster. A bolt of lightning struck the head of the giant fire python, causing its body to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the natal shadow charged towards the giant fire serpent once again. Upon seeing this, the giant fire python roared repeatedly, its body twisting and turning. Moreover, the giant fire python actually began to tumble in the air. This caused the natal shadow's expression to change slightly, and then a bolt of lightning struck the head of the giant fire python. The giant fire python, however, did not stop at all. Instead, it rolled faster and faster. This enormous fire serpent burst directly out of the sea of fire. The fiery red snake tail swept through the air. Chapter 377 Sharply Reduced Health, Lion Leopard Monster. 377 HP Sharply Reduced, Lion and Leopard Monster. These giant fire pythons appeared too suddenly. It seems quite different from other giant fire pythons. It was as if I was being led by this leopard-shaped elite monster, and I felt that it was several times stronger than the ordinary fire python. This leopard-type elite monster seems even more troublesome than the flame serpent. Bai Yi thought for a moment before finally making his judgment. Never mind, this leopard-type elite monster has great stats. Now's the time to kill it. I'll think about it. Bai Yi charged directly towards the leopard-shaped elite monster. This time, Bai Yi's chosen attack method was also very simple and brutal, using the Twilight Greatsword. A Twilight Greatsword appeared directly in Bai Yi's right hand. The next moment, Bai Yi swung his arm and slammed a Twilight Greatsword down hard into the leopard-type elite monster. Roar! A roar echoed all around. The leopard-shaped elite monster shuddered and leaped into the air, dodging Bai Yi's attack. How cunning! Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Bai Yi had been preparing for this attack for a long time. But it was unsuccessful. Moreover, because the Twilight Greatsword was too long, it directly trapped the leopard-shaped elite monster, and Bai Yi's goal was to chase after the leopard-shaped elite monster in the direction it was running. Bai Yi's steps were swift. His body turned into a blur. It's very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the leopard-shaped elite monster, and with a single teleportation, he appeared directly behind it. Its body is extremely large, with a tail about 2 meters long swishing around, making it look very majestic. And now, it also watched Bai Yi and the others warily. It had already sensed Bai Yi's strength, but it didn't know if its underlings could handle this man in white. This moment, it was also extremely nervous. Roar! With a roar, the leopard-shaped monster burst into flames. The color of this flame was completely different from normal flames. It was a pure fiery red. Amidst the raging flames, the fire leopard's body continued to expand, and soon it transformed into a giant monster standing 3 meters tall. Flame Giant Leopard. This is the Flame Leopard, a monster from the realm of fire. Its attack power is not very high. Its most powerful attack comes from its extremely sharp claws and mouth. The Flame Leopard has a very long mouth, and once it opens, it can easily bite through its opponent. Bang bang bang. HP 13456. HP 23456. HP 33456. HP 43456. HP 53456. Damage values appeared on Bai Yi's body, making his expression increasingly serious. This flame leopard doesn't have much health left, but we still need to be careful, Bai Yi said. After all, the flame leopard also possesses some special skills. However, this special skill is quite troublesome for Bai Yi. Its entire body is covered in jet black fur. His bright green eyes were filled with ferocity. He noticed that Bai Yi was staring at him. The leopard-like monster opened its mouth and let out a roar. A fiery red flame emerged from its mouth. Whoa! With a roar, the giant fire python transformed into a fire serpent. The fire serpent charged directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. I didn't expect this guy to make a move so quickly. As expected of an elite monster. It seems he really shouldn't be underestimated. Bai Yi leaped up and dodged the attack. Then, he saw it. The fiery red serpent transformed into a fire dragon once more and charged directly at him. Bai Yi saw this. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. Turn out to be. Since you like fire so much, I'll turn this thing into a flame. Bai Yi said with a faint smile. He then ordered the myriad calamities beast to crash directly into the fire dragon. With a loud bang, the myriad calamities beast collided directly with the fire dragon, exploding into a burst of sparks. The fire dragon was directly knocked back by the force of the myriad calamities beast. But the myriad calamities beast was also injured. But its body shape is similar to that of a leopard, and its body is covered with fiery red fur, making it look very much like a leopard's fur. However, its head does resemble that of a lion. Its two front paws are bright red and long. The moment Bai Yi saw this leopard-shaped elite monster, he had a strange feeling. This guy? It appears to be some kind of lion-shaped monster. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that this leopard-shaped elite monster actually had a pair of human legs, but its feet were pitch black, looking very much like crocodile claws, and were also covered with scales. But this leopard-shaped monster is not like ordinary magical beasts, which only know how to use their sharp teeth to tear apart their prey. Its beak is extremely sharp, even sharper than steel. Its limbs are also very thick and covered with sharp claws. On one of the front paws, it even sparked. Hiss! The leopard-like monster pounced directly at Bai Yi. On its back, a tail drags along the ground. Bai Yi dodged directly. Bai Yi easily dodged the leopard-like monster's charge. Bai Yi's gaze, however, was fixed on the leopard-like monster's tail and its sharp claws. A burning sensation emanated from his entire body. Its skin was ablaze with intense flames, and the flames seemed to be alive, flickering from time to time. It has two sharp horns on its head, making it look quite ferocious. While Bai Yi was observing this elite monster, the myriad calamities beast charged forward, unleashing a black flame sword strike. Black flames scorched, leaving streaks of black in the air. A muffled thud. The black flame sword light of the myriad calamities beast actually cut the giant fire python in half. The giant fire serpent only had 1/3 of its health remaining. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi was overjoyed. His strength was originally inferior to that of the myriad calamities beast. Seeing that the myriad calamities beast had defeated this elite monster, he was naturally very happy. It must be said that the strength of this myriad calamity beast is no weaker than that of ordinary demons. Meanwhile, a roar came from the side. A woo. Bai Yi frowned slightly and looked in that direction. All I could see was, their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed close. Moreover, their claws were incredibly sharp, with each nail bearing a sharp barb. Chapter 378 Guaranteed Hit Flame, Data appears. 378 Guaranteed to hit flame, data appears. Obviously, the difference between it and ordinary fire-type monsters is that this leopard-shaped elite monster has a head. One of them had its head covered with sharp, barbed teeth. Under Bai Yi's watchful gaze, the leopard-shaped elite monster opened its mouth and spewed a mouthful of flames at Bai Yi. Flames erupted. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi quickly summoned his natal shadow to block the flame. This move dealt less than 500 damage to the user's shadow. This scene, a slight look of surprise appeared on Bai Yi's face. Immediately, he looked at the fire attribute leopard-shaped monster. This leopard-like monster looked extremely ferocious, but at this moment, however, there was a hint of fear in its expression. Looking at his natal shadow, his eyes were filled with horror. It seems so. The fire attack, just now, it actually posed a considerable threat to it. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. What he has no shortage of now is patience. And now, he has had enough patience. And now, these fire monsters. He no longer needs to worry. After all, the strength of the myriad calamities beast. But it requires surpassing ordinary strong individuals. The myriad calamities beast is no weakling. Bai Yi knew this in his heart. His myriad calamities beast was already injured. When he saw Bai Yi and the others, a hint of fear and wariness flashed in his eyes. But it showed no sign of backing down. Instead, it charged towards the crowd. After seeing this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. He underestimated the strength of this elite monster. This guy seems like he's not easy to deal with. Upon seeing this elite monster charging towards them, the myriad calamity beast, the shadow snow elf, and others all stepped forward. In an instant, the number of these monsters has doubled again. This can't go on. We must take down this leopard-shaped elite monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, once all the monsters gather together, it will be even more difficult for them to kill this leopard-shaped elite monster. And this leopard-type elite monster is no ordinary creature. This time, not only the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf, but also the 3 elite-level monsters were all mobilized. Roar! Roar! And then, roars echoed. These monsters also unleashed their skills. The leopard-shaped elite monster opened its gaping maw. The moment he opened his mouth, it contained an immense power that instilled fear in those who saw it. But for Bai, what's more important is its next attack. The next moment, a blazing flame spewed from its mouth. In an instant, the flame transformed into a massive fireball, which hurtled towards the myriad calamity beast and the others. This fireball is extremely fast. Bai's brows furrowed slightly. This guy, he's actually a monster. And this defense is much stronger than that giant fire python from before. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help but sigh. This task is indeed difficult. This monster is incredibly powerful. And at this moment, the monster sensed danger. Its massive body suddenly twisted into a snake's tail. With a flick of the wrist, the snake's tail then lashed out fiercely at the myriad calamities beast. Roar, roar, roar. The beast of myriad calamities roared in anger. Then, he used his ultimate move. They seemed to have considerable strength. However, this time, Bai, however, did not intend to use his skills. Because the myriad calamities beast had already exhausted too much energy in the battle just now. And now, Bai, on the other hand, planned to use his own strength to kill the leopard-shaped elite monster. Roar. A furious shout. Bai's body rushed straight up. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the elite leopard monster. Hiss hiss. He saw Bai appear in front of him. The leopard monster roared repeatedly, opened its mouth, and spat out a tongue of fire, which swept towards Bai. These flames were over 10 meters long and highly poisonous. Anyone who came into contact with even a trace of them would be poisoned. But Bai, however, was not afraid of these deadly poisons at all. After all, he had the Shadow Guardian ability. So how could these flames possibly harm him, let alone poison? He has a super strong immune system and excellent protective capabilities, so there's absolutely no need to worry. Anyway, he appeared right next to the leopard monster, as if he completely ignored the flames. However, this demon had precisely targeted the myriad calamities beast. It seemed as if they wanted to take advantage of its injury to inflict another severe blow. It looks like a leopard-like monster. Its body was radiating a pale red flame, and its face was covered with sharp teeth, with 2 sharp fangs in its mouth. This fire leopard is clearly much stronger than the other fire pythons. Upon sensing the attack from the myriad calamities beast, the fire leopard reacted immediately. Then his body moved. Its body transformed into a dense flame, forming an enormous fireball within the lava. The fireball was extremely fast, and it arrived next to the myriad calamity beast in an instant. Upon seeing this, the myriad calamities beast immediately took cover. Only, the myriad calamities beast underestimated the speed of this fire leopard. In the blink of an eye, the fire leopard caught up with the speed of the myriad calamity beast. Then, the fire leopard crashed heavily into the myriad calamity beast. Bang! The myriad calamities beast was sent flying by the impact. While still in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The fire leopard clearly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. His figure transformed into raging flames once more, and he attacked again. Only, at this time, the myriad calamities beast has recovered some of its strength. With a flash, it escaped the attack range of the giant fire python. And at that very moment, the giant fire python also caught up. And this is a giant fire python. It doesn't look like an ordinary monster. Monster, Fire Lion Leopard, Elite Level. Level, 93. HP, 301W 1980/312W 3980. Base attack power, 20,980. Skills, B++, Flame Storm, C. Bite, B++, Fire Adaptation, A. Ejection. Description, a fire attribute monster with the ability to breathe fire. Its fire-based attacks are extremely powerful, and its fire-breathing speed and accuracy are incredibly fast. Moreover, its fire power can even incinerate metal. Looking at the monster's attributes, Bai was also somewhat amazed. As expected of an elite from level 93. Chapter 379 Competitive Combat Strength, Natal Shadow. 379 is a respectable combat power, and it's my signature shadow. Monsters of this level are already considered quite troublesome. And now, this leopard-like monster. Their strength is terrifying. Looking at the leopard-like monster, Bai felt a little nervous. Take down this leopard-like monster. Bai said. A woo. Roar. Two voices came. Both the Myriad Calamities beast and the shadow roared in anger. The Myriad Calamities beast shuddered, and a ball of flame shot out. The flames condensed into a fist-sized sphere in the air, and this sphere exploded upon contact with the giant fire python. The giant fire python was only blasted back a few meters. Hiss! Wandering in the flames. Its fur was charred, revealing the skin underneath. But it still stubbornly struggled and did not give up. But, no matter how much this elite monster struggled, it could not escape being annihilated. This leopard-shaped elite monster. It is clearly an elite monster with fire attributes. Shua. Under Bai Yi's gaze, the opponent suddenly twisted its body, whipping out two snake tails that lashed out at Bai Yi. Bai Yi saw it. His eyes narrowed slightly. So fast. This leopard-shaped elite monster is faster than ordinary elite monsters. His speed. He's practically on par with a typical Saint Realm expert. But, none of this could stop Bai Yi. In Bai Yi's eyes, every move of the leopard-shaped elite monster was clearly reflected in his mind. He could see every single hair on the leopard-shaped elite monster. He took a step forward and dodged the two whip-like attacks. And at this moment, this leopard-shaped elite monster has launched a new offensive. Two snake tails coiled together. It directly wrapped around Bai Yi. Seeing the two snake tails coiling around him, Bai Yi's face flashed with disdain. Under this entanglement, Bai Yi didn't need to move at all. He only needed to flash. They thus avoided the attack. This time, the leopard-shaped elite monster showed a puzzled expression. But, Bai Yi ignored him. Myriad Calamities beast, go and help your destined shadow. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, giving the command directly to the shadow. Shadow naturally dared not disobey Bai Yi's orders. Immediately, it was then that it faced these monsters. And that fire lion leopard was an elite-level creature. He was clearly the leader of these monsters, and also a person of extraordinary strength. A fiery tornado swirled around the elite monster. Within this fire tornado, flames leaped and danced. The fire dragon's attacks became increasingly ferocious. But, the leopard-like monster remained calm and composed, manipulating the fire dragon and dodging the attacks of the fire tornadoes with incredible skill. Bai Yi checked his damage value. The fire tornado only dealt around 50,000 damage, which was almost the same as his total damage. And this monster was actually able to dodge his fire tornado attack, and even withstand his own offensive? Bai Yi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that. Here, we unexpectedly encounter such a monster. It seems they need to be careful. The fire tornado struck again, this time with incredible speed, reaching the monster in the blink of an eye. The leopard-shaped monster's health was instantly reduced by 1/10. The monster cried out in pain and immediately retreated. Roar! And at that very moment, the Shadow's minions also launched their attacks, bombarding the monster with their combined assaults. The monster's HP is decreasing rapidly, and its health is dropping quickly. And, roar! The monster roared in a low voice. Its eyes, however, were fixed intently on the Shadow Snow Elf. Obviously, this guy is very interested in the Shadow Snow Elves. The Shadow Snow Elf, however, remained indifferent, as if it didn't take the monster seriously at all. Bai Yi did not hesitate at all. His figure flickered. It has already appeared beside the monster. He did not use any skills. This time, Bai Yi intends to use close-quarters combat to wear down the monster. He knew. This monster's weakness is its extremely fast and agile speed. At this point, Bai Yi had already discovered it just now. The monster spotted Bai Yi the moment he appeared. Moreover, its reaction is extremely rapid. It flicked its tail. It actually struck Bai Yi. Whoosh. A streak of red light ripped through the sky and instantly struck Bai Yi. Bai Yi remained calm and composed. He leaped to dodge the attack. This leopard-shaped elite monster. It looks like it has thick skin and tough flesh. Bai Yi didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his natal shadow. This time, Bai Yi's consciousness also followed his natal shadow. He could clearly see every step his natal shadow took and every punch it threw. Even with this move, what skill did the main character's shadow actually use? What kind of move is it? What kind of effect? He saw it all clearly. Bai Yi's attention was entirely focused on this move. Roar! With a powerful punch, the shadow of destiny slammed into the face of the elite monster. Immediately, the elite monster roared and pounced madly towards its natal shadow. This guy is incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, then I arrived in front of my destined shadow. And at this moment, it seems that your natal shadow has already sensed something. He didn't stop, but instead quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Immediately afterwards, he charged forward and crashed directly into the monster's body. Bang! The monster was sent flying by the impact. But, at that very moment, beneath the feet of one's destined shadow, suddenly, tiny, sharp spikes appeared. The spike pierced straight through the ground. In an instant, the sharp thorn pierced directly through the monster's abdomen, and in that very moment, a sudden, intense burning sensation emanated from its wound. The monster screamed in agony. The flames, which had been relatively stable, suddenly became agitated. Roar! A mournful wail echoed throughout the area. A woo! A series of mournful cries rang out. One after another, fiery red figures appeared beside the giant fire serpent. They were all fire elemental monsters. Although there are only a dozen or so monsters, when added together, they are definitely a very considerable help. After all, these monsters don't possess the terrifying strength of the real name Shadow. Chapter 380 Level Up Again, Elite Troops and Strong Generals. Level 380 Upgrade, Elite Troops and Strong Generals. But, in terms of quantity, that is enough to rival elite troops. Kill. With Bai Yi's command. The real name was Shadow, and Bai Yi himself also rushed into the group of demons. Uft. The dagger of his destined shadow was brandished. Before the monsters could even get close, he slashed their throats, and with blood splattering everywhere, he took the life of one of the monsters. But, because Bai Yi was there, Bai Yi's skill level far surpasses that of ordinary players. With each strike, he practically annihilated a monster. In Bai Yi's opinion, these monsters were simply not enough for him to defeat. Unless, only monsters of the same level as the previous flame python can be dealt with. The monster struggled for a moment, seemingly trying to escape. But, the next moment, it was accompanied by a plop sound. A burst of flames rose up. The monster has completely lost its ability to move. Congratulations to the player for defeating the flame serpent. Experience gained. Congratulations on leveling up. Bai Yi was stunned when he heard the notification in his mind. Holy crap! Bai Yi's eyes widened. It upgraded directly. You need to know, although these elite monsters provided Bai Yi with a lot of help, it was because Bai Yi's level was too low. So, the experience bonus from these elite monsters is completely insufficient to meet the leveling requirements. But now, it was just one offensive move. That gave him so much experience. This is absolutely awesome. Bai Yi checked his attributes and found that they had now reached 13%. Not bad. At this rate of growth, I estimate that after 2 or 3 more waves, I'll be able to reach level 90. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's smile deepened. He is now eager to upgrade. The gains from this dungeon run are definitely enough for him to level up. After all, even if it's just killing a few small monsters, he gains over 100 experience points every day. And this time, the dungeon. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the monster's belly. Boom. Flames burned fiercely. It blew open the monster's belly. The already injured elite monster lost about 2/3 of its health in an instant. Just as the natal shadow was preparing to press its advantage, the monster let out a low growl. Roar. This roar. A beam of red fire shot out from the monster's mouth. Moment. It swept away the shadow of one's destiny. In this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but widen her eyes. Because, in the moment he was stunned, the flames that had swept over his natal shadow actually spread towards him. That appearance. It was exactly the same as the fireball spat out by the giant fire python before. Moreover, the temperature will be even hotter. This startled Bai Yi. He quickly controlled his natal shadow to dodge. They dared not confront them head-on. But, although the flames were incredibly powerful, they were not fatal. Even for Bai Yi, at most it would just be burns or numbness. This situation made Bai Yi sigh. As expected, those who play with fire are ruthless. But, this also proves that the flame is indeed effective. And, it's not weak. Otherwise, the defense of your natal shadow is not low. There must be a reason why the flames were able to break through his defenses. And, a burst of intense heat suddenly rose up. It actually burned all the spikes to ashes. This sudden scene left Bai Yi stunned. Did I just happen to have a coincidence? Or rather, is my luck just that good? Huffing and puffing. A series of hot breaths could be heard. The fire elemental leopard struggled to its feet and walked towards Bai. Bai frowned slightly. I don't know if it's because the fire leopard was injured. The original fire elemental leopard, though ferocious. However, it gives people a very weak feeling. But now, even if he cut off 2 pieces of his own tail, the fire elemental leopard's strength remained undiminished. The giant fire python that had flown away suddenly struggled and actually got back up. This giant fire python, though it no longer possesses offensive capabilities, but its defensive and regenerative abilities are truly terrifying. Even so, it was still able to stand up during this brief confrontation. Roar! He roared. 2 faint red halos appeared on the head of the giant fire python. And with the appearance of these 2 red blushes, the flame serpent's attributes surged once again. And, because of the improved attributes, right now, the giant fire serpent's body also rapidly expanded, becoming thicker and longer. His original height of 1.5 meters has increased to about 3 meters. Furthermore, its entire body was engulfed in flames. This time, it wasn't just fire element. It even contained a strong fire poison. On Bai Yi's side, the shadow snow elf, his natal shadow, and the increasingly powerful injured myriad calamity beast were ready to fight. In a short time, the scene was utterly chaotic. But Bai Yi knew this clearly. I will win. Although both the natal shadow and the injured myriad calamity beast have certain limitations. But amidst this chaos, their restrictive effect was not very obvious. And, thanks to the enhancement of Bai Yi's natal essence and natal shadow, the natal shadow's health regeneration per second is quite remarkable. Even if injured, it can also be fully recovered in a short time. Under such circumstances, the synergy between the natal shadow and the injured myriad calamity beast can only be described as perfect. With the 2 working together, the giant fire python was completely helpless. Just a moment. The giant fire serpent had completely lost its ability to move. Bai Yi smiled as well. This result is not bad, although it consumes a lot of energy. But Bai Yi was also satisfied. After all, if it weren't for the myriad calamities beast, even if Bai Yi can summon his natal shadow and the injured myriad calamity beast, whether he can ultimately win is still a question. This is a sure thing, no losses. But this is far from over. In Bai Yi's view, since we've already chosen to take the risk, the deeper we go, the better. Then, rumble. A chaotic battle suddenly broke out. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. This round of gains has been quite substantial. Then, his gaze fell on the myriad calamity beast. Your skills still need improvement. The myriad calamities beast nodded hurriedly. You've been with me for quite some time now, so naturally I hope you'll become stronger soon. Bai Yi said with a smile. And now, chaos ensues. Although they have an advantage in personnel. However, because the speed of the natal shadow is relatively slow, and it hasn't learned any skills yet. Chapter 381 Slaying the Lion and Leopard, Frequent Situations. 381 lions and leopards were killed, and many unexpected situations occurred. After a fierce battle, their situation became increasingly precarious. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi knew he could no longer sit idly by and wait for his doom. Shadow go. He gave a soft shout. A jet-black afterimage suddenly shot out, piercing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, and swiftly attacked the giant fire serpent. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for defeating the flame python and gaining experience. A system notification sounded. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. On the other side, Bai Yi's natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast were locked in a fierce battle with the injured flame python. Neither of them can gain the upper hand over the other. But, at this moment, Bai Yi also noticed that the injured fire python's life force was rapidly decreasing. Following this trend, 5 minutes at most, that giant flaming serpent will surely be killed. At this moment, both the natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast were already injured. However, their strength is undeniable. Even if you get injured, defeating these 2 monsters won't be so easy. You guys keep stalling for time, I'll take down that elite monster first. The myriad calamities beast repeatedly assured them. This situation made him very happy. Although the myriad calamities beast was not the ambitious boss he had imagined. But, at least for now, it is very honest. Bai Yi questioned the myriad calamities beast. Because, as the myriad calamities beast had said before, it had indeed made a deduction. But the result was failure. This is also the main reason why Bai Yi kept increasing the difficulty. After all, he can't keep his strength stuck at this stage forever. And, The skills of the myriad calamities beast also need to be enhanced. Otherwise, if we keep using this kind of move, roar. The fire lion leopard roared angrily. His entire body was ablaze with flames. Then, a scorching flame suddenly shot out. The flames spread rapidly. It completely ignited the surrounding molten lava. A fireball appeared. The temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Even Bai Yi, who was far away, they all felt a burning sensation. If they got even slightly closer, they would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Fire threat detected. Listen to the prompts in your mind. Although she had expected it, Bai Yi still felt like she had been tricked. Originally, Bai Yi intended to use frost crystal in conjunction with the shadow snow elf's ice freeze to protect himself from harm. But, under the threat of the fire lion leopard's flames, all of this has become a pipe dream. There was no other choice. Bai Yi had no choice but to throw out the ice crystals beside him. Click click, accompanied by the sound of ice shattering. The scattered cold mist instantly covered the entire lava pool, freezing everything around it in the cold, including the flames that were spewing out. Huff huff. The fire lion leopard was panting heavily, its face contorted with ferocity. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? Do you even know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll eat you up. The fire lion leopard roared repeatedly. Eternal calamity. Shadow. Take this fire lion leopard down. Roar. Awoo. The three of them immediately roared. Seeing that the situation was not good, the fire lion leopard immediately tried to escape. But, it's too late. Bai Yi didn't give him a chance at all. Directly allow your natal shadow to perform shadow swap. In an instant, it caught up, and with a sweeping motion of its black shadow dagger, it cut the fire lion leopard in two. At the same time, the real name of the shadow also slashed the throat of the fire lion leopard. As for the myriad calamities beast, it simply smashed the opponent to pieces after a flurry of blows. A level 93 elite monster has died. At that moment, a system notification sound also came out. Ding! Congratulations to player Bai Yi for defeating the elite monster, Fire Lion Leopard, and gaining 2 million experience points. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. I wonder what the reward will be after completing this task. Or are there any other rewards? Bai Yi whispered. The reward for this task. He was really looking forward to it. After all, my current strength is insufficient, and I must improve it as soon as possible. If I could acquire something else, my gains would certainly be even greater. But, for Bai Yi at this stage, this level of monster is not a threat. It's as easy as grinding through monsters. Under the combined attack of 4 people, the giant fire serpent's health dwindled until it collapsed to the ground with a thud. It has to be said, this time, Bai Yi and the others have felt much less pressure. Unlike last time, there were simply too many ordinary monsters. This made them dare not stop at all. It can only rely on its superior mobility to constantly dodge. But this time, although they are still facing this dense attack, they no longer need to worry about ordinary low-level monsters. Bai Yi's natal shadow successfully restrained the 2 fire elemental monsters. As for the injured myriad calamity beast, it seized the opportunity to unleash a ferocious dragon claw attack, tearing the fire elemental python's tail in two. The fire lion leopard, on the other hand, had its head grabbed by its natal shadow. It was crushed into a pile of ashes. Upon hearing this notification sound, Bai Yi felt a little flustered, because he felt his stress level had suddenly increased. And this situation is still not over. Under Bai Yi's watchful gaze, another roar resounded. All I could see was a colossal creature suddenly appeared beside him. A roar rang out. A pillar of fire shot into the sky, instantly covering a large area. Holy shit, is it really that brutal? Bai Yi was so frightened that she trembled. This was the most troublesome monster he had ever encountered. These monsters are not only powerful in attack, but also possess a variety of area of effect spells. It's practically a giant boss made up of hordes of little monsters. Bai Yi's heart was filled with excitement. This mission was dangerous. But the results will far exceed your expectations. The players present. Apart from Bai Yi, everyone else had a clear plan. They know what they should do. Bai Yi, who was present, was also aware of this. So, he needs to get enough points for this mission. After Bai Yi obtained the attribute information, he shook his head slightly, somewhat disappointed. After all, the rewards this time were far less than those of the previous missions. This made Bai Yi wonder if her luck was really that bad. But this mission was dangerous. But the results will far exceed your expectations. The players present. Apart from Bai Yi, everyone else had a clear plan. They know what they should do. Bai Yi, who was present, was also aware of this. So, he needs to get enough points for this mission. Chapter 382 Lava Dwarfs, Combat Methods. 382 Lava Dwarfs, Combat Methods. A group of dwarf-like monsters suddenly rushed out of the lava sea. Bai immediately launched a probe. Monster, Lava Gnome. Level, 91. HP, 181W 1980/181W 1980. Base attack power, 20,980. Skills, B++, Flame Hammer, B++, Fire Sea Adaptation, B, Fire Breath. Introduction. These are small residents living at the feet of the demon general, Fire Knight, the boss of the second floor. They also worship the god of strength and fire. If you see them, it means you are not far from the demon general, Fire Knight. These fire gnomes are quite powerful. But what's troublesome is, there are a great many of these lava dwarfs. It was so densely packed that it could only be described as incredibly numerous. These terrifying numbers are beyond what Bai Yi can easily handle. Bai Yi Guang is someone who, at first glance, practically triggers trypophobia symptoms. He waved. Bai Yi gave the order, immediately sending out his 3 shadow subordinates. His natal shadow, the shadow snow elf, and the myriad tribulations beast. These lava formations, however, were not to be outdone, displaying an attitude of fearlessness. Reaching out to use their skills, these lava gnomes suddenly had small fire hammers at their sides, and they attacked Bai Yi. His natal shadow and the shadow snow elf simultaneously stood in front of Bai Yi, blocking the small fire hammers for him. Although these lava formations posed little threat, even Bai Yi was unable to deal with them. However, it still had some deterrent power, so the main shadow and the shadow snow elf only resisted. The myriad calamities beast went even further, directly unleashing its innate skill. In an instant, then, patches of pitch-black lightning appeared. Each bolt of lightning was enough to destroy everything within 100 meters. This range is a distance outside the area of fire. A deafening roar erupted. Thousands of lightning bolts raged forth, and the lava gnomes simply couldn't withstand them. One move, and they would all die. As for Bai Yi, he was also busy. Bai Yi, seeing this, also snorted coldly. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. Immediately, he then led his 4 men directly to meet them. With the added assistance of the myriad calamity beast, these lava gnomes could be easily wiped out. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions continued to ring out. Those lava dwarves were completely powerless against Bai Yi and his group. In the blink of an eye, it was cleaned up. After eliminating all the lava gnomes, a considerable amount of lava liquid was collected. Although it wasn't much different from what we had predicted, we still made a considerable profit. If this lava liquid were exchanged for points, it should have a pretty good effect. I wonder if this could give me a chance to break through. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. After all, this lava liquid is definitely a rare item nowadays. Moreover, it's quite expensive. If it really works, it can significantly improve combat effectiveness. Just as Bai Yi was pondering these matters, another commotion arose around him. This time, Bai Yi did not choose to avoid it, but led everyone over. Amidst this battle, Bai Yi appeared calm and unhurried. In a fiery red area, Bai Yi saw this. With a slight frown, he raised his arm, clenched his fist into a sword-like gesture, and suddenly unleashed a burst of sword energy. The sword energy unleashed by the Twilight Greatsword was far greater than Bai Yi had anticipated. Rumble. The sword energy struck the flaming hammer directly. In the blink of an eye, endless energy exploded outwards, and the surrounding air emitted a series of low sonic booms. Some lava gnomes were unable to dodge in time and were blown apart, falling to the ground, their fate unknown. Seeing his level increase, Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although doing so consumed a lot of my experience points. But the harvest was indeed quite fruitful. Now, Bai Yi only needs to increase his proficiency to the maximum level to be able to use a skill. This is a good thing. Once the skill is used, Bai Yi's combat power will increase again. At that time, even when facing elite player teams, Bai Yi dared to fight. After all, Bai Yi now possesses over 500 points of base attack and defense. That's a pretty terrifying number. Roar, roar. Just as Bai Yi was feeling sentimental. Upon seeing these fire dwarfs, Bai Yi smiled. He knew that he could easily deal with these things with just one of his simple control skills. Explode. With a thought, Bai Yi immediately released a skill. In an instant, the endless flames condensed out of thin air and eventually transformed into countless fireballs. They bombarded the lava gnomes. Rumble. A deafening roar resounded. The fireball collided with the lava. In an instant, a violent explosion was heard. This is a fire mage's innate skill, and its power is immense. Although there are only 5. However, it was a devastating attack. In a short while, these lava gnomes' health points are almost depleted. Bai glanced at it and gained a lot of experience points. At that very moment, accompanied by a roar. This roar was truly extraordinary. Not only that, but he also led the recently deceased lava gnomes to surround them once again. This made Bai Yi's expression slightly unpleasant. Bai Yi was also somewhat excited. All 3 are his capable assistants. At this stage, there are very few things that can increase their attack power. Now that he had the opportunity to increase his attack power, Bai Yi was naturally overjoyed. And, more importantly, these lava gnomes are quite powerful. However, with the reduction from the Myriad Calamity's blade technique and the sneak attacks from the Shadow Dagger, they are not to be feared at all. In just a short while, the 3 lava gnomes died under the Myriad Calamity's blade technique. Seeing this result, a smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips. These 3 lava gnomes had a combined health pool that was much larger than expected, yet they were easily defeated. Such a harvest can be described as quite abundant. However, Bai Yi did not give up on her idea. He plans to try other methods. Thinking of this, Bai Yi turned to his natal shadow and asked. For Bai Yi, this was definitely not the first time she had tried something like this. After all, every battle, he always needs to use some methods. Chapter 383 Flaming Hammer joins the battle. 383 Flame Hammer, join the battle. These lava gnomes have reappeared in large numbers. As always, small flaming hammers appeared in their hands. The power of this hammer blow wasn't particularly strong. Not only that, because of his short stature, even the force of these lava flows is quite limited. It poses absolutely no threat to the natal shadow. Boom! The shadow of his natal form flickered, dodging the 2 flaming hammers. And just then, another flaming hammer flew straight toward the natal shadow. This made the natal shadow frown slightly. Under normal circumstances, I might choose to avoid it. But, at this moment, the natal shadow looked into the distance at the shadow snow elf who was locked in combat with the elite fire lion leopard, and actually wanted to give it a try. After all, the natal shadow sensed that the shadow snow elf seemed to be struggling. Although the shadow of destiny knows that the shadow snow elf doesn't need to worry. After all, this is the home ground of the shadow snow elves. But, Bai Yi, however, did not think so. He had a feeling that the shadow snow elf had been acting a little differently lately, as if she was somewhat timid. Thinking about it that way, this made Bai Yi even more confused. But now, since they were in danger, Bai Yi was bound to step in to help. He immediately said, "My lord, I will assist you from the outside. Go all out, and don't hold back at all. Today we must kill this elite monster here." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the natal shadow nodded. Then, watching the fiery hammer hurtling towards them, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh! The next moment, a streak of silver light suddenly shot out. The silvery light seemed to illuminate the entire area. But after everyone saw what it was, they all stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. Bai Yi sneered, completely disregarding him. His natal shadow, along with the shadow snow elf and the myriad calamity beast, formed a defensive formation. They resisted the onslaught of the lava. As for that myriad calamity beast, he completely ignored the lava attack, acting as if he would be unharmed no matter how much lava hit him. It's like an iron tower. Just as the myriad calamity beast and the lava were locked in a stalemate, the fire lion leopard suddenly roared to the sky. The roar was deafening. The next moment, it charged directly toward the myriad calamity's beast. Upon witnessing this scene, the myriad calamity's beast couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Because these guys are after themselves. Since it's food delivered to our door, how could the beast of myriad calamities possibly be polite? The myriad calamity's beast flashed and charged towards this one. Bite! A crisp sound rang out. The 2 attacks collided. In an instant, a tremendous force was transmitted to the myriad calamity beast, causing its legs to tremble slightly. But, the next moment, the myriad calamity's beast steadied itself. Bai Yi was naturally fearless. A sword slashed down, carrying a chilling aura. It cleaved a lava gnome in 2. He then quickly finished off the opponent with another strike. A notification sound plays. Bai Yi was in a good mood and kept brandishing his sharp blade. Kill the lava gnomes one by one. But, these lava dwarfs seem endless. It continuously leaps out of a lava lake. This gave Bai Yi a headache. And at that very moment, the natal shadow and the shadow snow elf have completely disappeared. Instead, the figure of the shadow snow elf appeared. Then, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The giant fire serpent, which had been charging forward furiously, suddenly stopped its attack and slowly slid to the ground. On the other side, a group of lava dwarves were also frozen in place. Not only that, their figures continued to shrink. Soon, these lava dwarfs were all shrunk to the size of a palm. Then, the shadow snow elf grabbed these palm-sized lava gnomes directly into its hands. Phew! He let out a soft exclamation. Bang! 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 A dull thud was heard. Sparks flew everywhere. Although Bai Yi's lava couldn't cause any damage. But Bai Yi knew. Continuing to fight like this will definitely be at a disadvantage for us. Damn monster, get out of my way. Bai Yi shouted. A sea of fire suddenly appeared around him, engulfing all the fire elemental monsters in the vicinity. Then, Bai Yi's eyes turned red, and his whole body exuded a strong aura of bloodlust. Roar! A low, guttural roar erupted. The next moment, Bai Yi had actually transformed into a ferocious and bloodthirsty dragon. He opened his blood-red maw. It lunged at the fire elemental monsters. One after another, the fire elemental monsters died. On Bai Yi's head, the upgrade notification sound kept ringing out. Bai Yi wielded the Twilight Greatsword, blocking a fiery hammer. But the other two fiery hammers came without any resistance. Fortunately, Bai Yi had anticipated this. He used a shadow leap to dodge it. This time, the lava dwarves were unable to hit Bai Yi at all. At this time, the Natal Shadow and the injured Myriad Calamity Beast also joined the battle. Boom! A burst of flames erupted. In an instant, endless flames burst forth. These lava hammers are incredibly powerful. Bai Yi took a look. Even considering the combined effects of his Natal Shadow, the Myriad Tribulations Beast, and the injured Myriad Tribulations Beast in its wounded state. Under this round of offensive, it barely held on. But, at this time, the Natal Shadow and the Myriad Calamities Beast have already completed their mission. These lava flows are not of a high grade. With a gentle wave of his hand, Bai Yi dispersed them all, causing them to disappear into thin air. On the other side, the performances of both the Natal Shadow and the Myriad Calamities Beast are even more exaggerated. The strength of the Myriad Calamities Beast was already quite impressive. While it may not have reached the elite level, it is definitely top-notch. Moreover, this guy possesses all sorts of strange and unusual talents. I feel an immense sense of familiarity with these magmas, especially. Even these fire elements feel some fear when facing it. Therefore, in this environment, the Myriad Calamities Beast has a complete advantage. And the Natal Shadow is even more ferocious. He is essentially a shadow creature. Although weak. However, it possesses an indescribable suppressive power against these fire elements. This moment, the outcome of the clash between the two sides was completely predictable. My Natal Shadow and the Myriad Calamities Beast completely outclassed those lava pythons and fire dwarfs. A muffled thud was heard. Bai Yi simply couldn't be bothered to pay any attention. These small flaming hammers, though containing power and strength. But for Bai Yi, who was still wearing the equipment, it makes absolutely no sense. Chapter 384 Dwarf Soldiers, Slashing Sparks. 384 Dwarf Soldiers, Blade Slashing Fireworks. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Every clash sparks countless fireworks. These flames. Its power is extremely astonishing. If it hits a person, it could be fatal. Damn it! Why are these guys so troublesome? Bai Yi was somewhat annoyed. These lava dwarves were just regular soldiers. But there were just too many people. What's more, these guys are completely fearless of death. They have no sense of fear whatsoever. One after another, they were sent to their deaths. This caused Bai Yi and his group to face increasing pressure. But, Bai Yi naturally had a solution. After all, he now commands 140 points of leadership. Add some dominion to these lava monsters. The strength of those monsters will be amplified. I thought of that. Bai Yi immediately ordered his Natal Shadow to take control of all the lava dwarves. Amidst the roars of the lava gnomes, the Natal Shadow entered a void illusion and disappeared. Whoosh. Then, he reappeared beside Bai Yi. He grabbed a lava dwarf, flung it violently, and threw it to Bai Yi. A smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips as he looked at the lava dwarf that had been thrown in front of him. These monsters. In his eyes, it had successfully become a tool for grinding monsters. Suddenly, Bai Yi's arm trembled. This thing is small, but it is very heavy. If it hits a person, they'll probably be smashed into mincemeat. Therefore, even if these lava dwarves weren't anything special, Bai Yi would never dare to underestimate them. After all, he was only at the peak of the 5th rank. If he couldn't even withstand this little danger, How could he talk about revenge? I thought of that. Bai also became serious. He took a deep breath and charged straight at the lava gnomes. Instantly, every pore on his body seemed to burst open. An immense sense of oppression enveloped Bai. This made Bai's imposing presence even stronger. But this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Bai cancelled the Myriad Calamity Beast's additional skill. Instantly, the Wanjie Beast, which had already completed its evolution, has returned to its normal mode. Everything returned to calm. But just when everyone thought it was over, in the eyes of that Myriad Calamity Beast, however, it burst forth with a dazzling red light. This time, Bai held nothing back. He knew this was an opportunity. A low, rumbling sound followed. The muscles all over the Wanjie Beast's body began to swell. Looking at this scene, Bai's lips twitched, and her feelings became even more complicated. These lava dwarfs can actually play with fire. How can he possibly fight like that? Damn demons. Bai couldn't help but curse inwardly. Anyway, this is a hurdle I must overcome myself. Now that we've come this far, why should we shrink back? After a moment's thought, Bai made a decision. Shadow, hold off these lava monsters. Shadow and I will join forces to take down the most powerful monster. Upon hearing Bai's command, Shadow immediately roared and charged forward. Bai followed behind, rushing towards the most powerful monster. This lava monster is not a true fire mage. Its full power depends entirely on the magma in its surrounding environment. And, however, its defensive capabilities are extremely poor. Bai's attack landed on it. It simply cannot cause much damage. Therefore, Bai wanted to kill him. All you need to do is use your agility to get close to him, and then seize the opportunity to launch a fatal blow. Soon, the two sides then made contact. Bai leaped and landed directly behind him. Boom! Bai swung his sword and slashed at it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. A spark flew, and the flaming hammer was sent flying. Bai's strength had already reached the bronze stage. Although not like the average player, it allows you to fight opponents of higher levels. But killing a lava gnome is a piece of cake. Not only that, in Bai's hands, the power of the flaming hammer was not diminished. Moreover, with the slight tremor of Bai's arm, the hammer was actually crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. Obviously, in this situation, Bai was completely at ease. The sharp blade in his hand slashed out continuously. Each cut sparked a brilliant burst of sparks. No matter which lava dwarf it is, it will be cut in two the moment it gets close to him. A short while, those lava dwarves had already suffered heavy casualties. Roar! Upon seeing this, the remaining giant fire pythons and fire lion leopards roared in unison. Immediately, they all opened their mouths and lunged at Bai. But, at that very moment, the Myriad Calamity's beast that had been following Bai moved. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glint. It was accompanied by a low hiss. The muffled thuds continued to echo. With each collision, the fire gnome would be knocked back a step, but it was not fatal. Moreover, their regenerative abilities are terrifying. In this brief exchange, he was completely unharmed. However, this did not put any pressure on Bai. After all, in Bai's view, his shadow subordinates and the Myriad Calamity beasts would never be defeated, even when facing elite-level monsters. Therefore, they were even more adept at dealing with these lava dwarfs. Although sometimes there are some costs involved. But these lava dwarves wanted to pose a threat to themselves, but they couldn't. The Myriad Calamity's beast was standing to the side, although they were struggling when faced with the attack of the lava python. However, this guy's defense is extremely terrifying. It is fully capable of withstanding the attacks of these lava pythons. A woo! It was accompanied by a furious roar. These giant lava pythons also entered a state of rage, and bursts of flame rose up. In an instant, the temperature in this area also rose sharply. Around these lava serpents, clusters of fireballs materialized out of thin air. These fireballs were merely illusions. However, it also contained a hint of terrifying power. This time, the Myriad Calamity's beast did not approach as actively as usual. Instead, they chose to avoid direct confrontation. Bite! A crisp sound rang out. The flaming hammer struck the Myriad Calamity beast, although it caused around 200 damages. But the Myriad Calamity's beast, however, seemed completely unaffected by its injuries. They charged straight at the lava dwarf. The Myriad Calamity's beast is incredibly powerful. Even though these lava gnomes were numerous, they were completely unable to stop them. In just a short while, they were all completely removed. Chapter 385 is numerous and extremely annoying. There are too many 385s, it's really annoying. looking at the corpses of these monsters. A satisfied look appeared on the face of the myriad calamities beast. These demonic creatures could provide it with some good things. A smile also appeared on Bai Yi's lips. This time, at least we've made some progress. On the other side, the players were somewhat dumbfounded. They initially thought Bai Yi wanted to find a weaker monster, but who knew he would choose a more ferocious one and kill it outright. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi frowned. Because the threat posed by these small fire hammers is definitely greater than the threat posed by the giant fire python just now. The flaming hammer struck, creating a burst of intense heat that seemed to ignite the surrounding space. Damn it! Bai Yi cursed under his breath, then slightly shifted his body to the side, avoiding the hammer blow, and simultaneously slashed out with his right hand holding the knife. Uft! Sparks burst forth. A burst of blood bloomed. The long sword in Bai Yi's hand actually left a deep mark on the flaming hammer. This startled him. This flaming hammer actually possesses power surpassing even the full power strike of his own natal shadow? How is that possible? Even a peak 8th tier demon would not dare to underestimate its own shadow. Moreover, his natal shadow is no pushover either. He possesses terrifying combat power that is almost on par with the 7th rank. This moment, Bai Yi felt as if she had discovered something. These monsters in this lava land might be quite troublesome. However, this does not mean that there is no way to solve it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips. Although it appears to be incredibly powerful, but it was simply impossible to inflict fatal damage on Bai Yi. Bai Yi used his lightness skill to dodge the attack from the lava gnomes. The attack missed its mark. The lava dwarf roared. They continued charging towards Bai Yi. Not only that, these guys seem to have learned their lesson. They're now directly targeting Bai Yi. No matter where Bai Yi hides, they can find him. Seeing this, Bai Yi frowned slightly. This situation is not favorable for Bai Yi. If these guys keep bothering me. So, the goal is to obtain the carcass of that fire lion leopard. That would be extremely difficult. But he has no other choice now, since we've already made our move. Therefore, we must complete this mission perfectly. Otherwise, let's not talk about anything else. With a low shout, his natal shadow vanished instantly. After the natal shadow disappeared, the pursuers stopped their attack. These lava dwarfs, though somewhat intelligent, but they are not human after all, let alone elite-level monsters. The moment my destined shadow suddenly disappeared, they already knew. Their destined shadows have already escaped, and they have no way to track them down. Although the number is large. But, according to Bai Yi's assessment, his side was more adept at surprise attacks. Therefore, there won't be too much pressure. Soon, these lava gnomes all died at the hands of the shadow's minions. Then, Bai Yi checked his experience points again. Satisfied, they continued deeper into the abyss. According to the plot, the further down you go, the more dangerous the giant fire serpent, the slower its leveling speed. But, that's an elite monster, after all. Even though Bai Yi now has many trump cards up her sleeve, defeating them won't be so easy. Not to mention, here, there are other fire-based creatures as well. Once surrounded, breaking through is definitely not an easy task. Roar. Right at this moment. Although their power was not very strong, their large numbers made up for it. Damn it. Seeing this, Bai Yi frowned and muttered a curse. These fire gnomes are so annoying. Once they stick to you, they're like chewing gum, impossible to shake off. And at that moment, the attacks from my natal shadow and the shadow snow elf have also arrived. 2 icy blades and scorching ice spikes slammed into the fire dwarves. Instantly, these fire gnomes' health points dropped rapidly. In just a few breaths, his health points dropped below 10%. And just then, the giant fire serpent attacked again. Seeing this, Bai Yi naturally knew that if he didn't deal with these fire gnomes, he wouldn't be able to move forward at all. Therefore, they chose to attack without hesitation, accompanied by the roar of the shadow snow elf. A chilling current swept through the area. The space in that area instantly froze. The lava dwarves who were about to approach Bai Yi and his group suddenly stopped in their tracks. Snap! Then, these lava dwarfs were frozen into ice sculptures. This made Bai Yi even more satisfied. Good. Although it cannot increase attribute points. But, the ice cubes are indeed quite effective. It can protect the owner from external interference. Boom. Flames exploded, and the air twisted. But, Bai Yi remained fearless in the face of all this. The black dagger in his hand danced continuously, creating streaks of light. Just as Bai Yi was making his move with all his might, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the lava world. Then, endless flames swept out. A woo! A furious roar. The fire lion leopard suddenly opened its mouth and leaped towards Bai Yi. extremely fast, like lightning. Not only that, its entire body was engulfed in raging flames. Even before getting close, Bai could feel the intense heat. Snort. Seeing this scene, Bai snorted coldly. With his legs slightly bent, he leaped out and directly confronted the fire lion leopard, continuously slashing with his dagger. Sparks flew everywhere, making Bai feel weak in the arms and unable to hold the dagger. Damn it! How can this guy be so difficult to deal with? Bai whispered. His dagger attacks were incredibly sharp, each strike. But their strength is still too low. Even under these circumstances, the attack of the shadowy figures could not be stopped. Whoosh! Suddenly, the shadow of the natal star leaped up, before the flaming hammer even touched his body. He then leaped to the top of the flaming hammer, legs slightly bent. Immediately, he grabbed the flaming hammer with his right hand. He suddenly swung it. Smack! A crisp, loud sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The flaming hammer was thrown directly into the group of lava gnomes. Boom! A loud, deafening roar followed. Flames exploded. The intense heat spread out instantly. Chapter 386 Flame Explosion, Massacre. 386 Flame Explosion, all killed. The system notification sounded. This time, the personal shadow is not a reward for completing the mission. On the contrary, it was because of these flames that Bai gained extra experience points and rewards. Such an ending. This naturally made Bai ecstatic. He knew that this time he would definitely not leave empty-handed. Thinking of this, Bai was even more excited. His gaze shifted to the giant fire serpents. Roar, roar. The giant flaming serpent roared repeatedly, looking at the incoming flaming hammer. Bai shook his head slightly. But these flaming hammers will surely fall on other people's heads again. Since that's the case, it's better to just accept it. Not to mention, they possess the talent to ignore defense and are completely unafraid of any damage. Thinking of this, Bai surprisingly chose to confront the situation head-on. Upon seeing this, the Shadow Snow Elf's expression darkened. But now is not the time to stop it. Such a move would undoubtedly put him in a dangerous situation. The Shadow Snow Elf naturally did not want to see this happen. But there's nothing he can do to help now. They could only watch helplessly as the flaming hammer crashed down on its master. Even the myriad calamities beast beside him looked at Bai with some worry. The flaming hammer slammed down. But Bai was unharmed. Ding ding. A series of collision sounds followed. Sparks flew out in all directions. Although Bai is not afraid of these Martians. However, these sparks brought Bai a lot of pain. It wasn't just the burning sensation, but more importantly, the pain. Bai could imagine what would happen if the blow had landed on him. Therefore, Bai chose to retreat. A strong gust of wind blew by. The original Bai and his natal shadow, along with others, all disappeared. Watching Bai and his group disappear, the fire gnome roared to the sky and actually chased after it. It constantly wanders around the lava river. Given this situation, Bai frowned slightly, then let out a cold laugh. Since you insist on courting death, how can I let you down? After saying that is, to have one's own shadow and the myriad calamities beast intercept them. At the same time, he then moved closer to the monster. Upon hearing the sound, the fire dwarf turned around and looked at Bai. His eyes were filled with anger. Snort. Bai sneered and unleashed a single sword strike. Clang. A spark flew out. Bai was unable to break through the flame dwarf's defenses. Fire gnomes are, after all, only elite level. It's simply impossible to achieve unparalleled defense. However, this fire gnome is very fast. Bai whispered. However, it does seem somewhat interesting. However, these lava flows are not insurmountable. After all, they have no right to compete with their own shadow. Therefore, in the brief engagement, the lava broke apart one by one. Looking at this scene, Bai became even more audacious. Since these monsters are not particularly strong, then there's absolutely no need for me to be afraid. And that's what I was thinking. Another crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Although this thing is not fatal, but if it hits a person, it will definitely cause damage, and it can also reduce movement speed and attack speed. Therefore, guided by their natal shadow, the three figures immediately dodged away. A woo. A wolf's howl echoed throughout the air. Bai's myriad tribulations beast charged straight up. This time, Bai's destined shadow also launched a direct attack. He's quite strong, but not enough to deal with lava gnomes. Therefore, the cooperation of the myriad calamity beast is naturally required. The two guys teamed up. Instantly, the number of lava gnomes has decreased significantly. In a short while, they were all killed. You're asking for it. Bai sneered. The next moment, his hand clenched. Those flaming hammers then disappeared. Then, he raised his arm and slammed it to the side. Boom. A violent collision was heard. Flames coiled around Bai Yi's arm. It actually shattered the flames released by the lava gnome and slammed into the lava gnome's chest. Bang! A dull thud was heard. Bai Yi's arm suddenly trembled. The lava dwarf that he had blasted to pieces actually recovered. Hiss! These lava dwarfs emitted sharp cries. The next moment, they all pounced on Bai Yi again. You want to outlast me? You think you're worthy? Bai Yi smiled dismissively. Having shadow wings significantly increases both movement speed and attack speed. There is absolutely no need to worry about consumption. The next moment, although the speed is not fast, it is even slower than the movement speed of a typical player. However, its strength lies in its agility and alertness. He made it impossible for those monsters to find his trail. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss. The attacks continued, the roars continued, and the pursuit continued. But he always missed, or Bai Yi dodged his shots. In a short time, the situation on the field. Seeing this situation, Bai Yi naturally dared not be negligent. They quickly dodged. A violent explosion rang out. Clusters of flames exploded all around. The scorching heat permeated the surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, his gaze was fixed on the lava dwarves. At this moment, the lava gnomes kept unleashing various skills, trying to inflict damage on Bai Yi. But the quantity is so small that even if all of them were added together, it only broke through 2 ice walls. But the pressure on Bai Yi's side has not decreased much. The elite-level fire python was closing in step by step. It radiated an intensely hot temperature. It seems to be able to melt everything. Damn it, they actually forgot about me. Sensing the threat posed by the giant fire python, Bai Yi suddenly remembered something. This thing. But it works really well. Immediately, these tiny hammers are each a full 10 centimeters long. It also has an intense temperature. A series of system notification sounds rang out. The power of these fire elemental hammers is in no way inferior to that of a fireball spell, even if these guys aren't very high level. But these things also put considerable pressure on Bai Yi. Under normal circumstances, this level of attack will definitely cause great harm to Bai Yi. But now, with a low shout, a sharp sword aura shot out. He slashed directly at the incoming hammer. Boom! A tremor followed. Bai Yi's sword strike shattered both flaming hammers. Subsequently, with the help of the myriad calamity beast and the shadow snow elf, destroy all of these fire elemental hammers. Chapter 387 Slaughter, Lava Dwarfs. 387 All slaughtered, lava dwarfs. Bai Yi himself controlled the injured myriad calamity beast to resist the fireballs. Although Bai Yi's attack power is no less than that of those lava dwarfs, it is even more terrifying. However, there were simply too many of these lava gnomes. It is impossible to clean it completely. After a fierce battle, the lava grew stronger and stronger, showing no sign of diminishing. However, Bai Yi wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for the system to give me experience points. Once you level up, you'll be able to kill these lava gnomes much more easily. Time passes. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The number of lava dwarfs is still increasing. Bai Yi, on the other hand, has already successfully upgraded. Bai Yi immediately gave a reply. For various reasons, I haven't been able to upgrade even once during this period. Today, finally, the opportunity has arrived. Splash. A sound of water was heard. Bai Yi's body instantly turned into a blur. He knew he couldn't continue this stalemate with the lava dwarfs. This battle has dragged on for far too long. If it weren't for his own formidable agility and defense. Roar. The natal shadow roared angrily. Holding a black short blade, he charged straight at the attacker. Bang! A muffled thud was heard. Accompanying the sound was a burst of sparks and fire. The shadowy figure, wielding a short blade, actually cleaved the flaming hammer in two. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the fire dwarf, he leaped forward and slashed him to the ground with a single blow. Although this fire gnome has fire element resistance, its defense is relatively high. However, the attack power of the natal shadow is also extraordinary. In addition, the short blade in his hand was incomparably sharp. Therefore, the fire dwarf was unable to withstand this strike and had its head severed. And just as the fire gnome's corpse fell into the lava pool, all around, the densely packed lava dwarfs also burst open, turning into countless red dots the size of a thumb. It then disappeared. This means that Bai Yi has successfully completed this round of trials. As for Bai Yi himself, but they did not stop and continued to move forward. The deeper you go, The color of the lava became increasingly intense. It could even be described as a deep crimson red. The temperature rose even higher. Bai could clearly feel the temperature around him rising rapidly. If it goes any lower, the temperature will probably reach an alarming level. Listening to the notification sound in my mind, a smile appeared on Bai's lips. Unconsciously, it has already reached level 87. There are only 3 levels left to reach level 90. Thinking of this, Bai summoned his destined shadow once again. Then, under the control of one's destined shadow, the natal shadow charged ahead towards the lava dwarf. He grabbed the lava dwarf by the waist and dragged him directly into the lava sea. The power of one's natal shadow is immense. Even the lava dwarf struggled but could not break free. Soon, the lava dwarf was completely engulfed. Heh! Watching the lava dwarfs surge in like a tide, a smile appeared on Bai's lips. Then, he took a step forward, his hand forming a blade, and slashed down fiercely. Instantly, an incomparably sharp sword aura swept out horizontally. Uft! Uft! This sword energy, resembling a scythe, carried a foul, fishy stench. Those lava dwarves that were closer were cut in two. Blood splattered out. It's not just these lava dwarfs. Even the giant fire pythons beside them were cut in half by the sword energy, their bright red blood splattering across the sky, a truly horrifying sight. Under such circumstances, how could these lava dwarfs possibly be a match for Bai? After a brief exchange, all of these lava gnomes were killed. Although, his own natal shadow also lost some energy as a result, but the gains were absolutely enormous. The profits from this wave. It's enough for Bai to advance to the peak of the 9th rank, reaching level 20. All of this. It's definitely worth it. Let's go? Let's move on to the next step. After killing all the monsters, Bai spoke calmly. Then, he led the group deeper into the lava lake. Keep moving forward. Bai increasingly felt that this place was not as dangerous as he had imagined. There's also a feeling of warmth. Snort. He snorted coldly. These lava rocks were completely ignored by Bai. He raised his right hand and grabbed the small flaming hammer. Click. A crisp sound rang out. This tiny hammer was actually crushed into powder by Bai. As a result, all the lava dwarves fell to the ground. He's dead. That's way too weak. This situation left Bai slightly disappointed. According to the system rules, when these monsters die, they will drop 2 pieces of equipment or some materials. Now, all he's got are a few crystal cores and a broken hammer, not even worth a piece of junk. How could Bai possibly be happy? But, although it was somewhat frustrating, but the tasks that need to be done still need to be done. Immediately, Bai then commanded the lava monsters to continue their attack. Not long after, Bai killed another giant fire python. This also means that his gains this time amounted to tens of reputation points. And, the sheer number of these lava dwarfs made Bai feel nauseous. Boom, boom, boom. This made Bai feel even more disgusted. Damn, they actually used this trick? Bai was speechless. But, these lava formations seemed unaware of fear. They completely disregarded everything. He seemed determined to fight Bai to the bitter end. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Whoa. As Bai roared in anger, the Shadow Snow Elf and the myriad Calamity Beast also roared in response. In an instant, a series of deep roars echoed around. Originally, numerous monsters were engaged in a fierce battle. Upon hearing these roars, they all froze in place, not daring to move. Even the giant fire python stood frozen in place, not daring to make a move. Seeing this, Bai smiled and said, "It seems it really works." Bai was already used to it. After all, Bai knew very well that her goal in this life was not something outside of the game. Chapter 388, Slaying a Mass of Monsters and Leveling Up Rapidly. 388 groups of monsters killed, level up rapidly. I need my own legion. Therefore, this is also necessary for him. Thinking about this, Bai couldn't help but get excited. The appearance of these monsters made him very uncomfortable. But at the same time, it also gave him hope. If this wave succeeds, they saw the lava dwarves attacking. Bai's lips curled up slightly. They actually want to use fire against me. Looks like these guys are quite interesting. After saying that, he fearlessly charged towards the lava hammers. His shadowy subordinates and his personal shadow followed closely behind, showing no fear whatsoever. Bang, bang, bang. A series of booming sounds rang out. Bai led his team and easily blocked the lava gnome's attack. These things do possess formidable strength. However, their intelligence is not high. If we can capture him, we'll definitely succeed. Bai thought to himself. Immediately, He immediately ordered everyone to speed up. Just then, the lava gnome roared. Immediately, bursts of blazing flames were released from their hands. These flames coalesced in the air, transforming into a fiery cloud. A scorching heat emanated from within the fiery clouds. Bai felt somewhat unbearable. But he simply snorted coldly. "Break it for me." As he spoke, he swung the dark wizard's staff toward the fiery cloud. In an instant, the scorching power of the flames swept out and collided fiercely with the cloud of fire. The combined force of their collision was even more terrifying. The flames within the fiery cloud gradually died down. Upon seeing this, Bai sneered. "Court death." He then immediately ordered his 3 subordinates to engage the lava gnomes in battle. And this time, Bai did not choose to make a move. Because these little demon monsters are really too weak. It couldn't exert any pressure on him whatsoever. Since that's the case, why waste your energy? The best way to gain benefits is to observe and let your subordinates hone their skills. Only in this way. Only then will your subordinates grow and develop. Although Bai knew, perhaps I went a bit too far by doing this. But he still managed to hold back. These little monsters were simply not enough to ignite the deepest desires within him. After all, his strength improvement requires a huge amount of experience points. And if it weren't for the presence of the myriad calamities beast, slaying these demonic creatures would not have been an easy task. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity to train. Just as Bai was pondering how to use his trump cards to defeat the boss, the elite monster suddenly let out a roar. Phew! A wave of intense heat surged forth. This time, intense flames gathered around the monster's body. The flames burned ever brighter. It gradually turned into a raging fireball. A violent collision. The flaming hammer slammed directly into the back of the shadow snow elf. Instantly, sparks flew. A blush appeared on the snow-white armor. However, it did not cause fatal damage. The power of this lava gnome is only slightly stronger than that of the fire serpent. Bai looked at the attributes of these lava dwarfs. It's somewhat frustrating. These lava dwarfs, according to his speculation, it should have similar health and defense to the main character's shadow. However, it also possesses even more powerful attack methods. Now, defeating these lava gnomes is clearly no easy task. Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but frown. But all of this was within his expectations. After all, it's never easy to take on a challenge that's beyond your level. Bai also did not give up. He immediately began his own strategy guide. This time, Bai plans to take the initiative and launch an offensive. He led the myriad calamity beast and his natal shadow directly to attack the lava monster. The shadow beast is responsible for dealing damage, while the myriad calamities beast is responsible for defense. Although these fire monsters have very strong attack power, but because of the unpredictable movements of the natal shadow, coupled with its powerful strength, in a short time, Bai, on the other hand, controlled his natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast to stand in front of him and resist. Uft, uft. A slight sound was heard. Both the natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast were hit twice, but not fatally. The fire gnomes were all blocked by the illusory shield in front of Bai. Although Bai's 2 pieces of equipment cannot completely negate the damage from the lava. But, with the added benefits, the effect is quite good. Just as the lava dwarf was about to continue charging forward, it suddenly let out a roar. The next moment, they actually turned around and ran away. This surprised Bai for a moment. It turns out that not only are the lava pythons fire-type monsters, but these lava gnomes also possess fire-type attack methods. Now, these lava dwarfs want to leave this place. The power of the flames will definitely double. Damn it, Bai cursed under his breath. He felt that this time he had arrived at the demon stronghold. My luck was really bad. Not a single boss dropped. More importantly, the giant fire python was already completely dead, which meant that its mission had failed. This made Bai even more frustrated. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Endless lava scattered and splashed everywhere. A lava dwarf was crippled, let out a roar, and then collapsed and died. The system notification sound kept ringing. And then the sound rang out. Bai already had almost maxed out experience, and then gained another 20 million. In this way, Bai reached level 88, which is very close to level 90. Keep going, take down the remaining flame python and fire lion leopard, and you'll reach level 90. Bai gave a low shout, and continued to lead his natal shadow and others to charge towards the demons. A woo! The beast of myriad calamities roared to the sky. He was enveloped in rolling lightning, and his body moved with incredible speed as he charged directly into the monsters. The Myriad Calamities beast possesses the power of lightning, and these demons dare not act rashly, leaving them no choice but to let the Myriad Calamities beast slaughter the surrounding demons at will. Although this attack was not very threatening, but Bai also dared not underestimate them. A fireball was thrown. The flaming hammers exploded the moment they touched the fireball, sending up plumes of smoke and dust. Enraged by their failed attack, the lava gnomes were furious. They all roared in anger. Chapter 389 At the end of the lava sea, finally meeting the boss. At the end of the 389 lava fire sea, the boss is finally encountered. Immediately, they actually charged towards the Myriad Calamities beast. The Myriad Calamity beast was forged from the Myriad Calamity stone. Even inside this volcano, defense increased by 10%. However, it's impossible to fight against these lava gnomes. But the moment the lava gnomes charged forward, the Myriad Calamity beast used its massive body to block their path. This prevents them from breaking through the past. This scene, Bai nodded slightly. Although this Myriad Calamity beast usually likes to sleep in late, it's actually quite reliable when it really matters. However, Bai was not idle, because he discovered it. These lava gnomes aren't very good at attacking, but each of them possesses an agility of no less than 20. More importantly, their defense and vitality seem to be extremely high. Hiss! Another giant fire python opened its mouth, trying to coil around Bai. But Bai would not do as it wished. Swish swish. He waved his hand repeatedly. 2 icy arrows flew in an instant. Not only that, those lava pythons also opened their mouths and spewed out pillars of scorching lava. This scene startled Bai, making him tremble. These lava pythons are not only weak in attack, but their defense is also hopelessly poor. But the number is just far too many. Even Bai would likely suffer if hit head-on. After all, each of these lava pythons possesses formidable explosive power. Moreover, for such a long time, these giant fire pythons had already accumulated a large amount of lava, and the power of this lava was unimaginable. We must get this done as soon as possible. Bai frowned. He muttered to himself. But the situation at this point was beyond Bai's control. Therefore, Bai simply ignored these fire pythons and lava dwarfs. He gave the command directly to his natal shadow. Myriad Calamities beast, capture that leopard-shaped elite monster. Hearing Bai's instructions, without the slightest hesitation, the Myriad Calamities beast headed straight for the elite monster. The Myriad Calamities beast itself is extremely powerful. Now, another successful advancement, reaching level 90, significantly boosting combat power compared to before. At this time, Bai easily dodged it with a slight sidestep. And at this time, the lava dwarves continued to charge. He looked determined to kill Bai. Bai was too lazy to waste words, so he waved his hand and summoned the Myriad Calamity beast. Instantly, a black, illusory shadow suddenly appeared beside the Myriad Calamities beast. The shadow resembled the Myriad Calamities beast in appearance, but it was even more intently fixed on something. The beast of Myriad Calamities roared to the sky. Immediately, he actually opened his mouth and spewed his black flames at the lava dwarfs. Those black flames were incredibly powerful. Everything in its path was burned. These lava dwarfs dared not fight back and turned to flee. How could the Myriad Calamities beast let such a good opportunity slip by? He chased after the lava dwarfs and began a massacre. Each burst of fire takes away hundreds of lava gnomes. Meanwhile, the Myriad Calamities beast's own life force consumption is also decreasing. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, all the lava dwarfs were then completely wiped out. Bai's panel data has also improved significantly. Get out of here, Bai said indifferently. Then, with a flick of his arm, the black dagger drew a black arc. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared. With just one strike, the once menacing lava python and a group of fire dwarves were all killed. These monsters are strong. However, in front of a player like Bai, there is absolutely no threat whatsoever. The notification tone rang out. Bai's aura increased once again. But Bai did not let his guard down and remained vigilant as he continued to traverse the lava mountain range. Soon, after a series of booms, another monster burst out from the depths of the lava mountains. But this time, this monster was even larger. It is over 2 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in crimson scales. Above his head was a strange flame mark. It was the flame serpent. A roar. The giant fire python attacked Bai directly. Bang! The fiery python's tail slammed into Bai Yi's body. Bai Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain. However, he did not stop. Boom. Roar, roar. A series of explosions resounded. That flaming hammer was just an ordinary fireball. However, its power is also extremely terrifying. Even with the combined efforts of his natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast, they could only hold out for a short while. After all, these lava dwarfs are quite powerful. Damn it. Bai Yi naturally knew things were going badly, and he cursed under his breath without hesitation. The order was issued directly. Shadow Snow Elf, use 1,000 miles of ice seal. Upon hearing its master's call, the Snow Elf immediately unleashed its 1,000 miles of ice seal technique. Instantly, a cloud of cold mist spread out. It spread outwards in all directions. Under the shroud of the mist, the speed of all the lava gnomes slowed down by a fraction. In this way, the natal shadow and the myriad calamities beast can easily deal with a portion of the flame hammers. But that's not enough. Shadow, you hold them off, I'll do the killing. Bai Yi said in a deep voice. These lava rocks have low attack power, but their sheer number makes them formidable. Bai Yi felt like she was being annoyed to death. But, after thinking about it, Bai Yi gave up again. He knew that the lava posed no threat to him whatsoever. Since that's the case, why waste your energy? Let's change our target. I wonder what kind of monster we'll encounter this time. Bai Yi said with a smile. Then, leading the 3 shadow servants and 2 puppets, he headed towards another lava hell. Soon, Bai Yi and the others then arrived at a new floor. A pitch-black underground space. The surrounding area was filled with scorching lava, radiating intense heat. A strong smell of sulfur filled the air. Although the sulfur smell was unpleasant, it wasn't poison, so Bai Yi ignored it and headed straight for his destination. I don't know how much time has passed. Bai Yi and the others finally arrived in front of a huge stone gate. The stone gate is gray, giving it a heavy and ancient feel. Somehow, when this door came into Bai Yi's sight, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awe. It was as if it were warning him not to come closer. But none of this concerns him. His only goal was that magic crystal. Then, he opened the stone door and went inside. Beyond the stone gate lay a volcanic landscape. Finally, at the end of the lava sea. Chapter 396 Bosses? How to defeat them. 396 bosses? How do I defeat them? According to the main quest clues, this is the key point for the second floor boss. And now, Bai Yi's goal is to control that boss and then obtain the conditions to clear the second level. Finally, Bai Yi led several of his shadow subordinates directly to the end of this sea of lava and fire. A stone road winds and twists. But when we got to the finish line, it is perfectly straight. At the end of the line of sight was a castle that wasn't very big, and it looked a bit old, the kind of castle you often see in classic vampire movies. But Bai Yi knew that there wasn't a vampire living inside, but a boss. Bai Yi forgot the name of the item and then opened the main quest. Identity confirmed as Demon King candidate. Main quest completed. Gain 1 monster reputation point for each hero candidate defeated. Gain 1 monster reputation point for every 3 monsters killed. Main quest. Subdue the Demon General, Fire Knight. Brief description. At the end of the Sea of Fire in the Mantle, there is a large castle where the Demon General, Flame Knight, resides. He worships the god of war and fire. To subdue it, its submission points need to reach 80 or more. You can gradually increase your subjugation points by attacking the opponent with force. You can also exchange reputation points for consolidation points at a 1-to-1 ratio. Yes, this boss is named Flame Knight, and he is a demon general. Now, Bai Yi is about to take action against him. Push open the castle gate. Bai Yi originally thought he would have to explore a bit before he could finally meet the boss. But, just as the door opened, what I saw were rows and rows of steel statues on both sides. These steel statues seemed to have a life of their own. Bai Yi could feel a powerful killing intent just by looking at them. As expected, Bai Yi almost instinctively sent out a probe and immediately saw a series of information. Monster, Fire Knight, boss level. Level, 95. HP, 481W 1980 / 481W 1980. Base attack power, 50,980. Skills, S rank, A rank, B rank. Introduction. The second floor's boss, the Demon General, Flame Knight, reveres strength and the god of fire. If you see him, it means you've reached the end of the second floor. Now run or fight. Upon seeing this prompt, Bai Yi frowned. Because he glanced around and saw 6 steel statues. And when Bai Yi examined these steel statues and tossed them over, they were all like this. There are 6 of these bosses called Fire Knights. This was the first time Bai had ever felt such pressure. 6 of them, damn it. Bai had never seen 6 bosses gathered together before. This was incredible. But Bai quickly realized what was happening and wasn't so nervous anymore. Why can't we fight? Bai immediately summoned his shadow subordinates. Beat. Just fight them head on. So what if it's a battle of numbers? Bai has never been afraid of that. Bai's natal shadow directly stepped in, and its immortality helped him wear down these 6 bosses. That was Bai's idea. And now, the shadow of the protagonist took a step forward and attacked the Flame Knight, boss on the left. Chapter 391 Powerful. The Powerful Flame Knight. 391 Powerful. The Powerful Fire Knight. At the same time, he flashed forward and charged toward the boss on the right. The shadow servants followed closely behind. The Fire Knight, boss, was clearly enraged. With a roar, he raised his sword and slashed. Bang! The two collided. A loud explosion rang out instantly, followed by a cloud of dust. But the Fire Knight, boss, remained completely still. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the Flame Knight and gaining 10 monster reputation points. Upon hearing the system notification, Bai was slightly startled. He hadn't expected this guy to be so powerful. Moreover, it has no weaknesses. This kind of fighting is really dangerous. Damn it. I should have let Shadow probe first before making a move. Now we've made a huge mess of things. Bai said through gritted teeth. At that very moment, the Flame Knight seemed to have sensed something. He let out a deafening roar, then swung his spear and swept it out horizontally. A terrifying sharpness was unleashed. It points directly to one's own destiny. However, the natal shadow did not dodge or evade at all, but directly attacked. He wanted to use his fists to tell the Flame Knight that daring to underestimate his own shadow was simply courting death. Bang! A loud bang rang out. Both figures shot backward simultaneously. The Flame Knight roared, clearly enraged. This scene surprised Bai slightly, because he discovered that this boss called Fire Knight actually possessed considerable intelligence. That collision just now definitely caused more than 5,000 damage. Even the most ordinary kind of boss. There shouldn't be such a high level of damage. Especially a boss like this. While Bai was pondering, the Flame Knights have charged forward once again. This guy is even more ferocious than the previous 2. You could even call him ruthless. He held a long spear, and each time he brought it down, it stirred up a violent gust of wind. The entire castle trembled. Clang clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Although Bai's shadow subordinates were not afraid of attacks, they could not withstand the opponent's wild and unparalleled charge. After all, this is a general of the demon race. In terms of strength, it is indeed quite powerful, but strangely enough, only the Flame Knight, who was attacked by the Shadow of Destiny, reacted and fought back. The other 5 Fire Knights did not react. Bai pondered. Perhaps only the Fire Knight that is attacked will react. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the side of the Firework Knight. Terrifying claw-like energy burst forth. They seemed to have sensed danger. The Flame Knight abruptly turned his head to look at his destined shadow, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He bent his knees slightly, assuming a fighting stance. And at that very moment, the attack from the Shadow's minions has already begun. Terrifying claws descended. It gripped the Fire Knight's chest tightly. A fierce, strong wind blew up. The Fire Knight, who had been standing still, swayed slightly. But that's all. The Flame Knight's fiery red armor was incredibly protective. Even when the Shadow of Destiny unleashed an attack with all its might, it remained completely unshaken. This is the power of the natal shadow. Unless one possesses overwhelming absolute strength, it is very difficult to destroy its body. This is why this shadow's rank is comparable to that of a shadow clone. After all, the attributes of the shadow are not too different from those of the real entity. Haha, you fools. You think you're worthy to harm the great Flame Knight with your meager strength. The Firework Knight roared to the sky, his voice deafening. The next moment, the Flame Knight brandished his spear and slashed down horizontally. That fierce and unparalleled offensive was truly powerful. Chapter 392 1 against 2. He pressed forward. 392 took on 2 opponents single-handedly. He pressed forward. Bai quickly dodged. And take advantage of this opportunity. The Flame Knight suddenly leaped up, bypassing Bai and attacking the shadow on the other side. He was actually going to fight 2 against 1. Huh, you really think I'm all alone? Bai sneered and directly commanded his 2 shadow subordinates to meet the attack. Meanwhile on this side, after the shadow attacked the Flame Knight, The speed of the natal shadow suddenly increased, and it caught up with the flame knight in the blink of an eye. Then, he raised his hand and swung his sword. Sizzle. The sharp sword energy sliced directly through the flame knight's tough armor. Blood splattered everywhere. Uft. Another sharp claw came crashing down. Snap. The flame knight's armor finally gave way and shattered. Huff huff. The fire knight was breathing heavily. His eyes were bloodshot. He was clearly furious. Asshole. Die. Clang. With a roar, the lance in the flame knight's hand slipped from his grasp. It transformed into a black dragon. It tore through the air and attacked Bai. The power of that force was immense. Whoosh. He quickly dodged. Uft. The sharp spear slashed through the air, leaving a trail of blood. Huff. Bai was panting, his forehead covered in sweat. That attack was too powerful. Even if it were just me, I would definitely suffer a great loss if I tried to resist. Certainly. If your destined shadow is blocking your way, you can definitely withstand it. After all, Bai herself has pretty good survival skills. But not the shadow. If we try to withstand it head-on, we'll definitely suffer severe damage. Just then, a roar suddenly rang out. A shadow clone lunged directly at the flame knight. He wanted to seize this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the flame knight. The fire knight raised his hand. The fiery red armor on his arm rippled, easily blocking the shadow clone's fierce attack. But the shadow clone was incredibly fast, its form blurring into a phantom as it launched another attack. The fire knight swung his gun in a sweeping attack. This move was even more powerful than the one before. Clang. A loud bang was heard. Shadow was actually forced back by Flame Knight's attack. Seeing this scene, Bai roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he lunged at the Flame Knight and engaged him in a fierce battle. On the other side, even his own shadow couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the shoulder. Sizzle. Crimson blood spurted out. The black robe on the natal shadow instantly shattered. Bai, watching this scene, had a solemn expression on his face. This boss is really tricky. The other side. Die. Then, his body suddenly leaped out. The speed is astonishing. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of Bai. Strike straight at Bai's neck. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Extremely threatening. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would be helpless and waiting to die in the face of this move. But, at this moment, Bai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Bai's black cloak billowed up, neutralizing the fatal blow. Call out. Then, with a flick of the shadow sword, the incomparably sharp aura instantly locked onto the Duke of Dark Night. Uft. The shadow sword pierced straight through his abdomen. Not only that, Bai's figure shifted repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Chapter 393. The short sword gleamed coldly, quite exaggerated. 393. The short sword gleamed coldly, quite exaggerated. He couldn't escape at all. Immediately, Bai gave a low shout with a solemn expression, accompanied by Bai's words. The moment Bai finished speaking, he stepped in front of Bai, swung his sword, and clashed with the Flame Knight. Clang. The crisp sound of metal echoed throughout. The two spears clashed together. The shadow clone's wrist trembled slightly, and his palm went numb. But, however, this stopped the Flame Knight. A great opportunity. Seeing this, Bai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he instantly lunged forward. The short sword in his hand twirled, bringing with it streaks of cold light. Uft, uft. 3 consecutive sword strikes aimed straight at the Flame Knight's head, throat, and other vital points. The Fire Knight let out a painful roar. But he did not back down. He brandished his long spear. He frantically parried Bai's attacks. Clang, 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 clang. Another series of intense collisions ensued, and the Flame Knight finally managed to block Bai's attack. But his health bar, however, began to slowly decrease. Seeing this, Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Not bad. It actually withstood so many of my attacks, and at this time, Bai's figure then quietly appeared. His face was expressionless, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Bai looked at the Flame Knight with a cold smile. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? While you are strong, you are far inferior to me. If this continues, haha. Bai didn't finish her sentence. However, the meaning is already quite clear. These words silenced the Firework Knight. It's not stupid. As a boss, it certainly knows how to make choices. Bai seized the opportunity and continued to bewitch them. Now that you have submitted to me, why not serve me? As long as you conquer all directions for me and become the king of conquerors of all realms, your strength will surely break through again, and perhaps even reach the legendary realm. Then you will be able to break free of the seal, return to the sunlight, and regain your freedom. So how about it? Want to think about it? Bai Yi patiently guided him, and the Fire Knight began to hesitate. Its eyes kept flashing. Admittedly, Bai Yi's words were very appealing. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, the Firework Knight agreed. Bai Yi was taken aback. He was just saying it casually. I didn't have much hope at all. Faced with such an attack, Bai Yi had no way to dodge and was directly cleaved back several feet. Blood was also seeping from the corner of his mouth. Uffed. Fresh blood gushed out. Bai Yi endured the pain. His gaze was icy as he stared at the arrogant and boundless Flame Knight. The Flame Knight, however, seemed to have gone mad, attacking relentlessly. Boom, boom. A tremendous sound echoed outwards. Gusts of wind swept across the land. And at this time, the Flame Knight finally discovered the existence of his destined shadow, and he immediately turned his spear and thrust it at the illusory shadow. A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. The shadow of destiny flashed. Just dodge it. The Fire Knight's attack failed. He continued to brandish his spear. And at this time, a fireball actually condensed on that spear. The fireball rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. When that giant fireball condensed and took shape, golden rays of light appeared on the surface of the fireball. The fireball exploded. Instantly, endless sparks flew everywhere. The flames scattered in all directions. They transformed into countless fine arrows, shooting off in all directions. Its power is terrifying to the extreme. The damage from this attack exceeded 20,000. Holy crap, that's way too much. Bai Yi was startled. He quickly manipulated his shadow to retreat. Bang bang bang. Chapter 394 Armor Shattered, Flame Attack. 394 Armor Shattered, Fire Attack. The natal shadow was directly cleaved back several meters. The Fire Knight pressed his advantage. He waved his spear wildly. A terrifying shockwave rolled in. Bai Yi's shadow clone didn't even have a chance to dodge before being smashed away by the Flame Knight. The Firework Knight grew stronger with each battle. Bai Yi's shadow clone was completely outmatched. Uffed. Blood splattered everywhere. The Flame Knight, wielding a long spear, kicked Bai Yi's shadow clone in the chest. The shadow clone flew out directly. The Fire Knight's power is too great. This move was enough to severely injure Bai Yi's clone. However, Bai Yi's shadow clone's recovery speed was exceptionally astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the shadow clone had already stood up. But Bai Yi's face showed little surprise. Facing this Knight of Flames, there's still nothing we can do. Bai Yi's face was full of bitterness. He knew that this time, he was destined to lose. Huff, huff. Bai Yi was breathing heavily, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. This scene brought another scene to Bai Yi's mind. In the game, he once encountered an NPC so powerful that he felt despair. Bai Yi quickly manipulated his natal shadow to dodge the attack. At the same time, he flashed and circled behind the Fire Knight, striking out with both palms. A terrifying palm print roared out. A dull sound echoed out. A whoa, accompanied by screams of agony. With a successful strike, the shadow blade leaped and pounced on the back of the Fire Knight. And the Fire Knight thrust out his spear once more. Uffed. Blood splattered. His natal shadow pierced directly through his body. But this is not the end. Bai Yi's other shadow clone also rushed to the back of the Flame Knight. It was another powerful kick. Snap! A crisp, clear sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The Fire Knight was severely injured by the combined attack of his main shadow and shadow clone. His armor was cracking inch by inch. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into a sky full of brilliance. Even with the speed of his own shadow, he was still unable to dodge it. Bang! The natal shadow was instantly cleaved away and crashed heavily onto the wall. But, even so, Bai Yi was not afraid at all. He stood up, staring at the Flame Knight in the distance with a cold laugh, and shouted in a deep voice. Don't be too smug. Do you think I don't have any trump cards up my sleeve? That's all. The figure of the natal shadow suddenly disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! An eerie ripple spread out. By the time the Fire Knight realized it, it was already too late. Boom! It was accompanied by a tremendous roar. Even their own shadow dared not take the hit head-on, and quickly dodged. The spear drew an arc and pierced the wall beside the shadow of the natal body. Thump! A dull thud suddenly rang out, and the hard rock was dented by the impact. Such power is truly terrifying. At that moment, the Flame Knight suddenly turned around. Drink it! It was accompanied by a huge roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and his blood was surging. A burst of dazzling light erupted from the spear. Bang! Caught off guard, his natal shadow was blasted away. But the Fire Rider wasn't much better off. Covered in blood, his armor cracked, he was in a terrible state. But Chapter 395 blood splattered on the spot, as if expected. 395 people were splattered with blood on the spot, as if they had expected it. Get back there. Bai was furious upon seeing this. How dare anyone lay a finger on his shadow? Immediately, he raised his arm, and a long sword suddenly appeared amidst the swirling black mist. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and charged straight at the Flame Knight. Clang! The long sword and the spear clashed once again. Sparks flew everywhere. After this collision, the Flame Knight was once again thrown back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured in the collision. This relieved Bai. Fine. His strength far surpasses that of the Flame Knight. In that case, the situation is still relatively optimistic. But their own shadows hurriedly dodged away. The speed of the natal shadow is very fast. In an instant, they were out of the Flame Knight's sight. But the Flame Knight seemed oblivious and continued charging towards Bai. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. Bai snorted coldly. He immediately urged his shadow servants to rush towards the Flame Knight. Facing the approaching shadow of his destined master, the Flame Knight's lips curled into a ferocious smile. Then, he raised his flaming spear and brought it down. A huge shockwave suddenly rose up. Flames filled the air. A suffocating aura enveloped the surrounding area. A burst of flames erupted. The shadow's body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Bai's eyes are about to burst. However, before Bai could make any other move, a roar rang out, and the Flame Knight charged forward again. Another sweeping attack was unleashed. He blasted his natal shadow away again. But the Flame Knight did not stop and continued his pursuit. Seeing the Firework Knight's frenzied actions, Bai knew things were going badly. The chest of the natal shadow exploded directly. A cry of pain rang out, and the shadow's aura weakened instantly, clearly indicating that it had been severely injured. And at that very moment, Bai suddenly let out a cold shout. Immediately, the black mist around him instantly condensed and transformed into the shape of a pitch-black scythe. Bai swung his black scythe and slashed out. Its speed was as fast as a shooting star, and its power was extremely terrifying. A flash of black light streaked across the sky, blood splattered, and the terrifying power of the black scythe cleaved the Flame Knight's throat. The Fire Elemental Knight, whose body was engulfed in blazing flames, also arrived. Looking at the rapidly approaching Fire Elemental Knight, Bai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Immediately, the long sword in his hand suddenly flashed with a cold light. A sharp ray of light appeared. He moved with lightning speed. Even Bai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged. And take advantage of this opportunity. Bai's natal shadow also leaped up and launched another attack. Roar! The Flame Knight let out a low roar, holding his spear horizontally to his chest, blocking the attack from his destined shadow. Another loud bang rang out. Ultimately, the attack power of one's own shadow is limited. Although the spear was broken. However, it was to no avail. The Fire Knight only took a few steps back and was not seriously injured. The natal shadow quickly dodged. But the Fire Knight seemed to have expected this. The spear sliced through the air. Before Bai's shadow could dodge, it grazed its belly. A woo. Chapter 396 Miserable Whales, Clash of Metal. 396 Miserable Whales, The Clash of Metal. A mournful wail suddenly rang out, and Bai's shadow turned into a puddle of liquid and vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. Snort. Seeing this, Bai snorted coldly, his face turning gloomy. He hadn't expected that his shadow clone would be so fragile. Damn you. I'll tear you to pieces. Bai cursed angrily. Immediately, he accelerated and sprinted towards the Fire Knights, hoping to find an opportunity to wipe them all out. However, just as Bai rushed in front of the Flame Knight, the 5 Fire Knights suddenly stopped moving and slowly stood up. Then, a vast and boundless demonic aura suddenly erupted. The 5 Fire Knights had completely returned to their original state. And their figures have actually grown quite a bit. It was over 3 meters tall, and its entire body was engulfed in surging black, demonic flames. He gripped a long spear, his eyes filled with ferocity. Their strength, even better than before. Seeing this scene, Bai couldn't help but curse. He hadn't expected that these guys would still have this trick up their sleeve. Even one's destined shadow can only choose to temporarily retreat. But the other Fire Knights, on the other side, certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Almost instantly, they charged in. Faced with attacks coming from all directions, the natal shadow showed no intention of dodging. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the short sword in the shadow of Destiny's hand directly blocked the Flame Knight's thrust. Before the Fire Knight could change his move, Bai directly approached. Kick it out. Uffed. The Fire Knight coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. And take advantage of this gap, Bai's shadow lunged out directly. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the Fire Knight who had been spitting blood and flying out. Drink it. With a furious roar, he raised his enormous hand and slammed it down heavily. Boom. It was accompanied by a loud roar. The Fire Knight was slapped to the ground. Bai did not stop either. He leaped onto the Flame Knight's shoulder and then delivered a powerful slash. The Firework Knight was slashed and sent flying backward. However, he did not lose his ability to fight. Instead, he quickly regained his footing. He swept his spear horizontally. Snap! The spear pierced straight through the neck of the natal shadow, pinning it to the wall. The natal shadow was completely unable to resist and was directly cleaved back. Huffing and puffing, the natal shadow gasped for breath, its blood boiling, a wave of heat washing over its entire body. That last move almost drained it of all its essence. And at this moment, the other 4 Fire Knights also launched another charge. A woo! Roars and howls echoed through the air. These guys' attacks were extremely brutal. Uffed. Another heavy blow came crashing down. Bai immediately coughed up blood and retreated. The natal shadow was also blasted away. Bai's health points immediately dropped to just over 3 million. This moment, Bai's face was extremely gloomy. The situation is now out of control. The attacks from one's own shadow are powerful. But the enemy has 4 bosses. And they haven't made a move yet. If they just make a little bit of noise, it'll probably be enough to give him a hard time. We must get out of here immediately. Bai's mind raced with thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming explosions resounded. His shadows were all smashed away. A single glance. Chapter 397 Demon General, Frequent Offensives. 397 Demon Generals, Frequent Offensives. Upon hearing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Bai's lips. Hee, this is truly a pleasant surprise. In this situation, the side quest was completed. Then you will definitely receive extra rewards. Bai's natal shadow's health bar dropped by a third almost instantly. Damn it. Upon seeing this, Bai's face darkened. The Flame Knight's attack was absolutely ferocious. If this continues to drag on, he is doomed to lose. With this in mind, accompanied by a roar, the shadow's health is instantly restored. At the same time, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Bai's shadow aura changed, causing the Flame Knight's attack to pause slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai moved closer again. The Fire Knight swung his gun in a sweeping attack once more. This time, Bai did not choose to fight back. He simply dodged to the side. Then, the sword in his hand suddenly drew an arc and slashed out. Call out. A jet black light pierced the air. It instantly tore through the Flame Knight's armor. Blood spurted out. A whoa! A heart-wrenching wail rang out. Roar! The Flame Knight roared in agony. Bai, however, did not hesitate and stepped forward directly. He swung his arm, unleashing a continuous barrage of dark shadows. Terrifying attacks rained down on the Flame Knight. After all, these demons are themselves transformed from magical beasts. Their life recovery speed is far more powerful than that of humans. More importantly, they are not afraid of pain. Completely ignoring the attack from the natal shadow, it relentlessly attacked its own shadow. Humph, I refuse to believe that my shadow body can't even defeat a mere demon. Bai's mind raced. The shadow body vanished from its spot. When he reappeared in his physical form, they had already reached the side of a Fire Knight. He raised his arm. A sword was thrust out in an instant. There was no time to dodge. The terrifying blow struck his body. Uffed. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. A terrifying burst of energy erupted, knocking the shadow's subordinates back several meters. Ah! The shadowy henchman cried out in pain. His body twitched slightly, his face was ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This blow had already severely injured him. But the firework rider didn't get the better of him either. Dense cracks also appeared on its spear. It seemed as if it would crumble at the slightest touch. But Bai, however, noticed that the Flame Knight's lance was not damaged. The Flame Knight's lance was made of certain metals. The material is tough. It is exceptionally sturdy and has amazing defensive capabilities. Bai Yi's shadow subordinates were completely incapable of destroying this spear. Certainly, the Fire Knight is no exception. After all, Bai Yi didn't use any enchanted equipment. Since I can't destroy you, I'll just tear you to pieces. Bai Yi grinned, revealing a ferocious smile, then suddenly looked up. A roar. A terrifying black aura swept out, carrying a strong smell of blood. Buzzing. A pitch-black shadow enveloped the Flame Knight. The Fire Knight struggled frantically, but to no avail. The shadow subordinates were completely unable to resist and were sent flying. Snap. The shadow of destiny shattered. It turned into wisps of black mist and drifted away. Chapter 398 Powerful Combat Strength, a Fight to the Death. 398 Powerful Combatants, Fighting to the Death. Bai Yi had never imagined that these things would be so powerful. Fortunately, though, he has no shortage of shadowy subordinates, not to mention others. His natal shadow possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. It can be described as immortal and indestructible. Using this characteristic as a basis, countless enemies that Bai Yi faced were defeated by him. But these things before him appeared unusually powerful, actually shattering his natal shadow. What happened? Bai Yi frowned slightly, sensing that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Moment. The resurrected natal shadow was now being targeted once again. If this is implemented, even one's own shadow will inevitably be defeated. However, at this time, Bai Yi snorted coldly. He saw right through the Flame Knight's incredibly sturdy body in an instant. In Bai Yi's line of sight, cracks began to appear on the Fire Knight's incredibly strong body. Clearly, the attack from the natal shadow was not without effect. Bai Yi, however, coldly shouted, "Go!" Instantly, the shadow of destiny charged towards the Flame Knight, while at the same time, the shadow's subordinates also made their moves. At this moment, Bai Yi quietly retreated to the side. He wanted to observe what was going on with this firework knight. After all, this is the boss. Boom. The aftershocks of the battle dissipated in all directions. Hiss. Bai Yi gasped, unable to help but draw in a sharp breath. That terrifying pressure was like the terrifying pressure of a boss. This oppressive aura made Bai Yi feel suffocated. How terrifying. How terrifying. Bai Yi couldn't help but think to himself. With his current strength, he has absolutely no chance of winning against a king. The Flame Knight was clearly a cut above Bai Yi, so he was no match for him at all, and couldn't even withstand a single blow. This gave Bai Yi a strong sense of frustration, as if it were a mountain. Even one's own shadow couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. And at this time, a ruthless and decisive glint flashed in the eyes of the natal shadow. Roar! A low growl echoed out, and suddenly a giant sword appeared in the hand of the natal shadow. The giant sword exuded a dense black aura, sending chills down one's spine and giving off an extremely sinister feeling. Smash it! The next second, his natal shadow hand swung violently, slamming down on the giant sword. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The giant sword shattered into dust. At this time, a crimson blood also gushed out from the body of the natal shadow. Uft! Roar! Hiss! A series of painful screams echoed throughout the entire venue. The natal shadow was blasted backward and crashed into a wall in the distance, smashing a large hole in the wall. The natal shadow also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured. Shadow. At this moment, Bai Yi finally realized what was happening. He leaped over and flew straight over. Brother Shadow. Bai Yi quickly helped up his natal shadow. Cough cough, it hurts. At this moment, Bai Yi finally realized what was happening. Looking at the mess in the room, he couldn't help but groan. However, his body is recovering rapidly. There's simply no way to resist your own destiny's shadow. The figure staggered back several steps before being struck and sent flying backward. Chapter 399 The end is set. Fight to the death. The endgame is decided in 399. The battle will end in death. But, after flying backwards, its body traced a perfect parabola in the air. The natal shadow then regained its footing. At this moment, a cold and mad look appeared in the eyes of the natal shadow. He raised his palm and patted his chest lightly. The next second, splash! A terrifying suction force erupted forth. Huff, huff, huff. The shadowy figure was panting heavily, its eyes filled with bloodlust, madness, and insanity. An unparalleled madness. And that destined shadow also transformed into Bai Yi's appearance. Roar! The Flame Knight's gaze locked onto his destined shadow. As he spoke, The Flame Knight raised his spear and thrust it toward his destined shadow. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly came from behind the Flame Knight. This roar carried an immense sense of majesty, causing the Flame Knight to tremble and nearly kneel down. Whoa! The Flame Knight was instantly engulfed in flames. The Natal Shadow also sensed the threat and quickly retreated. Whoosh! At that very moment, a black light. If this spear were to actually strike the Natal Shadow, even with the Natal Shadow's strength, it would be impossible for it to emerge unscathed. Damn bastard. At this moment, Bai didn't have time to think about anything else. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the weapon. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. And in the very next moment, brush! A crimson light flashed by. A crimson light ripped through the void, leaving a trail of blood. Call out! A crimson light flashed by. The crimson light struck the giant axe directly. Bite! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Flame Knight's greatsword was cut in half at the waist. The giant axe slipped from his hand and flew into the distance. Boom! The Fire Knight's body slammed heavily against the wall, and the entire castle swayed slightly under the force of the impact. Bai was slightly taken aback, then his pupils contracted. Such powerful attack. It was actually cut in two. Boom! The Fire Knight's head fell directly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. And his own shadow was also breathing slightly. This guy is definitely not simple. And the Natal Shadow was violently shaken back 3 or 4 meters. But a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Roar! With another roar, the Natal Shadow charged forward. At the same time, the other shadow henchmen also charged forward. That's quite a lot. However, these shadow minions were not particularly powerful in combat, but they were still able to hold the line for a while. This creates an opportunity for Bai Yi's key combat forces to make their move. The next moment, bang bang bang. The intense collision between the two sides generated huge waves. It continued to spread, sweeping across the surrounding area. Bai Yi, however, remained indifferent and watched from the sidelines. He had anticipated this situation, but he remained calm. Instead, he revealed a hint of indifference. He knew that his Natal Shadow could easily solve the problem. His only worry is his destined shadow. As expected, moments later, the Flame Knight was torn in two by his own shadow. Blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the Natal Shadow stood in front of the Flame Knight's corpse. Chapter 400 Infinite Statues, Unquenchable Flames. 400 Infinite Statues, Unending Flames. Experience gained, kill notifications. A series of system messages exploded in Bai Yi's mind. At this moment, Bai Yi was also secretly delighted. The gains from this battle were enormous. Call. He let out a soft breath and looked at his Natal Shadow, feeling a little emotional. Ding. Bang. Shadow's true shadow was blasted away, spitting out blood. A mouthful of blood spurted out. A look of horror flashed deep in the eyes of Ben Mingyang. There are so many statues in this room. Where did I go wrong? Something must be wrong. This terrifying thing has come up again. One of the firework knights is gone. The surrounding statues came to life and launched another attack. Boom. This level of attack still hadn't broken through the Flame Knight's fiery red armor. It seems this guy is indeed very strong. Roar! The Flame Knight roared. Immediately, he rushed straight towards the shadow. The Natal Shadow did not back down either, and directly met the attack head-on. Bang bang bang. For a time, the two sides fought fiercely and brutally. Roar! Suddenly, a pitiful scream reached Bai Yi and his shadow subordinates' ears. All that could be seen was the shadow of one's destiny. He was killed instantly, turning into specks of light and disappearing without a trace. If the original shadow dies, the shadow clone will naturally be ineffective. However, his destined shadow died. But the Flame Knight was still alive. Fortunately, the Natal Shadow can regenerate infinitely, and can also exhaust all the statues in this room at will. But now, the Flaming Knight, who stepped forward, still locked in a fierce battle with his destined shadow. Bai Yi frowned slightly. He sensed this guy was troublesome, and at that moment, Bai Yi then looked at his shadow subordinates. At this point, the attacks from the shadow's minions were no longer able to pose a fatal threat to the Flame Knight. After all, the true power of the shadow is not actually that great. Even his own shadow dared not confront him head-on, and instead dodged, retreating rapidly at the same time. The Fire Knight, however, was in hot pursuit. Hold on. Call out. At that very moment, Bai Yi's Natal Shadow transformed into a shadow and headed straight for the Flame Knight. His target was none other than the boss known as the Flame Knight. He wanted to kill the Flame Knight. For no other reason than that. For your own safety. Bai Yi must minimize casualties as much as possible. Upon seeing Bai Yi's natal shadow, the 5 demon warriors immediately let out a frantic shout. And at this time, Bai Yi's natal shadow charged directly at the Flame Knight. The Flame Knight snorted coldly, brandished his spear, and swept it across. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. My destined shadow was actually blocked. And at that very moment, the Flame Knight leaped up and charged straight at them. Bang! The shadow of his natal body was instantly knocked back several steps. The Flame Knight seized the opportunity to give chase. His goal. The shadow of his destiny couldn't help but change its expression slightly. In this situation, the only option is to retreat. Huff! At that moment, a scorching wave of wind swept in. A huge black shadow swept in from afar in an instant. It's almost as good as the original character's shadow. Roar! Seeing this, the Flame Knight roared and swept his lance horizontally. Meanwhile, Benming Yingzi and Bai Yi also quickly dodged away. But Benming Yingzi and Bai Yi were ultimately a beat too slow. After dodging, they were still shot.